the once high and mighty 3S class Li Gue, now beaten to a pulp for your sister. All because you are the only Edo Gue king in the world, worshipped wherever you go, and even the entire thrilling world is your private domain. At this moment, your sister Shen Meng is standing in front of the TV with a worried look on her face. It turns out that since the strange arrival 60 years ago, everything is dominated by strangeness. Since that day, school evaluations no longer use traditional exams in subjects like math and science, but instead teach how to pass through strange game instances. Although the college entrance examination still determines a person's fate, it has also become a survival challenge in a horror world, where one wrong move could cost a life. And Shen Meng is the fresh high school graduate of this reform. Tomorrow is the day she will enter the thrilling world by taking the college entrance examination. The thrilling world sounds like a game, but the danger level in it is indescribable. If she accidentally gets selected into a dungeon of 3 stars or above, it would be fatal for a newcomer. Just thinking about this, Shen Meng couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, she looked at your room with reluctance in her eyes, thinking about how you are always out delivering takeout and often not seen until late at night. Recently, you placed a wooden box in her room and repeatedly told her not to open it, which made her curious. As your sister, it shouldn't be too much for her to open and look at her brother's things, and now she is about to enter the world of horror. Whether she can come back alive is also unknown. This moment has also sparked her rebellious heart. All day mysterious. There must be something I still don't know. After complaining, she seemed to think of something and opened the live broadcast while walking. Hello babies, I found something interesting. Let's open my brother's personal belongings. Maybe there is a Chinibyu diary he wrote when he was a child. Shen Meng looked firmly at the live camera, as if she had made a huge decision. Bold enough? I like this kind of goddess. The Anchor brothers' large-scale social death scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly became happy. Open the wooden box. Various things placed inside also come into view. Some transformers and plush toys played with in childhood. And at this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room is also scrolling. I thought there was something special. Isn't it just a regular toy box from childhood? Shen Meng also saw the barrage. According to her understanding of you, good things are generally at the bottom. And just as she took out the last doll, a brown-red chest badge on top caught her attention. Blood-colored zoo director. Before Shen Meng could react, the live broadcast room exploded. Isn't that the 6-star instance of the thrilling world? It's known as the Hell instance, and it can be ranked among the top 20 Hell-level instances discovered globally. Is this the real identity of the Anchor brother? Even the number 1 god of horror in Great Xia is not as powerful. If the Anchor brother is so awesome, why is she still live streaming here? Online request for all knowledgeable experts to come out and explain. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly erupted rapidly, and the popularity increased by tens of thousands in an instant. Anchor, your brother's ID card is most likely fake. The imitation is indeed good, but the details are completely different. Soon, an ID named Special Agent Xiao Huang appeared in the live broadcast room. He continued, based on the evidence we have gathered, the normal chest plate of the 6-star copy of the thrilling world usually has a purple border on the outside, but the one in the Anchor's hand is golden yellow, which does not match the color. However, it looks very realistic on the surface. Also, inform the Anchor that if the Anchor brother has time, he can come to our special team once. He is suspected of privately making thrilling world identity cards, and we need to criticize him verbally. After saying these things, this ID fell silent. This argument also calmed down the excited hearts of countless people in the live broadcast room. I'm telling you, the Anchor brother definitely can't be that awesome. Silence for 3 seconds for the Anchor brother. I'm laughing so hard. If I had a sister like that, I would just slap her across the face. Originally, with the emergence of the horror world, the prices of items related to it would increase several times. The horror world identity card is one of them. So many people take huge risks to make fake identity cards to make money. The Special Forces team just now must have thought that their brother was making identity cards privately. Now it's a mess again. I really caused trouble for my brother. Glancing at the wooden box, Shen Meng sighed. She thought there would be things from your childhood inside the box, but instead found a horrifying world ID card. Although it was fake, this discovery made Shen Meng lose the desire to continue live streaming. Let's stop today's live broadcast here for now. The Anchor will stop by again to ask my brother about the identity card. Bye. Her delicate little face smiled slightly as she faced the live camera and said. Then, it was off the air. Jiangcheng Secret Service Supreme Command. There was a bit of silence as the crowd looked at the live stream that had been closed. The user whose ID on the computer screen was called Secret Service Yellow was here. What are the chances that the Scarlet Zoo director's ID tag in here is real? A middle-aged man in camouflage attire frowned and spoke in a somewhat heavy tone. Although they replied on the air that it was fake, they were not sure about whether the ID card was real or fake. It was all he could say to avoid causing social panic. 6-star copies like the Scarlet Zoo have always been a particular headache for countries. Nothing else. Because inside this copy, the rules haven't been touched by anyone yet. Inside animals can sometimes even kill at will. Though Scarlet Zoo is merely in the top 20 inside the global copies, it has a pass rate of just 1.03. That is to say, 100 people go in and almost only one comes out. Even if it comes out, it's almost a crippled one. So for someone to get a Scarlet Zoo Director ID tag, that's pretty incredible. Getting the Scarlet Zoo Director means that the entire Scarlet Zoo is owned by this director. That's why Dasha is desperately trying to locate this Scarlet Zoo Director. One was to minimize unnecessary casualties, and the other was to corral this Scarlet Zoo Director. Even now, the project to find the Scarlet Zoo Director is still running. Team Leader Zhao. This identity plate can basically be determined to be an imitation. The technician on the sidelines pushed his eyes up and began to analyze it. According to the information we have on the Scarlet Zoo, all the Scarlet Zoo ID tags we've seen are purple, and the ones on the live stream are gold. So that's all that's needed to conclude that it's a fake. One more thing. We just looked into this anchor's background, and there are only 2 people in her family. One of them is her and the other is her brother, and both of their parents died in Thriller World. Immediately, the technician brought out a series of investigation reports and placed them in front of the crowd. Her brother's name is Shen Fei, and he is a takeout worker for the Hungry Knot platform, with only a few $1,000s a month, plus the money her sister earns from live streaming, just barely enough to keep the family afloat. If this ID tag is true, I don't think they'd want to live like this. That ID tag is basically a fake. After hearing these words, many people nodded their heads and unanimously all revealed disappointed faces. That's right. How could someone with that kind of status card choose to live like that? Any less than that and you can run straight into the ground with your ID card. The camouflage-suited middle-aged man named Team Leader Zhao glanced at the analysis report, and his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of gloom. Still no luck? He glanced at the crowd in the office, each looking downcast and in a bad mood. Team Leader Zhao sighed. Subsequently, he glanced at the crowd, and his strong, pale voice came out. I know you've all been searching for the Scarlet Zoo Director for over a year now, but I'd still like to tell you not to give up. Finding the Scarlet Zoo Director is one of the few ways to save Dasha. Everybody try hard. At least, for the sake of Dasha. As the words were uttered, office enthusiasm is somewhat heightened. For the sake of Dasha. Chapter 3. Welcome to the world of thrillers. The number you are currently dialing is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The number you have dialed is busy line. Please dial again later. After getting off the air, Shen Mengyu took out her cell phone and made several calls to Shen Fei, but they're all on busy lines and can't be reached. Mainly because of Shen Fei's special occupation. Delivery needs to contact the owner of the meal all the time. So the phone call is basically only for Shen Fei to call over. While it's hard for her to call over, Shen Mengyu was in a somewhat depressed mood. Subsequently, her eyes glanced absently at the ID tag on top of the Muppet doll. Think for a moment. Took the ID tag off the Muppet doll. This identity card is so valuable. What if a thief sees it when it's inside the wooden box? Might as well give it to your pretty, gentle, sweet, thoughtful and generous sister for safekeeping. Well, taking it to Thrill World is kind of a spiritual thing. Hopefully, I'll make it back from Thriller World alive. I wonder if Shen Fei has the time to watch me from the official Thrill World livestream. Shen Mengyu sighed. Putting away his identity tag, he returned to his bed and fell back to sleep. In the meantime, downtown Jiangcheng, Shen Fei was riding an electric bicycle, wearing a blue staff uniform, speeding through all corners of the city, delivered the last order. Looking at the phone call from Shen Mengyu, Shen Fei hesitated and did not choose to dial back. He glanced at the darkening sky and sighed slightly. The cracks are getting bigger and that day is getting closer. Xiao Yu, don't blame me for not caring about you. Right now the only way for you to grow up the fastest is for you to enter the thrilling world to grow up and be able to stand alone on your own. I hope you found the ones I saved for you. Next moment, Shen Fei started the electric car and disappeared into the city night. What seemed like a city of lights, secretly seemed as if a huge hand had loomed above. The next day, Jiangcheng, 4th High School, located in the middle of a suburb. Shen Mengyu walked into the classroom with apprehension in her heart. She was so nervous last night that she didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night, causing her to almost be late today. At the moment, the classroom was filled with students. Everyone was just like Shen Mengyu, with uneasy looks on their faces, because next, they all have to go into the Thrill World replica to survive just the same. After entering the Thriller World, life and death can only depend on yourself. After all, the human heart is unpredictable. Shen Mengyu sat quietly in her seat. Before she came, she sent a text message to her brother. It's probably about the fact that he accidentally unpacked his brother's suitcase. and something about entering the world of thrillers. Instead of a text message, a suicide note was written. She felt the ID tag in her pocket and felt a few moments of stability. Just then, "Class, everyone be quiet." A thick and dignified middle-aged male voice came out as the homeroom teacher took a step towards the podium. Behind him, there was also a man with a somewhat slim figure, wearing a black overcoat. The appearance of the homeroom teacher silenced the classroom. "There's less than an hour left. You're about to enter the thriller world. Next, let this Jiangcheng special command senior thriller world personnel explain to you the thriller world precautions." The homeroom teacher finished and walked off the podium. The man in the black overcoat scanned the class inside in his mind before speaking slowly. "First of all, to tell you all something very unfortunate. The one you have chosen to get a copy of is the 116-star Scarlet Zoo." The words came out. The students at the podium panicked. Teacher, are you guys mistaken? Yeah, Scarlet Zoo is a copy of the top 20 in the world. And we haven't been in Thrill World once. Then won't we just be left without a chance to live? The Thrill World copies are personified into levels, from 1 star all the way up to 6, respectively. At first it was 4 stars that were the highest, then 5 stars and 6 stars appeared, along with more and more copies of Thriller World. Some people predicted that there would be 7-star, or even 8-star copies coming up later. But, usually people who haven't entered Thriller World before will enter a 1 or 2-star copy for the first time. Why this time they went straight into a 6-star copy? Isn't this killing them? Shen Mengyu under the stage was also a bit incredulous. Subconsciously, he touched the ID card in his pocket. There was some surprise in his mind. He took out this identity card himself, and didn't expect to coincidentally select this copy of the Scarlet Zoo. We're generally accurate in the messaging department. Basically error-free. The man in the black overcoat slowly spoke. "I know you're all very worried, but according to our information, this time's copy of the Scarlet Zoo is a bit of an anomaly, and his difficulty is only about 2.5 stars. The students inside the classroom breathed a sigh of relief when these words came out. It was fortunate that it wasn't a 6-star level, or else they would most likely have all died miserably inside this copy. The horrors of the Scarlet Menagerie are well known to anyone who has ever entered the world of thrillers. Immediately, it's only 2.5 stars, but it's the Scarlet Zoo, and the possibility of losing your life is much higher than the usual 2-star copies, or even 3-star copies." The heavy voice of the man in the black coat came. "Next, everyone listen to me. Everything I say is the key to potentially keeping you alive in Thriller World." The class was instantly quiet, all listening intently and carefully. After all, no one wants to die at a young age inside the world of thrillers. Shen Mengyu was naturally no exception. "I hope everyone understands that Thriller World is not a game, much less a movie, and that Thriller World has been coming down for decades, and we've figured out the general rules." The man in the black overcoat continued with a serious face. 1. After entering the copy, you will be given a random identity, which is mostly a bottom-tier identity. 2. The only thing you have to do is to fulfill the tasks of your identity, as long as they are not life-threatening. 3. Don't get close to those ghosts. All they think about is how to eat you, or even torture you. Come out of Thriller World alive and you will be rewarded. One last thing is that Thrill World will have a live stream appearing on the internet, so if you're worried about you guys, you can have your family check it out. The man in the black overcoat finished speaking about the rules of Thrill World and walked out. He still needs to travel to the next class to continue his presentation. Before leaving, he glanced at Shen Mengyu, who was sitting in her seat. He watched that broadcast yesterday. He naturally knew about the matter of Shen Mengyu possessing a fake Scarlet Zoo director identity card. In fact, they were in such a hurry to find the Scarlet Zoo director because they had noticed that quite a few of the Thriller World copies were getting a bit out of control. River City has recently seen some ghosts and monsters escaping from the world of thrillers and wreaking havoc in the city. No one knows exactly why it came out. Quite a few people from the Special Operations Command have been sent to destroy these ghosts and goblins. In the past, a dozen people used to come to the Koppel, but now he was the only one who came to the Koppel. It was not only Jiangcheng, but also the whole of Daxia, and even the whole world. Thriller World is on the road to expansion. Time passes quickly. Soon, an hour had passed. Going into Thriller World, everyone was nervous as hell. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the entire school building. A voice appeared in everyone's head. "Welcome to Thriller World." Chapter 4, Wang Hanuo's Provocation. Welcome to Thriller World. Copy name, Scarlet Zoo. It is a mysterious zoo built by him, full of crises everywhere, especially at night, when a blood moon appears in the sky and a blood-colored light shines in every corner of the zoo. Duration of copy, 3 days. Goal, survive the Scarlet Zoo. Next moment, all the students appeared in a zoo with a lake and mountains. Here, it was the Scarlet Zoo. Before the crowd could react, just then, a voice reappeared in the crowd's ears. The duplicates will open in 10 minutes. so please return to your posts according to the job tags on your chests. The zoo opens every night at 7 o'clock sharp. The countdown begins. A cold and mechanical tone without a trace of emotion fell. In a flash, the students all rushed at once to check the work tags on their chests. There are a wide variety of zoo positions. There are people who are in charge of the animals, and others who are attendants, ticket takers, security guards, and so on. Anyone who knows the Scarlet Zoo knows that the animal keepers as well as the ticket takers are the most difficult, because they need to face the ghosts and monsters head-on. There are animals here, not the least of which are imprisoned ghosts. Visitors entering the zoo are also ghosts and monsters. As a result, the zoo is only open at night. It was now dusk, approaching evening. The zoo will be open soon. Many students found their positions and immediately returned to their areas of responsibility. After all, no one wants to be the first to be eliminated. If you die here, you die just as much in the real world. You only live once, and no one dares to take it lightly. And just as everyone else was hurrying back to their posts, Shen Mengyu, however, froze in place, with an incredulous look on her face. She listened to the beep that appeared in her head. You have been assigned as a conductor. Please go to the ticket counter, in a timely manner. You have brought your own sign for the only highest post in the zoo, which has been adjusted to the director's post. Welcome to the director's visit to inspect the work of the zoo. At the same time, the Thrill World live feed from the outside world is also turned on. Countless netizens flooded into the various live broadcast rooms. It's the only once-a-year newcomer show I can watch every year. Here we go. Here we go. The annual Rookie Clueless Contest. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. For real. I heard that this newcomer's copy brushed out the Scarlet Zoo, so I'm coming to watch the show. I bet almost none of these people will leave the Scarlet Zoo alive. Unlucky newcomer. You guys, look at that girl standing there gawking. Isn't that the girl from yesterday's live broadcast? It seems to be true. I didn't realize she was on this broadcast and I got to see her. What's she standing there gawking at? She doesn't think her brother's crappy identity card is real, does she? I have a feeling she's likely to be the first person to die inside a copy due to days. The live streaming pop-ups were rolling like crazy. That live broadcast last night attracted a lot of people to watch, and the live recording was sent to all the major video platforms. Shen Mengyu had become the focus of the Scarlet Zoo copy livestream without exception. And at this point, Shen Mengyu, who was in the middle of the copy, was at a loss. I don't think the voice just now was a hallucination. Her small hands trembled as she took out the ID tag that was in her pocket. This identity card of his brother that he had casually taken out was actually real. Shin Fei had really played a big joke on himself. Is this your own brother's middle child secret? This is outrageous. The guy last night was going to recycle this ID tag at a premium. So it's a good thing he didn't sell it himself. Otherwise there's no loss of blood money. Thrill World real estate is very rare. More than 1,000 times the value of real estate out there. How could your own brother hide such a large family fortune from you? If she wasn't in Thriller World, Shen Mengyu really thought she was dreaming. Brother, you've been out early and late without my knowledge. And you've been doing this the whole time. Shen Mengyu's heart set off huge waves. The wooden chest she opened was just something that wouldn't fit in her own brother's room. So wouldn't the things inside the room be even more precious? Shen Mengyu was a little afraid to imagine. Just then, the copy opens in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. The sudden sound made Shen Mengyu quickly come out from her shock. She glanced at the time. It was 6:55 in the evening. It's 5 minutes until the zoo opens. If I can go back alive, I'll definitely find my brother and ask him about it. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. Subsequently, she continued to hide the park director's identification tag in her pocket, and took the ticket agent's work tag to the ticket counter herself. The identity card of the Scarlet Zoo's director was better left out for the time being. This thing about the once nationwide search for the Scarlet Zoo director's identity tag, she knew about it too. Since his own brother was planning to not reveal this identity, he naturally had his brother's reasoning. She didn't want to cause trouble for her brother either. After all, who called herself a gentle and caring sister? Scarlet Zoo. Ticket gate. Because the zoo is larger and has a south and north entrance, there are more ticket takers. Shen Mengyu's post is the north gate. There are 4 conductors at the north gate. She was one of them. When I came here to the ticket gate, I realized that the other students here had already arrived. Lu Bo, Linji, and Wang Hanyuo? Seeing her classmates who had already arrived, Shen Mengyu frowned. She didn't say anything, just sat quietly on top of the ticket counter station where she belonged, waiting for the zoo to open. But, just sat down for less than a minute. The girl among the 4, Wang Hanyuo, then spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Yell, isn't this Shen Mengyu, the big netizen of our class? How did she snag such a high-risk position as a conductor? I'm really worried that the tourists will make our goddess Shen Mengyu cry later. Wang Hanyuo was naturally lying in the arms of Lu Bo on the side. looking at Shen Mengyu with a provocative face. Shen Mengyu, it's not good to be unprotected inside the thriller world. Lu Bo put one hand around Wang Haneo and looked at Shen Mengyu with a bad smile on his face. Why don't you serve me well and I might be able to have mercy and protect you? Saying that salty pig's hand reached towards Shen Mengyu. This scene could infuriate the crowd inside the live broadcast room. The pop-ups were also scrolling like crazy. What the hell kind of person is this? Worse than an animal. What kind of skill is it to take advantage of someone's danger? It's too bad for this girl that she's even separated from this kind of boy. Why isn't the boy next to you saying anything? Just being quiet where he is? It's not supposed to be a coward, is it? But, just then, the live stream pop-ups suddenly stopped. It's not because of anything else, because of the zoo. Open for business. Chapter 5, the director of the school will be punished. The scarlet moon gradually appeared in the night sky. The blood-red light also spilled over every corner of the zoo at this time. Scarlet Zoo opened. Seeing this scene, Lu Bo was also frightened and returned to his post at once. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Shen Mengyu a hard look. Count yourself lucky, but I don't believe you'll be able to leave the zoo alive. You're still threatening me at this point? Shen Mengyu frowned and was just about to speak. In the meantime, a tourist has already appeared at the ticket gate. The live streaming pop-up screen rolled once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The tourists are coming. There's a good show. Ha ha ha. These people definitely don't know that the Scarlet Zoo has an unwritten rule since a year ago, which is that every time the zoo is open for business, the zoo manager has to personally be the first customer as a way to inspect the efficiency of the staff. A year ago? Wasn't that when the zoo director status was acquired? And wouldn't that mean that the rule was set by some director? Anyway, it's none of my business. I know there's a good show coming. These managers can be ghosts. More vicious than the usual tourist ghosts. These newcomers are in for a treat. Ticket gate. At this point, only a tall figure slowly appeared at ticket gate 3. That's the manager disguised as a tourist. The figure bent down and twisted his body. His movements slightly stiff, and his dried-up face appeared in front of Wang Haneo. His voice had an indescribably eerie sound. "Give me a ticket," said the man, taking a coin out of his pocket. At this time, the number 3 ticket gate Wang Haneo has long been scared straight shivering. Afraid of a word cannot speak. There was absolutely no trace of the way he had bullied Shen Mengyu just now. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu, who was sitting at ticket gate number 2, couldn't help but want to laugh a little. You're this scared of a ghost? She didn't think there was anything to be afraid of with this poltergeist. After all, they're paying you, and they're being courteous. However, seeing Shen Mengyu's expression on the side, as if Lu Bo knew something, his eyes looked at Shen Mengyu with some resentment. Subsequently, he immediately opened his mouth and spoke towards the ghost. "Manager, I'm reporting that ticket gate number 2 Shen Mengyu is not serious about her work, and she secretly laughed at you just now." After saying this, Lu Bo couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. Luckily, before he entered the copy, he had paid money in advance to inquire about something about the Scarlet Zoo. Among them was the matter of the first visitor received by the Scarlet Zoo ticket taker being the manager. Lu Bo's idea was simple. Hadn't Shen Mengyu rejected her good intentions just now? Then let her die here. If you don't let yourself get it, then destroy her. The words came out. Everyone looked at Shen Mengyu with astonished gazes. The live feeds are even blowing up. The pop-ups rolled extremely fast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This man is sick. Vile. What's this man's home address? I'm going to raid his house. That woman is definitely cool. Usually in this case, snitching works especially well. Poor my goddess Dreaming Rain. This may be the last time I see the goddess messing with the manager. There's a good chance there's going to be a bloody scene next. Just as the crowd on the air was chattering away, the tall manager in the middle of the thriller world was also looking towards Shen Mengyu. In a flash, that manager's tall body involuntarily trembled when he saw Shen Mengyu. A hint of panic appeared in the red eyes as well. With everyone on the air watching, that manager actually lowered his head, and a shivering voice came out. "My subordinate should be damned. I didn't know that the head gardener would come to inspect the zoo in such a capacity. Letting the head gardener be bullied by those damned people, and please punish the gardener." Seeing this scene, the entire broadcast room was confused. No one could have imagined that the manager, who was originally arrogant and unparalleled, would bow his head and apologize to a little girl at this time. It was all unexpected. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This girl is the Scarlet Zoo director? My eyes aren't blind. The Scarlet Zoo director has appeared? Isn't this girl just a newcomer? How can she be the head gardener? Sure enough, this is the difference between people. I'm still afraid of death and careful to survive in the opening game. And someone else already owns a zoo. I'm begging for answers from the big boys. I don't get it. I'm coming. You've all got it wrong. The girl brother of the gardener actually. Yeah, and it all goes back to his brother's middle-aged past. The live streaming pop-up chat was hot. The popularity of the Scarlet Zoo replica livestream instantly increased by several 100,000. One time, the news about the appearance of the Scarlet Zoo's head gardener immediately rushed to the top of the hot search on all major platforms. River City's Secret Service Command. Team leader Zhao looked at the scene in the live broadcast room. Looking at Shen Mengyu with unblinking eyes, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 6. You call my brother one by one. Lord Shen, the Scarlet Zoo director has been found. Along with team leader Zhao, there were other people in the special task force who were excited. So we all got it wrong. The purple identity tags of the Scarlet Zoo are all low-level ones. The gold ones are the head gardener's identity tags. Just then, the technical team member on the side couldn't help but speak up. We didn't know about this at first. The evidence we had was incomplete. Technical analysis relies most heavily on evidence. The more evidence there is, the greater the probability of certainty. It's not really the fault of the tech team that they didn't analyze whether the Scarlet Zoo director ID card was real or fake at first. The only one to blame is that they don't know enough about the Scarlet Zoo. No one knew the Scarlet Zoo ID tags were color-coded. For this reason, some people in the technical group were shaking with more guilt at the time. Saw the scene. Team leader Zhao smiled. Since we've all found the Scarlet Zoo director, there's no need to count that much. We should next discuss how to go find this Scarlet Zoo to have a chat. At those words, a number of people in the task force nodded approvingly. Although Shen Mengyu was not the Scarlet Zoo head gardener identity card owner, she was the identity card owner's relative. At one point, the task force began to discuss it. In the meantime, in the midst of the thriller world, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed as she looked at the manager who was treating her respectfully. This identity of his own brother is also too big. But Nihei is just a delivery boy who goes out early and comes home late. Is delivery so rolled up now? At first she hadn't realized the importance of the identity card, but now she kind of knew. With this identity card, she could walk sideways in the Scarlet Zoo. You better get up. Shen Mengyu looked at the manager, pursed her lips, and opened her mouth. Actually, this identity card is my brother's. I wonder if you recognize my brother. She thought twice before asking about her brother. After all, with his own brother owning such a family estate behind his back, who knows if his brother has found himself a sister-in-law in Thriller World. Aha! It was necessary for his own gentle and sweet one to pipe up and pay attention to his brother's emotional state. What if I'm cheated by a scummy ghost? You mean Lord Shen? The manager froze for a moment, then snapped out of it, tapping that dry head, only to see him take out a clean white jade pendant from inside his pocket. This is what Lord Shen asked me to give you. Hearing that Shen Mengyu turned out to be Lord Shen's sister, the manager even changed his address. The name has changed to you. A jade pendant? Shen Mengyu didn't care about the manager's adaptation of his self-appellation. Instead, she received the jade pendant with some confusion. Since it was explained to him by his brother, he would take it. Suddenly, Shen Mengyu froze. She looked at the manager with a surprised face and couldn't help but ask, "You called my brother Lord Shen?" Shen Mengyu's eyelids fluttered wildly. Nice guy. It seems that his brother is not lowly in the world of thrillers. Yeah. What's the problem? The manager nodded, and at the same time spoke with some pride. Lord Shen isn't something that just anyone can be called. And it was only after serving Lord Shen for a very long time that I gained the opportunity to be able to address Lord Shen. Shen Mengyu listened with some incredulity on the sidelines. Nice guy. It turns out that Lord Shen isn't something everyone can call him? What kind of shocking things had his brother done behind his back? The crowd in the live broadcast room exploded even more when they saw this scene. The pop-ups scrolled eyeball to eyeball. WOC? So the gardener is her brother. Are all the newcomers' backgrounds so dodgy now? Why is it that everyone else's brother is so nice and my brother hates it? I took one look at my brother who was lying on the couch looking at his cell phone, and I couldn't help myself. I went straight to the soles of my shoes. That girl upstairs. Take it easy. Don't kill her. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Get the out of upstairs. You want to fart eat. Their brother definitely doesn't like guys. Ahem. I mainly wanted to ask if the newbie brother has a sister-in-law I could go as. I'm 18 this year. Slate. I don't know if Goddess Dream Rain lacks a boyfriend. I'm not doing this because of her brother's status. I just want to protect the goddess from the bottom of my heart. Upstairs simply wants farts to eat. Are you guys sand sculptures? This is a copy broadcast. Goddess Dream Rain can't even see what you guys are saying. Okay? The pop-ups were brushed faster and faster, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was climbing wildly. Soon, the Scarlet Zoo replica livestream came directly to the #1 heat level on the entire platform. It was all caused by Shen Mengyu. At the same time, inside Thrill World, the manager seemed to have seen Shen Mengyu's doubt. It lowered its head and shook it. I'm sorry, Miss Shen. About Lord Shen's identity, I can't tell. All I know is that Lord Shen is very powerful. And he's very rich. Shen Fei was rich in a way that couldn't be described as rich. That should be called counterintuitive wealth. When the Scarlet Zoo was on the verge of bankruptcy, it was a man who appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he blow away the then zoo director with a single punch, but inherited the zoo himself. Even a huge sum of money was given to the zoo. Took the near-bankrupt Scarlet Zoo and hardened it into a top 20 copy of the world. Very powerful and rich? Shen Mengyu was choked for a moment, somewhat inexplicably speechless. Good for you, Shen Fei. Thrill World is so rich. The real world still has your kind sister working hard every day on the air to subsidize the family? Even had to rent a house to live in. For a moment, Shen Mengyu really wanted to punch her brother. But, after learning her brother's identity, she didn't seem to be as afraid of Scary World. Some affinity for the thriller world instead? That's if anyone who's ever been inside the Scarlet Zoo and made it back alive hears that. Must be pissed off. Such a dangerous place. And you say cordial? Shen Mengyu obliterated her mouth and murmured. It turns out that all fear comes from a lack of firepower. As soon as these words came out, the crowd on the air heard them as well. A huge wave of pop-ups swarmed the room. Showed by Goddess Shen. Is this the bottom line of having someone behind you? I'm envious. Looking at my brother, who was lying on the couch, I huffed and puffed. I got angry. And the shoe service started again. Keep it down upstairs. I can hear your family squealing like pigs. What a Versailles. Kneel for Goddess Dream Reign. I wonder if the goddess lacks a brother-in-law. I'm sincere. Upstairs, don't rob me of Goddess Mengyu. The pop-ups were sent in a frenzy. At the same time, within the world of thrillers, what is the use of this jade pendant? Shen Mengyu looked at the jade pendant in her hand and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 7, Dinner in the Upstairs Dining Room. Since it was a jade pendant given to him by his brother, it was definitely not a jade pendant that just served the purpose of looking good. When the manager saw Shen Mengyu open her mouth to ask herself, she was instantly delighted and hurriedly replied. This jade pendant is equivalent to a protective shield that can protect you from all attacks, including those below the level of Lich Demon level ghosts. This is a rare chance to lick Lord Shen. Maybe if Lord Shen's sister is happy, he himself will be promoted. In the midst of the thriller world, ghosts and monsters are ranked. They are, respectively, Shadow Ghost, White Ghost, Green Regent Ghost, Red Knight Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor. The manager in front of you belongs to the Green Regent Ghost. Its skin, if you look closely, is visible with some greenish color. In Thriller World, human combat classes are distinguished in the same way. Newcomers enter Thriller World, and when they go out they are given a rating, and a system unique to Thriller World. You can check your attributes and strengthen the system. After Shen Mengyu heard the manager's explanation, she immediately brightened up. This is good stuff. She had done her homework before entering the world of thrillers. She was also well aware of the ghost levels. Don't think that Nightmare is too low in rank. That's not a bad grade at all. It takes the average person 2 entries to become a Shadow Ghost Initiate. Realize that every time you enter a copy, you risk losing your life. Also, the difficulty doubles after each boost. That is, if you want to go from Shadow Ghost Beginner to Intermediate, you have to enter the copy at least 4 times before you can do so. The Scarlet Zoo Manager is also only Green Regent level, and the Lick level is usually only available in Mega Duplicates anymore. As for Ghost Generals and whatnot, that's going to take a bigger copy to get. It seems that my brother still treats himself as a sister with abandon. Just then, the manager opened his mouth with a smile. Then Ms. Shen, I don't know if you still want to be here at the ticket gate, or would you like to go upstairs to the restaurant with me for a meal? It had decided that Ms. Shen was the second most important person in its life. It has to be treated well to be good. As for why it's not number 1, the first is of course Lord Shen. After all these years, this was the second person to get himself so worked up. Saw the scene. The crowd in the live room was envious. Holy, Thriller World can still play like this? This manager can still open the back door? Is this the real use of a brother? Turns out I was using it all wrong before. Envious. Does this count as an opening for the goddess? You're stupid. Upstairs. Is playing in your own home considered open? Wha? It's real upstairs. Another day of envying other people's lives. At the same time, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu was a little embarrassed. That's not good, is it? If I leave, won't there be no one working here? The words came out. The manager immediately waved his hand, pointed at Lu Bo, and said in a cold voice, You're in charge of Ms. Shen. Lu Bo, who was on the side, was dumbfounded when he heard this. I didn't do anything myself. How is it that all of a sudden, you're the one who's in the wrong? Ticket gate work is extremely dangerous, and normally a person can lose their life at 1 ticket gate, not to mention being responsible for 2 at once. This is killing him. 1 bad step and you're cold. He gulped in fear. bracing his trembling body, and opened his mouth. Manager, you see I'm already in charge of one ticket gate. If I were in charge of two, wouldn't I be too busy? Before the manager could speak, suddenly, Lu Bo turned his words around, pointed at Wang Hanuo, and hurriedly said, Manager, she is willing to take on Shen Meng. Oh no, it's Miss Shen's job. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Lu Bo had hurriedly changed it just now. Shen Mengyu wasn't the same Shen Mengyu that he had just taunted. Hear that? The manager frowned. If someone had dared to talk to itself like that in the past, it would have long ago slapped that person and hooted them into a pulp. But today is a special day. Miss Shen is here and can't be dealt with in blood. So it's like you said? The manager narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Bo with a playful expression. Lu Bo's eyes lit up and he was just about to speak, thanks to the manager. In a flash, only to see that the manager's big hand suddenly clenched, and Lu Bo, with a delighted expression, suddenly turned into a mist of blood. That would be the least bloody treatment for it. Other than Lord Shen and Miss Shen, no one can instruct me. The manager's voice suddenly turned cold. Subsequently, the tall horse-sized manager's eyes looked at Wang Hanuo with a murderous aura. Your companion is gone. You take over his and Miss Shen's work. Taking over for 3 people at once. It's too much work to keep her busy. Wang Hanuo's face suddenly turned white with fear. The Thrill World Live crowd saw this scene. The pop-ups rolled in at once. Great joy. That man, I've long looked at him with displeasure. Good death. And that woman. Too bad. Ha 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 ha. Who made her mock the dream goddess in the first place? She deserved it. I didn't expect this manager to be so warm-hearted. The people it cleaned up were the ones who bullied Goddess Dream Rain just now. The man who didn't say a word. Was he mute? Maybe. Many people in the live room felt very pained by the manager's approach. At the same time, inside Thrill World, Wang Hanuo's entire body was dumbfounded. She froze where she was for several seconds. Next moment, in full view of the crowd on the air, Wang Hanuo suddenly left his workstation and ran next to Shen Mengyu. All that was heard was a flutter. Wang Hanuo immediately knelt down in front of Shen Mengyu, crying bitterly and begging for forgiveness. Ms. Shen, I was wrong. Spare me for the sake of us being classmates. Please. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she took a note out of her pocket. It was handed to Shen Mengyu. She explained, this is the note Lu Bo gave me. He told me to pretend to be intimate with him before Thriller World took the opportunity to go after you, and he instructed me to do it all. Shen Mengyu was a bit surprised. She didn't think that the scene just now between Lu Bo and Wang Hanuo was to deliberately fish for her bait. Ms. Shen, why don't you let me take care of it? The manager looked at the overwhelmed Shen Mengyu and opened his mouth to ask. As an old ghost, it naturally understood the entanglement in Miss Shen's heart. Then let yourself be the shield, and lick Ms. Shen on the side. Shen Mengyu frowned and nodded. In fact, her heart was so soft that she hadn't counted on it. But the manager wants to protect me, ugh. This bodyguard of my brother's is really superb. Got Shen Mengyu's consent. The manager looked at Wang Hanuo with cold eyes, as if he was a condescending god. Since you're in cahoots with that guy, I'm not letting you in the ticket booth. Hearing this from the manager, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Chapter 8, a copy of Thriller World is ripped apart. Get her. Is the manager stupid? This manager, in my opinion, is not loyal to Goddess Shen at all. How come he also opened the back door to that woman? Holy? Is it hard to believe that this manager wants a harem? Asterisk 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 pity my goddess of dreaming rain. I told you that these ghosts and monsters can't be trusted. According to me, the manager definitely doesn't want to work part-time and wants to kidnap Goddess Dreaming Rain and threaten the goddess her brother to inherit the Scarlet Zoo to it. WOC, upstairs has a point. Is it hard to reverse it? Damn manager, don't touch my goddess. With a lot of waffling, the pop-ups were rolling like crazy. No one knows if the manager has a brain cramp. I can't believe I didn't get Wang Hanuo killed. In the meantime, River City Secret Service Command. Everyone didn't dare to take a breath. They were watching the live broadcast with bated breath. They were afraid that Shen Mengyu would be persecuted by that monster. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Just then, the appearance of one instantly destroys the tension, only to see a man in a black overcoat panting all the way to the command headquarters, hurriedly saying, Team Leader Zhao, something big is wrong. Big deal? Team Leader Zhao, who was watching the live broadcast, looked at the man in the black coat and frowned, sensing a hint that something wasn't quite right, and asked, Don't be nervous. What's making you so anxious? One of the replicas inside the 4th middle school in Jiancheng was torn apart. There were a total of 14 shadow ghosts inside, and 5 white ghosts ran out. They are faster than normal shadow ghosts. I didn't catch up with them. They should have run to some corner place in Jiancheng by now. With a gasp, the man in the black coat finished his sentence. Subsequently, the entire Special Operations Command fell silent, drop dead calm. Hearing these words, everyone was struck by lightning. What? 14 shadow ghosts ran out. 5 more white ghosts. All the personnel of the Special Services Department is simply not enough. The more than 40 Thrill World players sent out are still fighting with other ghosts and monsters in various corners of Jiangchang. Isn't Jiangchang going to be finished? The entire Special Operations Command was a mess. Just then, Team Leader Zhao yelled, "Calm down. The more people mess up, the less we can solve the problem. Nowadays, since the copy has been torn apart, there's no way for us to patch up the copy, and the best thing to do is to minimize casualties." Speaking of which, Team Leader Zhao looked at the man in the black overcoat and asked with a grave expression, "What is the situation of the students inside that copy?" The man in the black coat took a deep breath and shook his head. "Those kids are out." Just what? Team Leader Zhao asked hastily. "There's a night class ghost inside that's entered a copy of the Scarlet Zoo." The man in the black overcoat stammered a bit and spoke. "Night level?" Team Leader Zhao's face was grim. Thrill World, these bastards. Night level ghosts. They had absolutely no way at all to deal with them. Ghosts of this level can only be dealt with by humans of the same level. However, River City did not. One can only hope that the Scarlet Zoo is at peace with itself. Next moment, Team Leader Zhao immediately gave the order. "Check it out for me. Fade hard to find where these ghosts and monsters have run off to. And when you find them, immediately find a way to destroy them." Team Leader Zhao's thick voice resounded through the Special Operations Command. Yes. At the same time, inside Thrill World, after Wang Haneo heard the manager's words, she immediately brightened up. "In that case, does one not have to die? You don't even have to work the ticket counter anymore." It made her a little excited. But the manager's next words doused her excitement as if a pot of cold water had been poured on her. "You're just going to be food for those animals." The manager stretched out his dry fingers and pointed to a few lions not far away. "These animals are all ghosts and monsters become. They haven't eaten for 3 months. It's appropriate for you to be their food." Shen Mengyu also looked over with it. These lions are more than twice the size of real-world lions. And their eyes were glowing green. Extremely weird. What? Become food for these disgusting human things? Wang Hanuo's small face immediately became flustered. To her, that was a complete disgrace. In fact, it all boiled down to Shen Mengyu. If it wasn't for her, how could Lu Bo have bought himself off? And if he hadn't, of course there wouldn't have been all these things that happened later. It was all because of Shen Mengyu. She looked at Shen Mengyu with spiteful eyes and was just about to say something, only seeing the manager gently waving his hand. Wang Hanuo was sent in front of those lions. The next image also left many people rattled. This is the thriller world at its most brutal. No one can be trusted easily. The real other is hell. Inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups also scrolled by leaps and bounds. Awesome. I underestimated this manager. That girl really deserved what she got. If she hadn't just made a fool of herself, she wouldn't have ended up like this at all. Begging the founder of Scarlet Zoo to pair up Big Brother manager with a CP. Who could not love such a domineering president? Upstairs. It's too much. My manager brother is not that kind of casual person. Seriously, I really want to be Goddess Dream Rain's sister-in-law. Get the hell out of here. The live stream pop-ups were hot. At the same time, inside Thrill World, the manager led Shen Mengyu to the cafeteria. On the way, Shen Mengyu looked around, looking like she had never seen the world. Turns out this Scarlet Zoo is so big. The people eating inside the cafeteria are usually tourists. It's not as dangerous as working at the ticket counter, but a little carelessness in the cafeteria could turn it into an ingredient. Many of the ghosts and goblins coming and going were a bit agitated to see the manager with a human girl. Is this new food? This human skin is white and moist. It looks like a good ingredient. Yeah. I can still feel a special energy coming off of her. Really can't wait to taste her flesh. Hey. These 2 words were overheard by the manager from a short distance away. The manager's dry head slowly looked towards the 2 gargoyles, and his eyes turned cold. What are you 2 talking about? Those 2 gargoyles were totally oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Instead, he spoke up with a haughty look on his face. How about we say we've got our eye on this food and we'll buy it? Bought Shen Mengyu? Inside the official Thrill World livestream, the pop-ups were rolling like crazy. Here it comes. These 2 ghosts are absolutely dead. I've seen death. But I've never seen a big dumb dangling man who ran into a gun. Dream Rain Goddess, this can endure? Still don't him. Just the mere identity of the head gardener can scare these 2 ghosts and monsters to death. I couldn't agree more. There's a good thing going on. Next moment. Chapter 9, Happy Community. Scarlet Zoo. Inside the dining room, the manager looked at the 2 talking gargoyles with cold eyes. It's annoying. In the past, how did I not realize that the Scarlet Zoo had these fracking ghosts and ghouls? Lord Shen's sister was even bullied in his own copy of the house. If this is known by Lord Shen, His own little life will definitely not be saved. Seeing that the manager didn't say anything, the two ghosts and monsters were a bit impatient and continued. We didn't buy this food to eat ourselves. We're giving this as a gift to the happy community. I advise you to be sensible. Happy community? When these 4 words came out, everyone's hearts were cold. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more frantic and scrolling up. Happy community? It can't be that happy community that has more than 70 severe ghosts, can it? In this comparison, Brother Dream Rain Goddess's Scarlet Zoo status seems a bit small. Alas, poor my goddess Mengyu. The manager definitely can't protect her. This is a kick in the teeth. Holy, then this copy that won't be a no-go? The happy community isn't a copy. It's a place where a number of ghosts and monsters live together, and each of the 70 or so ghosts and monsters in it have their own individual copies. Holy, then this is too much of a hangover. Goddess Dreaming Rain is definitely cool. I'm heartbroken. The pop-ups scrolled fast. At the same time, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu was a bit dazed. Happy community? The name felt a little familiar to her. Seems like I've heard it somewhere. It seems that a while back, someone who called himself the Happy Community sent a gift to her family, saying it was an apology for her brother. She just assumed it was an accident with her brother's delivery and that the guest had come to make amends to him. At the time, my brother even made a point of calling himself not to open it. When you think about it that way, things don't seem that simple. In the meantime, before those 2 gargoyles could speak again, the manager yelled with a hostile voice. Unbridled. Who gave you the nerve to speak out against Miss Shen? Only the withered manager's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a slender black shadow and rushed towards the 2 ghosts. Just for a moment, in the incredulous gazes of the 2 gargoyles, the black shadow suddenly rushed towards the 2 gargoyles. It was accompanied by a loud bang. The 2 gargoyle heads were set into the wall in droves. The shimmering black figure returned to normal, and it was none other than the manager. At this point, the manager's face was filled with rage and murder. His face twisted in madness. So what if it's a happy community? It's time to fight as much as you fight. The Scarlet Zoo hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. The big deal is to ask for help from Lord Shen. Ms. Shen, absolutely not to be bullied. The loud noise just now also caused quite a few people to gather around. Damn it! The 2 ghosts that were beaten were instantly furious. Just you wait. I'll shake the ghosts right away. You Scarlet Zoo. Happy community, will surely step on it today. Upon hearing these words, the ghosts and goblins in the restaurant were startled. Countless ghosts and monsters instantly picked up their plates of food and left the Scarlet Zoo. The Scarlet Zoo is not as good as the happy community, but it would be absolutely amazing to have a real fight. Maybe before the fight even started, the little ghosts and monsters, would be killed by the aura. They come to the restaurant for no other reason than to pretend to be in front of humans. If anything else, they don't have the guts, much less the strength. In the blink of an eye, the restaurant was then down to just 3 gargoyles and 1 other person. Hearing voices, the head chef, wearing a white coat stained red with blood and topped with a white hat, stepped out with an annoyed look on his face and shouted, "What's going on? What kind of person dares to make trouble in my restaurant's territory? Is it because you want to die?" The head chef was a butcher in life and had a particularly bad temper. At first the head chef is in a 2-star replica, running his own little restaurant on his own. Heaven forbid. Anyway, once you enter its restaurant, no matter how powerful you are, it has to say what it wants. But it then met a man who was like a god. The man was only a mere shadow ghost level, yet he nearly tore through his restaurant. The head chef is a ghost who worships the strong. The decision to follow that man was made immediately. Then, the head chef's copy was incorporated into the Scarlet Zoo. Coupled with its temperamental nature, almost no ghosts or monsters dared to cause trouble at the Scarlet Zoo restaurant. This guy doesn't care if it's a human or a ghost. Just mess with it and the machete comes right over. Just walked out. The head chef then saw the 2 gargoyles with their heads stuck in the wall, and the manager not far away. It was just about to speak, but when it saw Shen Mengyu, the entire ghost froze in place. Its fishy red eyes were full of shock as it looked at Shen Mengyu. Head gardener. The head chef immediately ran next to Shen Mengyu, but the more it looked, the less it could do. I don't think the head gardener is a woman. Is she? But why is the head gardener in front of me a woman? Murphy, the head gardener has had a sex change? Accompanied by a furrowed brow, Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke. This is my brother's identity card. My brother is the head gardener. The words came out. The head chef suddenly dawned on me. No wonder I said why I didn't recognize it. So it's the head gardener's sister. Ha ha, grows up really fast. Not bad. I was looking at you when you were only palm-sized. Now it's even taller than me. The manager couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're so full of Lord Shen, who only met a year ago. When did he know about other people's sisters? Shen Mengyu smiled with her mouth obliterated. Good day, Uncle Chef. This is what you're going to be, my uncle. Don't regret it later. Besides, since it's my brother's connections, it's a good idea not to rub it in. At these words, the head chef was overjoyed. It doesn't match the bloodstained clothes at all. Head gardener? The two ghosts heard this and laughed coldly. So what if you're the head gardener? Doing more than that is only at the Lee Ghost level. We Happy Community has more than 70 Lee Ghost levels. Is it possible that we are still afraid of you? I urge you to apologize to us before our ghosts come, or it'll be too late to regret it later. The Scarlet Zoo was nothing more than an ant in their eyes. It's no wonder why they haven't been afraid until now. I won't allow you to defile Lord Shen. When the head chef heard this, he became enraged and was about to rush forward with his machete. But just then, a crack appeared over the restaurant. Inside the official Thriller World livestream, the pop-ups went crazy. Holy, a copy teleportation rift? The Happy Community is here. I feel like it's going to be over. The identity of the gardener doesn't work at all. Scarlet Zoo, this copy stepped down actually good. This copy is simply hell mode. Also just this time these students rush coincidentally. The difficulty of the Scarlet Zoo copy dropped just. I still want to be Mengyu's sister-in-law. Upstairs, what time is it to dream? Chapter 10, you're cute. Night level ghosts are allowed to cross copies. In other words, the one on the opposite side of the rift was at least of the liege level. This time, the Scarlet Zoo had sort of met a tough match. Although Scarlet Zoo can be ranked in the top 20 globally, but those are watered down. There are thousands of Daxia copies, and the Scarlet Zoo is actually nothing if you go by the true level of danger. The real danger is the ones that don't make the list. The Happy Community is one of them. It's not a copy, but it's much scarier. Something that makes ghosts and monsters feel scared. In the world of Daxia thrillers, Happy Community's copy spans close to a quarter of the world. Outside of Daxia is where the copies are even more numerous. The manager's dry head got a little serious. It touched the head chef's arm and spoke. You go call Lord Shen. Lord Shen should be able to solve these problems. The head chef froze. Wasn't it you who called Lord Shen? I don't have Lord Shen contact information. Manager. This can't be ing cold. If they couldn't contact Lord Shen, then they couldn't beat the Happy Community. Suddenly, the two ghosts looked at Shen Mengyu in unison. Lord Shen's sister must have Lord Shen's contact information, right? Shen Mengyu took out her cell phone and pointed to the no signal on it. Thriller World isolated the outside. My phone is useless. Just then, a gargoyle slowly came out of that crack. Ghostbuster in Lolita. Lolita? No, that's not the right picture. How can Ghostbusters still wear Lolita? Next moment, a young girl dressed in Lolita with white skin, a pair of watery eyes, and a sweet and lovely looking ghost appeared in front of the crowd. Not only that, she had a lollipop in her mouth. It's you two losers who can't handle buying food? She ignored the manager and his entourage and walked up to the two gargoyles' face. Viciously. This time the Lord has asked me to take good care of her sister. At the same time the one who received this mission is also the Yujing village next door which the Lord himself is in charge of. Letting you guys buy a food can't even be bought properly. Do you guys want us to lose to the Yujing village? The two gargoyles were too frightened to lift their heads. Not a word, trembling with fear at the sight of these two gargoyles. Am I that scary? The young girl frowned and looked at Shen Mengyu. Human, do you think I'm scary? This scene made the Thrill World live pop-ups not be able to calm down. Holy? Why haven't I encountered ghosts and monsters like this before when I went to my copy of Thrill World? This is not a copy. This is clearly heaven. A bunch of men who change their minds when they see a good one. And it's true that all men are the same bear. Are all the ghosts and goblins in the Happy Community like this? I'd like to go in and stay there. I was just planning on working out. Absolutely nothing else. Upstairs, you wouldn't get next to you if you had the chance. I'll go first. You're all just seeing the surface. Maybe this ghost is not actually like that at all? It's specialized in deceiving people. I don't care. I'm willing to be lied to. At the same time, inside Thrill World, asked so by the young girl. Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. You are not scary. Very cute. She wasn't sure if that was the right way to describe a ghostly creature that had been of the night level. Subsequently, she gripped the white jade pendant in her hand. If there was danger, she would immediately take out this white jade pendant and escape. This thing could withstand attacks below the night ghost level. And it shouldn't be difficult to withstand this young girl, being praised so much by Shen Mengyu. The young girl smiled softly. Really? Shen Mengyu nodded slightly. Suddenly, subconsciously, his hand didn't hold it steady, and the jade pendant accidentally fell to the ground. The crisp voice came. Shen Mengyu, Shen Mengyu, why are you so confused? You're a failure. Shen Mengyu's heart tightened. It's over. Everyone on the air was also very nervous. Holy, it's been discovered. Will my goddess dream reign be alright? Shouldn't a bigot show up at this point? Why isn't there one? Do you think this is a novel or a TV show? How can there be a plot like that? I'm losing my goddess. The pop-ups refreshed like crazy. In the meantime, inside the world of thrillers, the young girl also saw the white jade pendant at Shen Mengyu's feet. Her exquisite little face froze for a moment. Immediately after that, she took out a white jade pendant from her pocket as well. Shen Mengyu? This young girl has a jade pendant just like mine? The manager was a little confused. This jade pendant was given to Miss Shen by Lord Shen. It's supposed to be unique. But why does this young girl in front of me even have one? The head chef on the side was thinking about how to protect Miss Shen, and completely missed the incident. Subsequently, the young girl walked to Shen Mengyu's feet and picked up the one jade pendant. Probably because of its good quality, the jade pendant did not break. She made a serious comparison. Then he took out a photo from his pocket, and his eyes looked seriously at Shen Mengyu, gradually becoming shocked. Your Lord Shen's sister? The words came out. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. You mean my brother Shen Fei? The young girl's eyes lit up and her delicate face began to get excited. That's right then. Lord Shen asked us to take good care of you. It's not too late. Come with me. What? It wasn't just the two ghosts and monsters behind the young girl that were filled with shock. The manager was also a little incredulous. Shen Mengyu, however, was a bit confused. It seems one's guess was right. The guy who had gone to her house earlier to apologize for the gift was definitely related to the happy community in front of her. What else was his brother hiding from him? The Scarlet Zoo director had shocked her enough at first. I didn't realize there was a happy community now. It's still full of bigots. Lord asked her, is this really the little ancestor Lord Shen was talking about? One of the shadow ghosts behind the young girl was a bit incredulous and spoke with a trembling voice. You can feel that it's very scared at this point. Nothing else. Because it was just about to buy the little ancestor in front of it to use as food. The key thing is that this food is still for Lord Shen's little ancestor. Almost bought the little ancestor yourself? That shadow ghost was now overwhelmed with fear in his heart. It had a vague feeling that it was likely to get cold. The young girl seemed to think of something when she saw such a scared shadow ghost. She looked at shadow ghost with a strange look on her face. The food, you say, is a little ancestor? Shadow ghost shuddered and nodded. At these words, the young girl was doubly speechless. You don't have any eyesight at all. She noticed Shen Mengyu from the start. A human being is protected by two ghosts and monsters, and both of them are replica core characters. I can think with my ass and know that this human is not ordinary. In your next life be a ghoul with a brain. The young girl shook her head and casually grabbed it gently, and the two shadow ghosts appeared in front of Shen Mengyu. Let's make you all worthwhile for once before you die, and give the little ancestor a rating upgrade. Saying that, the young girl looked at Shen Mengyu and smiled. After solving these two shadow ghosts, you can get a reward as well as a rating. Little ancestor, this is even a meeting gift from me to you. Chapter 11 Yujing Village. Thrilling world, novice player Shen Mengyu killed two shadow ghosts. Soon a message appeared to students who were attending other copies. The students who were hiding in the corner saw the message and were dumbfounded. We're still there hiding from the ghosts, and someone already dared to slay them? This Shen Mengyu is also too brave, isn't she? Is this really our classmate? Holy, this is too awesome. I'm being coy in thriller world, and you're going straight for the heavy hitters. Sure. So there's such a big gap between people. Low self-esteem. Brothers. In the meantime, the crowd in the live broadcast room also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The pop-ups were a frenzy of scrolling. Holy holy holy. Happy community is also Goddess Dream Rain's family? Holy, can you not be so showy? I'm really convinced why people's brother can be so good. Why? It's really absolute. I thought Goddess Dream Rain was going to be cold, but I didn't expect a reversal anyway. Thank you, Shoestring, for serving me your no good brother once again. Upstairs, how's your brother? Can't die. Tough guy. I want to be Goddess Dream Rain's sister-in-law again. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu froze for a moment as she looked at the Thriller World's broadcast message. So the world of thrillers can be like this? Well, little ancestor, why don't you come back to the happy neighborhood with me? The young girl looked at Shen Mengyu and said with a happy face, our happy community has even prepared a welcome ceremony for you. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke with some hesitation. My copy should be over, right? I should go out now. She would like to visit the happy community. It's just that by this time her copy should be over. She should be out. The young girl had not yet spoken. The manager couldn't help but speak from the side. Excuse me, are you also Lord Shen's ghost? It knew that Lord Shen was extremely mysterious, but it hadn't thought that the happy community spanning Generation Daxia and overseas was actually Lord Shen's as well. How mysterious is Lord Shen? It was too scared to think about it now. The young girl glanced at the manager and did not answer it, but only spoke. Lord Shen mentioned you to me. Lord Shen mentioned it? The manager's complexion suddenly became agitated. and withered his hand as he gripped the young girl, hastily asking, "What did Lord Shen say?" It seemed to realize something was wrong. The manager immediately let go of his hand with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. Honestly, it's not often that someone gets excited at the sight of a manager. The only one who could make the manager excited was Lord Shen." "It's okay." The young girl shook her head. "Lord Shen said that if you managed the Scarlet Zoo better, he would consider letting you take over a bigger copy." It was obvious that Shen Fei still valued the manager. The manager couldn't help but get exuberant when he heard this. "I'll do a good job. There's only one way to get promoted if you want to thrill the world's ghosts and monsters. Scare the humans who enter the world of thrillers. The more scared they are, the more fear points the thriller world copy do ghosts can earn, so that they can be elevated." Subsequently, the young girl ignored the excited manager and instead looked at Shen Mengyu with a smile on her face. "I can take you to the other copies so that you won't be unable to go because the copies are over." Shen Mengyu was a little hesitant. Just then, once again, a crack appeared over the restaurant. An immortal-looking woman wearing a long white dress with skin like cream slowly walked out from the crack. Lin asked her, "You're quite fast." The woman looked at the young girl with cold eyes and spoke. The young girl turned out to be called Aster Lin. Shen Mengyu was slightly dazed. Lin Aster looked at the woman and shook her head with a helpless face. "Honestly, really don't want to see you." The woman glanced at the young girl with a cold face and ignored her. Then she noticed Shen Mengyu and opened her mouth to ask, "You are Lord Shen's sister?" "Ha?" Shen Mengyu looked puzzled. "What the hell? How come they all know me? And they all know my brother?" How good her own brother really is in the thriller world is beyond her. In front of her, this sister who had just arrived, Shen Mengyu knew with a single guess that the twinning was also at the start of the liege level. All of a sudden 2 night ghost level ghosts appeared in front of her. "Where are the promised few night class ghosts? Come with me. I'm from Yujing Village, one of the forces of the thriller world that Lord Shen founded." When the woman saw where Shen Mengyu was staring, she immediately concluded that this was Lord Shen's sister. Accompanied by the woman saying out the 3 words Yujing Village, the Thrill World live stream exploded. The pop-ups were even more explosive. Yujing Village? The one that was named one of the most mysterious places in thriller world? It is said that there is a ghost king in Yujing Village. Holy brothers, I'm stupid. Isn't this background of Goddess Dream Reign too big? There was the Scarlet Zoo Living Road and Happy Community in the past, and now a Yujing Village has popped up. This is too outrageous. Is this really Thriller World Live? Sure it's not a casting live? 3 beautiful women in the same frame at once, and 2 cow sprites? If you don't tell me upstairs I forgot I was watching Thrillist Live. I did not expect. The original Ghosts and Monsters real face value is so beautiful. Who said that people and ghosts are different? The next time to enter the copy I have to try to be able to do. Holy, tough guy upstairs. I'm convinced. In the meantime, inside the copy, Shen Mengyu hesitated. She wanted to go to the power that her brother had started and to the happy community. Think again. Shen Mengyu looked at the white-skirted woman and smiled faintly. "I'll go to Yujing Village next time I'm free. This time I want to go to the happy community." She felt that Lin Aster was gentler, just as gentle as she is. To be precise, it was Shen Mengyu who wanted to find herself a sister-in-law. Aster Lin seems to fit right in. The white-skirted woman sighed. "Alright then, this is my jade pendant to protect you if you are ever in danger again in our thrilling world." With that, he took out a black jade pendant from his pocket. Like obsidian, it glows and shines. Shen Mengyu received the jade pendant and after thanking her, she followed Lin Aster and left the Scarlet Zoo. The live feed screen went black as well. Shen Mengyu's copy of the Scarlet Zoo. Over. After leaving the Scarlet Zoo, Lin Aster took her through several copies. Road. Shen Mengyu felt a little new. No more fear at all. It really backs up what she said. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. Have to say, his own brother took care of himself a bit comprehensively. She thought her brother didn't know about entering the thrill world. Lin Aster took Shen Mengyu and flew all the way. Less than a moment. Happy community. Here it is. Chapter 12, this is the real strength of his brother. This place seems a little familiar to me. Looking at these desolate and gloomy buildings in front of her, Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned and murmured. She always had the feeling that she had seen this place before. Just don't know where it is anymore. Because of the access to the rest of Thriller World, the replica livestream doesn't go live here. Live water friends don't judge the happy community anymore. Seeing Shen Mengyu's puzzled look, Lin Aster smiled. Isn't it still quite familiar? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment and nodded without thinking. It is indeed familiar. Do you remember that rotten building that disappeared in your neighborhood? Lin Aster's crisp voice came in her ear. Rotten building? These words caused Shen Mengyu's petite body to tremble. 2 years ago, someone developed real estate not far from their neighborhood, and at first it seemed to be called Happy Community. Shen Fei also told Shen Mengyu cheerfully at that time that once the house was built, he would take himself to buy a house and have a small home belonging to them. Unfortunately, the real estate company ran out of business halfway through the development, and that place went to. Later, as Thrill World came along, that rotten building also disappeared without realizing it. She looked at Lynn Astor with some incredulity. Sister, are you saying that this happy community is the rotten building that disappeared at that time? At first she thought someone had torn it down overnight. I didn't realize it was into the world of thrillers. Didn't expect that. Did you? Lynn Astor smiled and nodded. The happy community was an abandoned engineering neighborhood that was later pulled into the middle of Thriller World by the appearance of Thriller World. Actually, a lot of Thriller World used to be real world stuff. Although the happy community used to be an abandoned mess, it's long since been taken care of by some ghosts and goblins. Coupled with the entry of us stern-level ghosts, a force has unknowingly formed here. These words shocked Shen Mengyu greatly. The famous happy community used to be so down and out. Think again. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but ask. Then you guys didn't know my brother at first, right? She still wanted to inquire about her brother. Until now, she had felt a bit dazed. Always feel this look, brother. It's so cool. It's not like Shen Fei at all. The matter of Lord Shen. Lynn Astor sighed. Actually, happy community was enemies with Lord Shen a year ago. At that time, we were on very bad terms with the Yujing village under Lord Shen's hand, and had a big fight. However, at that time, Yujing village was not strong, and was even defeated by us, so we thought that we, happy community, would be able to annex Yujing village, but we did not expect Lord Shen's appearance to completely reverse the situation. Lord Shen single-handedly challenged more than 70 of our liege-class ghosts, yet he didn't lose a single step, and even managed to press us. In the end, the happy community lost, and we even went to send gifts to Lord Shen to apologize. But Lord Shen's approach is really admirable. Not only did he not confiscate the gifts, but he also gave us happy community a lot of things, and slowly we became a power under Lord Shen's command. These words were really unbelievable to Shen Mengyu. Is this what your brother is really capable of? One person single-handedly fighting over 70 ghosts and monsters? It's not even close. That's an outrageous amount of combat power on my brother's part. What exactly is my brother's strength? A ghost general? Shen Mengyu looked at Lynn Astor blankly. Ghost general? Lynn Astor laughed. You're looking down on Lord Shen too much. There's a ghost king in all of Yujing village, and that ghost king has to listen to Lord Shen. We don't know what strength Lord Shen is. We only know that when he fights he never uses more than one move. He basically doesn't use a second move and his opponent is already dead. Ghost king? This time it was Shen Mengyu's turn to be dumbfounded. The ghost king is surprisingly all under his brother's command? It seems like my brother really did keep a lot to himself. Shen Fei, let's see what I'll ask you when I get home. Shen Mengyu secretly said in her heart. You don't tell your cute sister about something so big? It's so infuriating. There's Shen Fei who's a brother like that. Just then, as Lynn Astor spoke, she suddenly brightened up. She looked at Shen Mengyu with gusto. Say, does Lord Shen have a girlfriend? No. Shen Mengyu shook her head repeatedly. My brother is delivering takeaways every day. He doesn't have time for a girlfriend. Suddenly, Shen Mengyu grew her small mouth and looked at Lynn Astor. Sister, you won. Shu. Lynn Astor hurriedly covered Shen Mengyu's mouth. Don't tell anyone about this matter. At this moment, Lynn Astor's face became scarlet, with that look of a neighborly sister. Shen Mengyu was a bit dumbfounded. She paused and spoke. Sister, truth be told, I came to the happy community with you because I thought you would be a good fit to be my sister-in-law. That's a lot of words. It made Lynn Astor a bit incredulous. Really? Aha! Really, sis? Ha ha, I'll fight to be your sister-in-law then. The two had entered the happy community as they talked and laughed. The happy community has been set up in a very earthly way at this point. All kinds of colored lights, and festive couplets and such. A place where a bunch of ghosts and goblins live. And it's so well decorated. This one looks like it's been talked about a lot. Lynn Astor had just entered the happy community, and hundreds of ghosts and monsters suddenly chimed out. Astor, how's it going? Has the little ancestor been invited yet? Quickly let me see what the little ancestor looks like. Is he as handsome as Lord Shen? You silly ghost. Little ancestor isn't a guy. He's supposed to be pretty. Wrong. It should all mean the same thing. God damn, it all means the same thing. Is the little ancestor here yet? The chicken I stole from the copy next door has been stewed in a big iron pot. Stealing? Are you sure? You clearly snatched it back. And the owner of the copy didn't want to give it to you. And you even gave the owner of the copy a beating. That's better than you. You're wiping out other people's copy groups for a fish. And what's wrong with that? Is there a problem with me inquiring about my little ancestor's favorite? Hundreds of ghosts and monsters surrounded Lynn Astor. All sorts of problems. Most of them asked if the little grandparents had come. It's a scary scene. 2. If those people in the live stream were to see it, they would be absolutely dumbfounded, because there are more than 70 severe ghosts in here, and there are even more ghosts and monsters of the same level as the manager. The average person can see a poltergeist and tremble with fear, not to mention hundreds of ghosts and goblins. These ghosts are enough to scare some people to death. Lynn Astor was almost out of breath from the squeeze. Well, I'm here. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but speak in a small voice. Moment. The entire happy community fell silent. All the ghosts and monsters looked at Shen Mengyu. Less than a second, the happy community immediately blew up. Chapter 13, Shen Fei, the delivery boy. In the meantime, Yujing Village. The white-skirted woman returned to Yujing Village with a downcast face. The same scene is equally played out here. Thousands and hundreds of ghosts and monsters came before the woman in the white dress. Sister Chuiwei, did Lord Shen's sister come? What sister? That's our Yujing Village honored guest. Little ancestor. Yeah. I even went next door to the copy and grabbed a stuffed animal for my little ancestor. You're nothing. I looted a copy of the playground specifically with the intention of giving it to my little ancestor. Holy atmosphere. Next time I'm going to find a better copy of the playground than you did. Looking at the agitated ghosts and monsters in front of him, Yi Chuiwei shook her head inside. She followed the ghosts and monsters of the happy community. The words came out. The excited ghostman froze in his tracks. Little Joe didn't come? Just then, an elderly ghostly-looking old woman came out, looking kind and friendly, and asked, "Did you go in cold?" The question baffled a number of ghosts. Does being cold have anything to do with it? Yi Chuiwei also froze for a moment at the question. She nodded. I can't stand looking at Aster Lin. The words were not finished. The ghostly granny sighed. You should consider Lord Shen's sister. Lord Shen's sister is only 18 years old this year. Such a little girl. If you go with a cold face, she must be afraid of you. I guessed correctly that the happy community went to Aster Lin, didn't I? Yi Chuiwei pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Aha. Looks like my guess was right. If it wasn't for Lin Astor, you wouldn't have gone in cold. The ghostly granny had a helpless look on her face. Although both of you like Lord Shen, you still need to learn from Lin Astor in dealing with people. It's not hard to hear from these words. Yi Chuiwei was cold because she liked Lord Shen and met her love rival Lin Astor. Let's invite the youngest ancestor over next time. The ghostly granny shook her head and left the place one step at a time on her crutches. The other ghosts lamented and dispersed. Yi Chuiwei looked at a jade pendant in her hand, slightly dazed. That jade pendant was also given to her by Shen Fei. Is it the wrong way to treat a love interest? Yi Chuiwei couldn't help but murmur. Blue Star. The real world. Numerous ghosts and spirits have escaped because copies of the students of the 4th high school were torn apart. There's no one left at the 4th high school now. Sometimes there were a smattering of 2 or 3 other students who came back alive from Thriller World, but they were all given a safe ride out of the school by the Special Services Command. Attention! All teams, clear the school building first. Holding a rusty-looking long sword in his hand, Team Leader Zhao led the way into the school. The long sword is a reward obtained from completing a copy from Thrill World. These are specifically designed to deal with ghosts and monsters in the middle of the Thriller World. Only a few intercom voices came from the Cold School building. Group 1 copy. Unit 2 copy. Unit 4 copy. Everyone nervously sifted through the school building. These ghosts and monsters are cunning in the world of thrillers. Not to mention the escape from Thriller World. But, just then, a sudden sharp voice came over the intercom. A group reports that I have a man in a takeout costume, followed by a ghostly scream, then disappeared into thin air, and the ghost is gone. Unit 2 reporting. We are experiencing the exact same situation as Unit 1. Group 4 reporting. So are we. The rush of intercom voices froze Team Leader Zhao in his tracks. Someone's destroying ghosts in the school building? But why don't they know? It's hard to believe that that man wasn't from the Secret Service Command. Just when everyone was on edge, the ghosts of the school building have long since been eliminated. It took less than a minute. Team Leader Zhao looked at the absence of traces of ghosts on the compass in front of him that was specially designed to detect ghosts and monsters. And the whole person was dumbfounded. He couldn't think fast enough and took a deep breath. Attention all groups. We may have met someone high up. The school ghosts and monsters have already been eliminated. Let's gather immediately and go elsewhere to eliminate the ones that escaped. Along with the voice coming from the other end of the walkie-talkie, Team Leader Zhao then evacuated the place. Time waits for no one. One more second that the ghosts and monsters are in River City. Someone is in danger. Urgent action is required. In the meantime, on the roof of the school building, a takeout boy in a hungry knot costume slowly took off his mask. A clear-eyed, jade-like young man's appearance leaked out. He looked at the devastated school building and frowned. I didn't realize that ghosts and monsters could tear down copy barriers on their own. So it looks like the plan may have to be advanced. Although the school building is already safe, Dream Rain is still in danger if she leaves the copy from here. Let's move the copy exit to the house. With that, the teenager sighed and started to move. The teenager was none other than Shen Fei. Only Shen Fei slowly moved his hands, and a void crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The other end of the crack is none other than the happy neighborhood. Shen Fei's eyes were as calm as water, and with just a gentle grasp, the void rift instantly disappeared and turned into a beacon that appeared in Shen Fei's home. Not a single ounce of energy was expended in the entire process. After handling it, Shen Fei silently read, "System, show me. Inside Thrill World. Happy neighborhood." Shen Mengyu looked at the many ghosts and monsters surrounding her, and for a moment, she was a bit at a loss for words. "Little ancestor, this is my gift to you. One touch from a lich-level ghost or below and you're dead. Little ancestor, look at the copy I snagged for you. Come with us and be the big copy boss. My little ancestor, try the chicken I specially grabbed from the other copies. It's especially tender. Ahem. Little ancestor, I don't have anything else to give you, but I've found a few ghostly minions just for you. They can follow you out of your copy and keep you safe. Yours are all too trashy. Look at my little ancestor. A night class machete, a 999. Countless ghosts and monsters struggled and grabbed for Shen Mengyu's gift. If this were to let those water friends in the live broadcast see it, they would definitely be shocked and unable to eat for 3 days. When had the usual copy of the vicious and unrelenting night class ghosts been so nice, even being that friendly to a human? Too bad they can't see it. Lin Aster helplessly held her forehead. These guys. Suddenly, next moment, a deafening voice came. Don't scare your little ancestors. Get in 2 lines and stand still. The words came out. Sure enough, it worked. The other ghosts and goblins immediately spread out and lined up in 2 lines. And a path was left out in the middle, only to see that the old woman who had been wearing a flowery coat came from a short distance away. And, with a flat face, he looked at Shen Mengyu. The expression was as if he was looking at his own granddaughter. Chapter 14, Leaving the Copy. Let me introduce to you. This is the most vocal ghost woman in our happy community. Lin Aster spoke softly in Shen Mengyu's ear. Shen Mengyu drifted off. If the guess is right, this is the happy community boss, right? This made Shen Mengyu smile. Hello grandma. Aha. Then say hello yourself. Grandma good? The ghostly granny froze when she heard this. Shen Mengyu's heart thumped when she saw the ghost granny's appearance. Is it hard to guess wrong? Is this a grandpa? Before Shen Mengyu could say anything, the ghost granny burst out laughing. This little girl has a sweet mouth. Much better than Aster. She doesn't even call me grandma. Aster Lin. What the hell? I didn't say anything and I'm still getting laid? Lin Aster sighed helplessly in her heart. Not calling her grandma because of her age. Over 400 years old himself. Only no one knew the secret. And she hadn't told anyone about it. That's why the ghosts thought she was only 18. Earlier in the replica, she was asked her age and was torn apart one by one. It follows from this. Never ask a girl her age. Otherwise asking about night-level ghosts could be a problem. It's a dead end. Come on. Here's a gift Grandma got just for you from the Thrill World Hell Valley. Take it. As soon as the ghost granny held Shen Mengyu's hand, she gave Shen Mengyu a small sword. This small sword was only a few centimeters in size, and the whole thing was jade white without a single flaw. Very clean. But Lin Aster froze. She looked at Granny Ghost and couldn't help but speak. You went to Hell Valley? The world of thrillers is not as simple as it seems. There's a lot more to Thriller World than just a few copies. Some of these places are undiscovered. And some are just extremely dangerous places where not many ghosts and monsters dare to go. Hell's Valley is one of those discovered. Only the Hell Valley was extremely dangerous. So few ghosts and monsters dared to go there. Even the night ghost level wouldn't dare to go. Something of immense strength always popped up somewhere. And these things were not ghosts or monsters, but things that looked similar to monsters. Ghosts that were a bit below the lich level couldn't even hold up to a single punch attack from those monsters. Seeing Lin Aster reprimanding herself, instead of getting angry, the ghost granny smiled. I'm close to breaking through the ghost generals. It's fine to make a trip to Hell Valley. She knew that Lin Aster was concerned about herself. Shen Mengyu on the side didn't know about Hell Valley and was a bit confused when she heard it, so she asked Lin Aster. After learning about the Hell Valley, Shen Mengyu was startled and hurriedly handed the small sword over to the ghost granny. Grandma, this thing is where you got it from after fighting for your life. I can't have it. The dangers of Hell Valley were even several times more powerful than a full 6-star copy. This kind of gift is too expensive. Even though she knew that the ghost granny was giving it to her sincerely, she couldn't take it. The ghost granny shook her head. Just think of it as me returning Lord Shen's favor. If Lord Shen hadn't saved me at the copy in the first place, I might not even be alive right now. My brother saved Grandma? Shen Mengyu was stunned. She realized that her brother was really getting mysterious. It seems to be different than the brother he thought he had. I'm afraid what I'm seeing now is the tip of my brother's iceberg? These were the thoughts in Shen Mengyu's mind. A long time ago, Granny Ghost smiled amiably. At that time, I was still a shadow ghost, and I was almost devoured by a liege-class ghost. When Lord Shen saved me, Lin Aster was also a bit stunned. How come you haven't told me any of these things? The ghost Granny blankly glanced at Lin Aster. Who told you not to call me Granny? Aster Lin. Shen Mengyu ended up accepting the gift. The other ghosts and goblins didn't receive their gifts. None other. It's because there are too many. Besides, he was a newcomer now, so he couldn't use those things. Those copies and stuff. It's not like you're a ghost or a monster, so you can't elevate yourself with that. Suddenly, Dream Rain, you should be able to look at your rating for your first entry into the copy now. Lin Aster glanced at the time from the side and opened her mouth. 2 hours after a newcomer leaves Thrill World, the copy rating comes up. It's been 2 hours now, the ghost Granny instantly reminded. You should hurry up and look at the time of the next entry into the copy. Shen Mengyu hummed and summoned out the Thrilling World system using the method that Lin Aster had told her. Next moment, Shen Mengyu's personal information then appeared before her own eyes. This is something only she can see. Player, Shen Mengyu. Level, Shadow Ghost Intermediate. Status, Director of the Scarlet Zoo. Endurance, 28. Power, 15. Sensitivity, 24. Stamina, 18. Click to see the first Thrill World copy rating and when the next copy will be available. Shen Mengyu ordered the last choice. Player, Shen Mengyu. Copy, Scarlet Zoo. System rating, S+. Reward, Ghost Coin *50. Shadow Ghost Class Long Sword. The next time to enter the duplicate will be 1 day later. After reading it, Shen Mengyu looked at Lin Aster with some confusion. Sister, what is a ghost coin? This is something she doesn't seem to know about. It's the currency of the Thrillist world. Lin Aster continued to explain. You can use ghost coins to buy things, and as long as you have a lot of money, you can buy your way through those ghosts and goblins inside the copy so that they don't eat you. And this ghost coin contains the ghost chi that we ghosts need. And those who go out alive from the Thrill World can also absorb the ghost chi and use it to cultivate and improve themselves. It's the second way to elevate yourself besides ghosts and monsters by scaring people. Shen Mengyu drifted off. However, the ghost Granny hurriedly said from the side. So when are you going to go to the next copy? The world of thrillers is dangerous and varied. She was very worried about Shen Mengyu entering the new copy. There's still a day left. Shen Mengyu smiled. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm sure I'll be fine. Besides, maybe my brother is secretly protecting me. Hearing her brother, the ghost woman's then put her heart down. Yeah, Lord Shen would never let his sister go unattended. After all this talk, the big meal is ready too. Shen Mengyu feasted at the happy community. These ghosts and monsters that normally fed on humans were actually eating the food that humans ate at this time. It's really rifling. It was all because of Shen Mengyu. Precisely because of Shen Fei. After eating and drinking enough, Shen Mengyu said goodbye to the ghost Granny and Lin Aster. Although Granny Ghost wanted Shen Mengyu to stay and play a little longer, Shen Mengyu still wanted to go home more. It's time to leave the copy. I wonder what my brother is doing at this time. Did you wait for yourself to come home? It was accompanied by a bright flash of light in front of him. Shen Mengyu opened her eyes again and found herself downstairs in her own neighborhood. It was getting late. Why am I downstairs in my house? Shen Mengyu frowned. These should be related to brother. Whatever. Let's go home first. Shen Mengyu clenched her small white fists, took a deep breath, and must ask Shen Fei a clear question at home. Chapter 15, A Letter from My Brother. Back home. Warm and inviting with bright incandescent lights illuminating all corners of the home. Familiar everything. None of it has changed. The familiar scent of perfume filled the home. It came from Shen Mengyu's room. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Mengyu directly came to Shen Fei's room. Looking at this one door that was familiar and incomparable in the beginning, Shen Mengyu was suddenly a little nervous at this time. After experiencing Thrill World, she wondered if her brother was the same brother he had been in the beginning. Brother, are you there? Shen Mengyu suppressed her rapid heartbeat and asked. The room was silent. Is Murphy's brother still delivering? Just as Shen Mengyu was puzzled, there was a sudden noise from her room. Xiao Yu, here's a letter I left for you. A letter left by my brother? Shen Mengyu didn't wait to think, so she flew her little feet towards her room. Only, at this time, the room was completely different from when Shen Mengyu had just left the room. The room that had been cluttered had long since been cleaned up. Don't even think about it. It must be my brother's doing. A warm current surged from Shen Mengyu's heart. In the meantime, her eyes looked at her computer screen and froze for a moment. Nothing else. Playing on it was a video recorded by his own brother. On top of the computer desk, there was a small wooden box. The video was played on repeat, and Shen Mengyu had just happened to hear the words at the beginning of the video. Shen Mengyu hurriedly ran to the computer and dragged the progress bar. came to the same screen that just started playing. A handsome teenage boy with a teenage look appeared in the computer screen. It's the brother. Shen Mengyu's heart was somewhat touched. At this time, Shenfei wasn't wearing a takeout clerk's clothes, but changed into a black robe that looked high and noble. Background: this is still in Shen Mengyu's room. It seems to be a video recorded on Shen Mengyu's computer. The insignia on top of the black robe instantly attracted Shen Mengyu's attention. Scarlet Zoo ID tags. Shen Mengyu hurriedly took out the one identity card in his pocket. Exactly the same. Just then, Shenfei inside the computer screen spoke. Rain, if you've seen this video, it means you've come out of Thriller World alive and have learned something about me. I read the message you gave me on your way to Thrill World, and it's still as stupid and naive as ever. I'm sorry I didn't tell you ahead of time about some of the things about me within Thrill World. As you can see, your brother and I are not so simple as an ostensible delivery boy. As for my identity, I can't tell you just yet. All you need to know is that our family has a particularly high status in the Thriller World. Silly? My brother went so far as to call himself stupid. Shen Mengyu was a bit angry at first. But, when I heard Shenfei say our family, Shen Mengyu was a little touched again. But, immediately after, Shenfei's eyes suddenly became heavy. The tone became serious as well, as if there was something big to say. Listen carefully, Xiaoyu. Next I say the first sentence are very important. If you can't remember, you must watch the video twice more. Then delete the video. Don't let the third person know the content of the video. The always gentle Shenfei suddenly became so serious in his speech. Shen Mengyu's heart suddenly became nervous. What could make brother so serious? Shen Mengyu immediately sat down, her eyes tightly looking at the computer screen. Shenfei also spoke at this time. If it's no surprise, you already know one of the two forces, the Yujing village or the happy community. But I have to tell you that there are spies from overseas forces among these two forces, so don't trust any of your ghosts or monsters until I've investigated the spies clearly. While you were in the duplicate, one of the duplicates in your school was torn apart by ghosts and dozens of ghosts and monsters ran out and are still in certain corners of Jiangchang, so you shouldn't go to the school lately either. There is one other critical issue that concerns all of Blue Star, and that is that Thrill World is expanding uncontrollably. As early as a year ago, I realized that something wasn't quite right in Thriller World, and that certain copies of it appeared to have a rift to the real world, where ghosts and monsters could travel to the real world. I had previously estimated that it would take at least 10 years before it would affect the real world, but I didn't realize that it had already begun to do so, and in less than 3 years even, the Thriller World would have completely expanded to all corners of the blue planet, at which point, those ghosts and monsters won't have to be bound by the rules of the Thriller World, and will be able to do whatever they want in the real world. It will be a disaster then, worse than a natural disaster. For this reason I had to let you enter the Thriller World, to train yourself in advance, in order to ensure that you can stand alone in 3 years. The contents of the small wooden box is considered my Thriller World meat gift to you. The other thing is, I think the Secret Service Command has found out who I am, so if they come looking for me, just tell them that I haven't been home in the last few days, that I'm missing, and that someone will come and check in with you. I've long since begun laying out a plan for this matter of saving Daxia. It's just that these people don't know about it. Shenfei paused and was just about to continue saying something. Lord Shen, it's time to go. Just then, a female voice next to Shenfei reminded. Only Shenfei glanced at the time and nodded gently, then looked at the camera and spoke. Xiaoyu, the computer. I unplugged the network cable. After watching the video, delete it before you can plug in the network cable. Remember. Lastly, inside this wooden box on top of the computer desk is a self-defense weapon that I gave you to take with you to the next Thrill World with little to no danger. Speaking of which, the video is over. Shen Mengyu's entire body froze as she stared blankly at the computer screen. A flood of information flooded her mind. Who was that female voice that just spoke? Shenfei also brought a female to the house? Shen Mengyu sighed. It's really a case of brotherhood. He'll still bring women home. If you see your brother, you must highly recommend your brother. Aster Lin. Lin Aster fit the image of her sister-in-law very well in her mind. But, to Shen Mengyu's surprise, it turns out that the wooden box was intentionally placed in his room by his brother. My brother had known she would open the wooden box. It was too late to be moved, and suddenly I remembered my brother's advice. Shen Mengyu hurriedly deleted the video. After experiencing the Thriller World, Shen Mengyu was considered to have seen big scenes. She took a deep breath and sat down on top of the pink gaming chair. Her delicate little face was now thinking seriously about the problem. Shenfei's exhortation was very important in her opinion, especially since Thriller World is going to expand, and there are spies in Yujing village as well as the happy community. Only, why didn't brother meet and tell me? Shen Mengyu had some suspicions in her heart. The video doesn't say Shenfei either. Is it hard to believe that my brother has his own hard feelings? Chapter 16 Shen Mengyu's Dream. What is this thing my brother gave me? Shen Mengyu's attention was suddenly placed on top of the small wooden box on top of the computer desk. This time the little wooden box was many times more elaborate than the larger one, still made of rosewood. Along with Shen Mengyu turning the switch on top of the small wooden box, the small wooden box unexpectedly opened slowly by itself. Or is it automatic? Shen Mengyu looked surprised. I didn't realize my brother had all this tech. This thing should make a lot of money if you apply for a patent, right? Unfortunately, my brother's mind is on top of Thriller World. The family estate is also all over Thrill World. Shen Mengyu suddenly brightened up. If the Thriller World expands into the real world 3 years from now, wouldn't that make my brother's family fortune appear in the real world as well? You'll be a rich kid yourself by then? Aha! Thriller World's richest Missy Shen Mengyu. Oops. Shen Mengyu, what are you thinking about again? Shen Mengyu, who realized that she was thinking randomly, patted her head. Better to see what the brother's giving first. Look around. A charm appeared in front of her. Is this charm? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment at the first sight of the talisman. How can a brother have such a thing? Your own brother is not a godly man, is he? This kind of stuff does absolutely nothing at all against the ghosts and goblins inside Scary World. It was experimented with back in the day. Unfortunately, he ended up dying a horrible death in the mouth of a ghost. However, it is worth noting that below the charm is a passage written by the brother himself. That passage goes like this. This talisman was drawn by your brother with a lot of effort. Don't question your brother. There aren't only ghosts and monsters in the Thriller World. The more advanced the copy, the more creatures called monsters there are inside. And this talisman can repel them. Also, this charm can protect you from being approached by ghosts and monsters. But it's only limited to ghosts and monsters below the ghost general level. Monster? Shen Mengyu suddenly remembered. Isn't this the Valley of Hell that the happy neighborhood ghost lady was talking about? Where the monsters are huge. Not even afraid of ghosts. Where ghosts and monsters are feared. My brother has already had a magic solution. A brother is worthy of a brother. Shen Mengyu suddenly admired her brother a little. When did I grow up to be like my brother? A dream rose in Shen Mengyu's heart. That is to catch up with my brother. Aha! Cheer up, Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu secretly vowed in her heart that she would catch up with Shen Fei. Next moment, Shen Mengyu first plugged the computer into the network cable. A local forum in Jiangcheng that was opened. Didn't my brother just say that a copy of her school was ripped today? A lot of ghosts and goblins ran out inside. This is the kind of big deal a local forum can definitely see. Open the forum for a moment. A message instantly made Shen Mengyu's eyes widen. Explosive news. The sister of the Scarlet Zoo's head gardener appeared in the Scarlet Zoo replica holding an identity card. Jiangcheng Daily. Recently a man declared that the city wants to give birth to monkeys for the goddess Mengyu's hot search rushed to the local top 10. Possessing the identity card of the Scarlet Zoo's head gardener. The two mysterious forces of the happy community as well as the Thriller World of Yujing Village have all come to invite Shen Mengyu. Who exactly is this mysterious 18-year-old female high school student? You're a celebrity now? Just then, before Shen Mengyu could recover from her shock, a hot search made Shen Mengyu freeze. Jiangcheng shocking explosive news. Shen Mengyu, who appeared in the copy of the Scarlet Zoo and possesses the identity card of the head gardener, is suspected to be the illegitimate daughter of Jiangcheng's largest builder. What the hell? Yourself the illegitimate daughter of the biggest builder in Jiangcheng? It was something she didn't even know about, and neither did her brother. These days certain companies don't even have the face for heat, do they? Shen Mengyu had a bandit face. His own parents died in Thriller World ages ago. This had always been a wound that Shen Mengyu could not erase. I didn't realize that it's now a hot topic for some companies' hype. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen it when it's not human. Seeing this, Shen Mengyu directly closed the forum in anger. Even if there was some news about the 4th middle school inside the forum, it was all washed down by its own current hot search. Might as well look at my phone for a while. Look at the cell phone in your hand. Shen Mengyu froze. How could I forget? I think I can call my brother. Too much brain in a hurry for a moment. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu took out her cell phone and dialed her brother's number. That tension in his heart came again. Do, the number you have dialed is busy line. Please dial again later. In the meantime, there was a sudden ringing of the telephone from the next room. You're my eye, you little apple. The familiar and magical ringing of the phone made Shen Mengyu frown. Brother didn't take his cell phone? Should we go in and take a look? Shen Mengyu looked at the room across the corridor and thought for a moment. But it was my brother's room. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to go in by yourself. Is it? There was a series of intense internal struggles. Shen Mengyu decided to go in and take a look. What else could a brother not see in his own gentle, sweet sister? As a younger sister, I went to inspect how well my brother's room was cleaned. It's reasonable, isn't it? Aha! Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and came to Shen Fei's room. Open it gently. The door to the room was unlocked. a light scent comes to mind. The clean and tidy room is reflected in the eye section. The bookshelf, the bed, and the computer desk were all cleaned by my brother. There is no box. Just as Shen Mengyu was wondering, the ringing of the cell phone on the bed pulled Shen Mengyu back. Hang up. Shen Mengyu sighed. There's nothing to find. Brother, those boxes aren't all moved by him, are they? Nothing but my brother's cell phone. Shen Mengyu opened her brother's cell phone. The password was her birthday. On top of that, in addition to the wizards used to get in touch, there's the delivery software. Not even a program to watch videos? Brother, life is a bit primitive. Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. After thinking about it, Shen Mengyu clicked on her brother's prestige software. She wanted to see who her brother usually contacted. Days are sneaky. If it wasn't for this thrill world, he might have been kept from his brother for the rest of his life. Next moment, Shen Mengyu froze. There is only one contact inside the prestige. Shen Mengyu. This caused Shen Mengyu's delicate little face to leak a shocked look. It turns out that my brother thinks so highly of himself. Unfortunately, she didn't even understand before and thought that her brother left early and stayed late every day because he didn't want to see her. Just then, there were sudden footsteps downstairs. Her house is on the 5th floor and has only one family, not two as in other buildings, and she is usually the only one who takes the staircase. And then there's the brother. It can't be that my brother is back, can it? Just when Shen Mengyu had some doubts in her heart. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Chapter 17, Little Girl Shadow Ghost. Shen Mengyu walked to the door of the house. A glance at the cat's eye revealed that it wasn't his brother outside. Instead, it's a gargoyle. It looks like it's just a shadow ghost all the way down to the level. How dare a little shadow ghost come and bully me? Shen Mengyu wasn't afraid in the slightest and opened the door in a flash. Anyways, she'd slayed 2 shadow ghosts with little effort, only to see that shadow ghost looking at Shen Mengyu with a surprised face, as if to say, did you open it the wrong way or did I scare you the wrong way? Realizing that maybe he wasn't scaring anyone. And so, that shadow ghost immediately revealed a ferocious expression to scare Shen Mengyu. I thought this would scare Shen Mengyu into wailing. Pity. It's wrong. Shen Mengyu looked at shadow ghost with a calm face, and even wanted to laugh a little. Looking at this shadow ghost, it looks like it's just getting started. Just starting out and meeting this girl. You can only count your ghost life as unfortunate. Realizing that Shen Mengyu was laughing at herself, the shadow ghost felt embarrassed, so she spoke in a stiff, hoarse voice, I'm going to eat you. With that, he stretched out his hands and walked towards Shen Mengyu with his teeth bared. You might as well save your breath. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but laugh out. You're not enough for me to beat. That shadow ghost is kind of cute. But, shadow ghost was still unrelenting, still rushing towards Shen Mengyu. If you come any closer, I'll beat you to death. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face became serious, and without hesitation, she took out the jade pendant that the manager had handed over to her. This thing specializes in resisting attacks, and any attack below the night ghost level is ineffective. It was even possible to harden against the Ghost King for several moves, but something that Shen Mengyu didn't expect happened. After she spoke up to beat Shadow Ghost to death, Shadow Ghost was actually scared to tears. Immediately, he sat down and wailed. At the same time, the face covered by the long hair leaked out. Is it a girl? Sister bullies me. The little girl Shadow Ghost bawled. Shen Mengyu was stunned. Can it still be like this? You're a ghost. In desperation, Shen Mengyu had to take a lollipop from home and stuff it to the little girl Shadow Ghost. It should work, right? Just as Shen Mengyu frowned, the little girl Shadow Ghost really stopped crying. This made Shen Mengyu breathe a sigh of relief. She was not expecting ghosts and monsters to be like that. Too scared to scare people? That's too cowardly. Mom! Suddenly, the little girl Shadow Ghost stood up and ran into Shen Mengyu's arms, speaking in a milky voice. Shen Mengyu's face instantly stiffened, her small face scarlet. You can't call me mom. She spoke with criticism of the little girl Shadow Ghost. Why? The little girl Shadow Ghost frowned. I think you'd be perfect for my mom. The corner of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. This little girl Shadow Ghost has quite a personality. Where's your mom? I mean your mom. I'm not your mom. She thought for a moment and opened her mouth to ask. Since the little girl Shadow Ghost is around here, her mom shouldn't be far away, right? The little girl Shadow Ghost scratched her head. I don't know. All I know is that I ran out from inside a giant crack following my other brothers and sisters. Crack? Shen Mengyu understood at once. This little girl Shadow Ghost in front of him was most likely the ghost inside the copy of the 4th middle school that was torn apart. It's a better explanation for low-level copies to have such ghosts and goblins. Only what would one do with this little girl Shadow Ghost? Kill? Shen Mengyu felt that she was different from other ghosts and monsters. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and asked. The little girl, Shadow Ghost, shook her head. No. Mom, is there more of this? With that, She held out the finished lollipop stick. Shen Mengyu sighed helplessly and returned to her room to take out 2 more lollipops. Thanks, Mom. The little girl shadow ghost's eyes lit up. Don't call me Mom. Shen Mengyu blankly glanced at the little girl shadow ghost. I have to go to the duplicate tomorrow, so I'll take you then, and try to get you to the Scarlet Zoo. Thought for a moment. Shen Mengyu thought this program was very good. The little girl shadow ghost was immersed in the beautiful world of lollipops and just nodded her head perfunctorily to Shen Mengyu for a bit. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Knock knock. It's not still a poltergeist, is it? Shen Mengyu came to the door again. Is Miss Shen home? Only a tall man was seen knocking carefully at the door. Behind the man was a middle-aged man with a round belly and a fat head. After seeing the non-ghosts and monsters, Shen Mengyu opened her mouth with a wary mind and asked, Is there something wrong with you guys? Saw someone respond. The tall man was instantly delighted. It's like this, Miss Shen. We are from Jiangcheng Tianjin Group, the largest real estate company in Jiangcheng. We came to find you because we have a cooperation to discuss with you. The biggest real estate company in Jiangcheng? The one who rumored she was their illegitimate daughter? Shen Mengyu's face instantly turned cold. Rumor mongering is interesting? Such a guy. She must not give each other a good look. The tall man's expression froze, not knowing what to say, and he hurriedly looked at the fat-headed middle-aged man behind him. I am the chairman of the Tianjin Group, Zhao Tianjin. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. I don't like to hear this sentence from Miss Shen. Businessmen should pay attention to peace and harmony. As long as you cooperate with me to develop real estate in your name and advertise to the public that this is a place jointly protected by the Scarlet Zoo happy community as well as the Yujing village because of the thrilling world's existence, it's definitely a good seller. To develop real estate in her name? And to use your brother's power? This guy's drunk, right? Please leave. I don't have that in mind. And besides, the Scarlet Zoo isn't mine. It's my brother's. Shen Mengyu didn't even think about it and flatly refused. Zhao Tianjian didn't give up because of this. He just changed the conditions. How about this? You take 60%. I'll take 40%. How about it? He didn't believe that Shen Mengyu could still refuse in this situation. The population of Jiangcheng is very mobile. Besides, there are more foreigners. If you want to settle down in Jiangcheng, you will definitely consider the safety issue in the current situation where the world of thrill is frequent. At this point, if someone who is very good in the thriller world comes along and vouches for themselves, it's bound to be a big seller. Shen Mengyu frowned. Please go back. I don't need it. I can't believe this guy won't die. She hadn't even said anything about the rumor that she was her illegitimate daughter. And now it's haunting you? The words came out. Zhao Tianjian's expression became stiff. His face sank. Miss Shen, I advise you to think better of it. Rumors have been spread. The cost is where it's at. In order to spread the word that he and Shen Mengyu were illegitimate daughters, he spent a lot of money to buy out those marketing numbers. Now if Shen Mengyu didn't cooperate with herself, all that money would be wasted. If you don't leave, then I'm calling the police. Shen Mengyu didn't give a single good face. Zhao Tianjian's face was gloomy. You asked for it. Having said that, Zhao Tianjian then disappeared inside the staircase with the tall man. Shen Mengyu, however, looked puzzled. She felt that Zhao Tianjian was definitely not in his right mind. It is clear that he is looking for his own cooperation. Make half a day with his own owed him the same. Sister, I'll go scare him. Chapter 18, Disgracing Her Honor. Shen Mengyu looked at the little girl shadow ghost with a blank expression. What did you say? She kind of wondered if she was hallucinating. This little girl shadow ghost is going to scare the chairman of some group just now? Sister, I said I'm going to scare him. The little girl shadow ghost clenched her whitish little fists and looked at Shen Mengyu with a serious face. Thanks to Shen Mengyu educating this little girl properly just now calling Shen Mengyu all sister. She'd be embarrassed if she still called her mom. Only the little girl shadow ghost is going to scare that chairman thing. Sister, that man has a lot of sins on him, so if I scare him, I'm sure I can scare the crap out of him. The little girl shadow ghost was worried that Shen Mengyu didn't believe it and hurriedly opened her mouth. Scared less? Shen Mengyu held back her laughter. I don't know who was just made to cry by his own words. Finally, the little girl shadow ghost repeatedly requested. Shen Mengyu had to let it go, but tell it that if it doesn't come back by tomorrow, then you won't take it to the Scarlet Zoo yourself. The little girl, shadow ghost, readily agreed. Shen Mengyu wasn't worried about the little girl shadow ghost, even if it was just a shadow ghost. In the real world it would force ordinary people to be much more powerful. After seeing the little girl shadow ghost leave, Shen Mengyu lay down on the bed like a salted fish. What's the copy going to look like tomorrow? Shen Mengyu pondered. However, it's been less than a minute of thinking, and the phone rang. Shen Mengyu glanced at the phone number. It was the manager of her live broadcast platform. She was not considered a big anchor on the platform, but only an ordinary anchor. Usually there is little to no contact with the manager. She was approached once before when the platform wanted to sign her. She took one look at it and rejected it. It's all about bullying. You don't even have your personal freedom after signing. Of course this can't be signed. Besides, what's the point of calling her when you're not on the air right now? Shen Mengyu frowned. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu answered the phone anyway. Just answered the phone. A female voice came right over there. That, Dream Rain, have you gotten out of Thriller World yet? Shen Mengyu was heard answering the phone with a somewhat agitated tone. I'm out. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and asked, may I ask what can I do for you? The female manager over there hesitated for a moment before speaking. I wonder if you still have any intention of signing with us? Our contract this time is a cooperative one, and the revenue is all split 50-50ths. Perhaps he was worried that Shen Mengyu had refused because of the last time's overbearing clauses, so this time he took it out with full sincerity. No, I probably won't be broadcasting in the future either. Shen Mengyu chose to refuse. She was now going to go all in on Thriller World. Must catch up with my brother. As for the live stream, Thrill World has a live stream, too. It counts as a live stream, doesn't it? The female manager over there obviously didn't expect Shen Mengyu to be this answer, and froze for a few seconds before answering. Miss Shen, may I ask why you are not planning to go live? The designations have changed. Nothing else. Because of these performances of Shen Mengyu in Thriller World, it brought huge users to the live broadcast platform. Most of them came from Thrillist World Live. Shen Mengyu originally only had 200,000 followers, but now she had more than 1 million. It's gone up a full 5 times over. That's just for yesterday. If we count today, I'm afraid breaking 2 million won't be a problem. This is a huge amount of traffic. Even if one of these users sends a lollipop, the flow of water is at the level of 10 million. So the mission given to her from above was to absolutely not let Shen Mengyu go. What a price to pay to keep Shen Mengyu. Hearing the change of address to herself, Shen Mengyu was also not expecting it. I don't have any more plans to go on air for a while. And for what reason? I'm not at liberty to tell. Shen Mengyu still shook her head no. Only she didn't tell herself why she wasn't going live. She wouldn't be stupid enough to give anything away. It was discovered that Shen Mengyu had once again refused. The female manager on the other side didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately took out the highest sincerity. We are willing to take out 20% of the company's shares. What do you think of this? The manageress felt her heart bleed for her boss when she said the words. A 20% stake is not a small amount for any company. It's a complete giveaway of 1/5 of the shares. Not a dime. For nothing. The manageress couldn't believe that Shen Mengyu still disagreed like this. If it were her, she would have agreed immediately. After all, their platform is one of the top live broadcasting platforms in Daxia. No, bye. Shen Mengyu hung up the phone with determination. A part-time job? It's impossible to work part-time in this life. Her brother had so many assets in the Thriller World, and she, Shen Mengyu, had long been a small rich woman. That size cute. Still going on the air? Actually, Shen Mengyu had another reason for not wanting to go live. That is, once you go in Thrill World there is a possibility that you won't come back for days. Himself at school is the copy that goes in the morning and comes back in the middle of the night. Live streaming is not regimented. And again, Thriller Live is just as much about her Shen Mengyu. It's not the same? In the meantime, the manageress across the room froze in place as she listened to the hung-up call. Don't even want to give shares? This little girl is afraid that she has not suffered the beatings of society. Only, now she couldn't think about Shen Mengyu in time. She needed to figure out how to explain it to the top. This is a task that the boss has given himself. It can be a disaster if you don't handle it well. In the meantime, Jiangcheng Tianjian Group. Underneath the huge mansion, a business car worth several $1 million slowly stopped at the entrance of the building. A fat, middle-aged man walked down from the car, and it was Zhao Tianjian who had been rejected by Shen Mengyu. What a ing bummer. Originally thought that would agree to cooperate with us, but I didn't think that she also gave me a refusal, and the company documents also forgot to bring. Zhao Tianjian's horizontal flesh bounced up and down as he cursed with an angry face. Boss, do you want to get back at her? Just then, the tall man next to him also walked down and looked at Zhao Tianjian with a bad smile on his face. You say? Zhao Tianjian glanced at the tall man and opened his mouth. The tall man nodded and hurriedly said, as far as I know, the best way to ruin a girl is to discredit her. Disreputable? Zhao Tianjian frowned. Do you have a handle on someone? But don't forget that we still have a handle on her right now. And that's today. The words came out. The tall man shook his head at once. Only the three of us know about this, and as long as the two of us bite the bullet and deny it, there's nothing she can do to us. Saying that, the tall man leaned over Zhao Tianjian's ear and spoke. I just heard the sound of a child in her house at the door. We can take the opportunity to do so. After the plan was known by Zhao Tianjian, his eyes lit up. He immediately nodded. That's it. Chapter 19 Heroic Man. Big brother. Spare me. Zhao Tianjian, who had discussed how to deal with Shen Mengyu, was in a good mood and took a step to the company building. The tall man, on the other hand, sat in his car and began to implement the plan he had just made. It was nearing the middle of the night and there was not a single car on the road. The only bright light was the light coming from that multi-million-dollar business car. Just then, with a snap, the car suddenly stalled. The tall man put down the laptop in his hands. He frowned. Didn't it just go to the Ford store 2 days ago for maintenance? Why would it suddenly shut off? With that, he turned the car key. The sound of an engine turning came, but it won't light. The tall man froze slightly, continued to try several times and it still wouldn't fire. The tall man had no choice but to get out of the car to check out the problem. Only, underneath the car, a little girl was lying on her back somewhere. It was the little girl shadow ghost. Let you bully my sister. Looking at the tall man, the little girl shadow ghost got menacing. In the next moment, it directly pulled the tall man into the illusion. Shadow ghosts are capable of hallucinating. It's actually what's commonly known as ghosting. It's got to be something the ghosts and goblins of the thriller world would know. Less than 10 minutes, the tall man's screams came. The little girl, shadow ghost, was amused, and her aura became more and more intense. Thriller world ghost scare elevated approach. Subsequently, it came directly inside the building. Tall men were not its target. Zhao Tianjian is the real mastermind behind this. At this point, the building was empty, with only Zhao Tianjian still searching for company documents in the roof office. It took half a day of searching to find the file inside a corner. It's a ing pain in the ass. Zhao Tianjian took the file in his hand, cursed, and left the office. He'd only come for this stuff if the client didn't need it and the other guy was still a big client. Come to the elevator and press the door. The elevator, which had been blinking and running, suddenly stopped. Zhao Tianjian frowned, thinking that the elevator buttons were aging, and pressed them several times in a row. It's still all useless. The elevator is stuck on the 4th floor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll ing fire all the equipment maintenance employees tomorrow. The anger in Zhao Tianjian's heart burned again. The elevator wouldn't go, so of course we had to take the stairs. But, he's on the 38th floor. Walking down the road shall not exhaust him half to death. Without a way out, Zhao Tianjian came to the stairway. Looking at the darkened stairway, Zhao Tianjian felt a bit of fear. This thing isn't haunted, is it? The 4th middle school copy was ripped open, something he also knew about, only to inquire about it. I hear there's still a part of Ghostbusters around the corner. Ghosts and monsters are nothing. Does its thing have money like old me? Big deal. I'll just give it money. Comforting himself in his mind, Zhao Tianjian turned on his cell phone flashlight and began to descend the stairs. The staircase was extraordinarily quiet, all but silent. There was only the sound of Zhao Tianjian's footsteps descending the stairs. At first it went well, but descending to the 20th floor, something's wrong. An upstairs sound suddenly came up from downstairs. Zhao Tianjian's heart tightened and he developed a sense of withdrawal. Who comes to the office in the middle of the night? Should I go back to the office and sleep for the night myself? His office was huge and had a cubicle with a queen-sized bed in it. Supposedly it was made specifically for hard work in the middle of the night. Seemingly sensing Zhao Tianjian's intention to go back, the footsteps coming up the stairs downstairs became more and more urgent. It's close at hand. Zhao Tianjian didn't know why, but his heart suddenly sped up. He was so frightened that he didn't hesitate for a second, turned and ran upstairs, though the old man wouldn't dare go down there. But, I can afford to hide. Don't get caught by that thing. Zhao Tianjian kept praying in his heart. Just then, a voice came with a gasp. Boss, what are you running for? Next moment, the tall man's figure appeared in front of Zhao Tianjian. Wouldn't you go upstairs and ask if anyone was there? Realizing that it was a living person, Zhao Tianjian instantly cursed in anger. If there's a next time, I'll dock your salary for a month. The tall man hurriedly apologized. Not next time, boss. A month's salary, that's his life. Without a paycheck, he could barely survive in the city. Then why don't you take me down? Zhao Tianjian pointed at himself. His legs were too weak to walk now. The tall man immediately nodded and walked over to support Zhao Tianjian. The two went downstairs together. Walked for a while. Zhao Tianjian felt that the surroundings seemed to be getting colder and colder. It's like going into a freezer. Do you ever feel a little cold? Zhao Tianjian glanced at the tall man and couldn't help but ask. He said, unable to resist wrapping his shirt around him. Cold? The tall man froze. No. Weird. Zhao Tianjian scratched his head and continued to ask. How many floors are we on now? They've been walking for about 10 minutes now. By all rights it should have been fast-tracked to the first floor. Only it didn't seem to be there yet, and a glance down the stairway was still a long way off. Just then, The tall man's voice suddenly became eerie. Did you just realize that? Zhao Tianjian? Listen to the voice that doesn't belong to a tall man. Zhao Tianjian seemed to understand something. It was only a matter of time before an immediate retreat was made, away from the tall man. The tall man, however, stood there motionless. You? Who are you? Zhao Tianjian swallowed his saliva and looked at the tall man not far away. He just felt his scalp tingle now. I'm your employee boss. The tall man turned around, his voice twisting a little. The moment. He had long since not been the face of a normal person just a moment ago, but a festering face, looking at Zhao Tianjian with a sardonic smile. Boss, have you forgotten me? Zhao Tianjian had looked completely dumbfounded. No wonder he was getting cold just now. It turns out that the press next to yourself is not a human being at all. I'll you up. Zhao Tianjian picked up a brick on the side and threw it directly at the tall man. Subsequently, immediately, he turned and ran toward the stairs. Damn, why are there so many evil things tonight? Zhao Tianjian's teeth itched with anger. To say who this was all because of, it was all because of Shen Mengyu. I should have known better. Without time to think, Zhao Tianjian hastily glanced behind him to see if the tall man had chased after him. Realizing that the tall man was only a few steps away from him, he immediately sped up in fear. I'll let you chase me, for S sake, and turn around and fire you. Zhao Tianjian cursed in his heart, and the little girl playing as a tall man behind her shadow ghost had been happy in her heart for a long time. Let you bully my sister. With that, he increased his speed and immediately came in front of Zhao Tianjian. Instantaneous movement? Zhao Tianjian looked at the tall man who suddenly appeared in front of him and was shocked. He directly knelt down. Heroic man. Big brother. Spare me. Saying that, he suddenly drifted off, took out his cell phone, and hurriedly said, by the way, are you short of money? I can give you money. The tall man shook his head. Money? I don't need it. I'm just letting you know that you have to be punished for doing wrong. Punishment? Zhao Tianjian was a bit suspicious in his heart. I treated you well in the company. Where did I do something wrong? The pay and benefits are excellent. Although he flat out scolds tall men when he's not happy. Chapter 20, You've got a crush on my dad. There's no reason to target him. By definition. Looking at Zhao Tianjian's puzzled gaze, the tall man sneered. You're not talking about me. I think this guy is talking about the tall man who's out there right now crying in fear. Right? How can this compare to this shadow ghost? Not you? Zhao Tianjian didn't quite understand at first, but after freezing for a moment, he instantly understood. The guy in front of me is not even under his own command. It's played by Ghostbusters. With hindsight, Zhao Tianjian's back went cold. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would one day encounter the so-called ghosts and monsters. Since the ghost had entered the building, it meant that the tall man outside had already been taken care of by the ghost in front of him. You? What do you want? You tell me. Zhao Tianjian swallowed his saliva and asked carefully. I can give you everything except my life. Money is just outside the body now. Staying alive is the most important thing. If only it were so. Then you're old. The tall man nodded in satisfaction. Before it could finish its sentence, Zhao Tianjian immediately nodded his head, indicating that I understand. Got a crush on my wife? Ha! I'll give it to you right away. And tomorrow? No. When I get out I'll take her to get a divorce, and then you'll get married again there. Well, the comment made the little girl playing the tall man's shadow ghost freeze. What the hell? What one has to say is that it would have been better if it had been like this. Then you keep bullying my sister like this is not a solution to the problem. This guy thinks he's craving his wife? Nice guy. The little girl, shadow ghost, called out to the good guys straight away, abandoning his wife at a moment's notice. Scumbag. The little girl shadow ghost was upset in her mind. Seeing that the tall man didn't say anything, Zhao Tianjian assumed that he wasn't satisfied. He asked cautiously, You wouldn't have eyes for my dad? He said, running his chest in reassurance. If you want it, my dad and mom and aunt and uncle can give it to you. Little girl shadow ghost? Nice guy. This can't even be described as nice guy. Scumbag. Isn't that scum? How can there still be such people? The little girl shadow ghost even wanted to slap and holler at the guy, but it still didn't do anything when it thought about what my sister had told her about not just hurting people. Hold back. Next moment, the tall man looked at Zhao Tianjian and spoke with a cold face. If you bully Sister Mengyu again, I will definitely destroy you next time. After saying that, he simply disappeared into thin air. Dream Rain? Shen Mengyu? Zhao Tianjian was listening on the sidelines. This thing was really something Shen Mengyu got. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Tianjian clenched his teeth in anger. But, thinking about what that tall man had just said, Zhao Tianjian shivered. If there's a next time, you'll be cold yourself. Zhao Tianjian cringed in his heart. That scene just now almost scared him half to death. Wouldn't it be even harder if they really exterminated themselves? Think about it. Zhao Tianjian secretly swore in his heart that he would never be able to provoke Shen Mengyu in the future. Subsequently, he picked up the papers that had fallen to the floor and ran his ass off. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu was still searching the internet for some news about the Juncheng copy, though he had a lot of things to protect himself now, like a jade pendant or something. However, it's always right to do your homework ahead of time. That's one of the reasons why she excels. Creepy bus, a 4-star copy. Blood Moon Apartments, 5-star copy. Shen Mengyu looked at the contents of the copies released by the various gods above the computer and recorded them. Usually in addition to the copies that Daxia has, there are sometimes city-specific copies. That is, special copies that are only available in this city. The Scarlet Zoo is one of the special copies of River City. The Happy Community is not a replica, but it started out as a bad neighborhood in River City. The Scarlet Zoo, on the other hand, is a long-deserted zoo in Jiangcheng. Unawareness. The sky is also brightening up. After coming out from the thriller world, Shen Mengyu realized that he sometimes didn't need to rest. Just stopping for a short while, he could recover his physical strength. This would be a special ability that comes with thriller world. Shen Mengyu had already made breakfast and sat down to start eating. Only, thinking about the little girl Shadow Ghost who went out last night and hasn't come back yet, Shen Mengyu was a little worried. Just then, a petite figure appeared in front of Shen Mengyu. It's the little girl Shadow Ghost. At this time the little girl Shadow Ghost was pulling a large string of lollipops on her body and eating them with great satisfaction. Where were you last night? Shen Mengyu's face became serious. Really, speaking of the devil, the little girl Shadow Ghost scratched her little head. Went to clean up that guy. Get rid of that guy? Zhao Tianjian? Shen Mengyu rolled her eyes. Then you shouldn't have come back so late. As she said that, she saw the lollipops in the little girl's Shadow Ghost's hand. More than 100 of them. Where did you get the lollipop? She froze. He bought it for me. The little girl, Shadow Ghost, suddenly pointed to the door. Him? Shen Mengyu frowned. Who could he be? Shen Fei? But Shen Fei didn't know the little girl Shadow Ghost. Just as Shen Mengyu had a puzzled look on her face, the doorbell rang. Is Ms. Shen in? I came to apologize to you. It was Zhao Tianjian's voice. Shen Mengyu's eyes glanced at the little girl Shadow Ghost in surprise. This little girl really went to teach Zhao Tianjian a lesson? She thought the little girl Shadow Ghost was looking for an excuse to hang out. Ms. Shen, are you there, please? Zhao Tianjian's voice came again. By the sound of it, the attitude was very sincere. Shen Mengyu came directly to the door, not choosing to open it. Instead, he glanced outside through the cat's eye. Zhao Tianjian's nose was blue and swollen at this time, and there were still bruises on many parts of his body. The tall man was in the back on crutches. Not only that, there's also a whole bunch of gifts on the floor that were given. Shen Mengyu glanced at the little girl Shadow Ghost with a face full of incredulity. Did the little girl Shadow Ghost these two? Only the little girl Shadow Ghost hemmed and hawed. This smile, without even thinking about it, was made by the little girl Shadow Ghost. Shen Mengyu was instantly certain in her heart. Go away. I don't need your gifts. Only Shen Mengyu still refused Zhao Tianjian. She still didn't have a good feeling about this guy and opened her mouth coldly. The words came out. Zhao Tianjian was instantly dumbfounded as he hurriedly said, Ms. Shen, you must accept this gift, or I might not live to see tomorrow. Yesterday's experience is fresh in my mind. He didn't want to go through it a second time in his life. Shen Mengyu was silent for a moment. She was a little hesitant to let Zhao Tianjian in. But, before Shen Mengyu could say anything, Zhao Tianjian spoke. I know that Ms. Shen probably doesn't want to see me. It doesn't matter. I just punched $5 million into Ms. Shen's card. It counts as my apology to Ms. Shen. If Ms. Shen needs me anywhere, tell me in time. I, Zhao Tianjian, am at your disposal. Subsequently, Zhao Tianjian limped away from the place with the tall man. Shen Mengyu's cell phone also sounded at this time. Chapter 21, Double Copy. Commercial Bank. Your bank card with tail number 0396 received a remittance of 5,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 5,009, 136.36 yuan left, and the other party's remittance account, Tianjian Group, is. Shen Mengyu looked at the remittance message inside her hand and widened her eyes, especially with the uncountable zeros that follow. That's 5 million. That's $5 million. It's just too much. To be honest, she had never even seen $100,000 in her life. Not to mention 5 million. She just wanted to call out to Zhao Tianjian, but realized that he had already walked away. Sister, it's all right if he volunteers. The little girl Shadow Ghost seemed to have noticed that Shen Mengyu was a bit worried, and couldn't help but smile and say, if he still dares to come and bully you, then I'll go and scare him to death. Zhao Tianjian was really scared by the little girl's Shadow Ghost yesterday, and even said a whole bunch of bad things he had done. There are some bad things that even an individual would be outraged to hear. Not only do they not compensate the workers, but they even pay people to beat them up. These are some of the things that Zhao Tianjian has done. Shen Mengyu, however, shook her head. You don't understand. This $5 million find a chance to return Zhao Tianjian. The little girl shadow ghost had a lollipop in her mouth and looked at Shen Mengyu with a dumbfounded expression. It's also just a little kid, and doesn't really know much about the grown-up world. Shen Mengyu didn't think about these troublesome things, and after finishing breakfast, she packed up the jade pendant that Shen Fei had given herself, as well as those talismans and such. Bring it all. Less than half an hour to go. She's about to enter the world of thrills. This time, Shen Mengyu was not as unusually scared as she was last time though. But there's still some worry in the back of your mind, too. After all, in Thriller World, you really can lose your life at any time. The little girl, Shadow Ghost, would also go with herself at that time. Time flies. Half an hour turned around. Suddenly, it was accompanied by a blackness before Shen Mengyu's eyes. A familiar voice came. Welcome to Thriller World. Name of copy, double copy. Copy 1, Creepy Spirit Bus 316. This is the bus that had a major disaster where a busload of people were killed. Copy 2, Blood Moon Middle School. It's a high school nestled at the foot of a mountain. And because of the accident, almost none of the students in the entire school were able to leave the school alive. Duration of copy, 7 days. Objective, to complete the mission from Blood Moon High School. Mission, please take the bus and go to Blood Moon High School alive to complete the mission. Double copies? Seeing this large list of hints in front of her, Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. The spooky bus copy was familiar to her, having just done her homework yesterday. This bus will follow a fixed route and there is an unwritten rule on the bus. That is, ghosts and goblins are not allowed to hurt anyone on the bus. But if you get off the bus, no one cares. The buses will stop on the way to pull so-called passengers, who are actually ghosts. And that's when it's most dangerous, because there are humans who get lulled out of their cars by ghosts and monsters using shibboleths, or some kind of paperwork, trying to get out of their cars in any way they can. Once you get out of the car, you will die for sure. Blood Moon High School would be unfamiliar to her. Just then, asterisk 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 up. Double copies. Is this ing killing people? Someone suddenly screamed. Shen Mengyu was also awakened. It was then that she realized that she had long since arrived on top of the bus. Inside the wagon, it was now almost all human. Why is it a double copy? I'm only playing Thrill World for the first time. Is it hard to die twice? Double copies. 100 copies do not necessarily appear once. I did not expect to be encountered by me. Really, Ed? I'm a newbie. How come I just came in as a 4-star copy? Is that normal? A 4-star bus. And the Blood Moon High School copy seems to be a 3-star copy. Barely. I've never been so speechless in my life. Listening to the passengers complain, the ghostly driver at the wheel said nothing. These people, in its eyes, are nothing more than food on a plate. And it is now doing nothing more than transporting these platters to another place. After completing this trip, it can take the Ghostbusters coins and go to Tricky Town for a nice big meal. Mezzo. With that thought in mind, the male gargoyle driver ignored the mess of humans in the compartment and focused on driving. And Shen Mengyu had grasped some information when she heard what these people were chatting about. Presumably, double copies are very rare, and it's very difficult, because you have to challenge 2 copies at a time. Normally, a person who challenges a copy and gets out alive is already physically and mentally exhausted. Not to mention it's 2 at once. The challenge can be notoriously difficult. In the meantime, the little girl Shadow Ghost was lying in Shen Mengyu's arms as if she was a doll. It was Shen Mengyu who asked it to be like this. If the little girl Shadow Ghost was allowed to lie on her back, she would surely attract a lot of stares. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens. Not only that, the official Thrill World livestream is also open. The pop-ups started rolling in. Let's see which of those unlucky people showed up inside the double copy again. A rare double copy that I actually saw. I have a feeling that all these people are probably going to be cold. Look guys, the girl sitting inside the corner. Isn't that the girl with the monstrous background from the Scarlet Zoo a while back? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I saw it. Holy, Goddess Dream Rain. I was waiting for her to go live yesterday with all my heart, but I didn't think she'd enter the Thriller World again. Last time the Scarlet Zoo she was so lucky. This time's copy can't even be the happy community and the Yujing village's territory. Technically she can only be counted as a newcomer. I feel like she most likely won't be able to get out alive. So my goddess of dreams and rain, will I ever be able to see her again? You'd better die upstairs. Even if Goddess Dreaming Rain turns into a ghost it doesn't matter to you. Live streaming pop-ups scroll quickly. The popularity of the live stream is also rising rapidly. In particular, Shen Mengyu's appearance attracted many people to come and watch. Without the happy community and the Yujing village, Most people don't think Shen Mengyu can leave alive from this copy. After all, Shen Mengyu is just a newcomer. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Horror Park is here. Please advance the passengers getting off to the back door and line up. The bus car radio came on. Arrived at the station, Shen Mengyu hugged the little girl's shadow ghost in her arms tightly. Ghosts and goblins are going to start appearing in the car from now on, aren't they? Get out of the car with the door open though. But none of them got off. They all knew that once they got out of the car, they were facing man-eating ghosts and monsters. But the door where but someone got in. A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that these people just look like individuals. It's actually all ghosts pretending to be ghosts. A few newcomers to the thriller world for the first time were visibly starting to get nervous. Shen Mengyu's expression was relatively calm. Chapter 22, Big Brother. Sorry to bother you. After boarding, the bus continued to start moving. Shen Mengyu also counted, and a total of 4 ghosts and monsters came up. These ghostly gazes scanned the car and caught a glimpse of a few newcomers who were trembling with fear. They light up before their eyes, and with a grim smile on their lips, they instantly make it to those newcomers. These newcomers are the best to fool. These newcomers are also food to keep themselves full. One of the ghosts and monsters came next to Shen Mengyu. After seeing the ghosts and monsters all sit down, the others in the carriage were secretly relieved. Thankfully, these ghosts and goblins didn't make it next to themselves. Only, those who were beside ghosts and monsters were dumbfounded. One of the newcomers looked at the ghosts and monsters beside him with a face of fear, and revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. That, brother, is it okay if you do the side? The poltergeist was wearing a white birthday suit and was an old man. The spooky old man didn't say anything. Instead he reached out and touched the newcomer's arm. These little arms, they're so tender. They'd be delicious if they were grilled, wouldn't they? The ghostly old man couldn't help but gulp. The words came out. The newcomer was even more frightened. He held back his trembling body and forced a smile. Brother, I haven't bathed for more than half a month. My body stinks. It's not good. The scene could have made the live streaming crowd laugh. The lad can't even find a reason. If it were up to me, I'd give it a slap in the face. To say it's still a tough guy upstairs. Society, my big brother. I thought in the bus just don't get off and you won't be fine? Upstairs you're stupid. Ghosts and monsters sometimes force people off when they get to a stop. There are no rules when the bus stops. This, scared. At the same time, inside Thrill World, the ghostly old man shook his head. I don't mind. Stinky meat is even better. I used to love stinky tofu too. With that, he reached out and put his hand on the newcomer's shoulder and whispered, how about you stay with me in my act now? Get off with me when we get to the station, and I'll save you from Thrill World? The words came out. The newcomer froze. He looked at the ghostly old man with an incredulous face, as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. Really? The ghostly old man nodded with a serious face. My ghostly old man's credibility. When I say second in the thriller world, no one gone dares to say first. Not only that, but the ghostly old man gave the newcomer a badge. Said this would keep the newcomers safe. The newcomer was moved to tears. For his part, Old Man Ghostbusters reassures the newcomer that it's just a show of hands. I didn't expect the newcomer to cry even more. It's really so hard to be comforted by anyone else in the world of thrillers. The scene made the others look at them with red eyes. Since the Ghostbusters are saying they can take new people away, it's basically true, right? This guy is so lucky. But there were only a few calm faces in the carriage. Among them was Shen Mengyu, though she didn't know what the meaning of the badge that the ghostly old man had given the newcomer was. But she knew deep down that these ghosts were not to be trusted. His own brother had undercover ghosts under his hand, let alone such unrelated ghosts to help a human. Humans are nothing more than food to them. As soon as this newcomer gets out of the car, he must die for sure. Just then, ghost next to Shen Mengyu noticed the little girl's shadow ghost in her arms. A human with a shadow ghost? The poltergeist pointed at the little girl's shadow ghost with some confusion. This is your child? A human who can get a ghost to follow. That must be something. It may be a ghost, but it still has a brain. After all, sometimes when you interact with humans, you can lose yourself if you're not careful. This is my sister. Shen Mengyu glanced at the ghosts and a calm face was the answer. Sister? The gargoyle was even more confused. How can a human even carry a ghostly sister? Could it be that this ghost was a puppet raised by this human? At the thought of this, the ghostly creature's face changed. It had recently learned that some powerful humans would go looking for weak ghosts and monsters, capture them, and take them in captivity to the thriller world to practice and improve. After a certain level of growth, the Ghostbusters become human beatniks who take on other ghosts in Scary World. It can also be used as a scapegoat to die in place of humans if in danger. The little girl shadow ghost in the arms of the human girl in front of her was probably the puppet. Usually those who had the strength to raise puppets were very powerful people. or else they were very strong. Either way, none of it was something a ghost like it could deal with. If he really invoked it, then his ghost life might be over. Thinking of this, the ghost monster glanced at Shen Mengyu with some trepidation. Next moment, it apologized to Shen Mengyu. Big brother, I've disturbed you, I'll leave here right away. Don't you kill me. Subsequently, it immediately ran next to the other man. Shen Mengyu? She was a little baffled. I didn't do anything myself. That makes you a big shot? But, the man next to him suffered. Looking at the sudden apparition, the man who thought he had dodged a bullet was dumbfounded. Wasn't this ghost next to that girl just now? I'm Brown. The rest of the bus was shocked when they saw this scene. Ghosts can still be branched out? The official Thriller World livestream saw the scene. The pop-ups also rolled at once. That rookie lad's been brainwashed by the ghoulish old man. He'll be cold later. Newcomers are easily fooled. Look at his stupid face. Wait, you guys, look at how that ghost monster next to Goddess Dreaming Rain left? Isn't it said that ghosts basically won't leave after they've taken a liking to a person? A ghostly hidden plot? Why haven't I seen that before? Do you guys think that Goddess Dream Rain will use the backstage magic, that happy community this backstage to move out? Impossible. The power behind this copy is completely unafraid of the happy community. It must be that she used another method. Spending money. She must have paid for that poltergeist to go to another human. It's true that the people that Happy Community and Yujing Village both want aren't bad at all, so that explanation would make sense if it were. She'll have a hard time getting into Blood Moon Middle School later, where the ghosts and goblins can't be bought with money. Watch the show. +1+1. The live streaming pop-up chat was going strong. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, the chaotic graveyard is here. Please get off the bus early and line up at the back door. Inside the bus, the announcement came again. You can get off. Those newcomers who were fooled by the ghosts and monsters were all excited at this time, because they're going to be saved by ghosts and monsters, especially the newcomer that the ghostly old man had snubbed. He jogged to where the drop-off door was, but he didn't know what fate would greet him the next moment. Chapter 23, Scared Stupid Ghosts and Goblins. A bunch of newcomers got out of the car happily. Just get off. The sound of several ghosts and goblins arguing was heard. This food is mine. This one's mine. In the meantime, the old ghostly man from earlier pulled the newcomer to his feet as he turned to the other ghosts. I have a label on this food. It has my badge. And you're not allowed to grab it for me. The other ghosts glanced at the badges on the newcomers and clenched their teeth in exasperation. Only neither said anything. Subsequently, those ghosts and monsters looked at those who followed them off the bus, opened their fong-filled mouths, laughed, and took a bite. Dedicated blood spurted out. The newcomer who was being protected by the ghostly old man was startled. Is this the horror of the Thriller World? He hurriedly looked at the ghostly old man and said, Brother, quickly take me away. Only the ghostly old man glanced at the newcomer and licked his lips. Go, into my stomach? I'll meet you. Noticing something was wrong, the newcomer tried to get back on top of the bus, but he realized it was too late. Next moment, the ghostly old man tore into the newcomer at once. The newcomer's eyes widened at once, but no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. He looked at the bus with pleading eyes, but everyone avoided his eyes. It's not that people don't want to save. Instead, if he saved him, his own life might be lost. No one is willing to throw away their life for a stranger. The only people to blame are the newbies who don't know the rules here. If you don't choose to get out of the car, nothing will happen at all. With new passengers on board, the buses are starting to go too. When Shen Mengyu saw the scene, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Thrill World, very scary indeed. All of the new passengers coming up started glancing over the rest of them. It's better to say you're poking around than looking for your favorite food. Shen Mengyu was once again seated next to a passenger. The passenger was a middle-aged man in a suit. At first glance, it makes you think of successful people. Shen Mengyu glanced at the ghost next to him and didn't say anything. It's just safe not to get off the bus anyway, and you can't be stupid enough to get off yourself. Can you? Want to know what your brother is doing? The ghost in the suit looked at Shen Mengyu, narrowed his eyes, and opened his mouth with a smile. The words came out. Shen Mengyu's heart set off monstrous waves. That's a line she never expected. This guy, he knows his brother? Shen Mengyu was doubly puzzled in her heart. Only she didn't show it. Instead she gave the suited gargoyle a pretentious look. I don't have a brother. She's worried the suit ghosts are blowing her up. Feel free for her to counterbomb a handful of them first. Happy Community and the sister of the biggest mastermind behind Yujing Village. Not realizing she has a brother? The ghost in the suit still wore a smile that made one's scalp go numb. Or did you forget about the Scarlet Zoo? These words caused Shen Mengyu to be surprised. It seems that the ghost in the suit knows something about himself. It's just that these things should be known to those who have seen the live broadcast, as well as the rest of the brothers' forces. Can't mean anything. Don't you want to know what your brother is doing? Seeing that Shen Mengyu didn't say anything, the ghost in the suit spoke again. The tone sounded as if it was somewhat flirtatious. Shen Mengyu frowned. You know what my brother is doing? She's not that good at fooling around. Of course I know. I'm an omnipotent poltergeist. The ghost in the suit leaned over Shen Mengyu's ear and spoke softly. The car is crowded with people. Next stop. Get off with me and I'll tell you. Or are you just fooling yourself into getting out of the car? You'd better go fool someone else. You can't fool me. Shen Mengyu shook her head, poking through the suit's ghostly words at once. Seeing that he was being dismantled, the ghost in the suit was instantly infuriated. I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you don't go down with me, I'll forcefully pull you down later. Then you can try. Shen Mengyu smiled faintly. The ghost in the suit's face sank. It seemed she couldn't be moved by threats alone. Only wait until the next stop and force her down. In the meantime, the crowd in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Looks like Goddess Dreamrain can't hold this ghost. Holy, that Goddess Dreamrain won't be in danger, right? How long can she live without her brother's protection? That's right. It's nothing more than relying on her brother. She's not destined to leave the copy alive this time. Whether Goddess Dreamrain is a human or a ghost, she's my dream girl. I don't care. I think Mengyu will be fine. And I'm going to be her sister-in-law. Still daydreaming upstairs? The pop-ups rolled in at the same time. Next stop. Here it is. Inside Thrill World. The bus announcement came on. The abandoned mental hospital has arrived. Please ask passengers getting off the bus to line up at the back door ahead of time. It was accompanied by the slow opening of the exit door. The ghost in the suit took Shen Mengyu by the arm and yanked her out. Shen Mengyu was dragged out without exception. Perhaps I might be afraid of you inside a copy controlled by your brother. But unfortunately, this is not a copy controlled by your brother. The ghost in the suit looked at Shen Mengyu with a sardonic smile. At the same time, a small knife was brought out from behind him. I like freshly cut meat the best. Freshly cut meat? Anyone who is a human being knows what that means. Only, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, I'm a little happy. Thanks a lot for pulling me out of the car. I was just in time to try out how the weapon Ghostbuster gave me was doing. Shen Mengyu took out one of those small milky white jade swords from his pocket and used it in the way that the ghost granny had taught herself. Tai Shang Tai Xing. Strain without stopping, drive away evils and bind up demons. Protect life and body, wisdom is clear and pure. Mind and spirit are at peace, the three souls are permanent. And there is no loss of vitality. Accompanied by a recited incantation. That one of those small milky white jade swords rapidly grew larger. In less than 3 seconds, it turned into a sword that was about as long as a normal sword. This is... The ghost in the suit was dumbfounded. This is an aura only found in Hell Valley. How can you, a newcomer, have something from Hell Valley? It looked at Shen Mengyu incredulously, and its body began to tremble. Before he could think, Shen Mengyu then took that sword and stabbed it sparingly. There were no other ghosts around anyway. A jab would be right. The ghostly monster in the suit was a green regent-level ghostly monster, and was instantly pierced through by the sword. Green blood flowed out. So sharp? Looking at this scene, Shen Mengyu was astonished. Immediately after, she used the weapon in order to become proficient, pulled the sword out of the suited gargoyle, then, stabbing again, 12 times in a row. The wailing of the suit's ghosts kept coming. This scene directly confused the other ghosts and goblins in the bus. I'm Brown. Are all newcomers so fierce these days? The ghost driver on the bus also froze. It had never seen this powerful newcomer in its life. Stabbing directly at a gargoyle like that. Many of the ghosts and monsters gulped and sat honestly in their seats, not saying a word, taken by surprise. Chapter 24, Your identity is? Jiang Niancy. I was wrong. Big sister. I was wrong. Outside the bus, the ghost in the suit felt the tearing pain coming from his body and hurriedly begged for mercy. Although it wasn't human, it relied on ghost chi to function. And the sword in Shen Mengyu's hand had just also been able to tear apart ghost chi. It naturally feels pain. Begging for mercy? Shen Mengyu, however, snorted coldly. It's too late. Next moment, the long sword stabbed, hitting the suited gargoyle in the head in one swift motion. The ghost in the suit twitched a few times and stopped begging for mercy. Dead. Dead? The ghosts in the car as well as the people were wide-eyed in disbelief. I wiped it. It was never the ghosts that killed humans before. I didn't realize that the ghosts and monsters were being countered by humans today. Shen Mengyu wiped the green blood on the sword and recited an incantation, and the jade-white sword turned into the size of a palm. Subsequently, with a bemused look on her face, she walked to the car and took her original seat. It was as if none of this had just happened. At this point, countless ghosts and monsters had a thought in their minds. That is, this girl should never be messed with. That's too hard. Ghost life has never seen such a ruthless girl. Many people also swallowed their saliva and looked at Shen Mengyu timidly, not saying a word. The ghost driver took a deep breath and started the bus. After work I'll have to brag to my friends about how awesome it is that my old man fought 800 rounds with such a human hand and finally drove the bus to an honorable departure. With this thought in his mind, the ghost driver had already imagined his friend's shocked expression. The thought of it put it in a better mood. Its biggest hobby is blowing awesome with friends and drinking some Thrill World specialty beer. This scene today really opened its eyes. Not surprisingly, it can blow for a lifetime. Inside the bus, the ghosts and monsters that just got on the bus all hid far away from Shen Mengyu. I was afraid that Shen Mengyu would tell it to get out of the car and compare and contrast. Not only that, the scene. It made the water friends in the live room even more shocked. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. Holy holy holy. Goddess Dream Rain is really a ruthless person. Absolute. I've never seen anyone so powerful in my life. I counted at least 40 stabs just now. This is the Dream Rain goddess in my heart. It seems like she must have received guidance from her brother. That's why she's so powerful. What Goddess Dream Rain got in her hands is something from Hell Valley. Definitely as simple as her brother pointing it out. Hell Valley? What's that? Hell Valley is. Forget it. This kind of news with you guys said no good. If you want to know can private message me. $100,000 to tell you. What kind of news costs $100,000? A lion's share, isn't it? There's a price on Hell's Valley news. And $100,000 isn't much more than that. So don't compare yourself upstairs if you don't know what you're talking about. It's really worthy of my Goddess Dream Rain. I was wrong about the goddess before. I'm still a goddess suitor. It's not too disgusting upstairs. Who was the one who just said the goddess might be dying? That's right. He doesn't deserve to be a goddess suitor. The pop-ups were sent in a frenzy. Very little is known about Hell Valley in the real world, because to have access to Hell Valley, one must be at least of the night ghost level. Such people are very rare. Usually those who have survived a major disaster from the world of thriller. Such people had risked their lives to learn about Hell Valley, and it was naturally expensive to inquire about such news. Add to that the fact that the price of anything related to Thrillist, no matter what it is, goes up several times. $100,000 may seem expensive to you, but sometimes that's all it takes to keep you alive in thriller world. $100,000 is not expensive compared to a life. There are people who won't buy it, and a whole lot of people who are grabbing it. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, the bus made several stops one after another. Finally, Blood Moon High School has arrived. Please have the passengers getting off the bus line up at the back door early. It came over the bus radio. Blood Moon High School is finally here. Because of Shen Mengyu, these ghosts and monsters on the road were all very honest. In all, less than 5 people on the bus have been tricked down by the Ghostbusters since they started. It's not that they don't want to. Rather, they are afraid to. Every Ghostbuster is afraid of becoming the next ghost in the suit. The ghost in the suit's death was truly gruesome. Shen Mengyu packed up her things and walked out of the car. Parking is at the bottom of the hill. Look up and you can see a school in front of you. According to the Thrilling World Systems hint just now, Blood Moon Middle School was situated in the mountains. It does seem right now. Just then, Shen Mengyu received a prompt from Thriller World. You have successfully completed your copy of the creepy bus and have come to your copy of Blood Moon High School. Your identity is sophomore, class 4, Kong Nian Tsu. Mission, kill the ghosts and monsters that you and your classmates have summoned, and fulfill your regrets. Kong Nian Tsu? After reading these tips, Shen Mengyu frowned. She probably already had some guesses in her mind. This time the copy is not live for many days. Rather, it is the fulfillment of a prescribed task. You can leave the copy as soon as you have completed the quest. Sister, there seems to be something scary in here. At this point, the little girl shadow ghost lying in Shen Mengyu's arms spoke in a small voice. The little girl shadow ghost was curled up at this time, because it did not have a physical body. It now became the size of a palm hiding in Shen Mengyu's arms. You can feel it? Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. I can feel that there is something very scary inside. Something that even the sword in my sister's hand can't defeat, but I can't feel anything else. The little girl, shadow ghost, nodded, but then shook her head. You can't even beat a sword given to you by the ghost woman? Shen Mengyu was a bit incredulous in her heart. Isn't Blood Moon High School a 3-star copy? There are still 10 minutes before class time, so please hurry and get to your classrooms. Before she had time to think, the World of Thrills beep came on. Shen Mengyu returned to her senses and told the little girl shadow ghost to take cover on her own right. Let's take a step forward. She took a deep breath, subsequently, walked into the school. The little girl shadow ghost was even more frightened. It does look like there's something awesome in there. Suddenly, the little girl, shadow ghost, felt a touch of warmth. It lit up before its eyes and ducked inside that pocket. After Shen Mengyu arrived at Blood Moon Middle School, he arrived at the corresponding class according to the prompts of the Thrilling World System. Sophomore year, Class 4. The inside of the school was full of students at this time. Most of them are ghosts and monsters. But there are still people inside the class. The same people who were on top of the bus earlier. It's a girl, like yourself. Only that girl just lightly glanced at Shen Mengyu and didn't even say a word, kind of looking down on Shen Mengyu. All that's left is that there's another boy, and an oldest man. Shen Mengyu didn't say anything more. Once she found her place, she sat down. After sitting down, Shen Mengyu began to observe everywhere. It had taken about 5 minutes to just walk up to the classroom by myself, and it was still several minutes before class started. It's just a good opportunity to observe the classroom. Chapter 25, Going to the Experiment Building to Invoke the Spirit. Nian Tsu, this is the school uniform I borrowed from you yesterday. Return it to you. Just then, a girl with a high ponytail and wearing a school uniform came next to Shen Mengyu, and it was holding a school uniform. Borrow my school uniform? Shen Mengyu frowned. This is supposed to be a normal plot, right? Is that something that happened at school that day? Shen Mengyu borrowed the school uniform with a puzzled look on her face. Not only that, several others were sent school uniforms. The only one who didn't was the boy. The boy was not impressed. Since he doesn't have a school uniform, that means this character of his didn't borrow one that day. Look at the school uniform in your hand. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu still decided to put on the school uniform. After all, everyone else was wearing their school uniforms, and if she didn't, what if the teacher targeted her later? Seeing Shen Mengyu in her school uniform, that oldest man was also in a hurry to put it on. He had seen Shen Mengyu's power on top of the bus. You can't lose by following her. The girl who didn't care at first also put on her school uniform honestly. In the meantime, dear students, it's time for class. The bell also rang. The students who were still joyfully frolicking returned to their positions at once. After hearing the bell, the student who returned to the top of the position seemed to be a different person. Their gazes looked at the few humans. Shen Mengyu, with dead eyes, hate to shove it in your mouth, saw the scene. Shen Mengyu's face became grave. It seems that class should be a more critical time, and the students who leave class are not at all in the same state as those who go to class. That is, in class, someone will get eaten. As for what the rules were, she wasn't sure yet. At this point, a young and beautiful-looking female Ghostbusters teacher approached, glanced at his classmates, gazed over a few people for a moment. Subsequently, it spoke in a magnetic voice. Class, rise. A still slightly young girl's voice came from what was obviously the class president. All the students stood up at once. Hello teacher. Shen Mengyu followed suit and stood up. The female Ghostbusters teacher nodded slightly. Sit down. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought it was safe, suddenly, it called out to someone. Xiao Geliang, you stand. Joe Goggle? Shen Mengyu followed her classmate's gaze and realized that it was actually the boy without a school uniform. Old, teacher, what's wrong with me? The boy whose identity was Xiao Geliang obviously got a little flustered and rushed to ask, where's your school uniform? The female Ghostbusters teacher looked at Xiao Geliang and questioned. I told you yesterday, why don't you remember? The words came out. These students looked at Xiao Geliang with blazing eyes, as if they were going to eat him at any moment. Looking at Joe's vision made his scalp tingle. I'm sorry teacher. I forgot. Xiao Geliang was nervous and trembling. What would happen without a school uniform? He didn't know. But looking at the current atmosphere, he knew that not wearing a school uniform was not expected to end well. Forgot? The female Ghostbusters teacher narrowed her eyes and gave Xiao Geliang a deadly stare. Why didn't you forget to bring your brain as well? Come to my office after class. Xiao Geliang's heart was suddenly relieved, and he hurriedly nodded. Got it. Looks like you don't have to be lifeless at least. Immediately afterward, the female Ghostbusters teacher began a long class. Dear students, it's time for class to end. With the sound of the dismissal bell, Joe Goggle then followed the female ghoulish teacher to the office. One person in the classroom is fine. Shen Mengyu frowned. Is it hard to just guess wrong? It was reasonable to assume that class had just begun, and based on the Ghostbusters' pissy behavior, they would have begun to go on a killing spree. Unfortunately no. What kind of rules are in place here? Anyway, Shen Mengyu was a bit confused for a moment. The popularity of the official livestream has even dropped quite a bit. The pop-ups rolled in sporadically as well. No way? This is all there is to a copy of Blood Moon Middle School? It doesn't feel scary, does it? It's just a class? That female teacher is still lecturing on physics. It's like being back in school. It's giving me sleepy eyes. Those who haven't been inside a copy of Blood Moon High School have stopped watching, and the only ones who know the plot are those of us who have been inside Blood Moon High School. Begging for an explanation from the big man upstairs. +1+1. I'll kneel for the big man. I'll call Dad straight away. Then I'll begrudgingly tell you that Blood Moon High School only gets interesting at night. So just wait. Really? Then I'll wait for the night and see. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, the girl who was also Shen Mengyu's school uniform just now suddenly ran over with a somewhat excited expression. Niancy, go go go. What's wrong? Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned, not knowing what had happened. In Zhang Niancy's memory, the girl in front of her seemed to be called Meng Yuyu. I just don't know why she had to drag herself. We made a date as a whole dorm to go to the lab building together to invoke the spirits. Meng Yuyu glanced at Shen Mengyu with strange eyes. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Recruiting spirits? Shen Mengyu was shaken. She remembered her mission. Slay the ghosts and monsters summoned with your classmates and fulfill your heart's regret. It seems to have started with Meng Yoyo. So we're not going to class? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. Wouldn't it be against the rules if that ghoulish female teacher couldn't find her if she didn't attend class anymore? We all took the afternoon off this afternoon. Meng Yuyu's eyes became even stranger. Niancy, are you stupid? Sister, this girl only has the strength of a shadow ghost initiate. I can even beat her. The little girl's shadow ghost suddenly leaned over Shen Mengyu's ear. I will protect my sister. These words seem to mean let Shen Mengyu go. It's fine. Shen Mengyu nodded and followed Meng Yuyu out of the classroom. The oldest in the classroom was dumbfounded. What would he do without Shen Mengyu? He had just relied entirely on imitating Shen Mengyu to get through to the end of class. I can't care that much. I'm an old arm and an old leg. Plus this stupid brain. I might not even live to see the next class in the classroom. The boss gritted his teeth and left the classroom. He decided to go ahead and talk to the old man of security at Blood Moon High School. We're all peers, so maybe we'll even accommodate him. The other side. Shen Mengyu had come downstairs. Just now she saw that there was scarlet blood flowing out through the doorway inside the office. The boy who played the identity of Joe Griffin was more than likely in a bad way. That female ghost monster teacher didn't eat him in the classroom. Most likely she wanted to eat alone inside the office. Ghosts are so smart these days. I'll get the candles. After Meng Yuyu took the candles, she also took some snacks. Shen Mengyu nodded. Subsequently, two people, one man and a gargoyle to be exact, came to the school's deserted lab building. Chapter 26, The Cement-Blocked Room. The lab building is very run down. There were dead branches and leaves all around, and even some animal feces. It looks like it hasn't been used in at least a couple years. Yo, Nian Chi. After coming to the fourth floor of the lab building, there were two other girls up there. These two girls greeted Shen Mengyu and Meng Yuyu to go over together. Shen Mengyu still looked puzzled. These two, doesn't seem to recognize it. Meng Yuyu smiled faintly and explained. This is right if you don't know. The one wearing a skirt is Chun Yuqin, and the one wearing the same school uniform as us is Fang Yuxuan. They're both from the next class. Chang Yuqin is a non-resident. She took the day off so she wore a skirt, except she also wanted to know her test scores so she came alone. No wonder I don't recognize it. Turns out none of it has anything to do with you. Shen Mengyu glanced at Chun Yuxin and sighed in her heart. Pity. If Chun Yuqin hadn't come to school, perhaps she would be alive and well now. Because Chun Yuqin does not live in school. Plus she also took a leave of absence that day. If she did not come to the school to play the laboratory building in vacation, it is estimated that it will not die in the disaster. Unfortunately, Chun Yuqin didn't have a chance to regret it. Shen Mengyu also learned that these people came to invoke the soul just to know their exam results. This thing even asks about ghosts and monsters? She sure doesn't believe it. With the night getting darker, a few people from Meng Yuyu began to set up the candles. Within the four, only Shen Mengyu was a real person. Sister, that's a powerful thing I felt. Suddenly, the little girl, shadow ghost, said hastily, something awesome? The one that can't be killed by the ghost woman's sword? Where? Shen Mengyu asked in a small voice. What? Meng Yuyu looked at Shen Mengyu with a blank expression. Niancy, what are you talking about? Still talking a little loud just now. It was overheard by Meng Yuyu. It's nothing, I just coughed. Shen Mengyu smiled. Meng Yuyu then nodded and went to set things up. The little girl shadow ghost timidly poked her head out and pointed to the dormitory building not far away. It's in there. Inside the dorm? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. Above the dormitory building in the distance, lights were being lit up above. It looks peaceful. It's not quite like there's danger. Right. The little girl shadow ghost's eyes were a little fearful. Sister, you get busy first. I'll hide. After saying that, the little girl shadow ghost immediately ducked into her pocket. At night, is that when the carnage begins? Shen Mengyu, however, gazed at the dormitory building not far away. The little girl shadow ghost wasn't above lying to herself. After all, helping itself to teach Zhao Tianjin a lesson in the real world was also enough to show that it was eager to help itself. As it is, that means there's something really bad inside the dormitory building. Just as Shen Mengyu was thinking. Suddenly, a massive figure flickered against the backdrop of the lights illuminating the dormitory building. Only the scene Shen Mengyu did not see. Okay, Nian Tsu, come over here and sit down. Mangyu's voice woke her up. Shen Mengyu came back to her senses, only to realize that they had already set things up. A couple of candles, a pen and a piece of white paper. Is this a pen fairy? Shen Mengyu frowned. At this point, Fan Yuxuan took the flashlight and shone it on his face, revealing an eerie smile. Do you guys know what this lab building of ours used to be for? Several ghosts shook their heads, but Mengyu, however, spoke up on the side. I know. I heard that the experimental building used to be a place for chemical experiments, and before that, someone used chemistry to experiment on the human body. But of course the human body was certainly not alive, and during the experiment, that human body suddenly came to life. It would have been dark, plus the lab building is windy and without glass. A cold, gusty wind blew in. It's unnerving. Alive? Everyone was dumbfounded. Shen Mengyu was also a bit surprised. I didn't realize Blood Moon High School had such a history? Fan Yuxuan nodded on the side. You are right, that human body did live. And even, halfway through speaking, Fan Yuxuan suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Speak up, Yu Shen. That's it. It's so hard to get up. Come on. The other girls hyped it up. With 3 people watching, Fan Yuxuan looked at a few people with a serious face. That human body ate the people who experimented on him. The man was heard screaming. Someone ran in, and the man was half eaten. The words came out. The already gloomy lab building became even more eerie. Everyone looked at Fan Yuxuan in disbelief. It's hard to imagine what that must have been like. And then what happened? Shen Mengyu asked with some curiosity. She wasn't interested at first, thinking it was a legend that had been passed around the school. But so listen, it feels a little bit like the real thing. Then the Secret Service was called in, but several shots were fired to no avail. And that person was as unafraid of that as they were of this. Ended up keeping that thing tight inside a room, which is on the 4th floor. Fan Yuxuan said and pointed to the closed room not far away. Shen Mengyu looked along. Found the end. This room is nothing like all the rooms. The most important point, the concrete walls outside the room were very rough and looked especially like they had been hastily plugged. Not even a door. That room would be completely blocked. Is it possible that what Fan Yuxuan said is true? Shen Mengyu was a bit surprised in her heart. Why don't we go smash the room open? Just then, Chang Yuzhen, who hadn't spoken, suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, if we let that thing run out, won't we not have to go to class? The words came out. Shen Mengyu was stunned. She had thought Cheng Yuqin should be a very honest girl. Didn't realize. It's a good way to die. The first person to die when the room is smashed open must be the one who smashed it open. Chang Yuzhen is really whimsical. Everyone stopped her. Fan Yuxuan looked at Cheng Yuqin and revealed a smile. We invoke the soul. It's much more interesting than that thing, and when the time comes, we can even ask the pen fairy to open that room for us. Shen Mengyu? When it comes to making death, Fan Yuxuan seems to be even better than Cheng Yuqin. But what she didn't expect was this. Fan Yuxuan's proposal was approved by all. There was nothing she could do but invoke the spirit. In the meantime, inside the live broadcast room, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The pop-ups flew by. I'm so impressed with that girl. The first person to die. Good guy. I'll call out good guy straight away. You're a dead man. Don't involve me. Goddess Dreaming Rain. I hope nothing happens to Goddess Dream Rain. Invoking the pen fairy aside. Does that kind of thing really exist inside that room? I've entered a copy of Blood Moon High School before. Only I was inside the dormitory building, encountered that thing, and survived. I feel like it should be real. Otherwise why block it with cement? There are so many strange places in Blood Moon Middle School. Is it really just a 3-star copy? Why do I feel like this is comparable to a 6-star copy? That's not true. Blood Moon High School is not scary. The scary time is at night. Inside the dormitory building. Only the laboratory building this place. I really don't know. Watch the show. All of you. Don't pull your punches. You'll know it when you see it. At the same time, copy of Blood Moon High School. Lab building. Fan Yuxuan lit the candle. The invocation. It's on. Chapter 27, smashing through that room. Blood Moon Middle School. Lab building. Fallen leaves creaked as a gust of cloudy wind blew through. Somewhere in the corner of the 4th floor, Fan Yuxuan and Mengyu leaned against each other with the backs of their hands, with a pen between them. It's on. Shen Mengyu watched quietly from the sidelines. This kind of game she still think it is better to watch. If she really play, in the world of thrill maybe really invite over something cannot be good. After all, Mengyu and also Fan Yuxuan were not human. It should be safer for them to play. That one pen quietly set up on white paper. Pen fairy, I am your present life. If you want to renew your relationship with me, please draw a circle on the paper. Fang Yuxuan closed his eyes and recited silently. On the empty fourth floor, only Fang Yuxuan recited the incantation to summon the pen fairy. Under such gloomy circumstances, it was extraordinarily scary. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The candles began to flicker brightly and dimly, as if they were about to be blown out. Not only that, the pen began to draw circles uncontrollably. It worked! Several people looked at each other, each a little agitated. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuxuan looked delighted and hurriedly asked, pen fairy, is that you? In full view of everyone, that pen slowly wrote a word on the paper. Yes, it was a simple word, but it was a great inspiration to them, because the invocation worked. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but look around, but found nothing. Sister, it doesn't seem to be the same around here. The little girl, shadow ghost, crawled out at that moment. There seems to be a strange thing around us. Can you feel what it is? Shen Mengyu subconsciously asked. She hadn't sensed anything strange when she noticed the pen moving just now, not even a ghostly scent. None of this makes any sense, so she put her hopes on the little girl shadow ghost. Hopefully it will know. But, can't. The little girl, shadow ghost, shook her head. That thing doesn't seem to be like any ghosts or monsters I've ever seen. Obviously, the little girl shadow ghost didn't know it either. However, it continued. Sister, I feel that this guy called Penumbra should have hidden abilities. This tip caused Shen Mengyu to freeze. That's right, since none of them can be felt. They should be ghosts and monsters that are supposed to come with special abilities. This would explain the little girl's shadow ghost's inability to discover it. It also allows you to hide from the observation of your peers. In the meantime, Fang Yuxuan began to ask in a low voice, Pensian, do you know what my test scores are this time? That's the real purpose of summoning the penny. That pen didn't hesitate and slowly wrote out 3 numbers. 650. The numbers are a bit distorted, but still visible. This one made Fang Yuxuan a bit ecstatic. With such a high score, there must be no problem in taking the exam on your own. Mengyu also asked, Pensure, what about my test scores? The penny dropped gave the same answer, 596. This made Mengyu, who had always been a scum of the earth, breathe a sigh of relief. It seems his recent efforts have not been in vain. Although Fang Yuxuan's grades were still far away, there was still some time before the real college entrance exam, and she should be able to get into a good college with her hard work. Nancy, ask for your grades. Mengyu looked at Shen Mengyu with a happy face. You're the best learner in our place. Quickly ask about your grades. Yeah, I've long heard Yo-Yo say that you've always been in the top 3 in your class, and that this exam class is difficult. I'd also like to know your results. Fang Yuxuan chimed in. Shen Mengyu, however, looked towards Chun Yuzhen, who hadn't said anything, and smiled faintly. Let Chun Yuzhen come first. I'll just be the last. Chang Yukin looks very honest. She was distracted when she summoned the penny just now, and looked as if she had something on her mind. Anyway, she was here to take a copy, not really an exam. It was still imperative to figure out the rules of the ghosts and monsters here. Chun Yuqin raised her head and glanced at Shen Mengyu with some gratitude. Thank you. It's okay. Shen Mengyu smiled graciously. The crowd on the air was moved by the gesture. The pop-ups brushed through like crazy. My dreaming rain goddess is so gentle. I love so much. Really good at taking care of people. I didn't realize the goddess was great at the background piece and had such a great personality. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Family, I want to marry the goddess even more. What to do? Get lost upstairs. Goddess Dreaming Rain is mine. Don't you snatch it from me. Then I'll reluctantly accept Brother Dream Rain Goddess. You're ing shameless. A pop-up burst of joy. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Chang Yuqin also spoke up to ask the pen fairy questions. Pensive. I'd like to ask when my dad's going to get better. When she finished, her expression became tense. In fact, the only reason she was here was to ask that question. Nothing else. The reason is that his own father suddenly collapsed a while ago and is still lying in the hospital. Almost all the hospital tests were done. Nothing at all. But the person just wouldn't wake up. 2 days ago she heard Fang Yuxuan preparing to summon the pen fairy to play, and she had also overheard that the pen fairy was omnipotent before she planned to come and try it out, even if it's a dead horse. But, based on some of the things she knows about penumbras, there is a price to pay if you ask the pen fairy some sensitive questions. She wasn't sure the penny would tell her, also afraid that the pen fairy will kill her or something like that. The question came up. The pen in the penny's hand was slow to move, obviously didn't want to tell her. She gritted her teeth. I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you tell me. Sure enough, the pen in the penny's hand began to move. Smash through that room. There is also a direction below it. It's the same room they were discussing earlier. They know exactly what's in there. Something that can't even be killed by a hot weapon. The fairy of the pen actually wanted them to smash that room open. Fang Yuxuan frowned. Can we use another method? Though the stories she told were also ones she had heard from others. But, in case if it's true, what then? Besides, they were all students, so if they really made a big deal out of it, they could lose their future. Instead, the penman wrote a line. If you don't do what I say, you all die. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuxuan's face instantly changed. She tried to let go of the pen in her hand. The hungry shark, the pen just seemed to stick and she couldn't get it off no matter what. Mengyu became equally nervous, because her hands seemed to be tied together with Fang Yuxuan's. Play big. At the same time, that pen is starting to get crazy. Go quickly. If you don't go, your whole family will die. Your whole family must die. All must die. Die. In the meantime, the milky white jade pendant on Shen Mengyu's body seemed to have sensed that there was danger coming. A flash of light appeared instantly. Too late to react. The pens in Fang Yuxuan's and Mengyu's hands instantly fell. Is this getting rid of the pen fairy? This scene just now was really too fast. Shen Mengyu didn't even have time to react. Chapter 28. You look so much like Shen Fei. But, Chang Yuqin, however, as if possessed, got up bricks and rushed to that room. Knock it up like crazy. The empty fourth floor was occupied by loud noises. Fang Yuxuan and the two of them had been scared silly. Only Shen Mengyu was calmer. She now understood her mission. It's not as simple as slaying a summoned penny. Instead, you have to kill the thing inside the room. Sister, danger! The little girl, shadow ghost, ran out with a pale face and pointed to the room. What's in there is horrible. 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 Shen Mengyu looked grave, and it was too late to react even if she wanted to, because that room, it had been smashed open. Chang Yuqin is no longer Chang Yuqin at all. Not only that, the silhouettes inside that room could also be faintly seen. It was a naked man. The skin is horribly white, and the eyes were still scarlet. The resemblance is beautifully awful. Noticing that the room had been smashed open, the man simply blasted everything around him with a single punch. The entire room, in the blink of an eye, became torn apart. It glanced at Chang Yuqin, and without saying a word, it grabbed and bit on her neck, sucking madly. A moment's effort, a dry body appeared right in front of several people. Fang Yuxuan Mengyu's two faces went white with fear. This thing, what the hell is it? Shen Mengyu was shocked in her heart. She had just thought it was her brother talking about monsters. But the monsters my brother talked about didn't look like people. This is something that I don't think I've ever seen or even heard of in the thriller world. Next moment, before she could react, the man came to Fang Yuxuan's side at once. Exactly the same way. Moment. Fang Yuxuan turned into a dried-up corpse and fell to the ground. After inhaling two people in a row, the skin on the man's body actually began to turn red. Subsequently, the man glanced at Mengyu and rushed over at once. The crowd in the live broadcast saw this scene. One after another, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The pop-ups rolled up. Goddess Dreaming Rain Run. This guy, I knew it wasn't human the moment I saw it. It's over. It's over. This thing is so fast. How can Dream Rain escape? Thanks. Already blocking the live feed with girlfriend pics. Nice guy. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will beat you to death if she finds out upstairs? Everyone should still worry about how the goddess is going to survive. I have a feeling that Shen Mengyu is likely to die in this copy. Yes, I couldn't agree more. Upstairs. This time Shen Mengyu doesn't have his brother's power behind her to help her. In the end, Shen Mengyu is just relying on her brother. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Nian Tsu, run. Seeing men so fierce, Mengyu turned white with fear and pulled up Shen Mengyu's arm to leave the place. Shen Mengyu nodded and held the white jade pendant in her hand with a death grip. This man was just beyond her expectations. I'm even afraid that it's even more powerful than the ghost woman. Suddenly, the man who was about to attack saw the jade pendant in Shen Mengyu's hand and couldn't help but frown. You and Shen Fei, what is your relationship? Shen Mengyu was dumbfounded. This man knows my brother too? She first pacified Mengyu, then looked at the man and spoke. Shen Fei is my brother. What's wrong? Your brother? The man said, and began to approach Shen Mengyu step by step. Shen Mengyu subconsciously touched the talisman in his pocket. If there is danger, throw out the charm yourself and run. I don't know if the man in front of me is a monster, but I can at least bluff him. You don't need to see the charm your brother gave you. It won't work on me. The man seemed to see through Shen Mengyu's thoughts and came up to Shen Mengyu, revealing an evil smile. You look so much like Shen Fei. The words came out. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment, looked the man dead in the eye, and asked, You've seen my brother? Listening to this guy's tone, it seemed like he had seen his brother more than once. Seen it before. Your brother was almost eaten by me. The man wasn't scared by Shen Mengyu's eyes in the slightest, but the corner of his mouth was hooked, and he took a flirtatious look at Shen Mengyu. Your brother's thin arms and legs. It really smells good. As the man got closer, Shen Mengyu also got a good look at the man. The man's face was painted with rouge, somewhat similar to ancient makeup. He had a huge tattoo engraved on his body on his back even though the upper half of his body was shirtless. It depicts, with a human face and a snake body, a reddish body with scarlet scales and eyes that grow vertically, a kind of divine beast, kind of like the legendary beast, the candle dragon. The candlestick on the man still had one eye open and one closed. Legend has it that the candle dragon opens its eyes for day and closes them for night. So it looks like the tattoos on the man match. Seemingly sensing that Shen Mengyu was observing his tattoos, the man smiled faintly. You want to understand me so quickly? Like me? The words came out. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face froze for a moment. Like you? She gritted her teeth in secret and tried to give the man a beating for a bit of telegraphic output. But the fear is that men will go on a killing spree. Still holding back, she just shook her head. No. Instead, the man laughed softly, mouth full. Subsequently, before Shen Mengyu could speak, the man glanced around inside. It's just like your brother said. It's true that the cracks are out of control. Luckily, at that time, I let him seal me in here to recover my strength. Realized I was talking too much. The man glanced at Shen Mengyu with calm eyes. We will meet when we have the chance. After saying these words, the man's figure transformed into a black shadow and instantly left the place. This kind of speed is beyond human perception. Shen Mengyu stood in place, gritting her teeth, her small white fists already clenched to death. This man is also so hateful. But, she seemed to recall what the man had just said, and it seemed that every word didn't leave her brother. According to the man's appearance, if it wasn't for her brother, she was afraid that Reedman wouldn't be able to avoid becoming a dry corpse. This guy, what's his relationship with my brother? Shen Mengyu frowned. When did his own brother know a guy like that? That guy is shameless. I should have known to take out my sword and give him a jab. Let him learn a lesson. In the meantime, inside the official Thriller World livestream, the pop-ups were rolling like crazy. That man knows Goddess Dream Rain her brother? This I didn't expect at all. Unexpected. I'm shocked too. Goddess Dream Rain her brother has such a big network. That man is not one to be messed with at first glance. I think he has the strength of a Ghost King level. Ghost King? Are you serious? I think it should be the peak of Ghost General. Ghost King, that's outrageous. A goddess is worthy of being my goddess. The first person with the strongest background in the history of Thriller World. Shen Mengyu. Does anyone know where the man went to copy? That man is not inside the replica. I just looked at all the replicas that are live. There is no that man. He should have gone to the place where Thriller World has no way to live. Chapter 29, Footsteps in the Dormitory Building. Nian Tsu. Meng Yuyu ran next to Shen Mengyu. You know that man? Saying that, Meng Yuyu also looked at Wu Shen Mengyu with a bad smile on her face. This can't be your boyfriend, right? How is that possible? Shen Mengyu shook her head on the spot. I don't even recognize it. It might be related to my brother. Meng Yuyu, however, had a face of adoration and was full of nymphomania. That man was really too handsome just now. He charmed me. Shen Mengyu rolled her eyes. She even admired Meng Yuyu. After all that had happened, she was still like this. Sure enough, ghosts and goblins are ghosts and goblins. Suddenly, she noticed the appearance of a human form where that room had been. Fix your eyes. There's also a number on that guy. It's called 067. This person should be the human body of that experiment inside the experimental building, right? So it seems. That man should not be the same human body from the previous lab building. He should have come in on his own. It seems to be related to the brother as well. As to why, she did not know. It seems that I can only find a chance to ask my brother about it later. Brother? That's really getting mysterious. Shen Mengyu sighed. At the same time, a glimmer of fight gashed inside her. Must fight to catch up with my brother as soon as possible. Shen Fei could do it. And his own sister who had a blood relationship could do the same. Shen Mengyu was just about to speak and talk to Meng Yuyu when she realized that she had already disappeared. Suddenly, Meng Yuyu's voice came from behind Shen Mengyu. I really didn't expect you to survive that, man. It looks like you have a bit of a life. The words came out. Shen Mengyu immediately turned around. She realized that Meng Yuyu's face had become distorted, and was not at all the usual lively and lovely look of the young girl just now. The scarlet blood still kept dripping on the ground. Change back before you talk to me. Shen Mengyu frowned and opened her mouth. Even though she knew it was a copy, she was a little sickened by this look. Meng Yuyu had originally laughed sardonically, having already thought of what to say next, but by Shen Mengyu's words, she froze. What did you say? I said, change back to the girl you were just with. Why? You disgust me. Meng Yoyo. For the first time in a ghost's life, he had been so insulted. The problem is that the person insulting it is still a person. To say that it had just been frightened by the man who didn't belong to this copy was fine, but in front of me, I'm still being disliked? It's too suffocating. I admit that your brother is great, but you can't look down on me like that. Mengyu looked at Shen Mengyu with an angry face. Just then, Shen Mengyu pulled out the small, milky white sword. Mengyu heatedly changed, and without saying a word, he instantly changed back to his earlier appearance. Can't you just say it properly? She pretended to complain and glanced at Shen Mengyu. How am I going to get out of my copy? Or how am I going to get to another copy? Shen Mengyu didn't give it too much crap and directly asked questions, because she knew that the Mengyu here had long since ceased to be the original Mengyu. They're ghosts. The Fang Yu Xian Shang Yu Qin that man ate were all ghosts and monsters too. Mengyu looked at Shen Mengyu with a strange expression. You don't know how to leave? In all the time it had been at Blood Moon High School, it was the first time it had seen that it wouldn't leave Thrill World. Nope. It should be two to be exact. The last guy was a very good-looking teenager. That teenager also asked her the same thing as Shen Mengyu. Only the weapon that teenager was holding was even more terrifying. It immediately told the teenager everything. So did the young girl in front of me? LOL. It's a shame these two aren't brother and sister. Mengyu sighed in her heart. Subsequently, it spoke. You can leave the copy automatically by silently chanting leave copy. What if I want to go to another copy? Shen Mengyu continued to ask. The little girl Shadow Ghost is still missing and has to be put in the Scarlet Zoo. 2 other copies? Mengyu pondered for a moment. You can find a night-level ghost to take you there. With that, it suddenly lit up. You can go to the dormitory building and look for that guy. That guy can definitely take you away. But it depends on whether or not it wants to. But, the words came out. The little girl Shadow Ghost got a little scared. Sister, that thing in the dormitory building is very powerful. How does it compare to that man just now? Shen Mengyu couldn't help but ask. What exactly was the strength of that man just now? She knew nothing. That man could have blown the dormitory building guy to smithereens with one punch. The little girl, Shadow Ghost, scratched her head. This definitely can't be compared. Sister, you can kill that guy on the dormitory floor with one punch? Shen Mengyu was a bit shocked in her heart. It seemed the man was much more powerful than he thought. Except that the only way to leave at the moment was to go to the dormitory building. It's okay, trust me. Shen Mengyu had to comfort the little girl Shadow Ghost. Saying that, Shen Mengyu took out the talisman in her pocket. This thing should be the charm that brother said could kill monsters. Mengyu obviously didn't understand what this was, but asked with a puzzled expression. You're really going to the dormitory building? That guy in the dormitory building even eats us. I'm not going to go with you. It couldn't help but wince as it said that. No need for you to come with me. Shen Mengyu shook her head. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu left the lab building alone. Mengyu where a ghost froze for a while. After a while it responded. It sighed. Why is it in the same temper as that little handsome boy? It was just a very ordinary ghost monster, and it was only in the Shadow Ghost realm now. Blood Moon High School anyone it can't afford to mess with. She couldn't afford to mess with someone like Shen Mengyu who had a big brother behind her even more. Dormitory building. At this point the dormitory building was still lit up, etc. Only a little cold. Shen Mengyu went up from the first floor, room by room, to find that thing. She held a sword in one hand and a charm in the other. As soon as that thing appeared, he himself immediately threw out the charm and took his sword and went straight up to stab it. It's rough though, but slaying ghosts couldn't be better. Walked about 4 floors. It's almost time to get to the top floor. What struck her as odd was that there was not a single person in this dormitory building. Suddenly, Shen Mengyu heard a sound from a dormitory building at the far end of the 4th floor. It put her on her guard. Carefully, he came to the door of that room. Take a deep breath. In one swift motion, he pushed open the door to the room. Shen Mengyu was just about to go up and stab randomly with her sword. It's me. I'm the girl who was in your class at the beginning. Only a girl with disheveled hair and an axe in her hand hurriedly said. It's you? Shen Mengyu frowned. This girl is no one else. It was the same girl she had been in class with, who had treated her with disdain. Only, her body was now covered in bloodstains and scars, and her face was still a little pale. It looks like it's been badly injured. Shen Mengyu was just about to speak. The girl held Shen Mengyu's mouth as she whispered. That thing is out there. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu then heard heavy footsteps coming. Dang, dang, dang. Chapter 30, You're just a snob for the name's sake. Inside the empty dormitory building, there was only the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the corridor. The footsteps stepped on the ground step by step, as if they were going to crush the ground. In the meantime, and the thing's ragged panting, the sound of blood ticking away seemed extraordinarily clear. With the sound of footsteps coming closer and closer, the girl was trembling with fear. Just as it was about to approach room 305 where Shen Mengyu was, the thing went in the opposite direction. Shen Mengyu was on the far left side of the corridor, while that thing went to the far right. Hearing voices walking away, The girl took Shen Mengyu's hand and came to the window. We must jump from here before it searches the place, or if it catches us, we will surely die. Her eyes were filled with blood and she looked at Shen Mengyu tightly. At this time, the clothes on her body had been stained red, and her injuries were serious. Jumping from here, I'm sure I'll survive. But you're so badly injured, you might just fall to your death. Shen Mengyu shook her head. This is the 4th floor. If you jump, you'll end up with a permanent disability. Besides, they were unprepared and jumping in would only be more risky. Then can we not wait for death here? Jumping down at least has a chance of survival. Not jumping down only leads to death. The girl looked at Shen Mengyu and opened her mouth to roar. Don't think that just because you got through the Scarlet Zoo by fluke that you're no big deal. The things inside this dormitory building are much scarier than the Scarlet Zoo. It's not like I don't know why you're not getting out of here right now. It's just to show off how good you are in front of the livestream. And you're nothing but a snobbish girl for the namesake. That's a lot of words. The entire Thrill World Live crowd exploded. I didn't expect this Shen Mengyu to be such a vain person. I can kind of see it now. It's disgusting. I can't believe she's so beautiful looking but so vain inside. Are they all making us look like monkeys? I'm off. Bye. Never look at Shen Mengyu again. It's disgusting. Now I kind of understand. This girl is relying on her appearance to deceive us. This is not my goddess dream reign. My goddess is not like this. Upstairs. You haven't seen it yet. That other girl has made it very clear. I beg Shen Mengyu to be eaten by ghosts and monsters in Scary World. Don't let her come out to wreak havoc. The live stream pop-ups were rolling like crazy. Countless people who liked Shen Mengyu have been disenchanted. Uncountable tirades and even taunts against Shen Mengyu appeared on the pop-up screen. Some even cursed Shen Mengyu to die in Thriller World. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu, however, frowned and didn't get angry about it. Yourself for nominal snobbery? She shook her head and didn't say anything, just looked at the dormitory door with quiet eyes. Because the girl's hissing just now drew the thing's attention. That thing is coming here at breakneck speed right now. It's too late. And since you yourself can lay down your life for vanity, you're asking for it. The girl likewise sensed the danger, and her ghastly white face suddenly looked panicked as she began to look for something to cushion her jump. Since you don't want to live, I still have to live to do so. He was too young to ever die in Thriller World. But, just as she had just found the mattress for a while, the thing had come to the door of the dormitory. The whole thing didn't even take 5 seconds. Across a wall, Shen Mengyu had already felt a powerful sense of oppression. The little girl shadow ghost was even more frightened and closed her eyes, and in her heart she began to silently recite, "Bless my sister for defeating the monster. Bless my sister for defeating the monster. Brother, depending on whether your charm works or not, your lovely sister's little life depends on that charm." Shen Mengyu sighed in her heart. Subsequently, she took out the charm and held it between 2 fingers. Everything is ready to go. Just then, bang! The dormitory door was instantly shattered by the thing. A monster with a height of 2 meters and a body length of more than 4 meters appeared in front of Shen Mengyu. It had a mouth full of incredibly sharp fangs, and was hideous looking and dark all over. The 2 eyes were as big as cow's eggs. Not only that, but its eyes glowed red. Is this the Hell Valley monster that the ghostly granny was talking about? Looking at this behemoth in front of her, Shen Mengyu was surprisingly a little shocked for a moment. These are things that used to only appear inside movies. I didn't realize that Thriller World had them. Above the ghosts? No. These monsters are just a monster after all. It's just that some people mistakenly believe that this thing is more powerful than a ghost or monster. The ghost granny had also said that after approaching the ghost general level, these monsters couldn't hurt them. Only to fully kill the monster, it would still have to be at least a ghost king. These were all Shen Mengyu's guesses. Too late to think. Shen Mengyu directly took the talisman and prepared to place it on top of the monster's brain. That's how it's used in the movies. Although this monster wasn't the same species as the ones in the movie, it shouldn't be much of a problem. My brother is not above lying to himself. But, the talisman in Shen Mengyu's hand hadn't been placed yet. The creature was already on the ground. The original red eyes had now turned into normal black pupils. Shen Mengyu? What's going on here? This guy surrenders before he even makes a move? Just then, sister, I get it. The little girl, shadow ghost, suddenly ran out with a look of dawning realization. Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. What do you mean? This talisman is not useful to the monster at all, except that there is a very powerful aura on it, which calmed the monster, the little girl shadow ghost said, and with a face of adoration. In the future, I, Luo Xiaoyu, will be that powerful too. The words came out. Shen Mengyu understood somewhat. It turns out that my brother drew a charm and lied to himself that the charm was very magical and could deal with monsters. I didn't realize it was enchanted with my own power. This is Shen Fei's usual style. She hadn't lied to her gentle and generous sister since she was a child. Shen Fei, Shen Mengyu clenched her small fists in anger. This guy knows how to lie to himself. A Lord Shen, who was a man in the thriller world, had a side that teased his sister. This would definitely shock the hell out of those ghosts and goblins in thriller world if they saw it, because Shen Fei is rarely nice to a person in thriller world, and rarely even speaks. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu looked at the girl on the side and realized that she had lost too much blood and had collapsed on the ground. She hurried over to the girl. Let me help you up. I'm sorry. The girl looked at Shen Mengyu with an apologetic face. I thought you and my father were the same kind of person. That's why I said that just now. I didn't think I was wrong. I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind. Shen Mengyu smiled faintly. She never cared what people said about her. For her, being good is always her goal. This was also the axiom Shen Fei had told her. Chapter 31, We've all misunderstood the goddess. That girl seems to be the daughter of the Yu family of the Jiangcheng clan. Yu, and I heard that she hates her father very much. The reason is that her father cared so much about fame and fortune that he enrolled in a lot of special classes as a child to show off his daughter, regardless of whether she was tired or not. Just now, Goddess Dreamrain didn't want to leave because Goddess Dreamrain has a way to deal with monsters. Goddess Dreamrain is not a vain person. I know Zhao Tianjian, the chairman of the Tianjian group. He said that the day before yesterday he compensated Goddess Mengyu $5 million because of something. But Goddess Mengyu was adamant that she didn't want it, and in the end, it was Zhao Tianjian who forced a payment to Goddess Mengyu's card, and only then did she accept it. I'm Brown. We all misunderstood the goddess? Apologized to the goddess, accompanied by the live streaming crowd after they learned the real situation. Only then was the misunderstanding about Shen Mengyu lifted. Many people felt guilty for blindly listening to Yu Yi's words. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu had already brought Yu Yi to the dormitory floor. That big guy also followed Shen Mengyu, and it was very honest. Yui still had fear in her eyes as she looked at this big guy. This guy almost cost her her life a while ago, and now it was standing right in front of her. It would be a lie to say I wasn't scared. Noticing Yui's eyes filled with fear towards herself, the big guy was very sensible and walked away to stay not far away, not disturbing the place. After seeing the big guy go, only then did Yui look at Shen Mengyu, her watery eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead today at Thrill World. Yui choked a little. Thinking about how she had spoken to Shen Mengyu like that just now, she was now very upset in her heart. Not everyone is like her dad. It's okay. Shen Mengyu shook her head and smiled shallowly. You finished the mission? Yui nodded. My mission was completed in the dormitory building. That's why I met that. With that, she glanced at the big guy not far away. Then get back to the real world. Shen Mengyu nodded and continued. The Blood Moon Middle School copy has ended. But, Yui took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I don't have any friends. So can I realistically look for you in the future? Could be. Shen Mengyu first froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. She actually doesn't have many friends inside reality, partly because she needs to study every day, and partly because she goes home to broadcast after school. Hearing Shen Mengyu agree, Yui was then relieved to leave the copy. Witness Yui leaving. Shen Mengyu was also in need of busy work on other things. Send the little girl Shadow Ghost to the Scarlet Zoo. Luo Xiaoyu. Shen Mengyu called up the name of the little girl Shadow Ghost. Here, the little girl Shadow Ghost suddenly appeared in front of Shen Mengyu. But, it looked a little puzzled. Sister, I don't think I've ever told you my name. How did you know my name? With that, Luo Xiaoyu looked at Shen Mengyu with a puzzled expression. You don't like me calling you names? Shen Mengyu touched Luo Xiaoyu's head and said in surprise. I didn't realize that you don't have a big body, but your head isn't small, so I'll call you Big Head from now on. The words came out. Luo Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Big Head? That's a terrible name. It hurriedly shook its head. Don't. Sister should still call me Little Fish. It's a bit more affectionate this way? This scene made Shen Mengyu laugh. I lied to you. Well, let me send you to the Scarlet Zoo. That previous copy was torn apart. It's still better for you to be in Thrill World as opposed to outside. Shen Mengyu laughed before saying slowly. Luo Xiaoyu, however, was a bit hesitant. It squirmed. Sister, I don't really want to go anywhere. Why? Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. Compared to the real world, Thriller World is at the very least a lot safer, because Luo Xiaoyu was a ghost and was born into the world of thrills. If it was in the real world, it would have been easy to get shot. Luo Xiaoyu interlaced two fingers and muttered in a small voice. I'm afraid where there will still be an uncle to bully me. Bullying you? Shen Mengyu frowned. Did that replica ghost often bully you in the past? It looks like Luo Xiaoyu suffered a lot in that copy. Well, Luo Xiaoyu gently nodded. That copy has an uncle, and a couple of older brothers who idly bully me, and will suck my ghost chi. And, halfway through speaking, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. Shen Mengyu, who noticed that something was wrong, looked at Luo Xiaoyu and softly asked, "What else is wrong with them? Tell your sister that they won't bully you anymore." Luo Xiaoyu spoke with difficulty. "They also said that my mother-born but not mother-raised bastard." The words came out. The live feed exploded. Scum don't distinguish between varieties. I didn't realize that there are human scum, as much as there are ghost scum. Holy, shocked my mom for a whole year and now ghosts and monsters are bullying each other? And bullying a little girl. Is this still a ghost? Punching, kicking, and insulting a child. This ghost is plagued by it to understand. Luckily that copy ripped. That ghost monster should have been killed by now. Good death. If it hadn't been killed, I'd have just transformed into a righteous warrior, and I'd have gone to it up. Support upstairs. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. At the same time, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu was similarly shocked. She didn't realize Luo Xiaoyu had been bullied so much in that copy before. Sister promises you, the Scarlet Zoo is full of good ghosts and monsters there, and will never bully you. Shen Mengyu smiled gently. I'll take you there. If you don't want to stay there, then come with me to the real world. Luo Xiaoyu then slowly nodded. The words just fell. The big guy then sensibly came in front of Shen Mengyu, and bent down, signaling Shen Mengyu to sit on it. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu then brought Luo Xiaoyu to the back of the big guy. Let's go, Big Black. When Big Guy heard Shen Mengyu's nickname for himself, although he was not happy in his heart, he still roared into the air with excitement. The sound was deafening. Soon afterward, they traversed a copy of Blood Moon High School, traveled to the other copies, laboratory building, roof. I can't believe she actually did it. Meng Yu looked at this scene with a shocked expression on her face. In the meantime, Blood Moon High School, security room. The oldest man, who was hiding in the security room for the entire game, got up and stretched. I have to go. The copy is over. He opened his mouth to the ghostly grandfather. No more meeting for tea? The Ghostbuster looked at the boss with a face full of dismay. It was obvious that the Ghost Moncler outlet store was usually by himself at Blood Moon High School, and now it was hard to have someone who was willing to accompany him. Didn't think this one was going to get out of here. The oldest man, however, looked happy. We are all sworn brothers. You are the second. I am the oldest. There will be many opportunities to meet in the future. When I come back to Thriller World next time, big brother, I'll give you a taste of the old wine I've been treasuring for more than 10 years. Upon hearing about drinking, the ghostly grandpa was instantly energized. It was moved to cry bitterly. After so many years, only big brother you treat me well. I love you, big brother. Subsequently, the boss left the copy. Chapter 32 Subbook Teleportation Stone. Scarlet Zoo. At this time, Scarlet Zoo did not have a copy open, so there was no live stream. Those people in the Thriller World livestream couldn't see Shen Mengyu anymore. Dahei could fly through the air even though he didn't have wings. They flew all the way and eventually arrived at the Scarlet Zoo as well. The manager lying in the square in the center of the zoo seemed to have sensed something and immediately opened his eyes. Who dares to enter my Scarlet Zoo territory? I'm sheltered here by the happy community. The manager chortled into the air. The tall, dry body stood straight with sharp eyes. It's ballooned since the last time the happy community and the people from Yujing Village came once. Happy community and Yujing Village can be behind it. And it is now an introductory night level ghost through the resources of the happy community. It's also considered a Scarlet Zoo facade. All of this was brought to you by Miss Shen. If it weren't for Miss Shen, I'm afraid Lord Shen would have long forgotten about it as a minion. Just then, a crack appeared in the copy. Big Black's figure appeared instantly. This gave the manager a frightening blush. Ghost General? It immediately took several steps backward and spoke. Are you the power that came over? Behind me is Miss Shen and the happy community. However, it hadn't finished its sentence. Shen Mengyu then jumped down from Big Black. Manager, it's me. I don't care what you are. The manager was about to reprimand, but at first glance, he saw Shen Mengyu. This made it swallow back what it almost said immediately. Ms. Shen? The manager looked at Shen Mengyu with a shocked face. Why are you here? Said the man. It was a little scared inside. Luckily, I didn't say out that sentence just now, or else it would have definitely provoked Ms. Shen by now. I've got a treat for you. Shen Mengyu smiled faintly. Good stuff? The manager scratched his head at once and smiled awkwardly. Ms. Shen, I haven't even given you anything yet. It's not too good for you to give me something, right? I really didn't expect Ms. Shen to be so nice to it. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu carried Luo Xiaoyu out. That's it. She laughed and said, you'll have to take care of that for me. Saying that, Shen Mengyu patted the back of Luo Xiaoyu's head. Quickly greet the manager. This little girl. No big deal. Luo Xiaoyu's brain was buzzing from the slap, but it wasn't subtle. It immediately bowed to the manager. Hello, Uncle Manager. The scene. It left the manager a little overwhelmed. Ms. Shen, this is your. The manager looked at Shen Mengyu with a puzzled expression. No way, no way? When did Ms. Shen have a baby? If Lord Shen finds out, he'll give Ms. Shen a hard time. It's a ghostly creature inside a copy of the real world that was ripped apart. And since I'm in the real world, there's no way for it to be with me. So I'll just put it in the Scarlet Zoo. Shen Mengyu didn't know what was going on inside the manager's head and opened her mouth to give an explanation. Hearing that it wasn't Shen Mengyu's child, the manager was relieved. It patted its chest and assured, Miss Shen, just don't worry. This one is my Scarlet Zoo's second mission. Absolutely taken care of according to VIP level treatment. Hear that? Luo Xiaoyu was shocked silly. It didn't think there would be someone other than its sister who would be so kind to it. The point is, it's still a poltergeist. Not like the ghosts and goblins I've encountered myself, alas. Just see it, staring blankly at the manager. Really? The manager smiled and nodded, and stroked Luo Xiaoyu's head. Of course, big head boy. Luo Xiaoyu? WTF. I'm not a big-headed kid myself. Luo Xiaoyu instantly moved away from the manager's dry palm and grunted. Humph. I don't have a big head. I have a name. My name is Luo Xiaofu. And seeing as you're going to be this nice to me, you're allowed to call me Xiaofu just like your sister. Luo Xiaoyu's look was adorable to the manager. Got it. Big-brained little fish. The manager laughed and joked. The words came out. Luo Xiaoyu's expression instantly froze up and immediately turned her back, humming once again and ignoring the manager. In the meantime, the manager was also setting his sights on Big Black. It couldn't help but ask, Ms. Shen, is this? The strength on Dahe was Ghost General Initiate. More than a realm higher than it. A guy like that is comparable to that ghostly old lady from the happy community. This is one I captured in another copy. Shen Mengyu glanced at Big Black and continued. I just finished the quest from the other copies. And I'm not even at the Lich level yet. So there's no way to travel through the copies. So I found one of these. This comment froze the manager in his tracks. My missy, are you kidding me? You got a guy this good in other copies just because you wanted to shuttle copies? It's outrageous. I've never seen such a ruthless person in my own ghost life. Oh no, Lord Shen must be counted as well. It still remembers very clearly now that Lord Shen came to it a year ago, when the strength of Lord Shen's mount had already exceeded that of the Ghost King. The Scarlet Zoo replica couldn't withstand such a powerful force at the time and almost collapsed. Now that he thought about it, the manager was still a little shaken in his mind. So it seems, these two siblings are pretty much alike. The corner of the manager's mouth twitched. Ms. Shen, you actually could have avoided this. There's a specific thing in Thrill World called a copy teleportation stone, and there are one-way and also two-way ones. The one-way is that you can only go to one place, but you can use it an unlimited number of times, and the two-way can only be used once, but you can go anywhere in Thriller World. Saying that, the manager took out a jade stone. This is a copy of the Scarlet Zoo's teleportation stone. It can be used indefinitely. You can immediately come to the Scarlet Zoo wherever you are. The two-way is too precious for me to have here, but you can ask Lord Shen when you have time. He shouldn't be short of this. Receiving the jade in the manager's hand, Shen Mengyu was slightly dazed. If that's the case, it wouldn't be necessary to go back and forth with the hassle of finding things to shuttle copies of. It seemed like he still needed to raise to the night ghost level as soon as possible before he could do so. That way you don't need to rely on anything to travel inside the copy. Thanks. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips. I'll bring you a gift next time I come to the Scarlet Zoo. This manager has done himself several favors. The previous manager didn't know anyone in the happy community, and all of them still helped themselves against the pressure of the happy community. And now it's taken in Luo Xiaoyu, and it also told her the rules of Thriller World. If the manager hadn't told her, she would have had to fumble around for a long time before she could do it herself. This sentence could put the manager at a loss for words and he could only smile. It's my honor to serve Miss Shen. Luo Xiaoyu on one plate skimmed her mouth. Sister, don't be biased. Next time sister comes bring me lollipops. Good. Shen Mengyu smiled, and touched Luo Xiaoyu's head. My big-brained little fish. Ah! Angry Luo Xiaoyu covered her head. Sister is bad. Chapter 33, Special Ability, Invisibility. River City. After Shen Mengyu settled Luo Xiaoyu, she returned to the real world. Big Black also returned to his original copy of Blood Moon High School. The manager had initially planned to let Dahe stay, except that Dahe insisted on going back, and eventually did. However, Dahe was obsessed with Shen Mengyu. It was possible that it was due to that talisman on Shen Mengyu's body. These big guys like very powerful people, I guess. Inside the room, Shen Mengyu was checking her score for this copy, and the rewards. Player, Shen Mengyu. Level, Introductory Green Regent Ghost. Identity, Gardener at the Scarlet Zoo. Student at Blood Moon High School. Special ability, please claim your Blood Moon High School duplicate reward. Stamina, 35, boosted by 7 points. Strength, 26 boosted by 21 points. Sensitivity, 28 boosted by 4 points. Stamina, 26 boosted by 8 points. Looking at her attribute panel, Shen Mengyu was astonished. This time the attributes were raised by several points on average compared to the last time. The highest power boost was a full 21 points. Shen Mengyu had now felt out that she was full of power all over her body. Not that kind of robust strength, just inexhaustible strength, as if it wouldn't get tired. Is this what's so great about Thriller World? Shen Mengyu slightly marveled in her heart. Sure enough, the greater the danger, the greater the reward gained. After clearing the level himself, he also gained the status of a student at Blood Moon High School. Although it was of no use to her, it was a treasure to others. Just a Blood Moon Middle School student identity tag could potentially be auctioned off for a very high price. Conservative estimates are all around $500,000. Not only that, Shen Mengyu realized that his strength had even come to the Green Regal Ghost initiation. She's only entered 2 copies. In other words, after entering a few more copies she would be a nightmare class. 2 copies of others are only at the peak of Shadow Ghost. She, on the other hand, even crossed the White Ghost level and came directly to the Green Regalia, although the Night Ghost level was still a ways off. But it's not far off. Just then, Shen Mengyu noticed the sudden appearance of a status bar on it. Special ability, please claim your Blood Moon High School duplicate reward. Special abilities? She frowned. Subsequently, she saw the line below the system. Click to see the Blood Moon Middle School Thriller World copy rating and when the next copy will be available. Shen Mengyu directly clicked in. Player, Shen Mengyu. Copy, Blood Moon Middle School. System rating, SSS. Reward, Ghost Coin * 200. Penetrator Invisibility Special Ability. Blood Moon Middle School Student Identity Tag. The next entry will be in 4 days. This one is rated SSS. It's a lot higher than the last one. At the same time, inside the rewards column, the Penetrating Invisibility Special Ability attracted Shen Mengyu's attention. Special abilities? Shen Mengyu frowned. How is this going to work? Suddenly, she remembered the method of using Ghost Chi that the Ghost Granny had told her. I just don't know if it's dangerous. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and hesitated, but still closed her eyes and rubbed her ghostly chi. If one wanted to keep up with one's brother, that must be the way to go. Sure enough, less than a few seconds, Shen Mengyu then felt a different feeling inside her body. Next moment, she opened her eyes and realized that her body was slowly becoming transparent. The shock in Shen Mengyu's heart was hard to cover. Surprisingly, it really can be invisible. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu lifted her ghostly aura. The invisibility is also gone. This Blood Moon Middle School harvest is really not small. Shen Mengyu's heart was agitated. She seemed to understand why her brother had been in Thriller World. Is a skill this cool considered invincible in Thriller World? Suppressing his excitement, Shen Mengyu closed the attribute panel. Himself is just a small success now. I don't know how much worse it is compared to my brother. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't help but sigh. Brother is still away. The room, however, was tidied up. The leftovers from the Hagwon's meal on the table when she left were now dumped and the bowls scrubbed clean. Brother was here? Shen Mengyu's heart was suddenly a little excited. Just then, a woman with a delicate figure and excellent look slowly walked out, looked at Shen Mengyu, and spoke with a surprised expression. Shen Mengyu, follow the sound. The woman made Shen Mengyu faintly stare. None other. It was Yue. What brings you to my house? Shen Mengyu looked at Yue, a little puzzled. How can this even come to your own home? Yue saw Shen Mengyu's strange eyes and worried that she misunderstood herself. So she hurriedly said, after I left Thriller World, I found your home address, and I had planned to look for you after you came back. But I saw a man sneaking around outside your house as if he had something to do with you, and I was afraid you were in danger. So I said I was your friend and asked your landlord for the key. I saw a bit of a mess on the table, so I cleaned it up. Hear the words. Shen Mengyu was somewhat touched in her heart, but then, she couldn't help but stare slightly. Yue just said, a man sneaking around in front of his house? Is it a brother? What did the man look like? Shen Mengyu asked with questions in her mind. Yue tried hard to recall and spoke. It looks like an older man, with a big belly, or Mediterranean. Hear these words. Shen Mengyu froze at once. It's definitely not Shen Fei. But, she suddenly thought of someone and hurriedly asked Yue, is that person followed by a very tall man? Yue, however, looked at Shen Mengyu with a surprised expression. How did you know? That person I recognize. The chairman of Jiangqing Tianjian Group. Shen Mengyu sighed helplessly. This Xiao Tianjian is likely to be $5 million backsliding and wants it back. Anyway, I didn't move a single cent of my own $5 million, so I'll just give it back to him when the time comes. Tianjian Group? Yue was slightly stunned. This company seems to still have cooperation with our family. Because of something it seems to be stopped now. Now trying to find a way to solve it. Saying that, She waved her hand in a strong female manner. If he dares to find trouble with you, I'll directly ask the housekeeper to cancel the cooperation with him. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but smile. This is still unnecessary. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door came suddenly. Is Ms. Shen in? Then came a familiar voice. It's Zhao Tianjian. Shen Mengyu frowned and walked over. I'll return that 5 million to you now. So don't come looking for me. Besides, I don't need this 5 million. Yui followed suit. Outside the door, Zhao Tianjian heard Shen Mengyu's voice and immediately cried out in agitation. Ms. Shen, I didn't come here for $5 million. I came to beg you to do me a favor. And when it's done, not to mention $5 million, $10 million can be given to you. As if Zhao Tianjian had grabbed a life-saving straw, he hurriedly said, Ms. Shen, could you please open the door for me? This matter really concerns the life and death of many people. A lot of people's lives and deaths at stake? Shen Mengyu frowned. Open the door. She looked at Zhao Tianjian with icy eyes. Just say what you have to say. Chapter 34, Tianqi Hotel. Let's have dinner together. For Zhao Tianjian, she didn't have a good impression all in all. Before that, she was threatened to build a building in her name. Upon seeing Shen Mengyu, Zhao Tianjian was instantly excited. Really, thank you, Ms. Shen. I do have something to ask for your help. It has nothing to do with that 5 million. Besides, that's what I compensated you for. How can I still ask for it back? So what is it you want from me? Shen Mengyu frowned, feeling that Zhao Tianjian seemed to be in some big trouble this time. Otherwise it wouldn't have been hovering at his door. To tell the truth, I recently took a single from a big family. The Yu family's single. They want to build a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng. The requirements are particularly high. The general construction company dares not take the responsibility. And then I took this single. At first it was very smooth, but when it came to the later part, things were not quite right. Zhao Tianjian said seriously. After the foundation was raised, there were people above the construction site who inexplicably fainted and vomited. And there were even people who dreamed of something horrible, similar to Thriller World. Because of this incident, the workers all ran away, and the project has been dragging on for several days with no progress. So that's why I've come to look for you. The words were said. Why does it sound like an urban legend? You should go to the ones that specialize in this kind of thing, right? Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. I'm just a girl. I don't know anything. Speaking of which, Zhao Tianjian shook his head. It's no use. I've searched for it. The master said that he couldn't handle this matter. He had to find someone more powerful. And I thought of Ms. Shen. This ass-kissing. Yui came behind Shen Mengyu at this moment and looked at Zhao Tianjian. You're the partner who worked with my father? You are? Zhao Tianjian was slightly stunned and didn't seem to recognize Yui. After all, he had always worked with Yui's father, and he did not know or have seen this daughter. I'm Yui. Yui opened her mouth. Yui? Zhao Tianjian immediately looked at Yui with a shocked expression. This was the Yu family's eldest daughter, the future head of the family. As Yui's father had given birth to just one daughter, the family will definitely be hers from now on. Only, this Yu family is the pearl of the palm. Why are you with Ms. Shen? Could it be that Yui's father had asked her to come to Shen Mengyu for help? Just as Zhao Tianjian was making a wild guess in his mind, Yui explained. Mengyu and I are good friends. These words made Zhao Tianjian put his heart down. Because, he made it very clear when he worked with others, as long as the money is paid, until the delivery of the work, there is no need to bother the partner. Only Zhao Tianjian to take care of it. That's why Tianjian Group is one of the best in the construction industry in Jiangcheng. For no other reason. You just don't have to worry about it. And you don't even want a dime if you don't do it right. It also made Zhao Tianjian's reputation rise one by one. Therefore, this time, the 5-star hotel project or the Yu family took the initiative to find him. He was only shocked just now when he heard that Yui was the pearl of the Yu family. Because if the Yu family came to find someone in person, then Zhao Tianjian's credibility would be gone. Break the rules and no one will come to him in the future. Ms. Shen, look at this number. Can you go over it for me? Zhao Tianjian stretched out a finger and asked cautiously. How much is this? Shen Mengyu asked curiously. $10 million. Zhao Tianjian replied. Once this number came out, Shen Mengyu was instantly shocked. 10 million? It's not a small amount. The reason why Zhao Tianjian was willing to take so much was because this project was a matter of Tianjian Group's face. The quality required for a 5-star hotel is not something that can be built by an average company. Yui couldn't help but be a bit surprised as well. Zhao Tianjian was surprisingly willing to take out so much money. Unfortunately, she didn't know much about doing business and it was hard for her to understand Zhao Tianjian's deeper meaning. Shen Mengyu hesitated and nodded. Yes, that's not to say she needs the money. It was because she wanted to experiment with what her real-world strength was. Plus if you don't deal with it, It could cause a lot of people to get hurt. Maybe some of her fans? Thank you, Ms. Shen. Zhao Tianjian was instantly delighted. I wonder if Ms. Shen has had dinner. Why don't you join me for a meal? Plus Miss Yue. With that, he looked at Yue. Both nodded their heads and, it's a meal not to be rubbed in. Soon, Shen Mengyu followed Zhao Tianjian's business card to the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng, Tianqi Hotel, the largest and most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng. It was the first time Shen Mengyu had come here. As far as the eye could see, you couldn't even see the end of the hotel corridor. Inside the lobby, there are all sorts of gilded ornaments, lavish floor tiles, and so on. As you can imagine, those who can eat here are very rich. As soon as Zhao Tianjian went in, the hotel manager greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhao, are you still in the same deluxe room as last time this time? As a manager who hung out in this kind of high-end hotel, he naturally recognized Zhao Tianjian at a glance. The character he gave himself every day was to know these rich people in Jiangcheng. Once you realize they're here, run over and entertain them, and tip yourself when it's time to buy something. As he spoke, the hotel manager's eyes inadvertently glanced at Shen Mengyu and Yue. The sharp-eyed man recognized Yue at once. As for Shen Mengyu, next to Yue, he didn't care. I think it's Yue's little follower. I'm receiving very important guests this time. Arrange a royal room for me. Zhao Tianjian shook his head and opened his mouth. The royal box? The hotel manager was shaken. Subsequently, he smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. The imperial room has now been rented out in advance. Rented? Zhao Tianjian frowned, somewhat surprised. As far as he knew, the royal room was the highest class room in the Tianqi Hotel, and there was only that one in the entire hotel. A royal room package costs a full $880,000 a day, and that's just for renting a room. A little bit of food would be over $1 million. Such spending power is not affordable to the average person. I didn't realize that it was now being rented out in advance, which means that this person will have to spend this $880,000 every day. What kind of person is so grandiose? Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but ask. The hotel manager spoke with an apologetic smile. Mr. Zhao, this concerns the privacy of the guest. I'm not too sure, but I can tell you that the other party is going to receive someone from the thriller world. That person is very powerful in the thriller world, I've heard. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian turned pale at the news. The big man of the thriller world? It seems like the person who begged the royal room is definitely not an ordinary person. The thriller world is having an increasing impact on the real world, and people like them can only get close to the thriller world bigwigs if they can find a way to do so. Otherwise, as with his recent construction site incident, it simply won't be resolved. Thinking in his mind, he then glanced at Shen Mengyu. I heard that Shen Mengyu's brother is also from the thriller world, and he seems to be very powerful. As long as he held Shen Mengyu, he could also hold her brother. Two birds with one stone. Perfect. Zhao Tianjian looked at the hotel manager, thought for a moment, and spoke. Then let's have a supreme room. Between the supreme beings is second only to the royal family. So that's a good way to save face. The hotel manager's face was instantly delighted, and he hurriedly said, then you come with me. With this order, he could make a lot of money again. In their hotel, everything is based on commission. Chapter 35, Tianqi Hotel, Lord Shen. Inside the supreme room, Zhao Tianjian looked at Shen Mengyu with an apologetic face. I didn't think there were no more royal rooms in this hotel. Truly sorry. With that, he also spoke to Yue. Sorry, miss you. Shen Mengyu shook her head. It's fine. Eat wherever you want. In fact, I prefer eating at the ground level. That's a lot of words. Yue brightened up in front of her eyes and hurriedly nodded. Me too. The snacks at the roadside stalls are delicious. Zhao Tianjian, however, had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, Missy likes to eat street food? Is that thing healthy? As the chairman of the Tianjin group, he had never eaten that before, but he didn't say anything. Soon, the dishes he had ordered were served on the table. Chinese cabbage in boiling water, bird's nest in clear soup, Tai Shi 5 snake soup, 3 shredded shark's fins, and so on. All very expensive dishes. This caused Shen Mengyu to be slightly shocked. Zhao Tianjian, however, hemmed and hawed. I usually don't bother ordering these dishes, but it just so happens that Miss Shen and also Miss Yu are here today, so I'll break the bank. Have a heart. Shen Mengyu politely returned the greeting. Immediately after, Zhao Tianjian then told Shen Mengyu more details above the construction site. For example, workers tripping over things on purpose when they go to the bathroom at night, or all kinds of strange behavior when they're being choked, but there's no one there at all. Yue was listening in horror. These things, they're exactly like Thriller World, only there have been no casualties yet. Most were minor injuries, but the workers are still all running away. Nothing else. It's too scary. Who dares to work in a haunted construction site? Shen Mengyu couldn't help but frown after hearing this. This thing. Why does it sound similar to what my brother said about the thriller world expanding into the real world? Is it hard to believe that a 5-star hotel address was coincidentally chosen for the thrill world crack? Shenfei's previous video told her that the thriller world would expand into the real world little by little over the course of 3 years, because time within the thriller world is not the same as the real world. So now nearly half a month had passed since he had last seen the video his brother had given him, but in the end it's only been half a month. My brother is talking about 3 years. Is it hard to expand a little bit? Full expansion in 3 years? Shen Mengyu pondered in her mind. It could be that she didn't understand the meaning of her brother's remark. Unfortunately, now he couldn't see his brother himself, and there was no way to ask him. She nodded. I can take a look at it for you. If I'm capable of fixing it for you then I will. If I'm not then you might as well hire someone else. $10 million was big, but risking her life desperately for $10 million was certainly not something she would do. After all, she's now considered rich, especially those family properties in the brothers' thriller world. Zhao Tianjian hastily nodded. Yes. Shen Mengyu nodded and said nothing. In the meantime, outside the Tianqi Hotel, a deluxe version of a business car slowly parked in front of the hotel. The license plate is Jiang 8, 88,888. Just by looking at the license plate, it was enough to see that the identity of the people inside the car was by no means ordinary. The hotel manager's eyes glowed gold at the sight. To him, it's a fortune. He didn't even think about it. He ran over at once and helped open the car door. Hello, I'm the manager here. May I ask what service you require? While opening the car door, the hotel manager didn't forget to introduce himself. I reserved the royal room. The sound in the car is very magnetic. Next moment, a man in a suit slowly stepped out of the car. The man was a good-looking man, looking clear-eyed and dashingly handsome, with a lingering aura coalescing between his eyebrows. It's extraordinary at first glance. And aside, the hotel manager, after he heard that the man was the one who booked the royal room, he was immediately thrilled. Today is too good. Just now he received the chairman of the largest construction company in Zhangchang, and now he was allowed to meet this mysterious big brother who booked the royal room. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, not daring to slack off, and carefully asked, "Then what service do you need now? I can now arrange for the back kitchen to do it in advance. The most expensive dish in your hotel. All of it." The man demurely glanced at his watch and spoke in a calm tone. The words came out. The hotel manager was confused. All the most expensive ones? If it wasn't for the fact that the man in front of him was wearing a suit and driving a luxury business car, he would have thought the man was a cutie pie. Ordering it all would cost over $1 million just for the food. Only the hotel manager gulped and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure?" The man glanced at the hotel manager with a calm expression. "Pay later with your black card." The words came out. "I know." The hotel manager understood at once and hurriedly ordered the waiter to go to the kitchen to inform the cooking. At the same time, he was excited beyond belief. Not surprisingly, one can be happy with a large 200 square meter house tonight. Seeing this scene, many people passing by around stopped and took out their cell phones to start taking pictures. With a scene like this, it looks like the young master of that family has come out to play. You'll have to make a video and post it on the internet to show off your chance encounter with the big guy? The man stood quietly by the car, looking at the watch on his wrist, as if waiting for something. The hotel manager couldn't help but ask, "Are you expecting someone?" "Aha." The man's handsome face nodded slightly. "Why don't you wait in the hotel first? It's crowded and hot outside, so I can't tire you out." The hotel manager laughed on the sidelines, but it was rejected by the man. "Unnecessarily. This man is important and must wait for me personally." The man shook his head. "Must I wait in person?" The hotel manager's heart was even more excited. Doesn't that mean that the person who will come later has a higher status than the man in front of him? With that thought in mind, the hotel manager stood and waited as well. "You'll have to dress that big guy yourself later." Not a moment too soon. Just as a number of people gathered around, only a stretch business car slowly came to a stop under the gaze of the crowd. The license plate is even River 00001. Seeing that license plate number, everyone perked up. How big of a person does one have to be to afford a ride like this? It's still an extended version of the car. This is not many times more expensive than the man's deluxe version just now. You can't even buy it with money. The hotel manager also looked dumbfounded. Seeing the car coming, not waiting for the hotel manager to open the door to meet, the man immediately ran over. The man was seen bowing to the car, then running to it and opening the door. Amidst the shocked looks of the crowd, the door of the stretch business car was slowly opened. The owner of the car was also seen by the crowd. As the crowd watched, a fresh and handsome teenage face leaked out. The teenager was slender, wearing a casual outfit that oozed the word young. However, the sharp-eyed people saw at a glance that the teenager's cell phone wallpaper was a sweet and lovely-looking girl. This was a huge disappointment to the girls around them. I can't believe such a handsome boy was snatched up by that little sister. Lord Shen. The man looked at the teenager with a respectful expression. Su-guan, there's no need to be so formal. We're on very equal footing. There's no such thing as an adult or not. The teenager frowned, not seeming to like the man calling himself that. The man called Su-guan froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "Understood, Brother Shen." The words came out. The teenager sighed helplessly. "Whatever you want to call it." With that, he pointed to the hotel. "Come on, let's go in and talk." Su-guan nodded along. As you guessed, the teenager is none other than Shen Fei. The man, on the other hand, was the one who had a tattoo of the candle dragon, which was known to open his eyes today and close them tonight, at Blood Moon High School. And the man had teased Shen Mengyu at Blood Moon Middle School at that time. Now it was honest in front of Shen Fei. Chapter 36, Those Ghosts and Goblins. They're coming up the stairs. The other side. Shen Mengyu and the others were still eating hot. "Ms. Shen, are you still satisfied with the meal here?" Zhao Tianjian looked at Shen Mengyu and asked carefully. He didn't dare to mess with Shen Mengyu at all now. Scare this master away. Then their own construction site project is finished, not to mention, maybe even their own company will have to follow the end of the time. Shen Mengyu, however, didn't say anything and only frowned. This scene scared Zhao Tianjian. Can't it be that Ms. Shen isn't satisfied with the meal she ate? Or are you not satisfied with your service this time? Zhao Tianjian thought hard, trying to find out where he was wrong. Only Shen Mengyu's tone was grave. There are ghosts and monsters in this hotel. And there's more than one. They all seem to be very strong. This hotel is haunted? Zhao Tianjian's face changed in fear and hurriedly packed up his things. "Miss Shen, then we'd better go here with elderly. We've also eaten almost enough." Yui also looked a little alarmed beside her. Ever since this departure from Blood Moon High School, she'd vowed not to go to Thrill World, nothing else. Going there once basically kills you. If she hadn't met Shen Mengyu this time, she would have been eaten alive by that big guy by now. "It's fine. If there's a problem, I'll take you guys. That thing is currently in the hall. It's most dangerous for us to go down there now." Shen Mengyu shook her head. She sensed at least 4 gargoyles in the hall. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. But why would ghosts and monsters suddenly appear out of nowhere? Shen Mengyu didn't know that. Only, she could feel that those ghosts and monsters were strong. She shouldn't be able to fight at her level. In the hall? Zhao Tianjian's face changed. Could it be any hotel manager? I felt an icy whoosh when I was near him. Thinking back to the hotel manager, Zhao Tianjian's back was now all cold. Not necessarily. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and continued. "I'm not in the hall, so I can only sense that the ghosts and monsters are in the hall, but I don't know the rest." Yui bit her lip and didn't say anything. Zhao Tianjian's heart burst into a frenzy. In that case, hadn't he just spent half a day chatting with a ghost? And heckling. Zhao Tianjian felt a little bad luck all of a sudden. Shen Mengyu ignored the two men. It was only right that the first order of business was to make sure that those ghosts and goblins didn't come and use them as prey. She touched the jade pendant in her pocket and the milky white sword. Well, all in. It's safe in that case. There's also the charm on the body. As long as no ghost general level ghosts appeared, she was basically safe. Yui was on the sidelines, and although she was scared, she still took out the bonus weapon she had obtained from Thriller World. It's an axe. It didn't match Yui's delicate looks at all. "Ms. Yu, why don't you use this for me?" Zhao Tianjian saw the axe and brightened up. "I'm stronger." Yui was a little hesitant. After she paused, she gave the axe to Zhao Tianjian. Indeed, being a little girl herself, she had no strength or power. It might as well be for a strong man like Zhao Tianjian. Just then, Shen Mengyu's tone became grave. "Those ghosts and monsters, they went upstairs." "Upstairs?" Zhao Tianjian's complexion changed and he hurriedly picked up his axe and set up his stance. As soon as the ghosts and goblins came in, he slashed furiously. In the meantime, Su Guan was heading to the royal room on the highest floor of the hotel with Shen Fei. "Brother Shen, what are we going to do about the ghost kings that followed us out of the Thriller World?" While walking, Su Guan opened his mouth and asked. "It's fine. If they dare to make trouble, then just exterminate them." Shen Fei faintly shook his head, his chi calm. The corner of Su Guan's mouth twitched. "Brother Shen, it's good that you're powerful, but I haven't recovered my strength yet. I'm barely a ghost king now. If those ghost kings were to beat me up, I definitely wouldn't be able to hold out." He couldn't help but grit his teeth. "It's not that I'm talking about you. How come your strength changed so much from a year ago to a year later? Last year we were still at the same level. This year you pulled me out of so many realms. It's all because you sealed me in Blood Moon Middle School. That Thai copy I couldn't even find anyone in the press." While saying that, Guan had a displeased look on his face. Shen Fei, however, revealed a faint smile. Then you should be very happy when you molested my sister. The words came out. Guan's face instantly changed. I'm brown. How does he know I molested his sister? If he admits it himself, then he absolutely has to be cold. Guan immediately shook his head. What are you talking about? I haven't even met your sister. I think you also said that my arms smelled a little good. Shen Fei glanced at Guan, and his handsome face smiled gently. The words were said. Guan instantly became overwhelmed. What are you talking about? I, Guan, am not that kind of person. You're my brother. How could I possibly talk about your arm scent? It must be a rumor from somewhere, trying to ruin our relationship. Yes, it must be. He was now overwhelmed with remorse. I should have known better than to go talk to that little ninny about it. He molested her himself and scolded Shen Fei. The first person to die is him. You're not human. Shen Fei smiled faintly. The tattoos behind you already represent that you are not human. Then what am I? I'm not human. I can't be a ghost or a monster? Guan blankly glanced at Shen Fei. It's a pity that the ghosts and monsters attack me too. I don't know your identity. I think you should have been born in the world before the thrill world. It's only logical that you would have memories from before. Shen Fei shook his head. Subsequently, Shen Fei looked at him with a puzzled expression. Do you still have no memory now? If I had, would I have kept it from you? Guan was speechless. Shen Fei gently nodded. Turn around and go to Thrill World and I'll have a good chat with you about this matter of you molesting my sister. Ha? Guan was dumbfounded. How could he not know what Shen Fei meant by having a good chat? I'm brown. Guan cursed in his heart. What did he have to mouth off about talking to Shen Mengyu for at that time? And now it's being retaliated against by her brother. Those gargoyles are coming. Shen Fei calmly glanced around and opened his mouth. Back to the royal room. He thought about it for a moment and decided to stay among the royalty. It was the middle of the day and there were a lot of people inside the hotel. There might be Shen Fei's opponents among these people. The fact that the enemy was in the dark did not favor Shen Fei and the others. Why go back to the royal room? In my opinion, just go straight down there and kill indiscriminately. Guan was a bit confused. Shen Fei isn't that far behind. You know. Shen Fei stomped Guan. This is the art of war. Guan skimmed her mouth and murmured in a small voice. I haven't seen you use it like this before. The words came out. Shen Fei immediately looked at Guan with cold eyes. Guan was instantly stunned into silence. Lord Shen's authority is still there. In the meantime, inside the room where Shen Mengyu was, Zhao Tianjian was already sweating nervously. Ms. Shen, does this ghost move so slowly? Realizing that the ghosts and monsters hadn't come up for half a day, Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but ask. Chapter 37, Guan. I don't know. Shen Mengyu was just about to speak. The entire hotel lights dimmed instantly. They're on the move. Shen Mengyu's face was grave. Words. Zhao Tianjian also immediately took a proper stance and stood by. At the same time he cursed himself for being a crow. The crow's feet themselves are really good. Then we're not in danger. Are we? Yui asked in a small voice. Shen Mengyu shook her head. I'm not sure what level the ghosts and monsters are. There was no way for her to say if she was in danger or not without determining what level the ghosts and monsters were. Ghosts of a little less than night level are certainly safe, but if it's above the night ghost level, Shen Mengyu then genuflected. If it's not right, everyone just runs. Shen Mengyu reminded at this time. If you can't beat them, run. It's called tactics. It's not called weakness, or wimpiness. Zhao Tianjian's expression was suddenly tense. Something Ms. Shen isn't even sure about. That's probably going to be dangerous. Just then, inside the hotel lobby, several dark shadows appeared from the ground, rushed the crowd and started tearing into it. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd turned pale with fear. Immediately, he began to flee. The hotel manager was also so scared that his legs went limp. He hurriedly turned on the intercom and shouted, "Something attacked the hotel! Something attacked the hotel! Security personnel come over quickly!" What he didn't realize was that the security guys coming over didn't help. Suddenly, a gargoyle saw the hotel manager and instantly came to him, opened its bloody mouth and took a bite. When the people around saw this scene, they were even more frightened and couldn't walk. Legs are weak with fear. Don't come over here. I've already called someone, and they'll all get you then. One of them, a middle-aged man in a suit, roared with an angry face. He was one of the more recognizable dignitaries within the business community, and there were plenty of bodyguards. He didn't bring a bodyguard on this trip because he was going to meet a valued guest from abroad, but never expected. This thing appeared. A ghostly monster that was closer to the middle-aged man immediately came to the middle-aged man. The ghost's dry hand grabbed up the middle-aged man and looked at him with a sneer. What did you say? And you're going to get me killed? The somber tone made the middle-aged man shudder. especially at the sight of the ghostly creature's face of scarlet blood, and eyes that glowed green. His face turned white with fright, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. You are generous. Spare me. Could be. The gargoyle actually let go of his arm in a rare move. Thank you, my lord. The middle-aged man's face was overjoyed and he hurriedly thanked him. But, not even 3 seconds. Instead, the gargoyle just took a bite out of the middle-aged man. I said I could let you go. I didn't say I wouldn't eat you. Ghost was full of enjoyment. Subsequently, it looked again at the others in the hotel. Just then, don't waste time here. Su-guan and that mysterious guy are upstairs. Leave a ghost to guard the hall. The others follow me upstairs. Su-guan betrayed our snow-edged sanctuary back in the day. This revenge has to be avenged as well. One of the tall and powerful-looking gargoyles commanded the other 3 gargoyles. Subsequently, the hall had been ghostly and stayed. The other ghosts and goblins quickly rushed up the tall building. Shen Mengyu, who was in the room's face, also changed instantly. They're here. Coming? Zhao Tianjian was even more nervous. Yue, on the other hand, didn't say anything. Accompanied by these ghosts and monsters killing each other layer by layer, they soon reached the 8th layer. Tianqi Hotel has 10 floors. The 2 highest floors are the Supreme Room and the Royal Room. Now it's down to these 2 rooms. Suddenly, all the time the ghosts and monsters came to Shen Mengyu's room, saw the scene. Zhao Tianjian was about to charge up immediately. However, Shen Mengyu yanked Zhao Tianjian, displaying amazing strength, and dragged him down. What's wrong, mission? Zhao Tianjian was still confused. This ghost monster. It's the Ghost King. We can't beat it at all. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and shouted. Run! The strength of this ghost was beyond what she could deal with offending. It's all about escape now. When Zhao Tianjian heard this, he immediately took Fu Axe and was about to leave the place. Yue looked at Shen Mengyu with a nervous face. Just then, another poltergeist appeared out of nowhere, blocking the doorway to the room. There's nowhere to run. Zhao Tianjian's face changed instantly. You're going to die here? Boss, someone in here has Su-guan's scent on them. A gargoyle spoke to the tall, powerful gargoyle next to him. With that, it pointed at Shen Mengyu. That's the one. The tall, imposing gargoyle was a full 4 meters tall, with a long body and was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The ghosts and goblins on the side are a little larger than normal, only to see that the sunglasses ghost monster seriously speculated about Shen Mengyu and opened his mouth to ask, what is your relationship with Su-guan? It sounded a little hoarse, as if it had crawled out of hell. Makes one's head spin to hear it. Su-can? Shen Mengyu, however, frowned. I don't recognize it. The words came out. Put your mother's ass on the line. The ghosts and monsters on the side were instantly furious. You clearly have Su-guan's scent on you, as well as the scent of Su-guan's new master. The ghostly aura on the ghostly monster's body suddenly skyrocketed, and a cold aura poured out. Zhao Tianjian and also Yue were trembling in fear. Only Shen Mengyu had gone through the thrilling world's enhancement, and the coldness of this temperature had little effect on her. The sunglasses ghost monster, however, was calm. Then why do you have Su-guan's scent? Only this question caused Shen Mengyu to be clearly stunned. He clearly didn't know Su-guan himself. It's none of your business to have his scent on you, is it? Shen Mengyu shook her head. I don't know. This scene made the ghost monster next to it furious. It immediately said to the sunglasses ghost monster, Boss, Su-guan is in the floor above. Let's quickly dispose of these people before going to exterminate Su-guan. The sunglasses ghost monster thought for a moment. That mysterious person beside Su-guan is very powerful. We need to know more about it. It had always been a bit timid about the mysterious person next to Su-guan. Nothing else. It just felt like the mysterious man had a scary aura about him. Even amongst the supreme beings one could feel the aura of that mysterious person being released from the upper floors. Of course, it didn't know that the aura of the mysterious person among the supreme came from the talisman in Shen Mengyu's pocket. Seeing how abrasive the sunglasses ghostbusters were, the ghostbusters were a bit pressed. Then I'll take care of the other 2 useless ones first. With that, the dry hands rushed towards Yue and also Zhao Tianjian. The scene scared the 2 men silly. Just then, Shen Mengyu blocked in front of them. If you want to kill them, you must kill me first. Asterisk 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 off. The ghost looked at Shen Mengyu with a fierce face. What kind of a thing are you? Shen Mengyu resolutely shook her head. Unless you kill me. She could imagine if Yue as well as Zhao Tianjian were killed by this ghost after. There's probably no way to get out alive yourself. The only way to do that now is to drag it out. Hopefully, someone from the Secret Service will show up. Only then might they survive the past. That ghost bared its teeth at Shen Mengyu's anger. The sunglasses ghost monster on the side, however, calmly came to Shen Mengyu. Chapter 38. Did you get my permission to bully my sister? If you tell me about Su-guan, I cannot eat you. The sunglasses ghost monster looked at Shen Mengyu with a flat face and opened his mouth. Who the hell is Suguan? Shen Mengyu frowned. She didn't recognize the man. Had never even heard the name. Suguan is a traitor to my Snow Edge sanctuary. The sunglasses ghost monster stared at Shen Mengyu. A year ago, he betrayed us and defected to a mysterious person. And recently we detected that he left from the thriller world. That's why we came to hunt him down. Do you, in fact, know about Suguan? The sunglasses ghost monster looked at Shen Mengyu dead in the face. If you know, I can even let you join the Snow Edge sanctuary. Join the sanctuary of Snow's Edge? The ghostly man on the side of the room changed his expression. Boss. Before it could finish its sentence. However, it was stopped by the sunglasses gargoyle, only to see the sunglasses ghost monster looked at Shen Mengyu, as if he had eaten his words. How is it? Shen Mengyu was still frowning. What is the Snow Edge sanctuary? If the guess is right, this would be one of the Thrill World powers, right? I just don't know how it is with my own brother. You don't even know about the Snow Edge sanctuary, and you dare talk back to us? That ghostly monster's face sank with displeasure. The sunglasses ghost monster but faintly smiled. You just entered the thrilling world not long ago. It's normal that you don't know about this power. I can tell you that we have more than 1,000 copies of the Snow Edge sanctuary. There are more than 50 ghost kings. The words were said. Yu Yi's face was filled with shock as she listened. Although Zhao Tianjian didn't understand the thriller world, he knew it was unusual when he saw Yu Yi's shocked expression. More than 50 ghost kings? Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. There was more to this behemoth than he thought. It seemed that there was only one ghost king in Yujing village under his own brother. There doesn't seem to be a single one in the happy community. That's so compared. He himself was no better there than this ghost of the snowbound sanctuary in front of him. Seeing that Shen Mengyu had been silent, the sunglasses ghoul was really a bit impatient and pushed his sunglasses. Penis. Extinguish it. The short meaning is, kill Shen Mengyu and the others. Since there's no answer you want, there's no value in keeping it. Understood. The ghostly monster called Lauer instantly blushed and looked at Shen Mengyu with a sardonic smile on his face. I've long seen you as unpleasant. Let's let you feel the world of pain next. Saying that, it kept its dry arm reaching for Shen Mengyu's head. Suddenly, it turned to Shen Mengyu's arm again. Crushing your head is a bit cheap. How about I crush your limbs first? The second ghost monster looked at Shen Mengyu with a smug expression. Shen Mengyu was silent. She felt like she might be in a bad way this time. She didn't feel sorry for anything. I just didn't get to meet my brother. That's all. Yu Yi, who was on the side, however, directly shouted, disgusting demonic thing. You had the instinct to come and pinch me first. What kind of skill is it to bully Shen Mengyu? The words were said. It wasn't just Shen Mengyu who froze. Even the dickish ghoul froze for a moment. This man is even planning to sacrifice himself? This one brought up the interest of the older two ghosts and monsters. Interesting. It sneered, came to Yu Yi's side, only to see that one of its arms directly grabbed Yu Yi's arm. Ka-ching! An unusually crisp fracture sound came. Yu Yi's arm was broken hard. Yu Yi! This scene caused Shen Mengyu's face to change. Without hesitation, she immediately took out her milky white sword and quickly finished her incantation, transforming it into a long sword. At once, he rushed towards the oldest two ghosts and monsters. It was so fast that the second ghost monster didn't have time to react. The longsword stabbed the second ghostbuster, only it didn't pierce. It seems that the strength of a Ghost King level ghost is extraordinary. Being stabbed by this, the second ghost monster also looked at Shen Mengyu, and was instantly enraged. You really do have a death wish. The second ghostbuster was filled with rage. Next moment, the second ghostbuster took out a weapon of his own. It's a machete. It was filled with dark smoke. It looks extremely spooky and eerie. Go to hell, the second ghostbuster yelled. With that, the machete slashed directly at Shen Mengyu's head. Feel the suffocating sense of oppression. Shen Mengyu found herself unable to move. One can only watch as the machete slashes at oneself. No, pity. She'd only been in the thrill world once, and her physique hadn't improved. Before Yu Yi could get close, she was shaken off by the ghostly aura on the machete. Zhao Tianjian was even more of an ordinary person and didn't have the slightest solution. Just as the machete was about to slash at Shen Mengyu's head, a bright light suddenly appeared. In an instant, the machete in the second ghost monster's hand was then bounced off. It was nailed dead center to the wall. Saw the scene. The second ghost monster's face instantly became grave. It glanced at the machete nailed to the wall, and it instantly made it blush, because what was nailed to the wall was surprisingly not a weapon of any kind. It's just a disposable chopstick. An ordinary to ordinary disposable poor quality chopsticks. The thing actually bounced the machete off its hand and even nailed it to the wall. What the hell is this guy? The second ghost monster looked at the doorway with dead eyes and asked, who are you? Why are you meddling in our affairs? Did you get my permission to bully my sister? but the opposite party smiled warmly. It was a laugh, but it gave people a creepy feeling when they heard it. This caused the second ghostly monster to take a few steps back. What are you backing up for? Afraid of death? The gentle-sounding voice spoke again. The second Ghostbuster was just about to speak. The man at the door flicked his fingers and a chopstick flew out once again. Not even a breath's worth of work. The second ghost monster was hit by the chopsticks that flew out instantly and was also nailed to the wall. It felt the pain tearing through its body and its face changed drastically. Tried to break free, but it found it completely useless. It was as if some kind of magical power on top of those chopsticks had trapped it firmly. Next moment, the man at the door snapped his fingers. The one chopstick that nailed the second ghost monster instantly exploded. Second Ghostbusters, D. The machete had begun to dissipate because it had no ghostly energy to provide. This set of attack processes. The whole process hadn't even taken 5 breaths. The wall, however, was not blown out in a big crater. Only some siding was blown off. The power control was unusually subtle. The scene. It made the sunglasses goblin change color. It glanced at the second ghostly monster that had been blown away, leaving a deep shock in its eyes. What kind of power can take care of a poltergeist with a single chopstick? Who the hell are you? The sunglasses ghost monster looked towards the doorway and swallowed, asking with scorn. Me? The figure at the doorway slowly walked out. It was a teenager. It was Shen Fei. I'm just a normal brother who cares about his sister. Shen Fei looked at the sunglasses ghost monster with a flat face. With that, he glanced at Shen Mengyu and realized that she had already passed out. Subsequently, Shen Fei waved his hand behind him. Come in quickly, after hiding for so long, don't you see your old friend? Next moment, in the midst of the sunglasses ghost monster full of shock, a man walked out. Chapter 39, I'm just an ordinary brother who cares about his sister and, sure enough, it's you. The sunglasses ghost monster looked at the man with a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. Su Guan, I thought you were planning to hide for the rest of your life. The man was none other than Su Guan. Hiding? Hearing this sentence from the sunglasses ghoul, Su Guan sneered. It's not like I've done anything wrong. Why would I want to hide for the rest of my life? He, Su Guan, was squarely in the business of being an inhuman thing. Although he was neither human nor a ghost, he at least walked the talk. You've been hiding out in Thrill World for over a year and you really think we don't know? The sunglasses ghost monster's face was grim, and he also showed no mercy at all as he angrily disliked. You stole our Snow Edge Sacred Temple's temple treasure at that time, and colluded privately with a mysterious person and defected to that mysterious person. Do you think that we don't know about it? This thing, it goes back a year. A year ago, it happened to be Su watched guarding the Great Hall, and with him at the time was a ghostly monster. However, right in the middle of the night, Su Guan appeared in the darkness of the night, killing that ghost monster and stealing the Snow Edge Sanctuary's temple treasure. According to their information, after Su Guan stole the treasure, he handed it over to a mysterious person. And this mysterious person might be Su Guan's current master. The Snow Edge Sanctuary immediately hunted down Su Guan, but this kid disappeared into the thriller world. And the Snow Edge Sanctuary's people searched for countless copies but couldn't find Su Guan. This went on for over a year. It wasn't until a while ago that they detected Su Guan's aura, which was why they left the thriller world and came to the real world. Only, Su Guan, however, shook his head. You don't even understand what that treasure is, and what the Snow Edge Sanctuary is doing with it. You don't know either. Is that your reason for stealing our Snow Edge Sacred Temple's treasure? Su Guan, don't forget that you were nurtured by our Snow Edge Sacred Temple. Without us, there would be no Su Guan for you today. Sunglasses Ghostbusters hissed. It looked at Su Guan fiercely. It wanted to eat him. Saying that, it suddenly saw Shen Fei on the side and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Is this the new master you found? That mysterious person? Awesome is awesome, but it's a pity that the two of you can't make any waves. Today, I, Ghost Boss, even if I burn all of my ghostly chi, I'm going to inform the Snow Edge Sacred Temple, so that they can send even stronger ghosts and monsters to hunt you down. The words just fell. Sunglasses Ghostbusters immediately burst into flames on his body. The news about Su Guan as well as Shen Fei was also immediately sent to the Snow Edge Sanctuary. It no longer had any intention of surviving on its own. After all, just now, Shen Fei had killed the second ghost monster with just 2 chopsticks. Although it was also a ghost king, it was only slightly more powerful than the second ghost monster. Such strength against Shen Fei simply did not have the slightest chance of winning. So it chose to burn itself out as a way to send the news of Shen Fei and Su Guan to the Snow Edge Sanctuary in the thriller world, hoping that they could send more powerful ghosts and monsters to deal with these two people. Burning himself as a medium to forcefully transmit a message to the Snow Edge Sanctuary? Shen Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Do you really think that what you've done will be known to the Snow Edge Sanctuary? His face was very calm and he didn't look the least bit scared. The way the sunglasses goblin did it just seemed to be the old funny all in general to him. Noticing that something was wrong, the sunglasses ghost monster's face also sank and he couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by that?" Shen Fei was too calm from start to finish. The calmness of it was hair-raising. Even if he had to transmit a message to the Snow Edge Sacred Temple himself, he wasn't the least bit afraid. This teenager, what the hell is he? So young and so calm. Completely out of place for his age. When did Thriller World get another one of these? Just as the sunglasses goblin kept thinking, Shen Fei didn't say anything and just snapped his fingers expressionlessly. The entire Supreme Room was instantly wrapped in a barrier. Sunglasses Ghostbuster's transmission message disappeared instantly. The flames burning up from the ghost chi on its body were immediately extinguished as well. This is the realm? When the sunglasses ghost monster saw this scene, his face changed dramatically and looked at Shen Fei with a face full of horror. What in the world are you? Shen Fei didn't say anything. He's just too lazy to say it. Only Shen Fei lightly glanced at Su Guan. Su Guan inside understood what Shen Fei meant and immediately opened his mouth. Who Shen is? I can't tell you now. He spoke from the sidelines. Let me tell you why I went to steal the Snow Edge Sacred Temple treasures in the first place. Sunglasses Ghostbusters was still in shock. Su Guan also didn't care if it hurt or not. Faintly opened his mouth. Shen and I aren't in a master-not-master relationship as you said. I'm currently, well, am Shen's little brother. Our relationship can be ingenious to say the least. I was in. As Su Guan spoke, his expression suddenly became excited. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he reached out his hand and huffed Su Guan. Get to the point. This kid is planning to start with the opening of the heavens by Pangu? Don't know what simple description means? Ahem. Su Guan smiled with an embarrassed face. This matter of me stealing the Snow Edge Sacred Temple's treasure is not what you think. That item was given to me by the Snow Edge Sacred Temple. For you? The words came out. The sunglasses ghost monster instantly burst into a rage. Put your bull ***** on. After you killed a ghost monster at that time, you also seriously injured several ghost monsters. So tell me it was a gift for you? At that time, it was the head of the temple who ordered us to deal with you. It was so angry that it couldn't come up for air. It wanted to tear Su Guan alive. Su Guan really can pull the calf. Theft behavior was said by him into the gift behavior. At this moment, if it wasn't afraid of Shen Fei, it would have long ago given Su Guan a big than a pocket. Anyway, he hadn't regained his strength yet, so he could deal with the kid himself. How dare a bunch of traitors call me a traitor myself? Su Guan sneered. The Snow Edge Sanctuary was originally a force under Brother Shen. Is it wrong for us to take back our own things? The words came out. Shen Fei frowned, seemingly intending to stop Su Guan. Su Guan, however, immediately refused. Brother Shen, let me tell these guys what's going on with the Snow Edge Sanctuary. He looked at the sunglasses ghost monster and spoke word by word. The Snow Edge Sanctuary had been a force under Shen's control until a few years ago, and had always been very loyal to Brother Shen. Seeing that the Snow Edge Sanctuary was so loyal, Shen later placed a treasure in your Snow Edge Sanctuary, but who knew that the heavens would have their way? Your Snow Edge Sanctuary has betrayed Brother Shen, and also planted evidence against Brother Shen for killing the ghosts of other forces. Shen chose to take that treasure back later, and I was only ordered to retrieve it. How dare you Snow Edge Sanctuary say that I stole from you? Be shameless? Su Guan froze the sunglasses ghost monster with these words, because what Su Guan said was not at all the same story as what it knew. What it knew was that Su Guan had been compelled by Shen Fei to become a traitor to the Snow Edge Sanctuary and steal the treasure. So round and round it was now unsure which one was saying the right thing. Chapter 40, you can kill ghosts and monsters by crossing the levels. What is that treasure? The sunglasses goblin pondered for a long time before saying this. It wasn't believing what Su Guan said, though it made sense, except that one still trusted the sanctuary of Snow's Edge more. That thing that can kill ghosts and monsters over the top. Su Guan took a deep breath. He actually didn't know particularly much about that treasure. It was only known that that treasure, once used, would allow for indiscriminate attacks across 2, or even 3 levels. That is to say, you can always be 2, or even 3 levels above your current level as long as you have that thing. It is very scary when it is no different. Generally speaking, intermediate is not comparable at all to advanced within the same level. Advanced can even hang with advanced if it is compared to pinnacle. It was also enough to show how important that treasure really was. Shen Fei put this treasure in the Snow Edge Sanctuary back then. It was a very high level of trust in the Snow Edge Sanctuary. Otherwise it wouldn't have put such an important thing where it was. Crossing the line to kill? The sunglasses ghost monster was horrified. Doesn't that thing enhance the fighting power of ghosts and monsters? When did it become so powerful? The words came out. Su watched and glanced at Shen Fei. Shen Fei's expression also changed subtly. It seems that the people of the Snow Edge Sanctuary didn't tell you the truth. Su Guan sighed. Do they treat you as an outsider? Or did they deceive all of you in the first place? The Snow Edge Sanctuary seemed to have been hiding the true effects of that treasure. Ghost King level ghosts don't even tell. It seemed that only the people at the top of the Snow Edge Sanctuary knew. No way. The sunglasses ghost monster immediately shook his head and looked at Su Guan with firm eyes. All you guys are saying is just lip service. If you have the ability to show me that treasure, then I'll know if what you guys are saying is true or not. It's still smarter. Only because Su Guan said so. The snowbound sanctuary really seemed to be hiding something from itself. But it wouldn't believe Su Guan's nonsense until everything was revealed. After all, this guy was the one who stole the snowbound sanctuary treasure back then. Since you want to see it, I'll show you. The corners of Su Guan's mouth hooked up slightly, as if he had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. You take it easy. I can't afford to pay for breaking hotel stuff. Shen Fei couldn't help but remind from the side. This is a high-class hotel. Everything is expensive as hell. How can he, a delivery boy, afford to match this kind of stuff? It's nice to be able to come in and eat. Brother Shen, don't think I don't know that you have 9 zeros in your bank card. Su Guan looked at Shen Fei with a bandit face. Yesterday, he went to the bank with Shen Fei to withdraw money and saw that Shen Fei's bank card contained a full 2.4 billion yuan. You call that a lack of money? Wouldn't one be a non-person then? Oh no, he didn't seem to be human in the first place. Shen Fei, however, his face darkened. Why are you saying everything outwardly? Wait until I go back and I don't pack you up severely. Su Guan had a smug look on his face. But Zhao Tianjian, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. 2.4 billion? So much money? His company's total assets are only $400 million. After half a day, all your money is not even as much as a fraction of someone else's? The young man didn't even look 20. He looked to be about 19 years old. So young and so much money? This is outrageous. Zhao Tianjian suddenly felt a bit autistic. Just then, Yuyi's body was unusually weak because of her relatively serious injuries, and she was somewhat about to collapse, mainly because that dick ghost monster had just broken her arm hard, causing her to be in pain now, not to mention, the body is also extraordinarily weak. Shen Fei frowned and walked over to Yui. I didn't notice that earlier. Sorry. He apologized and then picked up that injured arm of Yui. Ah! Yui couldn't help but scream in pain. Ouch! Feeling the pulling sensation of the muscles on the top of his arm, as well as the unbearable pain coming from the bone touching the flesh. Bear with me. Shen Fei glanced at Yui and spoke softly. Seeing Shen Fei's clear eyes, Yui froze in her heart. Subsequently, she pursed her lips and nodded through the pain, only to see that several flying needles suddenly appeared in Shen Fei's hand and stabbed into the top of Yui's arm. The Ghost Xia accompanied the flying needles and entered Yui's arm. A wave of warmth rushed up his arm. Soon the bruises on the top of the arm disappeared as far as the eye could see. Shen Fei checked the condition of the bones and found that they were not broken very badly, only to see Shen Fei pick up Yui's arm and gently twist it. Snap! The crisp voice came. Yui's arm became intact. Don't eat anything spicy these days. Eat something light, and the bones will fully recover in about 3 months. Shen Fei smiled slightly and looked at Yui. A flawless white face with the handsome smile a teenager should have. Yui froze. Oh, she froze for several seconds before responding. I know. Shen Fei nodded and returned to the side. Begin. He told Su Guan that he could show the sunglasses ghost monster the treasure. Su Guan looked happy and immediately took out a copper coin. That's it. He took the copper and moved closer to give the sunglassed gargoyle a look. The sunglasses ghost monster looked at Su Guan with a puzzled face. You that me as a cutie. What about fooling around? A copper coin. How could it be a treasure of their Snow Edge sacred temple? When did their treasures become copper coins in the temple of Snow's Edge? That's what you don't understand. Su Guan had an inscrutable look on his face. Then cast it for me. Sunglasses Ghostbusters looked unconvinced. Even if it was killed, it didn't believe that this thing was as magical as Su Guan said, and that it could raise 3 levels to kill across the border. Could be. Su Guan agreed without hesitation. The sunglasses ghost monster, however, laughed coldly in its heart. It wanted to see just how powerful this thing was. Next moment, Su Guan urged that 1 copper coin, only to see that the copper coins that were originally lying quietly in the palm of his hand unexpectedly began to roll rapidly. In a flash, copper leapt into midair. A powerful force erupted. The ghostly aura on Su Guan's body thickened with the naked eye. A few seconds, the aura on his body had then come to the Ghost Emperor primary cultivation level. Ghost Emperor? The sunglasses ghost monster's face changed drastically, and the powerful feeling of oppression made it gasp for breath. Subsequently, Su Guan immediately withdrew the copper money. The body's aura naturally disappeared. Did you believe it? Su watched the sunglasses ghost monster, his heart secretly happy. Finally pretending once, the sunglasses ghostbuster nodded his head despite his horror. I believe it. It wasn't the kind of ghost that was unreasonable. Just like just now when the second ghost was about to kill Shen Mengyu at the drop of a hat. But it wasn't like the other ghosts. Whether it's a ghost or a person, it's all life. So even inside a copy, it eats very few people. The number of scares, however, is not so sure. Otherwise it wouldn't be at the Ghost King level. Since Su Guan had all the evidence and it was similar to what the Snow Edge Sanctuary had asked him to just look for. It seemed that the Snowbound Sanctuary had lied to itself. It doesn't want to stay in this kind of place where it cheats its own people. Suddenly, it spoke. Can I join you? The words came out. Su Guan apparently froze for a moment. He hadn't not expected the Sunblast Gargoyle to ask that question. Chapter 41, this book. All Shen Fei's forces. Su watched and glanced at Shen Fei, seemingly waiting for Shen Fei to give himself an answer. He certainly couldn't make up his own mind about something like joining them. After all, at best, he himself was a junior to Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei had always told him that he was on equal terms with him, Shen Fei's so powerful strength still kept him in the shadows now. To him, not to mention being Shen Fei's little brother, even being a pendant on Shen Fei's body was fine. We might have a bit of a lot of forces here, so see which one you want to go to. Shen Fei thought for a moment and opened his mouth. He didn't know how he was going to go about explaining what that meant to the Sunblast Gargoyle. That's the only way to put it. A bit much? Sunblast's Ghostbusters looked puzzled. What does that mean? Shen Fei did not say anything, just smiled faintly and gave it a book. Sunblast's Ghostbusters tumbled over the top in some confusion. After watching it, after understanding what Shen Fei meant by a little too much power in his mouth, it was dumbfounded. This book, the whole damn thing is Shen Fei's power, especially that last line at the back of the book, that it's not just Thriller World. It's not just Thriller World in this world, and at the same time, it's not just this book. At this very moment, it really wants to say, I'm Brown. One seems to have discovered some great secret. These things were not even known to the Snowbound Sanctuary. However, the requirements for certain powers to join are a bit outrageous. Which of the forces that leaned forward were surprisingly all going to be Ghost Emperor Primary at the lowest? None of this it has ever heard of. Moreover, these forces did not know among themselves that Shen Fei had other forces, meaning that they were all separate. As for why Shen Fei did this, naturally, he had his deep meaning, and he himself was just a part-time worker who didn't know anything about this. It seems the world of thrillers is much deeper in the water than it was thought to be. A Ghost Emperor could even be in charge of thousands of copies of the thrilling world, but he didn't expect to be completely unqualified to join within this power. It even saw the Sanctuary of Snow's Edge. It was only that the Snow Edge Sanctuary was crossed out, meaning that the Snow Edge Sanctuary did not belong to Shen Fei's sphere of influence. It seemed that Su Guan hadn't lied to himself. Thinking of this, it also slowly lowered its guard against Shen Fei. Subsequently, Sunblast's Ghostbusters took a deep breath. I'll join the Happy Community. The most powerful person in the Happy Community was the Ghost General, and a Ghost King of his own should be able to dominate in the past. Shen Fei frowned. It's fine. Only you don't believe what the people in the face of nowhere say when you're where you are. Why? The Sunblast Gargoyle froze slightly. Why can't you trust your own power and what the people in it say? Happy Community is the same as the Snow Edge Sanctuary back then. There are people in there who want to turn against Shen. Only Shen hasn't been free to clean up Happy Community. Besides, those ghosts and monsters of theirs aren't very powerful, so they've been put aside for the time being. Su Guan explained from the sidelines. The words came out. Someone wants to rebel? The Sunblast's ghostly monster brightened up. I'm familiar with this. I can go in disguised as a normal severe ghost, and when I see something wrong I'll just give it a go. It's been set up for this sort of thing a lot at the Temple of Snow's Edge. Gradually, it also possessed the ability to tell if it was betraying ghosts and monsters who wanted to rebel. Can it, bro? Su Guan fiercely huffed the Sunblast's ghost monster head, and said with a grin on his face, then in the future, I'll trouble you more to worry more for my brother Shen. That's for sure. The Sunblast's ghost monster was very serious. Ghost boss, as long as I have identified a power or a person who does not deceive me, I will always follow to the end. Even if I fight to the last drop of blood, I will not betray. That's a lot of words. Shen Fei's eyes lifted slightly, and he looked at this Sunblast's ghost monster highly from the inside. Su Guan was also in admiration. As the boss, Zhao Tianjian was even a bit envious of Shen Fei for having such a good henchman. Just then, Shen Fei glanced at Zhao Tianjian as well as the two Yue. Let's forget about today. Saying that, Shen Fei took out a talisman and instantly ignited it. The two people's memories of Shen Fei were instantly emptied. Yui's memory of the injury to her arm was also replaced with a memory of what the hospital doctor told her. Zhao Tianjian Yue and the two of them immediately fainted on the ground. Shen, you're not going to tell your sister. Su Wan looked at Shen Fei and was just about to say something, but it was interrupted by Shen Fei. Her strength is not even at the night ghost level right now. Knowing too much will kill her, and my forces will follow her growth. all of them will be gathered by her. And that's when we can proceed to start fighting against heavens beyond. Shen Fei shook his head and continued. What we can do at the moment is to forcefully close the tunnel to prevent the gang from the heavens beyond heaven from coming over. Saying that, his eyes suddenly became cold and ferocious. If they want to destroy the foundation of my Grand Xia, they have to see if I agree or not. The tone of his voice was so harsh that the sunglasses ghosts felt like they were about to combust. Never in its life had it heard words so capable of setting it ablaze. Su Guan sighed helplessly. It's a pity that my memories haven't recovered too much, or else we could have grasped more news about the legendary that hell, and we could have recovered better. No harm done. Shen Fei waved his hand. We still have a lot of relics of hell that we haven't explored. The expansion of the thriller world has a lot to do with the legendary hell. Let's investigate this first. Maybe your memory will be restored by then. Memory recovery is supposed to be a slow process. Shen Fei was certainly in no hurry. Su Guan was somewhat moved. Subsequently, Shen Fei then left with Su Guan and the sunglasses ghost monster. Before leaving, Shen Fei also gave Shen Mengyu a small box. Since the meal had been paid for when I came in earlier, I didn't have to pay for it again. On the way downstairs he met 2 other minions of the sunglasses ghostbusters, but they were all solved by Shen Fei one by one. This time the sunglasses ghost monster joined already counted beyond Shen Fei's expectations. Other ghosts and monsters he didn't need. Inside the supreme room. Brother! Shen Mengyu suddenly shouted and instantly woke up. She glanced hastily around the room. Found no trace of a brother. Just then, she felt the small box in her hand. Brother was here. Looking at the small box in her hand, Shen Mengyu's heart shook. Since my brother came by, but why doesn't brother see himself? She couldn't understand. Just then, the one chopstick on the wall was particularly conspicuous, especially with the ghostly aura on it. Brother took care of that ghostly creature with a single chopstick? Shen Mengyu's heart set off waves of horror. Shen Fei's strength was a bit perverted. Suddenly, she saw Yui and Zhao Tianjian lying on the ground, and immediately became nervous, immediately putting away the box and running to the 2. Why are these 2 fainting? Yui, Uncle Zhao Tianjian, wake up! Shen Mengyu kept shaking the 2. Chapter 42, Your brother is really handsome. What happened? Why am I fainting? Zhao Tianjian was the first to wake up. He looked around with a face full of confusion. Although the wall only dropped some dust after Shen Fei killed the second ghost monster, the hole in the wall was clearly visible. Someone shot? Zhao Tianjian's expression changed. That hole is very similar to the one the gun hit on. Only he forgot that it was Shen Fei's doing. Mengyu, are we being beaten to death? Yui also woke up in a daze. No, we're still at the hotel. Are you alright? Shen Mengyu looked at the 2 men worriedly. What can I do with a big old man? Zhao Tianjian shook his head decisively. It's better to take a look at Yui first. I remember she seemed to have her arm broken by a ghostly thing. I'm fine. Yui smiled and shook her head. Subsequently, instead, she frowned. Only I seem to have dreamed a very strange thing. I seem to have dreamed of a strange doctor who gave me a little pressure on my arm and I was better. The words came out. Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but glance at Yui's arm. It didn't matter at first glance. This made his face shocked with fright. Miss Yu, your arm is still really healed. Ah. Yui was startled and also immediately looked at her arm. It rocked her little face. She tried to move her arm, and aside from a few wrinkles, there was absolutely nothing going on. Yui's heart set off huge waves. She looked at Shen Mengyu with an incredulous face. We won't need a fairy, right? I guess not. Shen Mengyu, however, frowned. I think I saw my brother coming. Her memory was only vague now. When she was about to be hit by that penis ghost monster, suddenly, a man approached through the door and instantly took care of the dickish poltergeist. Because there was light shining at that time, Shen Mengyu didn't see what it looked like clearly. But, based on the fact that she had lived with her brother for so many years, she could tell at a glance that it was her brother, because she recognized her brother's silhouette. Your brother? Yui and also Zhao Tianjian were both wide-eyed. Ms. Shen, you're not kidding, right? I know that your brother is the owner of a copy of which Thriller World Scarlet Zoo, but the director of that Scarlet Zoo shouldn't be that powerful, right? Zhao Tianjian swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask. He had no prior knowledge of the thriller world. It was also because later on, he realized that the real world was starting to be influenced by the thriller world. He had only begun to understand the world of thrillers, and being a businessman, he immediately smelled a business opportunity. Later on, it also possessed the scene where he went to find Shen Mengyu for the first time. Really, Manyu? Yui was also somewhat stunned as she looked at Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu nodded. It shouldn't be false. She was almost certain it was Shen Fei. Why else would you have a little box in your own hand? That little box is the little box that only Shen Fei has. It was a little smaller than the last little box on top of the computer desk, and what was in it she had no idea. go home and check it out. Then your brother is really handsome. Yui was instantly filled with adoration. Does he have a girlfriend or something? Girlfriend? Shen Mengyu shook her head. My brother is a busy man. He hasn't seen me for a few days. No, it should be me who hasn't seen him for a few days. He definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. This guy is a steel straight man. She knew very well what kind of temper her own brother had. It's basically the type of thing that, is dumb. Even in front of her, it was basically no more than 5 words. 3 words at the most. Drink lots of water. Go to bed early. Get up early. And don't stay up late. She remembers it all sparsely now. But, she knew her brother had actually been paying for it in silence. It's just that my brother isn't very good at expressing himself. Her brother must have loved her as a sweet and well-behaved sister. When Yui heard this, she became a bit agitated. So, do you have your brother's prestige then? Yes. Shen Mengyu nodded. Before Yui could say anything, she then sighed. My brother's cell phone has been at home for over a week without him, so I guess you can't talk to you about anything if you add the wiki. This one extinguished the fire of passion in Yui's heart. But you can add first. Shen Mengyu smiled faintly. If you really like my brother, then you have to work harder. Or else your love rivals will catch up with you. I know of 2 of them now. One is Aster Lin of the Happy Community. The other was Chuyu from Yujing Village. Both girls can be very fond of their brother. I'm kinda stressed out then. Yui smiled bitterly. I believe you. Shen Mengyu grinned widely. Of course she was happy that her brother was liked by so many people. No matter what. That's his brother. She's pretty rowdy now. Just then, the people from the special task force also rushed to the place. Inside, team leader Zhao came to the hall and began to assign detailed tasks. Group. Search the halls for survivors. Unit 2. Search outside the hotel for any available personnel. Teams 3 and 4 are coming with me to search the upstairs for survivors. Roger that. Several other groups nodded immediately. Within 5 minutes, everyone was on the move. Team leader Zhao, on the other hand, led 2 teams of officers upstairs to search the building. Because Tenchi Hotel has 10 floors, the efficiency of a group of people is very slow. Besides, there might be danger upstairs. Lang Rong, you take group 4 to the top floor and search from top to bottom. I'll take group 3 and search from bottom to top. Team leader Zhao spoke to a man in a black coat beside him. Could be. The man in the black coat called Lang Rong nodded. Soon he was leading the 4 groups up the stairs to the upper floors. It is not safe to ride the elevator. The man in the black coat was actually whichever man in the black coat was lecturing at the 4th high school at the time. In the meantime, inside the Supreme Room, someone seems to be coming up. Should we go down? Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but ask as he heard the sound of someone walking up the stairs upstairs. It's not going to be a ghost, is it? Yui was a little worried. She's a little psycho about ghosts and goblins now. The poltergeist should be taken care of by my brother. Shen Mengyu shook her head. The people down there should be the people. There are basically no ghosts or monsters where your own brother passes by. Just like those ghosts and monsters in the 4th middle school last time. All of them were solved one by my brother. Think for a moment. A few people decided to go downstairs. Just go downstairs. Then he met Ling Rong, who was wearing a black coat. The scene took both sides by surprise. The members of the group of 4 immediately took a few steps back. They looked at several people with cautious faces. Lang Rong, however, looked surprised. It's you? He recognized Shen Mengyu. Why are you here? He frowned and couldn't help but ask. Tianchi Hotel was a high-grade hotel. And besides, it was now on the 9th floor. And just one room cost several $100,000. Shen Mengyu wasn't so rich after entering the thriller world. Was she? Chapter 43, Brother won't go grave robbing, right? I'm the one who invited Ms. Shen to dinner. Before Shen Mengyu could speak, Zhao Tianjian walked out with a smile. Uncle Special Agent, we've met before. We've met? Lang Rong frowned. Just as he was thinking about where he had seen it before, the group member at the side spoke up. Group leader Lang. This is the one we caught last time we raided pornography. The chairman of the Tianjian group. The words came out. Zhao Tianjian's old face couldn't hang on. Ahem. That was a long time ago. Ms. Shen and Ms. Yu are here. Since it's okay, go down. We need to search the top. Lang Rong didn't say anything and nodded. As long as the people are okay. Zhao Tianjian nodded at once. Many thanks. Subsequently, the group then descended the classroom floor, all the way to the 5th floor. They met team leader Zhou again. Quite a few people saw Zhao Tianjian and he was stunned. Isn't this the Zhao Tianjian who was caught in the last pornography crackdown? Apparently, the people in the 3rd group also recognized Zhao Tianjian and were talking about it. This made Zhao Tianjian feel the behavior of the mad society's death. I've never been so social to die in my life. Quiet. Team leader Zhao's eyes glared sternly at the members of the 3 teams. And he loudly chided. We're on a mission now. not laughing and playing. The hallway was immediately quiet. Subsequently, what are you doing here? Team leader Zhao looked at Zhao Tianjian with a serious face and interrogated. I'm inviting Ms. Shen and Ms. Yu to dinner today. Zhao Tianjian didn't dare to slow down and immediately opened his mouth. Ms. Shen? Team leader Zhao frowned, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar. He glanced at the two men behind Zhao Tianjian. Team leader Zhao immediately noticed Shen Mengyu, and his face was instantly delighted. You're here, Shen Mengyu? What's going on here? Well, she hasn't been caught by the Vice Squad. He didn't even know team leader Zhao himself. Special Agent Yellow, the guy in your live feed explaining your ID badge is me. Team leader Zhao looked at Shen Mengyu and spoke. I'm sorry about the identity plate. We didn't recognize it because we didn't have enough evidence of Thriller World at first. Shen Mengyu looked at team leader Zhao with some surprise. It turned out to be this one who had given her the science that day. She gave a smile. That's okay, if you guys had told me it was real, I guess I wouldn't have dared to take it to Thrill World, and I guess I wouldn't be able to be here. She actually had to thank team leader Zhao for not telling her it was true at the time, because really Thrillist World ID tags are worth their weight in gold. She was a tiny little girl, and if she had known then that the Scarlet Zoo ID card was real, she wouldn't have gone that to Thrill World herself. What if I lose it? That's a lot of money. May I take the liberty of asking if you've seen your brother lately? Team leader Zhao nodded and began to question Shen Fei. Although the Scarlet Zoo director's identity card knew who it was, they hadn't been able to find Shen Fei. Shen Mengyu shook her head as she remembered what her brother had said. My brother hasn't been home for a long time recently either. Shen Fei is still a godsend. Having told her she was missing in the first place, now not coming home for days is really no different than being missing. The only thing different was that his brother had gone off to work on Thriller World instead of actually disappearing. But her brother never saw her either. Pissed off. Then if you see him, be sure to tell us. Team leader Zhao nodded with some disappointment. Don't worry. Shen Mengyu immediately agreed. She couldn't wait to see Shen Fei now. Then you can go down this staircase. It's always been safe down there. We've lined it up. Team leader Zhao pointed down the stairs and said. Shen Mengyu said thank you and left. Zhao Tianjian, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got through the social death scene. When Shen Mengyu came down, the hall had already been cleaned, so she didn't see the scene in the hall. Mengyu, it's getting late for me to come out. I have to hurry home or my father will scold me. Yui spoke to Shen Mengyu with a helpless face. It's okay, we might meet again next Thrill World. Shen Mengyu smiled. Yes, Yui then nodded seriously. Subsequently, Zhao Tianjian said goodbye to Shen Mengyu again, but the two made an appointment to go to the site. That means going to the construction site tomorrow afternoon to tackle that poltergeist. Shen Mengyu hurriedly left the Tianqi Hotel by car. Back home, Shen Mengyu hurried to the computer desk. Take out the little box that's in your pocket. What did brother want to tell me this time? Shen Mengyu was filled with anticipation. Open the little box. It still opens automatically. Unlike the last time, the contents were replaced with a USB flash drive and a copper coin. Copper? Shen Mengyu frowned, realizing that the coin was a bit old, and the symbols on it didn't seem to be from recent times. What had his own brother been so busy with lately? This copper is worth a lot of money at first glance. Usually only grave robbers can have copper coins this old, right? Brother wouldn't have gone grave robbing during this time, would he? A bold idea surfaced in her mind, but soon she dismissed the idea. His own brother seemed to be in his own house last time, with a woman next to him, so it certainly wasn't grave robbing. What's that for? Glancing at the flash drive in her hand, she hurriedly turned on her computer. The pink computer mainframe lit up instantly. Whatever. Let's just see what's on the flash drive. Shen Mengyu had all sorts of doubts in her mind, and it seemed that she could only look for them inside the USB flash drive. The computer boots up quickly. Shen Mengyu plugged in the flash drive. It's still a video in there. Clicking on the video, Shen Fei's handsome face appeared inside the camera once again. Shen Mengyu discovered a strange phenomenon. Her brother didn't say a word on weekdays, but he was very articulate inside the video. Is this a mutated version of Social Bull ******** Ting? Before Shen Mengyu could think about anything, Shen Fei then spoke. Xiao Yu. Inside the small box is a treasure that can raise you 3 realms across the border for fighting. Next I will tell you the method, and how to use it, and whether there is any danger after using it. Watching Shen Fei's explanation inside the video, Shen Mengyu froze. She looked closely at the copper coin, a little bewildered. This thing, it can even raise 3 levels? Doesn't that mean that after she uses it herself, then she's Ghost King level? Shen Mengyu's heart got a little excited. In that case one is considered invincible, right? The Ghost King is in control of several copies, but not before she was happy. Shen Fei then poured a pot of cold water on Shen Mengyu. This copper coin is my imitation version, so there's no way to use it all the time. It can only be used 5 times, and each time it can only last for 5 minutes. Otherwise it will do a lot of damage to your body. A copycat version? You can only use it 5 times? You can only use it for 5 minutes at a time? Shen Mengyu looked at the copper coins in her hand and the corner of her mouth twitched. She knew it would never be good enough. Subsequently, after studying the copper money tutorial, and that's the end of the video. Not a word of anything else? Shen Mengyu's teeth itched with anger. She had been waiting for Shen Fei to chat with her for half a day. I didn't expect a word. It really fits Shen Fei's no-nonsense character. Chapter 44, 7-star copy surprise. After watching the video, Shen Mengyu was attracted by the message that suddenly popped up. Shocking blue star. A copy of the 7 stars has appeared. A 7-star copy of Thriller Amusement Park appears, with a difficulty level 10 times higher than that of a 6-star copy. Experts predict that after the 7-star replicas, there must be 8-star replicas to come. How to survive if you accidentally enter a 7-star copy. Please see my brother to give you a comprehensive explanation. The most complete survival tutorial for 7-star replicas is here. Don't need 888. Don't need 88. Just need 8.8 to get on the bus quickly. 7-star replicas have started appearing? Shen Mengyu was a little surprised in her heart. The highest Thriller World had ever been before was only a 6-star copy. It seems that the appearance of the 7-star copies now is bound to affect quite a few people in Thriller World. The 7-star copy appeared and surely dominated the #1 spot on the hot search list. Smart people are already rubbing it in. A copy of Thriller Amusement Park, with a name somewhat similar to Scarlet Zoo. I don't think it's under my own brother. Is it? Shen Mengyu thought about it. But why does everything have the slightest hint of coincidence? Today my brother just showed up, and I came home to a 7-star copy of myself. Although the two had nothing to do with each other, his own brother seemed to have become a different person now. Getting a 7-star copy seems possible? Shen Mengyu guessed up in her mind. Whatever. It's good to be in a position to enter that copy and take a look. She shook her head and stopped thinking about that. Thrill World will be able to choose which copy you want to go to next after you get to the nightmare level. She was 1 entry away from being a nightmare level. I guess the next time you go into a copy and come out again, it's pretty much the same. Just then, a post once again attracted Shen Mengyu's attention. Thriller World Powers Roundup with behind-the-scenes founder introductions. This man is the power of the world of Thriller on disc? The incredibly curious Shen Mengyu immediately clicked in. Your own brother should be in there too, right? Just as she was guessing, what comes to mind is the owner's introduction about the post. Hello everyone, I'm the owner of the post. This is the Thrill World power I got based on my own inquiries into the copy. And now I'm posting it for free for everyone to see. On the other hand, the Thriller World is very big, and this Thriller World power inventory of mine is only a part of it. Not all of it, so please don't take it seriously. Immediately below is a follow-up post from the internet. Thanks a lot. Big man. 100 suns in a good man's life. Big brother can dish out power, so he must have entered quite a few copies, right? Is it hard to believe that Big Brother is at the Ghost King level? I'm Brown. Ghost King level? I've never even seen the Night Ghost level. Upstairs is fine. I've never even seen a White Ghost level. I've seen Shadow Ghosts. Then you're too miserable. Hurry up and wait for the owner's inventory. Don't beep lie. Then below that, it's about the owner's inventory of forces. The following rankings are not divided into power strengths and weaknesses. They are all randomized by me. And I wrote that power when I thought of it. Power 1, Wang's Village. Underling copies, 10. The most representative copy being Happy Haunted House. Power founder/affiliation, Ning Grudge Ghosts and Monsters. Force 2, Castleary. Underling copies, 40. The most representative copy being Castleary. Power founder/affiliation, the Morimoto Ghosts and Goblins. Power 3, the Happy Community. Underling copies, 60, with the most representative copy being the Gone to the Grave. Founder of the Force/affiliation, Lord Shen Humanity. Force 4, Yujing Village. Underling copies, 90, the most representative copy is Yujing Village. Founder of the Force/affiliation, Lord Shen Humanity. Power 5, the Temple of Moro. Underling copies, 150, with the most representative copy being the Valley of the Forest of Terror. Founder of the Power, Moro Ghosts and Goblins. The power truly belongs to Lord Shen Humanity. There are quite a few forces down there. Shen Mengyu looked full of shock. Nothing else. Because at the back, although the founder of the force is not Shen Fei, but the real affiliation of the force is all Shen Fei. What else are you hiding from me, brother? She was filled with shock. Counted. The owner counted 200 powers, and a full 190 of them were Lord Shen. Could it be a renaming of my brother? Suddenly, Shen Mengyu thought of a problem. Yeah. Although all of these forces are Lord Shen, it's not like his brother is the only one called Lord Shen. Maybe it's someone else's name. Subsequently, she started checking the comments section. Are you serious or are you just being funny? Lord, how is it that all of these forces are all underneath one Lord Shen? The owner is most likely lying. Right, the most powerful big brother in our great summer only has just one copy. And it's not even a power. How can one person be so powerful? I guess the owner must be fooling people. Fooling people? You're wrong upstairs. The owner must be a salesman. First tricking you into believing in this so-called Lord Shen, then getting you to buy his stuff. WOC, upstairs has a point. I didn't realize the owner was so sinister. I bet this Lord Shen is definitely a fabrication by the owner of the building. There's no way there could be such a person. Okay? If we really have such a powerful big brother in Great Xia, why haven't we all heard of him? The owner of the building should also talk in a realistic manner, right? You have no evidence, so you just open your mouth? What a little knife across the ass opened my eyes. Suggest reporting this post. +1+1. The owner of the building is lying trash. Get the hell out of here. The replies below are basically forces that don't believe what the owner is saying. Shen Mengyu also sighed. His own brother is ridiculously low-key, isn't he? With so much power under his belt, not to mention, he even had to stop this lovely sister of his. But, immediately afterward, the owner's response was strong. If you don't believe me, then I'll show you the proof. In a few days I'll be going to the 7-star copy that just appeared. I'll be wearing a casual outfit with a bear motif on my clothes. I won't see you then. Subsequently, the owner of the building then did not speak. The comments section, however, is unusually exciting. Holy? Seriously, is the owner going to perform for us? Just listen to the owner of the building brag about being awesome. Maybe in a few days he'll disappear without a trace. Yeah, maybe even logged off the account. The owner of the building is being seen through by us. Anxious eyes. Right. Before saying out that kind of words, the 7-star copy is not something that any cow or horse can go in. Laugh me to death. This owner looks like an elementary school student, and his screen name is still Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. It's still, like, in your face. Saw the end of the post and still not a single person believed the owner. The owner didn't reply to anyone either. The owner looks pissed off at first glance. Shen Mengyu didn't say anything either, but just silently wrote down what the owner said. If you have time yourself, you can watch Thrillist World Live. Chapter 45, Being Tapped by Yu Chanhui. The next day, Jiangcheng Tianjian Group Building. A high-end business car slowly pulled up in front of the building. Ms. Shen, this way please. Our boss is upstairs chatting with the partner. The tall man immediately got off the top of the driver's seat and opened the door behind him. Thanks. Shen Mengyu nodded and stepped out of the car. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve Miss Shen. The tall man immediately shook his head. Ever since the last time he was caught by that little girl, he now had a pang of fear. He almost died in there last time. Thanks to that little girl who later spared her life and said that she should not mess with Shen Mengyu in the future. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu then arrived at the top floor of the building. Zhao Tianjian was chatting about something with a middle-aged man with a serious face. Ms. Shen. After seeing Shen Mengyu, he immediately brightened up and hurriedly greeted Shen Mengyu over. Shen Mengyu frowned and walked over. She always felt something was wrong. But I can't tell what's wrong. Seeing that Shen Mengyu was just a young man, or even a girl. Zhao Tianjian, you're just going to fool me? The middle-aged man was furious. This is the expert you said could solve the bizarre things at the construction site? A young man aside. This is a girl, and you expect girls to tackle that kind of shenanigans? Is this your Tianjian group's keeping its word and solving problems in a timely manner? He had thought that Zhao Tianjian had found one of the more powerful experts within the thriller world. But how could he have known that Zhao Tianjian was looking for a little girl? Isn't this a fool's errand? A girl could solve a problem like that? He didn't believe it to death. Mr. Yu, Zhao Tianjian, can give you a guarantee. Zhao Tianjian pulled the middle-aged man who burst into flames and opened his mouth. Guaranteed? The middle-aged man's anger was unabated. Do you take your head as a guarantee? He was now completely disappointed in Zhao Tianjian to the extreme. Only, do you know who she is? Zhao Tianjian, however, smiled mysteriously. Who is it? The middle-aged man skimmed his eyes in an uninterested manner. There's no way she could be that girl from the Scarlet Zoo. The appearance of the identity card of the head of the Scarlet Zoo in Jiangcheng had stirred up the entire upper-class circle of Jiangcheng. Countless businessmen are trying to find this great man to help them. Pity, they never found it. Zhao Tianjian can't find it. Can he? The words came out. Nice. Zhao Tianjian nodded at once. You guessed right. It's her. This time it was the middle-aged man's turn to be confused. What did you say? The anger on the middle-aged man's face sharpened for the most part, and was replaced by a face full of incredulity. Are you serious? I won't lie to you. Zhao Tianjian nodded. You can ask in person later. Shen Mengyu can't be fake. He had gone to Shen Mengyu's house himself, and the last time, he had been directly retaliated by a poltergeist. And all the weird stuff that happened yesterday. He remembers the incident of the ghosts appearing in Tenchi Hotel, only he doesn't remember how he solved the ghosts at that time. It was very likely that Shen Mengyu didn't want to let herself be seen at that time, so she put herself in a coma. This was the answer Zhao Tianjian came up with after thinking for a full night. Then I believe you for once. The middle-aged man also took a deep breath. If that girl was really the director of the Scarlet Zoo, then she must tie up that relationship herself in order to do so. With that, he looked at Shen Mengyu with a smile on his face. You're the high-ranking person Tianjian invited, right? Shen Mengyu, who had just walked into the office, froze for a moment. Subsequently, she nodded. Yes, Yu Chenghui, am the head of the Yu family. The middle-aged man opened his mouth smilingly. Yu family head? Shen Mengyu frowned. Who is Yu to you? It seemed like Yui had told her that she was related to the Yu family. Looks like Missy? Yi? Yu Chenghui looked at Shen Mengyu with a blank expression. That's my daughter. He wondered a bit. Why does she know her daughter's name? On weekdays, no one knew Yu Yi's name except for some business bigwigs who knew him. Even if I have seen it, I don't know what Yu Yi's name is. It's just that I know she's Yu Chenghui's daughter. I met her at Thrill World. Shen Mengyu nodded and continued to speak. We have a pretty good relationship. The words were said. Yu Chenghui glanced at Zhao Tianjian with some confusion. Zhao Tianjian silently turned away to drink his tea. This made Yu Chenghui grit his teeth in some anger. This guy definitely knew about his daughter's relationship with Shen Mengyu. That is, he didn't tell himself. Zhao Tianjian is too damn doggy. Yu Chenghui secretly cursed in his heart. Just wanting me to make a fool out of myself in front of the high and mighty. But, as soon as he thought of what Shen Mengyu had just said, that she was on good terms with his daughter, this made Yu Chenghui a little excited. Turns out her daughter went into Thriller World a while back and came out a different person than before. It caused him to worry for a long time. What I didn't realize was that my daughter was the one who made friends in it. His own daughter is really wise in her own eyes. Normally, I don't make friends, but now when I do, it's this kind of tall person. You must praise your daughter when you get home yourself. Ahem. Realizing that Yu Chenghui froze, Zhao Tianjian hurriedly coughed twice. That's what brought the fantasizing Yu Chenghui back to reality. Are you sure about that site? Yu Chenghui immediately opened his mouth to Shen Mengyu. Very respectfully. There should be. Shen Mengyu nodded. He himself now had the copper money that his brother had given him. Even if it was a ghost king she could tough it out. It's just that there's a limit to the number of times you can do it. Next time I see my brother, I'll have to ask him for a real one. That's great. I'll thank you for $10 million when it's done. Yu Chenghui was instantly delighted. Mr. Yu, you're breaking our Tianjian group's rules. Zhao Tianjian on the side couldn't help but frown. I've already negotiated the price for Ms. Shen. The rules of the Sky Builders Group have always been to not let the customers worry. If Yu Chenghui did that, wouldn't that ruin his Tianjian group's reputation? This has nothing to do with engineering. Yu Chenghui shook his head. This is merely for me to thank Ms. Shen. Joke. If I had the chance to meet Ms. Shen, I'd have to be very nice to her. Is it possible that you are allowed to flatter Zhao Tianjian alone, but not me Yu Chenghui? It's really a joke. Yu Chenghui sneered in his heart. Zhao Tianjian is really a chicken thief. Now the Thriller World is affecting reality more and more. Sooner or later all the money they have on them will be reduced to nothing. The most important thing at that time was naturally to know a big shot like Shen Mengyu. Now Jiang Cheng didn't know how many business tycoons were sucking up to the people coming out of Thriller World. Zhao Tianjian couldn't say anything when he saw that the little secret in his heart had been pierced. I can only blame Yu Chenghui for being too smart. Ms. Shen, this way please. Yu Chenghui didn't care what Zhao Tianjian was thinking. Instead, he hurried to the door and helped push it open. Ms. Shen, my car is an imported business car that I just bought back from abroad. You can just take my car later. While walking, he also asked Shen Mengyu to go to his car. Zhao Tianjian all froze. Asterisk. He cursed in anger. Yu Chenghui, you're such a dog. This is a high-ranking person that I found. He couldn't just stand by and watch Shen Mengyu get scooped up by Yu Chenghui. Suddenly, he saw a large bag of unopened snack packages sitting on his employee's desk. Only Zhao Tianjian took a handful of them. Just as the employee was dumbfounded, Zhao Tianjian spoke. Turn around and give you a raise. Thanks a lot, boss. The employee was immediately excited. Chapter 46, The Dinner Party. Inside Yu Chenghui's business car, Shen Mengyu looked at the snacks sent by Zhao Tianjian and couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth. Is this still a business tycoon? Ugh. Shen Mengyu shook her head. Whatever. It's a gift to myself anyway. So let's eat it. Riding in a commercial vehicle, he attracted a lot of attention along the way. These imports are usually in the millions, and wherever they go, That's where everyone's attention will be. After all, the front of the car is a little gold. You don't usually see cars like this. Only Shen Mengyu was not quite used to it. Soon the group arrived at the site. There were only a few scattered workers on the site at this time. Most of the workers don't come because they are afraid. Shen Mengyu frowned as she looked at the site in front of her where the foundation had just been laid. It's not a difficult question. Instead, it was easy. There's only one little shadow ghost in this place. It was on top of a pillar not far away. Ms. Shen, have you found any problems? Zhao Tianjian carefully came to Shen Mengyu's side and asked. Yu Changhuai was also incredibly nervous. If the matter is very serious, then they will not be able to open their business as promised, and then it will not be easy to explain to the shareholders' side. Questions. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke. It's not a big problem. It's just that there's a shadow ghost. Shadow ghost? Zhao Tianjian took a deep breath. That has to be pretty impressive. Right? Right. This name sounds very high-end. Shadow ghost must be a very powerful ghost. Miss Shen is really a high-level person. She can solve the problem easily. Yu Chanhuai also exclaimed with a face full of shock at the side. This rainbow fart of the two made Shen Mengyu's mouth twitch. Alright, these two rainbow farts catch up to the Scarlet Zoo manager. Scarlet Zoo manager's rainbow farts at the time were nothing compared to what these two were trying to do. But the first order of business was to take care of that shadow ghost first. She was going to ask the poltergeist first, and if it was willing to leave the area, then let it do so. If you don't want to leave, then just kill it. Subsequently, you, come here. Shen Mengyu calmed down a bit and waved at the ghostly figure on that pillar. Zhao Tianjian and the two of them followed the gaze. Didn't see anything. Because people who haven't been inside Scary World can't see ghosts and monsters. Heard someone calling himself. The gargoyle on top of that pillar apparently froze. You called me? It appeared to arrive in front of Shen Mengyu, took a glance at Shen Mengyu, and frowned. Exactly. Shen Mengyu nodded and asked, why are you here obstructing other people's construction? The poltergeist was a little boy, who didn't even look 10 years old. Getting in the way? The little boy Ghostbuster scratched his head. This is my house. Your house? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. Didn't this used to be wasteland? Before coming to the construction site, Zhao Tianjian had already told her the general situation. This site was previously a wasteland with nothing on it. So, there is only one outcome. Little boy ghosts and monsters lie to themselves. If you don't tell the truth, I'll beat you to death. Shen Mengyu pretended to be fierce and scared the little boy ghost. This worked very well with Luo Xiaoyu. Sure enough, it was not what Shen Mengyu expected. The little boy gargoyle immediately turned white with fear and shook his head hurriedly. I'm wrong, don't beat me to death. In fact, I was instructed by a bad man, because if I didn't do that, he was going to eat me. The words were said. Shen Mengyu suddenly drifted off. Do you recognize that man? She looked at the little boy Ghostbuster and asked. Just tell me. I can send you back to Scary World. I can go back? The little boy gargoyle froze. Apparently, it didn't realize that it could go back to Thriller World after it came out of Thriller World. Could be. Shen Mengyu smiled and nodded. It was only after getting Shen Mengyu's affirmation that the little boy ghost began to speak. I was approached by a man right after I left Thrill World, and he fooled me into thinking that following him could be better than Thrill World, which was great at first, but then he attacked me and asked me to help him to make trouble. So I came here to make trouble. Although the little boy's speech was slightly childish, Shen Mengyu already knew what it probably meant. The general idea is that a person goes and uses ghosts and goblins to mess up someone's business, so it seemed likely that it was Zhao Tianjian's enemy, or Yu Changhuai's enemy. Subsequently, then don't mess up now. Shen Mengyu touched the little boy's ghostly head. How about I send you to Scary World? The words were said. The little boy Ghostbusters brightened up. Is that really possible, sis? Could be. Shen Mengyu took out the copy teleportation stone that the manager had given him. This can enter into another copy. The little boy gargoyle nodded and dug in. The duplicate teleportation stone emitted a bright light. This shocked the two Zhao Tianjian. Ms. Shen, the ghost, ran in? Yu Chanhuai swallowed his saliva and opened his mouth. It's back in Thriller World. Shen Mengyu nodded slightly. With that, she frowned and looked at the two. Have you guys offended anyone lately? Just now. That little boy ghost monster said that it was instructed to do so, so that meant that it must know one of the two people, Zhao Tianjian or Yu Changhuai. The words came out. Both men were clearly flabbergasted. No. Zhao Tianjian shook his head. My Zhao Tianjian company is generally very good at bringing in more customers. But, just then, I have. Yu Changhuai's brow furrowed. I had a big fight over the matter of allocating hotel shares with my family. Saying that, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Shen Mengyu with a surprised face. Miss Shen, are you saying that he is the one targeting me? Pretty much. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment. He shouldn't let you off easily. For someone who wants revenge, surely there is more than one way to think about it. In other words, it was very likely that Yu Changhua was now in the middle of a dangerous whirlpool. Even Yui will be implicated. What am I going to do? Yu Changhua was instantly flustered. You are still young. You can't die young. Besides, his daughter had not yet been married off, so he was not at ease with such a death. I have an idea. Shen Mengyu frowned. You can find a chance to meet whichever of your family members. It was useless for her to be merely one-sided about such things. One actually has to look at the one who was behind the little boy's ghosts and monsters. The root cause must be addressed for this to work. I remember. Yu Changhua hurriedly said. In 2 nights, our family will organize a dinner party, and we will invite quite a few famous families in Jiangqing to attend, so I can give you an invitation at that time. Could be. Shen Mengyu thought about it for a while, and it just so happened that she had some free time in the next couple of days, so she agreed. She had about 4 days until her next foray into the world of thrillers. There's no rush. Seeing that Shen Mengyu had agreed, Yu Changhua was immediately moved. In the future, if Miss Shen can use me in any way, I'll definitely do whatever I can. With that, he took out a bank card. Ms. Shen, this is a small token of appreciation. Shen Mengyu frowned, originally not intending to, but Yu Changhua insisted on giving it to herself, so she had no choice but to take it. Chapter 47, Mysterious Literature. The 10th, Hades. Shen Mengyu returned to her residence after she had finished working on this. Yu Changhua also wanted to invite her to dinner, but she refused. Lying on her own bed, Shen Mengyu's eyes were empty. Brother. Without realizing it, she thought of her brother again. It seemed like he hadn't seen his brother since he came back from entering the thrill world. I don't know what my brother is up to at this time. Did brother miss himself? Shen Mengyu fell asleep thinking about it. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, a dark desert is slightly desolate. Only, from a distance, 2 men were walking slowly one behind the other above the desert. In the back of them was a man dressed in a black coat, breathing heavily and walking with great difficulty inside the desert. The one in front of him was a teenage boy, wearing a cloth robe, with an extremely clean appearance, walking as if he was walking on the ground inside the desert. These two were none other than Su Guan as well as Shen Fei. Brother Shen, when will we find the main hall? Su Guan gasped for air and spoke with a difficult expression on his face. I feel like I'm about to be deflated. After saying this, Shen Fei in front suddenly stopped. This scene startled Su Guan. Brother Shen, I don't mean anything else. I mean I'm just slightly tired. I can still travel 8,000 miles a day. Take a break. Shen Fei shook his head. It's been a day of walking, and I'm slightly tired. With that, he sat down on the floor. Really, Shen? Su Guan also brightened up. Then I'll take a break as well. After sitting down, he immediately took out 2 packets of cookies from inside his backpack, one for himself and one for Shen Fei. Shen, replenish your strength. Shen Fei also nodded and took the cookies. The desert was so windy and sandy inside that you could only see a dozen meters or so. It's hard to see any farther than that. Plus, it's nighttime and the distance seen is even smaller. Brother Shen, why do you think there's a desert inside the thriller world? Su Guan took a bite of the cookie and asked as he ate. Unclear. Shen Fei looked at the vast desert and shook his head. It's also the first time I've seen a desert inside the thriller world. He was a huge force in the thriller world though and had seen a lot of ghosts and monsters, but the deserts of thrill world are not clear to him at all. This is what he found based on the clues. If it wasn't for the mysterious document he had found, there was no way to get in. Brother Shen, is the 10th underworld we're looking for really inside the desert? Su Guan frowned and couldn't help but ask. The reason they're here is to find the truth about thriller world. For them, after getting stronger and stronger, they would also feel that the thrill world was getting more and more unusual. Within thriller world, it's not just copies only. There are also things that don't belong to thrill world. Things that suggest that thrill world seems to have been born after those things. Those things also have a name, called hell. Look for it before you say anything. Shen Fei sighed. I've already found a ghost and monster to commission my sister to create a force similar to ours in the real world. The secrets of the thriller world will be exposed a little bit with the expansion. The words were said. Su Guan was filled with admiration. Brother Shen, why is your brain so good? He realized that Shen Fei's brain was simply not too good. When one's own brain was taken out and compared to Shen Fei's brain, one absolutely had to be short of catty. As long as one followed Shen Fei, almost all dangers Shen Fei could anticipate in advance. And Shen Fei knew something he never knew. I really don't know how big that brain capacity has to be. Compared to his head, Shen Fei's brain doesn't work well? If he could, Su Guan would want to replace Shen Fei's brain on top of his head. Do you want to know? Shen Fei glanced at Su Guan and opened his mouth. Of course. Su Guan nodded his head in a hurry. He said, getting a little expectant. Sure enough, After all this time, is Shen finally going to tell himself the secret of why his brain works so well? I'm not telling you. Shen Fei then uttered a sentence. Su Guan was dumbfounded. I'm brown. Can it still be ing like that? Seeing Su Guan's confused look, Shen Fei smiled faintly. For Shen Fei, this was a secret he wouldn't tell anyone. Because inside his head, there was something else. System, help me push, Shen Fei suddenly murmured in his heart. But, just then, the desert was suddenly gusty. Sand and dust suddenly filled the air at a height of more than 10 meters. Not far away, a faint whirlpool about several hundred meters high appeared in the air. This is sandstorm? Su Guan immediately widened his eyes and hurriedly spoke. Brother Shen, run, a sandstorm is coming. Only Shen Fei did not move. He looked at the sky with a deadpan look and said in a deep voice, this is not a sandstorm. No? Su Guan looked puzzled. Then what is this? As far as he could remember, nothing but a sandstorm could make the desert look like this. Besides, it was still a gale force wind, and the huge whirlpool not far away was enough to tell the tale. Look carefully inside the vortex. Shen Fei's eyes stared at the vortex without moving and opened his mouth. Su Guan looked over at the sound. Next moment, he instantly blushed in horror. Nothing else. Because there was a huge black shadow in that vortex. The black shadow was extremely dry and did not look like a human shape at all. More like a monster. What are we going to do? Su observed that black shadow, swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but open his mouth. I'm afraid that thing is second only to me in strength. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes. You'll assist me later. I'll go and see if I can strangle it. The words came out. Su Guan didn't hesitate and nodded. This situation has actually been encountered not once or twice. Basically following Shen Fei is the right thing to do. This he still knew. Since Shen Fei had asked himself to assist, it was sufficient for him to assist okay. Along with the black shadows bringing the vortex closer and closer, the gusty winds around them were also getting stronger. Find the right time. Shen Fei took a deep breath. Su Guan, assist me. Subsequently, with a flash of his figure, he suddenly appeared in the air. Su Guan also immediately entered into a fighting position. In the meantime, inside the apartment building, Shen Mengyu is sleeping in bed. Suddenly, a grandmotherly voice came. Sister! Shen Mengyu frowned and rolled over, continuing to sleep. But, just then, a pair of small hands were immediately placed on Shen Mengyu's face. This caused Shen Mengyu to wake up with a start. Who is it? Shen Mengyu immediately got up, her delicate little face full of vigilance. Suddenly, a voice came from the foot. Sister, you got me down. The voice is a bit familiar. Shen Mengyu frowned and looked downward. What came into view was a familiar face. Luo Xiaofu. Chapter 48. Sister is so nice. Luo Xiaoyu? What brings you here? Seeing this familiar little face, Shen Mengyu had a surprised look on her face. You phenomenon can come out of the thriller world at will? She had thought that it was that person from Yu Changwai's family who wanted to try to target herself, but she didn't expect it to be this Luo Xiaoyu fellow. But Luo Xiaoyu didn't even seem to have reached White Ghost, so it was impossible to come and go from the thriller world at will, right? It was the manager's uncle who sent me out. Luo Xiaoyu's droll little face revealed a smile. Sister, guess what I'm here for? Saying that, Luo Xiaoyu very skillfully sat on top of Shen Mengyu's pink computer chair in a leisurely manner, totally not thinking of myself as an outsider. Whoa, sister, what is this? Suddenly, she saw the cupcake on top of the computer desk and did a double take, her mouth watering. Such a pretty little thing. It must be delicious. That one is cake, strawberry flavored. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. Eat if you want. That cake was still on sale at the bakery she saw on her way back. Sister is so nice. Hearing Shen Mengyu let herself eat, Luo Xiaoyu nonchalantly feasted on the food. Tell me what the manager sent you to see me about. Shen Mengyu leaned against the wall somewhat lazily and opened her mouth to ask. Normally, even if the manager is in danger he should go to the happy community for help. How come the manager still has to call her for something? It's hard to believe it's not something dangerous. Good. After I finish eating first. Luo Xiaoyu immediately nodded and finished the cupcake in 3 or 2 batches. Subsequently, she licked the remaining cream at the corner of her mouth before she spoke. Actually, the manager is just the middleman. I'm delivering a message for Lord Shen. Lord Shen? Shen Mengyu huffed. You mean my brother asked you to deliver a message? That's right. Luo Xiaoyu nodded with a serious face. Lord Shen asked me to tell my sister to let you form a small group in the real world for exploring the thriller worlds that appear in the real world. The words were said. Shen Mengyu frowned. Real world thrillers? What's that supposed to mean? Sister doesn't really understand it either. I don't quite get it either. Luo Xiaoyu scratched his head. Lord Shen then told me that the relics of the thriller world would expand into the real world. But Lord Shen couldn't show up in the real world in time. so he asked you to help him check it out. It looked like his brother was trying to accomplish something important. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment. Gradually it dawned on her. It's actually quite simple. Presumably it's because Thriller World expanded into the real world, and some parts of that Thriller World are sure to show up in the real world. Only at that time Shen Fei didn't have time to come to the real world, so he had to ask this lovely sister of his to help him explore it. Aha! That's probably what it means. Thinking of this, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but feel a little proud. It seemed that his brother was truly blessed to have a smart and cute sister like himself. There was only one problem that was difficult for Shen Mengyu. Forming a small group, aka a force. That requires members at the very least. Where do members go to find them? Shen Mengyu frowned. She felt this was the biggest dilemma. Sister, Lord Shen said that not too many people are needed. Luo Xiaoyu didn't forget to remind Shen Mengyu. I'm clear. Shen Mengyu nodded. I'll send you back. No. Luo Xiaoyu immediately shook her head. I want to eat a lollipop. There's nothing in Scary World, and all the other ghosts feed on tourists. But he can't eat any other food since he ate the lollipop. It's all in the second drawer of the computer desk. Take it all. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched, as if she had expected this scene. It's all she bought ahead of time. Luo Xiaoyu opened the second drawer, which was indeed stuffed with lollipops. Sister is wonderful too. Its eyes glowed with golden light. If sister needs anything in the future, just call me. Subsequently, it hugged a large bag of lollipops and used a copy teleportation stone to leave the place. After seeing Luo Xiaoyu leave, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but sigh. This little girl is good at everything, but she's not polite to anyone. Just give and it dares to take. But Shen Mengyu didn't think too much about it and just started thinking about what it would take to create a small power. First and foremost is the membership. Currently members. Shen Mengyu hadn't thought of anything too many people. Members are put aside for the moment. In addition to the members, there is the address. That means you need to buy a house? Buy a house. You can ask Zhao Tianjian for this. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu then dialed Zhao Tianjian. Ms. Shen, what can I do for you? The phone quickly dialed and Zhao Tianjian's voice came from inside. It was obvious that he treated Shen Mengyu very cautiously. I'm looking to buy a house, and I was wondering if you know where it's cheaper? Shen Mengyu also spoke out about herself. As soon as he heard about buying a house, Zhao Tianjian immediately became a bit excited. Ms. Shen, I'm very familiar with this. I know all the big and small housing areas in Jiangcheng. Zhao Tianjian continued. I don't know if Ms. Shen wants an apartment, or a collective building? For buying a house, the next most familiar thing, besides the one selling the house, is the one building the house. It was obvious that Zhao Tianjian was very familiar with this field. I want the villa with no one around. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and opened her mouth. As Shen Fei's sister, she knew very well that what her brother needed most was a low profile. Besides, anything to do with Thriller World is either very mysterious or unattainable. If you want to explore properly, then the first thing to consider is stealth. I don't know why my brother told me to explore, but my brother was also exploring the Thriller World, and I was in the real world. Think of it this way, wouldn't you be on the same level as your brother? Thinking of this, Shen Mengyu became incredibly expectant, one step closer to catching up with his brother on his own. Villa? Hearing Shen Mengyu's request, Zhao Tianjian was a bit hesitant. Ms. Shen, villas Jiangcheng is a lot. Only the villas with no one around. Jiangcheng only has a total of 2, both in the mountains. He took a deep breath and carefully continued to speak. I have one of these. Why don't I gift it to Miss Shen? He knew that Shen Mengyu was not a money-loving person, so he was worried that Shen Mengyu didn't want it. Could be. Shen Mengyu, however, agreed. I want the villa is to create a power in the real world. If you want to join, you can join. Just don't make a sound. She threw an olive branch to Zhao Tianjian also as a favor for him to gift her villa. Of course I'm in. Zhao Tianjian instantly agreed. In the future, if Miss Shen tells me Zhao Tianjian to go east, I will never go west. Saying that, he suddenly changed his words. Ms. Shen, why don't I send someone to tell you the villa key and address? Could be. Shen Mengyu agreed. Subsequently, Zhao Tianjian sent the tall man to give Shen Mengyu the key, as well as the address. This villa address is very close to your own home, just less than 5 kilometers away. Shen Mengyu decided to visit the villa. By the way, let's see if there are any additions to be made. It's probably going to be inhabited by ghosts and monsters in addition to people in the future. Since her brother had given this heavy responsibility to her, she must fulfill it. It might accidentally make a power that surpasses his brother's. Chapter 49, Long Time No See. Aster Lin. Jiangcheng, Floating Jade Mountain. It was originally a tourist attraction, but then it was bought by a rich man to build a villa because of the construction and poor transportation. That rich man was naturally Zhao Tianjian. The view of the mountains is very nice. Because of the thrilling world physical strength plus, Shen Mengyu quickly arrived at the mountain. The large villa came into view. It looks dignified and luxurious. Turn the key, push the door open and walk in. The small courtyard of the villa was very clean and appeared to be regularly tended. The villa is also fully furnished inside and is also very clean with not a single dusty spot. It looks like the place is cleaned by someone from time to time. Is this the simplicity of the rich? Shen Mengyu marveled in her heart. If I hadn't unlocked Thriller World myself, I might never have seen a house like this in my life, not to mention owning it. At best, you can look inside your cell phone. Ms. Shen. Just then, a black shadow appeared in the villa. The black shadow wore a black robe, and it was impossible to see it. And that black shadow also bowed deeply to Shen Mengyu. Is this a ghost? Shen Mengyu frowned and unconsciously retreated a few steps behind the super. Seeing Shen Mengyu's movements, the dark shadow sighed in his heart. Ms. Shen, you've misunderstood me. The dark figure removes his black hat, revealing a man with sunglasses and a dry head. It's you? Shen Mengyu was instantly shocked. Not the other way around. Nothing else. This guy is none other than the sunglasses ghost monster who was at the Tianqi Hotel a while back. She turned around and took out the copper coin that her brother had given her, and looked at the sunglasses gargoyle with a serious face. If there is danger, one uses this copper immediately. Seeing the copper coins in Shen Mengyu's hand, the sunglasses ghost monster's face changed dramatically. This thing Lord Shen even gave it to her sister. The power of this would definitely have to cripple it if it was accidentally used. Don't misunderstand. Ms. Shen. It looked at Shen Mengyu with a nervous face. I'm with you now. I'm here to assist you as Lord Shen asked me to. How do you prove it? Shen Mengyu frowned. I'm not a cutie. This guy had just been beaten off by his brother a while ago, and now he had the nerve to harass himself. It's really bold as hell. I can help prove it. Just then, a sweet female voice suddenly came. Subsequently, a young girl in a lolita with little red leather shoes walked out. Mengyu, long time no see. The young girl showed a sweet expression as she looked towards Shen Mengyu, her small face slightly delicate. The young girl was no other than Aster Lin. 10 days and half a month had passed since the last time I saw Lin Aster. Shen Mengyu was a bit surprised. Sister Aster, what are you guys? She suddenly felt like her information was a little off. This guy just joined us a while ago and is undercover in the happy community. Lin Aster whisked her hair and began to introduce herself. To be honest, I didn't have time to tell you last time. I am also an undercover agent arranged by Lord Shen. This time Lord Shen told us that you were going to make a break for it in the real world, so we took it upon ourselves to come and help. These words allowed Shen Mengyu to receive some information. She froze for a moment, digesting the information. That just came back to me. So how are you guys trying to help me? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and couldn't help but ask. The real world is being influenced more and more by the thriller world, and some of the wacky places from the thriller world are also appearing in the real world, which should be called relics to put it in more detail. Lin Aster spoke up. We can spy on the news of the relics and go with you. Relics? Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. Isn't Thriller World just copies? She was a little uncertain. No. Lin Aster shook her head. The Thriller World is just a later one. There was another era before the Thriller World, and this is what Lord Shen told me recently. Only he didn't tell me in detail. What we need to do is find out why the last era was destroyed, or else our real world will be destroyed by the Thrill World as well. These sudden and huge news were like seawater pouring into Shen Mengyu's head. It left her head a little clouded for a moment. First, Luo Xiaoyu conveyed the message to herself, and then Lin Aster and her party came. His own brother treated the matter with great caution. You won't need to be busy with anything for a while. Lin Aster seemed to see Shen Mengyu's doubts and spoke. This power will be fully managed by us until you reach the Ghost General level, and it will be handed over to you at that time. A Ghost General? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and sighed in her heart. He himself was still a long way from the Ghost General. Okay. When Lin Aster noticed that Shen Mengyu was starting to ponder, she revealed a smile as if she was a neighboring sister. I heard that you're going to go to the Thrill World copy in a few days. Right. Shen Mengyu nodded. Then this copy you went to should be more dangerous. Lin Aster thought for a moment. I think it would be on the same level as the Scarlet Zoo. With that, she sighed. We weren't able to help you with the Blood Moon Middle School you entered last time. And the ghost granny blamed herself for a while. And quite a few ghosts and monsters from our happy community even went as far as to step on the Blood Moon Middle School. Last time, the ghosts and monsters of the happy community all thought that Shen Mengyu should still enter the copies under their jurisdiction. But, I didn't expect that. Shen Mengyu entered a copy under the jurisdiction of other forces. This can piss off quite a few ghosts and goblins in the happy community. Some of the ghosts and monsters were even going to go as far as exterminating the Blood Moon High School copies and making Shen Mengyu rematch the copies. But then it didn't go. Nothing else. Shen Fei arranged it. Because, All the forces behind Blood Moon Middle School were actually under Shen Fei's jurisdiction, only they didn't know it. The matter was later dropped. Hearing that the happy community Ghostbusters were actually going to step on Blood Moon Middle School for their own sake, Shen Mengyu was a bit touched. Only this time we think your next copy should be the new 7-star copy. Lin Aster spoke from the side. A new copy? Shen Mengyu's face was dumbfounded. Sister Aster, there's no mistake, right? Himself is just a rookie. How come you're going to level up before you've even gotten in a few copies? That's basically right. Lin Aster's delicate face looked at Shen Mengyu very seriously. You must protect your own safety in there. If there is any danger, we happy community will definitely step on that newly emerged copy. The happy community is not that powerful, but if they were to fight for their lives to exterminate a 7-star copy, it can still be done. Shen Mengyu immediately shook her head. No need. Not that she was worried about being in any danger. Maybe that new copy of the 7 stars is also his brother's? Just then, Aster Lin, something happened over at the happy community. The sunglasses ghost monster suddenly changed its face and spoke to Lin Aster. My guess was exactly right. They took advantage of our departure and rebelled. What? Lin Aster's small face changed slightly. Then go back quickly. Saying that, she looked at Shen Mengyu with an apologetic face. Sorry Mengyu. The traitors over at the happy community have rebelled. We have to hurry back. Let's come back to you when we've resolved the matter over at the happy community. So do I have to come with you guys? Shen Mengyu frowned. No, we've been plotting for a long time. And this time we came to the real world together just to show them up. Lin Aster smiled, looking as if it was a sure thing. Only then did Shen Mengyu put her heart down. Chapter 50, A Little Young to Be a Bad Boy. In these 2 days, Shen Mengyu had a good time dashing around the house. The villa were empty for the time being, and would come to take over after Lin Aster was busy with the happy community. If the math is good, today should be the day of the Yu family banquet. The invitations were delivered the day before yesterday. Shen Mengyu packed up her things at this time and got up to head to the banquet. Just go downstairs. She was going to take a cab. But, just then, a familiar business car appeared in front of her. Ms. Shen. The car window came down and Zhao Tianjian greeted Shen Mengyu with a smile. Subsequently, he ran his ass off the bus and opened the door for Shen Mengyu. Miss Shen, I knew you were going to the banquet this afternoon, so I came specifically to pick you up. People had good intentions, and Shen Mengyu was too embarrassed to refuse. Thanks. Shen Mengyu smiled. You're welcome. Zhao Tianjian's heart was bursting with happiness, and he immediately drove himself and drove to the place where the Yu family's banquet was being held. The kind of thing that happened at the Tianqi Hotel last time caused a lot of business bigwigs to be afraid to go anywhere. This time, the location chosen by the Yu family was the Emolian residence, which is second only to the Tianqi Hotel in Jiangcheng, in front of the Murray House Hotel. At this time has been full of all kinds of luxury business cars, which there is no lack of some sports cars, and even supercars. All sorts of scenes that were only limited to inside TV dramas and inside novels appeared in front of Shen Mengyu. Truly explains what it means to live a simple, unassuming life. Shen Mengyu was a bit shocked. Ms. Shen, this is a scene I've rarely seen either. Zhao Tianjian laughed a little. After all, this is the Yu family, and there are quite a few business bigwigs besides Jiang Cheng who are also here for this banquet. With this explanation, Shen Mengyu suddenly realized, it seems that the Yu family is not simple. This party wasn't easy either. How else could so many people come? Even people from outside Jiangcheng. Come on Ms. Shen, the banquet starts in an hour. Let's go in. Zhao Tianjian smiled and came to the entrance of the Emolian residence with Shen Mengyu. Tonight, the entire Emolian residence has been chartered by the Yu family. The Myriad residence grounds were a full 10,000 square meters, with more than half of it being just the main banquet venue. This is much bigger than the Tianqi Hotel. Some people have predicted that it's just a matter of time before Emolian Ju surpasses Tianqi Hotel. The bouncer at the gate let the two in after checking that their invitations were in order. After all, they're just guarding the place. For the matter of why there was an invitation, that was not for them to ask. Walking in is the banquet hall, which is extremely luxurious. The floors were all covered with red carpet. Just walking in, Zhao Tianjian attracted a lot of attention. As the most trustworthy businessman in Jiangcheng, not only Jiangcheng, but even the business bigwigs in the neighboring cities of Jiangcheng knew Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianjian did not do less work in other places during the day. A number of people have come to Zhao Tianjian for postcards. Shen Mengyu was also looking around to see if that person was out of place. But, just then, yell, isn't this Zhao Tianjian, the biggest builder in our Jiangcheng? What's the matter? You brought your mistress to the banquet this time? A conspiratorial voice came. Turning around, it was a middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam, as well as high heels and heavy makeup. Shen Mengyu also turned around at the sound, her brows furrowed. Zhao Tianjian glanced at Shen Mengyu. secretly saying that it was bad, and just intended to speak. The middle-aged woman mocked. Yell, this girl, you haven't gone to college yet, right? I think you've only graduated from high school, and you've come out to be someone else's mistress? Really small age does not learn. I am a long time to see. If my son was seduced by a girl like you, then I will definitely take $5 million to let her get out. Word for word. These words were all clearly aimed at Shen Mengyu. Even words used specifically for girls. This scene caused Zhao Tianjian's face to suddenly become gloomy. Yu Manxiang, I'll tell you. I don't want to bother with you about the past today. I'll just say one thing. Apologize to Miss Shen next to me, he said in a hushed voice. The middle-aged woman in front of him was his biggest competitor. Yu Manxiang, the chairman of Yumang's construction group, both equally the most well-known real estate developers in Zhangcheng. Only, her company had always been suppressed by Zhao Tianjian's Tianjin Group, and no matter how much she changed her strategy, she just couldn't compete with Tianjin Group. Even several times, Zhao Tianjin stole the business. This made her resent Zhao Tianjin so much that every time she saw Zhao Tianjin at a banquet, or a party, she would go up and taunt him. Yell, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Yu Manxiang couldn't help but bear her smile. Can it be that this one is good-looking? Made you feel pity? In the past, when she taunted Zhao Tianjin, the most he would do was to return a few curses and then leave the spot. Only this time it's a little less so. This time Zhao Tianjin brought this girl who was indeed very beautiful. Maybe it was just that Zhao Tianjin didn't want her to say that. Yu Manxiang, I don't want to say more. If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, I advise you to apologize to Miss Shen. Zhao Tianjian's attitude was resolute and heavy as he said in a single word. Miss Shen is not someone he can afford to mess with. If Miss Shen was bullied here, then Yu Manxiang would probably be in bad luck. He was only doing this so that he wouldn't make a big deal out of it, or else it would be difficult for this party to even go on. After all, Shen Mengyu was invited by Yu Changhui. You're really sick today, can't I say a few words? I haven't seen you so emotional even when I said so before. You are really mesmerized by this dead demon. Seeing Zhao Tianjian's relentlessness, Yu Manxiang immediately lost interest and was about to turn around and leave with a disdainful face. Dead leprechaun? Zhao Tianjian's face immediately turned low as he yanked on Yu Manxiang's arm and droned. You don't want to leave without apologizing. This guy even dared to insult Ms. Shen. It's simply a death wish. What are you doing? Yu Manxiang's face changed when she saw Zhao Tianjian holding her arm. Zhao Tianjian's hand was dead center, making her feel a hint of pain, and she instantly yelled up, Everyone, come and see. Zhao Tianjian, the chairman of the Tianjin Group, is playing a hooligan on me? A woman. That's a lot of words. It drew a lot of attention. Or let her go. It's fine. Seeing the increasing number of people paying attention to this side, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but frown and open her mouth. For this kind of thing, Shen Mengyu, was not a good person. If she let her go now, after the banquet was over, she would find a way to target Yu Manxiang. She was not a saintly mother to allow someone to abuse her like that. It's just that the scene isn't right now. Seeing Shen Mengyu speak, Yu Manxiang immediately smiled triumphantly. Look, the other goblin has said that she'll let me go. What more do you want? She wasn't afraid of what Zhao Tianjian would do to her, because along with her shouting just now, there were quite a few people staring at the place now. If Zhao Tianjian did anything, a security guard would immediately arrest him. Chapter 51, I say she deserves to be scolded. As more and more people in the hall looked here, Yu Manxiang became more and more unrestrained. With so many people, Zhao Tianjian would never dare to do anything to her. Otherwise she'll just sue Zhao Tianjian for molesting her. Hearing Shen Mengyu's words, Zhao Tianjian hastily refused. Miss Shen, you were taunted by Yu Manxiang because you were with me. How could I let her go? Zhao Tianjian immediately shook his head. If I let her go, would I, Zhao Tianjian, still be a man? If Shen Mengyu hadn't come in with him, then she definitely wouldn't have been taunted so much by Yu Manxiang. Besides, he couldn't even listen to what this Yu Manxiang said as a male. Not to mention that Shen Mengyu was still just a girl who had just turned 18. This anger, he couldn't help but take. Miss Shen can't be bullied either. This was what Zhao Tianjian had in mind. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, sighed in her heart, and spoke. Alright then. She had wanted to deal with Yu Manxiang herself after the banquet was over. After all, there are a lot of people here. Not to mention the fact that it's a banquet today. So what if we accidentally mess it up? Since Zhao Tianjian wanted to settle this matter right here, let him do so. He's a business tycoon. He's often in and out of such high-class banquets. He should have a sense of propriety. Subsequently, Yu Manxiang, I told you, apologize to Miss Shen. Zhao Tianjian looked towards Yu Manxiang and spoke in a low voice. On what grounds? Seeing that Zhao Tianjian wasn't going to let her leave, Yu Manxiang instantly became anxious. What are you going to do? She's the chairwoman of the Moonman construction group. For her to go whisper and apologize to a girl? On what grounds? She doesn't deserve it. You don't want to make a big deal out of this. You apologize. Zhao Tianjian's fat head and ears, which usually looked kind, became ice cold at this time. Otherwise you'll have something to cry about later. Have I cried? Yu Manxiang immediately laughed coldly. What are you, Zhao Tianjian? Everyone is a chairman of the board of directors. My mother's company is not worse than yours. You count as a fart. There is absolutely no quality to the speech. At this point, a number of people from around the area came forward and urged a fight. Mr. Zhao, there's no need to pussyfoot around for a woman, right? That's right. It's just a woman in the district. Big deal. In a while the brothers will find you some younger ones. Mr. Zhao, don't give General Manager Yu a general opinion. She has this kind of temper. It's not like you don't know. Today is the Yu family's banquet. If you don't give us face, you have to give the Yu family face, right? The people around us were divided. Most of them say not to fight over a woman. And don't talk to Moon Manhwa. No way. Zhao Tianjian immediately shook his head. If it were usual I might just forget about it. But definitely not today. Yu Manxiang must apologize to Miss Shen. He was adamant. If he didn't apologize, he would never let Yu Manxiang leave. The ones who came over to the side to talk out the fight saw the scene and couldn't help but look at each other. Since they couldn't be persuaded to fight, they couldn't say anything. Subsequently, many people left the area and stood not far away to watch. Since they wanted to make a scene, there was no shortage of time for them to see a scene. Zhao Tianjian, what the hell do you want? Yu Manxiang gritted her teeth and looked at Zhao Tianjian, trying to get rid of his hand, but the grip was just too tight. She couldn't get rid of it. Apologize. Apologize to Miss Shen. Zhao Tianjian's face couldn't be seen to have any expression and remained the same. You really are crazy. Yu Manxiang stared at Zhao Tianjian dead in the face. I'm telling you, the person who can make me apologize hasn't been born yet. Shen Mengyu frowned on the side. I wonder if she would not talk like that if she was also caught by Luo Xiaoyu once. After all, Zhao Tianjian was similar to her before. Just then, the hall radio went off. We have 20 minutes until the banquet begins. So please take your seats as soon as possible and wait for the banquet to begin. The party's about to start? Yu Manxiang's face became gloomy. The banquet is about to start. Do you want to keep making a scene until the banquet starts? If you don't apologize, then you'll have to wait for the party to start. Zhao Tianjian nodded bashfully. You're making a scene on top of a party for a skanky? Yu Manxiang was filled with a cold smile. Zhao Tianjian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. For a what? Yu Manxiang still dares to insult Ms. Shen? Zhao Tianjian's face sank. I advise you to apologize immediately. Aren't you happy that I called her a stinking? She's a leprechaun. Yu Manxiang had a disdainful look on her face. Next moment, pa! A crisp slap came. A slap silver appeared on Yu Manxiang's face. Red. Yu Manxiang looked at Zhao Tianjian with a face full of shock. You hit me? She had counted on it 1,000 times. But she didn't expect Zhao Tianjian to give her a slap. Apologize. Zhao Tianjian said in a deep voice. How dare you humiliate Miss Shen? Slapping her is considered light. If she didn't apologize, she'd give her a few slaps herself later. Yu Manxiang, however, immediately shouted. Everyone look the chairman of Tianjin Group has hit someone. This scene immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Hit someone? It's very rare to see something like a beating at a fancy party. One might even say almost none. I didn't expect to see someone beat up here. Quite a few people were silently looking where they were and didn't make a move to stop them. After all, this matter has nothing to do with them either. Maybe the security guard will come by later. But, just then, a man, however, ran out and looked at Yu Manxiang with a worried expression. Sister Yu Man, what's wrong? Li Shan, you're finally here. Yu Manxiang immediately brightened up and pointed at Zhao Tianjian. That's him, he hit me and pinched my arm. Li Shan is the owner of some small company and one of her few suitors, although it was not clear about Li Shan's background. But, he was very good to her on a regular basis. This banquet was also her way of getting Li Shan in. Seeing someone do this to himself would surely make Li Shan furious. This Zhao Tianjian is probably going to get a beating today. Think about it. Yu Manxiang's heart then ached. Why are you bullying Sister Yu Man? After listening to Yu Man Xiang's explanation, Li Shan looked at Zhao Tianjian with some fierce eyes. She scolded Miss Shen. I want her to apologize. Zhao Tianjian wasn't afraid of Li Shan in the slightest. He just opened his mouth with a cold face. Li Shan also glanced at Shen Mengyu and instantly sneered. What's wrong? She was scolded. That must be that she had done something wrong, making Sister Yu Man unhappy, and deserved to be scolded. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian's face immediately turned gloomy. What did you say? I say she deserves to be yelled at. Li Shan had a cold smile on his face. Very good. Zhao Tianjian smiled coldly. Then you go to hell. With that, Zhao Tianjian immediately rushed towards Li Shan and punched him. Li Shan was taken aback by the sudden scene. He was startled and backed away in a hurry. On a normal day, he rarely exercised and was a bit overwhelmed by the situation, only to see Zhao Tianjian strike towards Li Shan with a single fist. Zhao Tianjian's robust body overwhelmed Li Shan, leaving him powerless to fight back. Many people around saw this scene inside. A real fight? Li Shan was so frightened and panicked that he immediately looked to the second floor of the banquet and opened his mouth to shout, "Grandpa save me!" Chapter 52, Grandpa bankrupts him. The banquet had 2 floors, and the first floor was the hall, where everyone drank and ate together. On the second level were some people who were very close to the Yu family, most of whom were not from Jiangcheng. Obviously, Li Shan's background is not simple. Hearing these words, Yu Manxiang's expression changed beside her. She had thought Li Shan was just a little rich kid who then took his family's money and started his own company. That doesn't seem to be the case now. Zhao Tianjian's heart was still firm. Whoever it is will have to apologize to Miss Shen soon. Above the second level, an old man in a Chinese mountain suit then slowly walked down. There were some middle-aged people beside the old man. None of these middle-aged men are chairmen of large companies. Since all of these people were circling around the old man, it meant that the old man's status also loved to be higher than all of these people. What exactly does Li Shan's family do? Yu Manxiang's curiosity was aroused at this moment. Looks like Zhao Tianjian is finished for today. Yu Manxiang's heart was secretly happy. When this matter was settled, she would reluctantly agree to Li Shan. Grandpa. Seeing the old man in the Chinese mountain suit, Li Shan's eyes lit up and his mood was agitated. Get the hell out of here. When Li Shan saw Zhao Tianjian who was pressing on him, he immediately broke free and spoke. Zhao Tianjian gritted his teeth and finally got up. I'm still up here in a meeting. What did you piss off again? The old man in the middle mountain outfit looked at Li Shan, his eyes dotingly smiling. If he messes with you, then Grandpa will make him go bankrupt. Bankrupt him? The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of person can bankrupt someone with a single word? The identity of this old man in a Chinese mountain suit didn't seem to be as simple as they thought, and seemed to be much more mysterious. Zhao Tianjian also looked aghast, and his heart thumped. It's hard to believe that you can't help Ms. Shen out today? Yu Manxiang was the most excited next to him. Why didn't this Li Shan guy tell her about his family? Otherwise she would have agreed to be with Li Shan a long time ago. In the future, when she tied herself to the big background of Li Shan, she would still be walking sideways in Jiangcheng. That's him. Li Shan immediately pointed at Zhao Tianjian and viciously said, "This guy just hit me and also hit Sister Yu man. Grandpa, you let him go bankrupt." Hear that? The Zhongshan-suited old man glanced at Zhao Tianjian, then at Yu Manxiang. Could be. He nodded without hesitation. Whoever dares to bully his grandson, then let him die. Li Shan instantly became excited. Thank you, Grandpa. Subsequently, the old man in the mid-mountain suit made a phone call. Wait for it, you. Li Shan looked at Zhao Tianjian in triumph from the side. Less than a minute. Zhao Tianjian's cell phone then rang. He hurriedly took a look. It was his secretary's phone. He answered the phone. A secretary's panicked voice sprung from inside. Mr. Zhao, it's not good. Our company's account has been frozen, and all of our partners in other cities have terminated their cooperation with us. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian was silent for a moment. I know. Subsequently, he hung up. How about that? Li Shan looked at Zhao Tianjian with a happy face. Within a week, your company will surely go bankrupt. This scene caused the entire banquet to take a breath. That's how long it's been. It's efficient as if it's always ready. Zhao Tianjian clenched his fist and finally loosened it, and he apologized to Shen Mengyu. I'm sorry, Miss Shen. I can't help it. Although his company's cooperation in Jiangcheng was still in place, the account was frozen and he had no money for construction. So the termination of the contract was all sooner or later. Yu Manxiang was also filled with excitement that her greatest enemy had fallen. He himself is the first construction company in Jiangcheng. But, when the Zhongshan-suited old man heard the 3 words Miss Shen, his eyes skimmed over Shen Mengyu. It doesn't matter if you don't look. One look could startle him. You're the big guy from the Blood Moon High School copy that rode away on a monster? The old man in the mid-mountain outfit opened his mouth tremblingly. The words came out. Exactly. Shen Mengyu frowned. You've seen me? She didn't seem to remember the old man. It seemed that he hadn't entered the copy with the old man at that time. Right? I more than remember. The old man in the mid-mountain outfit immediately burst into tears. If it wasn't for you, I might have died in Blood Moon Middle School. Shen Mengyu, however, had a puzzled look on her face. When did he save the old man? Seeing that Shen Mengyu didn't know, the old man in the mountain suit prompted. Do you still remember the old man who was in your class at that time? That was me. The words were said. Shen Mengyu immediately understood. She remembered that there was indeed an old man, and he had asked himself questions, only she wasn't paying attention at the time. I remember. Shen Mengyu nodded. But I didn't save you, did I? I learned it all from you at Blood Moon High School. The old man in the Chinese mountain suit shook his head. I did whatever you did, but then you left the classroom and so did I. I went to disguise myself as a security guard and talked to security guard Lu Laogan until the end of the copy. Security? Shen Mengyu frowned. She did notice two people inside the security room at the time. It should be a man and a gargoyle, to be exact. Can you tell me what just happened? The Zhongshan-suited old man glanced at the disheveled Zhao Tianjian on the side and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he asked cautiously. He felt that he should have misunderstood something. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and said it once and for all. After all was said and done, are you saying that thing you man just scolded you? And this chairman of the Tianjian group is protecting you? The old man in the middle mountain suit took a deep breath. Shen Mengyu nodded slightly. I'm sorry, I'll take care of this matter. And after I'm done with it, please trouble Ms. Shen to go to the second floor with the old man and me for a chat. The old man in the mid-mountain outfit apologized with a very sincere attitude. Subsequently, he looked to Li Shan. At this point, Li Shan was already confused. Nothing else. Where did he know that Ms. Shen could make his grandfather like this? Grandpa, I was wrong. Li Shan was very sensible and immediately knelt down. He wasn't worried that he didn't have the money. He was worried that he would be thrown out of the family, because he didn't have a high status within the family. He wasn't even considered a collateral line, so he didn't burst out his birthright even as he pursued Yu Manxiang in the beginning. Just now, he called out to his grandfather solely because Zhao Tianjian had pissed him off. When the old man saw his family being bullied by outsiders, he had to help teach a lesson no matter what. This is what was going on inside of him, so he prayed that he wouldn't be thrown out of the family. If he was kicked out of the family, then he was even worse than an ordinary person. But a lot of things often don't go the way the heart wants them to. Just then, I don't lack a grandson for you, old man. The Zhongshan-suited old man immediately chided. You'll be expelled from the family by me from now on, and your company will become a family property. Li Shan was still kicked out of the family. Hear that? His face went white. Grandpa, I'm really wrong. I'll never mess around again. I'll leave in the family to serve tea and water with you. Whatever. Li Shan kept the old man in the mountain suit's thighs and prayed that he would forgive him. Instead, the old man in the middle mountain suit waved his hand. Saw the scene. The middle-aged men around immediately dragged Li Shan out. If he was still a member of the family of the old man in the Chinese mountain suit, or these middle-aged men would still strike a little lighter. Unfortunately, he was now no longer related to the old man in the mountain suit. Chapter 53, Shaking Out All the Company's Dark Secrets. Just then, Zhao Tianjian's secretary also called at this time. Mr. Zhao, our frozen accounts have suddenly gotten better, and those that terminated cooperation have all resumed cooperation. These words caused Zhao Tianjian to faintly stare. It was then that he noticed where Li Shan was lying on his back with his head buried in his hands. It is? Zhao Tianjian was a bit puzzled. Sorry about earlier. When the old man in the mid-mountain outfit saw Zhao Tianjian, he spoke with an apologetic face. I wasn't clear about what happened just now and was a bit reckless. Sorry. He had just believed Li Shan not because of any other reason, but because within their family, they generally rarely told lies when dealing with their elders. So blindly believed. This change in attitude took Zhao Tianjian by surprise. Ms. Shen, I'm helping you out with the person who bullied you. The Zhongshan-suited old man smiled faintly and looked towards Yu Manxiang. Saw the scene. Zhao Tianjian then realized. This old man in a Chinese mountain suit turned out to know Ms. Shen as well. He was just too engrossed in thinking seriously about the company, and how to figure out how to get Ms. Shen out of here. That's what caused him to not remember anything. Seeing the old man in the Chinese mountain suit approaching, Yu Manxiang's face instantly turned white. She knew exactly what kind of power the old man in front of her had. Since he could make Zhao Tianjian's company go bankrupt immediately, he could definitely make her company go bankrupt immediately as well. Not to mention anything else, even Li Shan's company he could take back with a word. She merely wanted to taunt Zhao Tianjian, but she didn't expect it to come to this. Yuman Xiang, chairman of Yuman Construction Group? The Zhongshan-suited old man looked at Yu Manxiang and spoke in a voice that was neither fast nor slow. Right? Hearing these words coming out of the old man in the mountain suit's mouth, it was as if they were like a stone pressing down on Yu Manxiang. She felt like she was suffocating. Only the old man in the mountain suit this time the method of shelving which dealt with Zhao Tianjian is completely different. Shake her and her company blackmail all over. The old man in the mountain suit spoke to the middle-aged man behind himself. The middle-aged man nodded, turned around and went about his business. Shake out the black stuff? Yu Manxiang's face changed instantly. How is this old man in a mountain suit common sense? She had expected to have her company's accounts frozen as well, terminate her cooperation, or something like that. Never dreamed it would be this. She was very much in the black before. It's not just her, but her company is ridiculously dark. What with squeezing employees, forcing them to work overtime, defaulting on wages, and also defaulting on payments for projects that don't start, and other issues like that. These are just the tip of the iceberg. She could have accepted it if the account had been frozen and the cooperation terminated. At the very least she might have a chance to turn the mountain around. But, if she were to explode as out of all this blackmail, her life would be over. You can't turn over a new leaf for the rest of your life. She was very clear that this was all because of Shen Mengyu. So it must be useful for her to beg Shen Mengyu for forgiveness. I was wrong. Only to see Yu Manxiang ignoring the gazes of the crowd. She even directly knelt down. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. I'm the little goblin. I'm the mistress. With that, she slapped herself up. If she had known she would have apologized. Why did she have to taunt Zhao Tianjin there just now? She was regretting it in her heart right now. Why is she being the scene, attracting the attention of the entire hall? Everyone looked over. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. I don't know who was so proud just now, but now they are down and out like this. You really can't be too crazy to be a human being. Just then, the old man in the mountain suit gave the middle-aged man next to him a wink. The middle-aged man understood at once. Next moment, a few more middle-aged men came next to Yu Manxiang and yanked her away. Yu Manxiang collapsed to the ground, her face panicked, wanting to run to the side of Shen Mengyu to beg for forgiveness, but all the black middle-aged men stopped them. She had no choice but to sit on the ground and cry in pain. Come on, Ms. Shen. The Zhongshan-suited old man smiled faintly at Shen Mengyu as if he hadn't seen anything. This is not at all the same person as the boss of Blood Moon High School. Is this not what a great man can do? Shen Mengyu nodded. Zhao Tianjian followed suit. In situ, only the Madden Li Shan was left, and Yu Manxiang, who was crying bitterly. But, soon both were cleared out by security. It was the old man in the mountain suit who ordered it. A number of people in the hall had also dispersed. Everyone was in immense awe of the old man in the Chinese mountain suit in their hearts. In fact, they were more curious about what Shen Mengyu's identity was compared to the old man in the mountain suit. The distance was too far just now, and they didn't even hear what the two talked about. But now the party was about to start, and everyone was sitting on top of their chairs. Murray Lane Residence. Banquet second floor. The second level is completely different from the first hall, because the second level is all separate boxes. That is, it's a 1+1 package, compared to the first level, which was merely a R hall. It seemed that the second level was where the bigwigs gathered. This shook Zhao Tianjian to his core. It seems like you're not even qualified to go to the second level. Worth noting, above Shen Mengyu's invitation was the second layer, only he didn't pay attention at that time, and Shen Mengyu didn't pay attention either. It was only then that they went together to the first floor hall. After walking for a while, the group stopped in front of box 002. Get in the box together. The old man in the middle mountain suit smiled. The room number is 002. Zhao Tianjian was filled with shock. That meant that the Zhongshan-suited old man's status ranked second in the Yu family. The first one that must be even more powerful than the old man in the mountain suit? It was too late for him to think about it and enter the room. The other middle-aged people are all at the door to stay not to go in, although their status is very high, but in front of the old man in the mountain suit can only be reduced to be a security guard. After entering the box, the luxurious box made Zhao Tianjian marvel. Inside the box was everything, not into having a refrigerator, and various brands of drinks, snacks. There's even a sandalwood table with a leather sofa. The flooring is also made of sandalwood and looks honored. Ms. Shen, it seems like you should be very confused about my identity, right? The old man in the middle mountain suit sat on top of the sofa and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and nodded. She wondered why someone like that would want to go to Thrill World, because as far as she knew, Thrill World invitations could be transferred to someone else for a large sum of money, but only those who have entered the world of thrillers. The Zhongshan-suited old man took a deep breath and began to explain. Our family's ancestors of the Xuanmen's people. Only later on, my ancestors went to do business, and then the more they did, the bigger they got. Until now, I'm worth more than the Yu family but also out 4 times more. It's just that at that time, our ancestors gave up the Xian sect, not voluntarily, but because our family was too poor to unravel. So we went to work as merchants, and that's how it's been until I came here. The genealogy of our family records that our ancestor counted a fortune before he died and left us a message. Hell stepped on the ground without ghosts and demons, and thrilling fear descended on earth. Mission should know what that means, right? Speaking here, the old man in the mountain suit looked at Shen Mengyu and smiled. Chapter 54, No Ghosts or Demons in Hell. Fear and terror on earth. Hell stepped on the ground without ghosts and demons, and thrilling fear descended on earth. Shen Mengyu murmured thoughtfully. It seemed to mean pretty much the same thing as what his own brother had said, only this sentence seems to have more meaning. Each of these two sentences seems to represent two possibilities. The first meaning of the phrase, no ghosts or devils left in hell, is that there are no more ghosts or devils inside hell. They have all gone to the world of thrill. But there is another meaning, that they came to Earth. It's very much like the thriller world expansion that my brother was talking about. The second phrase, thrill and fear descend on Earth, also has two meanings. The first means thriller world is coming down and everyone is going to get a copy. The second is that the thriller world will expand into the real world and come down to Earth. Here again it's like thriller world expanded into the real world. It seems like that ancestor inside the old man's family in the mountain suit is not simple. It had been known since so long ago that the thrill world was coming down. Seeing Shen Mengyu thinking there, the old man in the Chinese mountain suit revealed a smile. It seems that Miss Shen already knows what it means. Got it. Shen Mengyu nodded and told the old man in the mountain suit all about the meaning of that sentence. It wasn't that she was giving away secrets, because the old man in the mountain suit might have understood what it meant in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to give up his life to go forward to the Blood Moon Middle School copy. After listening to Shen Mengyu's explanation, the old man in the Chinese mountain suit was suddenly silent for a long time. A few moments later, he sighed. It's pretty much the same as what I interpreted, except that I only interpreted one layer of meaning. I didn't realize that there were two more layers of meaning. Miss Shen is really smart. You're welcome. Shen Mengyu smiled. She didn't say anything about her brother. The secret about your brother must never be told to anyone. Ms. Shen, then since the thriller world is going to expand into the real world, won't the entire Blue Star be in chaos at that time? The old man in the middle mountain outfit asked out the question in his heart. It could be. Shen Mengyu was silent for a moment. But I can't be sure. Our Daxia has been different from other places since ancient times. What Miss Shen said is very true. The old man in the middle mountain suit nodded agreeably. I also think that if the thriller world expands into the real world, my Great Xia will be the safest place in the blue planet. Except that there should still be plenty of ghostly disturbances. Saying that, the old man in the mountain suit sighed. I've secretly organized a group of thriller world's power. I don't know if it will be useful when thriller world expands to the real world. The words came out. Shen Mengyu was instantly surprised. You even organized such a group of forces? Can't help it. The older I get the more I fear death. The old man in the middle mountain suit smiled bitterly. Our family? By my generation there will be almost no one who can carry the banner of the family anymore. Nowadays, young people are busy with their own business. And even if there is someone who can carry the banner again, no one will be able to convince the public. That's why I can't die. Or I can't die that early. Or the family will fall apart. The old man in the middle mountain outfit had a helplessness in his mouth. Otherwise he wouldn't have risked his life to go to Thrill World. Shen Mengyu nodded somewhat indistinctly. I have also created a power, so we can work together if possible. Since the old man in the mountain suit also had his own forces could just work together. It's easier that way, too. That's fine, mission. The old man in the middle mountain suit lit up. An honor. Just then, Zhao Tianjian on the side couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ms. Shen, what you said about ghosts and monsters appearing in the real world, is that true or not? He always felt as if he knew something unimaginable. It's amazing that thriller world can appear in the real world. If that happened, wouldn't he or she likely be cold? Really? Before Shen Mengyu could speak, the old man in the mountain suit opened his mouth. Zhao Tianjian, chairman of the Tianjian group, right? I wish to keep this matter a secret. Don't tell anyone about this matter. Only the three of us know about this matter. If this matter were to spread out, not only Jiang Chang, but even Blue Star would be in a mess. I know. Zhao Tianjian nodded. As the boss, he still knew that there were some things he couldn't say. But, he felt much better in his heart when he remembered that he had also joined Shen Mengyu's forces. In that case one shouldn't be able to die. The party's about to start. The old man in the middle mountain suit pointed out the window. Shen Mengyu looked over. To her surprise, there was a view of the entire hall from right here. Tonight, it's not as simple as a banquet, either. The old man in the middle mountain suit smiled. What does that mean? Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but ask. What the Yu family is really doing tonight is the auction. The old man in the middle mountain suit sighed. It seems that the Yu family also knows something. They don't know where they got some strange things. I heard that they got them from the thriller world, which attracted many Jiang Chang, even Jiang Chang's foreign rich people over. Later on, if Miss Shen sees one she likes, I can help take a picture of it. Saying that, the old man in the mountain suit smiled. No need. Shen Mengyu hesitated, but still shook her head. What his own brother had given him was enough. Zhao Tianjian was silent on the sidelines. He's still skeptical about what happened in the hall. Why did the old man in the Chinese mountain suit nearly put his company out of business with a single word? In the end, it was him, Zhao Tianjian, who was too incompetent. After Thrill World showed up, his company was probably going to be finished sooner or later. After a while, I'm going to make my way to Thriller World as well. Zhao Tianjian had a plan in mind. Trying to survive the Thrill World expansion, just as he is now, is too weak. Inside the hall, the banquet is about to begin, so please take your seats and take your places. The radio came on again. Next moment, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. The whole hall was plunged into darkness. Just then, a bright light shone in the center of the hall stage. A sweet-looking woman in a super short skirt with a curvy figure walked out. Tonight, everyone is welcome to come to my Yu family banquet. She smiled and looked around. I'm the introducer for this one, Ginger. Next, let's start by inviting the head of the Yu clan to introduce this banquet. In a flash, that light from the stage shone down on the audience, where sat none other than Yu Chanhui. Yu Chanhui walked onto the stage with a dignified face. Welcome to the banquet that our Yu family is organizing this time. First of all, thank you all for being able to travel so far and take time out of your busy schedules to attend. He picked up the microphone and began to introduce himself. As you all know, for this banquet, in addition to signing cooperation contracts with many of the chairmen of the board of directors, we will also be auctioning off a few things. Hearing that something was being auctioned, many of the people present were a bit excited. It's just that they don't make it very obvious. I see everyone is in such a hurry, so I won't say any more. The auction starts next. Yu Chanhui glanced at the second floor of the 001 box, and found that the lights of the box were dark, and could not help but thump in his heart and hurriedly left the place. The others didn't care where Yu Chanhui went. The most important thing is the auction. The vast majority of them were people who didn't have any cooperation with the Yu family, and this time, they were attracted to come, partly because the Yu family was a big family, so perhaps they could get to know a few bigwigs, and partly because of the auction. Chapter 55, The Scary Mask. With the start of the auction, the lights of the entire hall became bright once again. Which woman called Xiao Jiang also walked out, only she had an extra item in her hand, wrapped in a red cloth, and that was the item to be auctioned. The first item up for auction, the Thriller Mask. The little ginger woman took away the red cloth and began to explain. This is a reward from inside the thrilling world. In the middle of the copy, as long as you wear this mask, the ghosts and monsters won't attack you. Only this is a time limit. Each time can only be used inside a copy, cannot be more than 10 minutes. But to remind everyone, this thing does not have a copy of the limit. 1 star to the recent new 7-star copy can be used. After listening to the presentation, many people present took a deep breath. Isn't this thing a little anticlimactic? Although it could only be used for 10 minutes inside the copy, this thing wasn't a one-time thing, which meant that it could still be used the next time you entered the copy. Most importantly, any level copy will work. That's the most anticlimactic. A lot of people are already in the mood to take a picture of it. Subsequently, the little ginger woman set out the starting price. Starting price, 1 million. Each call shall not be less than 100,000. The words just fell, and someone immediately called for a bid. Hall 350. I bid $1.5 million. The front is the location where it was made and the back is the price offered. Hall 205. $2 million. Hall 209. $2.2 million. Hall 106. $4 million. 106 froze a lot of people with this call. All of a sudden, you're asking for so much? That's just doubled. Many people began to hesitate in their minds whether to follow or not. $4 million isn't a very small amount for them. The little ginger woman was about to plan on hammering. Suddenly, Hall 99, $6 million. Nice guy, that doubles it again. Many people took a deep breath. No one hesitated to bid this time. It's not that I can't afford it, it's that I want to see if there's something better in the back. If so, wouldn't it be a loss to shoot this now? This is what a lot of people have in mind. But just as the little ginger woman was about to strike the hammer, second floor, suddenly there came a voice. 006 on the second floor. $10 million. 10 million? Nice guy. I straight up called the good guys. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. It's not like you're necessarily going to go to Thrillist after you shoot this mask, and a lot of people still intend to buy it for a costume or something. $10 million would be completely worthless. $10 million a time. 10 million 2 times. Anyone else want to raise the price? If no one raises the price, it will be bought by the second floor guests. Ginger started up the temptation to see if anyone was willing to pay a higher price, but the hall was silent. Couldn't see what they were doing on the second floor. 10 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to the valued guests of box 006 on the second floor. We will personally deliver it to your box after the auction. The little ginger woman finally knocked down the wooden hammer, and was successfully bought by the person in box 006 on the second floor. In the meantime, Second floor. Inside box 002. The old man in the mid-mountain outfit looked at this scene inside. Ms. Shen, why didn't you let me buy this thing just now? This thing is good. If I enter the thrilling world again, then I can have a 10-minute chance of surviving. He had just planned to take a picture of this mask, but Shen Mengyu stopped her. Yeah, Ms. Shen. I'm a little confused as to why too. Zhao Tianjian was also curious on the side. That mask doesn't actually look as good as she says it does. The ghostly aura on top of the mask is about to dissipate. Use it 3 times at the most and it won't work anymore. Shen Mengyu opened her mouth to explain. She had just seen the mask at the first sight of it. If this mask was intact, she was even tempted to photograph it. Unfortunately, that mask had been used an unknown number of times, and there wasn't much ghostly aura left on it. So it's almost broken? The corner of Zhao Tianjian's mouth twitched. Isn't this fooling people? The Zhongshan-suited old man was surprised, not expecting Shen Mengyu to know so much just by looking at it. He couldn't help but admire Shen Mengyu. Then it's thanks to Ms. Shen's reminder, or else I would have spent this money in vain. Then, for the other things later, I may have to trouble Ms. Shen to help palm her eyes. With that, the old man in the mountain suit smiled shyly. Shen Mengyu, however, nodded indifferently. It was nothing more than a quick glance, and it was very easy for her. At the same time, the little ginger woman down below took out a second thrilling world item. The second item to be auctioned next is a blood soul machete. The wrapped red cloth was pulled down, and the appearance of the blood soul machete appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The blood soul machete was red all over, and, with a gust of cold aura emanating from the blade, it looked as if it was going to tear people apart. Immediately afterward, the little ginger woman continued to explain. This was brought out from the thriller world. It can attack ghosts and monsters below the Green Regent level. Any copy can be used. Once these words were spoken, many people in the arena once again became agitated. Will any copy work? The Green Regent level can be dealt with for a bit. Although this might be very chicken ribs for Shen Mengyu, it could be very useful for these people present. Aside from people who plan to buy it back to play the game, it's people who plan to enter the world of thrillers. Just enter the thriller world. The most powerful ghosts and monsters are only shadow ghost level. Shen Mengyu they selected the 6-star copy that was completely accidental. Most of them are 1-star copies, and the encounters are with ghosts like shadow ghosts. The blood soul machete would be of great use. Then the starting bid for this blood soul machete is $1.5 million. Each increase shall not be less than $200,000. Xiao Jiang also spoke out the price of the blood soul machete. Many people in the hall were restless. Hall 56, $2 million. Right off the bat, the price was raised by a quarter. It seems that this blood soul machete is a treasure in the eyes of many. Soon, someone immediately raised the price. Hall 260, $4 million. The price has doubled again. Hall 45, $8 million. $8 million? This is definitely more expensive compared to the last mask. Nothing else, because this one can attack ghosts. That mask can only hide. For those planning to enter the world of thrillers, the blood soul machete can be more than that. Sure enough, in less than 5 seconds, someone raised the price again. Hall 35, $12 million. It's over 10 million. It's higher than the mask just now. Soaring to this price, a lot of people are hesitant to raise the price. In the meantime, second floor, inside box 002. Ms. Shen, do you think this can be filmed? The old man in the middle mountain suit saw that someone was going to auction it right away, and immediately asked in a hurry, if I can auction it, I'll immediately open the bidding at $20 million, and there will be absolutely no more price increases. For someone like him, who had entered the world of thrillers, he wanted a weapon like this very badly. He couldn't go anywhere in Blood Moon High School before because he didn't have a weapon. Otherwise he would have been slashing around with his weapon. Zhao Tianjian was also listening to what Shen Mengyu had to say. To be honest, he also intended to buy this blood soul machete, but since the old man in the mountain suit was also going to buy it, he could only endure the pain. Until then, it was better to see what Shen Mengyu had to say. Chapter 56 Blood Soul Machete. This blood soul machete is much better than that mask, and the weapons you take out in Thriller World are basically indestructible. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment. If you want to buy it, you can shoot it, but it won't be effective when you face Green Region level ghosts and monsters or above. It's probably after you've entered 3 or 4 copies that this thing will be useless. Sometimes you can also mistakenly enter a copy of a higher star, where the ghosts and monsters are of a high level, and this doesn't help. She had always used what her brother had given her up until now, which was the Jade Pendant. That Jade Pendant could withstand attacks from ghosts below the Night Ghost level. Other than that, there are other goodies, all from her brother. Shen Mengyu suddenly felt that the value of all these things on her body had to be estimated to be in the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. How did you become a rich woman without realizing it? Shen Mengyu also marveled in her heart. Brother is so nice. In the meantime, that old man in the Chinese mountain suit heard these words from Shen Mengyu. He didn't hesitate and opened the bidding directly. 002 on the second floor. $20 million. It was worth it to him even if he could only use it once or twice. At the very least this one doesn't use this time limit. That is, if he doesn't want to use it anymore, he can still turn around and sell it, or give it to someone within his own family who is just about to enter the thrill world. The best of both worlds. The small ginger woman in the hall also heard the old man in the Chinese mountain suits call for a price, and her heart was also a little surprised. Looks like the second floor is full of a bunch of bigots. Soon, she started to pick up the hammer to see if anyone was going to offer a higher price. $20 million. One time, $20 million two times over. Does anyone want to bid higher? Because of you Man Xiang, many people in the hall recognized the old man in the Chinese mountain suit, and they all knew that he was from box 002. Many people, even though they intended to bid higher, were worried about offending the old man in the mountain suit, but they still didn't call for a price. Just when everyone thought the old man in the mountain suit was going to shoot. 006 on the second floor. $25 million. The box that bought the mask just now called the price. An increase of $5 million at a time. The little ginger woman was glowing and in a somewhat wonderful mood. Nothing else, because the higher the auction price, the higher the commission she gets. These are the rules of the Yu family auction. $25 million a time. The little ginger woman continued to wield the hammer as if she was about to knock it down. 25 million twice now. No big brother wants to raise the price? Second floor. Inside box 002. Ms. Shen, is this price still worth it? The Zhongshan-suited old man looked at Shen Mengyu and couldn't help but ask. 25 million. If I call it 30 million, is this thing worth that much? He wasn't short of money, but in the end, buying things was about price and value. If price and value don't match, then he won't buy. There's money, but not enough to waste it. Not worth it. Shen Mengyu shook her head. $20 million isn't even quite worth it anymore. These things are a whole lot in Thriller World. A whole lot? The Zhongshan-suited old man was shocked. Really? He'd only been to Thrill World once, and hadn't been to the rest of Thrill World yet, so he assumed that Thriller World stuff was very rare. Probably a whole lot for me. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and opened her mouth. She might as well give the old man in the mountain suit some illusions. Actually, she was telling the truth. For gaming her, it was simple to go to the Scarlet Zoo or the Happy Community and ask for one of these weapons, but if it's anyone else, it's as hard as it gets. You might even lose your little life if you're not careful. So it is. The old man in the middle mountain suit drifted off. Subsequently, he, on the other hand, looked at Shen Mengyu with a face of admiration. True to form, the clearest thing in one's life is knowing Miss Shen. Zhao Tianjian also learned a lot on the sidelines. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk. It's because Miss Shen was talking to the big brother and he didn't dare to interrupt. Who knows the bitterness in Ben Tianjian's heart? In the meantime, inside the hall, it's a little quiet. After box 006 on the second floor called the price, no one was willing to call the price. 25 million. For the third time, the little ginger woman also knocked down the wooden hammer pleasantly. Congratulations to box 006 on the second floor for auctioning the blood soul machete. Subsequently, Ginger started auctioning off a third item. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the old man's compartment in the middle mountain suit. Uncle Yunla, are you there? A slightly familiar voice came. It's the boy Longwin who's here. After the old man in the mountain suit heard who it was, he was just about to go get up and open the door. I'll go. Zhao Tianji immediately stood up and said with a smile on his face. It's good that you old man and Ms. Shen are still seated. Isn't this a good time for a hug? Whether it was Ms. Shen, or this old man in a Chinese mountain suit in front of him was holding it. That's trouble. The old man in the middle mountain suit smiled kindly. He naturally knew what Zhao Tianjian meant. To be with Ms. Shen, it's considered a vision. He didn't mind meeting one more person. No trouble. Zhao Tianjian responded and came to the door. Opened the door. Yu Changhuai's face was filled with confusion as he looked at Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianjian? He couldn't help but exclaim. Why are you in my uncle's house? He said, and glanced at the box number. It's 002 alright, but why is Zhao Tianjian in there? Seeing Yu Changhuai's confused face, you guess? Zhao Tianjian just couldn't help but heave a smile. Subsequently, he opened the door. Shen Mengyu as well as the old man in the Chinese mountain suit were all reflected in Yu Changhuai's eyes. This scene that made him a complete fool. Shen, Ms. Shen? Yu Changhuai looked at Shen Mengyu with a bewildered face. Why are you in this box? I invited her over. The old man in the middle mountain suit spoke from the side. Uncle Yunla, you still know Ms. Shen? Yu Changhuai was even more puzzled. It's because of something that happened and just met. The Zhongshan-suited old man shook his head slightly and opened his mouth. He directly gave over to Yu Manxiang and also Li Shan. This kind of thing is not enough to mention. Just met? Yu Changhuai glanced at the old man in the mountain suit with some skepticism. Saw the scene. Zhao Tianjian pulled Yu Changhuai aside and gave an explanation. After listening to this, it dawned on Yu Changhuai. He had no idea about Yu Manxiang and Li Shan, because at that time he was still preparing for the banquet to begin. I didn't expect Ms. Shen to be scolded. If Li Shan hadn't made a fool of himself and called the old man in the mountain suit, then this matter might have gotten even bigger today. Ms. Shen, I'm sorry about the haul. Yu Changhuai apologized to Shen Mengyu with an apologetic face. It's okay. Shen Mengyu shook her head. Since Yu Manxiang and also Li Shan were done for, she didn't need to avenge herself. That's pretty good too. Seeing that Shen Mengyu was not angry, Yu Changhuai was relieved in his heart. Subsequently, he couldn't help but ask cautiously, Ms. Shen, why don't you go to the box I arranged for you? The words were said. My box? Shen Mengyu froze. Yeah, box 001 is the one I prepared especially for you. Seeing Shen Mengyu's blank look, Yu Changhuai was also stunned. Ms. Shen, you wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? Chapter 57, Successor of the Xian Sect, Ci Yun Lu. Box 001 is Ms. Shen's? Zhao Tianjian looked at Yu Changhuai with a shocked expression. He had thought that box 001 was a more powerful VIP, and hadn't thought about Shen Mengyu on it. I didn't realize that this 001 was still prepared for Shen Mengyu. It seems that Shen Mengyu has a high status in Yu Changhuai's heart. Only, how did he not know that Shen Mengyu was in box 001? Shen Mengyu's invitation isn't written either, is it? He remembered that it was not written. Should not be written? He can't seem to remember. Where's the invitation? Yu Changhuai was a bit puzzled. I wrote a small line above my invitation. Second floor, box 001. The invitation was held for me by Zhao Tianjian. Shen Mengyu said while looking at Zhao Tianjian with a strange expression. Is it hard for this guy to specialize himself in the lobby? That invitation. She had taken it from the time she received it. She barely had time to look at it. And when she was planning to go to the banquet, she had just come downstairs and met Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianjian said that the banquet invitation should be verified or something like that. You can give him the invitations. And he himself then gave the invitations to him, saving him the trouble of having to go through the trouble again at that time or something like that. I didn't realize that my invitation was for the second tier. That was something she hadn't expected at all. Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianjian. The corner of Yu Changhuai's mouth twitched. I damn well want to give you a mallet. When he was giving his speech in the hall just now, he purposely glanced at the second level, box 001, and realized that there were no lights on. He was still thumping in his heart, thinking that Shen Mengyu hadn't come. Nice guy. Turns out it was following Zhao Tianjian all the way down the hall? Yu Changhuai was now furious. Just now, he came to the box of the old man in the mountain suit just to ask if anyone had been in box 001. Because the old man in the mountain suit's box was just a few steps away from 001. This Zhao Tianjian can't do anything. Just surprise yourself with a ing set. Don't. Zhao Tianjian immediately wimped out as he retorted. That doesn't blame me. It's only because you didn't write your words bigger. Yu Changhuai glanced at Zhao Tianjian and snorted coldly. Uncle Yunla is here. I'll settle the score with you later. By the way, Changhuai, aren't you going to introduce the senior to us? Seeing that Yu Changhuai wasn't angry anymore, Zhao Tianjian asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart for a while. Seniors? Yu Changhuai was slightly stunned. You mean, Uncle Yunla? Yeah. Zhao Tianjian nodded repeatedly. He was very curious about the identity of this old man in a mountain suit. What kind of person has such a powerful voice? Every word of that old man in the Chinese mountain suit was filled with majesty. It doesn't look like a normal person at all, but it's not a businessman either. It's normal that you don't recognize my Uncle Yunla. Yu Changhuai smiled. My Uncle Yunla's original name is Ci Yunla. He is a Shen Men heir, belonging to a branch of the Taoist sect. The family started out in the antique business, and later made investments, and there are places he invested in throughout the Great Summer. Not only these, Uncle Yunla has a lot of hidden identities. Even I don't tell them. That's all I know. I know him mainly because of family reasons. Our family was invested by Uncle Yunla back then. These words were whispered by both men. The old man in the mid-mountain outfit was carefully looking at the auction below. Shen Mengyu, on the other hand, perked up her ears to listen. Because of the thriller world, so her hearing was too much better than before. It's not a paracord, but it's close. So it is. Zhao Tianjian nodded thoughtfully. But isn't the Xian sect as well as the Taoist sect admittedly said to be fake since the appearance of the thrilling world? I remember when the thriller world first came out, Quite a few people from the Taoist sect were eager to enter the thriller world, but their techniques were completely useless. In Blue Star, before thriller world came into existence, there were sects like the Taoist sect and the Xian sect. However, since the emergence of the thriller world, the Taoist esoteric arts have been completely unable to deal with ghosts and monsters. They had to be forced to admit they were lying and disbanded altogether. Who's to say about that? Yu Changhuai sighed. But I believe that Uncle Yunla's ancestry is true, and it has been passed down until it may have been lost. Zhao Tianjian also nodded while thinking. He always had the feeling that the Taoist sect was something he seemed to have come into contact with somewhere. It seems as if they were saved there by someone who knows magic. Only it's hard to remember. It was as if that memory could be erased. Maybe. Zhao Tianjian also sighed slightly. In the meantime, the auction auctioned off several more individual items. Only none of it was good. A Thrill World hat, and a Thrill World bracelet or something like that. Now it's down to the last 3 babies. The little ginger woman started down to get ready. Many people in the hall rushed to call and transfer money over, to be ready to buy the last 3 crushing treasures. Literally, the pressurized baby can be so much better than what's in front of it. Maybe this is Thriller World's baby. The last 3 things can be grand finale treasures. Seeing that Shen Mengyu and the old man in the Chinese mountain suit, Ci Yunla, had been watching the auction seriously, Yu Changhuai smiled smugly and couldn't help but speak. What grand finale treasure? Ci Yunla instantly became interested and looked at Yu Changhuai, asking with some curiosity, tell uncle about it. Yu Changhuai's old face suddenly became embarrassed. The last 3 treasures were all auctioned by someone else who took over my venue. I'm not the holder. I'm not too sure. It's your family? Shen Mengyu frowned and asked a very sharp question. The words came out. It made Yu Changhuai's face change. Ms. Shen, how did you know? He looked at Shen Mengyu with some surprise. That was indeed something that my family's people auctioned off. That guy might have something to do with the ghosts and goblins above your construction site. Shen Mengyu pondered for a moment and said something astonishing. Yu Changhuai's face changed instantly. Ms. Shen, are you sure? A person who wants to harm himself has to be in front of him more often than not. Even auctions things off. What kind of logic is that? I guessed. Shen Mengyu shook her head. A few moments of gravity above her delicate little face. Because those things down there are truly extraordinary. She could feel it. The items that were about to be auctioned off were at least brought out from inside a 4-star or higher copy. However, there is a question as to why this guy is selling these things instead of keeping them for himself. Because anything associated with Thriller World has skyrocketed in value. It's logical that yes, this has to be kept safe. So why sell it? That was what she found strange. Besides, the Yu family is not short of money. I'll send someone to keep an eye on that family of mine first. Yu Changhuai took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Because he had just thought of this and sensed that something wasn't quite right. With or without the help of my men? Ci Yunla skimmed Yu Changhuai and smiled mysteriously. My people have all entered the thrilling world. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian was suddenly shaken. Nice guy. No wonder those middle-aged guys hurt so much when they punch someone. Turns out it's all people from the world of thrillers. Ci Yunla was indeed as mysterious as Yu Changhuai had said. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but look at Ci Yunla one more time. Thank you Uncle Yunla. Yu Changhuai immediately agreed with a look of gratitude. For today's party, nothing can go wrong. These people were all invited with great difficulty, not to mention that it was a matter of his Yu family's face. Absolutely no sloppiness. Little things. Ci Yunla responded indifferently. Your Yu family and I have an unusual relationship. I don't wish to see anything happen to the banquet. Yu Changhuai was grateful. But this is no time for gratitude. He hurriedly left the box with those middle-aged men and his own people. If something happens, you can do it the fastest. Chapter 58, the second half of the auction. Murray Lane Residence. Banquet Hall. The young ginger woman walked onto the hall stage once again with a sweet smile. Only, this time, however, there were 2 more men behind her, carrying something wrapped in red cloth. Not bad for a crushing treasure. All with 2 bodyguards this time. Hello everyone. Welcome to the second half of the Yu family auction. The small ginger woman bowed to everyone in the hall. Subsequently, she began to explain. These next 3 treasures are the last 3 treasures of the auction. The treasures in here, I can tell you, are all treasures taken from 4-star, 5-star, and even 6-star copies. With these 3 items, at the very least, there's absolutely no fear of being struck down by ghosts and monsters in Thriller World. Of course, it will be more expensive. The little ginger woman flashed a professional smile. Is everyone ready? Saying that, she placed her slender white hand on top of the red cloth, as if she was about to unveil it. Many people in the arena were already excited just by listening to the little ginger woman's explanation. The minimum are 4-star copies. Now that's a treasure. Many people shouted excitedly. Get ready. Little ginger beauty, hurry up and start. The sight of each of these people in the hall was exciting. Yes. The little ginger on the stage smiled slightly and unveiled the red cloth. A scarlet identity plate appeared in everyone's eyes. On it, in gold-rimmed lettering, were engraved a few large words: Blood and Souls Amusement Park. Director's sign. Subsequently, she began to explain, this is a 5-star copy of the Blood Soul Amusement Park's head gardener's identity card. As we all know, after entering the thriller world, the identity card on your body will protect you, not only in the copy where the identity card is located, but even in other copies. Ordinary ghosts and monsters won't dare to come close to you. It can be said that with this identity card, no ghosts or monsters will dare to bully you unless you meet a replica owner who is a 5-star level like you. That, right there, is the beauty of the Thriller World ID card. This lecture, it drove everyone on stage crazy. Having this identity card is equivalent to having a copy. Besides, with the identity card, as long as you don't encounter ghosts and monsters of the same level as yourself, you don't have to be afraid at all. It's a ING hangover. Isn't it? This is just the first of the crushing treasures. It's hard to imagine how awesome the last two are. Everyone in the room was expecting a starting bid. Subsequently, in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Xiao Jiang opened his mouth and said the starting price. Blood Soul Amusement Park Director's Identity Plate. Starting price 8 million. Each increase shall not be less than 500,000. The words just fell, and the crazy markups began. Hall 136. $9. 580. 000, Hall 209, $10 million, second floor 006, $11 million, Hall 69, $12 million. That's enough of a markup to be shocking. No one followed the rules and raised the bidding by $500,000 and $500,000. It's basically $1 million, or even $2 million raise, for the person who raised the price. Such a treasure is the only one that can really be used. That's what it's worth. Where people who hadn't purchased anything before going there. At this time, they all began the act of bidding, wanting to auction off this identity plate. Second floor 002, $15 million. Ci Yunla from box 002 also raised his price, but less than a second. 006 on the second floor, $18 million. All of a sudden, he was outclassed by 006 on the second floor. Ci Yunla didn't panic in the slightest, and faintly opened her mouth to call the price. 002 on the second floor, $20 million. It's already $20 million. This price was already relatively high, and many of the owners in the hall began to hesitate. To them, $20 million for an identity plate was a bit worthless. Maybe the last two are better. Just then, 006 on the second floor, $30 million. Another bid was raised on the second floor, still the familiar 006 box, $10 million at a time. This shocked a lot of people. How rich does this guy have to be? Even Ci Yunla was slightly stunned and didn't say anything, just continued to raise the price. 002 on the second floor, $35 million, but not for a few seconds. 006 on the second floor, $40 million. It was raised to $40 million at once. Nice guy. Many people in the field immediately gave up. At this price point, it's not really worth it anymore to get an ID tag. Although it was a 5-star duplicate identity card, it didn't have such a high price, did it? It seems that 006 on the second floor is going to fight with them for this identity card. Ci Yunla was clearly not happy. What right did she have to have her favorite things taken away from her by someone else? He had to buy this identity plate no matter what the price was. Second floor 002, $50 million. He spoke directly. For him, the last thing he needs right now is money. The big deal is to play okay with that 006 box and see who has more money. Hearing the high bid of $50 million, that 006 box really didn't have any more offers. Ginger's exquisite face was also thrilled. $50 million. $50 million. I'm sure I'll get my hands on this bonus. $50 million a time. $50 million twice. No one wants to raise the price? She very pleasantly began to ask up if anyone in the room wanted to raise the price. Sure enough, no one raised the price. $50 million doesn't look like much. Not everyone can get that much money out. $50 million 3 times. Deal. The little ginger woman immediately knocked down the wooden hammer in her hand. Congratulations to the noble guest of box 002 for auctioning away the identity card. Second floor. Inside box 002, Ci Yunla, on the other hand, looked at Ms. Shen and asked with some curiosity, Ms. Shen, this $50 million I bought for this identity plate, is it worth it? He didn't care about the $50 million, but about the value of the identity card itself. Own a copy. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips. I think it's worth it. At the very least you're now the owner of a copy. Ci Yunla had a happy face. Then I'd definitely earned it. But soon. Not necessarily. It was then sloped down by a pot of cold water by Shen Mengyu. If you're not strong enough to harness those ghosts, they could easily rebel. You have to have at least the ability to harness all the ghosts of the copy, or even other copies of the ghosts to sit in that position. Shen Mengyu opened her mouth one by one. What she said was true. If she hadn't reported her brother's identity at the Scarlet Zoo, she would probably have been cold. As far as the manager's loyalty to his brother is concerned, if he found out that his master had changed, would he not go crazy? And she wasn't the Blood Moon Middle School copy master when she was at Blood Moon Middle School again, yet she could command Blackie to take her out of the copy, all thanks to that charm my brother gave me. That is to say, as long as you're strong enough on your own, these ghosts will obey you wherever you go. Unfortunately, if you're not strong enough, you won't obey the ghosts and monsters inside even if you have a copy. The world of thrillers is also a place of the weak and the strong. Hearing Shen Mengyu's words, Xia Yunla couldn't help but freeze for a moment. So that means if I bring this identity card to the Blood Soul amusement park, not only will I not be respected, but I'll even be counter-killed by the rebellion? He couldn't help but ask. That's pretty much it. Shen Mengyu nodded. There's a possibility that it's even worse. It'll be eaten. Eaten? Xia Yunla immediately shivered in fear. What's the point of playing then? But you'll be fine if you improve yourself more. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment. Enter the copy a few more times, and when you reach the Cyan Regency level there will basically be no ghosts or monsters to revolt. Xia Yunla, however, sighed. Elevation can't be that easy. He'd asked a lot of people when he first came out to Thriller World. Many people have entered the Thrill World 4 or 5 times, and they are even still at Shadow Ghost strength. Ahem. Zhao Tianjian coughed lightly from the side. Elder Ci, why don't you lend me your identity card? Chapter 59, The Treasure of the Chest. For you? Xia Yunla looked at Zhao Tianjian with a surprised expression. I can rent it. Zhao Tianjian was afraid that Xia Yunla wouldn't agree, so he hurriedly said, I was planning to go to the Thriller World to make a break for it. He's already planning to go to Thrill World. Nothing else. The Thriller World is getting more and more expansive, and sooner or later the real world is going to become just like the inside of the Thriller World. At that time, if one didn't have some strength, there was no way to survive. Mission can't protect since an ordinary person for nothing. He was going to rent this ID tag just because he wanted a guarantee. Because, if you go to Thriller World it's hard to come back alive if you don't even have the bare minimum to protect yourself. You're going to Thrill World? Xia Yunla was stunned. Don't you know that it's dangerous in there? Old man, I almost didn't die in there when I went there. Ever since he managed to come back alive from the Thriller World last time, he had secretly sworn that he would never be able to easily enter the Thriller World in the future. How was it not Shen Mengyu? He probably really died in the Blood Moon Middle School copy. This thing is not for the faint of heart. I've decided. Zhao Tianjian nodded seriously. If I don't go to the Thriller World, by the time the Thriller World expands into the real world, I might not even be qualified to live. The words were said. Xia Yunla fell silent. Zhao Tianjian was right. Shen Mengyu was also slightly stunned, but that inside. She was just about to say something when Black Zhao Tianjian blocked her. Mission doesn't need to persuade me. Zhao Tianjian looked resolute. I've already decided to go. If I don't come back alive, then it's because I'm not as skilled as I should be. The world of thrillers is certainly dangerous, but isn't it dangerous when the thriller world expands into the real world? No, that would be more dangerous. That was why Zhao Tianjian was planning to go ahead and experience it himself. Seeing Zhao Tianjian so serious, Xia Yunla sighed. Then I'll lend it to you, if you can come back. That identity plate. Old man, I'll give it to you. He doesn't care about the 50 million. If Zhao Tianjian could come out alive inside, he himself would be considered to have done a favor. Thanks a lot. Zhao Tianjian looked delighted. Xia Yunla smiled amiably. Try to come back alive. Zhao Tianjian also nodded seriously. Although Zhao Tianjian was already past middle age, he still seemed to have the same arrogance in his body that he had when he was a teenager. Maybe this was the reason why Zhao Tianjian could become the youngest business tycoon in Zhangcheng. In the meantime, inside the hall, the second treasure in the press box is already up for auction. The young ginger woman walked onto the stage, still with 2 bodyguards behind her. This is the second item in the press. She didn't say too much nonsense this time, and as soon as she did, she uncovered the red cloth. A scarlet longsword appeared in front of the crowd. The sword was 3 feet long. Its aura flickered, and a cold aura emanated from the surface of the sword, as if it had just been taken out from the inside of hell. This is a weapon from the 6-star replica Terra River and Lake that can slay all ghosts and monsters below the ghost level. Subsequently, the little ginger woman revealed a smile. Starting price, $20 million. Each increase shall not be less than $5 million. Everyone took a deep breath after the little ginger woman finished her introduction. You can kill all ghosts below the rank of Lich Demon? Everyone's faces were shocked. Isn't this invincible? Night class ghosts are rarely encountered in the thriller world. That is, having this sword is equal to being invincible in the thriller world. I'll break any demons and monsters with my own sword. This thing is a $20 million loss. It's also going to be auctioned off with a $5 million raise each time. Many people began to call for someone to bite the bullet and auction off the sword. Soon, someone just started to call the price. Haul 360. $30 million. Haul 20. $40 million. Haul 205. $50 million. Haul 206. $55 million. In the blink of an eye, the price had then come to $55 million. Second floor. Inside box 002. Decapitate below the level of Night Ghost. Xia Yunla also couldn't help but gulp. Miss Shen, this is something good. Should we shoot it? He wanted this thing so badly. If he filmed it, he could go to Thriller World without worrying. Zhao Tianjian was also red-eyed. Ms. Shen, by filming that one will we be able to run rushshot over Thriller World? No shot. Shen Mengyu shook her head. That one sentence blindsided both men. No, I can't believe you don't shoot something this good. Miss Shen, this sword, is it bad there? Xia Yunla had a puzzled look on his face. This sword just came out from inside the scary world. The ghostly aura on it is very strong. Why would a normal person in its place sell it? Shen Mengyu shook her head. Her eyes were firm and her head was very clear as she spoke. There must be something wrong with the person who sold this sword. This auction is so counterintuitive. The auctions are for things you can't buy on the market. No wonder it attracts so many top-stream business bigwigs. The people auctioning these things must be playing a little game. Although this sword could cut down all ghosts and monsters below the Li Ghost level, there was no thought as to whether or not the person using it would be able to withstand the load that the sword would bring. If the body can't withstand it, there's a chance that it will explode and die. Just like inside the TV. Hearing Shen Mengyu's introduction, Zhao Tianjian and the two of them couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. If you think about it, you can really see what's wrong. I'll listen to Ms. Shen, then I won't shoot. Xia Yunla nodded. Soon, the sword was then tapped by box 006 on the second floor. It's about to start the auction for the last piece of treasure. This should be the real grand finale of the auction. Shen Mengyu clearly felt that the entire second floor was a bit noisy. There seems to be some discussion about how to shoot this thing. Xia Yunla's face also turned grave in a rare manner. I heard my nephew say that the last thing, that's something that money can't even buy. Money can't buy it? Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but gulp. Impossible, right? Saying that, he looked towards Shen Mengyu, seemingly waiting for her to give him an answer. Shen Mengyu, however, shook her head. I don't know. Won't we know when the auction starts later? Ahem. I'm not looking for Ms. Shen to know more than me. Zhao Tianjian smiled awkwardly. In the meantime, the last item of the finale auction was also sent to the stage. This thing is clearly bigger than everything before it. It's like a cage. Subsequently, the little ginger woman stepped onto the stage and her clear voice came out. This is the last item in the auction. Everyone knows that the last ones are the grand finale, and since this can be auctioned last, it means that its value is far beyond all the previous auction items, and I believe everyone is very much looking forward to it. Only what I have to tell you is that our auction play this time is completely different from before. This time, we won't call the auction. Won't call the auction? Everyone was a little puzzled. What kind of auctions are there other than call auctions? Everyone in the arena was a bit confused by the way the final auction was conducted. Just then, the little ginger woman revealed a sweet smile. I'll keep the play of this last item's auction a secret for now. With that, she placed her jade hand on top of the red cloth and spoke. I'll first show you all what is to be auctioned this time. The red cloth on top of that cage was lifted amidst everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 60 Brother's Breath. An iron cage was exposed to everyone. The cage was also plastered with strange things around it that looked like charms and didn't look like them. Most shocking of all, inside the cage turned out to be a little girl. It's spooky. Many people in the arena saw this scene and instantly turned white with fear. Although they were business tycoons, they had been exposed to all sorts of people and knew about the ghosts and monsters inside the thriller world. But, they never saw the so-called ghosts. So the first thing they see about ghosts and monsters, that's fear. The fear in the back of your mind will come flooding back. Nothing else. Because it's not a human being inside the cage. If you were a normal person, you'd be scared when you see a ghost or monster. Not to mention the fact that they, as people, were already afraid of death. People don't have to be afraid. The little ginger woman revealed a smile at this moment and continued. The area around this cage has been reinforced in a special way, and it's also locked on this ghost, so everyone doesn't need to worry about danger. Even if there is danger, Mengyu family has hidden experts in the dark to keep everyone safe. The words were said. Those business bigwigs in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. For them, Money can be earned again when it's gone. But, if you lose your life, it's over. Just then, a voice came down the hall. This little Miss Ginger. Is this gargoyle up for auction? It was a younger-looking man on stage who couldn't help but ask. This statement was also a question in the minds of everyone present. You say auctions? Auctions of anything in the thriller world are good. How come you got a poltergeist now? Is it hard to auction off ghosts and goblins? None of them can deal with ghosts. What if I buy it back and get backhanded by a ghost? This gentleman has asked a good question. I know everyone is a bit confused about the last finale item of the auction, so let me explain it to you. The little ginger woman smiled faintly and seemed to know the doubts in everyone's heart as well, and began to answer them. This ghost monster was brought out by a very powerful senior member of our U family who went to the thrilling world, and after 77 and 49 days of teaching, this ghost monster no longer has the temperament to hurt people, which means that it won't hurt people now, much less eat them. As for what use this ghost is, I can tell you very seriously that this ghost is much more powerful than you think, and you can naturally explore it on your own when you buy it back. Anyway, this poltergeist isn't going to hurt you guys. The words were said. Many people in the arena fell silent. What can this ghost be wanted for, since it doesn't hurt anyone? Many people began to estimate the value of this gargoyle. Of course, many of them have also thought of ways they can use it to target some of their enemies above all else in business. Just as when Yu Changhuai and Zhao Tianjian cite above the strange things. Although it was only a small matter for Shen Mengyu, it was a big matter that could not be solved for Zhao Tianjian and the others. A gargoyle is always more useful than a person. The Ghostbuster's potential is currently unknown to everyone. Seeing that everyone in the field was hesitating, the small ginger woman on the stage also revealed a smile as she spoke. Since everyone doesn't trust what I'm saying, we can let this high-ranking person from our Yu family explain it to everyone. After that, she skillfully walked off the stage. It was as if this was all expected of her. The Yu family's high priest's explaining? The same one who brought this poltergeist out of Scary World? The words came out. Everyone in the arena looked up at the center of the stage, only to see an old man wearing a light gray cloth robe, with a crutch in front of his hand and a cloaked head slowly walked onto the stage. The old man's eyes sharply scanned the hall. Shivers ran down everyone's spine. The old man's eyes are a little scary. Second floor, box 002. Is this what my nephew said money couldn't buy? Xia Yunla looked at the cage in the hall with a shocked face and took a deep breath. Even though he had seen a lot of strange things and things, this ghostly creature was beyond him. He remembered exceptionally well when he almost died in the middle of the bloody mouths of those ghosts and monsters in Thrill World a while ago. I didn't think his nephew would have the guts to sell this. Really don't want to die. This item is not sold by Yu Changwei. He just said he doesn't know what this item is either. Zhao Tianjian relieved Yu Changhuai on the side. I just sent him a message. He's inside the backstage right now. And on the stage is an old man from the Yu family's side branch, who doesn't interact with him much. That's okay. If that kid Changhuai, my heart can't take it. Xia Yunla's heart felt a little better for it. Saying that, Xia Yunla then looked at Shen Mengyu and found her looking at the hall with a serious expression, and couldn't help but ask, Miss Shen, what have you discovered? Shen Mengyu had been staring at that cage with a deadpan from the moment it appeared. He didn't dare to ask just now. However, he felt that Shen Mengyu should have discovered something. That poltergeist had my brother's scent on it. Shen Mengyu withdrew her gaze, pursed her lips, and spoke softly. Your brother? Zhao Tianjian heckled. He always felt like he had met Shen Mengyu, her brother, but the head just can't remember. He went to the hospital for this. The doctor said there was nothing wrong with his brain and told him that the next time he used to have this problem he could go to a mental hospital. However, Zhao Tianjian always felt that he had met brother Shen Mengyu. It's not that I've met you once, but something very impressive. Right. Shen Mengyu nodded. It's also possible that I'm mistaken. If Miss Shen needs it, old man, I can film it for you. When Xia Yunla saw Shen Mengyu looking melancholy, he couldn't help but speak generously. Old man me, I don't lack money. Thanks, but I'd like to see it first. Shen Mengyu shook her head. She wasn't sure that the ghost was necessarily related to her brother, merely sensing her brother's scent. That scent, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In the meantime, banquet. Inside the hall, everyone in the room was watching. The gray cloth-robed old man's raspy voice came out. I know that everyone's heart is probably just churning at the thought of buying a ghostly creature to take home. Just as he opened his mouth, everyone froze. That's right. What they had in mind was indeed the same as what the old man had said. Buy a gargoyle for your home. No one would feel good about that, would they? Besides, they don't know what use they'll get out of buying it back. However, there is one thing that people are overlooking. The gray cloth-robed old man stood straight and continued. The thriller world, which is already expanding, will soon expand into the real world. At that time, everyone was a handful. Do you think you might be able to defeat the ghosts and monsters? Obviously. No. Then the usefulness of this Ghostbuster becomes apparent. People buy it back. And once the thriller world starts to affect the real world, this Ghostbuster will be able to protect you, and even your family. In this case, do you still think the ghost is useless? The words were not yet spoken. Everyone took a deep breath. Thriller world to expand into the real world? Chapter 61, Secret Auction Mode. This, old grandpa, are you telling the truth or not? The field ended with a young man standing out and asking with some incredulity. He couldn't believe that Thriller world was expanding into the real world. In that case, wouldn't everything under his hand, however, be reduced to ashes? Naturally, it's true. The gray cloth-robed old man nodded hoarsely. It was recognized by the old man. Everyone fell silent. Is it surprising that Thriller world is actually expanding into the real world? This is a heavy blow for them. Nothing else. Because where they are now, there's a good chance they'll disappear because of Thriller world. This is unacceptable to them. Just then, someone immediately burst out a sentence, and without further ado, began to auction off the ghostly creature. Still waiting my ass. For S sake. Hurry up and spend the money to buy this ghost or it'll be cool as when Thriller world expands into the real world. Hall 98, bid $50 million. The words were said. Everyone immediately looked back. Yeah, now is not the time to be thinking about Thrillist expansion. Now is the time to hurry up and auction down this spook. Hall 139, $60 million. Hall 29, $70 million. Countless people in the arena immediately began to call for bids. But, the gray cloth-robed old man, however, laughed eerily. Are ghosts and monsters not something you can get so easily? Let Xiao Zhang continue to introduce this auction mode. When he finished, he took one step on his crutches. Watching the old man's back was a bit of a backbreaker. There's just something very scary about it. The person in the arena who had just called for the price also froze. Suddenly, it dawned on everyone. They forgot. The last thing is auctioned in a different way than before. In the meantime, the little ginger woman also walked up. Let me introduce to you how the last item will be auctioned. This last item we have is more precious, so we're using the dark auction mode. Undercover? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. What kind of auction method is this? Under everyone's puzzled gaze, the little ginger woman revealed a professional smile and continued. The secret auction is when everyone says the highest price in their mind. There is only one chance. The highest bidder wins. But there's one more question we're going to ask, and it's a question that will also affect the final auction decision. Next, raise your hand if you're interested in auctioning, and we'll give you a slip of paper to write out the highest price you have in mind, as well as to complete the questions we've asked you. The words were said. Everyone instantly understood what the dark auction meant. That is to say, not to call the price. That is to say in secret the highest price one can come up with. There's only one chance. The highest bidder wins. Soon, a number of people raised their hands. Someone started handing out little slips of paper for the people inside the hall, and a neutral pen for answering that one question. In the meantime, second floor, box 002. That cloth-robed old man is a bit interesting. Xia Yunla's eyes were clear and bright, and he fumbled with his chin in thought. Although the gray cloth-robed old man spoke out the secret that the thriller world was going to expand, sooner or later this secret will be known. He wasn't too worried. After all, he had created a force of his own that was perfectly capable of keeping him safe. And now you know Ms. Shen. He's as safe as can be right now. As for that ghostly creature, he wasn't interested at all. Nothing else. In his eyes, ghosts and goblins were ghosts and goblins after all. Buy it back and it might get eaten someday. Beat him to death and he won't buy it. Subsequently, Xia Yunla glanced at Shen Mengyu and realized that she was still thinking about something. He couldn't help but ask, Ms. Shen, should we shoot? If Ms. Shen was interested, then of course he would be happy to shoot it. With Ms. Shen's strength, isn't it as easy as playing with a ghost? Ms. Shen took that big guy from Blood Moon Middle School like a game. Not to mention a ghost. Could be. Shen Mengyu hesitated, took a deep breath and nodded. This ghostly body was something she was curious about. Why does it smell like brother? The poltergeist doesn't look very good either. From what she had observed, this poltergeist was only a white ghost level poltergeist. A white ghost? How did it get involved with my brother? It doesn't make sense. Shen Mengyu couldn't figure it out. All will have to wait until it's filmed to find out. Hearing Shen Mengyu want to shoot, then listen to Ms. Shen. Without saying a word, Xia Yunla chose to shoot. Zhao Tianjian's mouth twitched at the side. He now has a shadow over ghosts and monsters as well. That's that guy Luo Xiaoyu. It almost didn't scare him to death. Wouldn't it be scary to wander around the house in the middle of the night if you really bought this thing back? Ms. Shen is going to shoot that because it has her brother's vibe. What do other people buy back? As an ornament? Being rich, I may be behind the curve, Zhao Tianjian silently laughed to himself in his heart. Just then, the door to the box was opened, only to see a distinguished-looking woman walk in, holding a slip of paper and a neutral pen. Please fill this out with the maximum price you can pay, as well as answer the questions below. We'll come and pick it up in half an hour. After saying that, the woman left the box. There was only a note on top of the table. Xia Yunla picked up the note and read it carefully. Shen Mengyu also looked over curiously. There were only 2 lines on the note. The first line is filled in with the price that can be paid. The second line is a question. That's a bit of a strange question. Xia Yunla couldn't help but frown. Ms. Shen, this problem. What the second line of the note says above is, how much can you pay for ghosts and goblins? How much can you pay for ghosts and monsters? Didn't you buy the Ghostbusters back so that it could protect me? Others who got the note were puzzled. That's problematic. Shen Mengyu also frowned her pretty eyebrows. That cloth-robed old man definitely has problems. So are we still shooting? Xia Yunla couldn't help but ask. No more shooting. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. This banquet will definitely not end so easily tonight. It's all about how she feels. All the reasons point to an unusual banquet. All that will have to be decided by whoever auctions off that ghostly creature. Xia Yunla also had the good sense to casually write down 2 answers at the top of the note. No more shooting though. However, since the note was given to him, he had to deal with it at least. On the first line he wrote 50,000. On the second line he wrote 10,000 to buy it a fruit phone. In that case there's no problem. The old man still has a sense of humor. Xia Yunla looked at his answer with considerable satisfaction and smiled. Half an hour came quickly. The woman from earlier also took the note. Soon, the little ginger woman also walked onto the stage and said with great vigor, "This auction, the lucky winner of the auction to the last finale item has already appeared." The words were said. The hearts of those in the field who had filled out their slips of paper were tense. I wonder if the lucky one is myself. With this ghost, you won't have to worry about Thriller World expanding in the future. It has to be yourself. Many people began to pray. Just then, the small ginger woman's clear voice came. The lucky winner this time is Chapter 62, 006 Problems Inside the Box. The lucky winner is the honored guest of Box 006 on the second floor. Congratulations to Box 006 on the second floor. Accompanied by the little ginger woman who ended up auctioning off the ghosts and goblins. There was a pang of regret from those who didn't get the shot. They've come up with the highest price they can offer, and the best sincerity they can muster. I didn't realize that it wasn't myself who ended up taking the shot. They all panicked in their minds. None other. Because Thriller World is about to expand. Wouldn't they be cool if they didn't have a ghost to protect them? As a business tycoon, he attended countless auction banquets. But there's not a single auction where you can auction off ghosts and goblins. If they can't find a ghost to protect them, won't they all be screwed when Thriller World expands? This auction is over. Little Ginger wishes everyone a good meal and a good time. The young ginger woman smiled, turned and left the stage. Saw the scene. Second floor. Inside box 002. Shen Mengyu frowned. It's over so easily? It can't be, can it? Ms. Shen, is it possible that you misjudged? Xia Yunla couldn't help but ask from the side. Maybe that ghost is a domesticated ghost? Yeah. Zhao Tianjian also nodded. But that ghost and monster bought back isn't much use. According to me, to strike the iron you need to be hard. Relying on ghosts and monsters to protect yourself is completely unreliable. His idea was to go to Thrill World himself and get stronger. When you become powerful, what ghosts and monsters will you be afraid of? You can protect yourself just as well. It's not that simple. Shen Mengyu shook her head. Just now, the little ginger woman did not say how much the second floor box 006 was auctioned off. And that question, she felt that question was the most important. Maybe that's the key. In the meantime, second floor, inside box 006. This is the same box where the ghosts and monsters were auctioned off. Inside the box at this time, there was already an extra cage. This is the same cage that was just above the stage. Not only that, there were also other items that were auctioned off in the box. The thriller mask, the blood soul machete, the weapon from the terrorist Jianghu copy, the sword that emanates a cold aura. But, at that moment, there were 2 people standing inside the box who were not human. One was a man with a dry body, palms like dead wood, and a big snotty nose, as if he was going to fall over when the wind blew. The other had a twisted face, covered in scars, but was big and strong, and wore a huge gold necklace above his neck. Very rich at first glance. Apparently, it's 2 gargoyles. Looking around, the original owner of the box had collapsed to the floor. It was a middle-aged man with a beer belly, slumped unconscious on the floor. There was also a large puddle of scarlet liquid on the floor. The owner of box 006 has cooled off. Big brother, is this the ghost with the special physique? The ghostly figure with a dry body looked inside the cage and couldn't help but ask curiously. At this point, the girl gargoyle inside the cage had big watery eyes and was looking around blankly, as if a pure white lotus flower. It should be good to see the stupidity. The gold-chained ghost monster nodded. According to what the boss said, this ghost monster should be the spirit ghost monster that can raise it up several levels. Mission accomplished. Let's go. With that, the gold-chained gargoyle shouldered the cage and was about to tear through the rift to head to Thriller World. But, instead, the dry ghostly creature stopped it. Boss, if we eat this spirit ghost monster, won't we be able to ascend several levels as well? Its dry eyeballs looked at the gold necklace ghost monster and asked with suspicion. The big dry eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. It's big smarts at first glance. You boy. The gold-chained gargoyle also came to a realization when he was told this. Yeah, as hitmen, they work every day for the boss of Thriller World. Now that the spirit ghost monster was in their hands, if it were to eat this spirit ghost monster and break through several levels, will you still be afraid of the boss then? It's not a proper turnaround. What's wrong, big brother? Seeing the golden necklace ghost monster say it, the dry ghost monster asked with puzzlement in its big eyes. No. The gold-chained ghoul hastily shook his head and smiled mysteriously. I mean, it's still your kid who's smart. Really, big brother? Hearing his big brother praise himself, the dry ghost monster couldn't help but get excited. On weekdays, big brother rarely praises it. Big brother usually said the most words to it. I give you a slap in the face. I didn't expect that. Big brother actually praised himself for being smart. Aha. The gold-chained gargoyle nodded. I order you now. Go and watch the perimeter for me. No one can come over. I'm going to absorb this spirit gargoyle. Yes. Immediately wiping his nose, the dry ghostly creature turned and ran to where the door to the box was, watching carefully. The task given to him by his big brother must be accomplished. Instead, the gold-chained gargoyle looked at the little girl gargoyle inside the cage with smug satisfaction. As long as one ate this spirit ghost monster, it could immediately break through several levels. It might be possible to break through to above the Ghost King. The mere thought of it made the gold-chained gargoyle a little excited. Banquet hall, lounge. The gray cloth-robed old man sat quietly on top of the chair, his eyes closed, his nose exhaling and inhaling methodically. It was as if they were practicing, and the crutches were magically erected on one side. Even when there was nothing around to support it, the cane still stood. Just then, the little ginger woman walked in at this time, and to the cloth-robed old man she just bowed and said, Master, that little ghost monster has already been photographed away by the people from box 006. Aha! The cloth-robed old man didn't open his eyes. He just nodded slightly and spoke. I guessed correctly. Later on, everyone inside the box will be sucked up by that ghost monster. And by the time I've sucked up that ghost monster again, I'll be able to break through to the ghost general level. Then I congratulate the master in advance. The little ginger woman was also ecstatic. After I break through to ghost general and take control of the Yu family, I'll take you to Thriller World. Before the cloth-robed old man could finish his words, he immediately opened his cloudy eyes, his brow furrowed. Something's not right. Something's not right with that ghostly creature in box 006. What is it, master? Before the young ginger woman could be happy, she couldn't help but freeze. She usually hardly ever saw the cloth-robed old man go wrong. There's a problem inside box 006. The cloth-robed old man said in a deep voice. Come with me to the second floor and take a look. With that, he immediately left the lounge. The little ginger woman followed at once. Yu Chonghui, who was hiding in the shadows and observing, was flabbergasted in his heart and also rushed out. Looks like something's going on. Just then, the lights in the entire hall dimmed at once. It was dark all around. Many people in the hall tensed up. I'll see who dares to touch the ghosts and monsters that my happy community wants to protect. A morose voice came from all directions, like a voice from hell. Chapter 63 Big Brother. Finish the mission. Happy community? What kind of place is this? Can't it be that the Yu family is putting on a show for us? I've never heard of it. It shouldn't be a high-tech company. Is it possible that it's also developing real estate like Tianjin Group? Not sure. Let's see. Hear the voice that just burst up. Many people were sitting at the wine table and talking about it. Most people don't perceive the danger. Instead, they thought it was a show. Second floor, box 006. The gold-chained gargoyle stopped trying to suck on the spirit gargoyle at once. It seemed to have heard a familiar name just now. Deadwood. Hurry over here. Only the golden necklace ghost monster hastily waved his hand towards the dry ghost monster and spoke in a small voice. It wanted to ask the dry ghost monster if it had heard any strange sounds just now. If there's a strange noise, then they'll have to evacuate in a hurry to do so. After all, they're a classified mission. No ghosts can know about them. Besides, the forces to which they belonged had a number of enemies. The dry ghost monster called Deadwood immediately shuddered. came back to his senses, and hurriedly ran over. What's wrong, big brother? The deadwood ghost monster looked at the golden necklace ghost monster with a puzzled expression. Did you hear anything just now? The gold chain gargoyle couldn't help but speak up and ask. It's one of those familiar names. It felt like it shouldn't be hallucinating. The words were said. I hear you. The deadwood ghost monster immediately nodded. What's that noise? The gold necklace ghost monster's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked. Bad. Presumably his own hostile forces are coming after him. It was their boss's intention to come and take the spirit ghost monster this time. And they weren't the only force to snatch the spirit ghost monster. Several other powers have come for the spirit ghost monster. This thing is a new and rare ghost in the thriller world. How many forces are thinking of getting one back? But spirit ghostbusters are too rare. They can find the auction the spirit monster or the boss told them the news. Seeing the gold-chained gargoyle ask himself so seriously, the dry face of the deadwood ghost monster also became serious. I heard roast pork, roasted pig's feet, and a small barbecue, fried ramen noodles, and chicken and rice. Gold necklace ghostbuster? What the hell? It's so convincing. What I'm asking is if you've heard any strange noises. What did you say to me about roast pork? Roast pig's feet? Is that the same question I asked? Blanche, what's wrong, big brother? Noticing that the golden necklace ghost monster was a bit different, the withered wood ghost monster immediately tensed up in his heart. Is it because I didn't say it well enough? With that, it immediately said again. Actually, besides those above, I also heard fried chicken, barbecue meat, and fried rice noodles. Enough. Before it could finish, the gold-chained gargoyle immediately spoke up. You pack up your things now and follow me out of here. It now sort of saw that just now the guy Deadwood had been hiding where the doorway was to eavesdrop on the sounds outside. Outside the party is a food court. It's not surprising that it can hear these sounds. Only, years of wandering the world of thrillers had taught it that it wasn't safe here anymore. It has to be evacuated to do so. The devouring of the spirit ghosts and monsters will have to wait until it's safe to do so. Understood. The Deadwood Ghostbusters who were tasked with the mission immediately nodded their heads. Subsequently, it opened its dry body, and a black hole suddenly appeared in it. A strong suction force appeared from inside the black hole. Everything inside the entire box was sucked inside its body in the blink of an eye. Soon, the box was swept away. Big brother, finish the job. The Deadwood ghost monster finished cleanly, stood straight and opened his mouth. In the meantime, the black hole in its body disappeared with it. That black hole is its only skill. Each ghost has its own skills. What it had just performed was its own unique skill, which it had named Terror Suck Suck Suck. Very good. Seeing the empty box, the gold-chained gargoyle nodded in satisfaction. Now let's get out of here. With that, it yanked out the gold necklace above its own neck and threw it in midair. In an instant, the gold necklace turned out to be a crack to a world of thrills. Go! The gold-chained gargoyle walked straight toward the crack. Just then, stop! Accompanied by a low roar, the door of the box was instantly shaken open. Shredded wood shavings flew in the air, only to see an old man wearing a gray cloth robe and leaning on a walking stick rushing in. Seeing the gold necklace ghost monster that was about to flee, his face sank. Damn sinful thing, daring to rob my ghost monster. Really looking for death. You guys put down that gargoyle now and I can let you leave alive. The cloth-robed old man looked at the gold necklace ghost monster and said in a deep voice. The gold-chain ghost monster that had just stepped 1 foot into the crack saw this scene and froze for a moment first. It looked at the cloth-robed old man as if it was looking at a little cutie. General, what did you say? The golden necklace ghost monster had a sneer on his face. What I take away from the golden necklace? Don't expect me to hand it over. The tone was overbearing. That's it. The Deadwood ghost monster on the side also chimed in. It's impossible to hand over what my big brother took away. Besides, what kind of thing are you? How dare you clamor with my big brother? My big brother can sweep you to death with a single thunderbolt kick. Its big brother is best known in the thriller world for his superior martial arts skills. Normally inside the thriller world, almost no ghosts and monsters dared to compete with its big brother in martial arts. But, the cloth-robed old man didn't eat this. He wouldn't believe a word of what the ghosts and monsters said. If you don't want to die, give me that oni. He grunted coldly, his tone already slightly icy. As he spoke, he also saw the owner of box 006, who had fallen in the middle of a pool of blood. Without even thinking about it, it must be the work of these two ghosts and monsters. He had thought that after the 006 box master auctioned off the little girl ghost, he would wait for the little girl ghost to eat the 006 box master and then come over to collect the little girl ghost himself. Didn't realize. Surprisingly, it went awry. Only, he found out, the entire box was empty except for the owner of the box who was lying in a pool of blood. Why empty? He didn't know. But, it must have something to do with these two ghosts in front of me. When he finished cleaning up the two gargoyles, He had to interrogate the interrogator carefully. Yell. Instead of being afraid, the withered wood ghost monster even laughed. Big brother, this guy is looking down on you. Big brother, clean him up and show him your might. How dare anyone look down on its big brother? All it remembers is that the last one that looked down on its big brother is now over a year old. No need for you to say that. The gold chain ghost monster stared at the cloth-robed old man and spoke. In my life, the thing that upsets me the most is when others look down on me. You, today, must die. With that, the ghostly aura on its body began to spread and diffuse crazily. Moment. The ghostly aura filled the entire box. The cold and piercing aura spread towards the surroundings. The moment. It's like hell on earth all over again. Big brother is so handsome. The deadwood ghost monster was excited on the side. I want to give big brother a monkey. The golden chain ghost monster ignored the deadwood ghost monster's voice and just stared at the cloth-robed old man with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, "You dare to fight with me? That's as awesome as it gets. How dare a little ghost show off?" The cloth-robed old man's face was flat, without the slightest hint of timidity. It's just a ghost. How can it scare him? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the ghosts and monsters he had killed. There were dozens if not 100. This little scene doesn't threaten him at all. Big brother, this old man still looks down on you. The withered wood ghost monster instantly became upset. Big brother, get him dead. Chapter 64, This is my sister. A night-ranked ghost. Second floor. Box 002. Shen Mengyu detected the fluctuation of ghost chi not far away. There's a ghostly presence here. She spoke immediately. There's a poltergeist? Xia Yunla's heart immediately tightened, and he hurriedly put down the tea in his hand and hurriedly said, "Then, don't we hurry up and leave this place?" Because the shadow of Blood Moon Middle School was still deeply buried in his heart. He was still scared when he heard ghosts and monsters. For him, when he encounters a ghost or monster, he runs as far away as he can. Besides, those bodyguards of his own were still following Yu Changhuai and were not on their own, so there's no way to protect him. Ms. Shen, is that ghost not far from us? Zhao Tianjian took a deep breath and asked a more rational question. If they wanted to escape, they'd have to see how far away the ghosts were from them. If the ghosts were far away from them, then they could hurry up and run. But if it's close to them, that won't get away. Near box 006, Shen Mengyu closed her eyes to sense the ghostly aura and opened her mouth. That can run. Zhao Tianjian was relieved in his heart. Luckily it's not very far. Subsequently, he picked up his belongings and was just about to leave this place with Shen Mengyu and also Xia Yunla. No, Shen Mengyu, however, stopped him. What's wrong, Ms. Shen? Zhao Tianjian looked at Shen Mengyu with a puzzled expression. Is it hard to believe that something has changed? There's a poltergeist coming up the stairs. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face sighed helplessly. We can't get out. What? Zhao Tianjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Then aren't we going to die here? Don't be ridiculous. Xia Yunla was still calm on the side and blankly glanced at Zhao Tianjian without any good reason. Miss Shen definitely needs a way to save us. He trusted Shen Mengyu. When he was at Blood Moon Middle School, Shen Mengyu was able to harness a monster that big. It should be fine to deal with these ghosts now. Subsequently, Zhao Tianjian was there silently, not speaking. He was already praying that he wouldn't die young. For so many years, he's been painstakingly running the company. Now he doesn't even have a child. Definitely don't hang up at a young age. Zhao Tianjian swore in his heart. Just then, on the second floor walked up a figure that was familiar to Shen Mengyu, only to see a young girl dressed in Lolita slowly walk up to the second floor. Her absolutely beautiful face without any expression, looking unusually cold. Not only that, behind the young girl was a ghostly figure wearing sunglasses and a suit. Sister Aster? Shen Mengyu frowned. How did it get here? Because the compartment was better soundproofed. She hadn't heard the happy community come here just now. Suddenly, the jade pendant at her waist actually flashed. Is this a special function of the jade pendant? Shen Mengyu frowned, a little puzzled in her heart. Why didn't she remember that the jade pendant still blinked? In the meantime, second floor, stairway entrance. Lynn Aster, who was going up the stairs, did not notice that the jade pendant at her waist began to flicker, but the scene was seen by the sunglassed gargoyle walking behind him. Sister Aster, your jade pendant flashed. It couldn't help but speak. Lynn Aster subconsciously glanced at the jade pendant at her waist. It does flicker. This made it not look happy. Sister Aster, what's wrong? The sunglasses ghost monster, however, had a puzzled look on his face, not knowing why Lynn Aster was suddenly elated. Since the last time they separated from Shen Mengyu, they went to the happy community to deal with those traitors. Until today, it had been a long time since it had seen Lynn Aster happy. All day long it's just a stern face. Sometimes it spoke, and Lynn Aster returned it with a hitch. Probably ignore it sometimes. The reasons that led to Aster Lin becoming the way she is are a bit sad to say the least. It's the ghostly granny of the happy community who turns out to be a spy planted by other forces. At first Lin Aster was reluctant to believe it, but it wasn't until later that the ghost woman herself admitted it that it was willing to believe it. There is no way around it. Lin Aster killed the ghost granny with her own hands. Since then, Lin Aster hadn't smiled. That's why the sunglasses ghost monster was a bit puzzled when it saw that Lin Aster actually smiled. It's dream rain. Lin Aster's light voice came. Mengyu is here. This jade pendant had a function that Shen Mengyu didn't know about. That is, as long as the two jade pendants were close together, it would automatically blink. The premise is that the two jade pendants are not far from each other. The jade pendant will not blink if it is very close. On the contrary, if it is far away, it will not blink. In other words, Shen Mengyu was now neither close nor far from them. That's around here somewhere. Lord Shen's sister is here? The sunblast gargoyle froze slightly. It also wondered why Lin Aster was suddenly in a better mood. So it's Lord Shen's sister. You go find the spirit ghost monster. I just sensed it and it's right where box 006 is. Lin Aster nodded and continued. I'm going to look for Mengyu. With that, it just left the place. Saw the scene. The sunglasses goblin's mouth twitched. Just like that? This mission was arranged by Lord Shen. Lin Aster surprisingly didn't take Lord Shen's words seriously. If Lord Shen knew, I guess. That's not true. If Lord Shen finds out then it's okay. Lin Ivana is so close to Lord Shen's sister. Lord Shen won't blame Lin Ivana. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sunglasses ghostbuster gritted his teeth. So the final clown turned out to be me. It doesn't have a good relationship with Shen Mengyu. Almost gave it away at the hotel last time. It was only Lord Shen who was generous enough not to bother with it. Otherwise, it would have turned to dust by now, right? Ugh. Think for a moment. Sunglasses Ghostbusters sighed helplessly and turned toward box 006. In the meantime, Lin Aster arrived at the door of box 002. The jade pendant stopped flashing. Shen Mengyu is in here now. It was just about to knock on the door. The door to the compartment was then opened. Shen Mengyu looked at Lin Aster with a delighted expression. Sister Aster, it's really you. She had just thought she had misread it. That's for sure. Lin Aster's previously cold face revealed a smile at this time. But, Sister Aster, why are you here? After slowing down, Shen Mengyu then opened her mouth to ask. By all rights, Aster Lin should still be in the happy community. Why are you here all of a sudden? Lord Shen sent us to take away a ghost. Lin Aster thought for a moment and continued. It's a very special kind of ghost. I heard that after eating it, it will raise several levels. Eat? Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was stunned. My brother wants to eat ghosts and monsters? It's not, is it? How long has it been since my own brother has been seen, and he's about to start eating ghosts and goblins? Is it hard to be infected with some special fetish? She felt how her brother was getting weirder and weirder. Lord Shen is not that kind of person. Lin Aster smiled. Lord Shen should have other uses, but he didn't tell me either. The words were said. Shen Mengyu drifted off. This particular ghost she hadn't heard of yet. Ms. Shen, who is this? Seeing Shen Mengyu chatting so happily with Lin Aster, Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but cautiously open his mouth and ask. This is my sister, a night-class ghost. Shen Mengyu smiled and introduced Zhao Tianjian. What? Zhao Tianjian's face instantly changed, and he spoke with a face full of shock. Liger-class ghosts? Chapter 65, A Shadow of My Years. Inside box 006. At this point, the box was filled with smoke. The gold necklace ghost monster had already engaged the cloth-robed old man several times. What shocked the cloth-robed old man was that the level of this gold necklace ghost monster was not even close to his. He fought several rounds, hard enough not to stand a bit of wind. Instead, it's the gold necklace ghostbusters. You have to yell the name of the move over and over again. No matter what move you're making, it really tortured him. The cloth-robed old man looked at the battle-hardened gold necklace ghost monster, and some timidity rose in his heart. No more fighting. He took a deep breath and decided to admit defeat. Nothing else. This gold-chained gargoyle can really take a beating. He was physically exhausted now, and the guy didn't look tired at all. How's this for a fight? Keep fighting and maybe his whole body will be gone. But, you say you won't fight? The gold-chained ghost monster, however, snorted coldly. There's never been a time when I've only beaten others to death. There's never been a time when others have admitted defeat. With that, the ghostly aura on its body once again churned out. The icy breath caused the ground to unravel a layer of frost. Old man, look at my chain of invincible and powerful mighty iron fists. The gold necklace ghost monster's face was cold as he spoke in a deep voice. With that, its entire body immediately turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Less than a breath of time, its figure appeared right in front of the cloth-robed old man. The cloth-robed old man's face changed drastically. He intended to dodge, but it was too late. The fist was already against his brow. You die. The gold-chained gargoyle smiled coldly. In an instant, the cloth-robed old man was struck by the fist, and his entire body instantly turned into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene from afar, the little ginger woman's face turned pale. She could hardly imagine that her master, who used to walk freely in the world of thrillers, was weak in this moment. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that the cloth-robed old man used to go to 2-star or even 1-star copies. Being at the night ghost level, he certainly came and went as he pleased. This explains why he can have these shadow ghost level ghosts. The spirit monster was merely one of the ones he had mistakenly caught. The cloth-robed old man didn't know what a spirit ghost monster was at all. Now that her master was gone, she had recognized the cloth-robed old man's master for such a long time that she had thought she would be able to enter the thriller world after a while. Didn't realize, the cloth-robed old man was gone now. His own dreams of entering the world of thrillers were dashed. The little ginger woman sighed and was just about to leave. Just as she turned around and looked up, the little ginger woman's face changed again. Nothing else. It was Yu Changhua who was looking at her with a cold face. He'd also gotten a feel for some of what was going on a while ago. The cloth-robed old man was planning to plot something, take control of the Yu family, and using the Yu family's influence in the real world to sell ghosts and monsters. Today's auction is his attempt. The cloth-robed old man's way of leveling up was very special. He is elevated by ghosts sucking on people, who then go on to suck on ghosts. I don't know where he got this unconscionable method. Let's just pretend that he was blind at the beginning and didn't see the cloth-robed old man's evil mind. If the cloth-robed old man really took control of the Yu family and sold ghosts and monsters, at that time, it was not only the end of the Yu family, it's also the end of River City. The people who were related to the cloth-robed old man were all enemies of the Yu family. The little ginger woman looked at Yu Changhua and opened her mouth with a pleading face just about to speak. Take away. Yu Changhua immediately spoke in a deep voice, not giving her a chance to speak. The Yu family, starting today, is going to have a major internal cleanup. Subsequently, those middle-aged men behind him immediately stepped forward and caught the little ginger woman. In the meantime, outside box 006, with the blood mist gradually dispersing, the gold necklace ghostbuster also strikes a handsome pose. Big brother is so handsome. The withered wood ghost monster trembled with excitement. I'm going to give Big Brother 10,000 monkeys. Hearing the deadwood ghost monster's compliments, the corners of the gold necklace ghost monster's mouth couldn't stop rising. Deadwood, I know you're infatuated with me, but unfortunately, brother is just a legend. Ah! The withered wood ghost monster was even more excited. Big brother, you are simply my idol. Oh no, my male god. Just then, just a legend? The sunblast gargoyle walked over slowly and asked with some amusement. Really? He had just heard the narcissistic words of the gold-chained gargoyle, and the screams of the deadwood gargoyles wailing next to them. At first he thought he had come to a concert. I didn't expect this scenario. It really rifled him. I don't think I was this outrageous when I was a big brother. Was I? Are you my big brother's little fan too? The deadwood ghost monster saw the sunglasses ghost monster and couldn't help but ask. Before the sunglasses ghoul could speak, the gold necklace ghost monster, however, spoke with a lofty face. Deadwood, let him leave for now. I'm not in a good mood today, so I won't take any autographs. At these words, okay, the deadwood ghost monster nodded in a hurry. With that, it looked at the sunglasses ghost monster and spoke. My big brother doesn't want to take a picture today, so you can come back another day. After saying this, it bumbled over to the gold necklace ghost monster. Big brother, let's go. The gold-chained gargoyle nodded condescendingly at this. Saw the scene. The sunglasses goblin's mouth twitched. Narcissism. Also see these two. What's the matter, kid? Not leaving yet? Seeing the sunglasses ghost monster standing there, the gold necklace ghost monster thought that he was mesmerized by his charming appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. Since you kid likes me so much, I'll reluctantly give you an autograph. With that, he pulled a piece of cloth off of himself and dabbed it in his mouth to sign it. I wasn't even as showy as you were back in the day. The sunglasses ghost monster couldn't help but sigh. Back when I was leading my little brother, if I had been as showy as you, maybe I'd be a redneck beside Lord Shen by now. Oh, the gold necklace ghost monster was a bit curious. This brother, you were also mixing with Big Brother in this area back then? I thought it was just my own little fanboy. I didn't realize it was a fellow being a big brother back in the day. What a surprise. You can meet fellow travelers here as well. I had my hands full back then. 4 or 5 minions. Sunglasses Ghostbusters also nodded with a reminiscent look. Those little brothers often traveled with me all over the world. That's a lot of words. Good brother. You're doing well. You're a shadow of what I was back then. The gold-chained ghost monster was immediately interested. Then tell me, what happened to you guys afterward? Later, the sunglasses gargoyle's expression darkened. and then they all died. Dead. Dead? The gold-chained gargoyle's face changed. How did he die? It didn't expect the reversal to be so great. How did it die? The corners of the sunglasses goblin's mouth rose up. Died of too much curiosity. With that, the ghostly aura on its body suddenly surged wildly. The pitch-black ghost chi was like a dark cloud, rushing towards the gold necklace ghost monster in a black pressure. Chapter 66. You, today, must give me the gold necklace, to accompany the funeral. A ghostly aura like a black hole filled the doorway of the 006 box. An eerie aura hangs around. The temperature around us even dropped to freezing. The entire entrance to box 006 was already at the level of reaching out. The moment. It's like the end is near. The sunblast gargoyle stood in the midst of the darkness, straight and looking a little taller. Only, a seemingly horrible scene. It didn't scare the gold necklace gargoyle. You're doing this to me? The gold necklace ghost monster raised his eyebrows and spoke calmly. You're too young compared to me. With that, it continued to speak. Seeing as we're all ghosts and monsters, I won't kill you, so go away. Although it is a ghost, it still has its own bottom line. It rarely goes out to strike down its own kind. Besides, he had just had a nice chat with this sunglasses ghost monster. It would be a shame to kill him. It's my big brother's good heart if he doesn't kill you. The withered wood ghost monster snorted coldly from the sidelines. If I had been messed with, I would have already given you a big than a pocketful. This was an extraordinarily dominating statement. The sunglasses ghostbuster was already at a loss. What the? Who is really the main character? I'm hanging you two by your strength and I didn't expect you to be so calm to blow your strength with me? Honestly, this was the first time in its ghostly life that it had met such an outrageous ghost. Big brother, I know that this kid just contradicted you. I'll turn around and destroy him for you when I'm free, so you can calm down. While Sunglasses Ghostbusters was confused, the Deadwood Ghostbusters, on the other hand, ran over to the Gold Necklace Ghostbusters and blew out a rainbow fart. No harm done. The Golden Necklace Ghost Monster shook his head. The atmosphere lingeringly said, Your big brother I walked the rivers and lakes for so many years. What big winds and waves have not seen? How would I have a general understanding with a small ghost monster? Let's go. Don't waste my time here. My time is golden. After saying that, he walked straight towards the crack that was torn open by the golden necklace. This guy's leaving? Saw the scene. The sunglasses goblin who was in a daze snapped back to his senses. Never let it go. There are so many copies of Thriller World. Who knows which power this guy is from? If the spirit ghost is taken to Thriller World, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it again. Lord Shen had no trouble giving it a task. Can't mess it up. Stop. The sunglasses ghostbuster burst into a rage. I didn't let you go. With that, it summoned its machete in a swift motion and maneuvered to look at the golden necklace supporting the crack. In an instant, the gold necklace was instantly knocked down and turned into pieces. Gold necklace. Pawn. Not only that, the gold necklace ghost monster even watched as his gold necklace turned into a pile of debris. I'm brown. It was immediately dumbfounded. Your own gold necklace is a treasure. It was passed down to it by its great-grandfather. The family treasure. It never dreamed that it would be shattered here by a ghostly creature wearing sunglasses. It's an unholy vendetta. This revenge must be avenged. It gold necklace is not a bully. The moment, the discontent in the heart of the gold-chained gargoyle was released. Its eyes were even more deadly as it looked at the sunglasses ghost monster and said in a deep voice, You really are looking for death. I originally didn't want to make a move with you, mindful that you're a kindred spirit, but I didn't expect you to destroy my family's greatest treasure. Then don't blame me. You, today, must give me the gold necklace, to accompany you. Saying that, the aura on the gold necklace ghost monster instantly grew explosively. In an instant, it had then come to the level of Ghost General. You pissed off my big brother. The witheredwood ghost monster looked at the sunglasses ghost monster and couldn't help but sneer. To tell you the truth, my big brother hasn't made a move against his own kind in years. Do you know where all the people who used to break my big brother's bottom line have gone? The sunglasses gargoyle opened his mouth and was just about to speak. I know what you're going to say. However, it was immediately blocked by the deadwood ghost monster. You guessed it right. They'll probably be hitting the sauce by now. With that, it glanced at the sunglasses ghost monster inside. Forget it. I don't want to talk too much nonsense with you. A ghost who is going to die. Just wait for my big brother to kill you with one move. Sunglasses Ghostbusters. Holy, it had never been so speechless in its life. He himself had sinned in his past life to come across these two oddballs. Luckily it wasn't Aster Lin who came over. Otherwise these two guys would have had so much opportunity to talk so much crap. It had long since been slapped by Lin Aster to Jan. Just then, let's give you a taste of my invincible lightning legs. The gold necklace ghost monster also roared. In an instant, countless ghost chi gathered on its legs. An extremely strong force was gathering. Big brother is awesome. The deadwood ghost monster once again danced around in excitement. It ends here. The corner of the sunglasses ghost monster's mouth twitched, unwilling to talk nonsense with these two guys anymore. Subsequently, it directly put its two fingers together, and the ghost chi instantly condensed into a pitch-black 3-foot-long sword. 2 words. The tall body of the sunglasses ghost monster suddenly disappeared into thin air. The gold necklace ghost monster couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Where are the people? It had just finished condensing its ghostly chi and intended to attack. But then he looks back and realizes that the sunglasses gargoyle is gone. Just then, the deadwood ghost monster's panicked voice came. "Da, big brother, it's behind you." The words were said. The gold-chained ghost monster's heart tightened at once. It turned as fast as it could, trying to avoid the sunglasses gargoyle. Pity. Late. The 3-foot-long sword in the sunglasses ghost monster's hand instantly pierced into the gold necklace ghost monster's body. How can it be? The gold-chained gargoyle looked at the sunglasses gargoyle incredulously. How could it not believe that it couldn't take a single move in the hands of the sunglasses ghost monster? Suddenly, it remembered something and its red eyes turned fearful. You're the Ghost King? It's too late to know. Sunglasses Ghostbusters has a cold face. Subsequently, it detonated the 3-foot sword that was stuck in the body of the gold-chained gargoyle. With a loud bang, the ghost in the gold necklace, pawn. This series of maneuvers by Sunglasses Ghostbusters was extremely fast. Not even 3 breaths. That's a good indication of how tough a fighter it is right now. But, what it didn't notice was that just now, the gold necklace ghost monster crushed the jade pendant at its waist that was used to contact the thriller world. Big brother. Seeing that the golden necklace ghost monster was killed in front of him, the deadwood ghost monster's face immediately changed drastically, and the entire ghost trembled. How could his own big brother not be able to beat this guy in sunglasses in front of him? It took a deep breath to calm itself. Subsequently, its eyes stared deathly at the sunglasses ghost monster. "You dared to strike down my big brother. I'll make you pay for your blood." Saying that, its body unexpectedly began to tear apart a little bit. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared in it. A huge suction force also appeared from inside. "It's going to suck the sunglasses ghostbusters in." The sunglasses ghost monster frowned, looking at the deadwood ghost monster with only a white ghost level on it, and couldn't help but shake his head. It threw a gentle punch. The deadwood ghost monster instantly turned into a black mist and dissipated. With just one punch, he killed the deadwood ghost monster. Not a word of bull ***** the whole time. Now that's what the ghost in sunglasses looks like in all seriousness. Just then, woo-woo, a sobbing voice came from inside box 006. The sunglasses goblin froze and rushed over. It almost forgot. Spirits and Ghosts. Chapter 67, The Ruins of Hell. Inside the dark hall, the explosion sound made by the sunglasses ghost monster killing the gold necklace ghost monster just now scared a lot of people. What the hell is going on here? Why don't I feel like performing the show? We can't eat with the hall lights off all the time. What time is it and you're still thinking about dinner? Don't you think the atmosphere is weird right now? What's weird about it? It's a lot like the scene when the ghosts and monsters show up. What the hell? Don't lie to me. We still have cooperation. If you lie to me, beware I won't cooperate with you then. I'm guessing. It's really very similar. Many people in the hall were talking about it. Now everyone is on edge. I don't know what happened. In the meantime, the sunglasses ghostbuster walked outside box 002 with the little girl spirit ghostbuster in his arms. Sister Aster, the spirit ghost monster has gotten its hands on it. We should go. It knocked on the door of box 002 and spoke. Next moment, the compartment door was opened. Only it was a middle-aged man with a beer belly who opened the door. It was Zhao Tianjian. You are? Zhao Tianjian first glanced at the sunglasses ghost monster with a puzzled expression. Subsequently, he saw the little girl spirit gargoyle in the sunglasses gargoyle's arms and blanched. Isn't this the grand finale treasure that was auctioned at the end of the auction? How is it that I'm now being held by this strange guy in sunglasses? It's hard not to. This guy is also a night-level ghost? Think about it. Zhao Tianjian immediately thumped in his heart. Then wouldn't one standing here be just the right position to be eaten by this ghost? Just as Zhao Tianjian was rambling. What's wrong? Shen Mengyu walked up with a puzzled look on her face. Subsequently, the sunglasses ghosts and monsters reflected in Shen Mengyu's eyes. This made her faintly stare, pursed her lips, and spoke. You, come in. Before, this guy almost killed her at the Tianqi Hotel, and this incident was still fresh in her mind. Suddenly it's one of our own. It was a little disconcerting for a while. Thanks, Ms. Shen. With a sigh of relief in his heart, the sunglasses ghoul stepped into the box. It was also worried that Shen Mengyu was holding a grudge against herself because of what happened at the Tianqi Grand Hotel. In fact, if it had known in advance that Shen Mengyu had a brother that powerful, to beat it to death, it would not have messed with Shen Mengyu. In other words, Had it known that Shen Mengyu's background was so big, it would never have been able to deal with Shen Mengyu. But it's a good thing that it has now defected to Lord Shen. You can be considered loyal to Lord Shen. Shen Mengyu's status, in its heart, was the same as Lord Shen, so it's one of our own. Zhao Tianjian secretly sighed in relief, and the stone hanging in his heart fell. Just now he thought it was those hostile ghosts and monsters. It really scared him. Good thing it's not the enemy though. That's fine. Xia Yunla's opinion of ghosts and monsters had drastically changed after talking to Lin Aster for a while. It seemed that ghosts and monsters weren't all as ferocious as those encountered inside the replica. At the very least it's good for your own people. Being one's own person was built on top of Shen Mengyu having Shen Fei as a powerful older brother. Still, that was enough to change his mind about ghosts and monsters. In the meantime, this is the spirit ghost monster? Lin Aster looked at the little girl ghost with slight curiosity and couldn't help but ask, is this how Lord Shen asked us to find such a little bitty thing? It visually estimated that the little girl ghostly creature was merely the size of 2 palms, smaller than a child yet to be born. This should be what Lord Shen asked us to find. Sunglasses Ghostbusters nodded. Since the last time it followed Shen Fei to the happy community, it truly felt the warmth of home. Although there were some spies in the happy community at the time, that didn't affect anything. Besides, the happy community spy is now completely eradicated from it. It feels more like home. Otherwise, Lord Shen wouldn't have given them such an important task to accomplish. It shows that Lord Shen trusts them. Trust is mutual. Therefore, it absolutely believed in Lord Shen's words. Is my brother looking for this for something? Shen Mengyu couldn't help but purse her lips and asked in a puzzled opening. His own brother has really been getting mysterious lately. It seemed like he knew everything about everything. I'm afraid this isn't a plug-in, is it? Miss Shen, I won't hide it from you. I don't know why Lord Shen is looking for this. I only know that Lord Shen recently found a relic about hell in the thriller world, so I guess it should be related to that relic. The sunglasses ghost monster told Shen Mengyu one by one. The relics of hell? Shen Mengyu's delicate little face got a little serious. That one is the relic in the thriller world? Her brother had asked her to create power in the real world also to find the so-called relics. These relics all have a clue. Hell. Only she didn't know what hell was. All this can only be deciphered slowly. Exactly. Lin Aster nodded on the side. Shen Mengyu drifted off. Zhao Tianjian and Xia Yunla, however, were like listening to a heavenly book. What hell? What thrill world relics? And what about Lord Shen? Lord Shen and the others did understand. A big part of the reason why Sunglasses Ghost and also Lin Aster were so close to Shen Mengyu was because of Lord Shen. This Lord Shen is Shen Mengyu's brother. As for the rest, they were completely flabbergasted. Lin Aster had just planned to say goodbye to Shen Mengyu and return to Thriller World. Just then, who has done this to deceive the ghosts and monsters of my Morrow Hall? An angry roar came out, shaking the entire Emolian residence. Everyone in the hall suddenly changed their faces, realizing that things had gone wrong. It's a sound that's completely inhuman, not even with machinery. It's properly spooky. Crap. The sunglasses ghost monster thought of something and couldn't help but speak. It should be the 2 ghost monsters I just killed. They should be from this force. Although just now, the golden necklace and also the deadwood ghost monster did not say the power they belonged to, but looking at the arrogance with which they spoke, they knew that the forces behind them were definitely not ordinary. I'll deal with it. Lin Aster didn't even think about it and immediately stood up. You, Sunglasses Ghostbusters was just about to say something. Lin Aster then gave a retort. Behind our happy community is Lord Shen. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lord Shen. The words were said. The Sunglasses Ghostbusters couldn't help but let go in their hearts. Yeah, the backer is Lord Shen. And there's nothing to fear from that. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu also hurriedly followed him out. Ms. Shen, it's dangerous outside. Zhao Tianjian's face changed and he also hurriedly ran up. Young people are so impulsive these days. Xia Yunla, however, smiled. Miss Shen isn't even afraid. What are you afraid of? Saying that, Xia Yunla followed suit. He believed that Shen Mengyu wasn't the kind of person who was foolish enough to rush forward with a brain. Since Shen Mengyu dared to go out, what was he afraid of? Zhao Tianjian also couldn't help but be dazed. Sure enough, Ginger is still old. Chapter 68 Master of the Palace of the Sunluo Hall. Musi Sunluo, Murray Lane Residence. Second floor. A woman wearing a long crimson dress with a high ponytail and excellent looks walked quickly towards box 006. The woman was unusually angry under her voluptuous features. It looked as if something big had happened and was pissed off. Just then, one of the men in one of the boxes stumbled out drunk. The man was a middle-aged man with a strong build. It was a very unsteady walk because of the alcohol. Soon, the middle-aged man came to the woman's side. He looked up at the woman, and his drunken, fat, round face became rich with expression. Beautiful woman. Beauty. Drink one. He stopped the woman by the shoulder and raised his empty hand to dunk it on the woman. These words caused the woman's already angry mood to become even more irritated. Seek death. Only to see it grab the middle-aged man's neck and unexpectedly lift it up hard. The middle-aged man's fat face was suddenly suffocated in red. He woke up instantly, wide-eyed and full of fear, and struggled desperately, but all to no avail. Subsequently, the middle-aged man's neck was snapped alive by the woman, and then it was casually tossed aside. Tie humans. The woman didn't even look at the middle-aged man. Instead, she let out a cold snort. The surrounding boxes were closed, so no one saw the scene. He was also the only one in the middle-aged man's box, so no one saw any of this. Subsequently, it continued to take a step towards box 006. Just now it was in the middle of a copy of Thriller World, and it had thought that it could wait until its own men brought good news about the spirit ghost monster. Didn't realize. It was surprising to wait for the news that his own men had been ed to death. That's going to piss it off. That spirit Ghostbusters is vital to it. It's the key to breaking through the level bottleneck. Now that someone had snatched it away, anyone else would have been outraged. Just got halfway there. Not yet in box 006. Only to see a few people and a few ghosts and monsters rushing headlong. It was Shen Mengyu and his group. The woman's pair of phoenix eyes were sharp and incomparable. And after just one look, it was dead set on the sunglasses ghost monster. Nothing else. The sunglasses Ghostbusters have the scent of the gold necklace Ghostbusters on their hands. If the guess is right, this should be the guy who killed the golden necklace. Feeling the woman's eyes, the sunglasses ghost monster also felt bad at once. You can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. Apparently, the woman was avenging the gold necklace ghost monster. Those who dare to strike down my people, only death awaits you. Before the sunglasses ghost monster could speak, the woman suddenly disappeared into thin air. Next moment, it appeared in front of the sunglasses ghost monster, and without even the slightest hesitation, it strangled the sunglasses ghost monster's neck with a deadly grip. Extremely fast, less than a breath of time. It was the blink of an eye, so to speak, and the sunglasses gargoyle was lifted up by the neck. Hand over the spirit ghost monster and you will be spared. The woman's tone was icy cold, as if it came from the 9th layer of hell. Worthy of being the boss of the gold necklace. It's just awesome. No comparison at all to the two with the gold necklace. There's no way the spirit Ghostbusters are going to give it to you. So go dream big dreams. The sunglasses Ghostbusters refused decisively and with determination. The spirit ghost monster was a task given to it by Lord Shen, and if it was taken by someone else, it wouldn't even be able to face Lord Shen. It won't hand it over if it's beaten to death. Besides, it's not going to die because it can't breathe. It doesn't matter how long the woman wants to pinch it. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to blow up your body with ghost chi? The woman's eyes flashed. With that, the ghostly aura on its body instantly filled the air. Ghost Emperor level. Feeling the suffocating sense of oppression on the woman's body, the sunglasses ghost monster secretly said in his heart that it was not good. It felt like it was in danger of being planted this time. Ms. Shen, you guys run. The sunglasses ghost monster hurriedly shouted at Shen Mengyu. It must find a way to stall the woman so that Shen Mengyu would have enough time to leave here. No matter when. Ms. Shen must not be in danger. But, just then, Kimiko-san? Lynn Astor's delicate face looked at the woman with some incredulity and couldn't help but cry out. The words were said. The woman stopped moving her hand at once. You are. It looked over at the voice and saw Lynn Astor, and couldn't help but ask. Astor? It's me. Lynn Astor's face was instantly delighted. Looks like Sister Muzi still knows me. Why are you here? The woman's exquisite face looked at Lynn Ivana with a slightly puzzled expression, and the anger in her body suddenly disappeared. Lord Shen sent us to take away the spirit ghost monster. Lynn Astor didn't hide her words from the woman and opened her mouth. Lord Shen also needs spirit ghosts and monsters? The woman apparently froze. Exactly. Lynn Astor nodded and told the woman the whole story. It's probably all about them coming to the party and all the later stuff with the gold necklace ghosts. This was all told to them by the sunglasses goblin just now. Sorry. The woman let go of the sunglassed gargoyle with a slight apology and spoke. I didn't realize you were from the happy community. Out of the way. Sunglasses Ghostbusters laughed bitterly and shook his head. It had even been best prepared for sacrifice just now. I didn't expect Lynn Astor to know this woman. It really took it by surprise. For him, it's kind of picking up the slack. Sister Astor, this is? Shen Mengyu couldn't help but frown and asked. This person seemed to be familiar with Lynn Astor. Can it be that this woman is also related to her brother? This is the hall master of the Sunluo Hall, Muzi Sunluo, one of Lord Shen's forces. Lynn Astor smiled and opened her mouth to introduce. Sister Muzi, this is the sister of Lord Shen that you've been pining for. Mindfulness? Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was suddenly stunned. Was he so popular where his brother's power was concerned? Why is it still on your mind? What? Mu Zi Senluo, who was called the Hall Master of the Senluo Hall, was actually a bit shocked at this time. It looked at Lin Aster. Its stunning face with white teeth and red lips a little overwhelmed, took a deep breath and asked, "You didn't lie to me, did you?" As a power under Lord Shen, ever since it heard that Lord Shen had a sister, it had been very much looking forward to the fact that it could meet her. Nothing else. Just trying to make a friend. How could I possibly lie to you? Lin Aster's lowly-like looks rolled her eyes when she heard this. It's not so bad that it's even lying to its own people. Kimiko-san is good at everything, but she's just too cautious. Except for the words of Lord Shen, which it completely believed. It didn't believe in the words of any ghosts or monsters. But, seeing that Lin Aster didn't want to be lying, Mu Zi Senluo also gradually believed that the Shen Mengyu in front of him was Lord Shen's sister. Shen Mengyu, however, pursed her lips and frowned and thought, the Temple of Moro? Isn't that what you see in the forums themselves? The forum guy's stats on the Thrill World powers belong to. Among them was the Temple of Moro. The person who belongs behind it is his own brother, Lord Shen. Chapter 69, Reauction. Just as Shen Mengyu was thinking, Kizuna Moro, however, stared at Shen Mengyu for a few seconds, as if they were looking to see if it was Lord Shen's sister or not. You don't say. The words are really a bit similar to Lord Shen. After looking at it for a while, it couldn't help but nod its head and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lord Shen is so handsome, and Lord Shen's sister is also so beautiful. That's a lot of words. Shen Mengyu was instantly a bit helpless in her heart. If I don't look like my brother, who else could I look like? Her own parents had died inside the thriller world, and the only one who could judge who was her relative wasn't her brother Shen Fei. What were you, just now, doing here? Shen Mengyu also hesitated and took the lead to ask. Just now she had heard something about bullying the ghosts of the Maro Hall and how they must be avenged or something like that. But she didn't invite anyone, did she? The only one who invites anyone to mess with him is the ghost in sunglasses. It kills the gold necklace gargoyle and a gargoyle that looks like a log. Is it hard to believe that Kizuna Maro is here to avenge them? I came here, of course, for the gold necklace. Kazumaro was just about to speak, but, halfway through its sentence, it immediately held it back. It almost showed. It couldn't say that it had come to reclaim the spirit ghost because it had received a message sent to it by the golden necklace ghost saying that the spirit ghost had been robbed. Could it? If that's the case, then it won't have the face to face Lord Shen. It could only cough awkwardly. Ahem. I happened to be passing by. Yes, passing by. Having said that, Kazumaro was embarrassed and felt like he could pick out a 3-room apartment with his toes. What a ing gold necklace. I should have known I wouldn't have given this quest to gold necklace. This blunder was entirely due to his own failure to control his own men. That guy with the golden necklace had just joined the Temple of Mara for less than half a month, and had to go and complete various tasks. This time, the spirit ghost monster mission was still begged by the golden necklace, which was reluctantly handed over to the golden necklace. But I didn't realize it was still a problem. But, he himself was considered to have met Lord Shen's sister as a matter of course. No loss. Thinking about this, Kizuna Moro's embarrassed heart calmed down. Passing through? Shen Mengyu frowned and muttered in her heart. That's something you don't believe yourself, right? How can a passerby come to the second floor so coincidentally? Can you rush to box 006 so coincidentally? It even nearly killed the sunglasses Ghostbusters. This must have come with a purpose if you don't see what's going on. Only, Shen Mengyu didn't say it. Workers leave a line. Besides, Kizuna Maro was his brother's man. This lovely sister of his own will have to bear them more in the future. It's okay. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face revealed a smile. The smile was a nice touch to the sweet and lovely appearance. No wonder Shen Mengyu used to have so many fans on her live broadcast. Sure enough, there's strength in numbers. That's cute. Kizuna Maro couldn't help but look straight, even though it's ghostly and it's still a girl. But, Lord Shen's sister is just too good looking too. What to do when you can't help but watch online, etc. Quite a rush. Well, why don't we just go to the box and talk first? Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat not quite right, Lin Aster hurriedly opened her mouth. Kizuna Maro also came back to his senses and nodded in a hurry. Yes, yes. Subsequently, the group returned to the box. All is well with each other. In the meantime, banquet. Inside the hall, the lights are starting to return to normal. The traces of the fight on the second floor disappeared as if nothing had happened. Yu Changhuai's figure also appeared on stage. All eyes in the hall went to the stage. Some of their faces were curious. Some were watching the show, and some were disgruntled. Nothing else. Some of the strange things that had just happened had really scared them. They wanted Yu Changhui to give them a statement. I'm sorry to say that due to a backstage staff error, the hall lights were out until just now, and the fault has just been fixed. Yu Changhui spoke with an apologetic face. Subsequently, As everyone watched, he took out the items that had just been auctioned off by box 006. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Re-auction? But after all that weirdness just now, who has the heart to re-auction? What was on everyone's mind was to hurry up, listen to the explanation and go home immediately. Don't want to stay here for a moment, only to see that Yu Changhuai spoke out news that made everyone exuberant. These Thrill World items were exchanged with the owner of box 006, and I wanted to use them to make up for these hiccups at tonight's party. The way to get these things is also very simple. We all eat and drink together, and then at the end we draw a prize together, with each item representing a different level of prize, like first prize, second prize or something like that. All free for everyone. Don't worry if you didn't draw one. Are you family? We'll make concessions to all the partners present. To the cooperation, we'll let you have an extra 20% of benefit distribution. The words were said. The whole hall exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. After they confirmed with each other that they hadn't heard correctly, their hearts were suddenly excited. It seems like this party really wasn't a waste of time. Good luck getting Thrill World items for free. Even if he didn't win the prize, he could still get a concession to work with the Yu family. That is, the original contract with the Yu family was, Yu family 6, they 4, now it's Yu's 4, they're 6, although it only changes by 2 digits. Yet, it's completely different. The Yu family's contracts are basically large orders, even 10% of which could be hundreds, or even tens of millions, not to mention the 2 achievements. This is a total heavenly benefit. Who wouldn't be thrilled to see such a huge increase in profits without moving anything? Those who had been planning to leave the banquet also stopped at once. Many of them even began to raise their glasses and talk about it. They had long since put those strange events from earlier behind them. Those things are probably just hotel system failures. No big deal. It's so safe now. So what's so spooky about it? Seeing the order of the hall return to normal, Yu Changhuai on the stage was relieved in his heart. He had just taken away the little ginger woman at the same time that he had seen the sunglasses ghost monster tackle the gold necklace ghost monster and his party. After the deadwood ghost monster was killed, those things inside its body fell out automatically. He realized that there were actually those Thrill World items in there that had been auctioned off by box 006, so he thought of a way to pick those items up. And then there was this scene. It's no big deal for him to give these Thrill World items away, because it wasn't his in the first place. It's the cloth-robed old man's. The cloth-robed old man was planning to use this money from the auction items to secretly form a force and take control of the Yu family. But it's good that he's taken care of this. It's all thanks to Ms. Shen. Yu Changhuai took a deep look at the 002 box on the second floor. He must repay Ms. Shen more when he has the chance in the future. Just then, the excellent-looking secretary behind Yu Changhuai frowned when she saw him giving up 20% of his profit. Chairman, is this really worth it? She couldn't help but speak. If we concede so much profit, the family group is afraid that they will lose a lot of money. It's okay. Yu Changhuai shook his head. The Yu family has already shifted their focus to other industries. These profits will be treated as a favor to be paid. What? The secretary's very pretty face was a bit stunned. So, what industry are we focusing on? The Yu family has a wide range of industries, spreading over almost all of them. If the center of gravity didn't do these industries, then they would have almost no industries left to do, because they are involved in all of them. Something to do with the world of thrillers. Yu Changhuai took a deep breath. I'll tell you about this matter later. Subsequently, he began to open the door for everyone to start the raffle. The most important thing now is to finish organizing the party. Although the Yu family had quite a few losses this time around, however, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks in terms of the general situation. Because the scourge of the cloth-robed old man was eradicated, it would be 100% beneficial to the Yu family. Chapter 70, if this was in a novel, I would definitely be a man. Inside box 002, Kazumanro talked freely with Shen Mengyu on the sidelines. Zhao Tianjian, who was on the side, could only stare dryly, nothing else, because he couldn't get a word in. Like him, there was Ci Yunla. Only Ci Yunla was afraid. Faced with so many ghosts and monsters, it was inevitable that he was still a bit scared. The two of them looked at each other with a slightly helpless look. Miss Shen, about Lord Shen being there, I'm actually not sure. I only know that Lord Shen is indeed inside the earthly ruins. The Thrill World is too big, and so far we haven't even finished exploring it, so I don't know exactly where Lord Shen is in that relic. Muzis and Luo looked at Shen Mengyu with an apologetic face and opened his mouth. Shen Mengyu had just asked Shen Fei about something, only it was all unclear. It's probably just that Shen Fei is there. Shen Fei will be there a lot. How does Shen usually show up? And so on. There were some it knew and told Shen Mengyu. But, there are some it doesn't know, so it's just as well to say it doesn't know. Lord Shen generally keeps to himself, sometimes with 1 or 2 ghosts and monsters, and is very mysterious. Even at its Ghost Emperor level, it was rare to see Lord Shen. Usually, Lord Shen also uses flying pigeons to contact them. In the world of thrillers, there is a pigeon coalesced from ghostly energy that can travel thousands of miles a day. Across copies, they usually use this to contact Lord Shen, but most of the time it was received, and rarely was a pigeon sent to Lord Shen. So Shen Mengyu's question, it is also not even clear. Okay, Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and nodded. She hadn't seen Shen Fei for a month. Why on earth didn't my brother come to see him? She could never figure it out. So she desperately wanted to find her brother and ask him about it. It was only that Shen Fei's usual whereabouts were too mysterious, and the forces under his command were surprisingly unaware of it. LOL. It seems like finding Shen Fei is still a long way off. It's okay. Lin Ivana comforted on the side. Lord Shen has his intentions in everything he does. If you can't see him, don't you still have us? These words caused a warm current to appear in Shen Mengyu's heart. Yeah, he himself, from starting out alone, had unknowingly had so many people around him. She was already slowly catching up with Shen Fei. Subsequently, Mu Zis and Luo continued to chat with Shen Mengyu for a while, and then left the place. The reason is that the copies are left unmanaged for long periods of time, and those ghosts and monsters will kill indiscriminately and uncontrollably. So it's rushing back. Before leaving, it told Shen Mengyu a very important message. After Shen Fei left the relics, it was likely that he would go to the 7-star copy that had just recently come out. This is a key message. After Kazuna Moro left, Lin Aster and also the Sunglasses Ghostbusters left the place with the Spirit Ghostbusters. The hall auction was also gradually coming to an end. Yu Qinghai had planned to invite Shen Mengyu for a meal, but she refused. Nothing else. It was because it was late and Shen Mengyu wanted to go home and rest. Subsequently, Zhao Tianjian planned to send Shen Mengyu home. Only, Xia Yunlei insisted on grabbing a ride, so Zhao Tianjian had no choice but to let him send Shen Mengyu back home. Shen Mengyu came to the downstairs of her house and walked up the stairs, opened the door, a familiar scent, and a familiar scene. After washing up, she sat paralyzed on the bed. Thinking back to all that had happened this evening, she took a deep breath. Didn't get anything useful, but got useful clues. The most important thing is nothing less than the fact that your own brother will enter the 7-star copy. It's the most likely time period you're going to meet your brother. When I see my brother by myself, I must ask him about it. Why don't you see yourself during this time? Why be so secretive? Is it invisible to this lovely sister of yours? Or something? These were the questions she was going to ask Shen Fei, and at that time she would see how Shen Fei would answer with her. Thinking about thinking, Shen Mengyu also gradually fell asleep. The night gradually shrouded the half sky, and the moonlight shone on Shen Mengyu's bed. The scene was beautiful. Thriller world. Among the desert ruins, the sand and dust around them flew in the sky, and the two figures were still moving forward in the middle of the desert. Still a front and a back. Brother Shen, walk slower. Suguan followed behind step by step, constantly gasping for air. Some time had passed since they had just met that black shadow inside the swirling sandstorm. That black shadow was solved by Shen Fei with one move. It's almost here. Why don't you hurry up? Shen Fei's urging voice came from the front. Do you still want to learn about your origins? Hearing about his own life, Suguan was immediately motivated and followed him in 3 or 2 moves. Coming. He hurriedly came to Shen Fei's side, rubbed his hands together with an expectant expression, and asked, Brother Shen, roughly how far away are we from our destination? And so far, Shen Fei thought for a moment and held out a finger. A finger? This excited Suguan. 1 more kilometer to go? That's great. But, before he could get excited for more than 3 seconds, it's 100 kilometers. Shen Fei directly poured a pot of cold water on him. More? How much? Suguan thought he was hallucinating and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Brother Shen, you didn't say anything wrong? Wrong indeed. These words seemed to remind Shen Fei, who frowned and opened his mouth. I told you. Suguan suddenly felt relieved in his heart. Then if it's 100 kilometers, I mustn't die of exhaustion. Not waiting for him to calm down. It's about 140 kilometers or so. Shen Fei thought seriously for a moment and opened his mouth after calculating the distance. Just now he had ignored the numbers after 100 kilometers. So, he did some careful math based on the mystical literature. The distance to the 10th underworld was roughly 140 kilometers or so. 140 kilometers? Suguan was instantly dumbfounded and couldn't help but lose his voice. How long does this have to go on? Walking in the desert would have been exhausting, not to mention, there's also a water shortage. Sweating, as well as shining with the same light as the sun. Either one is a test. Keep going and you'll be there this afternoon. Shen Fei spoke indifferently. As long as you can't die by walking, walk to your death. The corners of Suguan's mouth twitched. He was very dissatisfied with Shen Fei's words, and even protested against them. What do you mean walk or die? That's outrageous. You don't drag your feet. Shen Fei skimmed Su Guan. I still have to go to the newly released 7-star copy. Maybe Xiao Yu is there too. Drizzle? Hearing those 2 words, Su Guan instantly came energized. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Brother Shen, what would you do if someone molested your sister? Molesting my Drizzle? Shen Fei frowned. Then let him die. Let him die? Su Guan took a deep breath at once. Nice guy. It seems that the matter that he had molested Shen's sister should be kept as a secret for now. Absolutely no more talking about it. What's wrong? Shen Fei saw Su Guan's unnatural expression and glanced at Su Guan with a strange face. Nothing. Su Guan hastily shook his head and smiled. It's just that I think your sister is happy to have a brother as good as you. You think so? Shen Fei unexpectedly glanced at Su Guan. I'm so handsome and dashing. My looks can charm a dog to death. If this is put inside a novel, it's definitely the male lead. It's normal for Xiao Yu to be happy. Su Guan? Alright. It seems Shen is also a narcissist. Subsequently, the two continued walking through the desert. Shen Fei Junlang's features looked more three-dimensional and full of juvenility under the sunlight. Chapter 71, Welcome to the 7-Star Replica. Thriller Amusement Park. Today should be the day to enter the Thrill World copy. Shen Mengyu was sitting on the sofa, looking at the time above her cell phone, and murmured in her heart. It was now 2 or 3 days after the time of the banquet. She had stayed home for the past 2 days and hadn't gone anywhere. Nothing else. Because today just happens to be the day she enters the world of thrillers again. Lynn Astor had already told herself that what she was going to enter this time was probably a copy of the 7 stars that had just come out, so she's going to have to get ready at home. The copper coins that my brother had given him, and the milky white sword that the ghost woman had given him, and a few other things. She already knew about the ghost woman being a spy, and she was a little sorry about it. But, no need to fret over the past. What she had to consider now was that she didn't seem to have anything to help her enter the 7-star copy this time. I wonder if I can meet my brother inside the copy. Let's just hope that the information Kazumuro gave himself was reliable. Subsequently, she opened the Thrill World System panel. Player, Shen Mengyu. Level, Introductory Green Regent Ghost. Identity, Gardener at the Scarlet Zoo. Student at Blood Moon High School. Special ability, Penchant for Invisibility. Stamina, 35 boosted by 7 points. Strength, 26 boosted by 21 points. Sensitivity, 28 boosted by 4 points. Stamina, 26 boosted by 8 points. Please check the status of your entry copy. Seeing this last line of options, Shen Mengyu instantly clicked in. Next moment, 2 messages appeared before her eyes. The next time to enter the copy is 10 minutes later. You have 10 minutes before you are about to enter your copy of Thrill World. So get ready. There's 10 minutes left to get into the replica. As she watched the time get closer, her delicate little face couldn't help but feel a little nervous. 10 minutes passed quickly. Shen Mengyu watched the countdown with only a few seconds left. In a flash, she had a moment of blackness before her eyes. Subsequently, a Thrill World beep appeared in his head. Welcome to Thriller World. Copy name, Thriller Amusement Park. It is a mysterious amusement park built by him, full of crises everywhere, especially at night. The amusement park will be full of strange people and ghosts and monsters will come into play at the same time, and the whole amusement park will become lively. Duration of copy, 2 days. Objective, to discover the secrets of the man of the thrill ride. Cue over. The mirror image in front of you is also refreshed. This has long since ceased to be your home, but a copy of Thrill World. The tall amusement park gate sign stood in view. Next to it is the toll booth. Behind the door sign is the entire amusement park. Through the door sign, you can see the amusement park's roller coasters, swinging hammers, and Ferris wheels, to name a few. The entire amusement park is very large. I don't know how many times bigger than the Scarlet Zoo. Just then, the voices of other players who had entered the replica were also heard from all around. This is the 7-star copy? It really is extraordinary. It's huge. Yeah, I've been in several 6-star copies, and it doesn't feel as big as this one 7-star copy. Brown, I've only entered one copy of the Thrilling World, and I'm still a newbie. How come the second copy has directly turned into a 7-star copy? You're out of luck, aren't you, bro? This time, there is no level restriction on the 7-star copies. If you're unlucky, you might even pick a 7-star copy the first time you enter the Thrill World. Holy, what is the old man playing for then? This doesn't just open up and die? I've only been in a few Thrill World copies as well. I didn't expect to come to a 7-star copy this time as well. I feel like I'm going to cool off. As soon as they came in, a number of them instantly broke down a little. Nothing else, because they had basically all only been to the Thrill World a few times, and some of them hadn't even scratched the surface of the Thrill World rules yet. For them, as a budding newcomer, it was a complete nightmare to just enter a 7-star copy. because there's no way they're getting out alive. What awaits them is basically only death. Shen Mengyu also pursed her lips and sighed in her heart. If you didn't have a brother as a chassis, you'd be just as flustered as they are, right? I think I was so scared that I almost cried the night before I first entered Thriller World. But now she's not afraid of Thrill World, because of his own brother, Shen Fei, and the happy community. If he was in danger in the 7-star copy, the happy community would destroy the 7-star copy regardless of the cost. These are her bottom line. It's good to have a brother. Just then, just came in inside the player. One of the stout-looking men stood out and shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I've already entered this copy once. Those who want to live, listen to me." With that, he also took out an identity card. It was engraved with the words, "Toilet Cleaner" in large letters. An iron and gold-rimmed identity plate symbolizes the player who has passed the Thriller amusement park replica. The words were said. Everyone around them suddenly looked at the man in unison. It's amazing that this copy had a big brother present. Many people got a little excited in their hearts. Within the Thrill World copy, you will sometimes run into a proficient copy of the big guy. At this point, if you're willing to part with your money, the big guy will take you out of the copy alive. By the way, big brother, I want to get out of here alive. And I was wondering what you want. I want to get out alive too. Big brother, my family has money. I can accept any price. +1+1. I have a dozen or so sports cars at home. It's okay if big brother likes to drive them all away. Begging the big guy to share a way to get out alive. Biggie, I wonder if I can give up my body for a favor. Even though I'm a guy, it doesn't affect anything at all. Countless people immediately swarmed to the scene. Everyone was asking the man in droves what was required of him to leave the copy with alive, or how much can. Basically whatever conditions were basically stated in order to get out of the copy alive. There are some big bosses of groups and rich kids. Some are even willing to sell their dignity. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was filled with shock. She hadn't realized that there were such unspoken rules in the Thriller world that money could be used to buy off the big boys. It's hard to believe that this is the advanced copy pass play? Today was kind of a long day. In the meantime, the official Thriller World livestream is also open. Because it was the first 7-star copy of the Blue Star, the live broadcast was not just the Daxia people. Soon, countless others have also flocked to the livestream. As soon as he came in, he saw a bunch of people gathered around the man. The live feed pop-ups rolled up. "Oh, Smithy, these cuties from Daxia, what is this gathering for? Is it hard to worship that you can leave alive? How childish." I agree with the upstairs. The Daxia people are so stupid. They're completely incomparable to us on Sakurajima. We at Sakurajima are not only smart, we're also good at solving problems with our brains. +1+1. And my divine elephants, and I couldn't agree more. And we, the celestial elephants, are also the kingdom of wisdom. I swear here that these Great Xia people are not destined to leave the 7-star copy alive. It can be noted, most of the people posting pop-ups at this point are from other countries. Because the Daxia audience was so large, there was some delay in the live stream connecting to the international. This has led to the fact that the Daxia people are not seen to speak for the time being. But, just a few seconds after these pop-ups were posted, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Because, Daxia viewers, on the line. Chapter 72, you are also worthy of judging our Daxia. At this time, the popularity of the Thriller World live broadcast room was like a rocket, rubbing up. Countless Daxia IDs appeared in the middle of the live broadcast. The main reason for such high popularity is still because this is a 7-star copy. Everyone wants to see what the legendary new 7-star replica is really like and if it's that scary. But, just then, everyone noticed the pop-ups posted by those from Sakurajima's country just now. Moment. The entire broadcast room was silent for 2 seconds. Next moment, the pop-ups were abuzz. What the hell? You Stick Island, Cherry Blossom Island are worthy of judging our Daxia? What does what happens to our Daxia have to do with your Stick Island? So what if we just worship? That's our culture. No, to put it bluntly, any place my Daxia takes out is bigger than your Stick Island. That's just it. What are you guys? I remember a while ago a big man from the Thriller world in Sakurajima, who claimed to be the most powerful man in the 6-star copy, entered a 4-star copy of my Daxia, only to be brutally beaten up by the ghosts and monsters inside, and finally escaped in a sorry state, which really killed me with laughter. And that guinea pig elephant laughed me to death. You Thrillist Blue Star Countdown don't have any pussies of your own? Thriller world rankings aside, I just feel sorry for a certain giant lizard, and I don't mean anything by it. The live streaming pop-ups were scrolling at a rapid pace, 3 or 2 times. He disliked those who mocked Daxia. The point is that they haven't been able to find a counterargument. Hopeless. Sakurajima and the others could only watch as the pop-ups frantically disliked themselves. Siba. I'm so mad at you. Don't let me find you guys broken, or I'll dislike you to death. One of the viewers from Stick Island was even angry and cursing in front of the screen. The people of Tianju Elephant were also looking at the murderous and heartbreaking pop-ups and gnashing their teeth in anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Curry-flavored English came out at once. In the meantime, inside a copy of Thriller World, there's still half an hour before the thrill ride opens, so please complete the system quests. Thrill World's beeps appeared in everyone's ears. The amusement park is about to open in half an hour. The words were said. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and couldn't help but look around. She had just observed half the day and had not noticed her brother. Is it hard to believe that my brother will wait for the next copy? Think about it. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her heart. Biggie, just how much will it cost to get me out of here alive? Why don't you name a price? There's still half an hour before it starts. Yeah, big guy, I'm on my knees for you. Begged the big man to tell me. Crowds of people surrounded the man, all asking what requirements would take them out of the copy alive. They're all afraid of death. They're willing to spend whatever it takes to get out alive. Whatever it takes, as long as it's a price they can afford. It's acceptable. Okay, then everyone listen to me. The man's dark face smiled a little. It was the first time he had ever felt so welcome. It's true that Big Brother is good. Sure enough, along with the man's words, the field fell silent. Everyone's eyes tightened on the man. They want to know what the conditions are. If you want to follow me out of here alive, my terms are very simple. The man scanned the people around him and slowly spoke. I only need $50 million to take you away alive, but I'll only take 2 people. I won't take more because it would be troublesome to take more people that way. 50 million. Just 50 million. Many of the people in the arena with rich bosses got excited. I can. Most of them are company bosses or a rich kid. I'm afraid to say anything else. There is certainly no shortage of money in this area. They are willing to spend as much money as it takes to get themselves out alive. Just then, Big Brother, as long as you take me out, I'll not only give you $50 million, but I'll also let me match you with a luxury car, a villa, and 2 big beauties. In the crowd, a slightly younger voice reached inside the man's ears. The words gave him a moment of clarity. He followed the voice and looked over, realizing that the speaker was a young man, dressed in an extremely trendy and luxurious outfit. At first glance a rich second generation. Touché. Only the man was in an excited mood and immediately nodded his head in agreement with the young man. $50 million. For him, that's a number he never dared to imagine in his life. Now it's a breeze. There are even luxury cars and houses. And to top it all off there are 2 great beauties. The cost of all this is simply taking one person out of Thrill World himself. The cost of this is nothing short of minimal. Thanks. The young rich kid thanked him politely. Subsequently, under the envious gaze of the crowd, it was natural to come to the man. He'll get out of the copy alive. This was the thought in the minds of many people present. Tying up the big guy basically means that you can meet out in your copy and leave. Nothing else. You will be much more familiar with this copy once you have entered it once. And the copy will also give an ID tag that symbolizes the pass. As long as it's the next time you come in with an ID card, the copy will be much less difficult. The higher the ID card level, the less difficult it is. Like the Scarlet Zoo Director ID tag. After Shen Mengyu went in with that identity card in the first place, not only could she command her employees as she pleased, she didn't even have to do missions. Ghosts and monsters have to follow orders, managers have to give themselves preferential treatment. That's what an ID tag is all about. Soon, another middle-aged man then stepped forward from the crowd. Middle-aged man holding a beer belly, fat head, set with several large gold teeth. Into the copy of the body also did not forget to wear a sable. With this outfit, anyone who isn't blind will definitely be able to tell that he's a rich man. The middle-aged man's opening price was also very generous. Eventually, for $80 million, a real estate company, and 2 supermodel secretaries, he manages to get the man to protect himself and leave the copy alive. The scene. It was really the envy of those around them. In the meantime, there were also a number of slightly richer ones who intended to let the men take themselves out alive. Only, men, however, have refused. Well, the quota is full. Just these 2. I don't want any more. He looked to the crowd and spoke. 2 is just about no more. No less. That's a profit of $130 million. Add to that the promises the young rich kid made to himself. What with the luxury cars and houses, and the real estate company the middle-aged man gave him, when you add it all up, you're worth more than a few $100 million all of a sudden. Just as he was feeling smug in his mind, he suddenly saw Shen Mengyu, who was standing dumbfounded on the side, and couldn't help but widen his eyes as he murmured, I didn't expect to meet such a good-looking beauty here. Suddenly, a great idea came to him, and a light went on. Subsequently, he then walked directly towards Shen Mengyu. It's in Thriller World now, and such a beautiful woman must have no one to turn to here. And this is a 7-star copy. This copy was only opened once, so he happened to come in and survived. In this dangerous copy of the 7 stars, the beautiful woman must have her hands tied, maybe even a little panicked. If you give a little help at this point, won't this beauty be a handful? Thinking of this, a fire in the man's heart couldn't help but stir up, wanting to conquer Shen Mengyu. See only. The man walked next to Shen Mengyu and gently ruffled his bangs. Beauty, if I'm right, you're here at Thrill World alone, aren't you? He spoke with a gentle face. Chapter 73, Thriller Amusement Park to open soon. Help, Shen Mengyu scanned the man, her delicate little face puzzled. She didn't, it seems, say she wanted to help, did she? Subsequently, she then shook her head. I don't need to. He was not to be helped now, and the copper coin that could raise his level was his greatest strength. If there was a life and death crisis, one could just use that copper coin to save his life, up several levels at once. According to his current level, raising 3 levels would be Ghost King level. Counter-kill Ghostbusters is afraid to say. It was more than enough to escape anyway. Besides, the happy community is still protecting itself in secret. If she is in danger, those ghosts and monsters of the happy community will immediately tear apart this copy of the 7 stars. That's a lot of words, making the man apparently freeze for a moment. He did not expect Shen Mengyu to say this. That doesn't make sense, by the way. Shouldn't he be the one to walk over and say this to Shen Mengyu, and she should be thrilled beyond belief and then rush to nod her head in agreement? How come you still reject yourself? It doesn't follow the normal plot. Are you sure? The man took a deep breath and spoke in a slightly intimidating tone. In this kind of 7-star replica, there can be almost no one who can help you, or even just don't even know when you've been eaten by the ghosts and monsters. I, on the other hand, have entered this copy exactly once and left alive. Saying that, he also took out the identity plate and waved it in front of Shen Mengyu. Subsequently, he continued, if you want, I can take you away with me at no cost to you. After saying these words, he couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. The treatment he had given Shen Mengyu was very high. Those two people just now had spent over $100 million combined, and they barely managed to take them away themselves. Right now, however, he didn't want a dime for Shen Mengyu. If it were any other girl, she would have been moved to tears. No one would give up a chance to live, would they? He just couldn't believe that she could still deny herself. Those people around them even showed envy towards Shen Mengyu. This girl is so lucky too. Being chosen by the big man to take out doesn't even cost anything. Where can you find such luck? Those girls around the room were even more red-eyed. Shen Mengyu is just a little bit better looking. What makes her so lucky? Where are they worse than her? Besides, she's so good looking. Maybe she's painted with makeup. Take off the makeup. Maybe her mom won't even recognize her. Many girls bit their teeth in envy and hatred. Sorry, I really don't need your help. Shen Mengyu frowned with her beautiful eyebrows and spoke softly. You can go help the others. Man? The words came out. He was dumbfounded. What the? That's soft and hard. He had just spoken to her so nicely and treated her so well, but he didn't expect to be rejected? If this were anyone else, I'm afraid they'd be spiraling into the sky with excitement. Suddenly, the man thought of a word that dawned on him. Playing it cool. This woman is definitely playing it cool. This is waiting for her to say it a few more times, to pull herself down and raise her face so that she doesn't look like such a random person. As the saying goes, when you're you still want to make a name for yourself. The man's mind burst into a sneer, thinking he had seen through everything. Subsequently, then I'll say it a few more times. He was just about to speak. Just halfway through speaking, Shen Mengyu directly left the place. She walked towards the amusement park without looking back. Not a word to the man. The man blushed even more. Saw the scene. Many people around the room took a deep breath. Nice guy. I straight up called the good guys. You don't want the big guy to come to your door? The girl's brain is more or less a big disease. If this were a normal person, the big man came to invite, as long as there is no problem with the brain, then decisively agreed to it. Not only that, but there's even the fear of a sudden reversal by the big guy. Shen Mengyu was good, directly rejecting the big brother. Or twice. How does that make the big man look bad? Just then, a girl whose looks could not be said to be beautiful, but was very pretty, took the initiative to walk up to the man, her tone whiny. Big brother, I can actually. Since the girl just now didn't value the chance to live, she could take the opportunity to walk up. Maybe the big guy just happens to have his eye on him. Get out! The man merely skimmed the girl, then viciously shouted in anger. Don't think what a cat or a dog old me I can look at. You like this? The dog don't want. When that girl heard these words, her originally flirtatious petite body was trembling with fear. Her face turned white, and she hurriedly left in ashes without saying a word. Those players around them were also silent. Big brother can't be messed with. they might as well choose to remain silent. The man stood in place, looking dead at the direction Shen Mengyu left, his eyes gradually becoming hideous. Rejecting me twice in a row, huh? Then pray I don't see you again, or you'll be in for it. Saying that, he secretly vowed in his heart that as long as he saw Shen Mengyu inside the copy, he would definitely get her killed. Anyone who rejects him will not end well. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu had come inside the Thriller amusement park. She left, and that was for a reason, because the jade pendant at her waist flashed. According to what Lin Aster had told herself, the jade pendant was flashing. That meant that someone was in the vicinity with the exact same jade pendant. As far as he knows, there are only a few ghosts that possess this kind of jade pendant. Although Shen Fei had many forces, not all ghosts and monsters could have jade pendants. Only ghosts and monsters familiar with Shen Mengyu have jade pendants. In the beginning, Lin Aster's jade pendant was also given to Shen Mengyu because she wanted to recognize it. It happened to be 2 days before it happened to get to know Shen Mengyu. The time was close. Since this was a jade pendant given by Shen Fei, he must have won himself. So Shen Mengyu guessed that it was probably her brother who had already come. It was only then that she rushed forward to follow the number of flashes of the jade pendant and ended up right inside the amusement park. But, after walking into the amusement park, the jade pendant that had been flashing rapidly stopped flashing. This caused Shen Mengyu to frown. What's going on? There was some doubt in her mind. Subsequently, she walked around the amusement park in all directions. The jade pendant still didn't blink. She was still wondering why the jade pendant suddenly didn't work. Just then, Thriller amusement park opening soon. You are an amusement park visitor. Mission objective, to find out the secrets of those people. Hint, because of your status as a tourist, you have the same rights as ghostly tourists, and both can feed on tourists. The Thrill World prompt appeared from inside her head. The copy is about to start. Shen Mengyu could only temporarily put away the jade pendant and wait until it flickered. I didn't realize I was an amusement park visitor? After reading the tips, Shen Mengyu was a bit surprised. Inside Thriller World, no one is usually a tourist. Most of them are very lowly. She had, for once, gotten lucky. But, it was that last little hint that surprised her. Have the same rights as the Ghostbusters to feed on tourists? Doesn't that mean, then, that one is now the equivalent of a ghost or monster? You can also just target players who enter Thriller World yourself. Great! Shen Mengyu was overjoyed in her heart. When I find my brother, he's entering the 7-star copy for the first time. He must be an ordinary player status. When the time comes, I'll have him serve me tea, and then I'll have him explain to me exactly what he's been up to these days. Just thinking about it made her brow burst into a happy smile, and she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Chapter 74, thank you. We're almost on the plane. In the meantime, inside the official Thriller World livestream, the pop-ups rolled like crazy. Ashiba, I can't believe the sister didn't say yes to that man. It's really brainless, just like the Daxia people. If this were on my Sakura Island, I don't know how many times I would have died. That guy invited her. It's obvious that he's trying to help her. Luckily my goddess Dream Rain didn't agree to that guy. Too despicable. Do you really think my goddess brother is easy to bully? Upstairs, I couldn't agree with you more. If goddess Dreaming Rain her brother was here, he probably would have huffed that man's face. No way, no way. You guys really think that Shen Mengyu's brother is very powerful, right? Although her brother has a lot of power. But this is a 7-star copy. Even if her brother is powerful, he has to submit to the feat of the 7-star copy. That's right, don't blow that goddess of yours. In the 7-star replica, even if her brother is a goddess coming, it's useless. What the hell? You guys call that girl Dream Rain goddess? In our island, it's just a bad street level. But in Daxia, it's a hot potato? My Sakura Island girls are also several times better than that Dream Rain goddess. Accompanied by pop-ups from viewers in other countries. This caused many Daxia people to gnash their teeth. How dare a bunch of outsiders comment on their Daxia? It's really salty. But seeing all those mocking pop-ups on the air, the Daxia people can't swallow this. A frenzy of dislike began. The pop-ups exploded once again. What about you, Shiba? Who the hell are you to judge me? Goddess Dream Rain? That's right, my brother, the goddess of dreams and rain, has more ghosts and monsters under his command than all of you, and he's still bleeping at me? Laughing my ass off. I'm rooting for upstairs. That guy on Stick Island. Is it okay if you send me your address and I come to you for a chat? It's pretty lonely at home, and I've already bought my plane ticket. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. The flames of the clamor of other countries were instantly extinguished. They're afraid to even say a word. In the meantime, Stick Island. Somewhere inside the residence, a man is eating instant noodles while watching the Thrill World livestream. Suddenly, he saw a pop-up about himself, the same one that was on the air, asking for his address. That's right, those words that mocked Shen Mengyu just now were sent by him. Ashiba, How dare you come to me? He instantly smiled coldly and without the slightest hesitation sent him his address. He didn't believe that the person from Live Dasha really dared to come to his place. At best, it's a punchline. Thanks. It's almost on the plane already. The Dasha guy on the live feed immediately sent him a message. He looked away with a scowl. It's just a paragraph. Do you really think he's intimidated? Casually turning off his cell phone, he began to continue watching Thrillist World live in front of the television. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, with the darkening of the sky, Thrill Ride, open for business. Please return to your stations and complete your assignments. The Thrill World prompt came on again. In an instant, the entire Thrill Ride was suddenly lit up with colorful lights. All kinds of recreational facilities are starting to be unleashed. The scene, it's like actually entering a realistic playground. Immersive. Inside the amusement park, all kinds of colored lights illuminate the surroundings, and there are pairs of lanterns, which look very festive. Not only that, there are also some big screens that are showing videos of amusement parks. Everything looks so harmonious. But, the more glamorous the background, the more hidden the crisis. Countless ghosts and goblins have also begun to enter the amusement park. The 7-star copy was not only cared for and valued by people only, but ghosts and monsters valued the 7-star copy very much as well, because it's a way for them to level up. For the 7-star replica, the level of the ghosts and monsters that enter will also be high. Shen Mengyu glanced at the jade pendant, pursed her lips, and sighed in her heart. I hope I can meet my brother. Her status allows her to walk around the amusement park at will. That was a plus for her, because it is possible to look for the clues you need, as well as observe this 7-star copy. Maybe he met his brother. Subsequently, she then began to walk around the amusement park and look around. Just then, this beautiful ghost sister, do you need to come and play our scary haunted house? A shadow ghost suddenly walked over, still holding a ticket in his hand, and politely spoke to Shen Mengyu. Because of her identity, Shen Mengyu was a ghost in the eyes of other ghosts and monsters. In that case, it was certainly reasonable for Shadow Ghost to call Shen Mengyu Ghost Sister. Haunted House of Horror? Shen Mengyu's sweet face froze for a moment. She didn't realize that there were haunted houses in Thriller World? This Thriller World is keeping up with the trends, too. Yes. I'll explain it to you. That Shadow Ghost nodded in a hurry and continued. This is an amusement facility that just came out of our amusement park. A haunted house. I see you've been wandering around for half a day. Why don't you go inside the haunted house and have some fun? Complete the quests inside and you might find what you need. Shadow Ghost's sincere words made Shen Mengyu somewhat dazed. Yeah, this guy has a point. I've been out and about on my own, and I don't see anything out of place. Besides, amusement parks are so full of ghosts and goblins right now that it's hard to see them. Maybe some of the clues are actually inside the ride? That gave her a direction to feel her way around. Then I'll go in and have some fun. Shen Mengyu nodded in agreement. She wanted to take her chances, and hadn't gotten much out of being out there all the time anyway. Okay. Shadow Ghost smiled gently and held out a ticket. Since it's your first time at our amusement park, we're giving you a free ticket. Have a good time. With that said, Shadow Ghost walked away to continue promoting the haunted house elsewhere. Shen Mengyu looked at the ticket in her hand. Underneath it was the exact location of the haunted house in the amusement park. Thrill Amusement Park II Horror Haunted House Entertainment Facility. The main road is a 200-meter walk forward. Turn left for 50 meters. Turn right for 25 meters and you are there. She followed the address on it. Not a moment too soon. A massive building appeared before her. It also had the words, Scary Haunted House, engraved on it. This one resembles a castle-like architectural style, and the entire haunted takeout is pitch black. Not only that, the haunted house also has a scary avatar at the top, kind of like a gargoyle. This would be the person in charge of the haunted house of horrors. Shen Mengyu marveled in her heart. Subsequently, she made her way to the ticket gate. The ghostly figure at the ticket gate took one look at the ticket in her hand and used scissors to cut it open, indicating that it had been used. Then the ghostly creature nodded. That's fine. Go on in. Shen Mengyu looked at the blackened entrance, as if a bloody mouth would rush out at any moment. But, she is not going to be afraid. Don't think she's cute and looks timid. After experiencing so many things, she was now unusually bold. Inside a haunted house, it's not certain who scares who. Aha! Shen Mengyu, you won't be afraid. Shen Mengyu mumbled twice in her mind and took a step to slowly walk in. Chapter 75, Sister. I was wrong. Why is my dream rain goddess perspective black? I can't see anything. It's hard to believe that the goddess has. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My dream rain goddess is so powerful. How could I just hang up? Maybe goddess dreaming rain purposely didn't let us see it? How is it possible? If you want the live broadcast to not show yourself, you have to at least say Ghost King level to be able to do it. And currently there are only a few people in the entire Blue Star who can do it. I'm brown. Then Goddess Dream Rain shouldn't really. It's shocking to see a daxia man worshipping a little girl. It really drops my jaw. We never do that on Sakurajima. It's just a girl. How powerful can she be? In an advanced country like my Tianju elephant, I can marry 7 or 8 wives by myself. Shiba. Daxia really can't be compared to our Stick Island. It seems that daxia did originate from my Stick Island. The live streaming pop-ups were also scrolling fast. Saw that Shen Mengyu was gone. The arrogance of the other countrymen burst into flames. The pop-ups were all clear of mocking Shen Mengyu. Saw these pop-ups. The daxia people hated it. They wanted to go and retort, but there was no reason to do so, because Shen Mengyu was indeed missing. It was all their fault that they were just looking at other people's perspectives and not Shen Mengyu's. Now the goddess is gone. What can we do about this? There was some sadness in the hearts of many viewers. The goddess of dreams and rain can't really be gone right out of the gate, can she? That's not at all characteristic of a goddess who's open. Since Shen Mengyu had entered the first copy, every copy had been completed in an almost open state. It stands to reason that this copy should be as well. Although it was a 7-star copy, Goddess Dreaming Rain would always bring surprises. Hopefully this one should be the same. Many prayed silently. Just then, Shen Mengyu's perspective suddenly had a picture. Everyone's hearts burst with excitement. It seems that Goddess Dreaming Rain is fine. Only, when they saw what Shen Mengyu was doing, all the viewers in the live room were dumbfounded, only to see that in the middle of the live broadcast, Shen Mengyu was violently beating up a ghost monster. But, instead, the live feed was black and white, and should have been switched to live night vision. Only the picture is not very clear. But, it was still evident that it was Shen Mengyu. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Sister, Big Sister, I was wrong. Big Sister, Ghost Sister, dear beautiful sister, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I beg you not to hit me. From one of the empty rooms of the haunted house came a mournful plea for mercy, only to see a gargoyle lying on the ground, all bruised up and screaming in pain. Next to the Ghostbusters was Shen Mengyu. She was now holding a large iron bar and looking closely at the battered and bruised Oni. She didn't continue to fight ghosts and monsters. Tired of fighting, she was going to take a break and see what the poltergeist had to say in the meantime. It seemed to have sensed that Shen Mengyu had stopped. The beaten ghost monster carefully looked at Shen Mengyu, his face full of tears, and spoke humbly, I was wrong. Sis, what's wrong? Shen Mengyu, however, snorted coldly, if you don't give an account, I'll beat you to death today. The words were said. The ghostly creature was instantly frightened and blanched. Beat yourself to death? That's a definite no-no. He hadn't bought a house in Scary World yet, so how was he going to be a successful Ghostbuster if he died young? It hurriedly spoke in a low voice. It's me who just accidentally pretended to be something scary to scare my sister. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. It even sobbed and cried as it said that. That's called a tragedy. What if the Ghostbusters are crying? Mostly scared. This poltergeist is crying so hard. It looks like he's scared. As a ghost, this was the first time it had ever been scared by someone. But, it certainly didn't know that Shen Mengyu was human, because Shen Mengyu is a tourist. All the ghosts and goblins in the replica will think that Shen Mengyu is also a ghost. Not a bad attitude. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, threw down the iron bar in her hand, and spoke, then I'll forgive you. The words were said. The ghostly creature jerked its head up and looked at Shen Mengyu with a face full of incredulity. Really? It couldn't help but shudder. But I have one condition. Shen Mengyu nodded. Conditions? That ghost's face immediately became serious. No matter what the conditions are, as long as Sis has told me, then I will definitely fulfill them. It was still a little weak inside when it said that, because it was worried that Shen Mengyu's condition was to continue beating itself to death. For the long time that the live broadcast went black just now, Shen Mengyu had been violently beating up ghosts and monsters. It was really scared by the fight. Never seen a ghost or monster that could fight so well. I want to ask you, this haunted house, where is the entrance? Shen Mengyu frowned as she opened her mouth. The reason she encountered the ghosts and monsters was because she had just seen a long corridor after entering the door of the haunted house. No sign of the haunted house after half a day's walk. Just as she was on her way around, she saw an employee lounge. Just opened the door. The gargoyle came rushing up at once, sprouting a ghostly face. This scared Shen Mengyu a bit. There was no way to get out those weapons his brother had given him because of the short time available. So, with a sense of urgency, she picked up an iron bar on the ground and started hitting it hard. Storming Ghostbusters is total muscle memory. It wouldn't be good if the poltergeist were to open its bloody mouth and eat her, so she chose to take the initiative. Luckily, the poltergeist was of the white ghost level, and she was perfectly capable of beating it. Subsequently, it's the same scene that the crowd on the air saw. See only. Ghostbusters grimaced and stood up, rubbing his face. Hearing Shen Mengyu's words, it froze. Entrance? You're a tourist? As it said that, it suddenly widened its eyes and couldn't help but lose its voice. Is there a problem? Shen Mengyu frowned and opened her mouth. Is it hard to believe that tourists have problems in thriller world? No no no. The ghost monster obviously had a shadow over Shen Mengyu, and immediately shook his head with a compensatory smile. I'm just a little surprised. Ahem. Yes, just a little surprised. It now regrets it in its heart. I should have known why I was so cheap to scare her. It had just seen Shen Mengyu appear and thought that this was an employee who had just joined. Since the duplicate was open today, quite a few people would be coming in, so it scared her a bit. I didn't realize it was a tourist. The visitors who could enter this copy were all at least of the night ghost level. This is a 7-star copy, the equivalent of a Thrillist ceiling. The ghosts and monsters that can come and spend money in here are very powerful. That one is a master he can't afford to mess with. This is not a good way to get yourself in the thriller world if you mess with one of the big boys. For the entrance, it's just straight ahead. There's a door at the end of that corridor. Open that door and that's it. Knowing the identity of Shen Mengyu, it didn't dare to hesitate anymore and hurriedly told Shen Mengyu where the entrance to the haunted house was. Shen Mengyu drifted off. Subsequently, she turned and left the place. Maybe it's because of the violent beating of the Ghostbusters. It caused Shen Mengyu to be happier now. Now she wasn't as timid as she had been when she entered the haunted house earlier. It's just a ghost. If you don't listen then fight. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and murmured. She felt as if she had found the way the world of thrillers really opened up. That's a lot of words. It left the live streaming crowd in a daze. Chapter 76, 6-star copy. Scary amusement park. I'm Brown. Listen, is that something a human being could say? Fighting ghosts and monsters. I never dared to think about it in my life. My humble servant had the honor of playing once 18 years ago and is now 18. It's true that Goddess Dreaming Rain is as powerful as ever. I admire it. I just wonder if I can add a goddess button? Goddess Dreaming Rain is not for anyone. Upstairs, I advise you to die of this heart and let me have the goddess. I was so bowled over by the goddess of Dreaming Rain that I didn't even think I'd see ghosts and monsters being beaten in my lifetime. After being beaten by Goddess Dream Rain like that, I feel like the ghosts and monsters don't look so powerful anymore. I'm going to open a copy and try it out. Wait for me, brothers. Live streaming pop-ups flew by. Everyone was shocked by Shen Mengyu's wave of maneuvers. Ghosts and monsters bully people. They've seen it more times than they can count in scary world time. But, people who bully ghosts and monsters and make them cry. This is the kind of big departure they've never seen in their lives. It really opened eyes on the air. Estimated Shen Mengyu this wave of operation. Less than a moment certainly rushed to the first hot search. In the meantime, on the air, the audience in the other countries were directly dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Especially the people from the 3 countries that had taunted Shen Mengyu the most just now. Soon, the most representative Sakurajima instantly releases a pop-up. This can't be possible. This live broadcast is absolutely fake and has been tampered with by Xia. Xia is definitely trying to intimidate us. I'm going to file a complaint against Xia on behalf of Sakurajima. Ashiba, how can a girl be so powerful and violently beat up ghosts and monsters? This is definitely fooling us. This girl is definitely a boy pretending to be a boy. My divine elephant didn't believe me just now. Xia is really backward beyond belief. Not only backward in IQ, but backward in everything. There's absolutely no way it can be compared to our Tianju elephant. This was followed by a number of countries posting pop-ups. There are almost always people who want to think it's a fake livestream. This broadcast must have been tampered with by Xia. The pop-ups instantly turned into asking Xia to give them an explanation. In the meantime, River City, Special Operations Command. Several well-dressed men in team uniforms were watching the live feed of the 7-star replica. Only, they were all slightly formal. Nothing else. Because, sitting right in the middle was Team Leader Zhao. Previously, because of solving those ghosts and monsters in Jiangcheng, Team Leader Zhao was now the highest-ranking person in Jiangcheng's Special Service Command. It is natural for them to take it seriously. Team Leader Zhao was watching the live feed closely, seemingly not wanting to miss a single detail. When he saw the pop-ups frantically swiping in unison, wanting an explanation from Xia, he was instantly exasperated and laughed. My Xia's sons and daughters were originally outstanding. And just because they violently beat up ghosts and monsters, even if Xia secretly moved, it's really ridiculous. This Shen Mengyu, I met her several times and was very impressed. Many times I met her at the place where the ghosts and monsters appeared, and it happened that the ghosts and monsters all disappeared at that time. It's still thanks to Shen Mengyu that we were able to complete the ghost sweep of Jiangcheng. A while ago, the copy of the 4th middle school in Jiangcheng was torn apart, and the ghosts and monsters escaped, but quite a few of them all inexplicably disappeared. And I guess it also has something to do with Shen Mengyu. Team Leader Zhao spoke very seriously. There was some pride between the words. Shen Mengyu is from Jiangcheng. Just then, Then shall we explain it to the public? Just to ease this public opinion. The man in the black coat on the side couldn't help but speak. He, the one who had gone to Shen Mengyu's school earlier to explain the world of thrillers. At the same time, he's been to the Tianqi Hotel, leading a team looking for survivors. He, who is Lung Rong, since solving those ghosts and monsters in Jiangcheng, he was also promoted. The position is second only to Team Leader Zhao. We shouldn't have to explain this one. Team Leader Zhao shook his head. Wait for a while, I guess Kyoto will have an explanation soon. Kyoto? Lang Rong took a deep breath. Talking about this, he remembered the one about Shen Mengyu's brother a while ago. At first, they mistakenly thought that Shen Mengyu's brother had forged his identity card, but then they realized that it was real. Because of this matter, they specifically checked Shen Fei's file. But you can only see some mass information. If they read any other information, they don't have access. Not only that, when they were planning to investigate the Scarlet Zoo ID card, their supervisor came over and told them that there was no need to look into the matter. It had already been resolved. They felt that brother Shen Mengyu was definitely not as simple as delivering takeaways on the surface. Maybe her brother was involved in this matter of saving Daxia. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu didn't realize that because she had violently beaten the ghosts and monsters, it had caused such a big impact outside. She had now arrived at the entrance to the haunted house, of a black wooden door. There were also some strange designs carved on top of the wooden door. Why would a haunted house be inside a house? Looking at the door in front of her, Shen Mengyu had some doubts in her heart. Normally, it would be a haunted house if you came in from the outside by yourself, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. Is this what makes the thriller world different from the real world? Do ghosts and monsters like to play special? Shen Mengyu shook her head and stopped thinking about these issues. There was no point in thinking about it when you were planning to go into this haunted house anyway. Think for a moment. She pushed open the wooden door. Through the crack in the door, a strong, blinding light emanated from behind it. Shen Mengyu walked in. The live feed screen turned white for a moment as well. Subsequently, only then did it return to normal. After coming in, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face froze. Is this really a haunted house? She felt like she wasn't entering a haunted house. Instead, it's back to the amusement park. Nothing else. What was presented to her was not an imaginary ghost or monster. Instead, it's a scene from Thriller Amusement Park. Walking ghosts and ghouls all around, and running entertainment. It made Shen Mengyu directly confused. Am I in a haunted house, or am I inside an amusement park? She couldn't help but murmur with some shock in her heart. You have successfully entered the 6-star replica, Thriller Amusement Park. You're one step closer to those human clues. Note, you are still a tourist here. Please complete your assignment as soon as possible, and you may leave the amusement park. The Thrilling World system prompt appeared inside Shen Mengyu's mind at the same time. A 6-star copy of Thriller Amusement Park? That's a lot of words. It made Shen Mengyu freeze. It's hard to believe that this copy is a copy of the 7-star copy before it was leveled up. Thrill World copies can be leveled up with a steady stream of expansions. For example, in the beginning, the Scarlet Zoo was just a dilapidated and abandoned garden. And then it was only because of the incorporation of other copies that the Scarlet Zoo of today was formed. Then this new copy of 7 stars should be the same thing. Only, why did he or she come to a 6-star copy of Thriller Amusement Park? This is what she doesn't understand. Is it hard to believe that there is something special here? Just as Shen Mengyu frowned and thought about the problem. Not far away, a group of people in white coats attracted Shen Mengyu's attention. These people in white coats are not available in the current copy of 7 stars. She took a closer look. What led her to be surprised was that these people didn't have a ghostly aura, but they didn't have the scent of ghosts on them. So why wouldn't they be eaten by ghosts? It's hard not to. Something occurred to her at once. Chapter 77 Multiple Copies. In Thriller World, anyone who enters a copy is topped by a ghost. Those ghosts and monsters would play with people as toys, and when they got tired of playing with them, they would find an excuse to eat them. These people in white coats, however, stood there for good. There can be ghosts and goblins all around them. These ghosts and monsters, however, ignored them as if they were invisible. Ghosts are so greedy. How could they let go of the meat at their mouth? This is extremely unusual. So, Shen Mengyu had a bold guess. That is, the people here are not people or ghosts. That's the only reason why the ghosts won't eat them. It also explains why the Thrill World system is called man and not human. Just then, you have succeeded in noticing people. Please follow them closely and fulfill your mission. Note that you're just a tourist and nothing can change that. The Thrill World prompt reappeared in her mind. Shen Mengyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and jumped. Is this the beginning of finding things out for yourself? In the meantime, the group of white coat people not far away suddenly left at a fast pace. This made Shen Mengyu's heart tighten and she hurriedly followed. As soon as you have completed the quest yourself, You can leave the copy. Completing a 7-star copy by yourself is one step closer to your brother. She wondered if her brother had come with a copy. But, since she couldn't see her brother, she would have to find a way to improve herself. As long as he was on the same level as his brother, he would see him sooner or later. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, what the hell? What's going on here? Why did Goddess Dream Rain's perspective flicker for a moment just now, and then actually went back inside the amusement park? Is it hard to believe that the 7-star copy is too advanced for us to understand? It's quite possible that mere mortals like us can't see it. Then is Goddess Dream Rain in any danger? Beg the big guy at the Hanging University to explain this. The live streaming pop-ups were rolling like crazy. The audience began to turn to some of the bigwigs who weren't speaking. Soon enough, a person with the ID copy Footspa posted a pop-up. Thanks for the invitation. Just left the copy. Hanging not big, let me explain to you. In some 6-star copies, there is also this phenomenon occurs. We call this phenomenon called multiple copies. That is to say, there is not just one copy inside the copy. There should be a switch somewhere that, if you turn it on, you can travel to other copies. We call this kind of copy called subcopy. Subcopies are accompanied by the main copy at a lower level than the main copy. And multiple copies usually exist because of special quests. Only multiple copies are also relatively rare, and there might be 1 in 100. This time, the new 7-star copy is actually a multiple copy. This is a bit of a surprise to me. Having said that, which kind brother did not continue to speak. It also sunk in quickly. But, after listening to the big man's explanation, the crowd in the live broadcast room also understood. The pop-ups are also scrolling up. According to what that big brother said just now, that means that Goddess Dream Rain is entering a subcopy of the Thriller amusement park to go inside and complete the quest. Then Goddess Dream Rain should be in no danger. No danger is good. I can be scared to death. Dream Rain Goddess, but my spiritual food, she since entering the world of Thriller, are not live. I can only look at the live replay every day. Miss the goddess. Ashiba, you're afraid you're not a dog licker Simitas. Who licks until there's nothing left at the end of the day? Who is still a licking dog these days? I don't have a single licking dog on Sakura Island. It's all about others licking us. Others lick you? In my opinion, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel down and lick others. Nonsense you. We never lick anyone on Sakurajima. Ha! I merely didn't want to say that you, Sakurajima, are the biggest lickspittle. No way. We're not from Sakura Island. Don't start rumors. Brothers of Stick Island, come with me to dislike the Dacia people. Saihachi? Sakurajima's friend. I don't seem to have good internet here, so I'll hang up now. Seemingly sensing that the Dacia people's ability to dislike people was too powerful, the people from Stick Island immediately wimped out. Anyway, the Daxamites are talking about Sakura Island, not its Stick Island. As long as it's not about you, then it's not about you. Don't mind your own business is a truth that Stick Island is still well aware of. This scene could make the Sakurajima audience's faces go ask you that. I didn't realize this Stick Island was so ungrateful. Luckily, he had just fought side by side with them, disliking the Dacia people together. Now you're just not going to help yourself? It really is a flip-flop faster than a book. In the meantime, among the subcopies, Shen Mengyu had already followed the group of white lab coat people and arrived inside the back of the amusement park. There is a large open area behind the amusement park that is undeveloped. She took cover and hid behind it. At this point, well, all set? Ready to open the altar at any time. Well, I don't know if it will work this time. Alas, do your best with everything. We'll make it. The few white coat people began to talk. Soon, they started to put something on the ground. From a distance, it appeared to be a pattern, kind of similar to that odd pattern on the wooden door of a haunted house. Shen Mengyu quietly hid behind the bunker, her eyes tightly watching the several white coat people. These people, what the hell are they up to? There was some doubt in her mind. These guys don't look like amusement park workers, do they? Dressed so strangely and gathered here, kind of like some kind of ritual? Her brow furrowed in thought. Just then, not far away, the several white lab coat people suddenly moved towards a place and knelt down. The inside of his mouth was chanting something. Beside a few people, there was another white coat person who didn't kneel down, but stood there, and from inside the sack he had brought, he took out a living chicken, and directly cut open the chicken's neck to bleed it out. Next moment, the man brought out a red rope and formed a circle. Everyone is inside the circle. Subsequently, another talisman was taken out and directly lit up. In the next second, Shen Mengyu, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately glared, only to see that person actually fly slowly. Soon, it was a meter from the ground. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, seeing this shocking sight, the entire broadcast room exploded. The pop-ups were even more crazy and unbelievable scrolling. I'm brown. What do I see? Is this Superman? I've heard that you can float low in the thrill world when you reach the night level, except it's not very useful and people don't use it. I can bet that this has absolutely nothing to do with thriller world, because there's no half-assed ghostly aura fluctuation on this person either. So how could he fly out of thin air? I think I've heard of an ability to do that without the use of ghost energy. WOC? I know that one too, but isn't that thing fake? It's hard to believe that thing is really. Chapter 78, Sacrificing Shen Mengyu. Behind the bunker. Shen Mengyu's insides tightened, her eyes staring tightly at those white coat people not far away. Those people in white coats who had been kneeling were now standing up again. They became bleary-eyed and expressionless as they began to circle around the heel of the red rope in a repetitive fashion. Strange words came out of his mouth. The scene was bizarre. I remember that the Shen men used to have such a technique. Even without the use of ghost chi you can fly and even deal with ghosts and monsters. Upstairs. I'm afraid you didn't make all this up yourself. Did you? As far as I know, didn't the Gensokyo sect confirm that the matter was false a long time ago? That's right. It's not just the Shen men, including the Xuanmen's Bishop Taoist sect that's a fraud. This was proven when Thrill World first appeared. Thanks to the fact that I loved the Taoist sect 30 years ago. Since the appearance of the Thriller World, those so-called techniques of the Taoist sect that can deal with ghosts and monsters are completely useless at all. And they are not as good as the rewards of the Thriller World. Then what's this scene with the goddess of dreaming rain's perspective now? What else could be going on? We can't feel the ghostly aura even through the screen. WOC? Upstairs has a point. We have always been distinguishing ghosts and monsters' skin color to judge. But after reaching the Li ghost level the skin color will be the same as an ordinary person. Not face to face, sometimes we can't even detect it. Then, in that case, all of these white lab coat people are above the level of lich ghosts? Holy, it's worthy of being a 7-star copy. It's just ho-hum. The live streaming pop-ups erupted quickly. In an instant, popularity has more than doubled. Countless more viewers from all over the Blue Star frantically flooded into the live broadcast room. This time, no one else in the country is sending pop-ups, because it involves a blind spot in their knowledge. What a metaphysical Taoist sect. None of them are clear. But, there are quite a few smart people from other countries who have started going to the internet to check it out. Soon. Ah, Shiba. I just read the information. Do not know. A look shocked. Angry me. Damn big summer people. Your mouth and the Shen men in Taoism can be our stick island. I order you all not to be talking about what has been passed down to us from our old ancestors. Just one of the stick islanders sent a pop-up on the air. This pop-up came out. The entire broadcast room fell silent. Next moment, the pop-ups instantly boiled over. What? The Shen men and Taoist sects are actually from Stick Island? Oh Bao Ga. The Daxia people are too bad. Right. To steal other people's history? Fake. The Daxia people are shameless. I've always had a pretty good impression of Daxia. I didn't expect the people of Daxia to do something like this. My favorable impression is instantly negative. Stealing other people's things. The level of shamelessness of the Daxia people is really out of my expectation. It's shameful. Stick Island. We, the celestial elephants, are always on your side, helping you. Support Stick Island. The pop-ups flew by. All the viewers were exasperated by the history of Daxia's theft of the Stick Island. Countless people have blamed Daxia. Only, this time, Sakurajima was rare in not speaking. It's not that I don't want to speak, it's that I'm afraid to post. It would be bad if one spoke and accidentally exposed where he came from. So they just stopped talking. In the meantime, the countless Daxia people who were watching the live broadcast also saw the pop-up screen. The Daxia audience was dumbfounded. What the hell? Since when did Xianmen Taoism become your island? This has been my Daxia's thing since ancient times, okay? For a while, countless Daxia viewers immediately began to dislike them back. You're not using the search engine of your island, are you? Any international search engine you can use is different from what you found. My Daxia has been up and down for thousands of years. How many years has it been for you? Stick Island? The Xianmen Taoist sect has always been a part of my Daxia's history. Countless pop-ups have been disliked. There are even people who have come up with specialized evidence to prove it. But, you can never wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. The viewers on Stick Island aren't going to believe anything the Daxia might say. They laughed coldly at once, thinking that it was the Daxia people who were in a hurry. The Daxamites broke defense here. Ashiba, what a piece of trash. Smithy, I don't think there's anything solid about the Daxia people admitting the truth. After all, Daxia is the island that originated from us. The Stick. We still have specialized literature on the Stick Island, but Daxia can't produce any justifiable evidence. Ashiba, the Daxia people are so sad. There was a lot of smugness on Stick Island. This scene could make quite a few Daxia people angry. Honestly, I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. Just then, The appearance of a pop-up screen immediately broke the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. I work for the Blue Star Alliance, and I can explain the controversy about the Xianmen and also the Taoists. The Shen sect is a branch of the Taoist sect that originated in Daxia and has a history of close to 2,000 years. This is recognized by the Blue Star Alliance. So, the Shen sect and also the Taoist sect are both of Xia. Forgive me for being honest. The Stick Island is less than 200 years old, and it's a bit shameless to try to touch on the thousands of years of Daxia's history. The Stick Man was still created by the Daxamites. That's a lot of words. It made the countless people of Stick Island in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. After half a day of debating on my own, I'm surprised I'm still wrong? How is this possible? Ashiba. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our records on Stick Island can't be wrong. Good brother of the Celestial Bishop, help us explain. Sakurajima, help us. Many people on Stick Island don't want to believe in reality and have started to seek help. Big brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's because our divine elephant won't let me help you. Sorry, Baka. We asked for your help just now, and if you don't help us, we at Sakurajima won't help you. We in Sakurajima feel that the Shen sect as well as the Taoist sect are the Daxias. There's no explanation for that. Seeing the people on Stick Island being dumbfounded by the evidence of official people disliking them, the people of Sakura Island immediately felt a pain in their hearts. At the same time, it also spreads out the resentment from earlier. That's a lot of words. Makes it hard for the people of Stick Island to accept. Unexpectedly, the two good friends who had disliked Daxia with him just now were unwilling to say anything for him at this moment. Why? How can the Shenmen and also the Taoist sect be of the Great Summer? How could Stick Island, have originated in Daxia? None of this is true. The people of Stick Island don't want to accept reality. Inside the live feed, the Daxamites were instantly happy, laughing my ass off. I told you so, but if you had looked it up with an international search engine, it wouldn't have been like this. I love that last line so much. The Stick Man or we Daxia people invented it. It really just tells the truth. I reckon the bats are clueless by now. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the pop-up suddenly went silent. Nothing else. It was because within the thriller world, those white lab coat people had discovered Shen Mengyu. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, those white lab coat people, all of them looked in unison at the location of the bunker where Shen Mengyu was. The lead white coat man who had just cut the chicken's neck was also looking at the bunker with a deadpan gaze. Subsequently, he looked at the other people in white coats and said in a deep voice, "You all heard a noise earlier? Hear that? Where something just stepped on a dry branch. I heard that too. What are we going to do? Do you guys think we'll get more favor from God if we sacrifice this thing too? I think we can try, but we have to ask Lord Thousand Eyes if he agrees." The people in the white coats debated, especially after hearing the sacrifice of the thing hiding behind the bunker. All eyes lit up at once. This works. Subsequently, they all looked at the lead white coat person. It was none other than Lord Thousand Eyes, as they called him. It can be sacrificed. Our God will love it. Lord Thousand Eyes nodded and agreed to the crowd's request. Subsequently, he walked slowly toward the bunker. The other white coat people followed suit, forming a circle together in case the thing escaped. Saw the scene. Everyone in the live room took a deep breath. Chapter 79. Shen Mengyu was arrested. These guys are going to sacrifice themselves? Like the chicken just now? Shen Mengyu, who was hiding behind the bunker, heard these words clearly. Originally, she was just watching carefully from behind cover. However, because of carelessness, she stepped on a branch, not realizing that it happened to be overheard by these white coat people. With her sister, her observation just now, these white lab coat people could all be at the level of a severe ghost. That leading Thousand Eyes Lord was even at the Ghost King level. He had only come over to investigate, and he absolutely could not lose his life because of this. Although he had the copper coin that his brother had given him that could quickly improve himself, but that thing was used once and then less. Besides, that Thousand Eyes Lord level was also a Ghost King. And if she raised her own level by 3 levels, she was also a Ghost King, and there were still many people on the opposite side, so she couldn't get any favors. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. I have to find a way to get out of here. The best way to escape from here is to use the terrain to your advantage. She'd realized when she'd come here earlier that it was a basin-like structure. The ground you are on now is above the basin. Those white coat people, on the other hand, were in the middle of the basin. Such a space gave her enough opportunity to escape. Quickly planning out an escape plan in her mind, Shen Mengyu did not hesitate for a second and directly ran out. With her thriller world-enhanced physical qualities, she came straight to the highest position in the basin. Immediately after, she ran toward the bottom of the hill. You must run down the hill and leave this copy for yourself to be safe. As for the investigation of the man in the white coat, it will have to be postponed for a while. Just then, Lord Thousand Eyes, I saw her. all alone. The sharp-eyed white coat person, seeing Shen Mengyu's figure, hurriedly shouted. Lord Thousand Eyes followed the sound and looked over just in time to see Shen Mengyu's rushing down the mountain. She knows our secret. She must not be allowed to live. His face sank. Get her back. Yes. The other white coat people shouted in unison at once. Immediately they took a long leap, and they were above the basin. Subsequently, one by one, they rushed down the mountain at great speed. Shocking. There wasn't a single fluctuation of ghost aura on these people. No idea at all what they rely on. In the meantime, Lord Thousand Eyes came to the place where the sacrifice had just been made, and slowly closed his eyes and, my God, please grant me more power to destroy the guy who just spied on you. He opened his mouth with a pious face. Next moment, granted, a voice as thick as a bell unexpectedly appeared in the air. In an instant, surprisingly, a bright light appeared around Lord Thousand Eyes. Subsequently, the bright light flooded into his body. Just for a few seconds, an aura that could be described as a terror level permeated out from him. Lord Thousand Eyes felt the strong power in his body and had a delighted look on his face. Thanks to God's favor, I will personally capture the one who just spied on you and sacrifice him to you. He raised his hands into the air and clasped his fists, bowing deeply. Subsequently, his figure was as light as a floating cloud, and with a gentle leap, he left the basin. Just then, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups rolled like crazy. WOC, Goddess Dream Rain is going to be captured. Holy no? My dreaming rain goddess. You must be at peace with each other. Those things are just too fast, and it sure doesn't look like they're using ghost energy. This ing fear is not an extraterrestrial creature. In the blue planet, do not use ghost chi. What else can be used? Is it hard to use a fart? Agree with the upstairs. Ashiba, the East Dasha people are finally going to suffer, so that you can taunt me just now. The Daxamites deserved it. I told my god elephant those things were good to chase. Sakurajima gives a silent nod of approval. Some people care and some people curse. In such a dangerous moment, the Daxia people also stopped paying attention to the badmouthing of the other countrymen. They had prayed that Shen Mengyu could survive safely. After Shen Mengyu is fine, then we'll go back to disliking that group of other people. At this point, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu had already arrived at the amusement park in front of the mountainous area. Only 100 meters away from the entrance he had just entered into this copy. It's so close, but sometimes a lot of surprises come just at the moment of imminent success. Cheer up, Shen Mengyu. You can definitely leave alive. She kept cheering herself up in her mind and desperately accelerated her pace forward. Honestly, it was the first time since she entered the world of thrillers that she had been so desperate to escape. No matter what, one must leave the copy alive. Brother didn't even see it. She's got a lot of unfinished business. Think about it. Shen Mengyu was instantly combative and a bit faster. It was also getting closer to the entrance. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The eye was only 10 meters from the entrance. The appearance of countless figures immediately blocked Shen Mengyu's path, only to see the white lab coat people rush in front of Shen Mengyu, suddenly forming a circle. It was giving her absolutely no chance to escape. Saw the scene. I'm going down? Shen Mengyu's heart thumped. The fact that he had seen the strange rituals of these people and that they had caught up with them after they had realized it meant that he was probably going to die. Before she had time to think, a silhouette unexpectedly appeared in the sky far above. Fix your eyes. It turned out to be a Thousand Eyes Lord from a while ago. At this very moment, he was just like a character inside a martial arts television, stepping into the air. This scene is so dreamy. In the thriller world, even if one had reached the Ghost King, one would not necessarily be able to fly through the air in such a calm and comfortable manner. Inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups were even more explosive. I'm brown. I can swear this time that it's definitely not a ghostly aura. Flying inside a thriller world. That's outrageous and completely defies physical logic. Someone please tell me none of this is real. It's just fantastic. Ashiba, this flying great god must be from Mystic Island. Only from Mystic Island would someone so powerful appear. Our divine elephants are also very powerful. They can all take us on a proud trip through space. I'm pretty good at Sakurajima, too. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, with the appearance of Lord Thousand Eyes, when those white lab coat people saw the scene, their faces were instantly elated, and they hurriedly asked, Lord Thousand Eyes, has God bestowed you with great power? Nice. Lord Thousand Eyes nodded and continued. God gave me the power to destroy the one who spied on him. With that, he looked towards Shen Mengyu, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A pretty good-looking beauty. But, just then, his words changed. Unfortunately, you saw something you shouldn't have. You, who must die. Oppressive. Shen Mengyu immediately felt a sense of suffocation. Those words just now seemed to carry an invisible pressure that deadened her neck. causing her to almost lose her breath. Taking you to the gods' land to kill you would only pollute the gods' will, so I choose to kill you here. Lord Thousand Eyes smiled eerily. Don't worry, I'll make your death painless. After saying that, he walked straight towards Shen Mengyu. Chapter 80, Shen Fei Exposed. Watching Lord Thousand Eyes getting closer and closer to Shen Mengyu. Inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups boiled over. WOC, Goddess Dreaming Rain has suffered. Damn it, asshole, hurry up and let my Goddess of Dreaming Rain go. Ashiba, good catch on the smithy drop. The damn female, I've been eyeing her for a long time. Daxia people, watch this. This is what you get for messing with my Stick Island. Today it's this woman. Tomorrow it'll be one of you. I, Tianju Elephant, can be even more vicious than Stick Island? We are the first developed country in Blue Star. Wherever the Blue Star can grow cherry blossoms, it's all my Sakura Island territory. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was somewhat calm. She calmly looked around at the men in white coats, and when they weren't looking, she got the copper coin in her pocket. Just now she thought internally, he was going to die anyway, so he might as well put up a fight before he died. Maybe even a miracle or something. Lord Thousand Eyes was about 5 paces away from himself, and his pace wasn't very fast. According to her calculations, it would take about 3 breaths to walk to her. 3 breaths of time should be enough. Shen Mengyu gritted her silver teeth and directly took out the copper coin. Using the incantation her brother had given her, the copper money suddenly scattered a blinding light. She felt the palm of her hand holding the copper hot, even a little hot. In an instant, the level on Shen Mengyu's body had then come to the Ghost King level. Not being able to think too much, she immediately rushed towards the entrance. She only had 3 breaths. Whether you live or die depends on these 3 seconds. But, just then, the figure of Lord Thousand Eyes suddenly appeared in front of Shen Mengyu like a flash. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu's face instantly changed. She didn't expect Lord Thousand Eyes to respond in 3 seconds. This kind of speed is hard to achieve even for a god, isn't it? Trying to run? You think you're the only one who gets stronger? Lord Thousand Eyes looked at Shen Mengyu and spoke with a smile. You're too young compared to me. With that, he instantly raised his hand and fiercely gripped Shen Mengyu's neck. Shen Mengyu's face turned red. She now feels like she's about to be in big trouble. Such a powerful guy. I'm afraid my own brother can't do anything even if he comes. There's a good chance he's going to die himself. She wasn't scared, just a little sorry. He didn't get to see his brother before he died. It's the best thing she could have wished for. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, saw the scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. WOC, Goddess Dreamrain actually really couldn't resist that guy called Lord Thousand Eyes. I thought the goddess could get out of here by using that glowing light thing, but I didn't realize I was being naive. Ah, my spiritual food is gone, and I'm not living. Serves her right. Shen Mengyu was only relying on her brother. How powerful is she? She's nothing. That's right. It's better for this kind of person to die. Laughing my ass off. Why doesn't her world-beating brother show up at this point? Maybe her brother is scared and not as skilled as he should be. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups brushed through like crazy. Some were worried. Some were saddened. And some took the opportunity to taunt them viciously. All kinds of projectiles poured out like a rain of gunfire. Just then, inside Thrill World, a figure suddenly walked in from the entrance. What kind of person says it's my brother and I have to come in and explore? The figure walked in with a not-so-reluctant look. Cursing, I followed you on such a long walk in the desert. I almost didn't die of exhaustion. And now you have to make me look for your sister with you piece by piece. That figure was none other than Su Guan. Still, I'd like to help you look round. Who made you my brother Shen? With that, he sighed. Subsequently, he lifted his head to look around. A large group of white coat people appeared in front of him. Su Guan was first slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled, and couldn't help but spit out. What the hell is wearing messy, like a ghost, and blocking the doorway? Sick. But, his eyes skimmed over inadvertently, and he happened to see Shen Mengyu, who was being choked. WOC. Seeing this scene, he was frightened and changed his face, rushed to the entrance and shouted, Shun. You quickly come in. Your sister is about to be killed by someone else. You're lying to me? Shen Fei's clear and pleasant voice came from over the entrance. By the tone of voice, it seemed that there was some disbelief. What day? Big brother, what am I lying to you for? Your sister is being choked and looks like she's about to die. Su Guan's face was twitching with anger, and he spoke hastily, if you don't come, your sister will be gone. You see to it, believe it or not. When he finished, he stopped talking. But, Shen Fei also walked in at this moment. His eyebrows were like stars, and his jade-like appearance was exposed to everyone. With his sharp eyes, he instantly saw Shen Mengyu, who was being strangled, and the towering Lord Thousand Eyes. Shen Fei's face immediately became gloomy. Seek death, he murmured. Next moment, with everyone looking on, Shen Fei stretched out that bony palm and manifested a long sword about 3.5 feet long out of thin air. In an instant, the long sword was then thrown out, until Lord Thousand Eyes. The whole process took less than even a breath. The long sword tore through the surrounding air and rushed towards Lord Thousand Eyes at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. A powerful sense of oppression swept through the room. Seeing this scene, the faces of those white coat people changed. I'm afraid this speed is comparable to Lord Thousand Eyes. This guy's quite a character. 2. Lord Thousand Eyes. Someone is attacking you. They looked anxious and immediately shouted. The words were not yet spoken. Lord Thousand Eyes then noticed Shen Fei, as well as the long sword that came through the sky. He narrowed his eyes and spoke faintly. This kind of strength is something I haven't seen in the thrill world. However, it's still too young to want to attack me. With that, he shook his head, raised his other arm, and gave it a flick. That long sword stopped at once. This scene made everyone rifle their eyes. Next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that long sword unexpectedly directly dissipated in place. Nice sword. Lord Thousand Eyes smiled faintly and spoke. The strength isn't weak either. It's qualified enough to be my assistant. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu, who was being choked, only felt that the sky was spinning and everything was becoming blurred. She had, it seemed, heard her brother's voice. This is supposed to be a hallucination, right? Also, the Thousand Eyes Lord was far more powerful than she could have imagined. And even if her own brother had come, it would not have helped. Not that she wanted her brother to come and die for her. Chapter 81, God is not to be insulted. Holy. Seeing this scene, Suguan couldn't help but burst out with a shocked expression. Brother Shen, this is the first time I've seen someone who can resist one of your moves and still be fine. Since he'd known Shen, he'd come to one conclusion. That is, Shen kills ghosts and monsters with basically one move. One move and the ghosts and monsters are destroyed. Even at his peak, when he competed with Shen Fei, it was just less than 3 moves. Each move nearly killed him. But, now this guy called Thousand Eyes had actually taken this move from Shen with his bare hands. It looks as if nothing seems to be happening at all yet. Probably a tough guy. He doesn't have a ghostly aura on him. Shen Fei glanced at Lord Thousand Eyes and said something that shocked Suguan. What? Suguan was immediately dumbfounded. There's no ghost chi? With that, he gulped. Brother Shen, are you serious? How can you be so powerful in the thriller world without a ghostly aura? You have to know that in the thriller world, apart from ghost chi, there's nothing left to level up or gain special abilities. Even ghosts and monsters, apart from scaring people, could only be enhanced by absorbing ghost chi. If you don't use ghost energy, what else can you use? Let's save Xiaoyu first. Shen Fei shook his head and said in a deep voice. All he could think about now was Shen Mengyu. Being in a chokehold can be saved in less than 5 minutes. He wasn't sure how long Shen Mengyu had been like this. A second faster is a second faster anyway. If something happened to Shen Mengyu, the entire copy would have to be destroyed by his own hands. Subsequently, he directly transformed into a black shadow and rushed towards Lord Thousand Eyes at an extremely fast speed. The aura emanating from his body was even more unfathomable. Trying to get at me? Seeing this scene, Lord Thousand Eyes laughed coldly. You're too young. With that, he raised his arm again, and again. A strange power filled the surroundings. He looked at Shen Fei with a confident face, as if to say, come over here and I'll get you killed. But, he miscalculated. A moment's effort. Not even a breath. Shen Fei then immediately appeared in front of Lord Thousand Eyes and delivered a heavy punch directly in his face. No hesitation. Clean. The ground around them even trembled a bit when this punch was thrown. At the same time, Lord Thousand Eyes was instantly blasted out. Subsequently, it fell hard to the ground. Saw the scene. Those white coat people were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Lord Thousand Eyes had gained the favor of the gods, and now he was actually beaten down by a man. Shen Fei ignored those white coat people and directly stretched out his hands to catch Shen Mengyu, who almost fell on the ground. Only Shen Mengyu's delicate little face became snow white, and there was no blood color above her lips. Breathing is still a little weak. Shen Fei didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately took out a small red apple-like pill from his pocket, broke open Shen Mengyu's mouth, and stuffed it in. Brother Shen, this is... Seeing this scene, Suguan took a deep breath and just said something, but it was stopped by Shen Fei. It's the only thing that can save her. Shen Fei spoke calmly. Those normally cold eyes looked at Shen Mengyu but also became gentle. To be able to save Xiaoyu's life, our trip to the underworld palace is not a loss. The little pill that looked like an apple was the one he had brought from inside the temple of the underworld. According to the above, it is possible to cure any disease in the world, raise the dead and exorcise demons. It can be considered a miracle drug. Originally, He had planned to keep it for when his life was in danger later. But his own sister's life was now in danger, so of course he had to save her. Even if he didn't have the pills, he'd still do everything he could to save his sister just the same. Okay. Su Guan sighed. Subsequently, he looked at Shen Mengyu with some envy and spoke. I'm afraid your sister is going to be blessed by this. According to the records inside the underworld hall, that little pill also had more than just the efficacy of bringing the dead back to life and curing all the diseases in the world. There's a very rich aura of ghosts in there. After eating it, maybe the level could break through several layers in a row. Shen Fei also nodded his head. Yes, this little girl, usually, should have been looking forward to catching up with me, and now she is one step closer to catching up with me. Just then, not far away, Lord Thousand Eyes covered his mouth and struggled to stand up with a pained expression. His mouth was full of scarlet blood and he had lost several teeth. It could sidestep the fact that he is human. Only people bleed. Ghosts don't bleed. Even the strange big monsters inside Hell Valley don't bleed. They bleed a gray liquid. Lord Thousand Eyes, are you alright? Those white coat people in the surroundings immediately gathered around, assisting this Thousand Eyes Lord in greeting him carefully. It's okay, God is blessing me. I can't die. Lord Thousand Eyes shook his head. Quickly help me back to God's land. I need to report back to God so he can give me power again. He was now seriously injured and had no way to return Shen Fei's attack. Plus, Shen Fei was stronger than him, so he needed to go back again and let his God help him. Shen Fei had to pay the consequences for hitting him with his hands today. God is not to be insulted. He wanted to take the place of God and finish off Shen Fei with his own hands. The words were said. Those white lab coat people immediately lifted up Lord Thousand Eyes and quickly fled the place. Brother Shen, should we go after them? Su observed, sensing that something was wrong and couldn't help but open his mouth. He had just vaguely heard what sounded like the guy was trying to move help. If we bring in help, it might be a little hard to deal with. Let's fix it first. I'm going to wait until Xiaoyu's health is normalized. Shen Fei rejected Su Guan's intention to follow him and spoke faintly. They all have to die. It's more convenient to kill them all in one go. One net? Su Guan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Nice guy. Not bad for Shen. That thought could only come from Shen. No matter what it was, Shen Fei was always in no hurry. It's basically all about the convenience of having it all in one place. After all, a wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring. This is how Shen Fei treats his enemies. Okay, but I can say this. My current strength compared to you, I'm far from it. Later don't call on me to clean up those inhuman things. Su Guan nodded helplessly and opened his mouth. That's for sure. Shen Fei seriously glanced at Su Guan and laughed. Your Ghost Emperor primary strength is too weak to beat them. The words were said. The corners of Su Guan's mouth twitched at once. He was speechless for a moment. What do you mean I'm too weak? You're clearly too strong. Okay? For such a long time, he had never seen Shen Fei defeated by anyone else. It's basically the same move. The number of times two moves are used can be largely described as minimal. The Thousand Eyes Lord just now was the second of the few moves. He had only seen Shen Fei use it twice since he met him. The last time, on the other hand, was when he was at his peak when he fought against Shen Fei. Pity. In the end, he lost to Shen Fei in just less than 5 moves. The time Shen Fei took to strike was not even 3 breaths. Now he still had some chills down his back when he thought about it. If he had continued to fight with Shen Fei in the beginning, I am afraid that he would have turned into a white bone by now. Chapter 82. Thrill World Live. Everyone was filled with horror as they looked at the scene that had just happened. Just a moment of immersion. Next moment, the pop-ups went straight to boiling. I'm brown. Did I just blink? Was that really Thrill World? I was directly dumbfounded. And that speed was too fast. Is this really still a human being? So this is the real world of thrillers. I'm the one who's been left out of the loop. All Ghost Emperors are weaklings. Good lord. Is this something a human can say? Didn't you guys just hear that guy say something like, Shin, sister, or something like that? I was too focused on the fight just now. I think I heard it when you said that. Wait, you don't mean. Suddenly, the appearance of a pop-up screen inquiring about Shen Mengyu's brother caused the entire live broadcast room to be immersed for a few seconds. Shen Mengyu was called a sister? It's all really not a coincidence? They also more or less knew about Shen Mengyu, knowing that she had a brother, or a big brother in Thriller World, only to never see her as a brother. Now this person who appeared inside the live broadcast, it's most likely brother Shen Mengyu. After a calm analysis by all, the pop-up exploded again. Holy, that person seems to be really brother Dream Rain Goddess. Finally meet Goddess Dream Rain's brother. I didn't expect to be so shocked. Goddess Dream Rain has always been too low-key, right? Her brother is really handsome to me. I feel like the stars aren't as good looking as Goddess Dream Rain's brother. If this face value were to debut, it would directly beat all the stars. What goddess dream reigns brother? Isn't that my brother? Upstairs. That's my husband, okay? Ashiba. What the hell? How is that your husband? That's the man of my stick island. Both of you upstairs get lost. This is the prince of my Tianju elephant, the inheritor of the divine elephant. For a moment, the pop-up transformed directly into a powder scream session. Even the other countries that had originally mocked Daxia were enamored with Shen Fei. Nothing else, because Shen Fei was just too handsome. It's handsome and so awesome that it could even be said to thrill the world's battle ceiling. Who can't love a male god like that? In the meantime, Stick Island. The man who had trolled Shen Mengyu received a text message. I'm coming to you guys. Only a few short words. He instantly frowned and turned off his cell phone with some impatience. He was still mocking Shen Mengyu in the live broadcast just now, but they were all disliked back. Since Shen Fei's appearance just now, countless people had come to scold him while he continued to pound the keyboard. Even private messages to him. This is going to piss him off. The text message just now he thought might be from another person who disliked him, and simply turned it off without getting tired of it. Suddenly, another message popped up on the cell phone on the table. Look back. He picked it up and there were only 5 short words left. Caught in the act? Ashiba. What a ing disease. The man was so angry that he cursed angrily and turned off his cell phone directly. But, just then, there was a knock on the door. Why are you wimpy? Open the door for me. A fluent Daxia came through the door. The words were said. The man's original impatient face immediately changed. He jerked his head back, and through the window, saw a young man of modest age. Ashiba. Really coming over? The man's eyes widened in shock. It was too late to think, and he hid directly inside the basement of his house. How can this Daxia man keep his word? You're really here, aren't you? He decided to hide in the basement for a few hours, waiting for the Daxamite outside to get impatient before leaving. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, a pop-up screen appeared, causing another sensation in the broadcast room. I'm the one who went to Stick Island just now. I've come to that person's door now. If you can see the message, please come out. Don't hide and disgrace your people in Stick Island. Holy? Go to the Stick Island to teach people a lesson? Older brother 666 today this melon is really too good to eat. A dream rain goddess brother. And now it's your turn. Laughing my ass off. If the people of Stick Island aren't soft, get out here and compare notes. Ashiba, don't disgrace me as a Stick Islander. I advise you to get out. If you have the ability to come to Sakura Island, we at Sakura Island have never been afraid of anyone. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, watching Shen Mengyu's face gradually become rosy, Shen Fei was also relieved. It's good to know that your own sister is okay. Su Guan, keep an eye on Xiao Yu and protect her. Shen Fei looked at Su Guan and slowly spoke. Brother Shen, you are going to. Su Guan even froze and asked, are you going to go and kill those inhuman things in one pot? Aha. Shen Fei nodded, appearing somewhat indifferent. He basically said very little during the week, always looking like a stranger. That's fine. Su Guan didn't hesitate to agree immediately. Just don't you accidentally destroy the copy in a while. When he finished speaking, a bit of joy rose in his heart. Honestly, he hadn't seen Shen this angry in a long time. Generally Shen Fei was not angry, but as long as it came to the time when Shen Fei was angry, the ground shook. Looks like those guys are in for a treat. It might rub off, so watch out. Shen Fei shook his head and opened his mouth. Subsequently, he then turned away from the place and walked towards the back of the amusement park. In situ, the corners of Su Guan's mouth rushed. Nice guy. I straight up called the good guys. Maybe it rubbed off? Is this human language? Shen Mengyu now ate that small pill, because the medicinal effect was relatively large, so she was still in a coma. Even if the copy was destroyed, she had the protection of the small pill and would be fine. He's in deep. With his current strength, there was no way to quickly escape from the copy. What awaited him then might just turn into a pile of slag. Su Guan silently closed his eyes and prayed that Shen Fei would just come back after one pot. In the meantime, amusement park backcountry. Lord Thousand Eyes was lying on the ground covered in bloodstains, surrounded by people in white coats sitting around him. There was a flurry of chanting something strange. Suddenly, a bright flash of light in the sky. Something magical seems to have descended upon it. Saw the scene. God, please save me. I was just on my way to kill the one who insulted you for you, when a man suddenly killed out of nowhere and injured me like this with just 2 moves. Lord Thousand Eyes was immediately agitated, and he didn't care about the pain in his body. He hurriedly got up and knelt down, and opened his mouth. Beat you? A sound like the ringing of a bell came from the air. Yes, that person's power doesn't seem to be associated much with ghost chi, but his strength is amazing. I'm no match at all. Lord Thousand Eyes didn't dare to lie and told the whole story. After listening, the so-called god was suddenly silent. God, what happened to you? Hearing his god not speak, Lord Thousand Eyes couldn't help but gulp and asked cautiously, Chapter 83, Die. This guy you're talking about, isn't he pretty good looking? At that moment, the voice in the air asked a strange question. Lord Thousand Eyes was confused by the question. He froze for a few moments, before coming back to his senses. God, why are you asking this? He suppressed the fear in his heart and asked suspiciously, handsome or not, it shouldn't have anything to do with that, right? But why would your own god ask if this man is handsome? That was what puzzled him the most. The words were said. The bright light in the air was a flash. You're in no position to ask me questions. The voice that sounded like a bell suddenly looked a bit displeased. You just answer me. My question. Lord Thousand Eyes was shocked by the scene and hurriedly replied. It's quite handsome, but he seems to be injured. Wounded? The voice in the air froze for a moment and continued to ask. Is the injury serious? It's heavy. Lord Thousand Eyes nodded seriously. I was there when I saw that his clothes were soaked with blood all over his body. Just then, Lord Thousand Eyes, this is not what we saw. A white lab coat person, somewhat puzzled, spoke. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Shoo! Lord Thousand Eyes stomped fiercely at the man and said in a deep voice, if you don't want to die, do as I say. The words were said. That person was instantly shocked and didn't speak. Although he didn't know why Lord Thousand Eyes was saying this, but looking at him, it always felt like he was planning something. He had followed Lord Thousand Eyes for a long time as well, and he believed that Lord Thousand Eyes would not harm him. Great! The voice in the air seemed to be somewhat joyful. Immediately draw him here for me. I'll help you finish him off, and after that I'll grant you power again. Yes. Lord Thousand Eyes immediately nodded, and his mood was agitated. Looks like he made the right bet. He had sensed a hint of something wrong from the moment the god had asked him if the man was handsome, and from the tone of his voice that sounded a little scared. A god. Why should he be concerned about whether someone else is handsome or not? He concluded that there was only one possibility. God. It's very likely that he knows Shen Fei. Shen Fei's looks were outstanding, a feature that could not be ignored, and at first glance most would be attracted by his appearance. The reason why he said that Shen Fei was injured, and that his injuries were serious, it was because he felt that God might have a grudge against Shen Fei. He's betting. The god of gamblers has a grudge against Shen Fei. Sure enough, he bet right. God really did have a grudge against Shen Fei. He just had to lure Shen Fei here and let God fight with Shen Fei. That way you can mantis yourself and catch the yellow bird in the back. I'll heal your wounds first. At that moment, the voice in the air spoke. After saying that, the entire sky suddenly shook. A beam of bright light instantly entered Lord Thousand Eyes. The injuries on his body were completely recovered in an instant. Those white coat people around them all looked horrified. Recovered from serious injuries in less than a few seconds? It should be known that the injuries of Lord Thousand Eyes were not only external injuries, but the internal injuries were much more serious, and the 5 zhang and 6 internal organs were even displaced. I'm afraid that this kind of recovery ability can only be done by God. Thanks be to God. Lord Thousand Eyes immediately blushed. He only felt that his body was now unusually relaxed, and the pain he had just grimaced at was completely gone. Go and draw that one to me, the voice in the air urged. The tone of voice seemed to be a bit impatient. Lord Thousand Eyes nodded in a hurry. I'll go now. With that, he turned and left the basin. Before he left, he told the other white coat people to stay where they were. Just then, Shen Fei's figure also appeared on the basin. Looking out over the entire basin, he couldn't help but frown a little on his browed face. There is something familiar about this ritual, he murmured at the corner of his mouth and spoke softly. Having been in the thriller world for such a long time, Shen Fei had come into contact with tens of thousands or tens of thousands of ghosts and monsters. If not thousands, there are countless other rarities and oddities. Something that gave him a sense of familiarity, but not much. Let's go see it first. Shen Fei pondered in his heart and secretly said. Subsequently, he then walked towards the bottom of the basin. Lord Thousand Eyes was also above the basin and happened to see Shen Fei. God! The man is coming! Without bringing any hesitation, he immediately shouted towards the center of the basin. After saying that, but he directly hid in a hidden corner. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the dream to catch the turtle. When God and Shen Fei fought to a standstill, he himself rushed up and directly broke the ritual link with God. At that time, Shen Fei must have been seriously injured. At that time, he was forcing Shen Fei to tell him the secret of how he had leveled up. In that case, one would not need God to give one's power. Every time God gave him power, he felt like a pug, whispering. He, Thousand Eyes, had had enough of this life. It just so happens that Shen Fei's power is potentially comparable to that of a god. That kind of power. He wanted to have it too. So just now, he took this opportunity to lay a trap for God. He wasn't worried that Shen Fei wasn't God's opponent, because he can go both ways. Shen Fei fought God to a standstill, so he could come out and pick up the pieces. If God directly killed Shen Fei in seconds, then he could still continue to be God's prisoner. It's just that you still need to bide your time and turn the gods before you can. In the end, he was only superficially polite to God. Secretly, they have long been calculating how to get him killed, and just in time. Now is the opportunity of a lifetime. Thinking of this, Lord Thousand Eyes couldn't help but sneer. This plan of his own counts for everything. In the meantime, after hearing that shout from Lord Thousand Eyes, the bright light in the air suddenly trembled. It was as if he was afraid. But, as soon as he thought of Shen Fei being injured, he gradually lowered his heart. Subsequently, the flash of light in the sky suddenly ripped open. It transformed into a huge eye. Only then could he see his surroundings. It was the only way to kill Shen Fei. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, all the spectators who saw this scene were shocked and rattled. The pop-ups erupted. WOC? Is this really ING Thriller World? When did the duplicates have such awesome coaxing stuff? Satoshi changed an eyeball in the air. Are you serious? It's really not a special effect? I have dozens of copies. I have never seen such a copy. This ING throw cannot be called a copy of the proposal to change the name of the sci-fi movie copy. I'm afraid this is a battle between a god and a god. Having the honor of seeing it once in a lifetime. It's worth it for me to die now. I feel as if I've been introduced to the world of thrillers in a new way. Upstairs, it would be the brother of Goddess Dreaming Rain, who redefined the world of thrillers. Ashiba, worthy of being our Stick Island boy god. You give old lady death. This is my husband. I'll give you a slap in the face on Stick Island, which has never been our Daxia male god and my great uncle. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Fei slowly raised his head, and with that eye, he locked eyes. Chapter 84, You're Not Going to Kill Me. Which eye in the air saw Shen Fei and squinted. Sure enough, it's you. He looked at Shen Fei and smiled coldly. You are? Shen Fei frowned and spoke. I don't remember who you are. The eye in front of him, he wasn't sure what kind of guy it was. I've never seen one for a guy with only one eye myself. Thriller World doesn't anyway. Don't remember? The bell-like voice in the air smiled faintly. It's okay, I remember it just fine. Since you've come to my grounds, you don't want to leave alive today. Saying that, he stared at Shen Fei with a deadpan look and opened his mouth. But, at this time, he realized that Shen Fei's body was intact. Not a seriously injured person at all. He was dumbfounded. Didn't that Thousand Eyes guy tell himself he was hurt? How come there's no blood on your body? Not to mention it's clean? Not even a messy face. You're not hurt? He couldn't help but tremble. If Shen Fei was not injured, he could be a complete opponent. What am I hurt for? The corners of Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he asked directly in return. At the moment, he couldn't afford to look angry in any way. I don't know. Shen Fei had already figured out in his heart how to solve these guys. Then maybe I'm mistaken. I don't seem to recognize you. The eye in the air looked a little flustered. He coughed lightly twice and spoke. Ahem. Then I'll leave if there's nothing else. With that said, the eyes in the air began to fade away. It gradually turned into a bright light. Thousand Eyes. Unlink me. The bright light again sounded like a bell. Commanding. The Thousand Eyes Lord, who was hiding in the shadows, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. That's not true. How is it different from what one thinks? Shouldn't these two be fighting? Even if they don't fight, if they have a grudge, mustn't they call out a little bit? Maybe they will fight. But, he didn't expect it. God, surprisingly, conceded. It didn't fit the picture of God in his heart at all. The white coat people around them were also confused. Isn't God powerful and exalted? Why does it seem like you're going to run now? Realizing that the connection was slow to make contact, the bright light panicked. Thousand Eyes, disarm me quickly. I will come to you after I leave and give you power then. He spoke hastily, taking advantage of the fact that Shen Fei couldn't remember who he was right now. Hurrying away was the best choice. Otherwise, facing Shen Fei directly, he would only have a dead end. But, Lord Thousand Eyes hesitated. The power he'd always craved. Besides power, that's freedom. For such a long time, he had been bound by this bright light, and where he appeared was basically at the behest of this guy, not returning to his personal freedom at all. Now it seems the time has come to choose. It is the choice to continue to gain power with the so-called God, or do you abandon God and gain the general freedom of a new birth on your own? He was a little unsure what to choose. If he continues to follow God, he is bound to pay the price for what happened today. But if he didn't choose to be with God, who knew if he could escape from Shen Fei? But he was very clear that Shen Fei was looking for himself to settle the score. The mind struggled a bit. He finally chose to follow God and gain power. There's a better chance of survival that way. Even if God would be angry over what happened today, yet he will not kill himself. According to what he says, it's something about yourself that fits well with him. As for what was what, He wasn't sure. After all, God doesn't tell him either. Only to see that Lord Thousand Eyes stepped out from behind a well-concealed cover on the basin. I'm coming. He took a deep breath and spoke. Unlink me now. Seeing Lord Thousand Eyes appear, the bright light in the air was suddenly agitated. In the beginning, he had only given Lord Thousand Eyes the permission to unlink, but had forgotten to give himself such a function. Next time it looks like you'll have to add that you can unlink it yourself as well. Understood. Lord Thousand Eyes nodded and was about to walk to the center of the basin. Just then, I remember who you are. Shen Fei spoke with a flat face. You're the one who stole that book 100 Days to Take You from Introduction to Proficiency in Talismans from my hands. The words were said. The bright light in the air shuddered. How did you guess? He gulped and asked in an extremely nervous voice. You stole my item, heard me seriously injured, and were in such a hurry to kill me because you're afraid I'll pass this on and affect your position. Shen Fei did not answer his question, but instead spoke faintly. You. The voice in the air seemed as if it had been poked and prodded in the lifeblood. Angry again, but it was also dumbfounded. Those white coat people around them heard this conversation. Everyone froze. What's going on here? How has one's own god ever stolen from anyone else? At this moment, Lord Thousand Eyes was also dumbfounded. God. The relationship with Shen Fei seems unusual? Is it hard for them to have been on the same side before? He just felt his head spinning a little. It felt like things were getting out of hand. Not at all what he expected. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, everyone was also confused. What is this situation? Is it hard for Goddess Dream Rain's brother to know God? Holy, knowing God. I don't think it's likely. God is so high and mighty. God? Didn't you see that the so-called God just now was directly too scared to speak after hearing Goddess Brother Dream Rain? As far as I know, gods are fake, and hasn't this stuff been proven to be of no use at all a long time ago, ever since Thrill World came along? Does anyone still believe in that whole Xianmen versus Taoism thing? That's right. I think Brother Dream Rain Goddess is the real God. You guys, do you think that Brother, Goddess of Dreaming Rain, could be a god? Or is he the last inheritor of the Tao sect? How else could he be so powerful? Don't forget, the book that Goddess Brother Dream Rain just mentioned is called 100 Days to Take You from Beginner to Proficient in Talismans. It's a Taoist book. Impossible. That book probably just has the same name as a Taoist book, and its contents shouldn't have anything to do with Taoism. Also, if the Xin sect and also the Taoist sect were real, it wouldn't be so bad that not a single ghost or monster could be killed. I don't think that theory upstairs is a good one either. It's better to rely on Thriller World. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, the voice in the air was silent for a long time before it spoke. That book of yours, it's really good. That's just something I learned when I got started, and it happened to be stolen by you, so it's not much of a loss to me. Shen Fei shook his head and spoke. I didn't count on it. After all, in Blue Star, this has long been lost. I'm glad that someone can pass it on. The words were said. So then, you're not going to kill me? The voice in the air suddenly became a bit agitated. With that, he hurriedly said, if you don't kill me, I'll look up to you from now on, and you'll still be my Lord Shen. Chapter 85, The Battle of the Century. He knew that he could not defeat Shen Fei, so he could only think of ways to make Shen Fei spare his life. Right now, Shen Fei unexpectedly said this. Isn't it obvious that he doesn't want to kill himself? So he hurriedly seized the opportunity and was willing to continue to follow Shen Fei. Besides, after studying that book, he realized how small he was and how powerful Shen Fei really was. If he could return to Shen Fei's side, perhaps he would even have a greater promotion. You continue to follow me? Hearing these words, Shen Fei obviously froze for a moment. He didn't realize that there were people in the world who were so shameless. This is the first time I've seen this level of shamelessness. Stealing from himself, even going so far as to kill himself while he was weak. Now that he's in one piece, he's going to join him? Novels don't even dare to write like that. Just outrageous. You think too much. The corners of Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he spoke. I'm here to personally clean up the people who bullied my sister. As for you following me, forget it. As he said that, his eyes suddenly flashed with a cold aura. Next moment, only to see Shen Fei pull out a rectangular, yellowish paper from his pocket. It was also inscribed with strange and weird characters that you couldn't read. The three Qings have ordered that the mind and spirit Dan Yuan, so that I can pass to the truth. Thinking of God and refining liquid, Taoist air always exists. What God is not ambushed? What ghost dares to be? Urgent. Shen Fei held the yellow paper and slowly opened his mouth, his tone full of lingering intent. Subsequently, the talisman paper actually burned with the naked eye. I wasn't going to take it personally when you stole from me, but you involved my sister. You must die. Shen Fei's eyes were cold as he spoke in a deep voice. When he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly closed and opened, and a flash of golden light immediately surged out. A power that did not belong to Ghost Xia appeared on Shen Fei. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately transformed into a black shadow and rushed towards the bright light in the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The voice in the air cursed angrily and shouted in exasperation. Thousand Eyes, give me a hand. I need a body. If you don't want to be killed by him either, you'll cooperate with me, and as long as our dream survives, I'll raise your power by several more levels. Hear that? From afar, Lord Thousand Eyes hesitated slightly. His own god was so afraid of Shen Fei. Can God really beat Shen Fei? Do you pick up the slack yourself, or do you cooperate with God? Seeing Shen Fei's stance, he didn't necessarily pick up the slack, and as long as God died, he would be next. Think for a moment. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a hand in working with God. Anyway, after God loses, he's a dead man across the board. Might as well fight to the death. Maybe there's a silver lining. I'm coming. Lord Thousand Eyes rushed straight to the center of the basin and ducked inside the circle. Subsequently, the flash of bright light went straight into the center of Lord Thousand Eyes' brow. Opening his eyes again was like being a different person. This body isn't as good as mine, but it should be enough to exert power. Lord Thousand Eyes took a deep breath and spoke. Instead of being Lord Thousand Eyes, he was more like that bright flash of light just now, because Lord Thousand Eyes has been possessed. Just then, after seeing Lord Thousand Eyes possessed, Shen Fei did not fly into the air but stopped. Wu Shifeng, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to have learned the possession talisman. Shen Fei gazed at Lord Thousand Eyes and spoke with some surprise. That book, 100 Days to Take You from Beginner to Proficient in Charms, is just a primer. But some of the later charms are awesome as well. The most powerful is the possession spell. This charm allows one person to take control of another's body and the strength is inherited from the person in control. In other words, the strength of Lord Thousand Eyes is now the same as God. Exactly. This is the most powerful charm I've mastered. The bright light called Wu Shifeng took a deep breath and spoke. I'll use it against you now. Then let me see how much you've learned. Shen Fei's face was calm, and this dazzling golden light was leaking from his eyes. To be able to have a painful fight with Lord Shen, even if I, Wu Shifeng, die, my life will be satisfied. There was no longer a look of fear in Wu Shifeng's eyes. Instead, there was some anticipation. Ever since he stole that book, he had wanted to return it to Shen Fei at all times, for he knew that it was his own momentary greed that had clouded his consciousness that had stolen the book. But he wouldn't dare. He was worried that Shen Fei would kill him for it, because ever since he stole that book, from then on, he had been enemies with Shen Fei Shun. As Shen Fei's little follower at the time, he knew very well what kind of temper Shen Fei had. There is never any mercy for the enemy, so as long as one faced Shen Fei, there was basically only one way to the Western paradise. The reason why he wanted to kill Shen Fei back was all because of the fear of Shen Fei in his heart all these years. No one is afraid of death, least of all him. But, just now, he figured it out. It was his robbery and his destiny. From the moment greed gripped his heart, it was all doomed. So, instead of letting Shen Fei kill himself, he should face this person who had made him fearful all these years head on. In this way, perhaps it is also possible to die a good death. You do it. Shen Fei had a cold face and just said out 3 words. Lord Shen is still the same as he was back then. He doesn't like to talk much. Seeing this scene, Wu Chengfeng smiled and spoke. If I could do it all over again, I would give up everything and follow Lord Shen again. With that, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, all that is impossible. Speaking of this, he felt as if he had returned to the days when he was a junior next to Shen Fei. During that time, the ability was not great, but it was not as painful as it is today. The pain of living in fear all day. Saw the scene. Shen Fei frowned slightly and was just about to speak. Before he could speak, Wu Chengfeng interrupted and spoke directly. Lord Shen, take it. He knew what Lord Shen wanted to say. It's just that they don't want to hear themselves talk about what they have to say. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups rolled like crazy. WOC, the battle of the century was seen by me. It's God fighting God. It's worth it to see such a great spectacle in this life. Honestly, just this live room today, I can talk to my son for the rest of my life and continue to talk to my grandchildren. Brother Dream Rain Goddess is just too handsome. I love it so much. Upstairs roll rough. You nymphomaniac, you diacide. Now is the moment of passion. Dream Rain Goddess brother singles out God. So what if it's a god? Didn't you hear that God called the goddess of dreaming rain's brother? Lord Shen? What does that mean? It means that none of the gods have a higher status than goddess Dream Rain's brother. Lord Shen? Seem to have heard of it somewhere? Holy, I remember. Isn't this the guy who had the forum stats for power before? Turns out it's him. It's true. Holy, I remember the owner is here too. I think he's in the copy outside, so I should be able to see it later, right? It wasn't just the Dasha people who were crazy about this scene. Everyone in the entire Blue Star was incredibly looking forward to this moment. This is definitely the battle that turned the thriller world upside down. It's bound to go down in history. The other countries' pop-ups were likewise as if they had exploded. Ashiba, my Stick Island male god is just too handsome. This definitely needs to be bid as an iconic figure of my Stick Island. My divine elephant and I would like to invite him to come to my Tianju elephant to inherit the throne. Only someone as good as him can inherit the throne of our wisdom kingdom. Such a handsome young man. It's a pity that he doesn't come to Sakurajima to be a cowboy. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shenfei was face to face with Wu Chengfeng, and the distance between them was just less than 3 meters. Subsequently, with everyone on the air watching, Ashikaze moved. Chapter 86, Returning All to Lord Shen. Wu Shifeng instantly raised his fist and rushed towards Shenfei. A power that didn't belong to Ghost Chi surged out. Dust rose in all directions. The whole basin even began to shake the ground. Lord Shen, this move, called the Tong Tian Fist, is the most powerful move I've mastered in my life. Wu Chengfeng looked at Shenfei and said in a deep voice, "You be careful. Ever since he stole the book, 100 days to take you from beginning to proficient in runes, and learned it completely. Just master the Tong Tian Fist." It was also the move he had studied the most. He had once used this move to kill a Ghost Emperor level ghost monster with a single punch. It can be considered an amazing battle. If Su Guan was here, he would probably have been scared silly, because he is the Ghost Emperor level. If this was a fight, and Wu Shifeng gave him Su Guan a direct punch, then he would just leave the box. No harm done. Shenfei shook his head. I happen to see how much you've learned as well. 100 days to take you from beginner to proficient in charms is only an introductory level book, but the things it contains are the very basics, also known as frames, commonly known as the root. Roots are firmly planted in order to grow stronger and stronger. Conversely, it is getting weaker. At a high level, the unstable foundation would not be able to harness the power, and it would even backfire. A solid foundation will not have this problem. In other words, it's the roots that make a person. Even though 100 days to take you from beginning to proficient in charms is just an introduction, it is the most important foundation for the future. It's a testament to how much care is usually taken. Then I'll trouble Lord Shen. Wu Chengfeng looked at Shenfei seriously, and his eyes were filled with perseverance. Subsequently, he raised his fist again and ruthlessly smashed it on Shenfei's body. There was no let up, and there was nothing left to chance. He was using all the power in his body. This punch nearly drained all the power from his body. Success or failure is at stake. Looking at the oncoming punch, Shenfei did not dodge or make any movements. Just watch the punch hit you. Just then, boom! The sound came. A voice like muffled thunder resounded throughout the copy. That punch hit Shenfei heavily. Dust stirred up hundreds of meters. Sand and gravel were flying all over the place. This punch is the best in the thriller world. No one has ever used a punch that powerful. Ashikaze set the precedent and the entire replica trembled for a few seconds as all the ghosts and monsters shrank in fear. What just happened? How does it feel like the copy is going to fall apart? That's the question that all the replica ghosts and goblins have. Not only that, among the haunted houses outside the replica, it was shaking even more violently. This punch even affected the main copy from the subcopy. All the ghosts and goblins passing by watched the haunted house. These ghosts and monsters have doubts and disbelief. But more than that, it was shocking. Don't forget that this is a 7-star copy, and its horror scares even some ghosts and monsters didn't realize. Surprisingly, it was now starting to tremble for some unknown reason. That's if they know that it was caused by 2 people fighting in a subcopy, and it's still only the power of 1 punch. It's definitely going to be shocking not to be able to keep your mouth shut, isn't it? In the meantime, in the basin, finish the punch. Wu Chengfeng's face turned white, his body somewhat unable to support himself. The punch left his body badly injured. It's almost the same as killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. But, he still braced himself and stood up, his eyes tightly looking in that direction of Shenfei, although he knew that Shenfei couldn't be okay. But he's looking forward to it. Miracles always happen. Also, what would Shenfei say about his move? It's all he's looking forward to. With the smoke fading away, Shenfei's slim and straight figure emerged with an amped-up stance, a cloth robe, safe and sound, swaying in the wind. He hadn't moved a muscle since the beginning. Saw the scene. Lord Shen, you're... Wu Xiongfeng's face was suddenly horrified. He overestimated the power of his punch, because not only was Shenfei not injured in the slightest, even the clothes on his body didn't matter at all. Not even a speck of dust. It was totally beyond imagination for him. He knew that Lord Shen was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Compared to him using the name God to control the 1,000 eyes to act for himself in order to prevent exposing his whereabouts to be detected by Shenfei, it's a world of difference when you compare it like that. If there really is a God in the world, It should be the most mysterious one in the thriller world. Lord Shen. That punch had completely knocked out Wu Shifeng's confidence. His eyes were lifeless, and he collapsed to the ground in a heap of frustration. I had thought that even if I wasn't as good as Lord Shen, I could still hurt you some, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to get dust on you. Wu Chengfeng smiled bitterly with a face full of self-deprecation. Not really. Shen Fei shook his head and spoke softly. Once you even splashed the blood of Hell Valley's monsters on me, which is much more serious than getting dusty. That's a lot of words. It caused Wu Shifeng to be stunned. You still remember this matter? This incident had happened back when he was still following Shen Fei. He entered the Hell Valley with Shen Fei to explore it, but on the way, he encountered countless monster attacks. Although Shen Fei was powerful, but how long would it take to keep fighting monsters? For them, it was a complete waste of time. Just in time, Shen Fei realized that applying the blood of these monsters on his body could make those monsters think that he was their kind. Solely, he let Ushike splash himself with monster blood. These are still tidbits from back in the day. He had thought that Lord Shen had forgotten such a trivial and insignificant matter. Remember. Shen Fei nodded. There was only a two-word response. Wu Chengfeng, however, had a lot of thoughts and his mind was cluttered. It turns out that all of this that you have done is all by yourself. Lord Shen also kept remembering those things that happened back then. Perhaps Lord Shen never intended to kill himself. He was just too worried. If only this could be done over again. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart and couldn't help but say, the past has become empty. Still like a dream. It's a done deal. The road he chose, die, and go through with it. After saying that, he only saw Wu Chengfeng standing up directly and bowing deeply to Shen Fei. I ask Lord Shen to forgive me for my transgressions. What happened was all caused by my ignorance. I will return everything I've learned to Lord Shen. At the end of his words, his face became relaxed, looked at Shen Fei and smiled, saying, if there is an afterlife, I will follow Lord Shen again, and will not rebel until I die. Next moment, he directly manifested a 3-foot-long sword and melted it towards his throat. Scarlet blood stained the ground. Wu Shifeng, D. Thousand Eyes followed suit. Chapter 87 Wu Shifeng puts on a show. Inside the Thrillist World livestream, everyone looked at this scene with shocked faces. The pop-up instantly exploded. WOC? Such a powerful punch. But Brother Dream Rain Goddess doesn't even move a muscle? Is this still human? I feel like if that punch had been on me, I'd probably have hiccuped. Upstairs. Big mistake. That's not a hiccup. You're a mush. Oh no. Possibly not even a mush. Back to nature. Am I the only one who sympathizes with Thousand Eyes Sama? It's somehow gone along with it. Did you guys hear what Wu Shifeng was talking about with Goddess Brother Mengyu? That book. It seems to be related to the Tao sect. You're not going to try to tell me that the Dawn Guard is real? I Brown. When you say it like that, I also feel that something is wrong with Lord Shen. He didn't look like he was running his ghost chi when he took the power of that punch just now. Not only did Lord Shen not use his ghost chi, that Wu Chengfeng didn't use his ghost chi either. Lord Shen even used a talisman that only appears inside the Taoist sect just now. Ashiba. It's true that my Stick Island boy god is also using my Stick Island Taoist sect stuff. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Fei looked at the already dead Wu Shifeng with a calm gaze and did not say anything. When he chose to steal his copy of the book, this day would already come. But, he was more curious. Would Wu Shifeng die so easily? Thinking of this, Shen Fei frowned. It wasn't like Wu Shifeng's character. This person, Wu Shifeng, seemed to be loyal and arrogant. But unfortunately, he was by nature a rebel. Not only that, he's also exceptionally shrewd. Even when you follow yourself, you play it safe. Even if Wu Shifeng didn't steal that book from himself and leave in the first place, he would have to move him somewhere else. People like that can't be kept around. Just then, there was a shining object on top of the remains of Lord Thousand Eyes that attracted Shen Fei's attention. This is... His brow furrowed as he bent down and held out the glowing object. It looks like a golden stone. At first glance, if you don't know what you're looking at, you'll think it's gold. But, Shen Fei's handsome face, however, suddenly sank as he recognized this thing. His gaze tightened on the golden stone in his hand. Replacement Sherry. The substitute Sherry is a relatively advanced Taoist technique that manifests a virtual double after use. This double would normally look exactly like himself. Even the cultivation was exactly the same. At the same time, the greatest thing about this double is that you can die once for yourself. That is to say, the Wu Shifeng that died in front of him just now was actually just a double. It's not the real Ushike's. To put it simply, Thousand Eyes was actually a double of Wu Chengfeng's illusion. The person, Thousand Eyes, was nothing more than a plus name that Xiaofeng had carved out for himself, because that's the only way to walk around the major copies. Shen Mengyu's entry into the subcopy was most likely from the hands of Wu Shifeng. He wanted to take this opportunity to lure himself in. pretending to kill Shen Mengyu. He was actually waiting for himself to come. Himself as soon as he came. He then put on this show. Let the fake Wu Chengfeng die in front of Shen Fei. In that case, the real Ushikes would be free, and there would be no constraints in the thrill world. He's trying to fool everyone. Pity. Now he's recognized. Wu Shifeng, you definitely did more than simply steal that one book. Shen Fei's eyes became icy cold. What a deep calculation. Not only have you calculated me, but also my sister. For the substitute Sherpa thing, it's not in the book 100 Days to Take You from Beginner to Proficient in Charms that's in there. Rather, it's inside a more advanced book. This kind of jutsu was already considered an advanced jutsu. If the book 100 Days to Take You from Beginner to Proficient in Charms represents an introduction, that would be illuminating as substitute Sherpa is proficiency. Even better than proficiency. It's impossible to learn this much from just one book. But, Wu Chengfeng had only taken one book for himself in the first place. How he took the other books, he doesn't know. Shen Fei's usual place of residence is indeterminate. The books are actually not a lot. They are all written by him relying on the memory inside his head. These things can be used as rewards on the one hand, to inspire the forces under one's command. The other side of the coin is to expand the influence of the Taoist sect. It was because he realized that in Blue Star, the Taoist sect had been lost for hundreds of years, and only some people who held on to their beliefs continued to guard the Taoist sect. Just 100 years after the loss of Taoism, the world of Thriller came into being. It's all, perhaps, connected. Only Shen Fei didn't have the safety to figure out what was going on. The world is so much more complicated than I thought. Shen Fei took a deep breath. It wasn't a big problem for him that those books were stolen. For, even a substitute Sherpa is merely proficient. The Taoist path is not that simple. He had in his possession almost all of the arts of the Tao sect, as well as the truths of Confucianism and Taoism. So those books and also the arts being learned didn't worry him in the slightest. Not to mention he has the biggest secret of all. The secret is not known to anyone. It is this secret that has gotten itself to where it is today. This secret is also his biggest card. Just then, the few remaining people in white coats were dumbfounded after seeing Lord Thousand Eyes die as well. They all flung themselves to their knees. Please spare our lives. My lord. We too were fooled by Lord Thousand Eyes. Yes, Thousand Eyes fooled us by saying that following him would allow us to eat and drink well from now on, and that we would also be able to obtain powers that don't belong to the Thriller world. We're absolutely innocent and haven't hurt anyone. Those white coat people were crying out in pain and begging for mercy. They hadn't expected this ending at all. Lord Thousand Eyes was dead. Even his god was gone. Just a few of their minions left. What else is there to do? I'm going to ask you a few secret questions, and if you all tell me, maybe I can let you go. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei pondered for a moment and spoke. The words were said. The several white coat people immediately became excited and hurriedly said, "Feel free to ask any questions you have. As long as we know, we will definitely tell you. Let them do whatever they want as long as they can stay alive. Don't say secret." Even if he was asked to tell how many grains of salt he had eaten in total since he was a child, he could count them all. Do you know what Thousand Eyes is? Shen Fei nodded and opened his mouth to ask. He was more curious about Usagi playing God while playing Thousand Eyes. You call yourself a god? Won't it be psychotic over time? And he guessed that Wu Xianfeng had also secretly formed a force that wanted to fight against himself. As long as he let himself be misled into thinking he was dead, he could start expanding his power with impunity. When the time comes to expand to a certain size, come against yourself. Have to say, Wu Shifeng's calculations were sufficiently long-term. If he hadn't failed to notice the glittering substitute relic, he would have probably really believed Wu Xiangfeng. Hearing this question from Shen Fei, one of the slightly slim white lab coat people instantly brightened up and hurriedly spoke. I'm Lord Thousand Eyes' deputy assistant. I know some of his secrets. You say. Shen Fei looked at him and nodded. Good. The slim white lab coat man similarly nodded and spoke. Lord Thousand Eyes told me at first that God was very close to us, and that he was also an incarnation of God, and told me to follow him well. Saying that, he continued. Lord Thousand Eyes also told me that he has secretly formed a force, and if he succeeds, he will let us join that force as well, and by then we will be patriarchal figures. Chapter 88, Lord Shen, you're my god. The words were said. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes and nodded gently. It seems one's guess was right. This Wu Chengfeng really wasn't as simple as he appeared. It's all about counting yourself out. Saw the scene. Great. My lord. May I go then? The slim white coat person swallowed and cautiously opened his mouth to ask. He wanted to leave this place right now and never appear inside this kind of copy ever again. In the future, you can retire yourself to a 1-star or 2-star copy. Go. Shen Fei smiled. Do you think it's possible? He was never merciful, and these guys had just almost gotten his sister killed. How could they be spared? Saying that, Shen expressionlessly pulled out a yellow paper talisman and threw it at the white coat person. The talisman instantly spontaneously combusted in midair. In their horrified gazes, the charm, it exploded. All the white coat people were immediately blown into a bloody mist. All that was left in place was a pile of burnt white coats. In fact, Shen Mengyu was able to come to the subcopy, and in the end it was all a conspiracy by Wu Shifeng. Within the world of thrillers, there is a special right that is not known. That is, as long as one has full control of the copy, one can change the quests at will for those who enter the copy. Shen Mengyu's mission was the one that was changed. When this 7-star copy came out, he sensed that something wasn't quite right, because Scary Amusement Park used to be a 6-star copy all the time. There's little else to do to level up in a sub, other than to kill people with a lot of strikes. But, as far as he knew, Thriller Amusement Park had just been upgraded to a 6-star copy a year ago. Less than a year. Suddenly it became a 7-star copy. The fact that it could make the copy improve so quickly meant that Wu Xiongfeng had brutalized at least a few 100,000 people in Blue Star. It was the blood of those men that forged this copy of the 7 stars. Wu Shifeng, I hope you don't touch my sister in the slightest again. Shen glanced at the remains of Thousand Eyes and silently said in his heart, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as making you lose a double. When I'm done with what I've got in hand, pull out my hand. It's the end of you, Wu Shifeng, and your forces. Subsequently, as soon as he crushed the golden substitute relic in his hand, he left the back mountain basin. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups went straight up crazy. WOC, too damn handsome. Right, Lord Shen, you are my male god. Handsome me. That charm spontaneously combusts and also explodes itself. Isn't that ing more powerful than a grenade? I'm shocked. Truly the strongest man in Thriller World. I love you so much. I want to give you monkeys. Does this really have nothing to do with the Tao sect? This is too outrageous. Ashiba, truly worthy of being my Stick Island's male god. I decided that when you leave your copy, I'll immediately invite you to my Stick Island. Cherry Blossom Island is many times better than Stick Island. Just your piece of land. It rains in one place. It rains in the whole country. That's as good as my Cherry Blossom Island? Both of you upstairs get lost. This is my Tianju Elephant's Prince. Any more nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll let my family's god elephant exterminate both of your islands. Baka, I, Sakurajima, am still afraid of you? Be careful. I'll let my father get real with you. In the meantime, Jiangcheng, inside a dilapidated rental house. The yellowed computer screen illuminated the entire rental house. It's showing a live stream of Thrillist World on it. A man with a hooded head and a dirty-looking body looked at Shen in the screen with a deadly gaze, afraid of missing something exciting. When he saw Shen take out the substitute relic, the man's expression obviously panicked. I can't believe he found out. He couldn't help but lose his voice. That's right. The man was none other than Wu Shifeng. He had been hiding in a small neighborhood in Jiangcheng since he stole Shen book. Because he was afraid of being discovered by Shen he basically changed neighborhoods to live in 1 month. And the places where they lived were basically as far as 50 or 60 miles away from Shen home. For normal necessities, he basically had his double disguised as a delivery man to bring them in. The money for rent is all from robbing those people inside the copies. He's been living like this for a few years now. He can't stand this life anymore. So it was orchestrated to try to fake his own death. But things were out of his league. He completely did not expect that Shen had discovered his substitute relics. That means Shen already knows about his fake death. And his own damn followers leaked their plans as well. The mission he had planned was kind of a bust. River City is no longer safe. Wu Chengfeng took a deep breath and packed up his things, ready to leave. With that, he saw the books on top of the desk. In addition to the familiar 100 Days to Take You from Rune to Mastery book, there are 3 other books. He stole a total of 4 books out of it. Looking at the books, he frowned. Think for a moment. It's not safe to take it away. Wu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and made a huge decision in his heart. Burn the book. I've only learned 3.5 books myself though, and still have half to go. But carrying books will inevitably arouse suspicion. Shen could track down the book too maybe. Burning is the best option. Subsequently, he took out his lighter, lit the books and placed them inside the sink. Watching all 4 books burn out, he was inexplicably relieved. He has no more worries. Gathering the rest of his things, he was ready to leave the area. Just open the door. A man walks up to me with a cell phone in his hand, making a call. Immediately, Wu Shifeng's face changed and his gaze tightened as he looked at the man. After observing the lack of ghostly aura on him and confirming that he was not an ordinary person who had entered the world of thrillers, he breathed a sigh of relief. The man likewise saw Wu Shifeng. The man immediately showed a look of disgust and quickened his pace. Rough? What kind of security is in this neighborhood? Beggars letting in to steal? He didn't have the good sense to taunt. It's bad luck. Finished. He picked up the phone, opened his mouth. I'll tell you baby, I just met a beggar in our neighborhood. All stinky, with the same as crawling out of the, too disgusting. If it is not here in the neighborhood is cheap, I would have moved away. While saying that, the man didn't forget to glance at Wu Shifeng with a disgusted look on his face. The words were said. Wu Chengfeng's face sank. Honestly, it's been a while since anyone dared to talk about him like that. Even Shen Fei hadn't said that about him. When have you ever been so angry? He stared at the man dead in the face and immediately took out a yellow paper charm drawn in blood from his pocket. Dare to scold yourself? Row. Then you'll be in pieces for me. Next moment, Wu Chengfeng immediately threw the talisman, and with the wind, it landed right on the man's face. See the yellow paper floating in your face. I'm brown. The man was immediately taken aback and burst out. Subsequently, he subconsciously looked at Wu Shifeng and realized that he had yellow paper right in his hand. This one pissed him off. What the is wrong with you? Throwing things at me? Do you have any idea how many germs you have? As soon as the man withdrew the yellow paper from his face, he immediately shouted at Wu Shifeng. Wu Chengfeng was unmoved, his eyes cold. He just looked at the man silently. Just then, the yellow paper charm in the man's hand spontaneously combusted. Chapter 89, Brother. I'm brown. What the is going on? At the sight, the man was taken aback and hastily let go of his hand. Subsequently, he looked at Wu Shifeng with an angry face, knowing that this was a trick played by the beggar in front of him, and was just about to break into a rage. In an instant, his clothes suddenly burst into flames on their own. The hot burning sensation came immediately. Before he could show his shocked expression, all of his body burned, and the fire spread to his body. Saw the scene. With a horrified face, he jerked his head up to look at Wu Shifeng, knowing very well in his heart that it was him who had done it. But, he tried to beg for mercy, but couldn't get a word out. For some reason, he had absolutely no control over himself. Soon the man was buried in a sea of flames. Man, Wu Chengfeng lightly glanced at the man. No expression could be seen on his dirty face. Subsequently, he left the place calm and at ease. See, that's what happens when you mess with him. His goal was to make Shen Fei the same way. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Fei had returned to the entrance of the subcopy. Shun. Su Guan immediately got up and opened his mouth to ask, the matter has been resolved? Aha. Shen Fei nodded. He glanced at Shen Mengyu and realized that he was still unconscious. His brows furrowed and he couldn't help but ask, how is Xiaoyu? Although that pill had miraculous effects, he wasn't sure if there were any side effects, so his heart and not sure. When he was in the back of the basin just now, he had been worried that something had happened. Everything's fine, just sleeping all the time, but alive, not dead. Su Guan immediately looked at Shen Fei with a serious face and reported truthfully. He would have to prove that he hadn't been playing this half of the day. They're all looking at Shen Mengyu seriously. What do you mean it's not dead? Shen Fei stopped a glance at Su Guan and spoke. Speak politely. This is my sister. If you call me brother, isn't that also your sister? The words were said. Well, it seems so. Su Guan was thoughtful. But, he quickly reacted and quickly shook his head. No, I'm not related to her by blood. You can't be a brother without blood. Inside his impression, there was no blood relationship, just strangers. A better relationship is a friend. His relationship with Shen couldn't be described as friends, as Shen seemed to have told him. Looks like it's called Kiwi? He doesn't remember. Anyway, he's very close to Shen is all. You can be a god brother. A cousin would be fine. Shen Fei thought about it and thoughtfully explained for him. In the real world, people are called that. No, Su Guan directly refused. I'm not a proper cousin. It doesn't sound good. Then you'll be a god brother, Shen Fei said with a helpless face. And no, Su Guan even shook his head. So what do you want to be? You don't want to be my sister's father? Shen Fei looked at Su Guan with a strange expression. He's kind of a small knife to the ass today, and it's opened his eyes. How come I didn't realize this guy was so abrasive before? I don't know her well, that's all. Su Guan hesitated for a moment before he spoke. I don't like playing with women. As he said this, he felt his heart bleed. He said this in good conscience. It's certainly not true that you don't like to play with women. In reality, he was worried that Shen Mengyu would recognize him. After all, that day was the day he came out from inside the small house and even flirted with Shen Mengyu twice. LOL. Had he known he would be spending time with her later, he wouldn't have molested even if he had killed himself. That's fine. You'll get familiar with it later. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he opened his mouth. Since Su Guan never agreed, let him be. He wasn't worried about Su Guan betraying himself like Wu Shifeng. Even if everyone betrayed themselves, Su Guan was the least likely one. just by virtue of his superior intelligence. It would be impossible for him to betray himself. At that time, when Su Guan met up with him, he didn't wear a single piece of clothing. That is, he was completely bare-assed in Thriller World Wave. A ghostly creature tried to kindly remind Su Guan to put on his clothes, but Su Guan didn't listen at all, and even beat the snot out of that ghost monster. Because he was too powerful, those ghosts and monsters dared not speak out. It wasn't until she met Shen Fei that things changed. Let's get out of here. Shen Fei looked at the entrance not far away and opened his mouth. Now that things are settled, it's time to get out of here. I don't know what kind of copy is out there. Here to get out of here. Yes. Su Guan immediately brightened up and became excited. I've wanted to go out for a long time. Subsequently, Shen Fei hugged Shen Mengyu and slowly walked towards the entrance, leaving the subcopy. It was accompanied by a blinding flash of intense light. They returned to the main copy. Also, it left the haunted house and went back inside the amusement park. Looking at the huge amusement park, Su Guan was ecstatic. He had never been to an amusement park in his life. Saw the scene. What is your mission? Shen Fei frowned and couldn't help but ask. They were now inside someone else's copy, so they still had to complete the quest before they could do so. Su Guan needs it. He doesn't. You can leave any time if you want to. My mission? Su Guan froze for a moment and said somewhat less than kindly, my mission is to do the roller coaster 10 times. Do the roller coaster 10 times? Shen Fei was speechless. Tell the truth. Realizing that his lie had been demolished, Su Guan looked at Shen Fei with a surprised expression. Brother Shen, you know that I lied to you? And your brain is so good. If only it could be planted inside my head. Su Guan opened his mouth enviously. With that, he continued to speak. I can handle my own tasks. Although he was stupid on the surface, he still knew Shen Fei's meaning in his heart. Nothing more than if the task is hard, then help him through it. Then you're on your own to finish the job. Shen Fei nodded and spoke. I'll take Xiaoyu to take a rest. Subsequently, Su Guan then went off on his own to do the quest alone. Shen Fei, on the other hand, found a quiet place and did so. Just made it down. Shen Mengyu then opened her eyes and looked around, realizing that she was still inside the amusement park. I didn't die? Her delicate little face was filled with a puzzled look. Saying that, she suddenly thought of a possibility, and her little face immediately changed. Can it be that I've turned into a ghost? It is said that some people may turn into ghosts and monsters inside the replica after they die in the replica. It's kind of like that in your own situation. Just then, you're not dead. A voice sung her ear. Shen Mengyu's complexion instantly tightened and she turned her head warily. One could not have been kidnapped by someone else. But, next moment, she froze. Nothing else, because she saw the one she had dreamed of seeing. Shen Fei. Shen Mengyu looked at Shen Fei with an incredulous expression and couldn't help but speak. Brother? What's wrong? Shen Fei looked at Shen Mengyu without a good mood and spoke. After not seeing you for such a long time, don't ask your brother for money. I have a few 100 million left inside my bank card right now. Chapter 90, Brother is a big shot in the world of thrillers. Inside the Thrillist World livestream, Shen Fei's words instantly made all the audience dumbfounded. The pop-up immediately exploded. WOC, WOC, a few $100 million on a bank card. This is no money? This is too much money. Okay, I wipe. So Goddess Dream Rain's family is so rich. It's me who can't match. You call this not having money? What am I then? I can't be a beggar. Can I? Seriously, upstairs. You might as well be a beggar. Now beggars make millions a year. I want to be Goddess Dream Rain's sister-in-law even more. I'm not doing it for those few $100 million. Believe me, I'm really not. Get out of here upstairs. Don't steal my husband. You're all looking at Goddess Dream Rain and her brother. I'm the only one who's seriously observing how Biggie survived Thrill World, and I'm going to roll you guys when the time comes. WOC, you're too much of a dog upstairs. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu? She looked at Shen Fei with a stunned face and couldn't help blinking her eyes. You, really my brother? Originally she wanted to give her brother a hug. In hindsight, forget it. Inside her impression, her brother didn't seem to be like this. Crap. Shen Fei spoke without any good humor. If I'm not your brother, who else can be your brother? Can't it be that Su Guan kid? The words were said. Su Guan, who is it? Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but ask curiously. It's my sister-in-law? She hadn't heard her brother talk about this person. Su Guan. Besides, when she first saw Su Guan at Blood Moon Middle School, Su Guan didn't tell her what her name was either, so she was unfamiliar with the name Su Guan. It's your brother, a friend of mine. Shen Fei thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Oh. Shen Mengyu nodded woodenly and naturally sat on top of the chair. She took a deep breath, tried to make her expression serious, and spoke. Speak. Now. It was time to ask my brother why on earth he hadn't come to see him. She hadn't seen her brother show up since the day she came back from her copy at the Scarlet Zoo. Now that I happen to see my brother, I must interrogate him properly. Say what? Shen Fei apparently froze for a moment. Why don't you come and see me? Shen Mengyu just looked at Shen Fei, her watery eyes cold. Xiao yu ah. As the saying goes, heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Speaking of this, Shen Fei's face suddenly became serious. He spoke with a serious face. It's not that I'm hiding it from your brother. It's that I'm not in a position to tell you. The world of thrillers is just too complicated to involve behind the scenes. He didn't want to drag Shen Mengyu down. Is that why you don't see me? Shen Mengyu's eyes suddenly turned red as she cried. I haven't seen you since I left the Scarlet Zoo. And you? There are still women appearing inside the video recorded for me. Do you have someone outside? Or did you get me a sister-in-law and don't want me as a sister? Her own brother was busy. Not that she didn't understand. She just wondered why her brother couldn't come to see her. Even just a quick look would be nice. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not looking for a girlfriend. The corners of Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he righteously spoke. Am I the kind of womanizer your brother is? Even if there are millions of female ghosts and monsters in the thriller world coming to me, your brother I won't even take a look at them. Saying that, he suddenly changed his words. Xiao Yu, are you short of money lately? Actually, your brother and I still have a bit of money in hand. If you need it, I can give you some to spend. Don't change the subject. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and opened her mouth in mock anger. With that, she opened her mouth to say something else. Just then, Shen, help me. A wailing sound, coming from not far away. Suguan is in danger. Shen Fei's face became grave. It seems that the 7-star copy is not as simple as I thought. With that, he held Shen Mengyu's white and tender jade hand. Xiao Yu, quickly follow me. Shen Mengyu, however, was a bit dazed. That's not true. Don't you still interrogate Shen Fei yourself? How come it's the great escape now? Just come with me and stand behind me. Shen Fei opened his mouth as he ran. Don't leave me at a distance of more than 3 meters. When Shen Mengyu saw that Shen Fei's face was serious, her heart tightened and she hurriedly nodded. The 7-star copy was awesome, she knew. But, compared to this 7-star copy, she was actually curious as to how her brother had managed to save himself. If she hadn't seen Shen Fei just now, she really mistakenly thought that she had become one of the millions of ghosts and monsters. After all, he was choked to death himself. Oh no, technically it was a choke coma because Shen Fei showed up at the crucial moment. As to why her brother was able to defeat God, she had no idea. Because, right now, she didn't have an objective knowledge of her brother's battle power. Not a moment too soon, the two came to the roller coaster facility. The huge roller coaster track winds around like a giant dragon coiled in this place. It looks very grand. Shen Fei raised his head to observe and immediately saw the roller coaster parked in midair. Suguan is up there, he said in a hushed voice. The roller coaster is hovering in midair. Not a single movement. It looked as if it was set in place. All the other people around them fainted from fear. Only Suguan was not fainted from fear, but only shouted from fear. Brother Shen, come save me. Suguan was still pulling his voice, waving his hands, and opening his mouth to shout. The words were said. This voice. Shen Mengyu immediately frowned. Why is it a bit familiar? Familiar but can't remember. It's like I've heard it somewhere before. In the meantime, another coaster emerged from inside the tunnel. It's a new roller coaster. There's no one up there. Only to see that the roller coaster slowly stopped in front of Shen Fei. It was as if they were letting Shen Fei go up and experience it. Up with me? Shen Fei hesitated and looked at Shen Mengyu and opened his mouth. He had wanted to go up by himself. He wasn't sure if this roller coaster was dangerous or not. But, he hadn't been with his sister for so long, and it was a little too much not to let her go up. It's just a roller coaster anyway. This won't collide with that one? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, pointed at Suguan's roller coaster, and couldn't help but ask. She noticed that the coaster hanging in midair was supposed to be on the same track as the one parked in front of them. In that case, wouldn't you bump into them everywhere you go? That could be dangerous. No. Shen Fei shook his head and analyzed. The 7-star copy will not be so simple. It will only be more, when the time comes. But, before Shen Fei could finish speaking, Shen Mengyu then agreed. Then let's go play. She had just remembered that her brother was a big shot in the thriller world. So what's she afraid of in thriller world? Just play with confidence. Subsequently, Shen Fei rode the roller coaster with Shen Mengyu. Snapped the clips. The roller coaster then began to slowly roll on. Head for the highest one on the track. Chapter 91, there's still one room left. At the same time, thrill ride. Inside a public restroom. It was quiet. The sound of water dripping came in drips. Inside the 4th interpret, however, came the sound of light breathing. At that moment, 3 men were standing inside, staring at each other. If Shen Mengyu was here, she would definitely recognize these three people. Nothing else, because these are the same three people who just entered the copy and paid the big guy to take them out alive. One of them was a man. It was the same man who tried to pull Shen Mengyu in, but was rejected by her. Right now he's hiding out in an amusement park public restroom, along with two other people. He's been hiding out here since his copy started. It's a little trick he's been able to survive. Because that's how he survived his last copy. But this time is very different from last time. Last time, it was alone in the bathroom. This time it was a pit but filled with three men. Such a scene. The broadcast booth wouldn't even give the camera, so the audience watching them is almost non-existent. It was quiet inside the restroom, and the breathing of all three people was so subtle that it was completely undetectable if you didn't listen carefully. Just then, Biggie, will we make it out alive? That rich kid's nerves were too tight and he suddenly spoke up. Subsequently, he swallowed deeply and spoke cautiously. Are we really not going to get caught like this? Since it was his first time entering a copy, he was really nervous. Even though the copy had started some time ago, he was still worried. When he thought about it, many of the victims in the movie were killed in the toilet. Will they do the same? Yeah, big guy. I'm dying to ask, don't we have to do quests? The wealthy businessman chimed in, and we just hide inside the restroom? As a businessman, he still knew something about human thinking. Although restrooms are dangerous, often the most dangerous place is the safest place. The man may be using this loophole to carry them through to life. But that's not what's important. The important thing is, they still have a mission on them. Is it hard to leave without completing the mission? Don't panic. The man spoke with an inscrutable face. I didn't do the quest last time. I waited until the copy closed and I left. The last time he entered the copy, he was in the capacity of a toilet cleaner. So he simply waited in the restroom until his copy was finished. It was just as easy to leave. He was sure this one would be just as good. Pity. He overlooked one detail. That is, the last time he was tasked with cleaning toilets. In other words, as long as he stayed inside the restroom, he would be completing the task by default. In this way, he waited until the end of the copy could naturally leave. This time it was different. Each of the three of them has a different mission. How can you leave here alive if you don't complete the mission? The two men looked at the man half-heartedly. They always feel that this money, they are spending it at a loss. That rich young man nervously rubbed his hands together and just planned to continue talking. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the restroom. My good oldest son, are you there? The voice sounded a little husky and somber. Listening carefully, it seemed to be a woman's voice. Hearing the commotion coming from outside the restroom, the three men immediately changed their faces. That rich second-generation god's expression was even whiter with fear. Shoo! The man made a don't talk gesture and spoke in a low voice. From now on, don't talk, control your breathing, and it will go away on its own in a moment. The last time he hid in the restroom, he also heard a poltergeist come in. But the gargoyles merely came in for a quick look and then left. This time, no surprise, it should be the same. Seeing the man's look of certainty, the two of them nodded in silence. In this situation now, there is nothing left but to trust the men. There's no other way. Is it hard to just run out now and collide with the ghosts and monsters? Isn't that a death wish? My good big son, pay attention to mommy. Don't play hide and seek with mommy. Mommy really misses you so much. Come out and cuddle with mommy. That eerie voice came again, as if it came from the 18 layers of hell. The three people inside the restroom were trembling with fear. Even though the man had come in for a copy once, he was still frightened at the sight of this situation. He hadn't seen this kind of scene before. Suddenly, the bang came. The door to the first pit number was kicked in. The loud ringing sound came from inside the empty toilet, unusually harsh. My good big boy, mommy's coming for you. A grim voice came from outside, sounding somewhat expectant. But, less than a few seconds. No. The voice sighed a bit and seemed to say with some disappointment. Subsequently, it came to the second pit. My good oldest child, you should be in here, right? Creepy laughter came. Let mommy have a look. Immediately after, once again there was a loud bang. The second pit was also kicked off. Still less than a few seconds. Not yet. The voice sighed again. Jie Jie, then mommy go to the next one and see. Then came the sound of feet scraping the ground. By the sound of it, it should have gone to the third pit. Hear the scene. Richie's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly said, "Woj, why is it still kicking the door? It's come to the third one now. If it kicks in the fourth door, won't we be discovered?" His heart was beating unusually fast now. Never in my life have I been so up close and personal with a ghost. I used to just watch it on the air, but now that I'm facing the world of thrillers myself, it feels completely different. If this gets caught, there's no way that the pair will leave alive. Don't be afraid. The man's face was also white, obviously scared. But, still trying to reassure the two gold masters as best he could, he spoke. I bet it won't kick in a fourth door. Trust me, we can only gamble with it. There's only death in going out now. With that, he patted the shoulders of the two men with a serious look on his face. If I'm found out, I won't be able to survive a single one of them. Richie was already too scared to speak, and could only nod with a trembling body. Rich, still slightly able to care for himself, spoke up and said, yes, but, his legs had also unconsciously begun to tremble. Seeing both of them agree, the man also nodded slightly, a line of cold sweat already appearing on his forehead. Just then, Xia Jie, my good big boy, mommy's coming for you. The voice laughed eerily once more, as if it was more expectant. Next moment, with a bang again, the third restroom door was also kicked in. The sound was unusually loud in the empty, quiet restroom. Perhaps it's also possible that ghosts and goblins have greater strength than normal people. The empty third pit was still empty. Saw the scene. Still nothing. The voice spoke with a somewhat drooping voice. At this point, there's one left. The eerie voice came again. The footsteps slowly shifted to the fourth pit. Stopped at interpit number 4. Through the crack in the door, you could see the shoes the thing outside was wearing. It's a pair of worn-out straw shoes. The tops of the straw shoes were covered with scarlet, supposedly stained with blood. In the meantime, the surrounding atmosphere also suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 92, When I'm a Good Son. My good oldest child. Will it be in there? Maybe? What will we do when we find him? Eat up. Eat it? That's not good. Is it? That's my good daughter. It's not very good to eat it raw. So let's take it inside the blood-red grill and have it cooked in a hot pot. Could be. Inside the silent toilet, the voice muttered to itself. Can't help but shudder at the sound of it. The three men unconsciously had a nervous gulp. They dare not speak now, afraid that if he spoke, the thing would just kick in the door. The man even kept praying in his heart that he could leave alive. Just then, Xia Jie, I'm going to kick in the door. My good son, you have to hide well. If I catch you, I'll take you to shabu shabu. At that moment, the voice brayed and laughed outside the door. The words were said. The three were dumbfounded. WOC, is this cool for them? Suddenly, before they could react, the boarded-up door was instantly poked through a hole. A dry, wrinkled hand reached in from the inside out, and there were red stains of blood on it. The hand grabbed Richie's arm in a flash. Saw the scene. Richie's face went white for a second. I'm brown. He couldn't help but curse, and nearly jumped out of his skin in shock. Get the hell out of here. Richie was so scared that he tried to pull back his arm, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. It was as if the dry hand had been immobilized, not moving in the slightest. Help me. He looked at the man with a panicked face and spoke with a sobbing voice. No matter how much money you want, I'll give it to you. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. I can give it to you. Oh, by the way, my dad just recently found a mistress who is very good looking. If you like it, I'll directly ask my dad to let you have that mistress at that time. At times like this, he would give up whatever it took to get the man to save himself. Not to mention his father's mistress. Even his grandfather's mistress he was willing to give. What's the use of money when you've lost your life? Besides, the men were his only saving grace. 2. The eyes of the rich man on the side looked straight, so scared that his lips did not have any blood color. Brother, I'm sorry, I'll run away first. Seeing this scene, the man took a deep breath and spoke. I can't help you in this matter, brother. I can't help you if I have the chance to save you in my next life. Saving? How is that possible? He's not even sure he's going to be able to keep himself safe, let alone keep anyone else. The first order of business is still to keep yourself alive. Even if he didn't want all this money, he had to keep himself alive. The sky is the limit, but a small life is the biggest. Subsequently, he immediately held onto the boards and climbed up to the third pit next door. Slip right in when the thing isn't looking. This operation was even more dumbfounding to the two. I brown your horse. Seeing men so unrighteous, Richie was so angry that he could say anything dirty. He or she has spent the money. As the saying goes, if you spend the money, you're the boss. Now that's good. Spent the money. He became a grandson. After saying that, Fu Er looked at Fu Hao as if he was excited to see a savior, and was just about to open his mouth to speak, but then the tycoon interrupted to speak. That, little brother. I'll go first too. He looked at Richie Rich with an apologetic face and spoke. I'm not in a hiring relationship with you, and it's not my responsibility to protect you. Goodbye. I'll save you in my next life. Next moment, Rich climbed the boards in the same way and escaped by jumping to the third pit. Saw the scene. Richie was completely dumbfounded. The only person who could have saved him from himself ran away. At this moment, he realized what it meant to be sinister. Just then, my good doll. The The voice laughed morosely. Do you want to kill them two unrighteous guys? The words were said. Richie had a look of dismay on his face. What's the situation? Are you hallucinating? That thing outside the door talking to itself? This can't be a flashback before death, can it? He had heard others say before that people would have flashbacks before they died, and it was possible that they would see, or hear, strange things. What did you say? He gulped and couldn't help but shudder. Though he thought it was possible that he had just had a flashback, he decided to ask. Even if there was the slightest chance that he could survive, he had to fight for it. I can help you kill both of them. The voice spoke hoarsely but eerily. Kill them both? The rich kid's face immediately changed, and he directly shook his head. I can't lay my hands on it. Murder? You're kidding. He's a pampered flower child who grew up in a greenhouse, and he's told to kill people? It's impossible to kill a chicken. Growing up, he didn't even kill a mosquito. I'll kill it, the voice said while releasing its blood-stained palm. As a sign of good faith, I won't kill you. Saw the scene. Not kill me? Richie frowned, still a little cautious. Are you sure? Why? Just because he's greenhouse raised doesn't mean he's a cutie. Because, as his dad told him, with enough wealth, you can even trade with ghosts. The guy in front of him must have its purpose if he didn't kill himself. As to what the purpose was, he had no idea. No reason. The voice paused and continued to speak grimly. If you agree to this deal, not only will I not let you die, but I will also let you hang around in the thriller world. Mixing it up in the thriller world? Richie froze when he heard this. Obviously, he was moved. As opposed to surviving, it is obvious that the one in front of you, i.e., you can survive and build your own business, is more appealing. And what will it cost me? He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to ask. Any deal has a price, let alone one like his that crosses the line of strength. If the price was too high, he might as well exercise discretion. Cost? The raspy voice spoke thoughtfully. When I'm a good doll. The words were said. Richie was instantly confused. What? He opened his mouth in disbelief and asked, let me be your son? Is this forcing him to recognize his father or his mother? Do ghosts and monsters still have this fetish? Your scent is similar to my dead son's. The eerie voice didn't speak quickly or slowly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You just need to accompany me when you enter the thrilling world. With that, he continued to speak. In the real world, if you need it, I can be there to help you as well. It does sound tempting. If it were anyone else, they might have agreed without hesitation. But, Richie was still a little hesitant. But I have parents. That's your real-life parents. Nothing to do with me. You just need to be my good oldest child. The voice spoke faintly. How? This ghost is so principled? Richie was a bit staggered. The ghosts and monsters inside the copy of Thriller World that he had learned about were unreasonable guys. I didn't realize that the ghost in front of me was so reasonable. His hesitation was nothing more than his real-world parents, and his own personal safety. As for the rest, none of it matters as much as these. Since the ghost in front of him was able to agree to these conditions, it was a good deal. It's just not very nice to be someone's good big boy. But, to put it another way, someone else who wants to be might not be able to be. Subsequently, think again. He finally nodded. Okay, I agree. Chapter 93, This is my sister. The amusement park was full of ghosts with all kinds of entertainment. There was only one ride that no one had the ghost to go on. That's the roller coaster. This was what Shen Mengyu had just noticed along the way. Whether it was the Ferris wheel or the big swinging hammer, many ghosts and monsters were lining up. The hottest thing is bungee jumping, as this is an entertainment not found in other amusement park copies. Within the world of thrillers, ghosts and monsters also love new things. It's such a new thing. Of course you have to play with it. But with this attraction of novelty copies, the roller coaster is a breath of fresh air, with no lines or ghosts to play with. As to what it was, she wasn't sure. In the meantime, the roller coaster she was on had climbed to its highest point and was about ready to drop. Looking down from above, it's at least 50 meters away. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face immediately turned white. That's too high. If the carabiner didn't work by accident, wouldn't she have to turn into mincemeat? Subsequently, she pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at Shen Fei. Is your own brother scared? Shen Fei, however, glanced at Shen Mengyu with a calm face, as if asking her, is there anything wrong? His face was so flat that he couldn't see any mood swings, as if to say, I'm not afraid at all. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. All right, his own brother is a prude at times like this. My brother was like that when I was a kid, and I didn't think he was still like that when I grew up. Don't look at Shen Fei's practically calm face. He was actually panicking in his heart. Growing up, he had always had a fear of heights, especially looking down, and he panicked. The only time you're not afraid of heights is when you're fighting. Just then, break release. the roller coaster suddenly hurtled toward the bottom at breakneck speed. Ah! Shen Mengyu was so frightened that she screamed out. Shen Fei directly chose to close his eyes. As the saying goes, the eye doesn't see the heart. Nope. It's the eye that doesn't see and the heart that isn't afraid. A reason, I guess. But it was accompanied by a blinding flash of white light. The scenery in front of me all changed. Instead of a falling roller coaster, the scene was one of darkness and environmental silence. Where is this? Shen Mengyu's fearful heart just now was swept away, and her little face looked at the surroundings with some surprise. This is not an amusement park, is it? Is it hard to believe that we've entered another subcopy? She frowned and couldn't help but speak. No. Shen Fei's voice came from the side. Just now he sensed something strange and opened his eyes without realizing it. Brother? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and opened her mouth. Then this place is there? That said, she was inexplicably happy inside. Nothing else, because she was finally with her brother, side by side. It seems that all the hard work I've been doing for so long has been right on the money. It's just an illusion. Shen Fei scanned the surroundings and said indistinctly, I know why that roller coaster stopped in midair. This roller coaster will take people into an illusionary realm and leave them trapped inside, specifically targeting people, and the coaster will only drive down if all of the coaster's people are dead. Saying that, he sighed a little. It's not without reason that this whooshy thing can make this subcategory able to improve so quickly. The roller coaster alone is estimated to kill the average multi-entering copy. The other ghosts are going toe-to-toe with people, and no one is expected to leave the copy alive. The ones that made it out were just flukes. Going to maim so many people like that. You'll be damned if the copy doesn't improve quickly. It was no wonder that in just a year's time, it could be upgraded from a 6-star copy to a 7-star copy. The words were said. So vicious? Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. No harm done. Shen Fei shook his head and spoke faintly. This copy will be ours in a while, and I will remove this illusion at that time. Shen Mengyu? What? She didn't hear right. This copy, in a moment, will be theirs? Did he or she misunderstand his or her brother's statement somewhere? Just when Shen Mengyu was immersed in incredulity, while she wasn't paying attention, Shen Fei took out a 3-foot green-colored long sword. With cold eyes, he raised his 3-foot green sword and slashed it into the air. Subsequently, the illusion began to shimmer and fall apart at once. The originally dark surroundings began to brighten up, and the surroundings returned to normal at this time. The familiar amusement park came into view once again. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei slowly put away the 3-foot green sword. With a single sword, the illusion that had crippled countless people was resolved. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups rolled up like crazy. Brown. So this is Lord Shen's true strength? How powerful must this be? This could probably split a building in the real world, right? Convinced. Is the difference between brothers so big? I silently glanced at the one in my house, still lying on the couch watching sand sculpture videos, so angry that I directly picked up my dad's 7 wolves. Not to mention, I'm going to go teach my brother a lesson. Upstairs you take it easy. The 7 wolves are quite expensive. It doesn't matter if people break. The 7 wolves don't break. Good guy. I call good guy straight up. Excuse me, I'm a 3rd grade elementary school riot fighter. Can I worship Lord Shen? Lord Shen is not something you can just worship. You have to use your brain. I'll be smarter. I'll marry Goddess Mengyu, so I can logically worship my great uncle as my teacher. Get lost upstairs. Goddess Dreaming Rain is mine. Ashiba. It's all from my Stick Island. All the blue stars originated from my Stick Island. Same time, inside Thrill World. After Shen Fei destroyed the roller coaster illusion, the roller coaster where Su Guan was miraculously returned to normal and began to drive toward the bottom. Saw the scene. Shen is awesome. Su Guan's excited voice came from not far away, shouting, I want to have a monkey with brother Shen. Oh no, I'm going to give Shen a litter of monkeys. Shen Fei? Shen Mengyu looked at Shen Fei with an unbelievable face, as if she had discovered some new continent. Brother, so you're good at this? She couldn't help but stare. I didn't see that before. I really didn't realize that my brother was good at this. No wonder he told himself that he didn't have a girlfriend. Turns out there's a boyfriend. As a younger sister, one can still understand this behavior of a brother. Do you believe me when I say he's making it up? The corners of Shen Fei's mouth twitched as he opened his mouth. I believe it. Shen Mengyu was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding her head repeatedly. Brother, I believe whatever you say. It's just that you have to take care of your health. Shen Fei, it looks like jumping into the Yellow River won't wash it away. Subsequently, the roller coaster they were on also descended peacefully to the ground. Shen, Su, who had already gotten off the bus, watched to see Shen Fei and directly jogged over. Shen Fei nodded, pointed at Shen Mengyu, and spoke. This is my sister, Xiao Yu. The words were said. The face of Su Guan, who was still excited, immediately stiffened. He slowly turned his head and saw faces that seemed familiar, yet unfamiliar. Shen Mengyu also saw Su Guan's appearance, and her entire body was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but lose her voice. It's you? No wonder she heard that voice so familiar just now. It's a real shocker. Wasn't this the same guy who had molested his copy at Blood Moon High School that day? I didn't realize that this guy was good friends with his brother. You know each other? Seeing this scene, Shen Fei froze for a moment. Chapter 94, this is for you too. Ahem. Su Guan looked at Shen Mengyu with a stiff face, and with great difficulty revealed a smile, saying, we know each other, just not too familiar. After saying this, Su Guan felt like he was going to die of community. He really wanted to find a crack to get into right now. Embarrassed the hell out of him. He now prayed that Shen Mengyu wouldn't say anything about the day he messaged her, or he'd be screwed. Shen Fei treats anyone with a mean nature, but only treats Shen Mengyu exceptionally well. This if Shen Fei knew that he had molested his sister, then he would not pull his skin off? More than recognizing, Shen Mengyu gritted her teeth in anger and told all those things that happened in Blood Moon Middle School, releasing this guy with good intentions. I didn't think he would dare to molest himself. I should have stopped that ghostly creature from Blood Moon High School from smashing through that hut. After listening to what Shen Mengyu said, Shen Fei immediately frowned. Is what Xiao Yu said true? He looked at Su Guan and couldn't help but speak. Well, it is. Su Guan whispered. I didn't know she was your sister at the time. The words were said. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, feeling somewhat amused. Don't recognize yourself? Who was the one who said my brother's arm tasted good inside the Blood Moon Middle School copy? She directly exposed Su Guan's bottom. That day inside the Blood Moon Middle School copy, Su Guan had told her that he had even eaten his own brother. It's so infuriating. Su Guan was immediately dumbfounded. That wasn't intentional. He hurriedly spoke. Wasn't that because I missed Brother Shen so much that I said that? Nice guy. He was not expecting that Shen Mengyu would still remember it after such a long time in the past. It's really too vindictive. I should have known that day at the Tianqi Hotel to let Shen clear his memory in her mind. All he could feel now was that something big was about to happen. By himself, it was likely that he was going to be brutally beaten up by Shen. I know. Shen Fei nodded and smiled around a deep meaning. I will punish Su Guan. The words were said. Only then did Shen Mengyu nod in reassurance, determined not to let Su Guan bully himself and his brother. But, on the side, Su Guan, however, had the corners of his mouth twitching. He felt afraid he was going to be wasted. I'll settle the score with you when I leave the copy. Shen Fei patted Su Guan's shoulder and spoke softly. Ugh. Su Guan shook his head and sighed. Sins. Although he could not see any signs of anger from Shen Fei on the surface, but after following Shen Fei for so long, he definitely knew some of Shen Fei's thoughts. I guess I'll leave my copy. Don't think it's going to be good. Just then, the jade pendant on Shen Fei's waist suddenly flashed. He picked up the jade pendant and placed it to his ear, as if he had received some news, and his brows furrowed. Xiao Yu, I'll be leaving the copy soon. He looked towards Shen Mengyu and sighed with some reluctance. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, feeling that something bad was about to happen, and couldn't help but ask, is something happening? Yes. Shen Fei took a deep breath and continued. A crack appeared in the thriller world, and quite a number of ghosts and monsters have left the thriller world through the crack, and they fled to the real world. My forces are repairing the rift and need me to rush over to close it completely. The words were said. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face immediately froze. She remembered that her brother had told her before that the thriller world was already extremely unstable and would most likely be fully expanded and integrated into the real world within 3 years. Obviously, the scene before us is somewhat similar. Is it dangerous? She hesitated and opened her mouth. Even though the thrill world rift would affect a lot of people, she was still concerned about whether her brother would be in danger or something. This is the only brother he has. That's not going to happen. Su Guan spoke up with a grin on the side. Old sister, you that don't know how powerful Brother Shen is. A crack is just a crack. My brother Shen's hand is at hand. Even if the thrilling world is completely out of control, Brother Shen can forcefully suppress it for 10 days and half a month. When it comes to Shen Fei's strength, then he is definitely the #1 fan. Having followed Shen Fei for so long, he more or less knew how terrifying Shen Fei was. So, as soon as it came up, he couldn't help but snatch the answer. But, Shen Mengyu, however, looked at Shen Fei with some doubts. Is what he said true? Really? Shen Fei rubbed Shen Mengyu's head and smiled gently. There's no need for me to lie to you. Your brother. Saying that he glanced at the Thrill World amusement park, he slowly spoke. Your brother and I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts for you, so I'll give you this copy. With that, he stretched out his bony left hand, and a 3-foot green sword manifested once again. Next moment, with a wave of his big hand, The 3-foot green sword immediately left Shen Fei's palm. The green sword cut through the air until it reached one of the inconspicuous ghosts in the amusement park. Dressed in a birthday suit, the life-clothed ghost monster jumped in fear when he saw the green sword that burst into the attack, and his face changed drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It whispered angrily. It tried to dodge, but unfortunately it was too late. The green sword was already less than a meter away from it. Saw the scene. The longevity-clothed ghost monster couldn't help but roar loudly. Lord Wu won't let you go, and our forces will surely sweep across the entire thriller world. The words were just finished. Next moment, the green sword instantly passed through between its eyebrows. The Ghostbusters of life. Pawn. Shen Mengyu frowned, somewhat puzzled. She didn't know why her brother had suddenly gone to kill a poltergeist. Is it hard to believe that bigots like this? Noticing Shen Mengyu's puzzled gaze, Shen Fei explained patiently. This is the henchman that Wu Shifeng left here, and is also the person in control of this copy. After killing this ghost monster, the copy will belong to me. The words were said. That's right. Su Guan immediately nodded and responded. You mustn't look at how easy it was for Shen to kill this ghost monster. But in reality, that ghost monster had the strength of a high-level ghost emperor, and it was merely hiding in a group of ghosts and monsters. Shen Mengyu nodded thoughtfully. So that's it. Subsequently, under Su Guan's envious gaze, Shen Fei took out an identity plate and placed it in front of Shen Mengyu. This identity plate was red overall and surrounded by a gold border, symbolizing respectability. It was also engraved with the words, Director of Thrill Amusement Park, in large letters. For you. Shen Fei looked at Shen Mengyu with gentle eyes. Here. For me? Shen Mengyu froze. She had thought her brother was trying to recover this copy, but she hadn't realized it was a gift to her? Oh yeah. Saying that, Shen Fei once again took out the 3-foot green sword from earlier and placed it in front of Shen Mengyu along with the identity card. This is also for you. Saw the 3-foot green sword given to Shen Mengyu. Brother Shen, didn't you say you'd give it to me when you got tired of using it? Su Guan was immediately dumbfounded. This sword was something he had begged Shen Fei for a long time before he promised himself that he would give it to him when he got tired of using it. What's the deal with giving it to Shen Mengyu now? Give it to our sister. You don't like it? Shen Fei helplessly glanced at Su Guan and spoke. Go back and get you another one that's almost as good. Okay? That's fine. Su Guan sighed. Then I'll reluctantly let my sister have it. Saying that, his eyes still lingered on the top of the 3-foot green sword with a sad face, as if he had lost his beloved. Subsequently, Shen Fei and Su Guan directly left the copy and handed her a note before leaving, saying that it was some secrets of the thriller world. Let her leave the copy to open it. It's about yourself and the thrill world crack. Although Shen Mengyu was very reluctant to let go, her brother still had a very important mission. Besides, Shen Fei told her that the day the thriller world expands into the real world is the time when their siblings can meet. Shen Fei would represent the whole of Daxia and resist the invasion of ghosts and monsters from other countries. At that time, it is the coming of the end of the blue planet and the true coming of the thriller world. In the meantime, seeing this scene in the Thrill World live room, the pop-ups boiled over. Chapter 95, so I'm only one brother away from Big Brother. WOC, a single sword took this copy? After all, I'm the lone voice. This ing full brother bar. I'm directly envious of the original Place to Die. It's so handsome. That sword is simply handsome. This is not a thriller world at all. I'm afraid this is an immortal world. First time I've seen a gift for a copy. Eye-opener. So I'm only one brother away from the big guy. Nice guy. This is someone else's brother. Seeing my brother makes me angry again. Pick up the 7 wolves again to communicate with my brother. Bye. I feel sorry for the 7 wolves for a second. It took the pain it didn't deserve. Ashiba, why don't you give it to me? The pop-ups rolled like crazy. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu put away the identity card as well as the 3-foot-long sword. Ugh. She sighed. His own brother had left this time, and the next time he would see him again might not be the same. Just then, Main Street at the amusement park, a figure attracted Shen Mengyu's attention. It was a young man wearing a bear pattern dress. His appearance looked clean, but it was far from his own brother. The only thing that attracted her was the dress. This dress. Shen Mengyu was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the owner she saw on the forums that day? The one who said the distribution of power in the thriller world? That owner said to wear a bear print to enter the copy. Those who could enter the 7-star replica were not so likely to lie. Think for a moment. She decided to go ahead and check it out. Nothing else. Mostly, I wanted to ask how he knew his brother had so much power. Though there are many bigwigs in the thriller world, few know about the forces. Almost certainly not. They press on to ignore the forces behind them. Anyway, it's good to know that you can survive the copy and still get stronger. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu left the roller coaster entertainment facility and walked towards where the young man wearing the bear pattern. The young man wasn't very far away from her, and it didn't take more than a few steps to get there. Just walked past. Before Shen Mengyu could open her mouth to speak, the young man wearing a bear pattern brightened up and spoke. Miss, are you here for this kind of high-level copy as well? Right. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment, not expecting him to take the initiative to talk to himself. Some surprises. Me too. The bear-patterned young man was immediately delighted. My name is Meng Shuo. And you? Because he hadn't noticed where the roller coaster happened just now. Randomly he didn't recognize Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu laughed sweetly, as innocent as a neighborhood girl. The scene. Straight away, Meng Shuo looked dumbfounded. This is too good to look at. He swore he had never seen such a good-looking girl in his life. To be honest, he felt that Shen Mengyu was better looking than some stars in the real world. If this is seen by an agency, wouldn't it be an instant debut? Directly topped the #1 popular female celebrity in Daxia. What's wrong? Seeing Meng Shuo frozen in place, Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but ask, "You're not feeling well?" The words were said. It brought Meng Shuo back from fantasy to reality immediately. No. He shook his head quickly. I just remembered something and got lost in thought. I see you're wearing these clothes. Are you the one who posted the thrilling world power controller in the forums the other day? Shen Mengyu didn't care too much about it and asked directly to the point. She just likes to be blunt and ask for anything. Beating around the bush seems too deliberate. Ha? Meng Shuo froze for a moment and asked somewhat incredulously. You've read my forums? Subsequently, as if he remembered something, he smiled bitterly and spoke. Do you also think that what I said is false? When that thread was first posted, there were a ton of people criticizing him below, saying he's misleading people and deceiving the masses and all that. But he was all truthful, except that no one wanted to believe him. People, always reluctant to believe what they have not seen. Therefore, he also subconsciously assumed that Shen Mengyu didn't believe in what he said either, and was here to mock him. Of course not. Shen Mengyu shook her head and spoke with a serious face. I do think that what you said is right. Really? Meng Shuo looked at Shen Mengyu with what appeared to be some shock. Do you really think that the ones I posted are true? His heart beat a little faster. It was the first time he had ever felt recognized by anyone. It's kind of marvelous. Of course, I was just curious how you knew. Shen Mengyu nodded and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Inside the replica, the ghosts and monsters won't say these things, right? She was quite curious as to why Meng Shuo could know about so many forces, to be able to dish out so much power out. Or else you have someone in the thrill world like yourself. To do otherwise would be to show that he is not ordinary in his own right. The point is, he also knows his brother's name. Lord Shun, the manager of the Scarlet Zoo, had told her that those 3 words were not something that anyone could afford to shout. Only ghosts and monsters that were close to Shen Fei could be called that. The other ghosts don't even deserve it. That's a long story. Meng Shuo pondered for a moment and sighed. Actually, I wasn't aware of these forces at first. I accidentally entered a strange copy and used ghost coins to purchase the information somewhere. Strange copy? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and asked with some curiosity. How is it strange? Strange copy. First time she'd heard of it. That copy doesn't qualify as strange. It qualifies as weird. Speaking of this, Meng Shuo's face became heavy. That copy is definitely the most memorable copy in my life. He observed the surroundings and spoke cautiously. There's no one inside that copy. There's no ghosts or monsters. It's very silent. And there's no other players. I went in there by mistake at the time. And there's a lot of stuff you can check out in there. But you have to pay Ghostbusters coins for all of it. I was overlooking the Thriller World Power Controller, and out of curiosity I used 200 Ghostbusters coins to buy it. I didn't believe it at all when I first read it, but I didn't believe it until I purchased the second book. The second book was about me, and it was amazing that there was information about me in there, and that's what was written on it. I was immediately curious as hell, and when I bought it, I opened it up, and it was word for word. It even went into detail about where my family lives, how old my parents are, how many people are in my family, and how many critters I have. While I was shocked, I was going to look at other information that might help me later on in Thrill World, but unfortunately I somehow got out again. When I got out, I was heartbroken about the 200 Ghostbusters coins, so I thought I'd take this profile of the power controllers of Thriller World, send out a portion of it, and then sell the rest, and I'd get some money back. That's about it. Speaking of which, Meng Shuo smiled a little to himself. I don't think you'd believe that, would you? Chapter 96, 3 Realms. This amazing experience of Meng Shuo's, if told, really not many people would want to believe it. None other. Most people won't believe what is recognized by very few, and most people will only believe it if it is universally recognized by everyone. The vast majority of people would have absolutely laughed at Meng Shuo if they had heard those words coming out of his mouth. Thrillist world. And this weird copy? The mere statement that there were no people or ghosts inside the replica made most people think it was false. But Shen Mengyu felt otherwise. I believe you. She grinned broadly. Because what you said about the controller of power is true. There are two reasons why I trust Manshak. One reason is that the whole thing about Meng Shuo talking about the people in control behind the forces is not a hair's breadth from the real thriller world. It was just like the previous auction, where he had encountered the hall master of the Sun Luo Hall. Sun Luo. All of this is true. If Meng Shuo was investigating in thriller world, it would be basically impossible to investigate this stuff. None other. Even if it is investigated, no one wants to believe it. Since no one wants to believe it, there is no interest in investigating the thing. Might as well figure out how to survive in thrill world and make more money selling the experience of surviving when you get out. Therefore, Meng Shuo's discovery of the thrilling world power controller was most likely a sudden discovery. That, right up there with what he said about the file. As for the second point, that was Shen Mengyu observing Meng Shuo through micro-expressions and realizing that he didn't want to look like he was lying. He acted as if it was a thing repressed in his mind that no one understood. Based on all the above clues, Shen Mengyu felt that what Meng Shuo said should be true. What did you say? Seeing this scene, Meng Shuo was obviously a bit incredulous. You believe that what I said is true? Believe. Shen Mengyu nodded seriously. She didn't think it was anything to count on. Others didn't believe it. It was because they hadn't seen it. She's different. His own brother was the Lord Shen he spoke of, and the power he controlled behind him was almost exactly the same as what Meng Shuo had told him. Meng Shuo blushed a little happily. He was in an emotional state now, as if he had suddenly been understood. Just then, can you give me a copy of the file on the Thrill World power holders? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke. How much? Just tell me. That power controller's file. She needed a copy of it. Only a portion of it was posted inside the forum, so there must be a lot more of the remaining portion that was related to his brother. She wanted to see just how powerful her brother was in the thriller world. No money. Meng Shuo waved his hand and opened his mouth generously. I'll give it to you for free. As a friend. I'll remember your contact information. I'll contact you when I leave the copy. Shen Mengyu didn't refuse and nodded. Subsequently, she gave Meng Shuo contact information. Big deal. She'd buy him dinner later. She didn't like to owe favors. I have a mission to fulfill, so I'll go first. Meng Shuo suddenly remembered something. His complexion immediately became anxious, and he left in a hurry. He just remembered that he still had a quest left to complete, and he could only leave the copy if he completed it. Looking at Meng Shuo's departing figure, Shen Mengyu frowned and took out his identity card, utilizing his status as the head gardener to lighten his task. Meng Shuo couldn't die inside the copy. He still needs his file himself. Investigate your own brother's file. Although this time I met my brother unfortunately only for those 10 short minutes, her brother had leaked himself some information, all inside a note, and handed it to her. But, Shen Fei tells her that she can't view it at Thriller World. Ask her to open it again when she returns to the real world and read it. Nowadays, one doesn't have a mission in Thriller World either. It's time to go back early. Shen Mengyu opened the Thrilling World system and chose to leave the copy. After becoming the head gardener, she could leave if she wanted to calendar copies and could come in whenever she wanted to. No time limit. Next moment, there was a sudden blackness before her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I was already at home. Look out the window. At this moment, it's dark outside. Vehicles of all shapes and sizes drove down the road, and all sorts of lights hung over the skyscrapers outside. The night view is so nice. Shen Mengyu looked at the scenery outside the window, and then looked at the quiet home. Her heart could not help but feel a little empty. She's still the only one in the house. Brother not here. Just then, the glittering ID tag in her hand caught her attention. At the same time, there was the 3-foot-long sword. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu's mood was inexplicably a little warm. Her own brother, it seemed, was beside her in another way. Just then, by the way, I need to see that letter my brother gave me. She remembered the letter her brother had prepared for her. With that, she took the small note from inside her pocket. The little note wasn't very big, about the size of an A4 sheet of paper. As soon as he opened it, his brother's clear handwriting was what caught his eye. Rain, if you can read this letter, it means we've already met in Thriller World. For once brother won't narrate his feelings to you. Brother is going to tell you something very important. If you see me afterward, it's no surprise that the way I'm leaving must be that there's a crack in the thrill world. I've known it for a long time. It's bound to happen, and there's nothing I can do to stop it ahead of time. After the crack appears, there will be a lot of ghosts and monsters pouring into the real world. Protect yourself with the 3-foot green sword I gave you. The level of that sword is the Ghost Emperor level. With your current strength, there should be no problem controlling that sword. With the expansion of Thriller World into the real world, countries are bound to use this opportunity to go toe-to-toe with each other, perhaps using their own ghosts and monsters to invade other countries, all of which will come later. So, you don't have to worry about me. Your brother's strength is such that I have no problem beating 10 of them one by one in Thriller World. Instead, it's you. Protect yourself. The expansion of the Thriller World into the real world is getting faster and faster. It's very likely that there will be a small-scale outbreak by the end of this year and into next year. Within a year at the earliest, make sure to raise your own level. The highest level that Thriller World is currently leaking to ordinary people is only the Ghost Emperor level. Actually, there are several levels after Ghost Emperor, which are Ghost Immortal, Ghost God, and Ghost Saint. That's about all I can tell you about your brother. Try to catch up with me and we might be able to meet earlier. Shen Mengyu read the letter seriously. Seeing the end, she took a deep breath. In addition to the Ghost Emperor, there are 3 other realms behind the Thrill World, and his own brother is in that realm? Not only that, once Thrill World expands into the real world, there will also be Thrill World friction between countries, and then it's likely that ghosts and monsters from different countries will fight. What would be the responsibility of your own brother? It seems that the world of thrillers is getting more and more mysterious. Its mysterious veil is hinting that everything is getting complicated. Chapter 97 Ghost King Level. Ghost Monster Running Out of the Cracks. Although Shen Mengyu had left the copy, there were still many people who hadn't completed the copy quest. So, the copy is still functioning normally. The official livestream is opening just the same. Inside the Thrillist World livestream. Holy, Goddess Dream Rain is leaving the copy this early? That's too fast. Yes, I'm so uncomfortable. This time I came to see the live broadcast was specifically to see Goddess Dream Rain. I didn't expect her to complete her mission ahead of schedule. Ooh, I'm starting to miss Goddess Dream Rain. We can only wait for the next copy before we follow to see Goddess Dream Rain. Ashiba, I'm going to Daxia. I'm going to Daxia to find this goddess. This is my Stick Islander. Looking forward to the goddess next live broadcast. Sakura Island. Welcome the goddess. The pop-ups rolled up. This copy has reintroduced almost countless people to the world of thrillers. The audiences of all countries were all attracted to Shen Mengyu, from the beginning of the abuse, to the present conviction. But, there are still some people from other countries who can't stand to see the Daxia people, and they are madly angry under the pop-ups. It's a shame no one's paying attention to them. Just think of it as a dog chomping at the bit. Inside Thrill World, Richie managed to kill the escaped man as well as Richie by working with the Ghostbusters. After completing the copy quest, he did not choose to leave the copy. Instead, he chose to follow that ghost to the other copies of Thrill World, and he managed to start his own story right there in Thrill World. Perhaps in the future, he, too, will form a very powerful force in the world of Thriller. River City. Inside the apartment building, Shen Mengyu went to wash up first, then lay on the sofa while leisurely eating a snack. On the other hand, was watching his rating for this copy of Thriller World. Open the personal panel. Player, Shen Mengyu. Level, Ghost King Advanced. Identity, Director of the Scarlet Zoo. Student at Blood Moon High School. Director of Thrill Amusement Park. Special ability, Penchant for Invisibility. Stamina, 50 boosted by 15 points. Strength, 35 boosted by 9 points. Sensitivity, 40 boosted by 12 points. Stamina, 50 boosted by 24 points. Seeing her current rank, Shen Mengyu immediately stopped the eating action in her hands. Ghost King Advanced? She rubbed her eyes, her delicate little face full of disbelief. Himself, surprisingly, was at the Ghost King level? She clearly remembered that before she entered the copy, she wasn't even at the Knight level. At that time, she was still a small green regal ghost level. Originally, she was expecting that after she entered another copy, she would come back and be able to upgrade to the Knight ghost level. That way she could just travel inside the various copies. Didn't realize, God had given her a heavenly surprise. Let himself actually come to the Ghost King level. It was important to realize that in the world of thrillers, a Liger-class ghost was already considered relatively powerful, and the most was probably a Ghost General. Once you get to Ghost Generals and above, they become especially rare. The Ghost King class would be very rare. A Ghost King, with his own strength, could single-handedly take on 10 Ghost Generals without much of a problem. This one really took her by surprise. But, she didn't realize that the reason she had become a Ghost King level was the pill Shen Fei had given her when she had fainted. At that time, she was already in critical condition, and taking the pills would be considered a great blessing. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath to calm her excited little heart. Haven't seen any rewards for this rating yet. Let's look at the scoring rewards first. The next time to enter the copy should have appeared as well. She murmured darkly, her eyes looking to the bottom of her personal panel. Click to see the Thrill World copy rating for Thrill World and when the next copy will be available. Stretching out his white jade hand, he gently made a point. Next moment, the ratings about this copy, the rewards, and the next time to enter the copy immediately appeared in front of her. Player, Shen Mengyu. Replica, amusement park of thrills. Systematic rating, SSS+. Reward, ghost coin asterisk 1500. Scary amusement park director's identity tag. Night grade long sword asterisk 1. Night grade machete asterisk 1. The next time to enter the copy is 7 days later. The rating for this one is SSS+. Shen Mengyu was a little pleased in her heart. This kind of rating was rare in the thriller world. Almost only the top bigwigs could obtain such a rating. Looks like she's one step closer to being a bigot. Rewarding words. Aside from that ghost coin and the identity tag, she couldn't use the remaining 2 rewards. The weapon that my brother had given himself was of the Ghost Emperor level. The Nightmare class is no longer useful. You can find a chance to sell it later. Shen Mengyu mulled it over in her mind. Since you can't use it, you might as well turn it into treasure and sell it for some money when the time comes. Although it was useless to her, it was a treasure to others. It's probably going to fetch a good price. Subsequently, Ghostbusters coins. I haven't spent them yet. Shen Mengyu looked at the 1500 ghost coins and pondered. Spending Ghostbusters coins will have to wait until the next time you enter a copy. Each time you leave a copy, the next time you enter it is variable. Some people may have to wait until half a month before they can access their copy, and some may still need to access their copy even an hour later. This time, one's next entry into the replica was still 7 days away. There's plenty of time. You should be able to relax yourself this time. Actually, Shen Mengyu wasn't worried about entering the copy, because, with her brother as her backer, she wasn't really afraid of copies. Instead, I look forward to entering the copy more and more each time. It didn't feel challenging. Let's hope we can get into a challenging copy next time. Shen Mengyu murmured silently in her heart. She wasn't going to keep leaning on her brother. One day, one has to be on the same plane as one's brother. Just then, there was a sudden, mournful scream from downstairs. Shen Mengyu frowned, before she could react. Next moment, a sudden boom came from downstairs. Something seems to have fallen. Hearing this voice, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face immediately became grave. She hurried to the window and looked down. All that could be seen was the bloody remains of a body falling to the ground in pieces. Shen Mengyu fixed her eyes and recognized who that person was. The man was no other than the tenant of his own downstairs. Lives alone on weekdays and is a girl. I heard that he graduated this year and came out for an internship, and it just so happened that this apartment building was cheaper, so he rented it here. He himself didn't interact much with the downstairs on a regular basis, but he still recognized who it was. Only, why did the downstairs suddenly jump? Think about it. Shen Mengyu had a bad feeling in her heart. Her brow furrowed and her gaze went to the downstairs window. Downstairs, by the window, something with a mouth full of blood and a white, inhuman face was chewing its mouth with a contented look on its face. It's the Ghostbusters. Shen Mengyu's heart tightened, and it immediately dawned on her. There's been a crack in the world of thrillers, and a lot of ghosts and goblins have come out of the woodwork. It's very likely that this ghost downstairs is a ghost that ran out of the crack and happened to come to Jiangcheng. At this point, at the same time Shen Mengyu saw that ghost monster. That ghost monster also saw Shen Mengyu. But, at the first moment it saw Shen Mengyu, its face changed. The original look of enjoyment immediately became flustered. Nothing else. It could feel the sense of oppression from the Ghost King level on Shen Mengyu. Chapter 98, Destroying Ghosts with Mushroom Eggs. Seeing this scene, it wanted to run away immediately. A level like Ghost King was not something it could afford to mess with. It was merely a white ghost, considered to be at the bottom of the scary world. Not just as it was getting its feet wet and trying to escape. Go what? Shen Mengyu smiled. Afraid I'll kill you? The words were said. The Ghostbusters' mind stuttered. Not good. It's been discovered. Great, my lord. It couldn't help but gulp, and spoke respectfully. May I ask you, what is your business? The tone of his voice was a little shaky. He was a small white ghost, but he didn't expect to be targeted by the Ghost King now. It would be easy to kill it. You came out of the crack? Shen Mengyu looked at the ghost and asked in a slightly puzzled opening. Back to my lord. I ran from the crack. The ghost didn't dare to slack off and nodded in a hurry. With that, it carefully opened its mouth and asked, my lord, do you have any requests or commands? It felt like there were only two possibilities for the adults to call themselves down. One is to kill himself and avenge the one who was eaten. The other sees himself as useful and wants to be asked to help or ordered to do something. It's probably both. No. Shen Mengyu shook her head. The words were said. The poltergeist immediately panicked. The adults don't need to help themselves? In that case, wouldn't he be Ed? Duh, my lord. The little one is very useful. I know how to wash clothes and cook. I can also go and do some small errands for you. serving tea and water and so on. The ghost spoke nervously. As long as you don't kill me. At the moment, it was simply begging for life. It is well aware of the truth that as long as there are green hills, there is no fear of not having wood to burn. Saving your life first is the most important thing. I don't have to. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment, but still shook her head. But, just then, a sudden thought occurred to her. You can tell me about the cracks, and if it's all told to me in full, I can let you go. A few things about the cracks, including some details and such. It's still not clear to myself, so it's better to be properly informed. She also knew what was going on in the ghost's mind, which was nothing more than fear that she had killed it. I can't say I have a good relationship with downstairs myself, but I can't say it's bad either. This ghost was eating people under his nose. Sparing it was definitely out of the question. Even if my brother was here, he wouldn't let it go. But, it would be a waste to simply kill it. We'll have to make good use of this little intelligence system before we kill him. The words were said. That ghostly monster immediately brightened up, and his heart snickered with joy. It looks like he has a chance of surviving. In that case, it's got a lot to live up to. My lord, the rift is in one of the more desolate parts of the thrill world, where there are no copies of it. It was just somehow torn open, and on the other side of the opening is here. The ghost took a deep breath and began to seriously explain to Shen Mengyu. That crack was as big as 2 or 3 meters and as high as 2 meters. At that time there were a lot of ghosts and monsters wherever it was, and everyone ran out, so I followed them out. However, after I came out, some forces from the thrill world came over and started guarding that rift. I heard that they handed over a top-tier bigwig who should be able to remove the cracks. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just ran out. After saying that, the ghost monster looked at Shen Mengyu with an expectant face. It was expecting that Shen Mengyu could let it live. Any more? Shen Mengyu nodded thoughtfully and opened her mouth to ask. No more. The gargoyle froze and shook his head. Nice. Shen Mengyu nodded approvingly. Though the ghosts were not very comprehensive and had no useful information. However, it can also be seen that the cracks do run out a lot of ghosts and monsters, some of which are in River City. The words were said. The Ghostbusters were immediately in an agitated mood. My lord, may I go then? It couldn't help but lower its voice and open its mouth to ask. No. Speaking of this, Shen Mengyu, however, shook her head decisively. Eating people downstairs from me, in my brother's place, there's no way I'd let you go. With that, she took out the 3-foot green sword that her brother had given her. Saw the scene. The ghostly creature's face immediately changed. Damn, you don't mean what you say. Its originally fearful expression instantly turned into a vicious stare at Shen Mengyu. It's really an abomination. Just now, it said that if it spoke up, it could be let off the hook. Now, instead, it tells it that it can't go. It's shameless. Did you keep your word when you ate that guy downstairs from me? Shen Mengyu was directly exasperated and laughed, retorting back. The words were said. The ghost tried to dislike it, but found himself dumbfounded. This is something that it really doesn't have a say in. Not waiting for it to hesitate for anything, Shen Mengyu gripped the 3-foot green sword, gently swung it, and stabbed it downstairs. As if the 3-foot green sword would automatically track, it flew straight towards the ghost, straight through the brow. Unknown white ghost. Ghostbusters. Pawn. Subsequently, the 3-foot green sword automatically flew out of the window and floated to the front of Shen Mengyu's window. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu couldn't even help but widen her eyes in some surprise. This sword of his brother's. I'm afraid it's not high-tech? This thing is more or less related to metaphysics. No wonder that Guy Suguan wanted this sword so much. It seems that it's not without reason. This sword would be wanted by anyone else. Resolve the ghosts and put away the 3-foot green sword. Shen Mengyu looked at the brightly lit scene outside the window. Her brows furrowed as she fell into thought. The delicate little face was reflected above the window. The night was dark, but it couldn't stop her outstanding looks. Think for a moment. She raised her hand and closed the window and locked the door. Subsequently, back inside his house, Jiangcheng is probably not safe anymore. Although the rift was closed by his brother, a number of ghosts and monsters had already escaped, and they were scattered in all corners of the city, causing considerable damage and casualties. A poltergeist can appear on your own downstairs, so it's probably not going to be very safe anywhere else. Open the forum and look around. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, turned on her computer, and boarded the local forum. As soon as she opened it, her attention was caught by the top message. Shocked. Several ghosts and monsters have appeared in Jiangcheng, and a dozen people have reportedly been killed or injured. The latest report from the Jiangcheng Daily. I don't know what the reason is, but ghosts and monsters are suddenly hurting people in Jiangcheng. There's more than one incident. It's happening in many corners of the whole city. Global Daily News. Ghosts and monsters are appearing in batches all over Daxia. An expert predicts that there is a serious problem in the world of thrillers. and suggests using mushroom eggs to eliminate the world of thrillers. 3 tops in a row made Shen Mengyu somewhat shocked, especially the last one. This only one left her a little speechless. Destroy ghosts with mushroom eggs? What kind of expert is that? If mushroom eggs really worked, I'm guessing the Blue Star countries would have used this method a long time ago. Just then, the latest post appeared and instantly lit up the entire forum. Chapter 99, a Ghost King level ghost appears in Jiangchang. A Ghost King level ghost has been spotted in River City. Check it out. Inside the forum, a thread with a powerful gimmick quickly rushed to the top of the heats. This post was only posted for less than 10 minutes, and there were already several thousand comments, most of which were from Jiangchang. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and looked at that post with some bewilderment. A Ghost King level ghost has appeared in Jiangchang? Ghost King level ghosts would basically be invincible if they were actually in the real world. In the thriller world, Ghost King level ghosts are rare, counting as 1 ghost below and 10,000 ghosts above. Now there's even a Ghost King level ghost appearing in the real world. Subsequently, she clicked on the post. What came to mind was a video. From the cover can be seen, surrounded by darkness. Should be just recorded video? Video inside can only vaguely see a hunchbacked body, crutches, slowly walking forward the old man. At first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Next moment, Shen Mengyu clicked on the video. Still have to watch the video to see what's going on. The video begins to play. Inside the image, you can see that the old man, an old woman, is walking forward with her back to the photographer, walking very slowly. The surroundings were dark. It must be evening. However, it was still possible to see the surrounding buildings clearly. Looking at the situation, it seems to be surrounded by ordinary residential buildings. It should be under a neighborhood somewhere. Granny, what are you doing out wandering around in the middle of the night? The world is not at peace now. Why don't you hurry home? Meanwhile, the one who recorded the video spoke. It should be because of the recent incident of the thriller world cracking and a lot of ghosts and monsters running out, so her tone was a bit shaky and timid. By the sound of her voice, it was a girl, not too old, probably around 20. But the old woman didn't reply, still walking slowly. At this point, the girl who recorded the video then walked forward and continued to speak. Granny, are you unable to find your home? You can tell me where your home is and I'll send you home. After saying this, the old woman stopped abruptly. Only it didn't turn around. It just turned its back to the girl. Saw the scene. You're lost and can't find your home, aren't you? The girl immediately opened her mouth in a daze. In the meantime, the old woman stopped abruptly and nodded with her back to the girls. So you're lost. You never turned around just now. I thought you were a ghost or something. Receiving the affirmation from the old woman, the girl was relieved and no longer afraid of anything. Subsequently, she walked straight up, intending to ask the old woman carefully where her home was. Just walking over, the girl was just about to bend down and ask. That old woman actually raised her head violently, and a face full of dryness, full of folds, and rotting half of her face appeared inside the picture. The dried up eyeballs still glowed a ghostly red. This look is not human. The girl recording the video was immediately startled, and the camera in her hand fell directly to the ground. She didn't care about the camera that had fallen to the floor. She scattered her legs and tried to run away. But, before she could turn her body to escape, in an instant, the old woman jumped straight up violently, as high as 4 or 5 meters, and was on top of the girl at once. Next moment, the old woman opened her fong-filled mouth and began to tear up the girl. The ghostly aura also began to spread in all directions. The camera fell to the ground, but the lens was pointed right at the ghost woman and captured the scene. Scarlet blood directly spilled all over the ground. At this point, the screen stops. After watching the video, Shen Mengyu didn't feel scared, just a little shocked. Nothing else. Jiangchang, there really is a Ghost King level ghost. Although it was through the screen, but from the ghostly aura on the ghost granny's body, it could be seen that it was at least a Ghost King mid-level ghost. The video footage from the Thrill World livestream is very different from real-world cameras. Scary World Live has automatically removed the ghostly aura from the ghosts and monsters through special means in order to allow viewers to watch the live broadcast more clearly. That's why viewers watching the livestream don't know which ghost is the best until that final moment. Real-world cameras, however, do not have this technology, which is capable of capturing ghostly auras. Thus, she would be able to tell that this was a Ghost King level ghost. The appearance of a Ghost King level ghost in Jiangchang. I guess the comments section is already in an uproar. See what the reviews say. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and scratched downward on her cell phone screen. A comment also appeared inside the screen. Ghost King level ghosts? No kidding. Then wouldn't Jiangchang become a hell on earth? I don't think so, right? Looking at the video it's a bit blurry, so it could be a fake or something. Fake? Your home camera still records video at night like it's daytime. and just the screaming makes me think it's real. Beg the giant of a hangman to come and explain it. And my little brother thanks with a skinny swallow. This comment went out less than a moment ago. Soon after, an account with an ID called Blue Star's strongest special effects big brother replied, "Thanks for the invitation. The hang is not big, and I don't like your leather swallows. I'm not from Jiangcheng, and am not afraid to explain it to everyone. First of all, this video doesn't look fake or synthesized. I'm a special effects artist in my line of work, so I can tell if it's special effects or not just by looking at it. I have entered the thriller world because of my special experience, and I was fortunate enough to see a Ghost King level ghost from a long distance away, and the degree of that ghostly aura filling the room was basically exactly the same as this one. And special effects like this can't be done with modern technology. This video, basically, is true. I advise my friends in Jiangcheng to leave Jiangcheng if they want to live. Unsurprisingly, Jiangcheng will soon turn into hell. This kind of ghosts and monsters can only die when encountered. If I hadn't seen that Ghost King level ghost from a long way away at that time, I would have died inside the world of thrill. With that said, here's the reply from this good man. The general idea is that this video is real. Jiangcheng is dangerous, and everyone should hurry and leave. In fact, without him saying it, Shen Mengyu knew it was true. With the appearance of Ghost King level ghosts in Jiangcheng, it's now in deep water. A lot of people are packing up and leaving with big bags, but in that case, it's easy to run into ghosts and monsters halfway. And it's even easier to lose your life. The best thing to do is still to hide in your house and not go anywhere. Shen Mengyu couldn't take her eyes off of it and continued to look down. WOC, is that true? Then wouldn't I be going to my grave in Jiangcheng? I'm only 18. I haven't experienced life yet. I'm not married. Upstairs, what time is it? Still thinking about experiencing life? Isn't it time to think of ways to escape? Damn. The first time I felt danger so close to me. I've heard that ghosts and monsters need an excuse, or an opportunity, to kill or eat people, and there doesn't seem to be one in the video. Upstairs, are you stupid? That girl just asked if that poltergeist couldn't find its home and to send it home. And this is that opportunity. WOC, not bad for a big man, admirable. Just then, the owner who sent this thread suddenly updated it with a video and a big quote. It looked as if something had happened. In an instant, ignited the whole post. The post instantly blew up again. Chapter 100 Luo Xiaoyu is here. Shen Mengyu's curiosity was once again aroused and she clicked to the last page. Let's see the follow-up. Maybe I'll have some insight into the ghosts and goblins inside the video when the time comes. She mumbled in her mind. In fact, she counts herself as the first to know about the cracks in Thrill World. Only, she didn't expect the thrilling world rift to affect her so quickly. And those ghosts and monsters even came to Jiangcheng. Even a gargoyle appeared downstairs by itself. However, the gargoyle downstairs was merely a white ghost. This one inside the video was at the Ghost King level, just like himself. That's got to be okay to pay attention to before you can do that. She only hoped that nothing would happen to the owner. After all, the owner was kind enough to tell everyone that a Ghost King level ghost had appeared in Jiangcheng. Subsequently, the latest page of the post appeared before her eyes. A whole page, almost all of it, is from the owner. I'm the owner of the building that sent the video. The girl in the video is my sister and I posted the video. It started because my sister wanted chili fries tonight. And I hadn't wanted her to get them because I wasn't too comfortable with the ghosts and monsters I saw eating people in River City this afternoon. My sister is really she insisted on eating chili fries. I cannot stop. Let her go. Thinking that the downstairs supermarket is very close to here. Downstairs can be bought. There should be no danger. However, my sister left the house and didn't come back for more than half an hour. So I felt something was wrong. So I went downstairs to check it out. And after searching around, I finally found my sister's remains, which were covered with bites and bruises, as well as the camera, which was in the bushes, on the floor of the building next door. This kind of wound, which I had read about inside the introduction about the world of thrill, was bitten by ghosts and monsters, and I was so dumbfounded that I didn't think too much about it. Grabbed my camera and left. Just to be clear, my sister is an online blogger and she usually carries a camera to document her life even when she goes out to pick up a delivery. I got home and calmed down before I remembered to check the contents of my camera and saw the scene in the video. Only a portion of it is actually inside the post. In fact, the original video is well over half an hour long. The original video was too scary for me to put up. When I saw this video, my whole body was dumbfounded at the time and my mind went blank. I calmed myself down, and it became clear to me that our neighborhood was already 5 safe and unsafe, and I rushed to lock the doors and lock the windows. I thought of posting because it would bring attention to me and maybe I could get help. Actually, the main thing was that I needed a comfort. I was scared to death inside. I posted the post to the forums for more than that purpose as well. There were 2 purposes. One was to let everyone know that there were very powerful ghosts and monsters mixed up in Jiangcheng, and the other was that I was worried that something had happened to me, and that I could use the heat of the post to ask for help when the time came. Unfortunately for everyone, I'm posting now for a second reason. Something happened to me. Help me everyone. I'm being haunted now. So far, that's it for the post. Just 2 minutes from the present time. In other words, less than a few minutes after the owner's post, the poltergeist came to his door. That video, Shen Mengyu also opened it and watched it. It was a video taken against the cat's eye, and outside the cat's eye was the ghostly woman with half her face rotted, her eyes glowing with a ghostly light, and a mouthful of blood. The ghostly woman just kept staring at the cat's eye with a deadpan look, as if she were staring at herself. Shen Mengyu felt a little creepy. In the meantime, within the entire Jiangcheng forum, everyone was blowing up because of the latest news posted by the owner. The number of replies below the post is rising fast. That is to say, is the owner in danger now? Brown. I really can't imagine how scared the owner had to be at that time. I just called Special Operations Command and I can't get through what's going on. +1. I called 2 and it keeps telling me it's in a busy line. Can it be that ghosts and monsters have appeared in the entire river city? WOC? Don't scare me upstairs. It's nighttime. If it's all ghosts and monsters out there, wouldn't we all be screwed? One Ghost King level ghost Jiangcheng might not be able to handle it, let alone the others. I'm Brown. Guys, there seems to be a knock on the door outside my house. I'll go check it out. I feel like the brother upstairs is going to be cold. Within the post, there was a steady stream of various replies. Most are panicking. Nothing else. The ghosts and monsters actually appeared by their side, and any human being would be afraid. Read the post. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was also somewhat shocked. Just the appearance of the thriller world crack was so serious. If we waited for the day when the thriller world expanded into the real world, wouldn't it be considered the end of days? She could hardly imagine. Subsequently, she looked at a few forums in the next city over one another and realized that there were no reports of ghostly appearances for a while. But, ghostly sightings have also been reported in remote parts of Daxia. Even the Blue Star countries have these reports, and the severity is no less than that of Jiangcheng. It seems that the thrilling world rift is not only affecting Daxia, it's affecting the entire blue planet. At my current level, I should have no problem defending myself. Shen Mengyu lay on the sofa, looking at the 3-foot green sword by her side, and murmured silently. With the protection of the weapon given by his brother, his own safety was certainly not a problem. I just don't know. How about Zhao Tianjian and the others? If he was in danger, Zhao Tianjian would have been the first to call himself. No calls were made, which means there is no danger for the time being. Just then, the doorbell outside the door suddenly rang. Ding dong. The crisp ringing of the doorbell came from outside. Something rang the doorbell? It's so late. There shouldn't be anyone out there, right? Is it possible that the friend of that ghostly creature downstairs just now has come to take revenge? Think of the ghosts and monsters appearing in River City now. Shen Mengyu's small face immediately became grave. She didn't say anything, and directly gripped the 3-foot green sword and walked towards the door. If nothing else, it should be counted as a moment to play yourself. She, Shen Mengyu, the absolute female god of war, second only to the existence of Lord Shen Feishishin of the thriller world. Subsequently, she came to the door. Through the cat's eye, Shen Mengyu saw a familiar figure greeting himself. Sister, open the door. Luo Xiaoyu gave Shen Mengyu a wave through the cat's eye with a delighted face. It's Luo Xiaoyu? Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment, then opened the door. What brings you here? She looked at Luo Xiaoyu and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Shouldn't you be at the Scarlet Zoo right now? The last time he had seen Luo Xiaofu himself was when it had given him what his brother had asked for him. Shouldn't have been seen for a while either. It's Uncle Manager. It told me that there's a problem in Thriller World, that there are a lot of ghosts and monsters coming towards your place, and asked me to come out and help my sister. Luo Xiaoyu thought about it and spoke with a serious face. Its innocent face is very cute. It doesn't look like a lie. It seems that it should be the manager who asked Luo Xiaoyu to help out a bit, right? So it is. Shen Mengyu nodded. Although he didn't need protection with his current strength, it did make it a little easier to have someone to lend a hand. The manager was pretty confident. Suddenly, she thought of something and opened her mouth to ask, have you seen any other ghosts or monsters along the way here? Chapter 101, My wife doesn't seem right. Since there were a lot of ghosts and monsters in Jiangcheng, Luo Xiaoyu had to have encountered one or two at least along the way here. That's why she asked the question. The words were said. Yes, Luo Xiaoyu immediately nodded. When I came over, I encountered a ghost with a very powerful breath. It was like, said it got a little embarrassed, and for a moment it didn't know what words to use to describe it. Just then, it lifted its little head and saw Shen Mengyu. and immediately brightened up. It's just the same kind as sister's breath. In fact, it didn't have a very clear concept of the ghost level. At most, it knew that it was powerful, very powerful, and super powerful. It would be much easier to have a reference. Obviously, Luo Xiaoyu took Shen Mengyu as a reference. But, upon hearing Luo Xiaoyu's reply, Shen Mengyu, however, frowned. The same scent as me? You're not mistaken? She pursed her lips and opened her mouth to ask. He himself was now at the Ghost King level. And if Luo Xiaoyu was right, that ghost monster was also at least a Ghost King Jr. In that case, wouldn't there be 2 Ghost Kings in Zhangcheng? It didn't look wrong. Luo Xiaoyu thought for a moment thoughtfully and shook her head. That ghost Sora is almost the same as sisters, and it's even going to become super powerful in that sense. Getting Luo Xiaoyu's affirmation, Shen Mengyu couldn't help the surprise in her heart. That seems right. 2 Ghost King level ghosts appeared in Zhangcheng. This time, I'm afraid that more people will lose their lives under these 2 Ghost King level ghosts. But, she noticed that Luo Xiaoyu said that the gargoyle was even going to become super powerful? What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean by becoming super awesome? Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but ask. It's just about to reach that level of super awesome. Luo Xiaoyu thought seriously for a moment and opened her mouth. After saying that, Shen Mengyu drifted off. Luo Xiaoyu was talking about being close to breaking through to that higher level. Behind the Ghost King is the Ghost Emperor. In other words, there was a Ghost Emperor about to break through in Zhangcheng? Think about it. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, her heart somewhat unable to calm down. A single Ghost King could make Zhangcheng helpless, let alone the fact that a Ghost Emperor had now appeared. Looks like Zhangcheng is in big trouble. Just then, Shen Mengyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the notes of the dialed number, it was Yui calling. Without much hesitation, Shen Mengyu picked up the phone. Just as soon as he connected, a delighted voice came from the other side of the phone. Dream Rain, you really came back from the copy, right? Shen Mengyu nodded, and after thinking about it, she opened her mouth and asked, "You're calling me now? Did you run into something?" Ever since those things happened at the auction last time, it made Shen Mengyu have some different views on Yu Chanhui. At the same time, there was a lot of goodwill towards the Yu family. The words were said. Well, Yui seemed to be a bit hesitant and kept saying it. Just then, the phone in her hand was taken over, and Yu Changhuai's voice came from the phone. "Ms. Shen, I'm sorry for bothering you at night. We do have some urgent matters here and no one can help us. That's why we thought of you." Yu Changhuai's voice sounded a bit hoarse. It looks like something important should have happened to the Yu family. Go ahead. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and asked softly, "Is it related to ghosts and monsters?" Although she wasn't quite sure why Yu Changhuai was asking for her help, it was likely that it probably had something to do with the very ghosts and monsters. After all, one is most familiar with ghosts and monsters. He even helped himself to those things at the last auction. Indeed, Yu Changhuai's helpless voice came from the phone. "Ms. Shen, you also know that within this day in Jiangcheng, a lot of strange things have happened. It seems like a lot of ghosts and monsters have appeared. I was in my house, and I realized that my wife didn't seem right. You should know that between a husband and wife, there will be some senses, and I felt that this person in front of me is not my wife. I was in a relationship with my wife for 8 years before we got married, and I know how she is, but this person who is in my house right now is nothing like my wife." Speaking here, he suddenly lowered his voice. "I feel that this wife of mine is possessed by a ghost." Yu Changhuai's words were really a bit finicky. In fact, the appearance of ghosts and monsters in front of people is not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing is that ghosts and monsters will unknowingly sneak into people's homes before revealing their real faces and killing everyone. Ghostbusters will enjoy this. It's as if it's like inside the forest, where tigers hunt, all teasing their prey and getting psychological satisfaction. It's ghosts like this that are the scariest. "Ms. Shen, if it's convenient for you, I'd like you to take a look at it as a treat." Yu Changhuai spoke again. Last time, he still owed Shen Mengyu a thank you for helping him get rid of the Yu family's tumor at the auction for a meal. This one just made up for it. If one's wife really has a problem, then dinner will have to wait for another time. Could be. Shen Mengyu agreed without even thinking about it. To be honest, even if Yu Changhui didn't call her just now, she intended to want to go out and take a look. Nothing else. She had to work hard if she wanted to catch up with her brother. It was just as well. What with his own weapons and strength. Through and through, there's no shortage of anything but real-world experience right now. This time out, think of it as accumulating real-world experience and improving yourself. Hearing Shen Mengyu's promise, Yu Changhuai immediately felt warmth in his heart. "Thank you, Ms. Shen. Then I'll let my assistant go pick you up. Be careful on the road. I'm at home trying to stall my wife." After saying that, his side hung up first. I guess he's afraid his wife will find out he's out calling people over. In the meantime, after hanging up the phone, Shen Mengyu put away her cell phone and picked up the 3-foot green sword. Fishy, let's go. She looked towards Luo Xiaoyu and opened her mouth in a clear and pleasant voice. Are we going to kill ghosts and goblins? Luo Xiaoyu's little face was a little agitated at this time. Exactly. Shen Mengyu nodded, stroked its large head, and spoke. Big head. Hurry up. Why do you remember this? Sister. I'm not the one with the big head. Luo Xiaoyu grunted and immediately became angry. But, at the thought of going to kill the ghosts and monsters, it instantly stopped being angry and instead couldn't help but be happy. Ever since it entered the Scarlet Zoo, it's been an unusually boring way to scare people who enter the copy. It's literally a day in the life where you are. It's slow to level up because it doesn't like to kill. Last time it was a shadow ghost, this time it was merely upgraded to a white ghost. The manager knew that Shen Mengyu leveled up fast, so he let Luo Xiaoyu come over just to make a start. Instead of playing a hand, it would be better to let Luo Xiaoyu out to let loose. Or let Shen Mengyu bring Luo Xiaoyu with her so that it could level up a bit. This time when he could leave the copy, Luo Xiaoyu didn't know how long he was excited. Hearing that Shen Mengyu was still going to kill the ghosts and monsters, it became even more excited. Chapter 102, Arrival. Hang up. Shen Mengyu tidied up her room and brought the Thrill Amusement Park identity tag with her. There are so many ghosts and monsters in Jiangcheng nowadays. In case if a ghost or monster goes to one's house and steals the identity card, it would not be good. In the world of thrillers, most of those ghosts and monsters only recognize ID tags, not people. In other words, all you have to do is take your identity card and go to the scary world copy. And as long as your strength is a little bit higher than the other ghosts will bow down to you. Shen Mengyu naturally wanted to take good care of this identity card. After all, it was the first identity card of his life. Seeing that golden dazzling identity plate. Wow! Sister, is this your identity card from that recent 7-star copy? Luo Xiaoyu stared with big watery eyes and asked with some curiosity. As a member of Thriller World Ghosts, it learns about the recently released copy of 7 stars from its manager. It had only heard that this 7-star copy was very powerful and murderous. I didn't expect that. It's amazing that my sister has a 7-star replica of her identity card. Terrific. Exactly. Shen Mengyu nodded somewhat proudly. This is something my brother gave me specifically. Little fish envy. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes leaked out blazing heat among them. I also want to have such a brother. Or else sister will introduce your brother to me as well? Speaking of which, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her little face immediately changed and hurriedly shook her head. Xiaoyu said it wrong. Lord Shen is the one who can't be my brother. He's too powerful. It just remembered that sister's brother is Lord Shen. It still knows a little bit about Lord Shen. The last time it delivered something to Shen Mengyu, it had met Shen Fei once. Just by looking at it, it felt as if it had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet. A little ghostly creature like yourself, and attempting to be the sister of such a big shot? Luo Xiaoyu, you're naive. Luo Xiaoyu couldn't help but murmur in her heart. But, the words were said. You want to be my brother's sister so badly? Shen Mengyu was amused and agreed readily. Then I'll turn around and ask my brother to recognize you as his sister. Luo Xiaoyu was giggling. Her own brother should like it a lot, right? But, Luo Xiaoyu still shook her head. Sister, don't joke. It didn't think it was qualified to be Lord Shen's sister. Lord Shen was kind of high and mighty, like a god to himself. Yourself, can't match it. Shen Mengyu touched Luo Xiaoyu's head, pursed her lips, and teased. You have such a big head. My brother will definitely like you. Sister. Luo Xiaoyu immediately became unhappy. If sister still says that, I won't get along with sister. After saying this, Luo Xiaoyu turned around and hummed, ignoring Shen Mengyu. At the same time, it had a pang of unhappiness in its heart. Aha! So angry. Why do they all have to call it a big head? My own head doesn't feel that big. It's so infuriating. Inside the Scarlet Zoo, the manager often says it's cute and cuddly with a big head. Now Shen Mengyu said the same thing. It's just that it has a big head and it's easy to bully. Wait. What? I can't believe I said I had a big head of my own? Reacting. Luo Xiaoyu froze in place. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu smiled and stopped teasing Luo Xiaoyu. Soon, a new commercial car came right under the apartment building and slowly parked under Shen Mengyu's building. Seeing the car coming, Shen Mengyu greeted Luo Xiaoyu and went downstairs. Before she left, she carefully checked that the lock hadn't locked the door a couple times. After checking it, she left in peace, walked downstairs. Shen Mengyu found the remains of the one downstairs, which had already been disposed of. It was also surrounded by a fence. But, there were still some bloodstains on the floor that hadn't been cleaned off. Ms. Shen. At this time, the people in the car walked down and greeted Shen Mengyu. His gaze timidly glanced at the bloodstain downstairs with some discomfort. But, he still greeted Shen Mengyu with a warm face. It was the familiar tall man. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu frowned, slightly puzzled. Isn't this Zhao Tianjian's henchman driver? Why are you working as a driver under Yu Chanwei? It was unsettling, but she got in the car. Get in the car. Before Shen Mengyu could say anything, the tall man seemed to be aware of any doubts she had as he spoke. Miss Shen should be curious as to why I'm following Mr. Yu, right? The words were said. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment first. Subsequently, she nodded. He smiled helplessly and opened his mouth to explain. Mr. Zhao said before that he was going to break into the world of thrillers, so he sold the company to Mr. Yu as a package, and I became a driver under Mr. Yu. The words were said. Shen Mengyu was a bit surprised in her heart. He really went? Regarding Zhao Tianjian's previous comment about going to Thriller World to put up a fight, she was aware of it. It was at the auction, and after saying this, he also borrowed the identity plate that Ci Yunla had bought at the auction. At first, she thought Zhao Tianjian was just joking. I didn't think he'd come for real. It's really going to Thriller World. Mr. Zhao has been going into the Thriller World for a while now. He entered the Thriller World from the day he left the auction. Let's hope that Mr. Zhao will be safe. Saying that, the tall man said with some admiration, I used to disrespect him before. Now that the Thriller World isn't peaceful either, he still dares to go to the Thriller World to fight. I'm quite impressed. Although Zhao Tianjian was grumpy, there was nothing else wrong with him. The most important thing is the guts piece. Even though he knew deep down that the Thrill World was dangerous, he was still obligated to go in and make a break for it. That, alone, was worthy of his admiration. Subsequently, he started the car as well and drifted away from the apartment building. Shen Mengyu was worried that the tall man would recognize Luo Xiaoyu, so she let it hide inside the corner to avoid being discovered. She still knew about the fact that Luo Xiaoyu almost scared the tall man to death. Just then, Ms. Shen, you said, why are there more and more ghosts and monsters lately? The tall man who was driving couldn't help but speak up and ask, that bloodstain you had downstairs just now, it should have something to do with the ghosts and monsters, right? He couldn't help but feel a chill down his back now when he thought back to the bloodstain downstairs in Shen Mengyu just now. Just now, he watched the news and also realized that a lot of strange things were happening in Jiangcheng. The vast majority of them have something to do with ghosts and monsters. That's my man downstairs, struck down by a ghost. Shen Mengyu nodded and continued, but that ghost monster was killed by me. So don't worry, there's nothing to hide about this one. After all, that poltergeist downstairs is only white ghost level. No big deal. The words were said. Ms. Shen really deserves to be a big shot. The tall man immediately took a deep breath and marveled. If it were me, I think I might have been scared silly. This statement was definitely not patronizing. He was praising from the bottom of his heart. Now that Thriller World is so influential, the most sought after people are these people who can kill ghosts and monsters. Totally meat and potatoes. Not only does the Secret Service Command need these guys, but even some of the top tycoons have started recruiting people who have been into the Thrillist world to protect themselves. Shen Mengyu smiled and didn't say anything else. She was just thinking about what level Yu Chanwei's wife, if she was really a ghost, was probably at. As long as it wasn't a ghost king or above, one could easily solve it. Seeing that Shen Mengyu wasn't talking, the tall man also had the good sense not to say anything else. After spending a lot of time among the big bosses, he'd learned the skill of reading people's minds. Just not picking up with you basically means you don't want to talk to you. Soon, the vehicle then slowly pulled up outside the door of a villa. Ms. Shen, it's here. Chapter 103, what kind of yo-yo are you? The tall man exclusively got out of the car and opened the door for Shen Mengyu. Ms. Shen, please get off. He spoke with a respectful face. But, just then, Luo Xiaoyu, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly and accidentally fell out. The big head took the lead and hit the ground. Ouch! It screamed in terror. I fell out. Saw the scene. The tall man was first slightly stunned. Ms. Shen, you still have a rag doll with you? Did you drop the rag doll? With that, he bent down and had to pick up the rag doll. But, Luo Xiaoyu, however, suddenly stood up with a carp. That dopey little face was right up against the tall man. Just looking at it face to face like that. I'm brown. The tall man's face turned white with fear and he hastily took a good few steps backward. This, his face immediately changed, and he stammered in shock, unable to utter a word. Isn't this the damn ghost and monster we saw at the Tianjin group that day? Why are you with Ms. Shen now? It was even in the car, and it went unnoticed for so long. It's hard not to. Suddenly, his expression immediately became grave, and he said in a deep voice, Ms. Shen, this ghost monster is most likely a spy, and it heard everything we just said. After saying this, he braved it and dragged Shen Mengyu next to himself. In a moment of panic, they forgot that Shen Mengyu could deal with ghosts and monsters. Saw the scene. Luo Xiaoyu was immediately dumbfounded. I'll knock you on your second leg. It cursed in anger. What spy thing? Wasn't it enough to scare you last time? Do you still want to bully my sister this time? Since following the manager, it had grown little in strength and much in cursing skills, especially the ability to dislike people. As you can see, it's almost exploding. Ha! The words were said. The tall man was a bit confused by the scolding. What did you say? Why did he feel that this poltergeist was different from the others? It's hard to believe that this ghost is not a cannibal. This spooky guy doesn't just curse, does he? Think about it. He swallowed carefully and couldn't help but speak. What kind of a yo-yo are you? Luo Xiaoyu? What kind of yo-yo am I? That's totally looking down on yourself. How dare this guy call himself some kind of yo-yo when he's such a cute ghost? Ah! It's so infuriating. Usually my sister says she has a big head even though this guy in front of him, who had been scared out of his pants at the time, now had the ability to call himself a yo-yo. This one is totally intolerable. Must dislike. You're the yo-yo. Luo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in anger. Your whole family is a yo-yo. Your mom is a yo-yo. Your dad is a yo-yo. Your grandpa and your grandma are yo-yos. And your 7 aunts and 8 uncles are all yo-yos. The words were said. The tall man was immediately happy, and the wave of fear in his heart was gone. It seems that this ghost can only talk, and will not eat people at all. Now he's in for a treat. You're a yo-yo. You're not just a yo-yo. You're a glass ball. You're a marble. He disliked back nonchalantly. Your whole family is marbles. Lo, I'm knocking. That's too hard. Can't stand it. You're a hole. Goat hole. Luo Xiaoyu's little face was burning with anger, and she opened her mouth to dislike. You're just a dung ball. The words were shouted with all the strength of its body and hysteria. It's low minor fish. Temperament cannot be lost. Saw the scene. The tall man was just about to open his mouth and dislike him back. However, it was stopped by Shen Mengyu. Got it. Shen Mengyu spoke with a speechless face. Luo Xiaoyu, hurry up and follow me. With that, she looked at the tall man and smiled shyly. This is my follower. I'm sorry if I accidentally scared you just now. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu led Luo Xiaoyu into the villa. Before leaving, Luo Xiaoyu was still grinding her teeth in anger and stomped fiercely and very much at the tall man. In situ, the tall man, however, was a bit bewildered. What? That ghost just now was Ms. Shen's follower? He himself just now argued with Ms. Shen's follower? When he thought of this, he felt a wave of shame rush over him. It was a disgrace just now. He had thought he could present himself well in front of Ms. Shen. Didn't realize. Make this happen. There's no place for it. I can't stay in this place. I feel that if I continue to stay, I can dig out another villa with those toes. The tall man immediately grayed out and drove away from the place. This time, the car he drove wasn't the top-of-the-line business car from earlier, but an ordinary minivan. Now that's his own family car. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu just entered the villa. Yu Changhuai stood far away and hurriedly trotted over. Ms. Shen. Not only that, but he had a look of elation on his face. Shen Mengyu was his biggest backing, and now that Shen Mengyu was here, he was relieved. Originally, he was worried that Shen Mengyu would encounter something on the road. After all, there are too many ghosts and monsters in Jiangcheng now. Just now, after he finished calling Shen Mengyu, he called the Special Operations Command, not realizing that he had been in a busy line. Couldn't get through. The opposite party also said they would reply later, but now an hour has passed and no reply. It looks like Special Operations Command is busy as well. Walked over to Shen Mengyu. Yu Changhuai noticed Luo Xiaoyu, who was less than knee-high, at Shen Mengyu's feet. Ms. Shen, this is... He froze for a moment and couldn't help but speak. This is your sister? Why hadn't he seen this little girl before? This height. It's less than Shen Mengyu's knee, so by all rights, it should be a child a few months old, right? Why are you standing here now? Saw the scene. I'm not a sibling yet. Luo Xiaoyu realized that Yu Changhuai was speaking more politely and also spoke in a gentle tone. To it, as long as you're nice to me, then I'm nice to you. But, if you're bad for me, then I must be bad for you. According to the manager's words, it's a case of dislike if you can't beat them, and curse if you can't dislike them. If you can't beat them, or if you can't dislike them, or if you can't scold them, then there is still the ultimate trick, one by one, to be angry with them. This is my assistant. Shen Mengyu smiled, rubbed Luo Xiaoyu's head, and spoke. This time, she didn't bother mocking Luo Xiaoyu's big head. This made Luo Xiaoyu feel a little happy in her heart. It seems that my sister still understands herself. Yu Changhuai also nodded and didn't ask anything more. Ms. Shen, then please follow me to the backyard first, and we'll talk while we eat. He smiled and invited Shen Mengyu to the backyard of the villa for dinner. Shen Mengyu naturally agreed. Subsequently, she followed Yu Changhuai towards the backyard of the villa. As she walked, she observed the villa with some shock in her heart. This villa, it can't be described as big, simply huge. If used as a metaphor, it would be the size of 4 or 5 basketball courts. Not only is there a front garden, but there is also the main villa building, a swimming pool, and a small pond for fish. The vestibule alone is ridiculously large. Soon, they arrived at the backyard of the villa. Chapter 104, The Ghost Emperor. The backyard is a little smaller compared to the front yard, but it's still very big. Not only is there a wigwam, but there is also a small swimming pool. Just by looking at the placement, you can tell that it's all been carefully designed by someone. The person who designed it should be a Shenmen or Taoist master. But, ever since the emergence of the thriller world, the Shenmen sect and also the Taoist sect have been proven to be fake. And all these feng shui patterns, naturally, have not been broken. Not far away, on top of a table full of food, there is a grill next to it. Looks like it should be a barbecue? Just as Shen Mengyu was wondering. Ms. Shen, because of the ghosts and monsters, we don't dare to go out to buy food. And the food in the house is just enough for a barbecue. Forgive me. Yu Chanhui opened his mouth somewhat apologetically. The difference between this time's meal, compared to the meal at the last auction, was not a half a star. He was a little worried that Ms. Shen would not be used to it. It's okay. Shen Mengyu shook her head. I'll eat anything. She's not the pampered type. For so many years, she hadn't eaten very well with her own brother, and hadn't she come through all the same? But, just then, her eyes couldn't help but glance inside the villa and her brow furrowed. She feels, there seems to be something wrong inside this villa. Saw the scene. Yu Changhuai's heart thumped, gulped, and asked cautiously, Ms. Shen, have you discovered something? Sure enough, there was a good chance he'd guessed right. Looking at this serious expression on Ms. Shen's face, the odds are that his wife has a problem. It's not your wife who has the problem. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and opened her mouth. What? The words were said. Yu Chanhui was immediately dumbfounded. It's not my wife who has problems. With that, he spoke with some confusion. Who else could it be? Suddenly, he seemed to think of someone. Yu Chanhui immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth with an unbelievable face. You should not say. Exactly. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. It's Yu Yi who has a problem. Just now, she noticed a ghostly aura permeating the inside of the villa. The initial judgment is that Yu Changhuai's wife was possessed or replaced by a ghost. But, when she took a closer look, she realized that it wasn't Yu Changhuai's wife who had the problem. Instead, it was Yu Yi. Nothing else, because she noticed that the ghostly aura on top of those Yu Yi's clothes drying outside was very strong. At first, she thought it might be a ghostly aura that she had accidentally gotten into. But, it was only when she gazed inside the villa and saw Yu Yi's room that she realized something was wrong. Shen Mengyu knew girls well and saw the pink room on the second floor at first glance. That room must be Yu Yi's. She realized that inside Yu Yi's house, the ghostly aura was uncharacteristically thick. It's completely impossible for this to be an effect of accidental staining. If you look at it that way, there is only one reason. That is, Yu Yi is most likely a ghost. The words were said. It doesn't make sense. Yu Changhui, however, frowned and couldn't help but speak. These days, Xiaoyi is with me and basically hasn't left me for half a step except for sleeping at night. Before Shen Mengyu had left the copy, there had actually been strange occurrences of ghosts and monsters eating people in Jiangchang. Because he needs to go out a lot to negotiate contracts with customers and come home late. He was worried that Yu Yi wasn't safe at home, so he basically took Yu Yi with him when he went out. It was reasonable to say that Yu Yi was so close to herself that it was impossible for her to be replaced by a ghost or monster. Has Yu Yi been acting erratically lately? Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and opened her mouth to ask. Generally speaking, when you get involved with ghosts and monsters, you will individually experience some other weird behaviors besides immediate death. Because, ghosts like to play with their prey. This, Yu Changhui pondered for a moment. He shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary. He hadn't felt anything different about Yu Yi lately. Just then, a mournful scream came from inside the villa. This was followed by the movement of smashing things. It's loud. Something's wrong. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face became grave. Subsequently, she didn't think that much and rushed straight inside the villa. Ghosts kill with a mere thought. The rescue must be quick. Yu Yi and herself knew each other from Blood Moon Middle School and had a pretty good relationship. She couldn't watch Yu Yi die under her watch. Saw the scene. Sister, danger. Luo Xiaoyu's little face, however, changed as she hurriedly shouted. That ghost monster's level is a ghost emperor. Just now, it had been carefully sensing the ghostly aura around it. Just now, the moment the screams occurred inside the villa, it sensed the level of ghostly aura. It was a stream no less than Shen Mengyu's Ghost King level. It's even higher than the Ghost King. In other words, There was a high possibility that there was a ghost emperor inside the villa. Shen Mengyu is in danger. Luo Xiaoyu anxiously took out a jade pendant and pinched it without hesitation. This was given to it by the manager before it left the copy. If they encountered a problem that Shen Mengyu couldn't solve, they would pinch the jade pendant, and then the manager would try to help. Luo Xiaoyu's words were naturally heard by Yu Changhuai. "You, what did you say?" With an incredulous look on his face, he spoke cautiously. "You said it's the ghost emperor inside?" Though he hadn't entered the world of thrillers, but he was still aware of the level of the game's ghosts and monsters. Ghost Emperor? That was a level second only to Ghost Emperor. Ghosts of this level are basically impossible for anyone to kill. Yes, Luo Xiaoyu nodded, her expression anxious. Sister is most likely in danger. It didn't expect that there were still Ghost Emperor level ghosts in Jiangcheng. It had just told the manager that his sister was in danger, and it was up to the manager to come over when he could. Ghosts kill without mercy. Yu Changhuai's entire body was dumbfounded. It's the Ghost Emperor inside. Won't Ms. Shen be implicated by herself? He couldn't care less and hurriedly took out his cell phone and started looking for help. How much is he willing to pay? In the meantime, inside the villa, Shen Mengyu had already entered the villa, and she hadn't heard Luo Xiaoyu's words just now. At that moment, there was not a single light in the villa, and it was dark all around. She could only slow down her advance, holding the 3-foot green sword and moving forward a little bit. Just then, click, a sound of breaking bones came from the second floor. This made Shen Mengyu's heart tighten. Not good. The poltergeist has probably already done it. Not caring too much, she walked over to where the stairway was, intending to walk up to the second floor. Scarlet blood trickled down from where the stairway had been. Not only that, but there were some grayish-white bones. I don't know if it's human. The scene was a bit shocking. Shen Mengyu gripped the 3-foot green sword in her hand and carefully walked up. Soon, she walked to the second floor. But the second floor wasn't as much of a mess as she thought it would be. Instead, it was clean, like it had just been cleaned. What's going on? Shen Mengyu's eyebrows frowned, and there was some doubt in her heart. Her eyes looked around to observe. However, just then, in the midst of the darkness, a figure suddenly sprang out and violently rushed towards Shen Mengyu. Chapter 105, I'm afraid you're a little out of your mind. Only the silhouette rushed straight towards Shen Mengyu with extremely fast speed. In an instant, the silhouette then arrived in front of Shen Mengyu. Because of the surrounding darkness when the environment, visibility is very low, Shen Mengyu could only see what was close to her and didn't notice something coming towards her. So it was only when this figure reached her that she realized that a figure had appeared in front of her at some point. Saw the scene. What man? Shen Mengyu's delicate little face immediately changed. With no time to think, she gripped her 3-foot green sword and stabbed without hesitation. With that kind of speed, it's definitely a spooky one without even thinking about it. Although the silhouette was strangely fast, but Shen Mengyu's speed of swinging with her sword was also extremely fast. Moment. Shen Mengyu felt a sudden resistance to the 3-foot green sword in his hand. Just then, in the midst of the darkness, a scream of pain followed. Only, it didn't sound like a human voice. Now that the situation was a crisis bucket, Shen Mengyu didn't pay much attention. Hear the screams of pain. Stab. She was pleased with herself and intended to stab her sword deeper. Now that it's hit, let's make it a hit. But, while she intended to exert herself, the figure instantly peeled away the 3-foot green sword and turned around to leave immediately. In the blink of an eye, just disappear into the darkness. Silence once again fell around them. The whole thing didn't even take more than 2 seconds. The feeling of resistance from the 3-foot green sword in Shen Mengyu's hand also disappeared. Saw the scene. Run away? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment and immediately calmed down, her head thinking quickly. After this thing is injured, knowing that I can injure it, it will definitely not attack me rashly anymore. It should be hiding somewhere to tend to its wounds. It is well established that the intelligence of ghosts and goblins is no less than that of human beings. Higher level. The higher the level of the ghost, the higher the IQ. This ghost monster that was planning to attack itself just now. Since it was planning to attack itself, it meant that its strength was not much weaker than his own. Otherwise it wouldn't have attacked itself out of the blue. In other words, that ghost monster just now was most likely at the Ghost King level as well. It could even be the Ghost Emperor. Even if it wasn't the Ghost Emperor, it was at least on par with himself. Looks like he's met a formidable foe. Thinking of this, Shen Mengyu was not afraid in her heart. Instead, she was somewhat looking forward to battling that ghost monster. Subsequently, she put away her 3-foot green sword. Halfway through receiving it, the movement in her hands suddenly stopped. She looked closely at the bloodstains on top of the 3-foot green sword and took a deep breath. This thing isn't a ghost. Nothing else. The bloodstains on top of the 3-foot green sword were not bright red, nor were they the color of ghostly blood. The blood on the top of the sword is black. This blood, I think I've heard of it there before. Only the monsters of Hell's Valley have blood of this color. This caused Shen Mengyu to drift off. What's inside the villa is something from Hell Valley. Hell Valley? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, her brows furrowed in thought. She hadn't expected that the thrilling world rift had allowed those monsters from Hell Valley to escape as well. Those monsters? Their combat power is ridiculously high. Comparing monsters of the same level to ghosts, the monsters can finish off the ghosts of the same level. He hadn't had much contact with Hell's Valley himself, and had only heard a few things about it from the previous Happy Community Crouch. The rest is the same thing my brother said. But one had seen monsters all the time at Blood Moon High School. Even rode that monster out of the Blood Moon High School copy and headed to the Scarlet Zoo. It was also named Big Black at the time. It looks like he's met a very tough enemy. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu gripped the 3-foot green sword in his hand, intending to look deeper into the second floor. That scene just now had only happened at the stairway. She hadn't even entered the second floor yet. But, just step further. A violent explosion instantly occurred on the entire second floor. The darkness around them swarmed like a tidal wave. In the meantime, an extremely terrifying aura came from one of the rooms on the second floor. It's Ghost Emperor level. Shen Mengyu's heart tightened. Just now, she could only deduce that the monster's level was most likely not on par with her own. Now it seems that it is not at all out of place with myself. The monsters in here are Ghost Emperors. Just then, a pair of dark-skinned arms reached out of the darkness. At first glance, those arms were as thick as tree trunks, and there were lines of dark green light on them that flickered. Importantly, there was scarlet blood on the arm. That means the monster, in all likelihood, has killed someone, only to see that those arms were like a pair of eyes, precisely reaching towards Shen Mengyu. Wanted to grab Shen Mengyu. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was calm. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and jumped down to the second floor, subsequently, dashing towards the outside of the villa. I didn't think that I would be able to easily meet an enemy who could fight so well. The monster's combat power is ridiculously high. Ghosts of the same level were worthless in front of the monster, not to mention that he was still only at the Ghost King level. Outside the villa, saw the scene. It's not a ghost. Luo Xiaoyu's cute little face immediately changed, murmuring, "This is those monsters from Hell Valley. Damn, these guys are usually pretty polite with me about borrowing money, and now that I need their help, they don't even answer the phone." Yu Changhuai, who couldn't get through on the phone, was furious and cursed. Subsequently, when he heard Luo Xiaoyu's words, he also felt a sudden sense of ill will in his heart and directly threw down his cell phone. Looking at Luo Xiaoyu, he asked cautiously, "It's not a ghost, it's a monster. And what about that monster?" He only knows about Thriller World, not about what's inside Thriller World. Hell Valley was a place that some of the lesser-ranked ghosts and monsters didn't even know existed. Therefore, it was only natural that Yu Changhuai didn't know. It's something more than a ghost. Luo Xiaoyu took a deep breath. A Ghost Emperor-level monster. Even if all the ghosts and monsters of the Scarlet Zoo infested their nests, they wouldn't be able to defeat it. What? Yu Changhuai was dumbfounded. All the ghosts and monsters of the Scarlet Zoo can't defeat this thing? Scarlet Zoo he knew something about, and live streaming he watched. He was well aware that the Scarlet Zoo was a 6-star copy, and the ghosts and monsters inside were all very powerful as well. But Luo Xiaoyu just said that the Scarlet Zoo couldn't even defeat that monster inside the villa even if it invaded the nest. What a horrible legacy of that monster in there. So if that's the case, doesn't that mean there's no way for all of them to leave alive? Out of the way. Luo Xiaoyu, however, didn't look the slightest bit scared. Instead, she was a little bit happy. With a wave of its small hand, its childish voice said with some joy, "Don't worry, there will be someone with a ghost to save us." The words were said. Yu Changhuai, however, was dumbfounded. "It's not, is it? Now you're on the verge of death, and you're still laughing? Even making a big deal about a ghost coming to save them? You're a little out of your mind. I'm afraid." He felt as if this helper that Ms. Shen had found was nothing but a head of two. Ugh! Yu Changhuai let out a long sigh with all his thoughts, already having no hope of staying alive. It's all because of myself. If he had kept Yui at home a while ago and not taken her wandering around, maybe there wouldn't have been any of this. The only thing he regretted was getting Shen Mengyu involved. Ms. Shen is so talented. She shouldn't die here because of him. Just then, bullying Lord Shen's sister. Where did you get the nerve? An angry rebuke came from all directions. Chapter 106, Lord Shen's men have arrived. The voice startled Yu Changhuai. What's that noise? He looked around with wide eyes and a puzzled expression. Just now, he heard a voice that hit him straight in the heart, causing his heart to flutter. How strange things are getting. Is it hard to believe that he's really going to die? Of course it's Lord Shen's men arriving. Luo Xiaoyu's little face was very proud. Fortunately, this little fish had the foresight to go and get help. The jade pendant it pinched just now was telling the manager to help move help. Obviously, help is on the way. Next moment, only hundreds of bits of well-dressed ghosts and monsters suddenly appeared in the middle of the backyard. The aura is very strong. There was no shortage of ghosts and monsters that Shen Mengyu recognized. Yu Chanhui looked at these ghosts and monsters with a horrified face, so scared that he couldn't utter a single word. All these ghosts and monsters, are they here to help Ms. Shen? That's too scary. All he wanted to do was call out good guys straight away. Hundreds of ghosts and monsters came out just to help Ms. Shen? Although he knew that Ms. Shen had a powerful background, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. It's just hanging on for dear life. Such a scene he had never seen in his life. Among the ghosts and monsters, a woman with a hot body, a long red dress, and excellent looks walked out. Old Mirror asked her, "You too, who's going first with me?" It glanced at the villa and asked the two gargoyles next to it. The two gargoyles, one of which was dressed like a little Lolita in a cute Lolita. Not only that, it was cute and sweet with a lollipop in its mouth. The other, in black sunglasses and a slouchy suit. Guess right, the two ghosts were none other than Aster Lin, and the sunglasses ghost. The woman with the hot body was Kazuna Moro, who had appeared at the shooting session before. After the manager realized that Luo Xiaoyu's jade pendant had pinched, he rushed to notify the happy community. But, it was still worried that the happy community might not be able to cope with the danger this time, and it just so happened that it called on Kazuna Moro as well. Sun Luo Hall also then brought a group of ghosts and monsters to help Shen Mengyu. So, there was also the scene of hundreds of ghosts and monsters appearing in great numbers. "I can go first." Lin Aster stepped forward at once, her clear and pleasant voice coming out. "Old Mirror can go on too." After saying that, it also touched the arm of the sunglasses ghoul on the side. "Right, Old Mirror?" But, Sunglasses Ghostbusters, however, did not speak, only to see it raise its head. The whitish eyes under the sunglasses, a flash of gold. Those eyes looked at the villa dead on. Subsequently, "Me, I'll pass." It suddenly shook its body, as if it had seen something, and shook its head in a hurry. With that, it took a deep breath and spoke. "The guy in here is a Ghost Emperor level monster. I can't beat him at the moment." The words were said. What? Ghost Emperor level? The other ghosts and monsters couldn't help but look at each other, dumbfounded. One must know that most of them were still at the Lich Demon level, and they were even powerless against the Ghost King level. And now you're asking them to fight against Ghost Emperor level ghosts? It's not killing me. Ghost Emperor level? Lin Aster also froze for a moment and couldn't help but speak. "Are you sure? It won't be a misreading or something?" After getting acquainted with the sunglasses gargoyle, it knew that the guy had a special ability. That is, these eyes of the sunglasses ghost monster can see through layers of barriers to view a ghost or a monster. Not only can you check the level of the ghosts, but you can also check their injuries and such. This is similar to a penetrating eye. That's why most of the ghosts were a little confused when they heard this comment from the sunglasses ghost. If it was the Ghost Emperor, then it might be a bit dangerous this time, because the ghosts and monsters that came with them this time were not of a very high level. Okay. The sunglassed gargoyle eyed the villa scornfully and nodded thoughtfully. It has eyes that have only been wrong once in its life. That would be an error in watching Shen Fei. Earlier at the Tianqi Hotel, it had intended to secretly spy on Shen Fei's strength, but it had been bounced back by an invisible barrier. It's as if Shen Fei has no relationship with this world. At that time, after it looked at Shen Fei, its eyes were as painful as if they had been burned by fire. After which, it didn't dare to spy on Shen Fei. It was then that it decided to follow Shen Fei single-mindedly. It's hard not to take off on your own when you follow a big shot like that. Aside from spying on Shen Fei, it hadn't made any mistakes. This time look inside the villa is the same. Speaking of which, the sunglasses ghost monster paused and continued to add, but the ghost monster inside the villa, who was injured, should have been stabbed by Ms. Shen. Then I'm on. At this time, Mu Zisun Luo stood out and spoke. I'm also at the Ghost Emperor level now. Can't I beat that monster one-on-one? The words were said. Hang on. The sunglasses ghost monster narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The monsters in Hell Valley sometimes killing ghosts and monsters across levels isn't much of a problem. Fighting at the same level is simply difficult. In the meantime, backyard corner. Seeing all these ghosts and monsters in the backyard, they were slow to go in and kill that monster inside. Yu Chanhui gradually felt that something wasn't quite right. It's not right. He frowned. The rescuer you moved in doesn't seem to be able to beat the guy inside the villa. It's been half a day without entering the villa. So isn't it obvious that it can't be beaten? Only if you can't beat them, you won't dare to enter. Bull *******. Luo Xiaoyu immediately denied. They are halfway through. It stopped abruptly. as if it realized it had almost spoken out of turn, and hastily stopped talking. What are they doing? Yu Changhuai, however, looked puzzled. Luo Xiaoyu didn't say anything. This made him a little anxious. Go ahead. Why don't you say it? How can you still be halfway through a sentence and not say anything? Sometimes it's often this that is the most exceptionally intriguing time. Luo Xiaoyu, however, shook her head and tightly covered her mouth. It was as if he was telling Yu Changhuai that he was not allowed to say anything. Seeing how Luo Xiaoyu refused to say anything, Yu Changhuai was frantic in his heart, especially in his mind. The feeling of wanting to know, but not being told, could drive a man crazy. Just then, after hearing the sunglasses gargoyle finish, all the ghosts and monsters fell silent. Ha! No! Mu Zisan Luo was even more incredulous, and spoke with some sadness. Then wouldn't we have no way to save Miss Shen? Yeah. The sunglasses ghost monster sighed in the same way. Ms. Shen is afraid that it is fierce. But, just as it finished the sentence, Shen Mengyu suddenly walked out from inside the villa. Remarkably, she also had some black blood on her. Apparently, it was a few more rounds of fighting ghosts and goblins inside the villa. Saw the scene. Do it. Mu Zisan Luo, Lin Aster and the sunglasses ghost monster looked at each other one after another, and they all said in hushed tones. Next moment, several of their ghostly monsters rushed up into the sky in unison, urging their ghostly chi. In an instant, the ghostly aura covered the entire backyard. At the same time, the other ghosts and monsters immediately flooded into the villa. Chapter 107, Mom, is that her? Sister. Seeing Shen Mengyu come out, Luo Xiaoyu's little face immediately delighted beyond measure and ran directly to the past. Did you call all these helpers? Shen Mengyu smiled, rubbed its head, and asked softly. Just now, when she was inside the villa, she felt hundreds of extra auras outside. At first she was a little surprised, thinking that the villa's monster had called out to its minions to attack them. Allowing her to put that doubt to rest was a familiar ghostly figure i.e. Chuiwa. At a time when she was a bit bewildered, Yi Chuiwa quietly sneaked inside the villa and found Shen Mengyu, telling her that he had come to save her. And she was also told that all those ghosts and goblins out there were her own people. As for why those ghosts and monsters outside didn't rush in together, it was because they were worried that the monster would be scared. Don't look at the Hell Valley's ghosts and monsters, each of whom had a strong fighting ability, but they actually had very prominent weaknesses. That is, these monsters will simply choose to detonate their bodies if they are frightened or if they encounter a ghost or monster that they cannot defeat. It would rather blow itself up than let its enemies kill it. You could say you're going down with the enemy. That's why there are very few ghosts or monsters who have seen monsters in Scary World. Most have only heard of it. At the same time, no one wants to meet a monster. After all, there are only two ways to end up seeing a monster. The first is to be less powerful than the monster and be killed by the monster. The second one is stronger than the monster, but the monster will blow itself up because of it. And again, it will die. There's no such thing as a ghost who's stupid enough to get himself killed just to meet a monster. Is there? Therefore, the ghosts and monsters outside the villa did not dare to attack rashly. Only after Shen Mengyu left could he attack. Then, there was also that scene just now, where Lin Aster and the others discussed that they would most likely not be able to beat them, or else they would not fight or something like that. The purpose was simple, to make the monsters inside the villa let their guard down. Let the monster think that everyone here is no match for it. That way, it won't blow itself up because it's scared and can't beat the enemy. But, as Shen Mengyu was planning to leave, the monster unexpectedly attacked her again in the darkness. Unfortunately, in the end, she was repelled with her 3-foot green sword. Seeing the sharpness of the 3-foot green sword, Yi Chuiwa was shocked, because the monsters of Hell Valley had particularly hard skin. Few weapons could pierce the monsters' bodies. It could also be said that only Shen Fei's weapon could pierce the monster's skin. In the meantime, after hearing these words from Shen Mengyu, of course I called for help. Luo Xiaoyu patted her chest, her little face showing a proud expression as she spoke. Sister, how was it? Am I awesome? Having said that, it looked at Shen Mengyu with an expectant face, as if it was waiting for Shen Mengyu to give it a good compliment. Good job. Shen Mengyu smiled gently and complimented. She could see Luo Xiaoyu's little heart. This kind of little girl was the best to coax. As long as you compliment it a little or encourage it, it will be happy. Yeah. Luo Xiaoyu jumped up happily. This was the first time it had ever heard its sister praise herself. Just then, Yu Changhuai walked over on the side and couldn't help but ask, Ms. Shen, what exactly was going on just now? He's still confused. For all that he had absolutely no idea what was going on. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu explained to him the scene that had just happened inside the villa, and the reason why the helpers Luo Xiaoyu had called and didn't dare rush in. After listening, Yu Changhuai was greatly shocked. Turns out there are so many factors involved. he realized that the words that Lin Aster and the others had said just now were all fake, and were meant to fool that monster inside. No wonder Luo Xiaoyu refused to say anything when he asked her questions just now. It's the fear of talking out of turn and the monster inside not believing it. The monster's ears are unusually sharp and can hear the wind. It was no wonder Luo Xiaoyu refused to say anything. Ms. Shen, then my daughter and my wife. Yu Changhui thought that his daughter was still inside, and couldn't help but ask with some worry. After that monster left Yu Yi's body, she fell into a coma. As for your wife. Speaking of this, Shen Mengyu hesitated a bit. The blood she saw on the second floor, at the stairway, was in fact the blood of Yu Changhui's wife. The words were said. I know. Yu Changhui subconsciously trembled, forcing himself to remain calm. But, the pain of losing a loved one is not something that can be said to be suppressed. Ms. Shen, I'm going to have a cigarette to calm down. He took a deep breath and spoke with a slightly choked voice. Subsequently, Yu Changhui then walked to the corner alone, took out a cigarette, and smoked it silently. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu didn't feel good in her heart either. Back then, when his parents died inside the thriller world, that pain was déjà vu with the current Yu Changhui. Just then, the miserable howls of the creature came from inside the villa. But, in the blink of an eye, the villa was silent. Obviously. Monster. Next moment, a few ghosts of Lin Aster also walked out inside the villa. All the other ghosts likewise left the villa. I'm so tired of acting. Yeah, honestly, it's the first time I've acted in all the time I've been a Ghostbuster. This monster isn't as powerful as the rumors. Didn't we still get it killed here? Big brother, we're 3 ghost kings, 1 ghost emperor, and hundreds of severe ghosts together. Yeah, I feel like I could take down monsters on my own at a night level. Never seen you so poo-pooed as a ghost. Most of the ghosts and monsters didn't have a trace of fear, and they were even a bit exuberant as they murmured. Nothing else. Just now, they had slain monsters that were feared in the world of thrillers. That alone is enough to get them excited. Back in thriller world, this bull can be blown into their next life. Mengyu. At this time, Lin Aster suddenly walked over. Along with it, there was also Kazuna Moro, Sunglasses Ghostbusters, and Yi Chuiwei. Within this, it was Kazuna Moro who was at the highest level, already a Ghost Emperor Jr. The other 3 ghosts were still all Ghost King level. The words were said. Sister Aster. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment and returned to her senses. Just about to speak. I know what you're going to say. Lin Aster smiled gently and spoke. We still have to return to Thriller World after helping you, so we won't be able to chat with you. It was hard to meet Shen Mengyu, so of course it wanted to gossip and chat. At least inquire if Lord Shen has a girlfriend. But, it had to hurry back to Thriller World because of its special circumstances. In such a hurry? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips. Alright then, we'll talk next time we meet. She was still planning to ask Yi Chuiwei if her relationship with Lin Aster had gotten better. After all, the relationship between Yujing Village and the Happy Community isn't great. This one actually worked together for its own sake. It's a rarity. Lin Aster nodded, and the group of ghosts and monsters left the place. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu called an ambulance and sent Yu Yi and Yu Changhui away together. Instead, she left the place with Luo Xiaoyu. In the meantime, after Shen Mengyu left, a silhouette slowly walked out from behind the villa, staring closely at Shen Mengyu's figure. Beside the figure, there was a hunchbacked old man. Mom, is that her? Chapter 108. I like you. Be my girlfriend. The sky was getting darker. Bustling lights illuminated the streets and alleys of the river city. After Shen Mengyu left the villa, she didn't rush home, but took a taxi to a hotel. The hotel was not famous in Jiangcheng and could only be considered an ordinary hotel. Get out of the car. She took out her cell phone and glanced at the name of the bar and nodded. The Yew Tree Hotel. This is it. Sister, aren't we going home? Luo Xiaoyu looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, and apparently spoke with some trepidation. We have a place to sleep. Why do we still need to come to a hotel? It may be a ghost, but it's still afraid of unfamiliar environments. Besides, why come to a hotel when you have nothing to do? It seems that my sister has a queen-size bed in her house. I traded something with a guy at Thrill World earlier, and he told me he'd give it to me here. Shen Mengyu softly rubbed Luo Xiaoyu's head and smiled gently. After my sister gets the stuff, let's see about taking you back. Just now, after she left the villa, she received a message on her cell phone. It was Meng Shuo, whom she had met at Thriller Amusement Park, who had left the copy, and that was why he sent a message to her. The main thing was to give Shen Mengyu all the information about the bigwigs behind the scenes controlled by the forces of the Thriller World. That's why she rushed back. As for why this hotel was chosen, it was because the owner of this hotel was not afraid of death. Nothing else. Since the appearance of ghosts in Jiangcheng, more and more people have died strangely, And many people who run stores are also scared because of the ghosts, fearing that they were open and a poltergeist would suddenly come to their door to buy something. Most stores chose to just close. Only the owner of this hotel didn't believe it and had to stay open. Plus, it was the only hotel in the entire Jiangcheng that was still operating normally. The words were said. Yes. Luo Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu then brought it into the hotel and arrived at box 016 according to the message Meng Shuo had sent her. The inside of the hotel was cold and there was only one booth open, so it was easy to find. Once inside, she saw a table full of delicious food. Miss Shen Mengyu, you came so soon? Seeing Shen Mengyu arrive, Meng Shuo, who was sitting on a chair, immediately stood up and walked up with a smile on his face. I happened to be doing something, and when I saw you texting me, I stopped by. When Shen Mengyu saw Meng Shuo being so enthusiastic, she first froze for a moment, before she nodded and said, she felt that this Meng Shuo was not quite right. I haven't seen him this enthusiastic in his time at Thrill World. Is it hard to change your personality after coming out in Thriller World? The words were said. Meng Shuo didn't say anything either. Subsequently, he wasn't ambiguous either, and directly took out a tightly wrapped document that looked like it should be as thick as a book. Not only that, the documents were not ordinary yellow cardboard. The documents were wrapped in black cardboard. Here's that information about where the forces of Thrill World belong. Saying that, he handed the document to Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu took the document, and an inexplicable coolness surged to her heart. Just for a moment, turning away, she subconsciously glanced at the words on top of the document. A complicated ancient language, similar to oracle bones. Looking at such a thick document, she was a bit surprised and said, so much? She had thought that there would only be a few hundred Thriller World forces at the end of the day, and a little more plus the smaller ones, just a few thousand. I didn't realize it was as big as a book. The most important thing is that it merely describes the power, the most outstanding copy of the power, and the person to whom the power belongs. There is no careful introduction to the forces at all. This is a book that probably has a dozen powers on a page. That means that there are perhaps tens of thousands of forces from the Thrillist world in there. How huge the world of thrillers really is. She couldn't imagine it now. It just feels like the previously established worldview of Thriller World is suddenly not quite the same again. Saw the scene. Meng Shuo wasn't surprised. He just smiled faintly. Are you surprised too? To be honest, I was also surprised when I saw that the book was so thick. The Thriller World is perhaps larger than we can imagine. Saying that, he continued. In fact, there is a part in there that is blurred out, so you can't see the forces or the people who belong behind it. There are only about 1,000 or 2,000 forces that can be seen in there. As for the ones that are blurred and why they can't be seen, I don't know. Besides, I don't need this book anymore since I brought it out in Thriller World, so I'll give it to you. These words made Shen Mengyu a little surprised. This book, surprisingly, was brought out of Thriller World? In other words, that inexplicable coolness just now was probably somewhat related to Thriller World. Thanks. Shen Mengyu spoke gratefully. How much money do you need? I can call you. She never liked to owe favors, and as the saying goes, one hand pays and the other delivers. Even though Meng Shuo had said she didn't want money in Thriller World, she still felt it was better to pay. Besides, she's a little rich now. No less. I don't want money. Meng Shuo hastily shook his head. My family does a little business. It's considered a well-off family, not really lacking in money. With that, he hesitated a bit. I actually want to ask you a question. Can you tell me? Seeing Meng Shuo squirm so much, Shen Mengyu frowned and opened her mouth to ask. What's the problem? Meng Shuo had been a bit extraordinarily enthusiastic when he first entered the box just now, and now add to that the fact that he was suddenly a bit squirmy. It didn't feel right to her. Sure enough, Meng Shuo hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I wonder what relationship Lord Shen of the Thrilling World has with your brother. Thrill World's livestream is available for replay. After he came back this time, he was a bit curious about the Shen Mengyu he met inside the copy. Then he watched the live feed from beginning to end. After reading it, it blew his entire mind. Nothing else. He heard three words that made him somewhat incredulous for the rest of his life one by one. Lord Shen. Hearing those three words, he immediately thought of that Lord Shen inside the document and couldn't help but associate them. These two, could they be related? That's why he asked Shen Mengyu this question. The words were said. Shen Mengyu was a little surprised in her heart. I didn't realize this guy had guessed his own brother's head? No way, no way. Your own brother's identity can't be exposed. Though anyone who has watched the live stream knows her brother is awesome. Yet, none of them knew who their brother really was. Most people just assumed that Shen Fei was just a big shot inside the Thriller World. She thought for a moment and spoke. The Lord Shen of the Thriller World has nothing to do with my brother. My brother's original name was Lord Shen. I guess it's okay to say that so as not to reveal my brother's identity, right? Aha! It must be okay. Surely his own brother wouldn't be offended. Meng Shuo said with a skeptical expression. Are you sure? Okay. Shen Mengyu nodded seriously. She knew that the guy was probably testing himself. As a highly intelligent beauty, she couldn't afford to be exposed. But, after hearing Shen Mengyu's affirmation, Meng Shuo, however, was so excited that he almost jumped up and up. Great! Scared me. I thought you had such a powerful background. I can't reach you. Actually, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Chapter 109, I'll definitely catch up with you. I like you. Be my girlfriend. Meng Shuo's words caused Shen Mengyu to freeze in place. Shen Mengyu? Nice guy. She called out to the good guys straight away. So you just asked me if I'm related to Lord Shen in the thriller world in order to confess to me? Lord Shen has a relationship with himself, so he doesn't confess? On the contrary, Lord Shen has nothing to do with himself. Confession then? This hand of time maneuver. It's like an old sow up a tree. Show to her. At this time, Luo Xiaoyu, who had been hiding in Shen Mengyu's pocket, also revealed his big head with a surprised look. Sister was confessed to. Hey, little fish hasn't even been confessed to. It spoke with some envy. When it was at the Scarlet Zoo, it heard the manager say that there were very beautiful female ghosts and monsters who confessed their love to the manager at first, but unfortunately they were all rejected by the manager. At the time it wasn't clear what confession meant. Then the manager explained it to it and it snapped out of it. The manager didn't know how to explain it to it for a moment, and perhaps worried that it would learn the hard way. He told it that confession meant making friends, presumably wanting to be best friends. Without saying a word, Luo Xiaoyu directly confessed to the manager. At that point the manager was so taken aback that he couldn't say a word with the corners of his mouth twitching. Alright, in the end, it's a hole you dig and fall into. In order not to break Luo Xiaoyu's heart, the manager patiently told Luo Xiaoyu again that confession is not to be taken so lightly. Anyway, it took a full hour of talking before Luo Xiaoyu retracted the sentence about confessing to the manager. Therefore, when Luo Xiaoyu saw Shen Mengyu being confessed to, she was very envious. Because, my sister is going to have a very good friend. It lo minnows yet. Saw the dopey lorikeet get out of his pocket. Meng Shuo looked at Shen Mengyu with a surprised expression. This is? How did a man get out of his pocket? This man can talk? A newborn baby isn't as big as a pocket, is it? My helper. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. With that, she pursed her lips and continued. The confession. Or not. From childhood to adulthood, Shen Mengyu is a natural beauty. Placed inside the crowd, is also the most cranky which one. So, it starts in elementary school and goes all the way through middle school and high school. She's been confessed to dozens of times, big and small. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by her. The reasons for rejection are, for the most part, the same. Nothing else. She now felt that she should be trying to keep up with her brother. Not some fling. Myself, I'm going to be a top woman. At the very least, you have to be like your brother. Why? Meng Shuo opened his mouth with a puzzled expression. He didn't feel bad about anything. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. The money for the documents. I will find a way to find your bank card and call you. With that, she got up and left the place. She was not expecting that she would be confessed to this time in addition to getting the documents. This is really unexpected. Yanzi, Yen, no. Mengyu, don't go. Meng Shuo's face changed and he hurriedly chased after him. But, by the time he got out, it was too late. Shen Mengyu had gotten into the outcab and left the place, watching the fading vehicles. I'll get after you. Meng Shuo didn't give up because of this. Instead, his heart became even more determined to catch up with Shen Mengyu. He likes someone by the way they feel. Shen Mengyu gave him that feeling at the first glance. No matter what, he had to catch up with Shen Mengyu before he could. Only, it was just that he didn't know that this matter of him chasing Shen Mengyu was known by Shen Fei, whether his body could carry Shen Fei's move. Not to mention Shen Fei. I'm afraid that even Su Guan couldn't carry a single move. Subsequently, he turned and left the hotel. Notably, on his chest, there was a folded charm. That talisman was somewhat similar to the talisman that Shen Fei had previously given to Shen Mengyu. It was this talisman that allowed him to safely travel through Jiangcheng and thus not be attacked by ghosts and monsters. Meng Shuo's life seems to be less simple than it appears. Take a cab home. Shen Mengyu lay directly on the sofa. Thinking back to the scene where Meng Shuo confessed his love just now made her feel a pang of weirdness. Luo Xiaoyu was but confused about what had just happened. Sister, why did you reject that man's confession? It sat quietly on the tea table and opened its mouth to ask with a puzzled expression. You're a little girl. What do you know so much about? Shen Mengyu blankly glanced at Luo Xiaoyu and spoke without any good humor. Adults matters. You kids mind less. But the manager uncle told me that confession is to be good friends with someone. Why do you need that good friend? Luo Xiaoyu didn't stop her desire to explore the unknown. Instead, she opened her mouth to inquire with even more disbelief. The words were said. Shen Mengyu. However, the corners of her mouth twitched. Did the manager really tell you that? She couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Luo Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. From inside its sincere eyes, it could be seen that it had not lied to Shen Mengyu. The manager really is a scourge. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but shake her head. Then, she told Luo Xiaoyu what confession really meant. After listening, ouch, Luo Xiaoyu's little face immediately turned red. I'm embarrassed by what sister said. So this is what confession means. It's only a few years old. Compared to what Shen Mengyu said, what was that nonsense the manager said? There's no comparison at all. Just as Luo Xiaoyu was looking shy, Shen Mengyu opened the black folder. A chilly aura immediately emanated from it, permeating to the entire house. The coldness caused Shen Mengyu to shiver. This thing is really something. Seeing this scene, she took a deep breath. There's a good chance my brother doesn't even know the secret here. The strange copy Meng Shuo had told himself about in the thriller world was perhaps the only one who had ever gone in. Himself opening this folder nowadays has the potential to know a lot of secrets. There must be no shortage of secrets from his own brother. At this moment, she was in a mood of a few moments of anticipation and apprehension. The curtain can finally be lifted on how much power my brother has under his belt. Luo Xiaoyu also came back to her senses and looked at the black folder in Shen Mengyu's hand, her eyes widening. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu took out the book lying inside. It had two big words written on it. The backwoods. This time the words were ordinary ones she could read. But, at the bottom of this book, there are two more oracle bones. It's supposed to be the oracle writing of the book. Harem? Looking at these two words, Shen Mengyu's brows furrowed in some uncertainty. These two words, it's hard to believe that they are the stats of the forces affiliated with Thriller World? Just open it and see. Shen Mengyu pondered in his mind and casually turned over the first page of that book. But, the contents of the book, however, made Shen Mengyu giggle. In here, it's a blank book. She turned several pages in a row, all of which were blank. What's going on? Shen Mengyu's heart was filled with puzzlement. Logically speaking, Meng Shuo had no reason to fool himself. Just then, a few words began to emerge from it. Chapter 110, Wanxiuqi, Jiangchang, inside an abandoned factory. The sound of water dripping ticking came, the only sound in the silent factory. On top of a vacant lot in the factory, an old woman with a cloaked head, ragged clothes, and dirty body sat quietly, her eyes closed tightly. She was covered in dried bloodstains, just not sure what kind of blood. In front of her lay a skull, along with some red paper, a brass bell, and a basin of scarlet blood. Notably, the eye color on top of the skull is not the same, and there are even some cracks in places. Not, it seems, a complete skull. It should be several skulls put together. Just then, Mom, everything's taken care of. Ready to create copies. A young man in casual clothes and a duck-tongued cap came over and knelt down directly at the old woman. Where's Shenfei's sister? The old woman nodded slowly, not opening her eyes, and asked in a hoarse voice. She took the book, only with her current strength. It shouldn't show a single word. The duck-tongued youth immediately responded, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. After saying this, he seemed to be about to say something else, but after opening his mouth, he closed it again and didn't say anything. Probably sensing what the duck-tongued youth wanted to say, the old woman slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the duck-tongued youth and spoke in a low voice. Ask anything you want. The words were said. The duck-tongued youth hesitated. Finally, he gathered enough courage and spoke. Mom, what I don't understand is why we're targeting Shenfei's sister. She shouldn't have anything to do with our plan, right? No relationship? The old woman glanced at the duck-tongued youth, and immediately laughed coldly. Shenfei is preventing our ghosts and monsters as well as our lord from entering Daxia, and his sister can't see anything on the surface, but her life is mysterious, so in order not to leave any embers behind, so he's going to target her as well. Saying that, she seemed to have remembered something and indifferently opened her mouth to the duck-tongued youth. Ngwen Thursday Chi, don't forget what you promised me in Thriller World. After I helped you with the two people who didn't help you, you're my son and you have to listen to me in everything. As for your parents' side, less contact. The great thing we're going to do is much more important than your parents. When the Thriller World expands into the real world, that's when we'll rule Daxia, and have our Supreme Lord take up residence in Daxia. After saying that, the old woman closed her eyes again. Subsequently, watch the perimeter for me. I'm going to force open a copy and this will be the beginning of our success. Her husky, unmistakable voice came again. The duck-tongued youth called Ngwen Thursday Chi's face was cloudy, so he had to be forced to go around and let the wind out. The duck-tongued youth was the rich young man who had previously been inside the copy, hiding inside the toilet. As for the old woman, she was the same guy who was looking for her oldest child at the time. In reality, the old woman wasn't a poltergeist. She was merely dressed like one. Only why the old woman always used to call her son, the eldest son, Nguyen wasn't sure. He now had some regret in his heart for his decision. Unfortunately, it's already too late. When you get into a car of thieves, there's no way to get out. Because in Thriller World, the rich man and the man had escaped, leaving him alone in the toilet. He had no choice but to agree to the old woman's request in order to stay alive. At first, he thought the old woman was nothing more than a crazy who wanted her son. But he thought wrong. This old woman is shrewd and has a much higher IQ than the average person. Even he couldn't see through the old woman. Since leaving at Thriller World, the old woman had brought him to Jiangcheng. Bloodthirsty Chi is not from Jiangcheng. He's from Hopcheng next door. After coming to Jiangcheng, the old woman let him keep an eye on Shen Mengyu. The figure that appeared at the end after Shen Mengyu left the villa earlier was him. Immediately after that, it was to observe Meng Shua's dealings with Shen Mengyu. He didn't know why the old woman was making him do this. The old woman just told him that if Shen Mengyu's strength didn't reach the Ghost Emperor, she wouldn't be able to see the words above that book. All of this felt strange to him. He had asked the old woman why she was doing all these inexplicable things, but instead of telling him, the old woman had even scolded him and told him not to ask that question again. Based on his years of experience in reading novels, he had more than likely entered the villain's camp. He still has to find a way to roll over before he can. The origin of the rollover he tentatively identified as Shen Mengyu, but he needed time. When the old woman forced a copy open, his chance would come. When it comes to forcing open a copy, he knows a thing or two about it. Presumably, this means that a whole new copy can be forced open. It can also be interpreted as creating a new copy. The principle behind this, Bloodthirsty Chi wasn't sure about. These things, the old woman refused to tell him. He himself was now in league with the old woman, who was still hiding so much from him. The thought made him angry, and he stomped viciously at the old woman sitting there. I'm not going to be a ing villain. Ruanqiu Chi snorted coldly in his heart. In the meantime, inside an apartment building somewhere in River City, Shen Mengyu was watching that book with a serious face. The words on the top of that book, to be exact, only to see words start to appear one by one on top of the originally blank pages. The book reads as follows. This book was written when I was young. If you can see the words on it, be sure to carefully memorize every word that follows. It will be the key to you in the future, to staying alive. 1,000 years from now, around 2016, there will be something called Thrill World. The appearance of the Thriller World will cause a huge sensation, and everyone must enter the Thriller World to escape inside. And for each copy, there are basically only a few people who can survive. Here, I can tell you the rules of Thriller World. There are 4 of them. 1. After entering a copy, people are given a random identity, which is mostly a very bottom-tier identity. 2. The only thing people have to do is to fulfill their tasks in this capacity, as long as they are not endangering their lives. 3. Don't get close to those ghosts, all they think about is how to eat you, or even torture you. Come out of Thriller World alive, and you'll be rewarded for fighting off the ghosts and monsters. The next thing I'm going to say is, at this point, the words on the top of this book suddenly stopped. No more going on and on. But, Shen Mengyu, however, looked at the book with a bewildered expression, staring tightly at the contents on top of the book. This book, why does it say something about Thriller World? Chapter 111, Cracks. The book in his hand. The words on it stayed on the last line and no more words appeared. Shen Mengyu was puzzled in her mind. Just then, sister, this book seems to show words based on your strength. Luo Xiaoyu on the side couldn't help but speak up. I've heard Uncle Manager tell me that there are some strange things in the Thriller World that can only be used if you reach a specific level of strength. This book seems to be it, although it hadn't been long since it had entered the Scarlet Zoo. But, it can learn a lot in there, especially since the manager takes it to other copies from time to time. Insights have grown a lot. The words were said. Shen Mengyu was somewhat dazed. According to you, I'm currently at the Ghost King level, and I can only read the following if I'm at the Ghost Emperor level? She pursed her lips and asked softly. This book is strange to say the least. Doesn't it make sense that this should be the book that chronicles the people who belong to the Thriller World power control? But, now inside this book, there is a total lack of information about the person who belongs to the Thriller World power control. Instead, it is documented about the world of thrillers. Should be considered a prophecy, nothing else, because it says that Thrill World will appear in 1,000 years, which is 2016. That means the guy who wrote it had to be at least 1,000 years old. Not only that, it was on one night in 2016 that Thrill World suddenly descended, and coincidentally, this year happens to be 2051, the 30th year of Thrill World's existence. The guy who wrote this book predicted the emergence of Thriller World a full 1,000 years in advance. Think about it. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but feel a little shocked in her heart. That should be right. Luo Xiaoyu's little face nodded seriously. I'll have to level up soon then. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, her eyes full of determination. As long as I can see the next page, I can determine whether this book is true or false. The fact that Thrill World came out in 2016 is something that almost everyone in Blue Star knows about. Not an uncommon thing. You can't really tell much from the first page of this book. It could even be someone else's prank. So, if you want to see if this book is true or not, you still have to read the back to be sure. It's just a shame that I didn't see that file about the Thrill World powers belonging to it this time. As for why, Lo probably doesn't really know. It's not like Meng Shuo would lie to himself. The fact that this book doesn't show the Thriller World powers belonging to it is most likely a problem with this book. Meng Shuo said the book was brought out at Thriller World. So, all of this will have to be found out by entering the world of thriller and exploring it slowly. But she was a week away from her next foray into the world of thrillers, and there was no rush. There is plenty of time for research. Don't want to think about these annoyances. Shen Mengyu shook her head, closed the book and put it aside, and opened her cell phone. She wanted to look at the recent hot search and see if there was any useful information in the meantime. Sure enough, I just opened my cell phone, and all kinds of forums, chat groups, bibs, etc. all blew up. Universal Daily News. Recently, Blue Star suddenly appeared many ghosts and monsters in all parts of the world. In the street crazy attack people, seriously affecting the order of people's lives. The National Special Command has sent people to deal with it. Please all people hide in their homes. Do not go out. Shocked. A Ghost King-type ghost has appeared on Bangkok Island. And it's been reported that due to a lack of manpower on Bangkok Island, it's completely unable to fight the Ghost King-type ghost. And it's already called for help from Daxia and Sakurajima. Daxia Kyoto reports that abusive mockery of others is not permitted in the Thrill World broadcast room, or they will be severely criticized. Jiangcheng Daily. Just an hour ago, hundreds of ghosts suddenly appeared in the south-central district of Jiangcheng, with the most powerful ghosts being of the Ghost Emperor level, followed by the Ghost King level, as well as hundreds of Li ghosts, and the reason for their appearance is not yet clear. 4 or 5 exploding hot searches in a row, all in the top 5 of the Bib hot searches. The entire Bib is even dominated by Thrill World. Clicking on the comment section, the netizens below were even more boisterous. I've seen the gossip inside the forum before. I thought it was fake, but I didn't realize it was real. I came here from that expert post on destroying ghosts and goblins with mushroom eggs. WOC. If you don't know, you'd think the world is ending. Why are there so many ghosts and monsters suddenly appearing in Blue Star? Our Daxia is still quick to react. A ghost monster appeared here in our city just now, and has now been eliminated. I'm in Jiangcheng. I've heard that hundreds of ghosts and monsters have appeared in our Jiangcheng city, all of them starting at the level of Li Ghost. I've already thought of what I'll call myself in my next life. Are you dreaming upstairs? After being killed by a ghost, the ghost may have eaten your soul, and you're still reincarnated? You'll be reincarnated as a fart. Within the comments section, a wide variety of comments abound. It was similar to when Shen Mengyu had just left the copy. She had seen the post earlier where the expert had told the mushroom egg to be thrown to destroy the ghosts and goblins. She was a little uncertain about that report released by Daxia Kyoto. It was actually when she was in Thriller World that quite a few people disliked her in the comment section, disliking Daxia and such. That's why it was said, count on it as a deterrent to the nations of the Blue Planet. Just then, Shen Mengyu's cell phone rang suddenly. She frowned and went to check who had called her. There were only a few people in total who knew her phone number. And who else would be calling her at this hour? After taking a look, Shen Mengyu immediately froze. Nothing else. The caller was Zhao Tianjian. According to what the tall man said, didn't Zhao Tianjian go to Thriller World to make a break for it? There's no cell phone reception inside Thriller World. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Mengyu picked up the phone. The moment it was connected, Zhao Tianjian's voice came from inside. Ms. Shen, I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. Listening to the voice, Zhao Tianjian seemed to be a little excited. What is it? Shen Mengyu's brows furrowed, and her heart came to a few points of interest all of a sudden. Zhao Tianjian suddenly called himself to say this, and since he could say it was something unimaginable, it probably wasn't the same as ordinary things. To put it simply, it's related to Thriller World. Only if it was related to Thriller World could Zhao Tianjian be so excited. Sure enough, next moment, Zhao Tianjian's voice came again from the other side of the phone. Miss Shen, what I found is a crack. It's huge, as big as 2 people. Where it leads to I don't know, but I'm sure that it must have something to do with Thriller World. Cracks that have something to do with Thriller World. Shen Mengyu was also a bit surprised in her heart and hurriedly spoke. Where are you now? The words were said. I'll send you the location. This place is so remote no one knows where it is. Zhao Tianjian's voice then immediately came from the other end of the phone. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu then received a location text message. The address shown on it was a place in the northernmost part of Jiangchang. That place is full of junkyards or some wasteland. Basically, very few people go. No wonder Zhao Tianjian said it was very remote. It's just as well that I have nothing to do at home. So go check it out. Maybe there's something else to be found. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, patted Luo Xiaoyu who was playing a small computer game, and spoke. Luo Xiaoyu, let's go. Sister, I'm so close to passing. Luo Xiaoyu left the computer desk with a reluctant face. Chapter 112, The Psychiatric Hospital. It was night, and the entire river city was plunged into darkness. It's now the wee hours of the morning. No one dared to turn on the lights. They were afraid that a ghost or monster might be watching them from the neighborhood. Having entered the thriller world, Shen Mengyu, whose physique had been strengthened, didn't have a trace of sleepiness. Instead, it's very spiritual. She came with Luo Xiaoyu to the address that Zhao Tianjian had said. It was dark all around, almost as if you couldn't see out of the corner of your hand. Shen Mengyu turned on her cell phone flash before barely illuminating her surroundings. Surrounding it was a small mound that wasn't very high, maybe 4 or 5 meters high, and next to it were a few scattered trees too. At night, the place looks deserted. There were also gusts of cold wind blowing. Just then, Ms. Shen, Zhao Tianjian saw the flash of bright light and hurriedly turned on his own flashlight to greet Shen Mengyu. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu also walked straight over. Ms. Shen, you're finally here. Zhao Tianjian pointed to a huge crack 4 or 5 meters away with an excited face and spoke. This is that crack. The crack that emitted a faint ethereal light was particularly conspicuous in the darkness. There was a faint halo of light on the outside of the rift, and the inside was equally as dark as its surroundings, making it impossible to see what was there. Saw the scene. When did you find this crack? Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. I heard that you didn't enter the thriller world? From what she could guess, this crack probably wasn't the one that had run out of the ghosts and monsters. Nothing else, because that crack has been closed by my brother. As for what was on the back of this crack, she couldn't guess. The words were said. This crack was found when I was leaving my copy. Zhao Tianjian hurriedly replied. Subsequently, he scratched his head, smiled shyly, and continued. Ms. Shen, you also know that if the thriller world expands into the real world, I won't necessarily be able to keep myself alive even if I have that much money, so I might as well go to the thriller world to make a break for it. With that, he took out an identity plate from his pocket and said with a proud face, this is the identity plate I took from inside the duplicate. The ID card is plain white with a black rim around the outside, looking like it should be a normal over-the-top ID card. It also had a few words engraved on it. Horror movie theater duplicate. Employee ID tag. It seems that Zhao Tianjian went to the copy of horror cinema. Luo Xiaoyu had been honestly hiding in Shen Mengyu's pocket, quietly observing the surroundings. It wants to come out and show its face. But, it still knew about the matter of almost scaring Zhao Tianjian to death before. Compared to the tall man, Zhao Tianjian was the one who was scared the most. Almost sold his dad. Therefore, Shen Mengyu didn't let it come out. So it was better to hide for the time being. Luo Xiaoyu's heart, however, was a little bit delighted. It's so lazy that it's simply awesome to have it lying inside your pocket like this. It's better to be in your sister's pocket and mingle than to be out there fighting and killing. It, Luo Xiaoyu, has laid flat. Shen Mengyu looked at the identity plate in Zhao Tianjian's hand with an unexpected expression and couldn't help but praise it. You're kinda good. Talented. I didn't realize this guy had it in him. The thrilling world copy was extremely dangerous, and the probability of an ordinary person entering even a 1-star copy and leaving alive was only about 9%. Since Zhao Tianjian was able to come out alive, it meant that he had already outsmarted many people. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian smiled a little embarrassed. Ha ha, he spoke with a smug look on his face. I didn't fight in it. I just used a little business skill in it. I told those ghosts and goblins that if they didn't kill me and invested in me, I could come and pay them back when I got rich. Coupled with the storytelling I already knew, those ghosts and monsters believed it. And the entire copy of the ghosts and monsters invested in me. And entering the copy this time, I made a total of more than 10,000 ghost coins. I think when I make more money, I can develop real estate or something inside Thriller World and build a big luxurious villa. Those ghosts and monsters will surely rush to buy it. Shen Mengyu? Nice guy. She was surprised by Zhao Tianjian's words. Bribing Ghostbusters at Scary World? After all, you're not going to Thriller World to survive. You're going to Thriller World to pull an investment and have a company launch, right? Developing real estate in Thriller World? It seems that the construction gene in Zhao Tianjian's bones can't be eliminated. Then congratulate yourself. He can be successful in developing real estate in thriller world. Shall we go in and have a look? Looking at the crack in the distance, Shen Mengyu had some expectations and opened her mouth to ask. Now was not the time to pull his grandiose plans with Zhao Tianjian. Just waiting for you to say that. Zhao Tianjian's thighs slapped and he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Subsequently, the two entered the middle of the rift, one after the other. Along with a flash of white light, the scene inside the crack appeared in front of Shen Mengyu's eyes. It's a hospital. Hospital? Zhao Tianjian looked incredulous. How could we be inside the hospital? When he saw it was a hospital, he panicked for a moment. Is it hard to believe that that rift is designed to let ghosts and monsters enter? Ghosts come in and visit the hospital later? But it doesn't quite make sense. This should be the copy. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke softly. We entered a copy. Just then. Welcome to Thriller World. Name of copy, Psychiatric Hospital. This is an asylum built by him. And 50 years ago, everyone here, in one night, all committed suicide. And since then, in the asylum has been a deserted place. Duration of the copy, no duration. You can leave the copy after passing it. Objective, to go back 50 years to find the secret of the deaths of everyone in a mental hospital overnight and to escape the hospital. Thrill World's beeps appeared in his head. Woes. Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but curse angrily. I thought the inside of the crack was something good, but I didn't think it was actually a ING copy. I just got the out of Thriller World. With that said, he was getting irritated. At first, when he found the crack, he didn't think that it was a copy, because he'd heard that a crack in the real world was likely to be the old home of ghosts and monsters. It is also known as the habitat of ghosts and monsters, which contains a lot of ghosts' treasures and money. He then planned to call Shen Mengyu and steal all the money from the ghosts and monsters together. Didn't realize. It turned out to be a copy in here. That's ING stealing. It's not certain that we'll make it out alive. It's okay. Shen Mengyu had a calm expression as she spoke. As long as you complete the copy according to the Thrilling World rules, there will be no danger. Ms. Shen, I'm afraid you don't know that some ghosts and monsters can be unreasonable. Zhao Tianjian, however, had a bitter look on his face. When I was in that copy of the horror cinema, I was almost eaten just because I didn't tie the guest's shoes. These ghosts will try anything to eat you if they want to. Shen Mengyu didn't bother talking to Zhao Tianjian. She looked around and couldn't help but frown. Why are we alone here? Chapter 113, don't believe anything they say. They're standing in front of the hospital now. But, surprisingly, they were the only two people in front of the hospital. Other than that, it was empty all around. It stands to reason that Thriller World has a lot of people coming in for each copy. How come we didn't see anyone else this time? Not only that, this copy, too, doesn't seem to have a live feed. When Shen Mengyu said this, Zhao Tianjia immediately froze for a moment. Yeah, he nodded at once, his face subconsciously changing. Miss Shen, can the two of us pass the copy? It's still a bit up in the air whether two people will be able to get through the replica. Usually a lot of people participate in one copy, and all those ghosts and monsters have their own goals. But this time the copy was just the two of them, so the ghost monster couldn't catch them both chewing hard? Let's see. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. This copy might only have two people to clear it. Come on, get in there. With that, Shen Mengyu walked straight in. As soon as they approached the hospital, two women in nurses' uniforms walked out. They greeted them with a smile and asked, "May I ask if you two are the new nurses?" These two looked exactly like ordinary people, completely unrecognizable as humans or ghosts. Just now the Thrill World system prompted that this was a 50-year-old mental hospital. In other words, the two nurses in front of me were both from 50 years ago. This copy doesn't seem quite the same as the previous ones, Shen Mengyu thought in her mind. At the same time, she nodded. We came together. I know, Dean told us. The woman who had just spoken wasn't the least bit surprised and began to introduce herself. My name is Ding Manxiang. I'm a director-level nurse. After finishing her sentence, she pointed to the gentle-looking woman next to her. This is Ji Siwen, an associate director-level nurse in our hospital. The words were said. Shen Mengyu nodded thoughtfully and spoke. My name is Shen Mengyu. Subsequently, she pointed to Zhao Tianjian. This is Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianjian also smiled and greeted the two women. Ding Manxiang glanced at Zhao Tianjian with slight surprise and smiled. Male nurses are not rare. This makes it much easier for us to work in the hospital. Inside the hospital, most are female nurses. Male nurses are usually only one or two in a hospital, maybe 3 or 4 and more. That's why male nurses are a scarce resource inside hospitals. That's a must. Zhao Tianjian rolled up his sleeves with a serious face, revealing his well-developed muscles. I'm usually a gym VIP member, though he was previously the owner of the company and was fat. But he never gave up sports. On weekends, he finds a day to spend at the gym. Usually, I train a little at home as well. The body is capital. This he still knows very well. Then I'll be in trouble from now on. Ding Manxiang also nodded and continued to speak. Let me introduce our hospital to you. At the moment all the other doctors in the hospital as well as the nurses have gone away for further training. So there are only 2 of us nurses in the hospital right now. And with the 2 of you who have just arrived, that makes 4 nurses. Inside our hospitals, patients are restricted in their activities and are confined to their rooms except for meals. There are 4 floors in our hospital, and except for the 3rd and 4th floors, which you cannot enter, you can come and go as you please on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 1st floor is a ward for regular patients, and the 2nd floor is where our nurses live. The words were said. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke with some doubt. Why can't we enter the 3rd or 4th floor? Hospital nurses have this weird rule? How she hadn't heard of it. It's like this. The 3rd floor is full of critically ill patients. You newcomers go to the 3rd floor. I'm afraid I'll scare you. Ding Manxiang very patiently opened her mouth and explained. The 4th floor is the dean's office. The dean he's old. He usually likes to stay alone on the 4th floor. Even if it's us, we're just delivering the meal to the door of the dean's room. Shen Mengyu frowned and could only nod in agreement. She always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't yet discover what it was. Forget it. I guess I'll find out when I turn around and finish the copy quest. The objective of the subplot is to find out why everyone in the asylum died overnight 10 years ago, as well as to escape the asylum. Finding the cause of death is a bit of a counterpoint to escaping a mental institution. Since we're looking for the cause of death, we must stay in a mental institution to do so. If one escapes a mental institution, how can one look for clues? Although there were some doubts in her heart, Shen Mengyu still planned to stay at the mental hospital first. Soon, they came to the 1st floor. There are 10 rooms on the 1st floor, each with a psychopath. Ding Manxiang continued to speak and introduced. Most of the 10 psychiatric patients on the 1st floor will not hurt anyone. That is, they are very docile patients. The words were said. What do you mean most of them won't hurt anyone? Zhao Tianjian frowned tightly and spoke the doubts in his heart. Is it hard to believe that there are still meanings that can hurt people? As you know, psychopaths have problems that flare up from time to time, and so do the patients on the 1st floor. At this time, Ji Siwen smiled gently from the side and spoke. Within the patients on the 1st floor, you should pay attention to 6, 2, 9. The patients in these 3 wards. All 3 of their patients often talk crazy, and even bump into things when they see people, or even hurt people with knives or something like that. You must be careful not to believe anything they say. Psychiatric patients do have people who have seizures from time to time. Such people tend to be overcared for as well. Obviously, what Ji Siwen said was a bit more reliable than Ding Manxiang's words. It's true that it's the more honest people who like to tell the truth. Shen Mengyu didn't say anything and just nodded her head, indicating that she knew. Subsequently, they came back to the 2nd floor. There are 10 rooms on the 2nd floor as well. But, as we've had more nurses before, we usually have 2 nurses to a room. Ding Manxiang said as she took out the key and opened one of the rooms. The room was large and bright. It does have 2 beds in it as well, and it's a double room. Ji Siwen took out 2 flashlights from somewhere, as well as 2 nurses' uniforms. Subsequently, this is for our nightly patrols. You 2 take it. Ji Siwen gave Zhao Tianjin and Shen Mengyu the flashlight and the nurse's uniform respectively. Thanks. Shen Mengyu took the flashlight and spoke. It's okay, we'll all be co-workers from now on. No thanks. Ji Sifeng smiled with a gentle face. After saying that, the 2 then proceeded to assign Zhao Tianjian a room as well, because Zhao Tianjian is a male. He definitely can't live with a girl. After accounting for this, the sky outside was darkening. It's getting dark. Seeing this scene, the 2 Ding Manxiang's complexion imperceptibly changed slightly. Next moment, Shen Mengyu, I helped you lock the door of the house on the outside, and there's another key inside the door, so you can open the door on the inside when the time comes. Ding Manxiang walked out and kindly locked the door of the house for Shen Mengyu before leaving. So is the door to Zhao Tianjian's house. Shen Mengyu was a little surprised in her heart and said thank you again. Both nurses seem to be pretty good, but, with the night coming, on the 1st floor, however, there was a loud knock on the door. Chapter 114, Ward 9. Shen Mengyu took advantage of the fact that it was still dark to take a closer look at this mental hospital by the window. The asylum was found to be built on a hill, surrounded by some big trees, and the hill looked high. She surmised that some of the things that were available inside the city should not be available here. Fresh food, for example. She found a vacant lot in the asylum that had some cabbages growing in it, supposedly the freshest vegetable here. Most of the vegetables here, the ones sent up from the mountains, are kept inside the freezer. Not only that, she realized that electricity was scarce here, too, because it's up in the mountains. It's not easy to rip out power lines, so there's basically not a single light here at night. Once it's nighttime, the only thing that can light up your surroundings is a flashlight. With time flying by, in the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. Inside the room was a clock that looked ancient. The same kind that swung back and forth when you were a kid. The time is now 12 o'clock in the morning. Shen Mengyu, who was lying on the bed, did not have a trace of sleepiness, nothing else. She thought this copy was too fishy. Why too? The ghosts and goblins inside this copy seem to be so nice to talk to. Everything points to the fact that this hospital is not simple. Just then, there was a sudden pounding downstairs. Dang, dang, dang. The knock on the door was unusually dull. It sounds like a backbreaking, breathtaking feeling. This voice caused Shen Mengyu to tremble and immediately sat up violently from the bed. This voice. Her brow furrowed and her heart thumped with an inexplicable bad feeling. Could it be that those patients downstairs are going crazy? When she first came here, Ding Manxiang had told her that the third floor was full of seriously ill patients, and a bite of the first floor, even though they were all mildly symptomatic, would still go crazy from time to time. Right now, there is a good chance that the patient on the first floor is going crazy. Shen Mengyu's head raced. Although she had the strength of a Ghost King level, coupled with the 3-foot green sword given by her brother, even if she encountered a Ghost Emperor level ghost monster, she would be able to escape safely. But, this copy is very counterintuitive. It was different than any of the usual copies, so she wanted to be cautious. It's better to have the strength to be a little more low-key. Pretending to be a pig is the way to go now. Besides, what if the patients down there are ghosts and monsters? Wouldn't she be in danger then? It's better to be safe and stay here for the night. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu decided on the program in her mind. That means not going out tonight and waiting for tomorrow night. If there's another knock on the door tomorrow night, then check it out for yourself. Just then, sister, I feel so horrible about this hospital. Luo Xiaoyu suddenly emerged from her pocket and spoke cautiously. The words were said. Where's the horror? Shen Mengyu got a little curious. Although Luo Xiaoyu was a battle scum, this guy's vision was very ruthless. It was Luo Xiaoyu who helped himself when he was at Blood Moon Middle School, when they were at Yu Changwai's villa. It was also because Luo Xiaoyu had gotten the manager to help in time that she killed that ghost emperor. Seems like having a big head has its benefits after all. I have a feeling that there is something strange upstairs in this hospital. Luo Xiaoyu thought for a moment and spoke with some heaviness. That thing all makes me a little scared. Upstairs? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and softly opened her mouth to ask. Can you sense anything upstairs? Can't feel it. Luo Xiaoyu shook her head. The words were said. Shen Mengyu also had no choice but to nod. Since Luo Xiaoyu said that something wasn't right upstairs, he could turn around and pay more attention to the upstairs. Soon, night gradually enveloped the entire asylum. Except for the moonlight from the window, it was almost out of reach. The strange knocking downstairs continued. Dang, dang, dang. But, by about 1 a.m. the knocking was gone. Shen Mengyu naturally noticed it as well, and she didn't pay too much attention to it as she thought she might be tired of knocking. Subsequently, just lie on the bed and communicate with Luo Xiaoyu about this mental hospital. A sleepless night. Soon it was dawn. Shen Mengyu, put on the nurse's uniform and take care of the patient now. The door was knocked up by Ding Manxiang, urging Shen Mengyu to get up. The words were said. Luo Xiaoyu hurriedly hid. Shen Mengyu also put on her nurse's uniform and opened the door to her room and walked out. Just as she opened the door, she saw Ding Manxiang looking at Shen Mengyu with a big face, looking at her with slightly strange eyes and asking, Did you not sleep well last night? I think there was a knock on the door downstairs last night. Shen Mengyu nodded truthfully, opening her mouth. A knock on the door? Ding Manxiang froze for a moment and seemed to shake her head somewhat helplessly. I thought that these patients would be quieter when they saw the new nurse, but I didn't expect that they would still be noisy. We get woken up a lot here, and sometimes when we're just too disturbed to sleep, we'll give the patient a shot of sleeping pills. This way we can get some rest and they don't have to be so tired. Said. She patted Shen Mengyu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Wait. After all the doctors and nurses from our hospital who went abroad to study have returned, we can take a vacation and rest for a while. The words were said. Only then did Shen Mengyu nod slowly. At this time, she realized that Ji Siwen, who was with her yesterday, was missing and couldn't help but ask, Sister Ding Manxiang, isn't Sister Ji Siwen taking care of the patients with us? Knowing how to be polite, Shen Mengyu still knew, so she added a sis to all of her names. Horror. Dong Manxiang sighed. She doesn't like taking care of patients. She prefers to cook. She should be busy in the kitchen right now, when it's time for lunch. Shen Mengyu nodded thoughtfully. In the meantime, Zhao Tianjian also walked out, and stretched. With his stocky build, he looked a little funny in a pink nurse's uniform at the moment. Ding Manxiang subconsciously stifled her laughter. Seeing Shen Mengyu and Ding Manxiang, Zhao Tianjian also hurriedly walked over. Miss Shen, you're all already up. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu likewise couldn't help but laugh and didn't answer his words. Zhao Tianjian? He looked at the two with a suspicious look on his face. Me? What's wrong? Ahem. It's fine. It's fine. Shen Mengyu immediately returned to normal, with a frank face, looking at him with a smile or not, and opened her mouth. It's just that the clothes you're wearing today, they fit quite well. Yes? Being complimented like this, Zhao Tianjian instantly cheered up. I also think that these clothes are worthy of my robust body. Okay, hurry up and take care of the patient. Ding Manxiang also became normal at this time, and hurriedly urged. This is the medicine that mentally ill patients have to take every day. And today is the first day of work for both of you, so one of you will be fed one. With that, she took out 2 pills and gave one to Shen Mengyu as well as Zhao Tianjian. The pills were blue in color and not capsules, but a small round pill, about the size of a pinky fingernail. Take the pills. Ding Manxiang led them to the first floor. The regular patients are better to take care of, except for the ones I told you about yesterday who will have frequent attacks that are difficult to take care of. As she walked, Ding Manxiang explained, I'll just show you guys how to go about feeding these patients their medicine. Let's start with the hardest to serve. Number 9. With that, the group made their way to Ward 9. Chapter 115, Buckling the Bedpan. Outside Ward 9. Yesterday, I heard Ding Manxiang say that 6, 2, and 9. The patients inside these 3 wards are the ones most prone to seizures. The moment she saw Ward number 9, Shen Mengyu immediately understood. Nothing else. The entire door to Ward 9 was reinforced and treated, and the windows even had a lot of blocking bars welded to them. Even the locks on the doors were large, iron, and seemed sturdy. Through the doorway, a fishy odor could be smelled inside the ward, smelling a bit like feces and urine. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianji was immediately dumbfounded. I'm brown. We have to feed this guy medicine? That won't get us covered in? Shen Mengyu, nice guy, would you please know and not say anything? It would have been better if I hadn't said anything, but as soon as I did, all I could think about inside my head was the scenario of being covered in later. After saying that, the 2 men looked at Ding Manxiang in unison, as if inquiring what to do with this scenario. It's okay, he usually listens. Ding Manxiang faintly returned, probably because she wanted to build up her image in front of the patients. Ding Manxiang didn't say anything after saying this. Subsequently, Ding Manxiang became expressionless, only to see her skillfully unlock the door, put on her gloves, and walked in with a cold face. Patient 9, take your medicine. She chortled loudly. The voice sounded a little majestic. At this time, Shen Mengyu and Zhao Tianjian also carefully walked in. As he walked, he observed the room. The room was very cluttered with books, clothes, and quilts, all thrown everywhere. Not only that, inside the corner of the room, there was another lump of yellowish stuff. Next to that thing, there was a puddle of yellowish liquid. Don't even have to think about it to know what it is. The smell outside the ward is coming from here as well. Shen Mengyu also noticed that there were still red blood marks on top of the wall, which looked like blood that had been rubbed on, but it had all dried on top. The blood seemed like a painting of something strange. What day now? Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Is this a place for people to live? Damn, my dog's house isn't this dirty, is it? Ting all over the house? Keep your voice down. Shen Mengyu skimmed Zhao Tianjian. Psychopaths can't be struck down, or they won't be able to control it later. Although she didn't know anything about psychiatric medicine, she did know some common sense though. For the mentally ill, that must be treated with care and gentleness only. Twinning can't be reversed. Not only would that not be therapeutic, it would even aggravate the condition. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian immediately closed his mouth. In the meantime, at the bottom of the bed, a slim man crawled out. The clothes on the man's body were all tattered and torn, covered in dirt and even blood stains from wounds he had made somewhere. Still, it was evident that the man's outfit was originally supposed to be a white one. At first glance, the man's stray hair was estimated to have to be as long as a woman's hair, about tens of centimeters, and had completely covered his entire face. Take your medicine. At this moment, Ding Manxiang's icy angry voice came. The man was shocked and trembled as he walked over to Ding Manxiang. What was noteworthy was that his eyes had been intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Shen Mengyu. This made Shen Mengyu feel a little strange. Don't make me say it twice. Seeing that the man was taking his time, Ding Manxiang's face sank as she continued to speak in a deep voice. With that, she took a stun gun straight out of her pocket and wanted to go up and give the man a shot. Saw the scene. The man immediately turned white with fear, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly and honestly walked over. Obviously, he must have experienced what it feels like to get a taser in the face before. Otherwise you wouldn't be so honest when you see a stun gun. Sister Ding Man Xiang, wouldn't that be too rough? Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but speak. You should have to be gentle with your patients, right? Although she didn't know anything about medicine, it was more or less not very nice to treat a patient like Ding Manxiang did. Let me try. Without waiting for Ding Manxiang to speak, Shen Mengyu walked up and smiled. The words were said. That's fine. Ding Manxiang obviously froze for a moment, and after some thought, she agreed. Subsequently, Ding Manxiang stepped aside, though the stun gun was still held tightly in her hand. Whenever a man is dishonest, he is immediately put on the spot. Come on, take your medicine. Shen Mengyu smiled gently and waved at the man. Eat the medicine before you can leave here. Hear the word leave. The man suddenly shook with a tiger and his face immediately changed. Next moment, only to see the man rush over and grab the blue pill in Shen Mengyu's hand and eat it in one bite. But, Shen Mengyu's arm, however, was cut open. Scarlet blood immediately flowed out. Saw the scene. Ding Manxiang's face immediately became gloomy. Without a second thought, he rushed straight up and turned on the stun gun, pressing it to the top of the man's thigh. The man's body immediately stiffened. His face went white, and he fell to the ground and convulsed. Ms. Shen, are you okay? Zhao Tianjian's expression changed and he hurriedly ran over to check Shen Mengyu's wound. There was no one here who cared more about Shen Mengyu than Zhao Tianjian. On the one hand, Shen Mengyu was really good to him, and their relationship was not ordinary, and Shen Mengyu helped him not by a single star. If it wasn't for Shen Mengyu, he wouldn't have chosen to venture into the thriller world. The other side of the coin was that without Shen Mengyu, there was no way he could leave alive. From yesterday until now, he didn't even know how many stars this copy was, let alone anything else. It's okay. Shen Mengyu shook her head and spoke softly. A bandage will be fine. The wound is not long. About 5 centimeters. Probably scratched by a fingernail. This patient was treated quite well before, but I didn't expect to have another attack today. Ding Manxiang looked viciously at the man lying on the ground who had been electrocuted, and spoke with some anger. After saying that, she looked at Shen Mengyu and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. Let me go bandage you up later. You won't be feeding patients today. The words were said. Shen Mengyu had to agree. Subsequently, they walked out of Ward 9 and locked the door. Then, first, he went to bandage Shen Mengyu. Zhao Tianjian, on the other hand, went for an honest-looking patient to feed the medicine, and it went smoothly. The morning's tasks are essentially done. The next step was to go to dinner. Here, patients' meals are left at the door of the ward. In other words, the patient does not eat with the nurse practitioner. Of course, there was no need for Shen Mengyu and the girls to do this kind of work of dividing the rice. These tasks had long been completed by Ji Siphon. In the meantime, inside Ward 9, the man opened his eyes in sudden panic, stood up violently, and crawled under the bed in a hurry, muttering something unintelligible. Next moment, the sound of fingernails snapping at something on the bedpan also came at that moment. Notably, the sound of the man's fingernails snapping at the bedpan seemed to carry some sort of melody, as if it were conveying some sort of message. The melody, which is somewhat similar to yesterday's knock on the door. Chapter 116, The Old Man in Black. After dinner, there was nothing more to keep us busy in the afternoon. The blue pills that are fed to patients only need to be taken once a day. Next, all afternoon, Shen Mengyu stayed inside her room, looking at the arm that was wrapped in gauze. With a stabbing pain coming from time to time, Shen Mengyu just couldn't help but sigh. I should have known better than to feed that patient her medicine. Now it's a good thing you got yourself hurt. Luo Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was sitting where the windowsill was, quietly observing every move within the mental hospital. This was the task Shen Mengyu had arranged for it. Let it take a closer look at the mental hospital where there are clues. Just then, Sister, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly spoke hastily. There's an old man downstairs. The words were said. Old man? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment and couldn't help but frown and ask. You didn't make a mistake, did you? Luo Xiaoyu, this girl hadn't teased herself much before. Not only in the thriller world, but in the real world there's no fooling yourself into buying it a lollipop to eat. Besides, it looks safe here now. It shouldn't look like there are ghosts and monsters. Luo Xiaoyu is still acting so anxious. It's very abnormal. The odds are that you're just kidding yourself, right? No. Luo Xiaoyu immediately shook her head and anxiously continued. There really is an old man in black clothes down there. Said, also afraid that Shen Mengyu does not believe himself, but also stretched out 3 fingers, with a serious face, opened his mouth. Sister, if I lie to you, Luo Xiaoyu is a cute puppy dog. Shen Mengyu? Being a dog is fine. What does it mean to be a cute little puppy dog? You have to be cute to be a dog, right? Shen Mengyu rolled her eyes somewhat breathlessly. But, seeing Luo Xiaoyu so serious, she still walked over, Come to your place on the windowsill and look down. At the first glance, Shen Mengyu froze. Nothing else, because there really is an old man down there. If you take a closer look, it would be an old man dressed in black, constantly looking for something. It seems to be on top of the clearing where the cabbages were planted. Where to look for something? Shen Mengyu had some doubts in her heart. Besides, she didn't seem to have heard of anyone else inside this hospital. This hospital, according to Ding Manxiang, is now home to just 4 people. Dong Manxiang, Ji Siwen, Zhao Tianjian, and herself. Other than that, all the other doctors and nurses have gone out for further training. No one should still be able to walk around inside a hospital. It's not right. There's definitely something wrong with the old man. Shen Mengyu frowned and spoke. Luo Xiaoyu, you watch here. I'll go down and take a look. Got it, sis. Luo Xiaoyu also nodded and agreed. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu locked the door to her room and walked straight toward the empty lot downstairs. The clearing was next to this building in the hospital, and by walking down the stairs she could walk right to where that clearing was. In the meantime, Luo Xiaoyu was carefully observing the old man in black. Just then, that old man in black suddenly raised his head, his empty eyes looking dead at this room where Luo Xiaoyu was. Saw the scene. Luo Xiaoyu's little face immediately changed, and a chill inexplicably surged to her heart. It's scared for no other reason. It's because this old man has no eyes. Yes, the old man's eyes were indeed hollow, for they were gone. Only 2 eye sockets remain, along with dark eye holes. Exceptionally creepy. Luo Xiaoyu's lips trembled in fear and she couldn't say a word. It wanted to call to its sister now, but it opened its mouth but could not utter a word, as if it had become mute. At this point, Shen Mengyu had also arrived downstairs and walked on top of that open space. But, above the clearing, there was nothing but a pile of cabbage. No old man in black. Is it hard to walk away? Shen Mengyu frowned. Her heart was a bit puzzled. This surrounding can be all mountains. Even if we walk, how far can we all go? This mental hospital was built higher up on a hill, so you can see the vast majority of things on the mountain. That old man, Fei, didn't disappear so quickly, did he? Just as Shen Mengyu was puzzled. Shen Mengyu, what are you doing? A voice that awakened Shen Mengyu. This made her turn around in a hurry to see that it was Ji Sifeng. Me? I didn't do anything. Shen Mengyu was relieved when she saw that it was Ji Siwen. She had just thought it was some old man in black running up behind her. Scare her. Nothing? Ji Siwen smiled gently, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon, and opened her mouth to ask. You should be missing your boyfriend, right? The words were said. Shen Mengyu didn't think about it and nodded without hesitation. That's right. I miss the big pig's feet my boyfriend made for me. Since Ji Siwen had found a step for himself, he would follow it down. It's not like she's losing out anyway. I miss my boyfriend too. Speaking of this, Ji Siwen's expression darkened and she sighed. Since I came to this hospital, my boyfriend and I haven't seen each other for months. Then your boyfriend should be thinking about you too. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. When all those doctors and nurses who went for further training come back, won't we be able to rest? By then you can go find your boyfriend. That's true. When he said these words, the corner of Ji Siwen's eyes flashed with an imperceptible flash of dissimilarity, but it quickly disappeared. Subsequently, she smiled lightly and spoke. Thank you for comforting me. You're welcome. Shen Mengyu smiled gently. Then, Shen Mengyu continued to speak. I want to ask you a question. I wonder if it's convenient for you to answer. The words were said. What's the problem? Ji Siwen frowned slightly in confusion and spoke. Just go ahead and say it. We're all co-workers. Do we have anyone inside this hospital who can move around as much as we can? Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and asked. No. Ji Siwen immediately shook her head, looked at Shen Mengyu very seriously, and spoke. There are only the 4 of us in our hospital right now. Where is there anyone else? Shen Mengyu frowned. But I just saw an old man in black clothes. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Since there were only 4 people inside the hospital, but where did the old man in black come from? Jiswen spent a lot of time here. So if there was someone else, she would definitely be the first to know. But, and now Ji Siwen is telling herself that there's no one else inside this hospital? This was definitely not the reason why Shen Mengyu was seeing things. Nothing else, because Luo Xiaoyu saw it too. You can't have 2 people looking at each other, can you? When you think about it so carefully, there's a problem. It was very likely that Jiswen had spoken of panic or had something to hide from herself. Hearing Shen Mengyu's words, Ji Siwen's face immediately changed. You saw an old man in black? With an incredulous look on her face, she spoke. Are you sure you're right? The words were said. Okay. Shen Mengyu didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately nodded her head seriously. I was watching very clearly. It's absolutely impossible to misread it. That old man in black basically can't be fake. A person looking at it might make a mistake. But, can one man and one ghoul be mistaken? She and Luo Xiaoyu could both see it. But, after receiving Shen Mengyu's affirmation, how can it be? Ji Siwen, however, blanched and couldn't help but gulp, before which, there was indeed an old man wearing black clothes in our hospital, and that old man was cleaning the hospital. But that man, he's long dead. Chapter 117, if you don't have any money, you'll find an axe. Because it was nearing evening, the sky was already darkening. The hospital happens to be on a hill and there are still occasional gusts of cold wind blowing around. Ji Siwen said this. It made the already somewhat gloomy surroundings seem even gloomier. Although she knew that it was inside the thriller world, Shen Mengyu still couldn't help but feel a little hairy in her heart. Dead? Dead? Shen Mengyu was directly dumbfounded. She was shocked not because of anything else, but because the asylum she was in was 50 years ago now, before thriller world even existed. So the people she sees now are probably alive at the time. But, Ji Siwen, however, told herself that the old man in black had died 50 years ago? On top of that, one was surprised to see the old man. Thinking about it this way, is it hard to believe that you're seeing ghosts and monsters from 50 years ago? Think about it. Shen Mengyu then felt a bit finicky. How could there be ghosts and monsters 50 years ago when thriller world didn't even exist? Are you sure you really saw the old man in black? Ji Siwen asked in a deep voice as her brows furrowed. Seeing this strange phenomenon, this matter was not a small matter. In case Shen Mengyu was really mistaken, it was not impossible. Nothing else. This asylum is on a hill, and sometimes fog appears on the hill and refracts through the light to create some strange sights. These sights come to the eyes and see what may be some mind-boggling looks. She thought it would be better to ask carefully. Sure, I'm not going to lie, and I'm not mistaken. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and spoke. That thing was like looking for something on top of some vacant lot. Miss Reed? That's absolutely impossible. The old man in black was just looking for something on top of the clearing, even peeling back the dirt to check it out. At the time, she was upstairs watching very closely. As for what it is looking for, she wouldn't know. Anyway, something is definitely not right about this. The words were said. Looking for something? A flash of surprise flashed out of the corner of Jiswan's eye. What else are we looking for here except for the mentally ill? That's us, the doctors? I think you're really just looking at this the wrong way. With that, she continued. It's getting late. Quickly go back to rest. Don't come out at night if you're fine. And if you still find anything wrong, be sure to tell me. While saying that, she pushed Shen Mengyu back inside the hospital. Shen Mengyu had no choice but to agree with her and return to the second floor. Just opened the door to the room. Luo Xiaoyu then shivered and hid inside the corner, her petite body still shivering. Fishy, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu frowned. Subsequently, she ran to Luo Xiaoyu's side and asked softly, are you not feeling well, sister? Seemingly hearing Shen Mengyu's voice, Luo Xiaoyu looked stunned and cautiously raised her head. Next moment, then he saw Shen Mengyu's delicate little face. Sister, as if Luo Xiaoyu had seen the dependence of her heart, she immediately hugged Shen Mengyu. Then she cried out in pain. Sister, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Luo Xiaoyu's body kept trembling, and her body was even a bit cold. Obviously, it's the shock of it all. What happened? Sensing that something wasn't quite right, Shen Mengyu instantly opened her mouth and asked, was it when I left the room that you saw something? Luo Xiaoyu was so scared upstairs, but she herself didn't see the old man in black below. It all seems a bit out of character. It was hard to believe that Luo Xiaoyu had seen how the old man in black had left upstairs. The words were said. Luo Xiaoyu directly stopped crying. She lifted up her little tear-filled face and nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. I saw it. You, what did you see? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke gently. You told your sister that there would be no danger now that she is here. Her guess didn't seem wrong. Luo Xiaoyu did see everything downstairs when she was upstairs. Otherwise you wouldn't have been scared to tears. Good. Luo Xiaoyu nodded without hesitation. Subsequently, it took a deep breath and began to speak. When my sister left just now, I got curious and leaned over the window to see what the old man in black was doing. But I didn't expect that. That old man in black suddenly raised his head and just looked me dead in the eye. That old man didn't have eyes. His eyes were black and he couldn't see anything in them. It was especially creepy. I'll be shocked. Saying that, Luo Xiaoyu's little face looked towards the position of the window with some alarm, stretching out her white and tender little hand to point at one of the positions. That old man in black, just as you were going down, suddenly plopped down on this window and looked at me dead in the face, as if he wanted to eat me. And the old man kept tapping on the window and saying strange things. It was so scary. When she said this, Luo Xiaoyu said it in a trembling voice. That's a good indication of how much damage has been done to its young mind. Shen Mengyu's heart, however, was suddenly startled. Original. So it is. No wonder he hadn't seen the old man in black at the time. The old man was actually lying on top of the window of his very own room. The average person is not in the habit of looking upwards and not paying attention to places higher than themselves. This old man in black, what is his origin? Shen Mengyu's heart was in a million pieces. Sister, that old man won't eat us, will he? At this time, Luo Xiaoyu opened her mouth with a frightened face and asked. No. Shen Mengyu smiled gently and rubbed Luo Xiaoyu's head. Even if there's danger, sister will still kill him. She was now at the Ghost King level of strength, and with the addition of the 3-foot green sword, it wasn't a problem for her to easily kill ghosts and monsters of the same level. Besides, she still had that special copper coin her brother had given her. If you can't beat them at a critical moment, you can forcefully level up to the Ghost Emperor level. No matter how powerful this copy was, there couldn't be a ghost monster that surpassed the Ghost Emperor. What if my sister can't kill it? Luo Xiaoyu, however, hesitated for a moment and spoke in a weak voice. That old man looks very, very powerful. The things he says are crazy. He doesn't look like a normal person. If he fights, it's very likely that he'll fight with his sister. The words were said. Talking crazy? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment and couldn't help but speak. What did he say? The old man in black was crazy, which seemed a bit similar to Ward 9. Ward 9 is also crazy and looks out of sorts. She herself was still all hurt by that man in Ward 9 this morning, and thinking about this made her feel a little angry in her heart. He seems to be talking about double singing, double madness, dark moon killing night, since then into the night and not come back out, the whole body empty of a good place. Luo Xiaoyu got halfway through her sentence and forgot what followed. It thought carefully for a moment before it spoke. He also said that people exist to extinguish the scourge, and that the millimeters will not be used, and that they will be looking for the axe coup. Chapter 118:6. 2. 9. Literature? Shen Mengyu frowned and took out a piece of paper to jot down the words. If one were to read this kind of literature, one would have to think hard to understand it, and it is possible that a single misread word could lead to a different meaning. Only, she couldn't figure out why the old man in black had to speak in Mandarin. Listen to this. It's kind of like passing on a message. As for where she got the paper and pen, it's because nurses need to keep track of their patients' conditions when they go to the wards every day. So, each residence has a notebook on top of the desk and a ballpoint pen. Think for a moment. Fish, do you know what this means? Shen Mengyu instantly felt her head spinning and couldn't help but ask Luo Xiaoyu. In school, Shen Mengyu's academic performance is also even moderate. The language is basically by rote memorization score. She hadn't realized that she had to learn the language inside the thriller world. It seems that not only do you have to be good at math, science and chemistry, but you have to be good at languages as well to be good at them. She had a feeling that there was a good chance that there was important information within the text, but, for a moment she couldn't study it. So, I'd like to ask Luo Xiaoyu for advice. This girl's brain is so big, isn't it just a matter of sprinkling water to answer a literary question? But, Luo Xiaoyu, however, scratched her head with a confused expression. Sister, I can't read it either. You're just a kid yourself. He entered the world of thrillers at a young age to make a living, and he didn't even go to school. It can't even tell the multiplication table, not to mention the language. How can you not see it when your head is so big? Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, shook her head and sighed. As I see it, your brain has grown so big for nothing, and I'm afraid it's all water inside. Luo Xiaoyu? Convinced. I'm afraid it can't get over the stigma of having a big head. Sister, while you're at it, I have another secret I won't tell you. Luo Xiaoyu's little face darkened, and she grunted in dissatisfaction. That old man could still have said several numbers that I didn't tell you. It's not like before this time. Previously, when it was told by Shen Mengyu that its head was big, it could only be given a beating by Shen Mengyu. But, not this time. It's, having first-hand information. I'm sure my sister will apologize to herself. The words were said. What else did the old man say? Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was a bit puzzled. Don't say. Luo Xiaoyu crossed her arms, grunted, and turned away. Sister doesn't even love me anymore. I'm not going to talk to her. Saw the scene. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. Nice guy. All she wanted to do was call out to the good guys straight away. Where in the world did Fishy learn those words? It's really been a while since I've seen you. And you've been schooled by your manager. There were confessions before that were friendships. And now there's another one that doesn't love me anymore. The manager is also fashionable enough. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. If you tell your sister, she'll turn around and buy you 100 lollipops and 10 more cupcakes to bring back to the Scarlet Zoo. The words were said. Sister, are you sure? Luo Xiaoyu was a bit moved and couldn't help but ask. Can I have 20 of the cupcakes? Okay. Shen Mengyu immediately nodded. Don't say 20. I'll buy you 50 cupcakes and 100 lollipops. Luo Xiaoyu. Alright. You can't blame at Luo Xiaofu for not keeping his word. No way. Sister gives too much. His little heart can't resist cupcakes and lollipops. Then this little fish will tell his sister. Luo Xiaoyu beautifully and gladly spoke. That old man said 3 numbers. 6, 2, 9. The words were said. Shen Mengyu was instantly shocked. 6, 2, 9. Isn't that one of those patient room numbers on the first floor for those patients who go crazy from time to time? Why did the old man in black say that? She took a deep breath to calm herself. Next, she had to reason through the clues she now had one by one. First of all, most of the clues about the hospital now were learned from Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen. Presumably, all the other doctors and nurses inside the hospital have gone out for further training. The first and second floors are freely accessible. The third floor houses the critically ill. And the fourth floor is the director's office. This is one of the few hospital leads available. There are more other miscellaneous clues, like the old man in black, and the knocking on the door, and so on. Shen Mengyu's mind suddenly shook, as if she had thought of something. Knock on the door. She suddenly remembered that downstairs from her room was Ward 9. That means the knocking last night was from Ward 9? Ward 9 patient also cut herself today. But why did the patient in Ward 9 cut himself? All of this. Is there a connection? Shen Mengyu was a little puzzled. She hadn't deciphered the literary language the old man in black was talking about. And she didn't have many clues at the moment. There's no way to string the clues together for now. Honestly, this was the first time she'd ever felt burnt out on a copy. If only my brother were here. Shen Mengyu thought of Shen Fei and couldn't help but sigh. His own brother was the top student in the school before. Only later, for family reasons, her brother dropped out of school to work and pay for her education. She also wondered what her brother was up to now. If only I could join my brother. I must catch up with my brother as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Shen Mengyu's determination to become stronger in her heart became much more solid. Time that passes unnoticed. When Shen Mengyu returned to her senses, the sky had already darkened. Sky, it's dark. It was the second night in the asylum. Luo Xiaoyu was mentally exhausted from being scared by the old man in black, and had now fallen asleep hiding in Shen Mengyu's pocket. Shen Mengyu, however, was not half sleepy. She wanted to wait for the knock to appear. Just now, based on those clues, Shen Mengyu also had a rough guess in her heart. Now it needs to wait, waiting for guesses to be accurate. Into the second half of the night, the whole asylum, it's ridiculously quiet, but, still could hear Zhao Tianjian snoring next door. It was about 1 in the morning. Dang, dang, dang. Once again there was a subtle but dull knock on the door downstairs. This made Shen Mengyu immediately come into the spirit, and hurriedly took out a pen and paper to record the frequency of the knocking. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that the knocking stopped. The knocking on the door was intermittent throughout this time, but Shen Mengyu still recorded it all in its entirety. She realized that the knocks had a frequency. The hours are long and short, kind of like Morse code. Think about it. Right. How could I forget? Shen Mengyu immediately said indistinctly. Morse code is like this when it's long and short. Intermittent. Previously, in middle school, she had studied Morse code with her classmates. Remember that each frequency length corresponds to a different letter. What a surprise. It's surprisingly used in Thriller World. While rejoicing, Shen Mengyu also began to seriously decipher the knocking sound. With her memory, she quickly deciphered the piece of Morse code. Looking at the line that was deciphered in front of him, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face immediately changed. Chapter 119. There's something wrong with this hospital. Help me. There's something wrong with this hospital. Help me. Here's the sentence that broke out. Shen Mengyu's eyes tightly looked at that line of words, and thought that he had deciphered it wrongly, deciphering it back and forth several times. But the final deciphered answers were all the same. They were all something is wrong with this hospital. Help me. That patient in Ward 9. Wasn't he crazy? There was some confusion in her mind. How can a crazy person speak so fluently? Suddenly, Shen Mengyu thought of a possibility. That patient in Ward 9 is most likely faking it. He's acting crazy. It would make perfect sense for the people in that 9th ward to say that there is something wrong with this hospital. Think about it. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, intending to take a look on the first floor. Whether it's true or not, we still have to meet the man in Ward 9 to find out. Subsequently, she gingerly opened the door and left the room with a flashlight. The second floor is just a stairway away from a bite. The entire first floor was unusually quiet, with only the occasional snoring sound. Soon, she then came to a bite, outside the door of Ward 9. The door to Ward 9 chanted locked dead, with 4 or 5 locks inside and out. Trying to open it is definitely out of the question. You can only communicate through walls. Are you there? Shen Mengyu knocked on the door of Ward 9 and spoke softly. Less than a few seconds. You deciphered Morse code? Which man's voice then came from Ward 9. By the sound of his voice, he felt a little hoarse, so he should have been yelling for a long time to cause this. Aha! Shen Mengyu nodded. With that said, she hesitated and opened her mouth to ask, that thing you said, was it true? The phrase, naturally, is that there is something wrong with this hospital? Save me. To be honest, Shen Mengyu was a little apprehensive in her heart right now. Nothing else. Talking to a psychopath is more than a little nerve-wracking for anyone. After all, who knows if this guy will go crazy? It would be bad if he went crazy and invited Ding Manxiang and GC1. It's true. Seemingly speaking of something important, the man in Ward 9 took a deep breath and spoke. I'll give you a note. You take that note and investigate. You'll understand when the time comes. After that, a note was indeed shoved out from under the doorway. Shen Mengyu frowned and bent down to pick it up. She pursed her lips and was just about to continue talking. Just then, a bright light shone from the stairway. What are you doing where you are? Ding Manxiang's angry voice came from nowhere. While saying that, Ding Manxiang flew over. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu immediately tightened her heart and put the note in her pocket. Subsequently, she looked at Ding Manxiang and spoke with a feigned helplessness. Sister Ding Manxiang, the people inside this ward keep knocking on the door, making it impossible for me to sleep. So I came down to see what's going on. This statement was made. Keep knocking on the door? Ding Manxiang's face immediately changed. But, she seemed to be unconvinced, and her eyes looked at Shen Mengyu with a deadpan expression. The already dark surroundings, together with the white light of the flashlight, Ding Manxiang's face did not look like the appearance of a human face. Yeah, I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to disturb you, so I came down here. Shen Mengyu sighed with an aggrieved face, and even pointed at her small face. Look, there are dark circles under her eyes. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes on Shen Mengyu's face, it was indeed a symptom that could only come from not having a good night's sleep. It seemed that Shen Mengyu hadn't lied to her. Ding Manxiang then put her heart down. It's okay. She didn't say anything more. She just said in a deep voice, go back to bed first. I'll take care of it. Don't come out at night next time. I'll take care of something. Shen Mengyu didn't politely say anything, nodded and left the place. Before she left, she glanced at Ward 9 with some regret. He had no choice but to say that the patient in Ward 9 had disturbed him earlier. I just don't know what will happen to him by Ding Manxiang. Back to the room. Shen Mengyu took out the note that she had put in her pocket. The slips of paper were held in a circle, crumpled. Opening the note, blood-red words came into view. If it's a good guess, this would be written in blood, right? Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu was somewhat shocked in her heart. Some of the blood on the note was scarlet and some was a little darker. Obviously, this was not a note written all at once. Judging by the blood eye color, it should have been divided into several writing sessions. This guy has so much perseverance. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, somewhat admiring the man in Ward 9. At the same time, she was curious as to what was written inside the note that could make the man go so far out of his way to accomplish it. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu began to scrutinize the contents on top of this note. The content is as follows. I don't know how long I'll live, and I don't know if I'll ever see anyone who enters this place again. I lost my memory. I don't remember what my name is. I don't remember how I came here. I only have one belief in my heart. That is, I want to leave this place. This should be my deepest obsession before I lost my memory. If you see this note, it means that you are a newcomer to this place, and I want to tell you that I know some secrets about this hospital, and I hope you can take me with you when you leave. Inside this hospital, there are only patients on the first floor. The second floor is the nurse's residence. You must believe me, there is no one on the third and fourth floors at all. See here. Even though Shen Mengyu had already prepared herself in her heart, she was still a bit shocked. There's no one on the third or fourth floor. These words were the same as directly telling her that what Ding Manxiang and also GC1 had said was false. Nothing else. Because Ding Manxiang GC1 told himself that the third and fourth floors are occupied. The third floor is full of critically ill patients. The fourth floor houses the dean's office. That's pretty much what Ding Manxiang said. But, Shen Mengyu suddenly froze. Since the fourth floor is the dean's office, the dean should be alone as well. But why did Ding Manxiang and also GC1 tell themselves that there were only 4 people in this hospital? 4 people who can move freely around the hospital. To be exact, is it hard to believe that the dean doesn't have the freedom to move around? Dean doesn't have the freedom to move around and isn't considered a person. Which would make sense. Shen Mengyu continued to read the note after guessing. The blood-colored font came into view again. As to why there was no one on the third and fourth floors, I don't know. I've lost my memory. But I remember clearly that there was no one there. On the third floor, there is a room on the far left side of the room. It is a place where hospitals store their medicines. That's where that blue pill was taken from. I always feel that blue pill is not a cure for mental illness. It should serve other purposes. I hope you can go and have a look at it. On the 4th floor is the dean's office, and the hospital's file room, which is on the far left side of the hallway, and the dean's office is on the far right side of the hospital, which should have what you need. By the way, on top of that vacant lot at the hospital, there's another old man who's always out looking for something. Chapter 120, Lying to Us. The note came to an abrupt end. The whole note was so densely written that there was probably no room for more. But, from the information on the top of the note, it was obvious that this man in Ward 9 must know some unknown secrets. For example, the old man in black. The last thing on the top of the note was to write about the old man in black. Pity. It's possible that the note was so full that it didn't come out the rest of the way. Looks like there's going to be a way to meet this man in Ward 9. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and murmured in her heart. Only, until then, she would have to visit the 3rd floor before she could do so. Nothing else. Because what Dingman Xiang said was nothing like what the man in Ward 9 said. One said there were critically ill patients on the 3rd floor, and another said there weren't. That statement is the true one, and it needs to be verified. In short, between those two, one of them must be lying. Subsequently, she destroyed the note and threw it in the trash. This matter, absolutely cannot let GC1 and Ding Manxiang know about it. Just then, dang, there was a sudden, very sharp knock at the door. Ms. Shen, open the door. At this time, Zhao Tianjian's voice came from outside, sounding somewhat anxious. Shen Mengyu frowned with doubt. Why did Zhao Tianjian come to find himself at this late hour? But, still, she walked to the door and unlocked it. Next moment, Zhao Tianjian's face turned pale as he rushed inside the room, turning around and immediately closing the door. What's wrong with you? Shen Mengyu looked at him suspiciously and couldn't help but speak. There's no ghosts or monsters appearing. Why are you acting like you're fleeing for your life? Zhao Tianjian was panting heavily, with a startled look on his face. Intermittently, he spoke. Ms. Shen, this hospital, there's a big problem. While saying that, he also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Big problem? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. She had only just found out about the problems at this hospital, through the man in Ward 9 downstairs. Although she knew there was something wrong with the hospital, she wasn't sure that what the man was saying was necessarily correct. After all, within the thriller world, there is so much ghostly compulsion. Who knows if the Ward 9 man is cheating or not? What if the 3rd floor isn't what the man says it is? What if the 3rd floor is haunted? She couldn't be sure of any of this. Right. Zhao Tianjian hastily nodded, swallowed his saliva, and spoke. I just urinated urgently, and went to the toilet, but there was no toilet on the 2nd floor, so I rushed downstairs, thinking to go to the downstairs that fast open space to go to the toilet. And guess what I saw? When he said this, his face immediately became fearful and he lowered his voice and spoke. I saw Ding Manxiang and also GC when digging somewhere. The words were said. Shen Mengyu frowned and opened her mouth to ask. That thing? What is it? That thing I saw dug up kind of looks like a person. Zhao Tianjian thought for a moment before speaking. With that, he couldn't help but speak. Ms. Shen, why don't we hurry up and leave this place? This hospital doesn't feel like a copy at all to me. It wasn't as if he hadn't entered a copy before. Just a day ago, he had just left from inside the copy. He also had a rough idea of what the copies were like. But, this asylum doesn't look anything like the replica. Those copies of Thriller World. As long as you follow the instructions of the ghosts and monsters to complete the task, even if you are missing arms and legs, at least you can still leave alive. It's been 2 days since this copy was made and I haven't even seen a ghost. The ghosts and monsters are as good as gone. Whether it was Ding Manxiang or Ji Siwen, the two looked like they didn't want to be a ghost at all. It was all but impossible for him to tell the difference. Completing a copy is simply difficult. The rift we came in through is gone. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke softly. Ever since we stepped into this copy, there has been no way to go back. She actually thought there was something fishy about this copy. The only thing wrong with it is that no ghosts or monsters have been seen since the beginning of the copy. The one most likely to be a poltergeist is probably the old man in black he met in the clearing. Only, very little was known about the old man in black. There would have been a slight clue at the top of the note, but unfortunately the note was filled with writing. The only way now is to take one step at a time. The words were said. What? The crack is gone? Zhao Tianjian, however, was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but speak. Then won't we have no way to leave? There you go. When he found the crack, he thought there was treasure inside, which I never thought it would be such a strange copy inside. I should have known I would have just left then. I regretted it, but it was too late. They've entered the copy. Shen Mengyu shook her head and spoke. Finish the mission and we can still leave. With that, she glanced out the window at the fast clearing. Sure enough, Downstairs above that empty space, there were two figures were quietly groping and digging for something. It's also slightly farther away because it's upstairs, so it's hard to see what exactly is being dug. From the silhouette, you can roughly tell that it should be a person. Zhao Tianjian shouldn't be wrong in what he read. One's memory suddenly gets better when one is afraid to run for one's life. Only, this would have one drawback. That is, people will lose their minds. This is why many people who are running for their lives have no way of determining exactly which direction is the right one to run in. It's easy to get lost. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and spoke. I don't think it can wait. You come with me to the third floor. She had just speculated that Ji Siwen and also Ding Manxian must have found something on top of the clearing. Or they already knew something and were worried about being discovered by Shen Mengyu. Otherwise, one wouldn't sneak inside the clearing in the middle of the night to dig for something. Shen Mengyu also intended to take the opportunity to go to the third floor to verify and see if the man in Ward 9 was right or not. It just so happened that she and Zhao Tianjian were the only two people in the building right now, making it a good time to investigate the clues. Or wait until the next time. I don't know when. To the third floor? Zhao Tianjian's face changed, and he immediately shook his head. Didn't you hear Ding Manxiang say? The third floor can be full of critically ill patients. If we go there, wouldn't that be causing trouble? For him, it's all about figuring out how to live with it now. When you see a moment when you can leave, you immediately try to leave. As for the mission and whatnot, it had long since been put behind him. Inside the copy, no one can be trusted. Shen Mengyu told Zhao Tianjian exactly what was on top of the note just now. After listening, Zhao Tianjian's face changed subtly again. Ms. Shen, are you saying that Ding Manxiang is most likely lying to us? He hesitated and spoke. But I don't think Ding Manxiang has any need to lie to us, right? There doesn't seem to be any benefit to Ding Manxiang lying to them. Nothing else. It's not like Ding Manxiang intended to eat them. And there's no evidence that Ding Manxiang is a poltergeist. Instead, he felt that there was nothing wrong with Ding Manxiang. Chapter 121, The Blue Pill. Ding Manxi won't keep this hospital secret from us if she's okay with it. Shen Mengyu shook her head and continued. Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen both have problems. Everyone was inside a hospital. Why did Ding Manxiang and Ji Siwen deliberately prevent them from going to the third floor? That's what's most suspicious. Besides, Shen Mengyu recently observed and realized that Ding Manxiang and Ji Siwen had never gone up to the third and fourth floors. Why wouldn't they go up to the third floor if there were patients on the third floor? At the very least, patients on the third floor have to eat, right? The fourth floor is still the dean's office, and the dean doesn't eat or drink? Everything points to Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen having problems. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian was silent for a moment, gritted his teeth and agreed. Then we'll go to the third floor to see if we're alive or dead, depending on how the third floor is doing. Subsequently, the two left the room together, locking the door and creating the illusion that they were sleeping in their room. Proceed to the third floor. The stairway entrance was located very close to Shen Mengyu's room. Soon, and they walked up the stairs. The inside of the staircase was all cluttered with trash and cobwebs all over the place. The dust on the floor was almost a centimeter thick. There was only one footprint on top of the steps going up. It should be the footprint left by Ding Manxiang or Ji Siwen when they went to the third floor to get the blue pills. All the signs could indicate that the third floor was rarely visited during the week. The stairs weren't very long, and in just over 10 seconds they were on the third floor. The third floor came into view as well. The dark corridors are littered with garbage and discarded medical items thrown on the floor. Inside the corridor, only faint moonlight shone in, and the distance was dark as if it was an abyss, making it look extremely depressing. Saw the scene. Zhao Tianjian's heart thumped, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he spoke. Ms. Shen, I think that there's a possibility that you may have guessed correctly. This scene in front of me didn't look like it was inhabited at all. Shen Mengyu didn't say anything. She just turned on the flashlight, intending to illuminate the entire corridor. However, he was stopped by Zhao Tianjian. Ms. Shen, you're confused. Now turn on the flashlight. Won't Ding Manxiang and Ji Siwen in the open space downstairs see it? He didn't have the heart to speak. Ms. Shen is usually very smart. How come she's still dumb now? With a flashlight this strong, it's very obvious outside. The words were said. Shen Mengyu froze for a moment, obviously not expecting this question. Get used to it. She pursed her lips, put away her flashlight, and continued. Let's go to the end of the hallway. The note said that the room on the far left of the third floor corridor was where the hospital's drugs were stored. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Tianjian immediately nodded and walked quickly. Not surprisingly, the hospital's secrets are going to be revealed to them tonight. Walking above the corridor, the sight of the scene around the corridor that he saw made Zhao Tianjian subconsciously tremble with fear. Nothing else, because the more you move towards the inside of the corridor, the more you will find a shocking scene inside the corridor. Around the corridor, There was something scarlet splashed on the floor, on the glass. If the guess is right, these scarlet things should be blood. No one would be stupid enough to spray paint inside a hallway. Besides, when the blood dries up, it's a somewhat dark red color. When the red paint dries, it's not that color. On the corridor walls, and on the floor, above the glass, it was all tinged with some dark red color. Apparently, it's blood. What in the world could have happened to make a hallway all full of blood? Zhao Tianjian couldn't imagine. Shen Mengyu also felt a bit shocked. It's impossible to get that much blood out of even one person when you can make a corridor look like that. There must have been more than one person dead here at the time. Otherwise it's definitely not that serious. The two walked along, observing at the same time. Soon, come to the end of the hallway on the left. There's a sticker above the door. Dispensary. This should be the one to look for. Shen Mengyu pondered for a moment in her mind, walked forward and turned the door handle. The doorknob didn't move at all. It's locked. Saw the scene. Ms. Shen, you face back a little bit. I'll crash through this door. Zhao Tianjian instantly walked forward spontaneously, rolled up his sleeves, and opened his mouth. You be careful. Shen Mengyu nodded and very consciously took several steps back. Ms. Shen, don't worry. Zhao Tianjian, however, got a little smug. I've practiced. On an occasion like this, wouldn't that be a good idea to show off your muscles with Ms. Shen? At the very least, he had to let Ms. Shen know that he was still good enough to help out in the thriller world. Next time maybe we can get Ms. Shen to take herself to the world of thrillers. Next moment, Zhao Tianjian throws a hard body shot. Bang! With a loud bang, the wooden door slammed open at once. A cloud of dust rose up around them. Subsequently, the scene in the pickup room also immediately came into view. It was densely packed with all sorts of medications, and some medical items. Look for the blue pill. Shen Mengyu spoke to Zhao Tianjian and hurriedly went inside to rummage through a cabinet. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian also did not dare to hesitate and flew to fetch another cabinet in the pharmacy to find it. The pickup pharmacy wasn't very big. It wasn't the kind of hospital that treated everyone. It was mostly filled with mentally ill people. So, basically, the drugs inside the hospital are drugs only for mental illness. Soon, Shen Mengyu found a familiar box of medicine. The picture on the top of this box of pills is one of those blue pills and the packaging is also blue. That's about it. She hurriedly took out the box of pills, and after opening it, the familiar blue pills appeared in front of her. Sure enough, looking for the right one. This is the blue pill. The patient in Ward 9 said that this blue pill was not a treatment for mental illness. What's that for? Shen Mengyu was puzzled in her heart and looked at the instruction manual of the box of medicine. Next moment, her eyes immediately grew tight. None other. This blue pill with ingredients that really aren't for mental illness. The ingredients in this can cause drowsiness, diarrhea, and mental anxiety. Not only that, the side effect of this blue pill, if taken in excess, is that it gives one amnesia. No wonder the 9th disease has been. No wonder when I went to Ward 9 yesterday, it was like a toilet in there. The blue pills had laxative ingredients in them, and even if he wanted to control them, he couldn't, so he had to settle for the inside of the hospital room. Inside the note, he also said he had lost his memory. Apparently, the blue pill also has the symptom of giving people amnesia. It seems that Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen really have a problem. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, put the manual inside her pocket, and called up Zhao Tianjian. I found the medicine. Let's go to the 4th floor. Zhao Tianjian, who had been rummaging for half a day, immediately stopped rummaging. But, instead, he carefully took out a box of small red pills and surreptitiously placed them in his pocket. Subsequently, Ms. Shen, coming. Zhao Tianjian then rushed out. Gotta watch out for that. After they leave, outside the window of the pickup room, a figure dressed in black appeared. The figure's face was wrinkled and his eyes were hollow as he just stared at the medicine-taking room. It was the old man in black. Chapter 122, She's in. Inside the asylum, it was unusually cold. After looking at the 3rd floor, it was down the stairs to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was less messy and there was no dried blood everywhere compared to the 3rd floor. On the contrary, the 4th floor is still clean. After leaving the medicine pickup room, Shen Mengyu's trust in the man in Ward 9 increased by more than a star. Ding Manxiang as well as Ji Siwen really did tell a lie. She was not expecting two girls who seemed nice to be joining forces to lie to themselves. The important thing is that the man in Ward 9 didn't look like a psychopath. Vaguely, Shen Mengyu felt as if she had guessed something. Only, she was a bit pie in the sky with this guess, and her heart wasn't in it. Shen Mengyu decided to take a look at the archive room first, which was also on the far left of the 4th floor corridor. Ms. Shen, where are we going? Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianjian couldn't help but speak. Are we going to the dean's office? He didn't know where the archives were. For the 4th floor, his impression was still just the dean's office. Go to the archives. Shen Mengyu shook her head and spoke. I want the archive room to verify my suspicions. Then I'll join Ms. Shen. Zhao Tianjian nodded. Subsequently, he subconsciously felt the box of drugs in his pocket. Seemingly worried about being discovered by Shen Mengyu, he stuffed the box of medicine still towards his pocket. The fourth floor was a bit smaller than the third, and they soon arrived at the door to the archives. The door to the archive room is nothing like the other wards. It was a door cast in iron and looked unusually hard. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu then looked at Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianjian. However, his face changed and he couldn't help but speak. Shen. Miss Shen, you're not asking me to break down this iron door, are you? After saying that, he took a few steps back in fear. Miss Shen, even though I've practiced, I'm not made of iron. I might turn into mush if I crash into it. How could this body of flesh of his compare to steel? This kind of iron door, if you hit it, even if you're not crippled, you'll have to break a bone. He can't crash. Even if you think of another way, you can't break down this iron door. What are you thinking? Shen Mengyu, however, had a strange look on her face. I was trying to tell you that you stepped on the key. With that, she bent down and picked up a key. Just now, Zhao Tianjian's shoe just stepped on half of this key, and she was merely trying to tell him to remove his shoe. I didn't expect Zhao Tianjian to just open his mouth and say something strange like don't let him bang on the door. The words were said. Zhao Tianji immediately blushed with embarrassment on his old face. After half a day, it turns out that I misunderstood. It's so humiliating. But, Ms. Shen, why is there a key here? He suddenly didn't feel quite right and couldn't help but ask. The key to the archive room, just left on the doorstep? Not afraid of being found out or something? I'm not sure. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke softly. Maybe she forgot to take it away. And no one came on the fourth floor. Even here no one would open the door, she said as she unlocked the door. Zhao Tianjian, however, were thinking about why the key was thrown here. He wasn't quite satisfied with Shen Mengyu's answer. It always felt like something was wrong. Actually, it's not strictly a question. It should be a hunch. With the intuition of a businessman of many years, he surmised that this would be a setup. A setup waiting for them to jump into. As far as being safe, or dangerous, he shall not know. At that moment, the door to the archive room was opened. A smell of old, stale paper wafted out. It's a little choking. Shen Mengyu covered her nose and walked in. The inside of the file room was full of dense folders. Stacks and stacks. That much? Zhao Tianjian walked in right after him, and when he saw so many folders, he was immediately dumbfounded. So many, we won't be able to see them all in a monkey's time. It's marked, so we'll just look for files from the year 50 years ago, not the other years. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and opened her mouth. The hospital was in trouble 50 years ago, and the file must have stopped at the year 50 years ago. It shouldn't be too hard to look up the nearest year. Got it. Zhao Tianjian nodded and without saying a word, he started rummaging around. Shen Mengyu was also looking up files from 50 years ago. These folders were covered with dust, and over time, the cardboard had even turned a dirt-colored color. The writing on the top of the folder will have to be wiped down a bit to make it legible. At this time, Shen Mengyu suddenly found a diary inside the corner. The archives? Why would there even be a diary? Not quite right. She frowned and flipped open the journal. What caught my eye was the clear, black penciled handwriting, which was very neat. January 3rd, 1995. This year I graduated. I got my wish to come to the psychiatric hospital internship. Only as the hospital location is very remote, the environment is not particularly good. But in order to be able to think of a way to treat my mother, I still decided to come here to internship. How much suffering and exhaustion, I think it's worth it. Go for it. Cho Kien. The first diary entry is from 50 years ago now. The pages are all yellowed and the black marker is a little fuzzy. But, it's still possible to recognize what the words are. The person who wrote this diary is called Zhuo Dang, and his mom is supposed to be mentally ill. The reason he's learning all this is to heal his mom. A great filial son. Shen Mengyu sighed in her heart and looked at the next diary entry. The next diary entry will have come 3 years later. An important thing has also happened in these 3 years. That's the owner of this diary, Zhuo Dang, who brought his mom inside this hospital for treatment. Shen Mengyu flew through it, looking for useful information. April 5th, 1998. My mom left me after all. Maybe I didn't learn enough to heal my mom. I buried her in grief. I know that people can't die, so I'm going to forget about her and start fresh. May 16th, 1998. There are 2 new female patients today. Both 2 young patients, only suffering from severe delusions, paranoia, and violent behavior, and knowing full well that there is no way for a regular doctor to treat such patients. I have come to treat these 2 patients myself. August 14th, 1998. After a period of time, Those 2 female patients looked much better, and I took the opportunity to become a dean. So I decided to devote my future years to treating my patients. On this page, turn it over, it's the last one. Strangely, this one's otherwise clear handwriting suddenly became scribbled. Not only that, the words written in this one are even broken. September 4th, 1998. I never expected that the treatment of those 2 female patients during this time would not be half as effective, and even aggravate their paranoia. They took weapons out of nowhere and started attacking the patients inside the hospital as well as the doctors and nurses. I was on the 4th floor and I could hear the screams of those nurse practitioners on the 3rd floor. One of them had come to the 4th floor. She's coming in. Chapter 123 Surrender. The last line of the journal was so crooked that if you didn't look closely, you couldn't even tell what it was. But it was a good thing that Shen Mengyu could still barely recognize what words were at this time. After reading it, Shen Mengyu fell somewhat silent. How can the diary on this match up with some of the things that are happening right now? Is this a coincidence? Or is it a fact? Everything seemed to be pointing the finger at Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen. Just then, worry, Ms. Shen, come and look, Zhao Tianjian shouted, waking up Shen Mengyu's who was thinking. What's wrong? She frowned and walked over. Shen, Ms. Shen, you, look. Zhao Tianjian's face turned a little pale as he handed the folder in his hand to Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu frowned and took the document library. May 16, 1998. Inpatient unit inclusion files. A few large letters came into view. This is that file from 50 years ago? Shen Mengyu glanced at Zhao Tianjian with some surprise. I didn't expect this guy to find the folder so quickly. But, in the moment of opening, Shen Mengyu's expression froze. Nothing else, because of the 3 big words written on the top of the folder, along with some introductions. It sent chills down her back. Hospitalized patient, Ding Manxiang. Sex, female. Hospitalization number, room 206. 3rd floor ICU. Treatment time, to be determined. Symptoms, possesses extreme paranoia, delusions of grandeur, delusions of victimization, and a tendency toward bloody violence. Treatment plan, psychological counseling, group therapy, small amounts of tranquilizers, and antipsychotic medications. Attending physician, Dr. Chuk, Vice President. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu's heart was suddenly chilled. Although she had vaguely guessed some of it, she still felt a bit incredulous when she looked at the point now with her own eyes. Ding Manxiang. Surprisingly, is the patient? The file is here. It's impossible to misread it. Next to the file, there is a mug shot of Ding Manxiang, only that the Ding Manxiang in the photo is a bit lax-eyed, and she does look like a person with mental illness. Then Ji Siwen wouldn't be guessing what I'm guessing. Suddenly, Shen Mengyu had a bad feeling in her heart. Then she hurriedly turned to the next page. A page from the archives came back into view. Hospitalized patient, Ji Siwen. Sex, female. Hospitalization number, room 208. 3rd floor ICU. Treatment time, to be determined. Symptoms, possesses extreme paranoia of victimization, schizophrenia, and a tendency toward bloody violence. Past experience, paranoid that her family was going to kill her. Brutally murdered a family of 4 on her own initiative. Treatment plan, psychological counseling, individual therapy, heavy sedation, antipsychotics. Attending physician, Dr. Chuk, Vice President, WOC. Shen Mengyu's eyes widened, looking at the contents of the file with an unbelievable face, and subconsciously burst out. Though it was a good guess with his own, Jizwen was also a patient. But, Ji Siwen's condition is much more serious than Ding Manxiang's, which is unexpected. I didn't realize she was still a murderer. Those 2 are tough guys. Shen Mengyu's heart was shocked beyond measure. Ms. Shen, what are we going to do? Zhao Tianjian's lips were a bit dry and swallowed. He spoke with trepidation. One of these 2 people is a murderer. Can we leave alive? This situation had been unexpected. I thought Ji Siwen was an honest person, but I didn't realize that she was the real ruthless character. If this is not resolved well, there may be no way to leave the copy. Definitely can't go back to the 2nd floor now. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. I have a feeling that they've realized that we're not in the room anymore. Just then, 2 slow footsteps came up the stairs. By the sound of it, it should be at the 2nd floor stairway. At that moment, the footsteps stopped. Dr. Jizwen. It looks like the 2 of them escaped. Get them back. They both have extreme delusions of grandeur. They must be fantasizing about being hurt. They must be treated with increased potions. Physician. So how are we treating the critically ill patient in Ward 9? Juoyan? He needs me to figure out how to treat him personally. I'm still working on the exact plan. We'll just have to wait until the other doctors and also the nurses come back from further training before we ramp up the treatment. Understood. Next moment, there was a sudden gurgling walk up the stairs. Upstairs, Shen Mengyu and Zhao Tianjian both looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. Must run away. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu directly rushed out of the archive room and came to the location of the stairway. She was just about to walk on, only to see Ding Manxiang was holding a hemp rope and rushing up with a wry smile on her face. Behind her, there was Jizwen with a syringe that was comparable to a human-sized syringe, also rushing up the stairs after her. In both of them, an unusually thick ghostly aura permeated the entire sitting hospital. I'm Brown. Zhao Tianjian, who had rushed over, was immediately dumbfounded when he saw this scene. You're telling me this is a ING cure? I'll be drained of blood if this goes on for a while. He couldn't help but burst out. It's really a small knife paddling the ass. Opened my eyes. You hate me playing hard to get. Old me. I also entered the copy of the person. See who get who killed. With that, he directly controlled the ghost chi and manifested a machete. I'll fight you, old man. Zhao Tianjian clenched his teeth in death and charged straight up. Although he feared death, it didn't mean he was a glutton for punishment. In this situation now, if you don't go up and fight with the ghosts and monsters, you can only wait for the ghosts and monsters to get themselves killed. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Shen Mengyu's face was heavy and she was just about to pull Zhao Tianjian back. But, she realized that it was already too late. Zhao Tianjian had already rushed up. Then kill. Shen Mengyu sighed. What she had been thinking about was completing the copy by her own wits. Pity. Relying on intelligence won't work. There's no choice but to rely on force. Next moment, she directly manifested a 3-foot green sword. The aura of a Ghost King level immediately surged out. Shen Mengyu waved her jade finger. The 3-foot green sword immediately erupted with a powerful aura, directly stabbing towards Ji Siwen's brow. Kill the enemy before you kill the king. Ding Manxiang had just called Dr. Ji Siwen. That meant that Ji Siwen was the real owner of this hospital. Seemingly sensing the appearance of this powerful aura, both Ji Siwen ghosts subconsciously changed their faces drastically. Ghost King level. Their faces were heavy as they sank their voices. You can't beat a level like that. The two ghosts' heads flew running. Next moment, seeing that the 3-foot green sword was getting closer and closer to them. We surrender. Ji Siwen as well as Ding Manxiang both subconsciously opened their mouths in unison. Surrender? At that moment, Zhao Tianjian, who was holding a machete in his hand, let out a cold laugh. He couldn't help but hurl a loud tirade. Damn you! You just scared old me, and now you want to surrender? What a thought fart. Subsequently, in the horrified gazes of the two ghosts and monsters, Zhao Tianjian's machete slashed at Ding Manxiang. Chapter 124, Ding Zhua. A powerful ghostly aura immediately swept across the entire stairway. Ding Manxiang's face instantly changed drastically. I already said surrender. It couldn't help but shout. What a surprise. He had clearly surrendered. So why did Zhao Tianjian still want to deal with himself? Ding Manxiang cursed angrily in her heart. It tried to dodge, but it realized that it couldn't move as if it was immobilized. This caused it to immediately change its face. No! Ding Manxiang looked at Zhao Tianjian with deadly eyes and said in a deep voice. You're only a shadow ghost intermediate. How can you possibly beat me? It could sense the strength in Zhao Tianjian's body, which was merely a shadow ghost intermediate. Although it wasn't as powerful as Shen Mengyu, it was at the very least a Li ghost level. A stern ghost level ghost, right now, was being pressed by a shadow ghost intermediate who couldn't get up. Although Zhao Tianjian was only at the shadow ghost intermediate level, the power that erupted was more than just shadow ghost intermediate level. It might even be approaching the night ghost level. You don't need anything to fight over the top? Who would believe this? What's that got to do with you? Zhao Tianjian smiled coldly with a disdainful face. Old me. I'm just hanging on to you trash. After saying these words, the originally unsharp machete in his hand suddenly became a flashing blade at this moment. Next moment, a cold light flashed. The dazzling light pierced everyone's eyes. All that could be heard was a thud. A round thing fell to the ground. Dong Manxiang, seeing this scene, Ji Siwen was immediately dumbfounded. It was so frightened that its face turned white and it shivered. Wouldn't you be the next one to die? Zhao Tianjian was just about to walk over towards Ji Siwen. Stop. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke. It cannot die for the time being. Why? Zhao Tianjian looked at Shen Mengyu with a puzzled expression. I'll just kill it and I can leave. For him, as long as he was sure that the ghosts and monsters were something he could kill, then he would just kill them and be done with it. If you can't beat them, then run. He still has to scramble to make money and develop real estate in Thrill World. No. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and spoke softly. This is a setup. You have already entered inside the setup by killing Ding Manxiang just now. Sets. Zhao Tianjian's face changed slightly. He seemed to recall that he had guessed it was a setup before. But, why did you suddenly kill Ding Manxiang just now? Something's not right. He then remembered that he was a shadow ghost intermediate. Ding Manxiang is night ghost level. None of this makes any sense. Shen Mengyu nodded and looked at Ji Siwen, asking, aren't you going to call the old man in black out? The words were said. Ji Siwen was stunned. It raised its head and seemed to be looking at Shen Mengyu with some disbelief. You guessed it all? Shen Mengyu just smiled gently and didn't say anything. Ji Siwen was silent for a moment, took out the jade pendant in his hand, and was just about to crush it. Just then, pop, pop, pop. Crisp put applause came from a short distance away. Next moment, in the midst of the darkness, an old man in black clothes slowly came out. Only this time, the old man in black put on his sunglasses. Ms. Shen, your performance is a bit out of my expectation. The old man in black clothes looked towards Shen Mengyu, his creased face revealing a smile. Shen Mengyu, however, smiled gently. If I guessed correctly, by all rights, the copy shouldn't have ended yet, right? Nice. The old man in black smiled slightly. But I don't think there's any need for you to continue, because you've already guessed the answer, haven't you? Saw the scene. Zhao Tianjian was dumbfounded. What's the situation? What the hell does that mean? Why do I feel confused? Seemingly sensing Zhao Tianjian's bewilderment, the black-clothed old man continued to speak. This copy appeared simply to test the two of you. Test? Zhao Tianjian was dumbfounded. What do you mean? It's not right. He was the one who found the crack in the beginning, and only later did he call Shen Mengyu. How come it's a test now? Is this old man so sure that he won't ignore the crack and go straight home? There's so much involved behind all of this. I'm not sure. The old man in black shook his head and continued to speak. However, this was all calculated by Lord Shen. Lord Shen? Zhao Tianjian frowned, feeling that he had heard this name from somewhere. At this point, he asked with some confusion. So what's the test? How do you know we've passed the test or something? He still can't figure it out now. How come the test is so sparse? It's Ms. Shen who has passed the test. The black-clothed old man skimmed Zhao Tianjian. You're just incidentally dipping into Ms. Shen's light. This copy is a mystery from the moment you enter it. Only, it is a mystery waiting to be solved by you. It's not true that Ji Siwen and also Ding Manxiang are ghosts and monsters, only that they have been used in a special way on their bodies by Lord Shen to make them look like one. From the clues in Ward 9, then the clues I gave you, then the pickup room, and the file room, it all provides you with a bit of a clue to draw out the mystery. Only those who solve the mystery can be part of us. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian scratched his head. What do you mean? If he wasn't strong enough, he really wanted to give the old man Bon 2 punches. Just talk. You have to beat around the bush. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips on the side and spoke softly. Then let me explain it to you. Talk. She began to explain it to Zhao Tianjian. Ward 9 tips us off that there is something wrong with this hospital, directing us to explore the 3rd and 4th floors, and if we don't go, it means we will be overly trusting, and if we do, it means we don't trust someone we just met. The only way to qualify is to go to the 3rd or 4th floor. Then, we discovered the secret of the blue pills in the pickup room, which meant that Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen were fakes and lied to us, and we realized that there was danger and we had to evacuate as soon as possible. There are two kinds of evacuation. One is to choose to leave directly, and the other is to go to the 4th floor to investigate and complete the task before leaving. Inside Thriller World, the first one obviously doesn't work, because the copy won't open the passage back without completing the quest. So we'll just have to go to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor we found the diary, and the files of Ji Siwen as well as Ding Manxiang. Inside the diary, clues are provided and we are told about the background of the hospital, with the intention of getting us deeper into it, at which point we might get lost. However, the diary entries were a bit fake, and I didn't believe them, and it was only later that we got to the file where we saw Ding Manxiang them, including the literary sentence that Luo Xiaoyu told me, which also refers to Ding Manxiang and also Ji Siwen as the two people who are murderers, killing everyone and even gouging out the eyes of the dean. Everything seems real, but everything is fake. After speaking, Shen Mengyu looked at the old man in black clothes and smiled gently. Am I right? Dean Zhua. Chapter 125, The Town's Guile Bureau. You're right. It looks like you guessed who I am too. The old man in black clothes wasn't the slightest bit surprised. Instead, he was a bit relieved. As he spoke, he removed his sunglasses. A pair of cloudy, but gleaming eyes appeared in front of Shen Mengyu. He is the one who was recorded inside the diary. Zhuo Dang saw the scene. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke softly. You're pretending quite a bit. At first I also thought you didn't have eyes. She was also taken aback when she saw the old man in black at first. How scary would it be to have no eyes? But, gradually, she got the feeling that the old man in black was falsely blind, not really eyeless. That diary has compelled untold numbers of people, and I never thought it would fail to compel you. Zhuo Yan sighed. Lord Shen was right. You really are extraordinary. Just then, not right Ms. Shen. Zhao Tianjian frowned and couldn't help but speak in confusion. Shouldn't that diary be telling us clues? How did it become a fake? The words were said. Shen Mengyu looked at Zhao Tianjian and her expression became subtle. I didn't expect you to be charmed after all. With that, she continued to speak. In fact, the diary is right. The file is right. Everything is right. What this copy is trying to tell us is that everything in Thriller World is a falsehood. All of Thriller World is false. All falsehoods can be broken. And Thriller World is not an invincible slaughterhouse. That's what the copy is really telling us. In fact, what makes this copy not unlike the others is that it defies common sense in the world of Thriller. Inside the world of thrillers, everyone is definitely wondering how they can complete the mission and leave. And inside this copy, that's not the case. All of this that's happening here, such as Ward 9, the journals, the files, all of it is designed to convince the people attending the replica of this information. Actually, no, it's just trying to get people to conquer their inner fear of the Thriller World. That it's all fake, that's all. The words were said. Zhao Tianjian scratched his head, still somewhat not quite understanding. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. You just need to remember that the thrilling world isn't something we have no way of defeating. That's all. Zhao Tianjian nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Ms. Shen, I'd like to formally invite you to join us on behalf of our town's trickster bureau. Zhuo Dan suddenly took out a token and placed it in front of Shen Mengyu. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu was a bit bewildered. I still can't. She pursed her lips and spoke. I'm just as good as my brother. Lord Shen is also here. The Jingue Bureau was founded by Lord Shen, hidden within the Great Xia to protect it. Zhuo Yan smiled with a helpless face. This examination and allowing you to enter this copy is also Lord Shen's arrangement. The town trickster bureau created by your own brother? Shen Mengyu frowned. How she had a strange feeling. It's like, his brother seems to be in control of Thriller World? How is it that every power is connected to your brother? Can't figure it out. This Shen Fei guy didn't tell her either. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu took the token and nodded. Alright. Seeing Shen Mengyu take the token, Zhuo Yan's heart was relieved. Subsequently, he smiled slightly and spoke. If there's no emergency, we usually don't come to mission. And the town dial bureau still has enough manpower right now. After saying that, he took out a token and handed it to Zhao Tianjian. You've passed the test by following Miss Shen. Take this internship token. After you leave the replica, there will be someone looking for you to sign a contract and give you a chance to intern at the Jingue Bureau. And if you pass it, then you're also a member of my Jingue Bureau. Zhao Tianjian followed Shen Mengyu, and was also considered to be in Shen Mengyu's light. Otherwise, just by virtue of Zhao Tianjian's intention to hack Ding Manxiang to death just now, it would have been impossible for him to pass the examination. Thanks a lot. Zhao Tianjian's face was delighted and he immediately took the token. But, however, he opened his mouth with some hesitation. Actually, my combat power isn't that impressive. I know that just now. When I dealt with Ding Manxiang, I was able to defeat it solely because of the replica. I just have to ask, do you have a shortage of real estate developers in Thrillist World? To be honest, I was the owner of the largest real estate company in Jiangcheng before, and I think it must be a good business for True Chi Thriller World to develop real estate. Zhao Tianjian felt that with his own abilities, going to deal with ghosts and monsters all the time must be a bit difficult, and he might not be able to pass the town creepy bureau internship. So, he thought of something else. The town creeps are so powerful, they must be very rich. He felt that he could make the town trickster bureau his major shareholder and develop real estate in Thrill World. This way, he might be able to keep Shen Fei, who is a member of the town trickster bureau, and also take this opportunity to start his big career in the Thriller World. Two birds with one stone. It's the best of both worlds. The words were said. Zhuo Dang's face got a little strange. Developing real estate in Thrillist? Is this reliable? I can turn around and ask the top for you. Zhuo Dang thought for a moment and spoke. Thanks a lot. Zhao Tianjian nodded with an excited face. In the future, when I develop real estate, I'll send you a big villa. He felt like his second chance to soar was coming. In the real world, he, Zhao Tianjian, could build up the behemoth that was Tianjian Group. In Thriller World, it might as well be. The corners of Zhuo Dang's mouth twitched and he smiled awkwardly. Then I thank you. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu saw that there was nothing more to do and planned to leave the place. Just then, Ms. Shen, there's something I need to tell you. Zhuo Yan's face became a bit serious. Other countries' Thrill World organizations have begun to infiltrate the territory of Daxia. They might open copies and kill innocents in Daxia's Thrill World. If you come across such a copy, you must be careful. The words were said. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face frowned as she made a mental note of this matter and nodded. I'll pay attention. Looks like there's no peace in Blue Star right now. The expansion of Thrill World is bound to open up huge opportunities for some people. Getting rich is not a problem as long as you own a copy. There's no problem even passing on the family name. After all, who knows where Thriller World came from and where it will go from here. Thanks a lot then. Dre nodded solemnly. I'll see you out. His large, wrinkled hands suddenly swung. The ghostly aura around them instantly filled the air. Next moment, Shen Mengyu suddenly felt a whiteness before her eyes. In an instant, just come to the real world already. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu was a little surprised in her heart. It seemed that Zhuo Yan's strength was also extraordinary, returning himself to the real world with a mere wave of his hand. This kind of power is comparable to that of his brother. Shen Mengyu subconsciously opened the thrilling world system and found that there were no hints. It seems like there may be no rewards or ratings because this very copy is special. This copy exists solely for the purpose of the test. Just as Shen Mengyu was fuming. I'm Brown. Miss Shen. Run. Zhao Tianjian shouted in panic. Chapter 126 Won't join Jiangqing squad. After Zhao Tianjian shouted out this voice, inside the dark hill, several black shadows startled into the night. They were 8 feet tall and withered, and they traveled back and forth in the darkness, flickering rapidly. Swish, 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 swish. The bushes around them blew and swished. Next moment, several black shadows suddenly attacked in the same direction. It's where Shen Mengyu is. All of them surged towards Shen Mengyu with great speed. Is this an assassination? Zhao Tianjian's heart was so shocked that he couldn't say a word in fear. These black shadows, each and every one of their auras were ridiculously strong. Put it in any copy and you can even solo the entire copy. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu was not the least bit surprised. Her left hand fiercely clenched, and her 3-foot green sword immediately manifested. Nothing else. The moment she left the copy just now, she had already sensed several strange auras around her. She surmised that someone, or a ghost, should be watching from the shadows. So, she was ready to be sneaked by these dark shadows. In the meantime, at the instant the 3-foot green sword manifested itself, the several black shadows also arrived in front of Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face became grave. These breaths, they're so strong. At the very least, they all have the rank of Ghost General. Just then, before she had time to think, those several black shadows immediately poured out, taking out their own weapons and stabbing at Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu's small face became cautious and unperturbed in the face of danger. She immediately swung her 3-foot green sword, and an unusually terrifying aura surged out. In an instant, on the 3-foot green sword, a snow-white sword chi appeared in a shocking manner. The appearance of sword chi instantly raised the killing power by more than one level. A gust of wind kicked up inside the small hill. Saw the scene. Ghost Emperor. Those several black shadows were instantly dumbfounded, too shocked to hesitate, and immediately retreated in fear. It was enough to back up to a position dozens of meters away before stopping. At that moment, a murmur filled with displeasure came from a location 10 meters away. WOC? Didn't the chief tell us that Lord Shen's sister is at the Ghost King level? How come she's a Ghost King now? And mastered sword chi? Damn. I told you that the head guy always fools us. If it wasn't for my quick hiding, I might have gotten cold. Is this what the chief said about giving Lord Shen's sister a downward spiral? I think it's a dismount for us. While saying that, the several black shadows walked over. There were 4 of them in total, led by a man in a black robe, with a big body and a machete across his back. The rest were respectively a man dressed in the robes of an ancient scholar, holding a ruler about 2 feet in length, with a spirited look. There was also a sickly-looking young man, and a woman with a hot body. The 4 of them were walking slowly towards Shen Mengyu. But, Shen Mengyu, however, stared at these 4 people with a cold face. The aura on his body did not diminish in the slightest. Ms. Shen, don't open your sword. One of us. Those 4 people were startled again when they saw Shen Mengyu's stance and quickly waved their hands. We're all good people. The words were said. Good people? Shen Mengyu laughed coldly and spoke softly. Why do I feel that you guys look like gangsters? These guys, they come up and attack themselves, and they say they're on their own? If she hadn't prepared in advance, she would probably be a corpse by now. Luckily, she had the special copper coin that her brother had given her, and in the instant just now, she had raised her level to the Ghost Emperor level. The Ghost King class is completely unbeatable. He had wasted one of his copper functions to repel them for nothing, and now he was claiming to be one of his own? That's hilarious. Ahem. That black-robed lanky man who took the lead, coughed lightly with some embarrassment and opened his mouth. Ms. Shen, in fact, this, halfway through, he realized he couldn't say it himself. Subsequently, he subconsciously stabbed that scholarly man's arm and spoke. Old 5, didn't you say you were the contemporary poetry immortal Tai Bai? Quickly say a few words for brother. The scholarly man looked helpless and wanted to refuse. But, seeing the black-robed lanky man's man-eating eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched, And he still decided to help clear up the misunderstanding with Shen Mengyu. Miss Shen, we didn't mean to offend you. The scholarly man thought for a moment and spoke. We were instructed by the head to come here and examine how strong you really are. The words were said. Ah yes, yes, yes. The black-robed lanky man immediately nodded. Actually, it's all because our leader asked us to come. Because he was upset when he heard that his boss's position was not guaranteed. So he came to ask us to probe your bottom. Saw the scene. What do you mean? Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but ask. What boss position is not secure? What does that have to do with me? Also, what do you guys mean by sword energy? A series of 4 questions brought out all the doubts in her mind. You don't seem to have anything to do with any boss or leader. Do you? She, Shen Mengyu, hadn't messed with anyone, had she? What's so weird about these guys? I'm afraid I'm a little out of my mind. Maybe it's from a mental institution? A mental hospital? Thinking of this, Shen Mengyu's heart froze. Maybe it's even true. Those guys on the first floor inside the asylum look like regular guys. Maybe they're the big guys incarcerated. These 4 people in front of us. They couldn't have escaped from the mental hospital. Could they? A bigot who escaped from a mental institution? We are the Rivertown Creepy Bureau Squad, and we have been covertly assisting the Special Operations Command in eliminating the ghosts and monsters of Rivertown. This time the above said to arrange a new head for us. Seems to be still the sister of the founder of the Town Guile Bureau. Our head heard. Immediately disobeyed. He tried to find a way to find here, so that a few of us to see what kind of your bottom. Enough to qualify to be our head. The sickly youth spoke slowly. The words were said. The black-robed lanky man immediately gave the youth an appreciative look and exclaimed, worthy of being the oldest 4, knowledgeable, all of a sudden you said what I wanted to say. Go back and add a chicken leg for you. Saw the scene. The corner of the bookish man's mouth twitched at the side. Convinced. You just said it yourself. Why don't you add a chicken leg to your reward? So biased. The words were said. Shen Mengyu also understood what was going on. That is to say, the Town Trickster Bureau has placed himself as a captain inside the River City Squad? So the squad leader wasn't convinced. So he had his own team members test him? Think for a moment. I think you guys are overthinking it. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and spoke softly. I have no interest in becoming your captain. And I won't be joining the Jiangqing squad. She was more used to being alone than a group. Maybe it's a habit of being alone. She really wasn't interested in being a squad leader or anything like that. Anyway, hearing these words from Shen Mengyu, the black-robed lanky man's expression froze. He wasn't the only one. The other 4 froze. Not interested in the junior captain? Chapter 127. Ms. Shen, what are you doing? The black-robed lanky man hesitated, but still couldn't help but ask. To them, being part of the Town Trickster Bureau was nothing short of an honor. Not to mention becoming a squad leader. Just don't want to. Shen Mengyu shook her head. My brother also gave me a mission to create a force. Do you think I'll be available if I become your squad leader? Create a force? Brother? These words were like a boulder weighing on the hearts of several people. Miss Shen's brother. That's Lord Shen. The Town Guile Bureau is where it is today solely because of Lord Shen's teachings. If it wasn't for Lord Shen, there wouldn't be the Town Guile Bureau today. And there wouldn't be this squad of theirs. Then I know. The black-robed lanky man was silent for a moment and spoke. I will inform the above. A few others were silent as well. I didn't realize that Shen Mengyu didn't even want to be the position that he couldn't even dream of getting. Is this what separates people from people? The bookish man sighed in his mind. Subsequently, a group of 4 people, with a long leap, dived into the darkness and disappeared. Looking at the darkness in front of her, Shen Mengyu pondered. These few people were at least at the Ghost General level, and that black-robed lanky man was even at the half-step Ghost Emperor level. These people, they definitely weren't there before. In the past, there were no people from the Town Creepy Bureau in Jiangqing either, and most of the ghosts and monsters were taken care of by the Special Command. There were still quite a few people who had entered the world of thrillers inside the Special Command, and it was easy to solve some small ghosts and monsters. Jiangchang, in Daxia is not a very developed city. It is just a third-tier city. A third-tier city that needs the secret protection of a half-step Ghost Emperor? The leader in the black-robed lanky man's mouth had to be at least at the Ghost Emperor level. A Ghost Emperor level, plus a half-step Ghost Emperor, plus the remaining 1 Ghost King and 3 Ghost Generals. This kind of strength, not to mention inside Zhang City. Even in the thriller world, this kind of strength was enough to sweep through the major copies. The Town Guile Bureau under his brother's command had placed so many high-ranking people in Jiangchang, so it might be similar in other cities in Daxia. It seemed that the Thrill World expansion was going to be a lot more serious than she thought. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't have been able to go to such lengths to lay it out. This year or two may be the dawn before the darkness. Even, it won't take more than a year or two. Other Thrill World powers have begun to invade each other. The real world of thrillers may soon be upon us. During this time, I have to improve myself as quickly as possible. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and murmured in her heart. Just then, Ms. Shen, why don't you say yes to him? Zhao Tianjian, who had returned to his senses, hurried over and couldn't help but ask. He'd even taken out his cell phone a moment ago, intending to find a way to call someone. Didn't realize. All four are still from the town trickster bureau. The important thing was that Shen Mengyu even had to become the boss of the four. But, what made him truly dumbfounded was that Shen Mengyu actually refused. It straight away made him drop his teeth in amazement. I don't have that much time. I need to improve myself as soon as possible. And inside the town trickster bureau, I might not be as free. Shen Mengyu shook her head and opened her mouth. Then, she told Zhao Tianjian something about the thriller world expansion. She felt that Zhao Tianjian was still quite reliable. It was a person who could work together for a long time before he chose to tell Zhao Tianjian all these things. After listening, Zhao Tianjian's face immediately changed. Ms. Shen, you're not kidding, are you? He swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but speak. These bigwigs from the Jingue Bureau coming to Jiangchang are related to the thriller world expansion? I guess so. Shen Mengyu nodded. Work hard to improve, or else the thriller world will expand. And if you don't have the strength to protect the people you want to protect, you won't cry to death? After saying that, Shen Mengyu said goodbye to him. In situ, Zhao Tianjian thought deeply for a moment and sighed as he left as well. Jiangchang, Commercial Street. Shen Mengyu didn't go home directly, but came to the top of the more prosperous commercial street in Jiangchang. Nothing else. On the way, she was just about to take a cab home when she realized she had dropped her cell phone. There was no choice but to come to Commercial Street. Let's buy some food for Luo Xiaoyu by the way. Luo Xiaoyu, this guy slept when he was inside the copy, and he's still sleeping now. Sleeper, that's it. As you walk around, there are all kinds of snacks, as well as toys, and rides for little kids to play on. Surrounding it are a number of storefronts. Very lively. Perhaps it was because the Town Dial Bureau had appeared in Jiangchang, and now the ghosts and monsters in Jiangchang had basically been killed by more than 90%. It's safe to say that there are basically no ghosts or monsters left. That's why it's so lively within the river city. Shen Mengyu had a clear goal and flew into the mall, bought a cell phone, and replenished the phone card. Only after getting that done did she choose to take a stroll through the snack bar. 6 days had passed since she entered the copy today. Tomorrow one is going to enter the copy again. What's wrong with a little relaxation? Looking at this kind of earthly fire in front of her, Shen Mengyu's heart burst with emotion. She hadn't had a good outing to relax in 2 or 3 months. Since entering the world of thrillers, it's been either slaying ghosts or killing them. Been dealing with ghosts and goblins all day. This sight may seem commonplace to others, but, for her, however, it was somewhat rare. Just then, a silhouette suddenly swept past Shen Mengyu and snatched the cell phone she had just bought. Subsequently, the figure quickly walked into the crowd. It disappeared. The man was nowhere to be seen on the road where people were coming and going. But, it was hard to beat Shen Mengyu. Entering the world of thriller has improved all aspects of the body's physique so much. It's even easier to find someone. Shen Mengyu didn't panic and quickly scanned through the crowd. Quickly. Soon, a man in the crowd who was not tall, with a thin build and wearing a duck-tongued cap was stared at by Shen Mengyu. This is the same guy who took his cell phone. Shen Mengyu walked towards the man. The duck-tongued man seemed to know that he had been spotted by hair, and his footsteps suddenly quickened. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu also quickened her pace. At this point, the duck-tongued man began to run. Shen Mengyu frowned and ran over after him. She wasn't worried about losing her cell phone. The point is that the bank card was put with the cell phone. If the cell phone is gone, so is the bank card. She still has to figure out how to replace her bank card. It's too much trouble. The cell phone has to come back. Shen Mengyu murmured in her heart and ran after the duck-tongued man. Ran for about 10 minutes. The duck-tongued man glanced at Shen Mengyu and turned around to hide inside an alley. Shen Mengyu similarly followed. The inside of the alley was wet and all kinds of trash was everywhere. The pungent odor was also pervasive. It looks like this alley hasn't been cleaned in a long time. However, Shen Mengyu still followed the duck-tongued man and turned a few corners one after another. Finally, came to a dead end. A few men with brawny figures were staring playfully at Shen Mengyu, who had walked into the cul-de-sac. Chapter 128, with this slap from me, you may die. Yell, Zhang Wei, not bad this time, luring such a pretty chick. At the front, the burly man with the large gold chain couldn't help but grin and laugh. This was ostensibly said to the duck-tongued man, but it was actually hinting at Shen Mengyu. That's for sure, boss. The duck-tongued man called Zhang Wei laughed, while holding Shen Mengyu's just bought cell phone in front of the man. This chick is rich when I look at her, and this cell phone is all still just bought. The words were said. Several of the other men got a little excited at once. That rich? Then maybe it hasn't been that. Boss, This time we made a bloody fortune. Let her family come to redeem her. So rich. This kind of thing will surely ruin our reputation if it gets leaked out. I'm going to be second this time. Asterisk 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 off. You were the second ing last time. This time I'm the second. Several of the men murmured. What? Shen Mengyu frowned, grabbing my cell phone. Not going to give it to me? These guys, they look like repeat offenders. Grabbing a cell phone and insulting yourself in front of yourself. That's good. Shen Mengyu was already angry. Here you go, pretty girl. Of course I'm giving it to you. The man with the gold necklace revealed a smirk and licked his lips. Before I give it to you, do you have to let me? The words were full of a nasty tone. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu's brows were furrowed in her heart. What a surprise. It was so hard for myself to plan to come out and go shopping. And my interest was lost to these guys. Since this was the case, Shen Mengyu, would punish these few scums today. Subsequently, Fishy, come out. She patted her pockets directly and spoke softly. Sister, I'm still awake. In his pocket, Luo Xiaoyu opened his bleary eyes and yawned. What's wrong, sister? What happened? Someone bullied me and you helped me teach them a lesson. Shen Mengyu continued to speak. She wasn't about to teach the guys a lesson herself. Nothing else. It would be a little tricky for her to teach these guys a lesson herself. After all, it's in a shopping street and there's no way to just punch someone right now. At this time, Luo Xiaoyu's role manifested itself. Someone bullied your sister? Luo Xiaoyu's little face immediately changed, and she jumped straight out of her pocket. Sister, that is absolutely impossible to be bullied. If someone bullies his sister, Luo Xiaoyu will be the first to go up on him. Teaching Zhao Tianjian and the tall man a lesson before had really made it feel pain in its heart for a while. It also sought to find out how to bully and bully others to improve itself. Didn't realize. Now's the chance. Luo Xiaoyu stood next to Shen Mengyu. But, a little less so this time. Luo Xiaoyu seems to have grown a little taller. The original are not enough to reach Shen Mengyu knee. Now look as if to Shen Mengyu knee so high. Kids grow up. What the hell is this? A baby? A newborn? Why didn't I see it just now? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can a newborn be this big? So this woman is a magician? Several men were a bit dumbfounded when they saw Luo Xiaoyu who suddenly appeared. How can a person still turn out? Sister, are these the guys? Luo Xiaoyu didn't pay attention to what the men said. She just pointed at them and opened her mouth to ask. Aha. Shen Mengyu nodded. Understood, sis. Getting Shen Mengyu's affirmation, Luo Xiaoyu instantly became serious. It first set its sights on the man with the gold necklace and charged without hesitation. The ghostly aura around them also began to fill the air. Seeing this scene, the man with the gold necklace froze. What's this gadget going to do? You're still not going to protect this chick, are you? He couldn't help but poof out a laugh. You see, you're so small. Old me I punch over. Take estimate have to cry looking for mommy, right? The words were said. Ha 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 ha. The boss is right. This little guy looks less than 2 years old. And he still dares to single-handedly challenge you? It's simply looking for death. This little guy is probably still wearing diapers. Laughing my ass off. I feel like I could worship her with one finger. Several other men burst out laughing. But, Luo Xiaoyu, however, looked on like no one else. Her gaze deadpan at the man with the gold necklace. Next moment, it made one jump and was about 3 or 4 meters high. Bullying my sister. You go chew mud on the ground. Luo Xiaoyu grunted. Subsequently, in the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, Luo Xiaoyu slapped a hook directly on the gold necklace man's face. This slap might not have been too powerful for an ordinary person. But, Luo Xiaoyu is not a human being. The slap went down with hundreds of pounds of power. Then, the man with the gold necklace was immediately slapped out, as if he was weightless, and his entire body even flew to a height of 3 or 4 meters. Before he could react, he landed heavily on the ground. Ka-ching! Several bones broke in unison. With this slap from me, you could die. Luo Xiaoyu, on the other hand, landed perfectly and her little face smiled proudly. Indeed, it slapped down, and the man with the gold necklace broke an unknown number of bones. If we don't resuscitate it in time, we might actually die. Seeing this scene, several other men were immediately dumbfounded. Is this as powerful as a human being can be? I'm afraid this isn't human. At once, several people couldn't help but think of something in their minds. Ghostbusters. Sister, do I have to clean up everyone else one by one? At this time, Luo Xiaoyu looked at Shen Mengyu and couldn't help but ask with a look of intent. It only took one to clean up a person. It was like playing to it. It's not easy to teach someone a lesson. Shouldn't you cherish the opportunity? It hasn't gotten over it yet. Although Luo Xiaofu is not the kind of ghosts and monsters that strike to kill, but it is still necessary to have a good time from time to time. But, before Shen Mengyu could speak, sis, oh no, Big sister. You are my own big sister. I was wrong. Don't hit me. Big sister. I was wrong too. You just don't have to hit me. I'll give you anything. Instead, the men all fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Jiang Wei's face also turned white and immediately begged for forgiveness. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have grabbed your cell phone. I'll return it to you. Saying that, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and placed it in front of Shen Mengyu with both hands cupped. If you guys dare to bully anyone else, I, Luo Xiaoyu, will definitely not spare you. Without waiting for Shen Mengyu to speak, Luo Xiaoyu's little face became fierce, her gaze coldly looking at the several people, and she said in a deep voice. The other few people hurriedly agreed. Got it big sister. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu glanced at Luo Xiaoyu with some surprise. How did this guy become so hardened after a nap? But she didn't think much of it, took the phone, and left. Only after those men saw Shen Mengyu walk away did they dare to get up to lift the gold necklace man. But they realized that the man with the gold necklace was out of breath. A few people immediately turned pale with fear and fled. In the meantime, Luo Xiaoyu's small face, however, became gloomy, her gaze cold as she glanced back at the alley. Then, the corner of its mouth hooked up slightly. All of you must die. Chapter 129, God. Inside the apartment building, Shen Mengyu was quietly looking at the major hot searches on top of her cell phone. It seemed like a lot of great things had happened in Jiangcheng in the past few days since he had left. What dominates the top 5 hot searches is basically the annihilation of the ghosts and ghouls of River City, followed by some celebrity interviews and expert advice. Other cities are likewise reporting similar news. It's not a good idea to stay in River City all the time. Shen Mengyu thoughtfully looked at the various messages on top of her cell phone and began to calculate in her mind. Himself, does he need to visit another city? If she wanted to create power and expand, just being in Jiangcheng was definitely not enough. River City can only be considered a beginning. Moreover, she had now reached the Ghost King level and would soon break through to the Ghost Emperor level. It should be more than enough to start working on the forces yourself. I'll start co-founding forces the next time I come back from my copy. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu decided on the answer. The next time you leave from Thriller World, start creating forces. Creating power necessarily required the support of some great powers. Yu Changhui was very rich, but since the incident at the villa, she hadn't seen Yu Changhui for a while. Zhao Tianjian, however, is bent on developing real estate in Thriller World. It seems that creating forces in the real world will require redrawing and some talent. He himself was now just under a day away from entering the replica. Everything had to wait until the next time we left the copy. Think about these. Shen Mengyu felt a little happier in her heart. At this time, she looked towards Luo Xiaoyu who was searching for something on the computer on the side. Her brows frowned and she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Xiaoyu, what are you doing? When she was inside the alley just now, she felt that Luo Xiaoyu wasn't quite right. Although he couldn't see what was wrong, it just felt as if Luo Xiaoyu had changed somewhere. What the hell was going on? She wasn't sure. Ever since Luo Xiaoyu came back, she had been lying in front of the computer. The lollipop was not eaten, and the cake was not even looked at. Is this girl out of her mind? Hearing Shen Mengyu call herself, Luo Xiaoyu was immediately startled and hurriedly closed the computer page, intermittently saying, Sister, I didn't look at anything. I was just checking to see if there were any fun little games. Is there a fun little game? Shen Mengyu frowned. With that, she opened her phone's browser as if nothing had happened. Her computer browser account is the same as her cell phone browser account, and records searched on her computer are visible on her cell phone. Just after opening it, the series of questions that met his eyes made Shen Mengyu freeze. May I ask what's the deal with feeling like there are 2 ghosts inside your body? Why does it feel like you can't control your body sometimes? What's the treatment for schizophrenia if a ghost or monster has it? What about always wanting to eat people? Can a cute ghost go to a human hospital and give a pat-down visit? One by one, these questions made Shen Mengyu a bit dumbfounded. Is that a question a human being can ask? Wait for it. Luo Xiaoyu doesn't seem to be human either, right? It seems a bit natural to be able to ask these questions, doesn't it? But a few of the questions inside attracted Shen Mengyu's attention more. That would be the first problem. Feeling like there are 2 ghosts inside you, as well as not being able to control your body, and wanting to eat people. The last one is very dangerous. You know, Luo Xiaoyu has never hurt anyone, and now all of a sudden the idea of cannibalism is a little less than normal. Think about it. Luo Xiaoyu, is there anything you want to eat? Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and opened her mouth to ask, don't you want to eat lollipops with cupcakes? Sister, I don't seem to want to eat that very much anymore. Luo Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said with some hesitation, I feel like I want to eat someone. With that, it jumped off the top of the computer with a somewhat sighing expression and said, Sister, Am I going to mutate? I read on the internet that this is a terminal disease and can't be cured. It also said that there was something wrong with my head and suggested that I have my head removed. The words were said. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. Nice guy. Now isn't this search coming up with some outrageous answers? How do you even get a whole head removal surgery? It won't. She thought for a moment and spoke. I'll take you back to the Scarlet Zoo and you can have the manager look at it. Luo Xiaoyu did have some problems. As for having to remove the head, that's a bit of a sham. She'd have to have the manager take a look to see exactly what was going on. And she didn't know too much about ghostly bodies. Aha! Luo Xiaoyu nodded. Then thank you, sister. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu used a teleportation stone to send Luo Xiaoyu away. She could also relax and wait to get into her copy tomorrow. In the meantime, inside Hopetown, it's a city next to River City. Above the street where people come and go, a man in a black suit with a cane in his hand attracted a lot of attention. The man didn't pay attention to the strange looks from the people around him. As he walked, he looked around. Hecheng is about 400 kilometers away from Jiangchang. Starting another stove here. Shenfei shouldn't be able to find out. The man murmured at the corner of his mouth. He was Wu Shifeng, who had almost been killed by Shenfei in one pot a while ago. When he escaped a while ago, he happened to stumble upon the thrilling world rift, and countless ghosts and monsters escaped. And he, taking advantage of the chaos, fled to Hopetown. And, in order to avoid being noticed, he had changed his outfit. Although the forces under his hand had almost been resolved by Shenfei, he was also the one who had grasped part of Shenfei's ability. There is still no problem in trying to form forces to turn over again. Just then, hey! A clear and pleasant voice came. This caused Usagi to frown and turn around. A woman with a slender figure, pale hair, excellent looks, wearing a white dress and glasses called out to Wu Shifeng. Little girl, what's wrong with you? Wu Chengfeng merely glanced at the woman and spoke softly. The woman in front of him was good-looking, but that didn't attract him. Wu Shifeng, although he drinks and smokes, he doesn't touch a single thing when it comes to beauty. Women. It would only affect the speed at which he could take control of Thrill World. May I ask if you know how to get to River City? The white-skirted woman spoke somewhat timidly. I came here by myself to go to Jiangcheng to enter the thrilling world. Oh, hearing about the thrilling world, Wu Chengfeng immediately became interested. You want to enter the thrilling world? Aha! The woman in the white dress nodded slightly. I knew someone online who told me that if I entered that copy, God would favor me. So I came, but I seem to be lost. God? Wu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes in thought. A few moments later, he shook his head inside. Little girl, there's no such thing as a god. It's just a group of people disguising themselves as gods for the sake of higher power. You'd better not go. Chapter 130 Blood-Clothes Apartment. Ha! The white-skirted woman was stunned and somewhat incomprehensible. What a god! What a right! She's just a little girl of about 20 who knows absolutely nothing about this stuff. Just. Wu Chengfeng let out a long sigh and pointed in a direction. Heading in which direction? 400 kilometers. Is Jiangchang. Thanks a lot. The white-skirted woman's face was delighted, and after hastily thanking her, she left the place. Looking at the white-skirted woman's departing figure, Wu Shifeng narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. Shenfei, it seems that I'm not the only one who wants to take control of the thriller world. There are many others. Unfortunately, none of them realize that the only one who can compete with you is me, the Taoist sect. That's the key to controlling the thriller world. After saying that, Wu Chengfeng slowly left the place. He had decided to retire for a while and develop obscenely. The next time it reappears, there's no telling when it will be. Early the next morning, after Shen Mengyu had breakfast, there was a flash of light. Welcome to Thriller World. Name of the copy, Blood-Clothes Apartment. This is an ordinary apartment, but there are two murderous demons hidden in the dark. Their rules of killing are clueless. Once it's nighttime, it's the world of the murderous demons. Please take your time to explore. Duration of the replica, within 3 days only. Objective, as a tourist, you need to find the murderer hidden inside the apartment. Thrill World's system alert appeared in her mind. In an instant, the scene in front of me changed to a gilded hall, which was supposed to be the guest house of the apartment building. The bright light shone in the hall, making it look extremely honorable. This looks like an upscale condo. WOC up. I'm here to play a copy for the first time, and you're giving me a whole new copy that's out? A new copy? This copy is also new? Worry, that's not the end of it? I'm a newbie. I'm sure I'll die if I come in here. If this is a new copy, then the level is definitely not low. This is kind of ruined. I definitely can't pass. I choose to lie flat. As soon as he came in, he heard the discussion of other players around him. Most of it is grumbling. But, Shen Mengyu, on the other hand, took the opportunity to start observing up this apartment building. I heard from those players that this copy is also new. That being said, there are no cheats as well as little secrets to getting through this copy. If you want to leave alive, there's only one way. Fight for yourself. Otherwise it's a dead end. You have been assigned to room 306 on the 4th floor of the apartment. Please go to your room as soon as possible. At that moment, the thrill world beep came again. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and walked towards the elevator, heading to the 4th floor. What she didn't notice was that not far down the hall, a man in casual clothes was watching her closely. Mengyu. The man looked at Shen Mengyu's back, and for a moment he was a little lost in thought. Monsaku, what's going on? At that moment, another man in a hipster suit came over, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. Come on, didn't you say you had something good that could deal with ghosts and monsters? Just take this opportunity to show me. The words were said. Meng Shuo returned to his senses and nodded with little expression on his face. Good. As he spoke, his gaze still kept looking at Shen Mengyu's position. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu passed through the elevator and arrived outside room 306 on the 4th floor, opened the door and walked in without incident. She had just learned through the elevator that this apartment, in total, had 8 floors. That said, the floor she was on wasn't too high. The next step was to wait until evening. In the meantime, it's still possible to look for clues and stuff like that as much as possible. Not only that, Thrill World Live is also on. It's been a while since I've watched Thrill World Live. I kind of miss it. Did this copy just open too? I haven't heard of this copy before. WOC? What do I see? The Goddess of Dream Rain. I'm Brown. Where? Goddess Dream Rain is in this live room? You're not going to lie to me, are you? After Goddess Dream Rain left her copy last time, I watched Thrill World Live every day. Every copy. But I just couldn't find where Goddess Dream Rain was. Just look at the 4th floor. That's where Goddess Dream Rain is. It's still true. Holy. The live stream was not very popular at first. But, along with a careful person, they found Shen Mengyu inside the crowd. The entire live broadcast instantly exploded. In an instant, the popularity just went up several times. Since the end of the last copy of the amusement park, many people have been powdered by Shen Mengyu. Her original live account even went crazy with millions of followers. The original live replay has even been watched tens of millions of times. It could be said that there was almost no one in Daxia who didn't recognize Shen Mengyu now. Very many people took Shen Mengyu as their idol, as their goal to move forward. All of this was not only because of Shen Fei, but also had something to do with Shen Mengyu herself. Other countries' audiences are even crazier for liking Shen Mengyu. They even set up a Blue Star backup club specifically for Shen Mengyu. For this reason, Shen Mengyu did not know. With the popularity of the live broadcast going crazy, the news of Shen Mengyu's entry into the replica was also spread to other countries. The forums of other countries were shaken like a tsunami. Smithy, which live room is my goddess in? Please tell me. Ashiba. Seek a way to watch Goddess Dream Rain's live broadcast online. Is there a way to watch live broadcasts on Sakura Island? I request that Sakurajima officials personally come up with an app that allows you to watch Goddess Dream Rain's thrilling world livestream. My beautiful country said. Just as backward as Daxia? Thriller World Live dogs don't even watch it. My beautiful country is tens of thousands of times more developed than Daxia. Upstairs really, I, Furry Bear, am the first to disobey you. All the various forums in other countries are starting to talk like crazy. Not very smart. A lot of smart people have already figured out how to start watching the live feeds. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, night enveloped the apartment building. Night is falling. Please protect yourselves. Obviously, the implication of this statement is that the homicidal maniac has moved on. Shen Mengyu had long since locked the doors and windows, and sat quietly on the bed, thinking about what to do to get through. This time, the mission was to find out 2 murderers. The apartment building is 8 floors, which means that at least one of the floors is occupied by a homicidal maniac. But, not being able to pinpoint the location of the homicidal maniac is the hardest part. Just then, excuse me, is anyone there? I'm next door to you. There was a knock on the door of the room. By the sound of it, it seems like it's still a girl? Shen Mengyu frowned and walked over to where the cat's eye was. Outside the door was a woman in a white dress, whose appearance was considered extremely beautiful. Looking at what should be an ordinary person. What's the matter with you? Shen Mengyu didn't open the door directly, but asked her why she wanted to find herself. It's nighttime. Who knows where the killer will show up? There seems to be a couple arguing next door to me. It's getting a little loud, and I thought I'd come over to your place for a while. The woman in the white dress hesitated and spoke. May I? Chapter 131, I'll be fine. Looking out the door at the somewhat forlorn woman in the white dress, the sky was also getting gloomy, and there wasn't a single light inside the corridor. Shen Mengyu was silent for a moment, but still opened the door. Saw the scene. Thank you. The white-skirted woman's face immediately rejoiced and she walked into the room. Subsequently, "My name is Chen Wanqing. What's yours?" She looked at Shen Mengyu with some curiosity and opened her mouth to ask. Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu also spoke out her name. Inside the thriller world, you can't trust anyone, though the name thing is something that you can actually tell. After all, it wasn't like she, Shen Mengyu, was some kind of evil person. Now her name was probably known to so many people, and it wasn't too far from the woman in the white dress in front of her. Oh, Chen Wanqing nodded. Your name is quite nice. With that, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Do you think there is a god in this world?" God? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. She was not expecting Chen Wanqing to come up and ask herself such a question. It was really unexpected. No, I don't think so. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. I don't think so. The words were said. No? Chen Wanqing was immediately dumbfounded. Impossible. How is it that two people in a row have told me that there is no God? Is it hard to believe that I've been scammed by someone I met online? With that, she was going to take out her cell phone and send a message to the man. Pity. Cell phones don't get a signal here. Chen Wanqing was so angry that she directly threw her cell phone on the ground. Were you tricked into this? Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but frown. It's actually quite common to trick people into thrillers like this. Every year, many people are tricked into the thriller world and end up dying horribly inside their copies. Nothing else. The thriller world needs fresh blood to grow as well as expand. The ghosts and monsters inside the replica are the only way to keep improving yourself. Being tricked into the world of thrillers can only be attributed to the fact that one is too stupid to easily believe the rhetoric of others. Yes, Chen Wanqing had a crying face. That person told me that I would be protected by God when I entered the copy, and that he was God's agent. As she spoke, Chen Wanqing couldn't help the tears from falling out of her eyes. Agent? These three words caused Shen Mengyu to frown. Zhuo Yan seemed to have told himself that other thriller world forces had begun to infiltrate into the great summer thriller world. This agent seems to have something to do with it. Can't it be that this copy is controlled by someone from another country's thrilling world power? Think about it. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and thought, if so, then this copy is dangerous. It's very likely that they will all die inside the copy. Except for her. Of course. Do you remember what the person who contacted you looked like? Shen Mengyu looked at Chen Wanqing and couldn't help but ask. There are a lot of subs, but take your time and you'll always find them. Yes. Chen Wanqing immediately nodded, picked up the cell phone that was thrown on the ground, opened the photo album, and found a photo. Inside the photo was a boy, looking handsome in a hipster outfit, light-colored sunglasses and a gold watch on his wrist. Just by looking at the dress, you can guess that the family is rich. He told me that he's not from Jiangcheng, and that he's now helping someone else in Jiangcheng, and that person should be God. Chen Wanqing continued to speak with a vicious face. I fortunately and painstakingly rushed over from Mordor just to see him, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. But, Shen Mengyu, however, looked closely at the photo. This man inside, she recognized. This is the rich kid from the amusement park copy. Richie even paid the big man to take himself away at the time. Didn't realize. Now it turned out to be a traitor who helped another power invade the great summer thriller world? It's so hard to know what's going on in the human heart. There was no telling what price any power had offered him to willingly lie to little girls. It's okay. Shen Mengyu was silent for a moment and spoke. As long as you stay inside the house, there shouldn't be any danger. Thank you. Chen Wanqing wiped the tears from her face and took a deep breath. I've already forgotten about this scumbag. After saying that, she just turned her cell phone off. Saw the scene. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. You're physically forgetting, aren't you? If you don't look at your cell phone, you've forgotten? Just then. Ah! A sudden scream came from the next room. But, not even a few seconds later, the screams instantly disappeared. This caused Shen Mengyu's delicate little face to change. It seems that power behind this copy has already begun to massacre. A real poltergeist striking down a person couldn't possibly give her time to scream. Ghostbusters aren't stupid. It usually takes it to a safe place before it starts torturing a person. If it's not torturous, there will be no bull ******* and the option to fix it will be immediate. The screams from next door were most likely moved by someone, not ghosts. But, Chen Wanqing, however, was scared silly. That noise just now, was it the girl next door to me who got hit? She blanched and couldn't help but ask in fear. I'll check it out. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. Since he had already guessed that the one who had just killed the girl next door was a person, there was nothing to be afraid of. Her current Ghost King level strength should be enough. Even if it wasn't enough, she could still raise it to the Ghost Emperor level. Don't! Chen Wanqing pulled Shen Mengyu back with an anxious face. You're silly. If you go, then what if it kills you again? I'll be fine. Shen Mengyu smiled gently. Subsequently, She left the room. After Shen Mengyu left, Chen Wanqing couldn't help but look at the empty room with some fear, gritted her teeth and followed. The big deal is death. Early or late death is death. Spell it out. Inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups rolled up. WOC. My Goddess Dreaming Rain is just awesome. Going straight to ghosts and monsters. Support Goddess Dreaming Rain. What is a mere ghost in front of Goddess Dreaming Rain? This is a newly released copy. Don't forget that all the rules in here are still brow mapped out. Shen Mengyu is very dangerous like this. I support upstairs. Shen Mengyu is simply reckless. ACI 8. Finally connected to the Daxia Thriller World livestream. Upstairs you even dare to scold my goddess. Be careful, I'll go to Daxia reel you. I don't think we need to worry too much. Didn't Goddess Dream Rain often shock us before? This time, maybe she also already knew the level of danger and that's why she went. Not necessarily. Anyway, this is a copy that just came out. It's not even leveled. How can you be sure it's not an 8-star copy? In the live broadcast room, some people said that Shen Mengyu was very opinionated, while others said that there was no opinion. But, most of them still believed that Shen Mengyu was fine. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu had already arrived at the door of the next room. A streak of blood slowly flowed out from within the doorway. Chapter 132 Gully State Thriller World Expansion. The smell of blood wafted through the doorway. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu frowned tightly, directly manifested a 3-foot green sword, and carefully walked in. Pushed the door open. The doorway was dragged in a long bloody trail all the way to the inside of the room. The pungent smell of blood intensified. But, behind the door was empty. Nothing. The body wasn't here. Looking at the blood trail that was dragged out, you can tell that the body was dragged inside the room. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath, held her breath, and continued to walk forward. The look of the room came into view. Inside this room, all sorts of furniture had been thrown to pieces. Tables, televisions, and cabinets, all of which had become broken and tattered. It was out of place compared to the other rooms. Walked through the living room and followed the blood trail to the bathroom door. The blood trail stopped where the bathroom door had been. The bathroom door was closed. But, you could see through the bathroom door that there was indeed a person lying inside. Not only that, the shower in the bathroom was still clattering on with running water. The crackling sound kept coming from the water droplets dripping down to the ground. Without hesitation, Shen Mengyu directly pushed open the door. A woman whose body was stained with blood lay on the ground. Her face pale, blood still flowing out, and the inside of the bathroom was blood red. The scene was bloody. This is definitely not the work of a ghost or a monster. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and murmured in her heart. Just then, ah! Chen Wanqing followed behind and came over. After seeing the body inside the bathroom, her face immediately turned white and she screamed in fear. It's dead? She looked at Shen Mengyu with a horrified face and spoke with a trembling voice. Aha! Shen Mengyu nodded and glanced at Chen Wanqing. Never seen it before? No. Chen Wanqing quickly shook her head. I've never even seen a dead rat, let alone a dead person. As she spoke, she kept her eyes closed, trying not to look at the body. The woman should not have been killed by a ghost. Shen Mengyu nodded and spoke. This copy, the person in control behind it is probably also a person. And the purpose of doing so is to raise the copy as quickly as possible. There is a value required for a Thrill World copy boost. As long as a person is scared or dies inside the scare world, that copy will gain the appropriate scare value. Once the requirements are met, the copy can be leveled up. It is not possible to brutally kill innocents to raise the level of a normal copy. Only some people with ulterior motives who go to boost their copies will use such inhumane methods. What? Chen Wanqing was shocked by these words. Upgrading the copy level? She gulped and couldn't help but ask. Are you saying that this copy is most likely a copy controlled by the person who tricked me into coming? It's possible. Shen Mengyu thought for a moment and spoke. After all, he was the one who tricked you into coming over. He's the most suspicious. The words were said. Chen Wanqing's face immediately became a bit uneasy. After all, what a little lamb she was tricked into. Thinking about it that way, she was basically dead when she came in the copy. Well, then, is there any way for us to leave alive? Chen Wanqing thought of Shen Mengyu, and immediately raised her head and spoke cautiously. Or, is there a way for us to escape? Yes. Shen Mengyu smiled gently. The words were said. Only then did Chen Wanqing's face look a little better. Thank you, and if I get out of this alive, I'll make my dad thank you. She took a deep breath and spoke. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups blew right up. WOC up. A dead body. This is the first time I've ever seen a full body in Thrillist. What Goddess Dreamrain said is true. This female was definitely not struck down by a ghost or monster. These days, you can't get out of a copy alive by completing ghost quests and worrying about whether or not you're going to be killed by your own kind. I believe that Goddess Dreamrain can leave alive. I'm guessing that no more than 5 of this sub will make it out alive. 5? You're overestimating it. 3 will hold you over. The chat in the live room was hot. Jiang Chang, inside a certain underground base, inside a small room built with wooden planks in a dark sewer, several people are gathered around a computer watching this live stream. Chief, is this copy the kind of copy we were told about up there? Kind of. I'm Brown. So we don't hurry up and exterminate this copy? You're in a hurry. My ass. Isn't Lord Shen's sister still inside? Oh, I almost forgot. Then let's first see if Lord Shen's sister can solve this copy by herself. These people were the same ones who went looking for Shen Mengyu yesterday. Town Creeps Bureau. River City Squad. Chief, when do you think the top is going to give us a new place? Staying in the sewer every day. Just this smell. I feel like I'm filling my nose with. At that moment, the black-robed lanky man couldn't help but sigh. The man called the chief didn't say anything, but just quietly watched the live broadcast. You don't eat when you have a place to stay. The bookish man on the side laughed. Do you know where the Hopetown squad lives next door? The chaotic graveyard. Why don't I go to the messy graveyard too? A mass grave? The black-robed lanky man's face blanched, and he immediately scratched his head. I think the sewers are quite good. At the very least there is no danger. Right now Thriller World isn't fully expanded and we can't be in the public eye for a while yet. The scholarly man continued to speak. However, I've heard that there's already a trend of Thrill World expansion where in Gully Prefecture, where it might be the first step of Thrill World's expansion. At the earliest, within a month, where the Thrilling World Rift will be fully open. Saying that, the scholarly man took a deep breath. Blue Star is becoming less and less safe, and Lord Shen is still constantly searching for a way that can suppress the Great Xia Thriller World and block the expansion of the Thriller World outside the borders of the Great Xia. So let's not add to the chaos. The words were said. The woman with the fiery figure also nodded in agreement. Lord Shen is already not easy. All we need to do is to guard Jiang Chang. Subsequently, several people tacitly didn't complain about it, and they all went off to watch the live broadcast seriously. In the meantime, inside Thrill World, Shen Mengyu was leading Chen Wanqing in a room-by-room lineup. The 4th floor has become her main battlefield. Are we really good like this? Chen Wanqing looked at the 4 or 5 rooms that had been searched in a row and carefully opened her mouth. This apartment has 8 floors. There's no way we can be sure that every floor is safe, but at the very least we need to be sure that our floor is safe. Shen Mengyu shook her head and spoke softly. Only after making sure that the 4th floor is safe can we figure out what to do next. With that, she opened a room door again. The foul odor of blood filled the air. Shen Mengyu frowned and hurriedly walked in. A body lay still on top of the couch. Blood all over the place. This room is also dead. Chapter 133, the 7th floor. Chen Wanqing's face paled once again in fear. Even though he had just seen the body once, he still couldn't help but be scared when he saw it again now. Just then, Chen Wanqing suddenly saw something. There's a knife on top of the table. She pointed to the table and spoke in a rush. The words were said. Shen Mengyu frowned and looked at the table. Sure enough, there was a bloody dagger on it. It seems he was right in his earlier guess. This copy is really an artificial copy. The purpose is to upgrade the copy as quickly as possible, and it's a match for the amusement park in the beginning. It seemed that the person in control behind this copy was most likely from another country's Thrill World power. Check the other rooms. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and opened her mouth. This one on the couch is cold and there's no way to save it. Since this copy belonged to another country's Thriller World power, then as a person from the Town Trickster Bureau himself, he was naturally qualified to resolve this matter. Nothing else. By helping with this matter, she was also helping her brother, because the Town Trickster Bureau was founded by my brother. It is, in fact, her responsibility. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu cleared one side of the 4th floor, and other than the room she had just seen, the other rooms were basically empty. 1 floor and only 4 people? That means 8 floors is a total of 32 people. Being able to kill people back and forth between 32 means that there aren't many people behind the copy. Otherwise, a floor of even 10 people could be killed. Besides, on each floor, the occupied rooms are far apart. This is a clear attempt to give the one who killed the man a chance to escape. Leaving so long to escape, running from the 1st floor to the 4th floor, taking the stairs is enough, not to mention the elevator. There are no more than 3 people in control of this copy. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and quickly made up her mind. That's when she set her sights on the elevator. The elevator was surprisingly running. 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. It went all the way to the 7th floor and stopped. The current murderer, on the 7th floor. Follow me. Shen Mengyu tugged Chen Wanqing and spoke. Let's go to the 7th floor. To the 7th floor? Chen Wanqing's face immediately changed. Isn't that looking for death? I've heard that the higher the floor, the more dangerous it is. She had still checked out some of the copy information when she arrived. From the information I've reviewed, I've learned that when floors appear inside Thriller World, they must be in the middle of the room, because the Ghostbusters will go into the first floor and into the penthouse. On the way, the ghosts will ignore the center, which is to say that the fourth floor, where they were, was relatively safe. Do you think people will talk to you about ghosts and monsters? Shen Mengyu, however, was a bit speechless. There are only 2 of us left on the 4th floor now. Can't you figure out what's going on? Why did she feel that Chen Wanqing was just like a silly white sweetie? Really deserved to be lied to. Inside the world of Thriller, any rule is changeable. Ghosting rules aren't always right either. Nothing else, because as long as there are ghosts and monsters trying to eat a person, that person is doomed to die no matter how he accomplishes his mission. So, above the 4-star copies, it's basically a fight out of the box. Above 4-star copies, the rules don't work anymore. Not to mention the fact that people are in control of this copy now. The most unpredictable thing in this world is the human heart. The only way to survive a copy is to be proactive. Otherwise, by the time someone else comes along, it's already too late. Can't be passive. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu had just walked over when the elevator opened its doors. Seeing this scene, she frowned, and without thinking much about it, she took the elevator and arrived at the 7th floor. Empty corridors came into view. Everything was quiet and dark around them. No sound could be heard inside the corridor. Shen Mengyu gripped the 3-foot green sword in her hand and walked out of the elevator. Chen Wanqing followed Shen Mengyu with a frightened face and kept looking around, afraid that something would suddenly come out. At that moment, a mournful scream came from a room not far away. It sounded like a man. This caused Chen Wanqing's lips to tremble in fear. Why don't we just go back yet? She couldn't help but gulp and whisper. We can't beat our section if we're discovered. Shen Mengyu skimmed Chen Wanqing. You're afraid you'll go back by yourself. She was now seeing that Chen Wanqing was a silly white sweet. Not only that, but also very timid and scared. As if they were afraid that something would happen to them. That kind of character is certainly not found in the average family. The odds are that Chen Wanqing is a rich kid. I'll pass then. Seeing that Shen Mengyu wouldn't go, Chen Wanqing immediately wimped out. The sense of security Shen Mengyu gave her was still quite strong, and she felt that the only way she could leave alive now was to follow Shen Mengyu. Nothing else. It's supposed to be a 6th sense unique to women. Next, Shen Mengyu followed her to the room where the screams were made. Pop. Just as he approached the door of the room, a sound similar to that of a small whip came. The screams came one after the other. Let you scream for me. Let not listen to me. Damn it. I have to beat you to death today. A rough male voice came from inside the room. Snap. Pop. Pop. As he spoke, the sound of the whip came again. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Please. At that moment, a woman's voice crying miserably came from behind the door of the room. What the are you? The man, however, smiled coldly. You're a stinking. I'll beat you to death. I'm going to have to beat you to death here today. There's no secret service here, and it's useless to call the police even if you want to. The words were said. Chen Wanqing froze for a moment, swallowed her saliva, and couldn't help but speak. This is domestic violence? Shen Mengyu listened on the sidelines with a shock in her heart. It should be. She looked back and nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's both go in and subdue that man. Chen Wanqing became anxious and clenched her teeth in anger. When the time comes, we'll send him to the special task force and make him go to jail. Don't you think it's strange? Shen Mengyu, however, pursed her lips and opened her mouth to ask, why did this sound appear just as we reached the 7th floor? No, right? When we got on the elevator just now, didn't the elevator just happen to have someone stop at the 7th floor? We then followed it to the 7th floor. So this sound we're hearing now should be normal, right? Chen Wanqing looked puzzled. Is it hard to see what's wrong? It does seem wrong. Shen Mengyu nodded, looking somewhat rational. When we got on the elevator just now, the elevator was actively ordered down. Here's where she realized something was wrong. Normal elevator operation doesn't really work like that. The 7th floor is not the top floor, and the elevator will proceed to rise to the top floor after no one has taken it, before descending to the 1st floor to wait for others to take it. But, just now the elevator was supposed to go to the 8th floor and then to the 1st floor. Why did you stop on the 4th floor? Chapter 134, The Taoist Sect. Long extinct. The words were said. Chen Wanqing immediately felt a chill down her back. She was not a little cutie. She knew exactly what Shen Mengyu meant by what she said. Are you saying that we might be being monitored? She glanced around, watching for cameras, and took a deep breath. Not maybe, but definitely. Shen Mengyu nodded, her eyes deadpan on a camera with a red dot bubbling in the dark. This is the camera. With that, she threw her 3-foot green sword. The camera was instantly destroyed. Sure enough, the moment the camera was destroyed, the sound inside the room disappeared. The entire 7th floor was as quiet as if time had stood still. No? Chen Wanqing looked incredulous, her eyes wide. But, Shen Mengyu, however, opened the room that had made the noise. The only thing in the empty room was a stereo with a wire attached to it, which was wired right to where the camera was outside. It's with the camera strand of wire. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu was relieved in her heart. It seems one's guess was right. This camera did monitor them before it controlled the room to rattle. The principle is that the camera, when it observes something humanoid, triggers a button sense, and the room stereo is energized to produce sound. Then, Shen Mengyu found an abandoned dagger behind the door. Sure enough, it was someone who was planning to sneak up on him while he was opening the door. This copy is pressurized with no ghosts. At this moment, the judgment in Shen Mengyu's heart was also finally confirmed. Ghosts and monsters are not likely to use such underhanded methods to kill people. Apparently, only people will do that. And, this one wasn't a great fighter. Otherwise, it wouldn't have resorted to a sneak attack to kill someone. This copy is a total rip-off. The goal is to brutally slaughter as a way to level up your copy. As for why there are no ghosts, the answer is simple. Ghosts and monsters also needed to improve. And if a copy didn't manage to give itself a boost, then it naturally wouldn't stay inside that copy. Furthermore, the reason there were so many ghosts inside the amusement park copy in the first place was because the amusement park copy used to be a 6-star copy. Plus, the amusement park is a 7-star replica, and a lot of ghosts and goblins want to come over for a good time. This has led to a very high number of amusement park replicas. This copy, no ghosts. This was the speculation in Shen Mengyu's mind. Now that it's been verified, then solving the copy is just a matter of finding out who the controller is. But, this controller will certainly not be in the clear. If we were to search room by room, this apartment has 8 floors, so how long would it take to search floor by floor? At this point, Shen Mengyu suddenly remembered that when she was in the elevator just now, she saw a button for the negative floor. Negative. With joy in her heart, she hurriedly made her way to the elevator's location and pressed the button. Chen Wanqing honestly followed Shen Mengyu. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups boiled over. This copy is too inhumane, isn't it? One of your own killing one of your own? You're really something. I suggest exterminating this copy. Support upstairs. I've never seen a copy like this before. Not in my life, and watching it live really opened my eyes this time. How is it possible that there are such in and out people in the world? This isn't even a human being, is it? This is an animal. Shen Mengyu took the elevator and had arrived on the negative floor. Inside the negative floor, it was dark. Nothing but darkness. Reach for the sky. It's so dark in here. Chen Wanqing couldn't help but speak. This should be where the copy controller stays. Shen Mengyu nodded. It's normal to be darker. It's safer. With that, she took out her 3-foot green sword and stabbed it out of thin air. A flash of light unexpectedly appeared around the darkness. Seeing this scene, Chen Wanqing was dumbfounded. What's going on? She was a little incredulous. This should be a pervasive black mist that was visualized with ghost chi. Shen Mengyu's gaze was grave. The place was covered in ghostly aura all around and was conjured up in this blackened look. It seems that the owner of this copy is not at a low level. Just then, the ghostly aura around them, however, suddenly disappeared into thin air. A view of the negative floor is also shown. All around was empty, except for an old woman sitting not far away with a skull in her arms. At that moment, that old woman seemed to have suddenly sensed something and violently opened her eyes. She immediately turned her head and looked at Shen Mengyu dead in the face. Without saying a word, she directly held the skull head with one hand, and picked up the cane on the side with her other hand. Next moment, she threw her crutches right over. Just then, Mengyu, be careful, a voice suddenly came from behind Shen Mengyu. In an instant, a familiar figure rushed in front of Shen Mengyu. With great speed, he took a charm straight from his pocket and threw it out. Bang! A loud bang came. The entire negative floor was buzzing with vibrations. The old woman's cane was instantly blown apart. After this sight, Mengyu, are you okay? That figure turned around and looked at Shen Mengyu with a worried face, asking attentively, it's you? Shen Mengyu froze when she saw the figure. Nothing else. It's none other than Manshaku. Who else could it be if not me? Meng Shuo grinned with a smug look on his face and laughed. See, did I come in time? Timely. Shen Mengyu smiled gently. Actually, I can solve it if you don't come. This guy, he confessed to her a while ago. Is it hard to believe that this still won't die? That's underestimating me. Meng Shuo, however, hastily shook his head and spoke. My family is a Taoist sect. The words were not finished. Not far away, the old woman stood up and looked at Meng Shuo with cold eyes. Taoist arts. Her voice was husky and deep. Nice. Meng Shuo also turned his gaze to the old woman and grinned. This kind of underhanded technique of yours isn't as good as one of my little master's talismans. You didn't draw the talisman. Why are you so proud of it? The old woman, however, smiled coldly and opened her mouth with a disdainful face. The Taoist sect has long been extinct, and the talisman you are using now should be passed down from your ancestors, with one less. You're really giving it up for a girl doll. The words were said. Meng Shua's originally smug face immediately changed slightly. You, how did you know? He looked to the old woman, his expression already a bit timid, and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. I didn't expect this old woman to have such a sharp eye, and at a glance, she could tell that this charm was a family heirloom passed down from his Mrs. grandfather. I'm not playing with you guys, you're outnumbered. The old woman, however, didn't reply, just glanced at a few people with a flat gaze, turned around and disappeared. Immediately gone? A few people's faces changed. Chapter 135, Thrill World's First Deep Love. First dog licking. She ran away. Inside an abandoned factory on the north side of Zhangchang. That factory is called the Lang Industrial Experimental Factory. At that moment, a man with a straight posture and handsome appearance wearing a white t-shirt ran out and shouted, I'll open the copy for everyone. Let's go and exterminate this old woman. Saying that, which white t-shirt man immediately took out a cool token and threw it into the air, and a crack appeared. Apparently, this would be the same rift that led to the abandoned factory. Saw the scene. Meng Shua, however, looked at the white t-shirt man with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask, You're not in league with that old woman, are you? To trick us into going over and killing us? After saying that, he shielded Shen Mengyu with one hand. With a firm face, I won't abandon Mengyu and leave her alone. If I'm going to exterminate, it's also you who will go. The words were said. The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. Nice guy, she called out to the good guys straight away. So you're here to protect me? She's Shen Mengyu. The future is going to stand with your brother. No need for protection. Besides, Shen Mengyu thought that the white t-shirt man looked a bit familiar. Fixing her eyes, she was slightly startled. It's you? Shen Mengyu looked at the white t-shirt man with some surprise. Nothing else. The white t-shirt man was the same rich kid from the amusement park. Namely, Bloodthirsty Zoo. You're the one who got the amusement park director's ID card the other day? Ruan Xiuqi looked at Shen Mengyu with some incredulity in the same way. It's me. Shen Mengyu nodded slightly. That's great. You're so good. Surely you can take care of that old woman. After getting Shen Mengyu's affirmation, Ruan Xiuqi's face was so happy that he couldn't care less and came up to hold Shen Mengyu's wrist and lead her away. But, what are you doing? Meng Shua, however, blocked Ruan Xiuqi at once, looking at him with a cautious face. What do you want? You still want to make a move? With that, Meng Shua immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his powerful biceps, and in his other hand, he was holding a yellow note charm. Truth be told, although I don't have many talismans left, I still have no problem dealing with you. Brother is practiced. I, for one, am not afraid of you. As he spoke, Meng Shua put on an imposing stance. It's not like I'm going to hit her. Ruan Xiuqi was speechless. I was trying to get her to do me a favor. Why should she help you? Meng Shua instantly retorted. It's not like they owe you anything. The words were said. Bloodthirsty Zoo was dumbfounded by the dislike. I know him. At this time, Shen Mengyu spoke from the side. Thank you. This copy does have something to do with me, and I am obligated to resolve this matter. When she finished speaking, she looked at Ruan Xiuqi. Let's go. Ruan Xiuqi was instantly delighted. Many thanks. Subsequently, under Meng Shua's incredulous gaze, Shen Mengyu left the place with Ruan Xiuqi, jumped into the crack. His entire body was dumbfounded, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Just then, Meng Shua, why did you guys run so fast just now? I ran all the way down the stairs from the 8th floor. A man dressed in a hipster outfit, gasping for breath, arrived at the negative floor and ran up to Meng Shua. It was the same man who had just entered the copy. Catch sight of. Seeing the wreckage on the negative floor, the hipster man couldn't help but freeze. What happened here? The negative floor is now filled with all kinds of wood chips, and all kinds of dust. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a ruin. But, Meng Shua, however, stood there as if he had lost his soul, frozen and motionless. Do you think I'm particularly bad? He looked at the hipster man with a lost face and said sadly, I really am a loser. I can't even keep Mengyu. She even ran away with someone else. With that, he burst into agonizing tears. What's that? The hipster man was suddenly so attracted to the crack that he didn't notice what Meng Shua said. That's where Dreaming Rain went in. Meng Shua's face was filled with tears as he choked and spoke. Mengyu, she abandoned me. Hipster man? What's your situation? Seeing this scene, the hipster man had a look of contempt. You've been dumped by the girl you like? Is that the one you kept looking at when you first came to the copy? Meng Shuo didn't say anything. Just nodded. That's not how you chase a girl. The hipster man sighed, patted Meng Shuo on the shoulder, and spoke. You'll have to coax it. How do you coax? Meng Shuo stopped crying and immediately changed into a curious expression. You're changing your face faster than you can eat. The corner of the hipster man's mouth twitched. I'll reluctantly tell you then. With that, he spoke with a smug look on his face. You know, brother, I never lack girlfriends. I'm very familiar with how to chase girls. What's the most important thing? Lick. Lick? Monsaku froze. That's right. The hipster man nodded with an affirmative face. It's licking. You lick one, that's called licking a dog. Lick 10, that's a dog king. 50, that's a dog king. And 100, that's a dog saint. Then 200 would be the king of the sea among dogs. Me, for example. I'm licking 500 girls at once right now. That's what I call a dog god. Got it? After saying that, the hipster man asked with a curious look on his face. Meng Shuozhu scratched his head and said thoughtfully, I should get it. But I still like to lick one. So it's more sincere. I'll lick all the 500 hearts to this one. I don't believe she won't be moved. As he said that, his gaze brightened, as if he had found a purpose in life. Thanks a lot. Good buddy. I'll lend you my treasured dolls later. Meng Shuo patted the hipster man's shoulder with a pleased face and turned around to walk inside the crack. In situ. The hipster man, however, was aghast. So that's how dog licking can be understood? This guy looks like dog licker material. It's hopeless. The hipster man shook his head inside. But he didn't realize that the words he said to Meng Shuo today had created a future infatuation in the thriller world. People call it the first deep love in the thriller world. The first dog licker. In the meantime, inside the Thrillist World livestream, the pop-ups rolled up like crazy. Good guys. I'm calling good guys straight up. I'm afraid what the hipster man is teaching isn't how to chase girls. This is how to be a certified lickspittle. I'm afraid. Back in the day, I was also the dog god who licked hundreds of girls at the same time. So many girls at the same time. I licked them when I wanted to, and when I didn't want to or didn't want to, and as long as I didn't lick them, that girl would get the feeling of being in trouble, so that she would fall in love with me. Nice guy. Your dog isn't even as good as you. Tell your dog to vacate his kennel. It's more appropriate for you to go in. After all, it's the heir to the Taoist sect who has moved on and fallen in love with the sister of the top bigwig in the thriller world. WOC? Upstairs is still a cultural person. Admire, admire, admire. If I were Goddess Dream Rain's brother, then I would first have to make him catch 3 of my moves, and catch them before he's worthy of being with my sister. Upstairs, don't let people. Being a human being might condemn you. Be a dog. Be a dog unworthy of definition. Be a dog of freedom. The live chat was hot. Thrill world outside. River City. Ruan Xiuqi had arrived at the abandoned factory with Shen Mengyu. Chapter 136, Jagoff. Why did you lie to me? Outside the abandoned factory, there was a signed face. Rain Factory Experimental Base. The name kind of sounds like a biological experiment. A huge factory with all sorts of thick tubes and no idea what was being transported inside. This is it. Nguyen Thursday Chi took a deep breath. Why did you bring me here? At this time, Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and opened her mouth. Since you know that you escaped here, and you have a teleportation stone, Take should be on her side. Why would you still bring me here? She thought about it carefully just now, and it felt quite strange. Because the thing called a copy teleportation stone was something that only the copy controller had. That is, Nguyen Thursday Chi is probably the copy controller. Even if it's not, it's a good relationship with the person in control. Between him and the old woman, one of them must be the copy controller. And their relationship is by no means ordinary. Ruan Xiuqi hesitated for a moment inside. I was forced to do it. When I was inside the amusement park copy. Then he told all those things that happened inside the amusement park, including the old woman, and the fact that the man abandoned himself. After listening, Shen Mengyu frowned and said softly, no wonder. So you want to get rid of the old woman? She looked at Ruan Xiuqi and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. That old woman can easily leave the copy without relying on the copy teleportation stone. Even the Ghost Emperor would find it difficult to do so. I want to. Ruan Xiuqi nodded her head without hesitation. These days, I have absolutely no way to go home here. My whole being is like an old woman's. I have absolutely no time of my own. As if I'm a puppet on strings. I have to get rid of her. How he'd lasted all these days. He'd forgotten. All he could remember was that his mom and dad should be worried sick now that he had disappeared for a few days. It was probably the realization of going home that was sustaining him. Shen Mengyu sighed in her heart. Nguyen she wasn't wrong to choose the old woman in the first place. The old woman was right. And so was he. Nothing else. If it wasn't for the old woman, there was no way Nguyen she would have left alive at the amusement park at that time. It could be said that everything Bloodthirsty Chi had now, including his life, was given to him by the old woman. But the old woman was a thriller world other power, and since she had run into her, it was a dead end. Just then, Bloodthirsty Chi, a hoarse and gloomy voice came from inside the abandoned factory. You broke our original agreement. How dare you bring people here to deal with me? What old woman's voice is that? The sound was coming from all directions, and trying to find out where people were by their voices was simply delusional and impossible. I'll admit that I haven't kept my end of the bargain, but what you're doing, I can't stand it. Yuan Xiaoqi clenched his teeth and blurted out. It's fine if you're a good person. You saved my life. I can mess with your mercy, but you are not a good person, and you dare to presume to send your so-called god to Daxia. This, as a Daxia man, I cannot possibly promise you. While saying this, Yuan Xiaoqi's body was trembling slightly. It is enough to see how much courage he mustered to say this. Nothing else, because the sense of impact that the old woman had given him during this time was so strong. It was as if this old woman was really as strong as an agent of God. The Thrill World Rift was opened with a mere wave of the hand. This kind of strength had even surpassed the Ghost Emperor level. Just then, inside the abandoned factory, an extremely ferocious ghostly aura suddenly emerged. Straight from Bloodthirsty Chi, the oppressive feeling from the powerful ghost aura caused Yuan Xiaoqi to instantly suffocate. The veins on his face burst out in an instant, red and white, and his whole body convulsed uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face immediately changed. This old woman doesn't keep her word, and she even sneaks up on me. She immediately manifested a 3-foot green sword to ward off this ghostly aura. Sure enough, the ghostly aura suddenly dissipated. Perhaps it was because the 3-foot green sword itself was extremely strong. That ghostly chi was actually resisted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the factory, the old woman rasped in hoarse rage. This is Shen Fei's weapon. You even called Shen Fei's sister over. Yuan Xiaoqi, I'll make a note of this incident that happened today. You will regret the choices you made today. With that, she spoke coldly, I won't let you go. Subsequently, the powerful and suffocating sense of oppression around them disappeared. The old woman left again without realizing it. Shen Mengyu was also a bit shocked in her heart. When she used the 3-foot green sword just now, she could clearly feel that the 3-foot green sword was under a great deal of pressure. The old woman's fighting skills are a bit off the charts. This kind of strength is really god-awful. Just now the old woman well said her brother's name. So that means, the old woman knows the brother. No wonder, the old woman was probably a match for her brother. A match for her own brother. Are you okay? After the old woman left, the blue veins on Yuan Xiaoqi's face disappeared and his face gradually returned to normal. He hurriedly went to check on Shen Mengyu to see if she was injured. Nothing else. Shen Mengyu came over because of himself, and because he was injured, it was his responsibility. It's okay. Shen Mengyu shook her head. That old woman is still much worse than my brother. This time, thanks to my brother's 3-foot green sword. Otherwise, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to catch this move from the old woman. That's just one move. That old woman thought Yuan Xiaoqi came alone and didn't use her full strength. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have lasted. At the same time, Shen Mengyu's heart was also very secretly noting the old woman's strength. One would probably have to reach that kind of strength to stand with his brother. She has a long way to go. Yuan Xiaoqi was relieved to see that Shen Mengyu was fine. Then, he turned to Shen Mengyu with a grateful face and said, Thank you so much. It's okay. Shen Mengyu smiled gently. If it wasn't you, I would have come to deal with this old woman. This old woman is from another country's thrill world power. Even without Bloodthirsty Chi, she would find a way to fix it or drive the old woman away. With her current strength, it was still difficult to tackle the old woman. Just then, a few figures suddenly walked out again inside the crack. Mengyu, are you okay? Meng Shuo hurriedly walked out and ran to Shen Mengyu's side with a concerned face. Shen Mengyu shook her head. It's fine. Meng Shuo was then relieved and was just about to speak. Scum! A voice from behind him interrupted. Scum? The words were said. Meng Shuo's face immediately changed, and he quickly spoke. Who are you calling a scum? I'm not a scumbag. Not you. Chen Wanqing blankly glanced at Meng Shuo without any good reason. Subsequently, she looked at Yuan Xiaoqi with cold eyes and spoke coldly. Speak, scum. Why did you lie to me? Just now. She followed Shen Mengyu to the negative floor and saw Yuan Xiaoqi and felt a bit familiar, and then thought carefully. This was the scummy guy who tricked himself into coming to the copy that day. Chapter 137, Jiangqing International Airport. Direct flight to Olizhou. Yuan Xiaoqi blushed, not knowing how to answer. He had indeed dragged a lot of people to the copy, and at least a dozen people inside this copy had been tricked in by him. But, that's also a no-brainer. If he didn't do that, he'd be targeted by the old woman. Not only that, the old woman ordered him to kill as many people as he wanted inside the copy. So, it was also him who killed people inside the copy and played the role of a murderous demon. But, he still had a good heart. And the people he killed were people who had very serious criminal records. For example, the 2 women on the 4th floor were involved in child trafficking and such. The good guys he didn't kill a single one. As for Chan Yuanqing, at that time, he didn't intend to find Chen Wanqing and ask her to come over for a copy. But, gradually he felt that he liked Chen Wanqing, and in a fit of pique, he bit the bullet and let her come over. He was in control of most of this copy anyway, so at the very least it was possible to ensure Chen Wanqing's safety. I wanted to wait until after the copy was finished to tell Chen Wanqing in person. I didn't expect Shen Mengyu to come to the negative floor halfway. This made him feel like he had the possibility of regaining his freedom, so he directly chose to help Shen Mengyu and finish off the old woman. Then, there was the scene just now, as well as the one in front of me. Saw the scene. Not talking. Ha! Chen Wanqing had to grit her teeth, clenched her small fists in anger, raised her foot, and stored up her strength for a strike. Bang! A clear voice came. Ah! Ruan Xiaoqi covered his crotch and fell to the ground in response, with a pained look on his face. I'm brown. Seeing this scene, Meng Shuo was instantly startled and subconsciously glanced at Shen Mengyu. But, Shen Mengyu, however, didn't notice him. She was thinking about the old woman. As soon as the old woman escaped, then she would surely find a place to hide, or continue to change places to fulfill her so-called let God come to Daxia. In other words, as long as the old woman didn't die, then there were still people in danger in Daxia. But, it should be out of her hands. The River City squad of the town creep should be able to handle this. Even if their squad couldn't solve it, they could still report it and let someone more powerful solve it. She's responsible for just finding out and that's it. I was wrong. At this moment, Ruan Xiaoqi forced herself to stand up and forcefully squeezed out a smile. Actually, I have something I want to say to you. I don't know if it's convenient for you? Not Feng. Chen Wanqing was just about to refuse. But, after seeing Gwyn Thursday Chi's sincere eyes, there was a moment of silence. Eventually, she softened and nodded. Tell me then. Ruan Xiaoqi's expression was unnatural as he looked at Shen Mengyu's few people. Obviously, it was worried about being heard by Shen Mengyu. I'm leaving. Shen Mengyu smiled knowingly. Thanks a lot. Gwyn Thursday Chi was thankful. Now it was a matter of his future happiness for the rest of his life. And there was absolutely no room for negligence. Mengyu, why don't I give you a ride? Seeing Shen Mengyu about to leave, Meng Shuo also hurriedly followed. He had just stepped out on top of the open space outside the abandoned factory when he realized that Shen Mengyu had already disappeared. The corner of Meng Shuo's mouth twitched. Running too fast too. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu has returned home. The reason why she walked so fast and so quickly just now was because she realized that the jade pendant her brother had given her was flickering. She guessed it would be her brother who wanted to talk to her about something, so she rushed back to the house. As for the copy thing, Gwyn Thursday Chi would know what to do. I wonder what my brother is going to tell me this time. Shen Mengyu returned to her room with apprehension in her heart. Fruity. As soon as she walked through the door, she saw the computer screen blinking on top of the pink computer desk. The computer is on. There was also a flash drive next to the computer. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu had some anticipation in her heart, and hurriedly walked to the computer desktop, sat on the pink computer chair, and plugged in the USB flash drive. Opened the player. Familiar faces came into view. It was still Shen Fei's jade-like, juvenile face, only a thin, microscopic scratch on his face. Injured? Shen Mengyu's heart tightened. As far as she could remember, there were no ghosts or monsters that could harm her brother inside the thriller world. Basically, no ghosts or monsters can come near their brother. How did brother get hurt? Is it possible that we've encountered some very powerful ghosts and monsters? Shen Mengyu was a little apprehensive in her heart and clicked the play button. The video begins to play. The background that Shen Fei was in was somewhat like a classical building. Something like a cathedral. There are no such places in Daxia. Brother is abroad? Shen Mengyu was a little puzzled in her heart. At this time, Shen Fei also spoke. Xiao Yu, I know you've been exposed to the Town Guile Bureau for a while now, as well as the ghostly appearances caused by the thrilling world rift when you left your copy. None of this matters. The Jingue Bureau was founded by me to fight with Xia against the thriller world's expansion into Xia territory. And you are only a name within the Jingue Bureau. Next, I'm going to tell you something very important. You must listen carefully. Speaking of this, Shen Mengyu immediately held her breath. My brother said it was very important, so it must be something very important. Soon, Shen Fei in the video continued. According to what I've learned, the thriller world has begun to go out of control in Gully State, which means that the thriller world in Gully State is about to expand into the real world. Thriller worlds have borders, and their borders are delineated by real-world borders. So as long as one country's thriller world expands, then the other countries will suffer, because the thriller world that expands will surely encroach on the thriller worlds of the other countries. At that point, Gully State would be in disarray. It's not a good time for thriller world to expand, and I want you to come along and gull the state and force it back down. You're strong enough to help us out some now, and I've already booked your plane ticket. It's inside the drawer of your computer desk. That said, the video is over. Shen Mengyu, however, was shocked in her heart. According to my brother, on the other side of the blue planet, Thrill World is on the verge of getting out of control? The horrors of Thriller World were well known to her. The appearance of ghosts and monsters in Jiangcheng a while ago all led to a lot of casualties in Jiangcheng. Luckily, people from the Town Guile Bureau had arrived, or else Jiangcheng would have been in danger. I didn't realize that the world of thrillers in Gurizu was about to get out of control now, so it's no wonder my brother said it was something important. That would explain why the brother has a cathedral in the background. Brother is now in Gully State. At this time, Shen Mengyu opened the computer desk drawer. A plane ticket was indeed lying quietly inside. Not only that, on top of the ticket, a special copper coin is pressed. This caused Shen Mengyu to be a bit surprised and hurriedly picked it up and weighed it. This copper coin is a bit heavier than the one my brother gave me earlier. Apparently, this copper is the one that is not restricted to use. Looks like her brother gave her the real special copper. Unexpected joy. She no longer had to be careful not to use the special coins. Then she held out the ticket. On it was written the eye-catching flight information. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Jiangcheng International Airport. The location is a direct flight from Dacha to Great Xia. Chapter 138 Jiangcheng International Airport. Platinum member. Jiangcheng International Airport. Inside the lobby. The sun is shining. The sky is blue as the sea. And the breeze is fresh. Inside the waiting hall, Shen Mengyu was dragging her suitcase in the VIP lounge waiting for the flight to take off. When she first arrived at the airfield, she had expected her plane ticket to be regular economy class. But she never expected it. Her own brother turned out to be a platinum member of the Jiangcheng International Airport, and the ticket she was traveling on was first class. It was a bit of a shock to her heart. It seems that his brother already has a status not only in the thriller world, but it seems that his status in the real world is not low either. As for what status, she wouldn't know. You can wait to meet and ask your brother. Just then, ding! Passenger number 3061 of River Air is requested to go forward to boarding gate A1. The sound of boarding came from the waiting room. Shen Mengyu glanced at the ticket in her hand. The flight she was traveling on. She grabbed her suitcase and made her way to the boarding gate location. Because it was a first-class ticket, plus being an airport platinum member, Shen Mengyu boarded the plane without queuing. In first class, there are only 8 seats. The seat Shen Mengyu was in a relatively good position. Not only was it by the window, but it was also not exposed to the sun. I can see that it was my brother who meditated on picking the location. After she lay quietly on top of the seat, then, one after another, several other passengers came in the first-class cabin. Only, most of these passengers were older. 4 or 5 of them were middle-aged men with beer bellies and fat-looking faces. The rest were an old man, and a man who appeared to be about 20 years old accompanying the old man. That adds up to 8. Shen Mengyu didn't pay that much attention to it, just quietly lying on top of the seat, watching the TV series she had downloaded at home in advance. It's worth noting that there's actually a cup of brewed coffee on top of the seat. It's true that the life of the rich is so simple and unassuming. My brother certainly didn't fly much during the week. Just then, fellow travelers, welcome to River Air. The flight was a Great Xia flight from Daxia Gangxiang to Gully State, covering a distance of 7,000 kilometers, with a flying time of 12 hours and 15 minutes, and a positive arrival time of 21.20 hours. The plane will be closing its doors soon, so please turn off your cell phones, laptops, and other electronics. Fasten your seatbelts, and open the porthole shades for those passengers by the windows. The cue for the plane to take off also came from inside the radio. If we leave now, we won't get to the airport until 9 p.m. That's a little long. The first-class cabin was quiet as the plane took off. Shen Mengyu silently closed her eyes, intending to sleep and wake up probably. It took off for about 4 or 5 hours. Ahem. At this time, whichever old man from earlier suddenly coughed violently. Grandpa, are you okay? Seeing this scene, the man on the side immediately became tense and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and fed it to the old man. It's okay. The old man's face turned a little white. He took a deep breath and shook his head, signaling the man not to worry. But, however, the old man sighed and spoke. Xinger, does that sect leader of the Kerbas land you mentioned really work? This disease is left over from when I entered the world of thrillers. I have found a lot of people who have entered the world of thrillers and Daxia over the years, but unfortunately all of them don't work. I have also lived for more than 80 years, so don't go blaming others if I am not treated well in Great Xia. The words were said. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? The man immediately shook his head and spoke with a grave expression. No matter how much money is spent or what price is paid, I will treat Grandpa. The old man smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that he had a persistent disease in him that could not be cured. There is no cure for what ails the world of thrillers. Even those who had entered the world of thrillers had not been able to cure him of this symptom. The other passengers in the first-class cabin immediately changed their faces when they heard Thrill World. You guys are going to cure Thrill World's disease? One of the men, who looked somewhat Mediterranean, couldn't help but look at the old man duo and ask. Yeah. The man called Chinger frowned and nodded. Have you heard, old man, that the world of thrillers doesn't seem to be quite right these days? The Mediterranean man nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, he looked at the old man and asked, but I've heard that quite a few places in Daxia have been in chaos lately, the same as the ghosts and monsters that appeared in Zhangqing a while ago. Before the green man could speak, inside the first-class cabin, several other men couldn't help but speak up. That's right, I've heard about it too. It seems like there's a crack in the thriller world and all those ghosts and monsters have come out. That's right. Several of my collaborators are dead because of this. This is too serious. The thriller world has appeared for less than 50 years. No, less than 40 years. Why is it now like it's going to be the end of the world? Words can't be said nonsense. I've poked around and found out some gossip. Xia secretly sent out a force called the Jingue Bureau to secretly clean up those ghosts and monsters. This is something that no other country has. This time, if it weren't for the fact that the cooperation in Gully State is more important, I wouldn't even want to leave Daxia, and there's something not quite right in Gully State right now. The words were said. The entire first-class cabin was instantly ablaze with chatter, and no one cares if it's quiet or not. Everyone is talking about what's going on in the world of thrillers. Shen Mengyu, however, lay quietly where she was, motionless and sleeping. For Thrill World, and for this operation of hers, she felt it was better to keep a low profile. If it were to come out, by the time they got off the plane, it might not be more than a couple of days before the thrill world of the Gulliver's state began to expand. Then they might just be dumbfounded. You're telling me that Thrillist is going to start expanding without even getting off the plane? What's the joke? So it's better to sleep quietly. Soon, the plane entered the Gully State. A few people in the first-class cabin still had to be on fire to discuss it. Then the airplane slowly came to a stop above the runway of the international airport on the territory of Great Xia. Dear fellow travelers, we have arrived safely at our destination. Please take all your carry-on baggage items with you when you disembark, and your checked baggage should be claimed at the terminal's baggage claim. That's when the beep of arrival at the destination also came from the airplane. Several other men in other first-class cabins have also packed their bags. They even left each other's phone numbers before they left. After getting off the airplane, Shen Mengyu came to the hotel that Shen Fei had booked. It's more of an estate than a hotel. It was because this hotel did not receive ordinary people, and even the ones it usually received were all tycoons with tens of millions of dollars in assets. Inside the estate, there are also a variety of recreational facilities. Billiards, table tennis, golf, and even a basketball court are available. It's like a rich man's paradise. After coming to the hotel, when Shen Mengyu saw the scene, her heart was also a bit shocked. The hotel my brother booked was so high class too. Putting down her suitcase, Shen Mengyu then decided to go to the manor to sneak around. After all, it was the first time she'd been out in a while. This isn't going to be fun? Chapter 139, The Brahma Woman. Inside the manor, next to a lake, Shen Mengyu sat on top of a bench. It was after 9 o'clock when she got off the plane. Plus it took several hours to get to the estate. That means the time is now around 8 a.m. Looking at the small carp that were alive inside the lake, Shen Mengyu couldn't help but feel some pleasure in her heart. It soothed what had been some of her nervousness. But, just then, there was a sudden loud bang not far away. By the sound of it, it seems to be inside the manor. Shen Mengyu frowned. This isn't supposed to be a shootout, is it? There was something in her mind. I've read about it often before, and there are literally countless cases of shootouts in foreign countries. One can't be so unlucky as to get into a gunfight not long after getting off the plane. Just as she was thinking, several foreign men in security uniforms hurried past her. Notably, they were all holding a shotgun. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. It seemed likely that he had guessed correctly. At that moment, she remembered that her brother had told her to go to Galia the next day. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu decided to leave early. It wasn't clear why she had to go to Galia, but since her brother had told her to go, she would go. It's better than being here. You might lose your life if you're not careful. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu hurriedly ran back to her room and picked up her suitcase with the intention of slipping away. But, She had just stepped out of the manor building when she noticed a woman standing pensively at the entrance to the manor. The woman, dressed in a brazier and with her head wrapped in a scarf, was approaching the interior of the manor step by step. Notably, the woman was walking barefoot. You should know that this hotel is an upscale estate, and the floor is made of all kinds of small stones in order to decorate it better. This woman and her Brahmins walked right on top of the small stones as if they were flat. Several security guards with shotguns in their hands aimed their guns at the Brahmin woman. Keep backing up while telling her to stop. It was evident that they were afraid of this Brahmin woman. You can't leave even if you want to now. Seeing this scene, the corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched. This Brahmin woman is most likely the one who committed this offense. Perhaps that loud noise just now also had something to do with this Brahma woman. Shen Mengyu kept thinking. Just then, the Brahma woman suddenly moved. She took a step out and choked one of the security guards with great speed. Next moment, the guard was actually lifted up by her one hand. The guard's originally rosy face immediately turned white. He kept struggling, as if trying to get rid of the Brahma woman's hand around his neck. Pity! No matter how much he struggled, the Brahma woman didn't move a muscle. With everyone watching, the Brahmin woman exerted force with one hand and snapped the guard's neck. Dead man! Saw the scene. Open fire! The leading security guard's face immediately sank, and he shouted out directly in fluent foreign language. Fire! Kill her for me! In an instant, several other security guards pulled the trigger. Bullets poured out like rain towards the Brahma woman. But, the Brahma woman, however, was still standing there unharmed. Those bullets didn't even get close to her body before they were stopped by an invisible force. Saw the scene. Ghostbusters! Shen Mengyu's heart tightened and she immediately saw what it was. The Brahmin woman in front of her was not some kind of capable person or someone with superpowers inside a movie. This Brahma woman, a ghostly creature. Ghosts are certainly not afraid of bullets. Not to mention bullets. Even heavy firepower couldn't hurt the ghosts one bit. The only thing that can defeat ghosts and monsters is to control abilities similar to those of ghosts and monsters, also known as Thriller World. Fake. The leading man also realized that something was wrong and cursed angrily, throwing down his weapon and about to flee. But, ghosts and monsters don't just let a person go, only to see that the Brahmin woman threw the body in her hand, smashing down several people at once. Next moment, under the horrified gazes of several security guards, the Brahma woman opened that hideous mouth, revealing her fangs, and took a bite out of the security guard's head. Several security guards, inside the manor. The crowd were watching the show realized something wasn't quite right. What can't be solved by bullets? Is that still a human being? Recently the thrilling world rift wasn't just found in Dasha either. It was also found in their area as well. So, they also vaguely guessed what the identity of the Brahma woman really was. They fled in all directions. Shen Mengyu was silent, her gaze tightening on the Brahma woman. The Brahma woman's eyes were also dead set on Shen Mengyu. Nothing else, because Shen Mengyu was the only one around now. Saw the scene. It seems like you can't even think about not making a move. Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was a bit sad inside. I can also encounter ghosts and monsters here. I really have a connection with ghosts and monsters. With that, she directly manifested a 3-foot green sword. When the Brahma woman killed those security guards just now, she saw the Brahma woman's strength clearly. Ghost general level. She's the king of ghosts. Against a ghost general that's just a sprinkle. Next moment, before Shen Mengyu could make any moves, the Brahmin woman rushed towards Shen Mengyu as if she was not afraid of death. She opened her bloody mouth as if she wanted to eat Shen Mengyu at any time. The one who hid around them all looked at Shen Mengyu with shocked, yet curious faces. This woman is hardly afraid of ghosts and monsters. They could hardly believe that Shen Mengyu didn't dodge. Seeing that, the Brahma woman was getting closer and closer to Shen Mengyu. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath and gripped the 3-foot green sword. Subsequently, the 3-foot green sword was aimed directly at the Brahma woman and stabbed fiercely. The sword flashed. A horrifying ghostly aura surged towards the surroundings. The Brahma woman was pierced through the eyebrow with a sword. Before dying, it looked at Shen Mengyu with a face full of disbelief. It couldn't imagine that it was dead. Seriously underestimated the woman in front of me. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu put away her 3-foot green sword and pulled her suitcase to leave the manor. Even though the ghosts were taken care of, she decided to leave early. Maybe turn around and have a poltergeist appear again. Then we'll be in trouble then. Besides, he himself had just resolved the Brahma woman, but it was all seen by those people inside the manor. If she didn't leave, then these people would probably all gather around. That's not going to be good when the time comes, so it's better to leave early. Looking at Shen Mengyu's departing figure, those who were hiding came out one after another. Omaha! Is that girl just now our lord? She can actually fight demons. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have definitely thought it was God. Dozens of people have been discussing it. The Brahma woman just lay there on the ground, dissipating a little. Worth noting, a man has been live streaming the moment on his cell phone just now on the property. In other words, this scene that Shen Mengyu had just witnessed was broadcasted live around the world. In the meantime, Blue Star's hottest video platform, a video with a story about Shen Mengyu, quickly dominated the top 1 video platforms, all boiling over. Chapter 140, The Bare-Ass Man. Gallic State, the busiest commercial street, inside a high-class Western restaurant, where the two figures sat, drinking an 82-year-old red wine while eating sirloin steak. These two were none other than Shen Fei and Su Guan. Shen Fei's jade-like face with delicate features attracted the attention of many passing restaurant people. Outside the restaurant, there was a huge iron tower, rising straight up into the sky, said to be as high as 300 meters. This is the most famous building in Gaul, the El Dorado Tower. Just then, Brother Shen, you let your sister go to a country as remote as Gully State and let her come here by herself in a car. Are you so relieved? Su Guan asked as he cut the steak while looking at Shen Fei across from himself. She needs the experience. Shen Fei shook his head. I can't let her keep relying on me. She has to be self-reliant if she wants to live in the future. Brother Shen, you don't even believe a dog when you say that. Su Guan, however, the corners of his mouth twitched, just for the fact that you just came to Gallia, not even 3 days ago, and you bought a villa, 2 other buildings, and 4 restaurants, and you're telling me to let your sister fend for herself? Your sister will probably not be able to spend the family fortune without doing anything in her 500 lifetimes. This time when he went abroad, Shen Fei did not intend to bring Su Guan with him. Shen Fei told him, what foreign countries are dangerous. He will not be able to adapt to the water and so on, and used these reasons to scare him. But, Su Guan still followed. Only after he came did he realize how cocky this Shen Fei guy really is. It was also fortunate that he had followed Shen Fei. Otherwise, he didn't even know that this Shen Fei fellow was hiding so deeply. Shen Fei had just arrived in the Gallic country and had no place to stay. Su Guan proposes that he be allowed to rent a house, which he feels is unsafe and unclean. Therefore, Shen Fei bought a villa directly in the capital of the Gallic country, and also bought 2 buildings, 2 whole buildings. Su Guan roughly counted. There were more than 50 floors in one building. This was 100 floors. Nice guy, he called out to the good guy straight away. Shen Fei has always been so low-key and simple. He really thought that Shen Fei didn't have any money, and he didn't even ask Shen Fei for any money. Until recently, he'd been long in the tooth. It's not called having no money. It's called being rich as hell. Even the richest man in Blue Star was not as willing to spend money as Shen Fei. In the end, Shen Fei felt that he had to have a place to eat, so he bought 4 restaurants directly next to the iconic buildings of the capital of the Gallic country. One of the 4 restaurants doesn't carry a repeat. There is also a restaurant with dasha flavors. Importantly, these are all fully paid for. When he swiped his card, Shen Fei didn't even blink. Su Guan's 3 views blew up. Had I known Shen Fei was so rich, I would have blackmailed him properly. My money is mine. It has nothing to do with my sister. Shen Fei, however, still shook his head. I don't want her to rely on me too much. With that, he picked up the red wine glass, swirled it around very elegantly, and took a gentle sip. Your sister is already independent. Su Guan was speechless. Compared to my sister, your sister is simply very independent. The words were said. Your sister? Shen Fei, however, frowned, somewhat surprised. You also have a sister? How come I haven't heard you say that? Yes. Su nodded. I've only recently remembered I have a sister, or I'd have forgotten. Shen Fei. Alright, you're comparing this to me. You're the real brother. No one else can forget anything but their own sister. That's good for you. Forget about your sister first. Seeing Shen Fei's speechless expression. You know this body of mine. I didn't even remember who I was when I first woke up here. Su Guan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I remembered my sister 3 days ago, when I was still inside the endless sea with you. I suddenly had a splitting headache and remembered this memory. When he finished, he cut off a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. And do you recall any other memories? Shen Fei frowned and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Like about Thriller World? Su Guan is a strange person. When Shen Fei had first discovered him, the strength in his body was already at the Ghost Emperor level. That's when he was running around naked inside Thriller World. Su Guan was a celebrity in those days, commonly known as the light-ass man. With the strength of a Ghost Emperor level, he was killing it inside those copies, and no ghosts or monsters could beat him. Then he met Shen Fei, which cured Su Guan. In fact, for such a long time, Su Guan's condition has never gotten better. None other. There had always been a strange force within Su Guan's body, a force that had no consciousness. Previously, Su Guan's bare ass running around inside the Thriller World was the power at work, and it dominated Su Guan's consciousness. Later, Shen Fei forcefully suppressed that consciousness, which made Su Guan a normal person. When he was inside Blood Moon Middle School a while ago, it was a way for Shen Fei to specifically seal him and make the power in his body fall into a deep sleep. Only, this method couldn't always suppress that power within him either. Everything still needs to be solved by Su Guan himself. Shen Fei had also thought about forcibly stripping away that power. But, no way. He realized that the power was tightly connected to Su Guan, and if that power wasn't in Su Guan's body, then he would die. So, the only way to find out what was going on was to wait for Su Guan to recover his memory. There were also the tattoos on Su Guan's body, which were very strange. Normally, the tattoos on Su Guan's body were invisible, and could only be seen when the ghost Xi was running inside his body. No more. Su Guan thought for a moment and shook his head. I just remembered my sister. She doesn't seem to be in the thriller world or the real world right now, as if she's inside the third world. Your sister. Shen Fei nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. She might be in hell. The words were said. Hell? Su Guan was immediately dumbfounded and couldn't help but speak. Hasn't the Hellmouth already died out? Is it hard to believe that the news we saw on that tombstone in the Endless Sea was a fake? The Endless Sea. This was a relic of the thriller world that he had searched for with Shen Fei. Inside, there's a tombstone above that says something about the origins of Thrill World. Presumably, it's a place called Hell, and for some reason, order collapses and a place called Thrill World comes into view. Actually, no. It's possible that Hell was deliberately destroyed as well. As to why, they are totally unclear. All of this is just a little bit of a clue, and all the clues behind it are still broken. Tombstones can be faked, your memories cannot be faked. Shen Fei shook his head, his face somewhat grave. The origin of the thrilling world is not as simple as what we have explored. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed from outside the restaurant. Another ghost escaped? Seeing this scene, Su Guan couldn't help but change his expression. Chapter 141, The Lord has manifested. Above the train to Galia, Shen Mengyu sat by the window and looked at the various views that quickly flashed by outside the train. Her delicate little face, reflected above the window, looked especially delicate. If nothing else, we'll probably reach the Gallic country this afternoon. There was only one such train a day, and since it was a long way to travel, it was fortunate that Shen Mengyu still had a few seats when she arrived at the train station. Otherwise, she'd have to wait until the next day. Brother may already be in Gaul. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but ponder in her mind. She realized that her brother seemed to be becoming greater and greater, not only inside the thriller world, but even in the real world. The strength was outrageously powerful. It is well known that a passport is required to enter a country from one country to another. When she was in Kurbasisha earlier, the officer handling the departure took a mere glance at her passport and immediately called for his superior. At first Shen Mengyu thought she had committed some offense and was going to be arrested. Only later did they realize that it was their own passports that were encrypted and could not be viewed without upper management authority, and there was no way for her to do the paperwork. In the end, it was the same leader who checked her in. That leader even took her to the train station himself when he left. All of this must have had something to do with the brother. Just as Shen Mengyu was thinking seriously, the carriage was suddenly in chaos. Fake! There's a demon! Everyone run! My God! Where did the demons come from? Pray that our Lord may take them. OMG! I swear, this is definitely the most scared I've ever been in my life. Run! If you don't, it'll be too late. That demon is in the third car. We're in the fifth car now, and it's going to get to us soon. Many people have been so frightened that they have shouted out in fluent foreign languages. Then, everyone fled towards the back of the car with a look of panic on their faces. This caused Shen Mengyu to frown. Although she wasn't very good at foreign languages, she could at least make out some meaning. The general idea is that there's a demon in the third car in front of us. Demons? Here ghosts are supposed to be called demons. That's what the guys said when they were at the manor. In that case, it's also the fourth carriage that has a ghostly presence? Shen Mengyu. Nice guy. Wherever I go, the ghosts go? A ghostly creature appeared inside the manor just now. Now on top of the train. There's another poltergeist inside the train. You really don't have a good relationship with ghosts and monsters yourself. Looking at the fact that most of the people inside the carriage had already fled to the back carriages, Shen Mengyu also got up and raised her head to look at the third carriage. Sure enough, inside the third carriage there was a huge black shadow with a stout build and a body length of 2 or 3 meters attacking the people there. Only to see the black shadow casually holding a man's body and clicking a bite into his head. Scarlet blood splattered all over the wagon. In the meantime, the dark figure was still moving toward the fourth car behind it. One carriage away from himself. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips, somewhat hesitant to make a move herself. She has the option of running away. But, in that case wouldn't that be a disgrace to Daxia? If she's gone, no one on this train is expected to survive. Besides, The train is moving at full speed now. No matter how fit she was, jumping like that was a sure way to die. At the end of the day, there is still only one way. Kill this ghostly creature. Alas, Shen Mengyu sighed. Looks like it's going to take a lot more than her to make a move. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu stood directly in the middle of the carriage's corridor, her stunningly beautiful eyes just staring at the fourth carriage not far away. At that moment, a mournful scream came from inside the fourth carriage. That poltergeist started killing people. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu's heart tightened. Nothing else, because she realized that this black shadow was actually at the Ghost King level. It's in the same class as her. Looks like it's a little harder this time. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. Next moment, she raised her right hand and manifested a 3-foot green sword. In his left hand, he had a death grip on the special copper. The special copper coin she was holding now was the full version of the one her brother had given her. There is no limit to the use of this copper. The people who escaped to the sixth carriage immediately showed disbelief when they saw this scene. A sword out of thin air? Is it possible that this one is also a ghost? OMG. She actually summoned a holy sword out of thin air. My lord. This is surely the manifestation of my lord. Thank my lord for sending down saints to protect us. What? So it was our lord who played a role. I knew that our lord would not abandon us. Everyone video it. I'm going to post moments like this on top of my social media apps for all my good friends to see. The lord has manifested. That sword in her hand could very well be the legendary holy sword. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. It's just too unbelievable. In the sixth compartment, many people practiced their admiration. Most people took out their cell phones to record it. Some even turned on a live stream, broadcasting live across Blue Star. Screw you. This is my Dasha's goddess of dreaming rain. A bunch of psychopaths. At that moment, a man with a large summer face in the corner was furious. As a Dasha native and an avid fan of the Thrilling World livestream, he recognized Shen Mengyu's identity at a glance. This is the goddess of the thriller world. Shen Mengyu, who burst onto the scene a while ago, didn't realize. I can't believe I met in Gully State. Just now the gang was saying that this was a so-called manifestation of the Lord, and he was upset in his heart. But he was sure that someone would soon do right by Goddess Dreamrain. At first, he was nervous when he realized that the ghosts and monsters appeared inside the compartment, worrying that he would be eaten by the ghosts and monsters. But after discovering Shen Mengyu, he was completely unafraid. The next step is to quietly watch the show. In the meantime, on top of Blue Star's hottest live streaming platform, a live stream quickly topped the Hot 100. This live stream broadcasts live from the compartment. Oh shedder, the anchor has met the devil? Looks like you guys are miserable on this one train. Yeah, there's no way to leave alive after meeting a demon. You have only to pray well and hope that the Lord will help you through this. Wait a minute, why don't you guys see how there's a woman standing in that compartment up front? Oh by karma, it's still true, she's still holding a sword. But why does this woman look a bit like a Dasha person? It seems like it's a Dasha person. This Dasha person is not a little cutie. I'm afraid, right? If you don't hide in, you'll only die later. She's holding a sword. She doesn't think she can fight demons, does she? It's too naive. Without the Lord, we humans are completely helpless against demons. Inside the live room, pop-ups were scrolling rapidly. The vast majority of people were mocking Shen Mengyu for not being afraid of death. Not only that, inside the fourth compartment, it was already blood red. Just then, suddenly, the door of the fifth compartment was slammed open and the dark figure rushed in. Chapter 142 Pen Fairy Stealth Ability. Ward Hair. That demon is charging in. That Daxamite is in danger. It's going to be a bloody mess later. I'm pulling out. This Dasha person just deserved it. Seeking her own death. I think she should be regretting her death now. That's right. In the words of their Dasha, it's a death wish. Inside the live broadcast room, all kinds of pop-ups rolled wildly. In the meantime, inside the fifth compartment, with that the tall dark figure appeared in the carriage. Shen Mengyu also got a good look at what this black shadow really looked like. The body size was probably as wide as a meter, while the height was probably close to 3 meters. That totally counts as a giant. The dark figure had to keep his head down to even stand inside the train. But, just then, the black shadow instantly raised his fist and punched Shen Mengyu. This punch, it was extremely fast. The ghostly aura around the black shadow instantly diffused in all directions, and the entire carriage instantly froze with a layer of frost. But this move was still slightly too simple for Shen Mengyu. With a leap, she came over the seats and flipped right over to where the door to the fifth compartment was. Ghost King? She couldn't help but murmur as she looked at the massive body of the dark figure. At this time, the black shadow didn't have any nonsense and immediately turned around and once again threw a punch. This time, the ghostly aura was clearly more than last time. The feeling of forced oppression instantly swept over him. and the frost in the compartment had turned into a thick layer of ice. The air around them even began to condense small ice beads. Shen Mengyu took a deep breath. This ghost monster is indeed powerful, worthy of being at the Ghost King level. This was the first time she had fought a Ghost King level ghost. The Ghost Emperor that he had faced inside Yu Changhuai's villa last time. He didn't know how many times more powerful he was than this black shadow in front of him. A mere black shadow. She should be able to beat it. Think for a moment. Shen Mengyu directly activated the copper coin in his left hand. An extremely dazzling golden light was displayed, filling the entire carriage. Next moment, the aura on Shen Mengyu's body had already come to Ghost Emperor Advanced, upgraded by 3 small grades. In fact, even without using the special copper coins, she could still beat it. But, why don't you use the plug-in? Can use the plug-in, of course we have to use the plug-in? Shen Mengyu is not a little cute. In the meantime, the black shadow also seemed to have sensed the change in Shen Mengyu's body's aura, and a hint of shock appeared above that blurred face. Its entire body was black and had a foggy feel to it, so the face wasn't very clear to see. It was a bit hidden. It was shocked because of how Shen Mengyu could raise so many levels at once. It was important to realize that inside the world of thrillers, it was very hard to improve. Whether it was a human or a ghost, it gets harder the further back you go. Elevating to Ghost King and trying to elevate again was equivalent to grinding a piece of steel into a needle with bare hands. Difficult as hell, but not impossible. At this time, Shen Mengyu's delicate little face was calm, her gaze tightly fixed on the black shadow, and the 3-foot green sword in her hand was gripped tightly. Next moment, just as the black shadow was about to strike, Shen Mengyu instantly disappeared without a trace. Dark shadow? It was outright dumbfounded, frozen in place, confused. A living, breathing human being just vanished into thin air. How is that possible? It's not so outrageous to do magic, is it? It wasn't just the dark shadow that was confused. Those hiding in the 6th car looked even more stunned. I thought you were showing me how to operate, but I didn't realize you were playing disappear with me. In an instant, everyone in the carriage immediately understood. It turned out that Shen Mengyu was just pretending to deal with the black shadow just now. In reality, Shen Mengyu was planning to sneak away. As for why you think so, isn't it obvious? Shen Mengyu people are gone. Isn't that a proper slip? The dark figure fumed where he was for a short while, and immediately reacted. Although the woman just ran away. But isn't there still a ton of food in the back compartment? Subsequently, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the dark figure began to bang on the door of the 6th compartment. The people in the carriage were instantly alarmed and in disarray. Fake. Goddamn demons. Damn it. Why did our Lord let the saints go? It's because someone inside our compartment has done something bad, so we've been dragged into it too. Shat. This evil demon. Everyone run or die. The people who had been watching the show couldn't care less about watching the show, and hurriedly ran towards the cargo compartment in the back. This train had a cargo being pulled in addition to passengers. There were 12 carriages in all, 6 of which seated passengers and the remaining 6 hauled cargo. Now everyone can only run towards the back of the wagon. To jump off the top of the train now would be like asking for death. But, which Xia man, however, sat in place with a calm face, not moving a muscle. When the others saw the man not moving, they thought he was stupid. At this critical moment now, naturally, no one would be willing to meddle in the matter, and having one person here might even be able to delay the Black Shadow's time, so no one bothered to talk the men out of it. Everyone scattered and ran for their lives. Even the man who had just turned on the live stream had left his cell phone behind to escape, and it was still sitting on top of the stand with the camera facing the doorway of the 6th car. The dark figure was still banging continuously on the door of the 6th compartment. Bang! 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 The dull and powerful sound was like a death knell ringing in hell. Chilling. Just then, Shen Mengyu's figure, however, suddenly appeared behind the black shadow. She was seen holding a 3-foot green sword in one hand and a special copper coin in the other, emitting a golden blinding flare, her eyes cold. At this moment, she was like a true god who had descended from the heavens. Next moment, the 3-foot green sword was instantly stabbed into the black shadow's neck. The black shadow instantly froze. It turned its head, the blurred face looking as unbelievable as it could. How is that possible? The woman who had just disappeared now suddenly appeared. It even killed it in one hit. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu drew his 3-foot green sword. The black shadow's huge body slowly collapsed to the ground. Its consciousness died out, and its body began to dissipate a little bit. Saw the scene. This is the first time this immortal stealth ability has been used. I didn't expect it to work so well for sneak attacks. Shen Mengyu couldn't help but praise it. The reason she had just disappeared into thin air was entirely because she had used her special ability. That's the special ability of the pensive acquired at Blood Moon High School 1-1 Invisibility. Since obtaining this ability, Shen Mengyu had never used it. This use was purely to see how it worked. That's all. I didn't expect it to be good. It was even a little out of her league. Surprisingly, the dark figure didn't notice her. It seems like I'll have to find a way to get more abilities in the thrill world in the future, Shen Mengyu murmured in her mind. She hadn't gotten any rewards in Thrill World since she left at Blood Moon High School. Maybe it was caused by her being too fast through each pass. Like the last couple of copies that went in, the blood-clothed apartment, and that mental hospital. Since they were all man-made copies, they weren't even rated, let alone rewarded. Subsequently, she put away her 3-foot green sword, and the special copper coin was threaded into a bracelet that she wore on her wrist. The scene, however, happened to be live-streamed on a cell phone. The original abusive attitude of the live broadcast room immediately made a 360-degree turn. The pop-ups, boiling over. Chapter 143 Brother Shen, your sister is on fire. Ward hair, did I see it right just now? This can't be a special effect, can it? Slaying a demon with a single sword. I've never seen such an ability in my life. I guess, this girl is definitely not an ordinary person. Just now there was light coming out of her hands, as if the legendary virgin had descended. Could it be that she is the incarnation of our Lord? Oh Bao Karma. Upstairs, I have a feeling you guessed right. This girl is most likely our Lord's incarnation, and this is here to save us. Inside the live room, pop-ups scrolled rapidly. The hot searches about Shen Mengyu even topped the top of the hot searches of various countries. Only, few people knew who Shen Mengyu was. Although there were people from other countries who had watched the live broadcast during the previous 7-star copy amusement park, most of them were from countries around Xia. As for the Gulliver's side of the state, basically no one watched that live. But, there were still people who recognized Shen Mengyu as the woman who had killed a ghostly monster in Great Xia, causing a sensation in the country, because at that time, inside the Great Xia estate, there was also a person on the air. 2 live broadcasts in a row had instantly raised Shen Mengyu's popularity to a global level. Saw the scene. In the 6th carriage, the Xia man smiled smugly and did not walk over to talk to Shen Mengyu. Nothing else, because he felt that just being able to see such a famous scene was satisfying. Soon, those who escaped just now, after realizing that there was no movement outside, all thought that the ghosts and monsters had escaped, and they all walked out cautiously. At the sight of the Black Shadow's corpse, everyone was shocked without fail. The Black Shadow that was so powerful just now is now dead? The only person who could have killed the Black Shadow was the girl, but she seemed to have escaped. Is it hard to believe that an even more terrifying poltergeist has appeared outside? That's when it suddenly occurred to a number of people. As it is, the inside of the carriage is still very dangerous. Maybe that even more terrifying poltergeist out there was waiting for them to leave. And as soon as they did, then they would be eaten. Think about it. Many of the heads that had been exposed shrank back. It's better to wait until the train arrives. And just like that, the train was empty the whole way. Shen Mengyu was quite happy in her heart. Her biggest fear was that after she finished solving the ghosts and goblins, the gang would come rushing up to her and ask her all sorts of questions. Thankfully, none of these people came out. The time went by in a flash and soon it was evening. Shen Mengyu is also at the station. As she got out of the car, she noticed a number of Gallic men in special uniforms standing there with serious looks on their faces. Some of these men were men with advanced weapons, while others held a sharp spear, or a machete. Apparently, the former is a regular member of the Special Branch Command, while the latter is someone who has entered the world of thrillers. It seems that broadcast was seen by the Gallic Secret Service Command. After double-checking her information, he let her go. If it had been common sense, she would have been interrogated. As for why that is, it probably has something to do with the brother. That was the case in Great Xia, and it is the same now that we have come to Gaul. Maybe it's the fact that his brother is helping them solve Thriller World's problems that makes it so. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu dialed Shen Fei. Shen Fei, on the other hand, gave her an address and asked her to come over. The address is in the busiest shopping street in the Gallic country, next to the El Dorado Tower architectural icon, in a store called Steak Deviolin, Fiddle Steak. As to why it was called a fiddle steak, she wasn't sure. Then, Shen Mengyu traveled to the address that Shen Fei had told her. Xia. Inside a very luxurious large villa, a man wearing a formal suit and drinking red wine was watching the live replay of the Blue Star sensation that had just taken place. Here, pause. The man in the suit pointed to a point in time and spoke. The person in charge of the playback aside hastily pressed pause. The man in the suit got up, his gaze deadpan on the special copper coins emitting a golden aura in Shen Mengyu's hand. So it's here. His face was icy cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Book me a plane ticket, early tomorrow morning, go to Gully State. That special copper coin, it's the greatest treasure of my Snow Edge sacred temple. It must be taken back." Saw the scene. The servant next to him was in a cold sweat. afraid of offending the man in front of him a few seconds too late, so he hurriedly nodded his head and promised, "Got it, Your Highness." Subsequently, the man in the suit left the villa straight away, going nowhere. In the meantime, Shen Mengyu had also arrived at the address that Xin Fei had told her. At this time, the sky had also become overcast, as if there was a cloud of bombs in the air that were about to explode at any time. It was very depressing. When I came to the store, it was huge, but there was only one person anywhere. Su Kan. He was eating seriously somewhere. Dinner, to be exact. In front of him, there were already a full dozen plates that had already been eaten. "Where's my brother?" Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but ask. "Your brother?" Su Guan glanced at Shen Mengyu and pointed to the kitchen. "Cooking." The words were said. Cooking? Shen Mengyu had some doubts in her heart. Hadn't his own brother come to Gaul to settle things in Thrill World? "What are you doing here cooking? It's hard to believe that my brother is transforming into a restaurant?" Just then, Xin Fei walked out from inside the kitchen with a plate of freshly made steak with noodles. "Made it for you." He placed it on the table and smiled gently. At this time, Xin Fei could not be seen at all to have the appearance of the mighty Lord Shen that he had in the Thriller world. More like a neighborhood brother. "Hurry up and eat. I'll talk to you about something." With that, Xin Fei sat down. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and nodded and sat down. Since her brother had cooked for her, she would eat it. But, as soon as she sat down, Xin Fei told her a shocking news. "If nothing else, Thrill World will start expanding tomorrow." Shen Mengyu immediately froze. Tomorrow? That statement to her was like, you just got the day off from school, and before you even had a chance to rest, your mom tells you that she's enrolled you in a tutoring session for tomorrow and that you're going to go to class. It's not a bad blow to Shen Mengyu. Exactly. Xin Fei took a deep breath. Tomorrow, when the Thriller world expands, you'll take the opportunity to go inside the Thriller world. Shen Mengyu? Nice guy. She called out to the good guys straight away. How did it feel like this trip to Oli Zhou was tricked by Xin Fei? Thriller world expansion. If she went inside Thriller world, wouldn't she be looking for death? "I'll get you in safely." Seemingly seeing Shen Mengyu's puzzlement, Xin Fei slowly spoke. "Inside the Thriller world, there is a strange energy source. You have to take that out tomorrow. That energy is growable, and by taking the energy away, the expansion of Thrill World will be slowed down a bit." Xin Fei's words had just finished. There was a sudden influx of men and women just outside the store. "That's the internet star who was live on the train today, right? What, Netflix? That's clearly the reincarnation of our Lord. OMG, my idol. I want to take a picture with you, goddess. I heard that your name is Shen Mengyu. I like you so much. Please give me an autograph. Thank you." Outside the store were various shouts. Saw the scene. Su Guan was stunned. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and lost his voice. "WOC, Brother Shen, your sister seems to have burst into flames in Oli Zhou." Chapter 144, I am now poor and have nothing to eat. My sister, bursting at the seams in Gulliver's? The words were said. What do you mean? Shen Fei, however, frowned, somewhat not understanding what Su Guan was talking about. His own sister? How is it that he is still on fire in Gulliver's land? Holy, Shen, don't you even look at your cell phone? Su Guan was dumbfounded and couldn't help but open his mouth. Such a big deal. The entire Oli prefecture has been sensationalized, and even topped several countries' hot search list one. You don't know about this kind of thing? Shen Fei shook his head. I don't know. Seeing this scene, the corners of Su Guan's mouth twitched. Brother Shen, your news is too backward. Subsequently, he picked up his cell phone and walked over to Shen Fei and spoke. Let me show you the video. Shen Fei gazed over. There were 2 videos in total. One was a live replay of the killing of the woman inside the manor, in Great Xia. The other, a replay of Shen Mengyu's live broadcast above the train station, where she killed the Black Shadow. 2 videos, each with a surprisingly high number of plays. These 2 videos, which have been viewed by a total of 500 million people, have over 100 million online viewers just right now. Not only that, the airplay as well as the number of online viewers is still rising like crazy. The period of time that Su Guan had given Shen Fei to watch the video, it had gone up by more than 20 million people online. After watching the video, Shen Fei was silent. Saw the scene. Well, Su Guan, on the other hand, had a bad smile on his face as he spoke. Brother Shen, may I ask how you feel? On the side, Shen Mengyu but were happily shivering noodles. What live broadcast? She doesn't care. He'd been running around all day himself, circling half of Gully State, and taking care of 2 ghosts and monsters on the way. Now that she was able to sit down and eat properly, she didn't want to bother with live broadcasts, bursts of fire, or anything like that. Su Guan looked on with a watchful face. He could already imagine how Shen Fei would teach Shen Mengyu a lesson later. Nothing else. because Shen Fei had told Shen Mengyu to come to the Gallic Kingdom only tomorrow. Now that's good. Shen Mengyu herself came early and made such a big commotion. As long as one was a normal person, one would definitely have to criticize Shen Mengyu for a while. Just then, I can't believe I'm not as hot as my sister? Shen Fei's angular face had a hint of doubt. It's reasonable to say that if I'm so powerful, how can I say that I must be quite a bit hotter than my sister? With that, he looked at Su Guan with some puzzlement and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, do you think it's because I'm too low profile? Why don't I go buy a few more buildings on another shopping street in Galia? Or maybe I'll go kill a few ghosts and goblins too? Su Guan? WOC. Am I crazy or are you crazy? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Why do I feel like my brain circuits can't keep up with Shen's? Why did Shen Fei behave completely differently from what he had imagined? Su Guan, you go buy me a set of live broadcast equipment later. Tomorrow, I'm going to live broadcast the suppression of Thriller World. At this time, Shen Fei thought for a moment and opened his mouth. The words were said. Su Guan's entire body was dumbfounded. He felt as if Shen Fei had changed. Lord Shen has never been a very low-key person. How come this time he still likes to compete with his sister for the limelight? This scene was really out of his expectation. You get it now. Shen Fei glanced at Su Guan, who was full of confusion, and urged, Brother Shen, that's not good, is it? Su Guan swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but open his mouth. Our visit to Oli Zhou this time is mainly low profile. I'm afraid it's not good to be too high profile. He felt that he had to find a way to persuade Shen Fei. Otherwise, if this goes on, then they'll be famous. Not only did the whole of Blue Star recognize them, but I'm afraid that all those ghosts and monsters within the Thrill World would remember what they look like. Now that the Thriller World hadn't even fully grasped it clearly, I was afraid that being so high profile in a hurry would attract the attention of some people. Afraid of what? Shen Fei had a calm face. If someone or a ghost or monster dares to mess with me, I'll punch one to death. Su Guan, alright, you can't get around Shen's mouth. Although Shen often didn't say a word, but, if he really talked, Shen could suffocate a large group of people with a single sentence. It's almost as if it's not a hit. In desperation, Su Guan had to sneak out of the back door of the store to buy Shen Fei live broadcast equipment. System, what rewards can I get after completing my amazing all-around quest this time? At this time, Shen Fei silently asked to Brain. Subsequently, a voice came from his mind straight from his heart. Ding, you have access to. After listening, Shen Fei's jade-like teenage face rose with some joy. The rewards are very generous. It seems that there is hope for me to revive the Dao sect in this world. Just then, more and more people began to gather outside the store. A number of people have even started live streaming. Just the reporters. They just lined up and blocked the front of the store. Ms. Shen, may I ask if you are available for an interview with Daxia News TV? Ms. Shen, may I ask if it's convenient for you to accept an exclusive interview with my beautiful country? Our beautiful country is willing to pay you 1 billion beautiful knives. Li Shen, it is rumored that you killed that ghostly monster in our Gallic country. May I ask what was your original intention in killing it? Was it to protect our passengers on that bus? Dear Ms. Shen, if you are willing, we in the beautiful country are willing to give you our nationality unconditionally and grant you a noble status. More than a dozen exclusive news media from various countries had come with the intention of interviewing Shen Mengyu, wanting to obtain first-hand news information. There are even media outlets that are willing to offer $1 billion beautiful knife and an unconditional offer to give citizenship. It was enough to see that countries were eager for a big shot like Shen Mengyu. To be able to kill a Ghost King-level ghost monster with a single sword. A person with this kind of strength was an extremely rare talent anywhere. It could even be said that there were only a handful of such people in the Blue Star. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu, however, wasn't worried at all and still took big mouthfuls of shivering noodles. While shivering her noodles, she looked at Shen Fei with some anticipation and spoke. Brother, hurry up and show your banknote ability. She knows that her brother is a top tycoon, and with a mere billion or so, her brother should take it out like a sprinkle. It's up to my brother to get rid of these people out there anyhow. Depending on whether or not he's willing to take the money. Just pay the money and all these people will surely leave. That, in a nutshell, is banknote capacity. What bill capacity? Shen Fei froze. Your brother. I'm as poor as a bitter teasel. Where did I get the money? I even borrowed the money I gave you to buy the airfare. Saying that, Shen Fei took out his own cell phone and opened WeixIN. The balance on it is midnight. Then he opened his bank card app and it was still midnight. Brother doesn't lie, does he? Subsequently, Shen Fei then sighed. Brother is now so poor that he can't eat his last meal. Where does he get the money? Xiao Yu. Money is not that good. Just then, he hadn't finished his sentence. Shen Mengyu then opened her cell phone and opened a screenshot to Shen Fei. The screenshot was sent to her by Su Guan. Just moments ago. The screenshot shows the balance information of Shen Fei's bank card. Chapter 145, Teaching You Taoist Techniques. Daxia International Bank, you spent 458,000,458 million Daxia coins on August 10 for the purchase of a top-quality luxury villa in Gaul. Account balance, 95,002,001,000 95 billion, 220 million, $155. Dear Mr. Shen Black Card member, thank you for your cooperation and support with the bank. If you have any need, please call the bank's dedicated customer service at 1008. How do you explain this one? The corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched, and she looked at Shen Fei without any good humor. What do you care to call being broke? It's called being poor? There's $90 billion in the bank card. That's more money than some of the top tycoons in Blue Star, right? Even before she came to Gully Zhou, her brother had secretly bought a big villa behind her back. Or the top luxury version. Not only that, Su Guan also posted several screenshots in a row. It was basically the bank card information of Shen Fei's purchases in Gallic countries in the past 2 days. In addition to this one big top luxury villa, there is the apartment building, and the 4 storefronts that were bought. That includes this current steakhouse. The more Shen Mengyu looked, the more shocked she became. Nice guy, how much is this that your own brother is hiding from you? If she hadn't come to Gully Zhou this time, she wouldn't have realized that her brother had bought so many things behind her back. Besides, at that time, when she was flying at the Jiangcheng International Airport, the airport told her that the person who bought her ticket was a platinum member of the airport. Platinum members need to spend close to $10 million a year to get one. It seems it's impossible to hide it from you. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei took a deep breath. Actually, your brother But, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Nothing else. The doors of the store could no longer bear it because of the growing number of people outside the store. The door was squeezed open. Countless journalists, as well as people broadcasting live on the scene, swarmed into the store and all gathered around. This gentleman, may I ask who you are to Miss Shen? May I ask if you are Miss Shen's manager? And what is your opinion on the matter of Miss Shen killing ghosts and monsters twice in a row today? Ms. Shen, may I ask if you have any special methods for killing ghosts and monsters as well as improving your strength? Ms. Shen, when we were watching the replay of the live broadcast, we noticed that you had something in your hand that was emitting a golden light. May I ask if that is your weapon? Or what? Dear Ms. Shen, I am the senior secretary of the beautiful country. May I ask if you intend to join my nationality of the beautiful country? A dozen or so mainstream media reporters rushed forward and started asking questions. Various camera shots were also a flicker. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu immediately froze. She belonged to the accident. She had been shivering just now, and had thought that there weren't that many people out there. Didn't realize there were thousands of reporters in the store alone, not to mention the fans outside who were attracted by Shen Mengyu's killing of the ghosts. It was probably watered down outside the store, she thought. Saw the scene. If you guys want to know the answer to that, then go to the live stream tomorrow. I'll be on live tomorrow. Shen Fei, however, was calm and spoke slowly. But, the words were said, the reporters got restless. Subsequently, dozens of microphones immediately came in front of Shen Fei. May I ask if you are planning to broadcast live tomorrow? Are you planning to inform us about something that happened to Miss Shen today? This gentleman, I'd like to ask. All sorts of questions came up again. That's what these media outlets are doing. Asking so much to get the heat by trying to get the rights to exclusive news releases. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and thought twice. She thought the big deal was to answer these people's questions anyway. If we stay stuck here like this, who knows how long we'll be stuck here? Then she was just about to speak. But, Shen Fei, however, covered her mouth. Next moment, with a big wave of his hand, a force that did not belong to Ghost Chi scattered in all directions. The temperature in the store instantly dropped to freezing. A woman wearing a bizarre red dress, with hideous and twisted features, and her face was even a bit rotten appeared in the store all of a sudden. An eerie aura instantly enveloped the store. The red-skirted woman wore a strange smile as she scanned these people around her. Subsequently, the red-skirted woman opened her bloody mouth as if she wanted to eat everyone here. Saw the scene. Those reporters, as well as the audience of the live broadcast, immediately changed their faces. WOJ, why are there ghosts and monsters here? OMG, it's a demon. A demon has appeared. Run. Oh, shit. How could this damn demon show up at a time like this when I haven't even taken a look at my dream ring goddess? Fake. Damned devil. The Lord will punish you. For a moment, everyone instantly panicked. Many people have cursed angrily. Then, everyone fled for their lives at breakneck speed. Those so-called reporters even threw their camera instruments on the ground and fled without looking back. For them, the camera is not as important as their own lives. It's better to run for your life first. In less than 10 breaths of time, Only Shen Fei and Shen Mengyu were left in the store. Brother, that's a bit of a masterful way to drive people away. Seeing this scene, the corners of Shen Mengyu's mouth twitched and she couldn't help but open her mouth. First time I've seen ghosts and goblins used to drive people away. Do you want to learn? At this time, Shen Fei, however, opened his mouth somewhat seriously and asked, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Ha! Shen Mengyu froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, learn what? Taoist arts. Shen Fei continued to speak. With that, he pointed at the red-skirted woman standing there and said, you, go back. Next moment, the red-skirted woman unexpectedly bowed deeply to Shen Fei. Subsequently, it just disappeared. Saw the scene. This, Shen Mengyu was astonished. This ghost monster listens to you so much? For Shen Fei's demonstration just now, it was the first time she had seen it. A gargoyle, no matter how much more, it's not at the mercy of anyone. At best, they'll become good friends with you and that's it. Nothing else. Ghosts are also intelligent, and some are even more intelligent than people. How can ghosts and monsters be at the mercy of people in this situation? This is the Taoist arts. Shen Fei took a deep breath and spoke. This time I called you to come to Oli Zhou. In addition to suppressing the thrilling world, there is also the fact that I want to teach you some Taoist arts. It's too slow for you to level up if you only rely on those rewards from the scary world, and you can't deal with those higher level ghosts. The words were said. Dawn Gate? Shen Mengyu, however, was stunned. But wasn't that proven to be a fake? It was about 35 years ago that Thrill World descended on Blue Star. Various copies as well as hauntings have come and gone, and a lot of people have lost their lives directly inside the Thriller World. She and her brother's parents were equally bereft of copies. During that time, the Taoist and Buddhist sects, as well as the Jehovah's cult, all came forward and said that they could deal with these ghosts and monsters. Pity! Instead of being half effective against ghosts and monsters, all these things they believed in made them die inside the world of thrillers as well. Since then, there hasn't been anyone who believes in the so-called Taoism as well as Buddhism and the like. And so it goes. Until now, kids born in the last decade usually talk about this as a joke. Nowadays, people basically believe in one thing. That's Thriller World. Only the rewards gained in Thriller World can be used against ghosts and monsters. It's there for all to see. So a large group of people who have entered Thrill World and left it alive have become the meat and potatoes. It's not just the Special Branch Command that recruits and programs these people. The rich and powerful are surrounded by such people. Only, she didn't realize that her brother had told her that he was going to teach her Taoist arts. How could this not shock her? Chapter 146, Sugwon. Business Ghost Talent. The sky was becoming dark. The originally bustling shopping street now only had a few people passing by sporadically. The lights of various skyscrapers yet still twinkle in the night. Shen Fei walked to the front of the store, closed the door, and pulled down the curtain. Subsequently, go back to where you're staying first, and I'll tell you then. He looked toward Shen Mengyu and smiled mysteriously. Shen Mengyu, however, had the corners of her mouth twitching. What the hell? And you have to make it so secretive that you won't tell her now? My brother is really good at whetting people's appetites. Honestly, she wondered if her brother was a scumbag. As far as she knew, scumbags were very good at whetting people's appetites. Usually by whetting a girl's appetite and then cold calling her. Then the girls started lusting after him. LOL. She knew there must be a lot of ghosts who liked her brother, and it seemed like it probably had a little something to do with her brother hanging on to people's tastes as well. By this time, Sugwon had also finished buying a set of live broadcast equipment. Brother Shen, this set of equipment cost me more than 400,000 gulls, which translates to close to $3 million dollars. It's the best live broadcasting equipment you can buy in Galia at the moment. Sugwon walked in carrying the camera with a happy face. He apparently froze for a moment when he saw that all those reporters in the store were nowhere to be seen. Brother Shen, where are those reporters? He couldn't help but look at Shen Fei and opened his mouth to ask. Scared off by me. Shen Fei spoke softly. Scared off? Sugwon was dumbfounded. I just bought a dress to change into, and I was hoping I could be on TV or something, and you're telling me that you're scared away? With that, he also pointed to a hipster outfit he was wearing. This outfit cost me a lot of money. Speaking of which, he suddenly saw several cameras on the ground and immediately froze. Brother Shen, where did you get the cameras? What's going on? It seemed like he had only been gone for less than half an hour when several cameras appeared on the floor. Looking at the exterior of the camera, I'm guessing it wasn't cheap. But, even the closest camera store to them would take at least 40 minutes round trip. Although he was less than half an hour round trip, he ran all the way. Everyone on the road treats him like a little cutie. Who carries a video camera around in the middle of the night? Besides, where the hell did Shen get these cameras? And how come they all have icons on them? This is what the scared reporters didn't get to take. Shen Mengyu pursed her lips and reminded. My brother said to just leave it outside the store tomorrow and wait for those people to take it. It's a gift from nature. Su Guan, however, did not do it. A face of excitement opened his mouth. We can take it. When the time comes to let those reporters to buy away, the camera is sold cheaply. The memory card sells more expensive. For journalists, the camera isn't too important. The important thing is the memory card inside the camera. That's full of video interviews that need to be covered. The news media can count on the video inside the memory card to report information. That's why he sells the memory cards separately from the cameras. Take something from someone else and sell it to someone else. Nice guy. It's a windfall. You don't get a dime out of it and you're making money off of others. It's no different than a crooked businessman. Su Guan had the potential to be a crook. You're a real business geek. At this time, Shen Fei skimmed Su Guan. These things were originally someone else's. To be a person, we should have a clear conscience. And if it's not ours, we don't want it. Also, Su Guan, I'll keep certain accounts, and I'll settle them with you when I return to Daxia. The words were said. Shen, what are you talking about? Su Guan instantly felt a chill at his back, as if there was a pair of death's eyes staring at him. With that, he forced out a smile and spoke. Brother Shen, in fact, I think there's no such thing as accounts between brothers. We're all family. Ha ha, family. I know you want to pay me for this camera. It's okay, I don't want the money. You don't have much on your card either. Brother, I sympathize. Shen Fei didn't say anything, but just stomped hard at Su Guan. Subsequently, let's go. Stao Yu. He called out to Shen Mengyu and opened his mouth. Saw the scene. Shen Mengyu also hurriedly followed. Brother, I'm coming. Before leaving, she looked at Su Guan in embarrassment. Seemingly sensing something, Su Guan hurriedly followed. As he walked outside the store, Shen Fei had already taken Shen Mengyu in a commercial vehicle and sailed away. In situ, Su Guan stood there but was dumbfounded. Holy, brother Shen, you have to take me home at the very least. He was alone, carrying the camera, shivering in the cold wind, looking at the fading taillights in the distance. Su Guan had a bitter look on his face. Brother Shen, wasn't I just telling Mission about how much money you have? It's not as if you're doing this to me. I haven't told Mission about your power in Thriller World, and I haven't told Mission that you have more than just that one bank card. Pity. Shen Fei had already left in his car and couldn't hear what he was saying. With no choice but to carry the camera, Su Guan panted and jogged all the way home. When he was buying the camera, he was running back, but at least he had enough stamina. Now that he had run all the way, his stamina had long since run out. So, he runs kind of like he's having an epileptic seizure, off and on, and struggling. Luckily, no one is around at night. Otherwise, any social cow he would have had to awkwardly buckle the villa with his toes. Worth noting, after Su Guan left, several figures dressed in black came out of the shadows. They looked closely at Su Guan, who was gradually walking away, and talked in a language that didn't belong to any of the countries in Gully State. These are the guys the boss was talking about? Are they the ones who are going to sabotage the Thrill World expansion? It looks like it should be right. That person running with a camera on his shoulder looks sandy. I didn't realize that his strength is already close to a ghost emperor. You can't tell the difference between people. Since we've seen their strength clearly, let's go back and tell His Holiness. Boss, we don't seem to be clear about the strength of the man who just left as a commercial vehicle. Him, at the highest, he's only a ghost emperor. He can't block our plan. Really? That's good. We've been waiting for this day for 10 years and it's finally here. There can't be any mistakes. Then, the black-clad figures took off in a single jump, and in the blink of an eye, they jumped onto the house, weaving back and forth in the air. In a few breaths, it faded into darkness. Gallic State. Outside a large, luxurious villa, a business car gradually came to a stop. Two figures also walked down from the car. A man and a woman. The male looked gentle and juvenile looking, while the female had delicate features and a sun-kissed face. These two were none other than Shen Fei and Shen Mengyu. Looking at the large four-story villa in front of her, Shen Mengyu was shocked in her heart. This villa, it was mostly bigger than the one Yu Changwei had before. Importantly, the cottage is on a hill. That means the mountain is all brothers. The mountain has a complete ecosystem, and the villa has a viewing deck and such. Not bad for a $400 million plus grand villa. That's the beauty of the ability to pay money. Coming inside the villa, it was also exceptionally luxurious. That living room, it was bigger than her home in Zhangcheng. Shen Fei sat on top of the sofa and took a sip of the automatically brewed tea. Then, he looked at Shen Mengyu and spoke. Xiao Yu, all along, we have actually misunderstood that the Tao sect is not fake. The words were said. But why don't those Taoist arts work against the ghosts of the Thrill World? Shen Mengyu frowned, but couldn't help but ask. Since my brother said that the door was real. However, Why did those people from the Taoist sect use their arts to deal with the ghosts and monsters before? But they had no effect at all? Shen Fei was silent for a moment and spoke. There are actually 2 reasons for this. Chapter 147. Are you having an affair? Do you believe there is a god in the world? At this time, Shen Fei's expression became grave and looked at Shen Mengyu and asked. The words were said. God? Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. She hadn't expected her brother to ask her that kind of question. Is it possible that this has something to do with the Taoist sect as well? Think for a moment. She shook her head. Not sure. God. If one were to talk about gods, there are absolutely no shadows of gods in the long history of the Great Xia. Legend has it that Pangu opened up the heavens and created the earth. Nuwa created man. And there was also Dayu who ruled over the water. All of these historical stories have something to do with God. At first the thrill world appeared. And there were even those who thought it was a god appearing in the world. Pity. From the time Thriller World appeared, to now, over 30 years ago, it's impossible to see how it has anything to do with God. As for, whether there is a god or not, no one can prove this one yet. So, she wasn't so sure. Just then, brother, you're not going to tell me that the fact that the Dharma sect spells don't work has something to do with God, are you? As if Shen Mengyu had thought of something, her delicate little face froze and she couldn't help but ask. You're not stupid. Shen Fei smiled faintly and spoke softly. This is indeed related to Taoist arts to a certain extent. With that, he paused and continued to speak. I realized that in this world, the gods that the Taoist sect worships don't seem to work. As for why it doesn't work, I can't tell you right now for the time being. There are some secrets you can't know at the moment, and knowing too much wouldn't be good for you. Shen Mengyu, if it wasn't for the fact that Shen Fei was more powerful than her and was still her brother, she would have already thrown a slap across her face. What the hell? Appetizing again? She always felt like her brother was as good as a pie. Brother, if you don't want to tell me, you might as well hold your tongue. Shen Mengyu sighed. I didn't think that if I took you as my brother, you wouldn't even tell me your secrets. With that, she grunted. Say, are you having someone outside? Saw the scene, carrying the camera and running all the way. Su Guan, who had just walked into the entrance of the villa, stopped dead in his tracks. I'm Brown. You've just arrived and it's so exciting? Brother Shen and his sister are actually in this kind of relationship? Su Guan's heart was suddenly a little excited. I really didn't think that Brother Shen was this kind of person. No wonder he didn't agree with so many beautiful ghost sisters chasing after him. Shen didn't expect to be a sister controller. With that, he quietly plopped down in the doorway and peeked in to listen. Inside the villa, Shen Fei, however, looked at Shen Mengyu with a dumbfounded expression. This girl is really daring. What do you mean? I'm having an affair? You're going to ruin his reputation if the unsuspecting hear that. Don't you bull ***** me? Your brother is not that kind of person. His face darkened as he spoke without any good humor. There are too many things involved behind this, and it's also extremely complicated. I don't want you to get into the middle of this vortex. When the time is right, you'll know for yourself. After saying that, Shen Mengyu was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Fei. I'll go on to tell you the second reason you are allowed to know. The words were said. Shen Mengyu skimmed her mouth, before she reluctantly nodded. It's not a loss to know a second reason, is it? At this time, Shen Fei also had a heavy face and spoke. In this world, the true Taoist arts have long been lost for 100 years, so it's naturally not unusual for them to not work. Ever since he came to this world, he realized that all those so-called arts inside the Taoist sect were all fake. For each jutsu, the front is real and the back becomes fake. The second half of the book was basically made up and tampered with by later generations. It's also known as a lost cause. A jutsu like that certainly wouldn't do anything. Not to mention dealing with ghosts and monsters. It's not always possible to deal with ordinary people. Lost? Shen Mengyu, however, had a strange look on her face. Then, brother, how did you do it? On second thought, she felt that her brother had said nothing wrong. But, it's all been lost. How can my brother still do it? Could it be that my brother became the protagonist in a novel and learned these arts by accident? But, that's not right either. If my brother was really that powerful, wouldn't he just destroy Thriller World with his hand? Me, Shen Fei, however, smiled smugly. I won't tell you about your brother. He definitely couldn't tell anyone about his birth. It's his secret. When the time was right, Shen Mengyu would naturally be clear. But, Shen Mengyu's little face, however, was red with anger. Seeing that Shen Mengyu was about to get angry, Shen Fei directly took out an ancient book from behind him. Subsequently, he began to explain. Leveling up will be just one solid step at a time. You'll be fine if you stabilize at the Ghost King level these days. After learning this Tao art, even if you're only at the Ghost King level, you'll still be able to single-handedly kill Ghost Emperor level ghosts and monsters. After saying that, he turned around and left the villa's living room. Brother, where are you going? Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu frowned and couldn't help but speak. I'm going to go wash up and sleep. Tomorrow Thriller World will probably have to be a lot of trouble. When I was inside the store today, I drove away that gang of reporters and realized that there were quite a few people hidden in the shadows. And these people are probably those forces coming to observe us. It's late. Go to bed. Now you go and lock the door before some eavesdropping burglar out there comes into bed. Subsequently, Shen Fei's gradually moving voice came from the second floor of the villa. Then, Shen Fei's voice came from upstairs again. Your room is on the 4th floor. The words were said. Shen Mengyu nodded. But, quickly, reacting, she froze. An eavesdropper at the door? Can it be that it's someone from the other forces that my brother was talking about? When she thought of this, Shen Mengyu's heart instantly tightened. Well, you'd have to close the door and lock it. Subsequently, Shen Mengyu quickly ran to the position of the villa's entrance and skillfully locked the door in one go. After checking it several times, she breathed a sigh of relief. Definitely can't let those people outside the door into the villa now. This villa is so big. If you come in, it's really hard to find it after hiding. But, outside the villa, after seeing the gate clanked and locked, Su Guan was dumbfounded. Holy! He immediately came to the door and knocked frantically, shouting, Brother Shen, open the door for me. Brother Shen, you can't be like this. You emphasize sex over friends. You're ungrateful. The knock on the door also caught Shen Mengyu's attention. She was just about to go upstairs when she heard Su Guan's cry. Su Can? Shen Mengyu frowned with some strangeness in her heart. Can it be that someone from another power played the role of Su Guan? Then, walking to the door, he opened the cat's eye. Sure enough, it's Su Guan. Why are you out here? Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu froze for a moment. Didn't you go back to sleep? The words were said. Su Guan immediately felt joy in his heart. There was someone else. The catch followed. After Su Guan begged for mercy at one point, Shen Mengyu opened the door for him. It was close to kneeling down for Shen Mengyu. After entering the villa, Su Guan carefully returned to his room for fear of disturbing Shen Fei. Now he didn't dare to mess with Shen Fei at all. That's a long way to carry a camera for over 80 miles. And it almost didn't wear him out. On the way, he suddenly also figured out why Shen Fei wanted him to buy a camera to broadcast live. Shen Mengyu was so famous that she was bound to be exposed to the public eye. Some forces would definitely take the opportunity to secretly investigate her. This put Shen Mengyu in danger. Shen Fei's purpose of intending to broadcast live was definitely to divert the attention of the crowd and expose himself to their gaze. This was all a guess on Su Guan's part. The night became darker and darker, and the mountain was in a rare state of tranquility. Tomorrow, it's Thriller World expansion. Tonight, the dawn before the darkness comes, is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 148, Beaten by Su Guan. Surprise! Daxia people killed 2 ghosts and monsters in a row in Olizhou. All of them were killed with one move. For more details, please click on the video to watch. Il Dagbladet. Yesterday a large crowd gathered near the El Dorado Tower in our capital, which quickly dispersed, allegedly caused by the girl from Daxia who was eating in a restaurant. Global Daily News. Early this morning, the beautiful country issued a press conference stating that they must take the girl who killed the Ghostbusters in Gaul into their country. Daily Economy. After the ghosts and monsters appeared in Gaul yesterday and were decapitated by Daxia girls, Daxia's kendo culture has become popular in Gully State overnight, and sword sales have broken through a new high in the last 10 years. Word on the street is that Daxia girl's manager is rumored to be going live today. Early the next morning, all kinds of news about Shen Mengyu spread like a bombardment. Shen Mengyu was lying on the bed, her eyes wide, looking at the news on top of her cell phone with an unbelievable face. She dominated almost 9 out of 10 news stories. This is not a fire. This is a superstar, right? Not only that, a text message from her brokerage firm was also appearing on her cell phone. Hello, Ms. Shen, we are Universal Star Agency, and recently we have seen the sensation you caused in Olizhou, and we are very interested in this. We would like to invite you to join our company. We will package you in all aspects to create your future star era. May I ask if you have any intention of wanting to join our company? There are countless text messages from such brokers above. At a cursory glance, it was estimated that there were dozens of them. All of them are top star agencies in Blue Star. It's enough to see how much Shen Mengyu is bursting at the seams these days. I just killed 2 ghosts. Was that necessary? Shen Mengyu, however, was speechless. To her, killing those 2 ghosts and monsters was a completely smooth solution. How come it's such a big deal now? But, worth noting, in addition to the sensation caused by Shen Mengyu in Olizhou, last night, a lot of strange and bizarre things happen within Gaul. For example, say, hanging yourself by grinding your teeth at night, jumping to your death, and other strange phenomena. Only, All of this news was suppressed by Shen Mengyu's heat, and not too many people paid attention to this matter. Closing her cell phone, Shen Mengyu got up and walked downstairs. She rested very well last night, even if she's usually very fit and often sleeps a lot at home. But, lay down on the bed here and fell asleep in less than 10 minutes. It should go without saying that the Simmons bed inside this villa is just comfortable to sleep on. Xiao Yu, there's still a little while before the thriller world starts expanding. How are you learning that Taoist art? At this time, Shen Fei walked out with the prepared breakfast, smiled gently and opened his mouth. At this moment, Shen Fei looked as if he was the male lead inside an idol drama. Gentle and special. Shen Mengyu looked stunned. This brother of hers, she felt, was a bit of an all-rounder. It's a top-notch bigot in the thriller world, not to mention borderline mysterious. Not only that, Shen Fei may still be a business tycoon. Just that balance on his card is enough to judge. What kind of person has nothing better to do than to put $90 billion in a card? The average wealthy person first converts their money into assets, and the card is not particularly large. Since my brother can put $9 billion in the card, it means that his assets must still be at least several times the balance of the card. Such a huge amount of money was unimaginable to Shen Mengyu. But, even so, Shen Fei still buckled and searched. If it wasn't for Su Guan, she wouldn't have known that her brother was so powerful. Seeing that Shen Mengyu didn't say anything for half a day, asked you. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask. The words were said. Shen Mengyu immediately came back to her senses and quickly spoke. I slept too fast yesterday and didn't have time to learn. As she said that, she realized that there seemed to be one person missing from the house, so she couldn't help but ask, Brother, where's Su Guan? It's early in the morning. Why don't we see Su Guan? Logically speaking, on Su Guan's big stomach that can stuff a dozen bowls of noodles in one meal, he doesn't even come to eat in the morning? He'll be up soon. Shen Fei nodded and spoke. You don't have to worry. Just then, a figure at the top of the stairs slowly walked down. It's a walk down though. But, instead, the figure limped down. Fix your eyes. It's Su Guan. Now Su Guan. His face was swollen and purple, and he even had to limp down the stairs holding on to the stair railing. Not only that, he had a red and purple patch all over that body too. That's a hell of a beating. Seeing this scene, Shen Mengyu was also shocked in her heart. She suddenly felt some sympathy for Su Guan in her heart. Although this kid usually has a mouth, but he still gives it when it's time to give it. This time, thanks to Su Guan, she realized that her brother turned out to be so powerful, with so much family money in his own family. Pity, because Su Guan said this out loud. He should have been brutally beaten by his brother last night. Poor baby. Shen Mengyu sighed in her heart and sympathized with Su Guan for a second. Then she started spinning rice. I have to say, my brother's handiwork is fantastic. After dinner, Thrill World will pretty much start expanding. So get ready. Shen Fei looked at Shen Mengyu, his face heavy. You'll enter the thriller world later. Get that energy and leave directly. Don't linger inside. Got it. Shen Mengyu nodded very seriously. The energy I take will be mine by then, right? The words were said. The corner of Shen Fei's mouth twitched. Yes, that energy will be yours. What exactly that energy source was, he still knew a little bit about it. Shen Mengyu getting that energy source would be of great help to her as well, so there was no harm in giving it to her when the time came. Subsequently, after you've had enough to eat and drink, the group set off straight away. Destination: the El Dorado Tower. No one spoke on the way. Nothing else. Since last night, there have been a large number of ghosts and goblins appearing in the country of Gaul. Those ghosts and goblins had presumably struck down quite a few people overnight, and the roads were now somewhat empty. It's depressing. Here it is. Soon they arrived near the El Dorado Tower. Shen Fei deduced that the starting point of the Thriller World expansion began around here. So, the Thrill World Rift will definitely emerge from here later. Just by being close to the pylons, one could already feel an abnormal chill. There was also a thick ghostly aura permeating the surroundings. Su Guan, go live. Shen Fei looked at Su Guan, who was honestly on the side, and opened his mouth. The words were said. Su Guan immediately promised. Okay, Le Shun. After being taught to be a good boy by Shen Fei last night, he was now considered a good boy. Aha! Getting punched out. Brother Shen, the live broadcast is open. At that moment, Su Guan's voice also came from the side. Just hold the camera. Shen Fei nodded. He had two purposes for this broadcast. One was to fulfill the mission. The other was pretty much what Su Guan had guessed. With the live stream open, the popularity started to rise. OMG, this is an outdoor broadcast? I'm not mistaken. Look at the background, seems to be still the El Dorado Tower. I can hear that last night the El Dorado Tower where several people died. I heard that too. It seems to have something to do with demons. Luckily it's the weekend and I don't have to work. I didn't even dare to go out. Oh, Shet, the anchor is not afraid to die. At this time, the camera of the live broadcast also captured Shen Mengyu. In an instant, the live feed, lit,